You are the only 26-year-old major general in the military and the sole instructor of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. However, you have a secret unknown to others. 8 years ago, you were still a local thug. Driven by alcohol, you assaulted a 16-year-old girl. But just a month after your imprisonment, someone arranged for your release, and from then on, you rose step by step to become the most outstanding soldier in all of China. Old Luo, I'm very grateful for the opportunity you gave me, allowing a scoundrel like me to reach where I am today. Otherwise, I'd still be rotting in prison. In the entire Chinese military, you're the only one who dares to address a general as Old Luo. In truth, it wasn't him who bailed you out of prison and sent you to the military, it was someone else. Hearing this, you frown slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in your eyes. Luo Tianfei continues, I've always been curious about your true origins. You keep saying you're an orphan, but an orphan wouldn't have the means to get you into the Blood Wolf Special Forces. Your frown deepens, could it really be that someone else helped you? The girl you harmed back then is now in Haihua City, her name is Qin Xinghan. She had been drugged, which was how you ended up crossing paths with her by chance. If you had to guess, you were likely drugged as well. The year after you hurt her, she gave birth to a baby girl and was nearly disowned by her family, living in shame ever since. It's safe to say you ruined her life. You suddenly stand up, never imagining you had caused such immense harm to that girl. You should leave as soon as possible. Qin Xinghan seems to be in trouble. If you're late, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. In the most bustling area of Haihua City, a luxury hotel's grand hall was filled with extravagant banquet tables. Today was the 70th birthday celebration of Qin Guangnan, the head of the Qin family, who intended to use the occasion to marry off his granddaughter Qin Xinghan to a spoiled rich heir, Zhang Gu. Although Qin Xinghan had been drugged at the age of 16, her beauty was renowned far and wide. Many men found the mere thought of having such a woman as a wife thrilling. Today is my birthday, and I thank you all for honoring me with your presence. On this occasion, I have arranged a marriage for my granddaughter, Qin Xinghan. As Qin Guangnan finished speaking, Qin Xinghan's face instantly turned furious. Grandfather, don't I have any say in my own fate? I have only one condition: if Jingxi leaves me, I will leave the Qin family. How dare you? Qin Guangnan slammed the table and shouted at Qin Xinghan. Haven't you brought enough shame to the Qin family? With your sullied reputation, you should be grateful that the Zhang family's young master is willing to take you in. As he spoke, Qin Guangnan turned to his grandson Qin Shou and said, take that little bastard away from her and send her to a foster family. Seeing Qin Shou stride over, Qin Xinghan turned pale with fright and hurriedly hugged Jingxi. Qin Shou, with an angry expression, forcefully pulled Jingxi away. Due to the excessive force, Jingxi's small body was flung out and landed 2 meters away. Did it hurt? Just as Qin Shou was about to pick up Jingxi and leave, he turned around to see a handsome man squatting on the ground. The man helped Jingxi up and asked gently, your sudden appearance silenced the entire hotel. What's your name? My name is Qin Jingxi. You smiled and continued asking, what about your parents? Jingxi shook her head, I don't have a father. That's my mother. Everyone says my father was a bad person, but mom says he was a hero. Who do you believe? I believe mom. The corners of your mouth slowly curved upward. A kind mother would never cast any shadow over her child, even if she hated that man. At this moment, Qin Shou sneered mockingly, a hero? What a joke. Your father was a rapist, yet he's being called a hero. The moment the words rapist were uttered, you suddenly understood. Your originally gentle expression instantly turned icy. Is your mother named Qin Xinghan? Hearing this, Jingxi pursed her lips. Uncle, do you know my mother? A flicker of tenderness and deep guilt flashed through your cold eyes, but the guilt quickly transformed into bone-chilling killing intent. Qin Shou's face showed fear, but emboldened by the dozen or so security guards around him, he shouted at you. Where did this lowlife come from? Looking so shabby? How dare someone like you show up at my grandfather's birthday celebration, and you dare to lay hands on them, mother and daughter? At this moment, the killing intent in your heart was fully revealed. How dare you be so insolent? You slapped Qin Shou across the face with tremendous force, the sound echoing clearly throughout the spacious hotel. Just one strike sent Qin Shou's body crashing to the ground, face first, blood splattering everywhere. The sound of his nose bridge shattering could be heard distinctly. Seeing his son beaten to such a state, Qin Fei's face darkened as he roared at the dozen or so security guards. What are you standing around for? Teach this guy a lesson. Witnessing his only grandson hovering between life and death, Qin Guangnan's heart clenched violently. Don't hold back at all. I'll handle any consequences, he declared. Hearing this, the surrounding guests gasped in shock. The old man's tone made it clear he didn't intend to let this person leave alive. The dozen security guards immediately grew excited. Working under the Qin family, they were no strangers to roughing people up. Brothers, beat him to death. The lead guard charged first, swinging his baton at your head. Your gaze remained chillingly cold. Just as the rubber baton was about to strike, You finally moved. Every strike was lightning fast, each punch and kick brimming with power. Before the guards could even complete half a move, you had already unleashed 5 punches and 6 kicks. Each took just 1 hit, yet none could rise again. In an instant, the entire hotel fell into an eerie silence once more. After rendering the dozen well-trained guards unconscious, you turned to Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei, father and son. Old fool, you want me dead? The term old fool made Qin Guangnan's aged face twist with fury. Today is Mr. Qin's birthday, yet you injured my grandson and disrupted the joyous occasion between our Qin family and the Zhang family. What exactly is your purpose? You sneered mockingly. A joyous occasion? Forcibly tearing apart a pitiful mother and daughter. Ruthlessly pressuring your own granddaughter into marriage. How is this a joyous occasion? What right do you have to call yourself her elder? Hearing your taunts about his father, Qin Fei immediately flared up. You bastard. Do you think brute strength makes you invincible? Qin Fei's sudden outburst drew many curious gazes. Qin Guangnan also frowned and asked, Fei, do you know this man? Dad, this guy is a rapist. 8 years ago, I spent 2 days in the same cell as him. No wonder he looks so familiar. By my count, he must have just been released from prison recently. 8 years prior, Qin Fei had sexually harassed a female employee at his company and was taken to court. However, the Qin family held some influence in Haihua City, so Qin Fei only spent 2 days in detention before being let out. The moment the words rapist were uttered, the surrounding gazes instantly filled with disdain and disgust. No one was more agitated than Qin Xinghan upon learning that this suddenly appearing man was a rapist. Her first emotions were revulsion and hostility. Night Fingwu was also a small surprise, to be revealed in front of Qin Xinghan's mother and daughter. Really damned. How could he not see Qin Xinghan's disgust and vigilance towards himself? Qin Guangnan's face was hesitant, since he knew that this was a forced annihilator. His death would come sooner or later. Thus, Qin Guangnan no longer paid any attention to Night Fingwu, but instead looked at Qin Xinghan and said, Xinghan, today is the day of my great birthday, and it is also the time for you to get engaged. So you have to do it even if you book it, or you don't book it at all. Qin Xinghan stubbornly said, Grandpa, I still say the same thing. I have long since resigned myself to my fate. These 8 years have been like I've been living in purgatory. The only thing that has sustained me has been Jingxi. If you ask me to abandon Jingxi, then I'd rather live on the streets. After hearing Qin Xinghan's words, the guilt in Night Fingwu's eyes became even more intense. Maybe he didn't have love for Qin Xinghan, but he had a guilt for her. And this guilt made him want to go out of his way to take care of her and compensate her. It's not up to you. Qin Guangnan drank with an icy face. That Zhang Gu also said, Elder Qin, my father will not agree to a forced annihilator's daughter entering the Zhang family. Obviously, although this Zhang Gu coveted Qin Xinghan, it was impossible for him to raise the daughter of an annihilator. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan's face became even more ugly, and he pointed at Qin Xinghan as saying, Good, since you let go of your great future, then you will find a forced annihilator to marry. Are you playing matchmaker for us? Night Fingwu was suddenly interjecting. At those words, everyone froze, and that Qin Xinghan's face was even more disgusted. Chapter 4, The Proposal Ring. Chapter 4, The Proposal Ring. After hearing Night Fingwu's words, that Qin Guangnan's brows immediately furrowed. Qin Fei suddenly came to Qin Guangnan's ear and said, Dad, since this Qin Xinghan refuses to do anything until she is punished, then let him live his life with a rapist. Anyway, this rapist won't be able to live for a few days, and when the time comes, she'll still come back crying to find Mr. Zhang. Upon hearing this, that Qin Guangnan's eyes changed, and then he smiled wryly and said towards Night Fingwu, If you have your eye on this crippled body, then it's yours. Qin Guangnan's tone was as if he was sending out a slave. He didn't even look at Qin Xinghan as a person, let alone his granddaughter. As soon as the words fell, Qin Xinghan's face was instantly pale. She knew that she couldn't refuse, nor was she capable of refusing. However, Qin Xinghan's parents are unable to accept that their daughter was ruined in the hands of an annihilator. So how can she marry an annihilator now? Dad, how can you treat Xinghan like this? Xinghan has done a lot for the Qin family. She is your granddaughter. Yang Yu towards Qin Guangnan just shouted. Qin Shi pressed Yang Yu to death and said bitterly, Forget it, this may be Xinghan's fate. Pop! A crisp slap instantly landed on Qin Ji's face as Yang Yu angrily cursed. Qin Ji, you useless thing, you can't even protect your own daughter. Qin Ji let his wife beat and scold her, not returning the blows or the words, because, indeed, he was incompetent, and his position in the Qin family nowadays could not protect his daughter. Night Fingwu looked at Qin Xinghan's helpless and desperate eyes. His heart also ached. He could only say sorry in his heart, because, only by using this method, he was able to go and protect their mother and daughter. And after that, Night Wind Marshal suddenly was saying, It seems that you old thing still made a beautiful thing happen. Since it's an engagement, then, the engagement ring should be there. Saying that, Night Thingwu neglected to take out an exquisite box from his pocket, and then slowly walked towards Qin Shinghan. Seeing Night Thingwu walking towards him, Qin Shinghan's hands holding Jingxi instinctively tightened, and the vigilance and disgust in his eyes became even more intense. Night Thingwu tried his best to make his eyes and smile as gentle as possible. He first said towards Jingxi, "Jingxi, let me be your father, okay?" Jingxi looked at Night Thingwu with some fear in her eyes because, just now, she had witnessed that extremely violent scene of Night Thingwu. And then, Jingxi shook her head and said, "Mom won't agree." Night Thingwu made a bitter expression and softly said, "If I were to be your father, no one would be able to separate you mother and daughter in the future." Upon hearing this, a flash of hope obviously flashed through the little girl's eyes, but she still didn't nod her head, instead tilting her face to look at Qin Shinghan. Although Qin Shinghan was wary and disgusted, and even a little afraid, her strange gaze had been fixed on Night Thingwu, and she could feel the kind of heartfelt tenderness that Night Thingwu felt towards Jingxi. It was definitely not something one could fake because, being a mother as well, she could feel this genuine compassion. However, she knew that all rapists were sadists, and she had witnessed the violence of this man, and she couldn't even imagine what kind of hell on earth her life would be afterward. Night Thingwu looked at Qin Shinghan, staring at this scourge of the world's absolute face from a close distance. Night Thingwu actually had a kind of happiness, happy that he had made a mistake back then. This idea was really a bit perverted. "I can't believe I didn't know you were so beautiful." Night Thingwu was suddenly speaking, hearing Qin Shinghan tightly biting her red lips. There is a stubborn struggle in her eyes, but what she does not know is that this state of her own is really too seductive. Even the Night Thingwu, this clanking Iron Man, are almost looking dumbfounded. "I'm sorry." Night Thingwu neglected to be the 3 words that he had wanted to say for the past 8 years. Qin Shinghan was visibly stunned, and she didn't know where this sorry came from. Night Thingwu opened the box and said towards Qin Shinghan, "Marry me. Your mother and daughter's future life will be guarded by me." Night Thingwu, this marriage proposal vow is that romantic for ordinary people, but after it is said in the mouth of a strong annihilator, it is changed in flavor. Qin Shinghan is also a woman, also from the little girl over. She has not longed for a good love, but she did not even get into a relationship, even with a man holding hands or not. Her life was completely ruined by a rapist. How she wished the words had come from a commoner, but she knew that she couldn't refuse, so her trembling palms seemed to be slowly reaching forward. Such a romantic proposal was a joke in the entire hotel, with everyone watching in mockery. A forced annihilator even has a ring. 80% of it is robbed. Xin Fei grunted with a mocking face. It might as well be a dozens of dollars of ground goods. Zhang Ji's eyes were also filled with mockery and disdain. His tone was extremely jealous. The person who put the ring on Qin Shinghan today should have been himself. Suddenly, Zhang Gu took out a very delicate box from his suit pocket, and then opened it, and in an instant, under the light, the diamond ring with at least 10 carats suddenly emitted a stunning luster. In an instant, the entire hotel sucked in a breath. A 10-carat diamond ring. The market price is at least tens of millions of dollars. Right, it is unimaginable that this Zhang Gu, for the sake of Qin Shinghan, he would not hesitate to spend such a huge amount of financial resources. "Shinghan, if you are willing to foster the child out, this ring can be worn on your hand." Zhang Gu looked at Qin Shinghan, his eyes filled with a condescending smile. Women are defenseless against money and jewelry, so in front of a diamond ring worth tens of millions of dollars, even a woman as arrogant as Qin Shinghan is afraid that she will willingly do anything shameful. This was Zhang Ji's experience after playing with countless women, because he knew that even the most arrogant woman would succumb to money. But a second later, Zhang Ji's face just turned ugly because, after he took out the diamond ring worth tens of millions of dollars, Qin Shinghan's gaze didn't even manage to look towards him for even an instant. Also at this time, Nightwind Marshall put the ring on Qin Shinghan's ring finger, and he smiled with satisfaction as he said, "It fits." That's. A suited South Central man suddenly was seeing that ring on Qin Shinghan's hand. In an instant, his face was shocked beyond words, because, on top of that ring, there was actually an aquamarine gemstone the size of a thumbnail inlaid, and more than a dozen meters apart. He was still able to see the sparkling luster of that sapphire. More people saw the ring on Qin Shinghan's hand, and they were all attracted by the brilliant blue luster, and many women even showed a face of envy. In an instant, the 10-carat diamond ring in Zhang Ji's hand instantly just dimmed without a shine, and everyone's eyeballs were attracted to the large and piercing sapphire. The middle-aged man in a suit just now said with a grave expression, "If I'm not mistaken, that gemstone should be one of the 3 jewels, the Blue Sea gemstone. There are only 2 of them in the world, and each of them is worth hundreds of millions of US dollars." At those words, not only did the entire hotel lose their colors in shock, even Qin Guangnan's father and son and Zhang Gu, all of them were wide-eyed. If this sentence had come out of someone else's mouth, they might have mocked a few sentences as a joke. But this man in a suit was none other than the most famous jeweler in Manhwa City, as well as an outstanding appraiser. If what was on that ring was true, wouldn't it be possible to buy 2 or 3 Qin family properties? At this moment, Zhang Guo's original lofty lifting of the diamond ring also looked more and more groundless. His oath was even compared to a rapist. But soon Qin Guangnan dispelled this idea. Such a treasure appeared in the hands of a strong annihilator. It would be foolish to believe it was real. What's more, this rare treasure was worn on the hand of a disliked and broken woman. Qin Xinghan since the beginning is not to look at the hand of the ring, even if this ring is really worth hundreds of millions of US dollars, but with their own, and what does it have to do with their own? Their own by no means really accept his things. After putting on the ring, Qin Xinghan was re-hugging Jing Si tightly, but everyone around them took a deep breath. They were really worried that the jewel would be knocked and rubbed. After all, Qin Xinghan's actions of holding the child were too casual. Seeing Qin Xinghan accept the ring, Night Thingwu was also relieved, and then laughed. Wife, I'm hungry, take me home, let me taste your handiwork. A wife, let Qin Xinghan heart extremely repulsive, but they cannot control his mouth. From his tone of voice to listen to, he seems to be really just out of prison. There is not yet a place to settle down. Right, do you really want to bring a forced annihilator home for the rest of your life? Mom, uncle is hungry, let's go home, Jing Si suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan finally nodded in resignation, while walking expressionlessly towards the hotel's entrance. Qin Ji and Mr. and Mrs. Yang Yu followed suit. Chapter 5, What a Prophet. Chapter 5 is a real earner. Night Thingwu didn't leave in a hurry, but slowly walked to the fainted Qin Zhuan, raised his eyes to Qin Guangnan, and laughed. Old thing, Night Thingwu, thank you once again for accomplishing a beautiful thing. Today is your birthday, but I came here empty-handed. It's really a shame, so let's give you some deep impression. Night Thingwu's words revealed strangeness. Qin Guangnan couldn't guess what Night Thingwu was thinking, but immediately following, Night Thingwu was suddenly lifting his foot, and then ruthlessly stepped on top of Qin Zhuan's calf. Click! In an instant, the sound of bones cracking was what reached everyone's ears, followed by a pig-killing scream roaring out from Qin Zhu's mouth. This foot, so that Qin authorized the calf blood and flesh. The entire calf bone is almost completely crushed. Even if it is a good medical skill, there is only one treatment plan, that is, amputation. Stop, the kid is rampant. Qin Guangnan's face changed drastically. My son. Qin Fei was even more heartbroken. Boom! Nightwind Marshal negligently kicked at Qin Authorized's body. That 180 pounds of sturdy figure suddenly flew up like a sack, and could be smashed on top of that 5-layer cake on the dining table. This kick completely ruined Qin Guangnan's birthday. After doing all this, Night Thingwu was full of joy as he raised his head and chased after his wife and daughter. Although Night Thingwu was an invincible king of soldiers, the ruffianism in him and the decisiveness and ruthlessness in doing anything was even countless times more ruthless than some of the ruthless characters in the underground organizations. The Qin family treats his wife and daughter in such a way, then slowly experienced the purgatory life of Qin Xinghan in these years. When the Night Wind Marshal family left, that Qin Fei was only able to pounce to Qin Zhuan's body in a panicked manner. At this time, Qin Zhuan fainted once again. The one bloodied calf had just a sliver of skin attached to it. Call an ambulance, Qin Fei growled in a near hiss. A person from the Qin family hurriedly took out his cell phone and started dialing. The originally magnificent Qin family birthday was ruined by a strong annihilator, so all the people who came to congratulate him left one after another. In the end, only 20 or so people from the Qin family remained in the entire hotel, and that Qin Guangnan's old face was particularly gloomy. Dad, I want him to sit in jail for life. Qin Fei raised his eyes to look at Qin Guangnan, his face incomparably sinister. Qin Guangnan could hardly bear to look at his grandson's miserable condition, but said with a gloomy old face, prison is too cheap for him. I want to make his life worse than death, and since he is willing to marry a crippled woman, then the old man will let him watching his woman being spoiled. My grandson has become like this, and that Qin Xinghan can't escape the blame. If Qin Xinghan heard Qin Guangnan's words, I don't know how he will feel. Qin Authorized is his grandson, himself is also his granddaughter. Qin Authorized in the Qin family is like a dude who calls the wind and the rain, while he is like a slave who only knows how to earn money for them, and it can even be said that it is not even as good as a slave. The reason why Qin Guangnan did not choose to call the police, in order to also do not want to cheapen the Night Wind martial arts, he will use his own means to make him worse than death. Let Qin Xinghan negotiate the signing of that big project of the Qin group tomorrow. Qin Guangnan's cloudy old eyes were suddenly flooded with a touch of grim color. Hearing that, Qin Fei is puzzled. Dad, you are talking about with the Windhow real estate group of that single Qin Xinghan, although some ability, but the Windhow real estate, that kind of black and white big group, that is, I personally go over. There is not much certainty to talk about it. Qin Guangnan but hummed, Windhall real estate is strong. The underground forces behind it are not to be underestimated. Of course they can't look at my Qin family. However, the person in charge of the suburban project is Windhall Real Estate's Golden Leopard. Do you think that Qin Xinghan will still be able to come back in one piece after he goes over there? After hearing the name Golden Leopard, that Qin Fei's neck instinctively tightened, obviously a bit scornful, but immediately following, he was smiling wryly. Golden Leopard is a madman who is as horny as life. Qin Xinghan's kind of woman. This Golden Leopard definitely won't let go of it. It seems that Qin Xinghan won't be able to escape from Golden Leopard's clutches. Golden Leopard is not only the project manager of Windhall Real Estate, but also occupies a certain position in the underground organization. An uncompromising madman. There are a lot of cases of human life in his hands, and there are at least 80 women who have been spoiled by him without 100. After leaving the hotel, Night Fingwu got into Qin Xinghan's car, a low-end Chevrolet. As an executive of Qin's group, this 60,000 to 70,000 yuan low-end car is really shabby. Along the way, Night Fingwu sat in the co-pilot. As the driver, Qin Xinghan was never able to concentrate on driving, because, sitting next to her was one of the most hated annihilators. Luckily, the trip wasn't too long, and after about 20 minutes or so, the Chevy drove up to a neighborhood that wasn't too shabby. There is no elevator in the district, and Qin Xinghan's family lives on the top 6 floors, and the only thing they are lucky about is that the hallways are not too dirty. After entering Qin Xinghan's home, Night Fingwu realized that the house was only a 2-room apartment of more than 60 square feet, and the living room wasn't even as big as the bedroom, not to mention the cramped kitchen and the only bathroom. The furniture was mostly worn. However, the environment was very clean. Night Fingwu frowned and said, I heard that you are counted as an executive of the Qin Group, and your monthly salary can at least take 6 figures. This house is not a bit shabby. Qin Xinghan heart always have a trace of vigilance on the Night Wind martial arts. After hearing the words of the Night Wind martial arts, her red lips pursed, but did not answer the question of the Night Wind martial arts, but directly toward the Jingxi said, Mom to go to cook. After the meal is good Mom shouted at you, okay? Jingxi raised her eyes to look at the Night Wind martial arts. Small age, she seems to hear the meaning of her mother. With his very good behavior back to the bedroom belonging to her mother and her own. As for Night Fingwu, he was also certainly able to hear Qin Xinghan's defensiveness towards herself. She didn't want him to be alone with Jingxi. On the side, although Yang Yu didn't have a good feeling towards the violent predisposed forced annihilator in front of her. After hearing Night Fingwu's words, she was furious and grunted. Xinghan is doing the job of a cow and horse in the Qin Group, but she is getting the salary of an ordinary staff member. So it's not possible for you to take a woman's money for nothing. After hearing Yang Yu mocking Night Wind Marshal in such a way, Qin Ji who was on the side turned pale. He made a wink towards Yang Yu and said softly, Don't talk nonsense, you want to get us killed. Obviously, Qin Ji still had some fear of Night Fengwu in his heart. After all, this was a forced annihilator who had just been released from prison. And after hearing Yang Yu's words, Night Fengwu's face obviously didn't look too good. Looking at Night Fengwu's face, Qin Xinghan's heart tightened. Instinctively thinking that this person would not be disliking his lack of money, her greatest fear was that such loitering miscreants would hurt them. Mother and daughter. For money. I'm sorry, I should have found you mother and daughter sooner. Just as Qin Xinghan was vaguely worried in his heart, he saw Night Fengwu say with a guilty face. Qin Xinghan always felt that Night Fengwu was very strange. He was violent and cold-blooded on the surface, but to himself and Jingxi, he always revealed a strange gentleness. How in the world did he want to torture himself? You can rest in the living room for a while. I'll go cook. Qin Xinghan sighed in his heart. He could only take one step at a time. Want to help? Night Fengwu shouted towards Qin Xinghan. However, Qin Xinghan was clearly unwilling to say even a single word more with Night Fengwu, and instead walked directly into the kitchen, and in the process closed the door of the room tightly as well. Looking at that exquisite and delicate back disappearing into the kitchen, Night Fengwu always felt lost in his heart. Not only is the person beautiful and has a good figure, the key is that she is also so gentle. It's really earned. Night Fengwu was suddenly unable to stop giggling. Although there are some perverted, but this is really the heart of the Night Wind martial arts. Qin Xinghan although wearing a set of slightly loose casual clothes and pants, but that concave and convex curves are still on display, even a glance, so that the Night Wind martial arts is no longer difficult to erase from the mind. Pervert. Yang Yu looked at Night Fengwu's silly smiling face and instantly couldn't help but say. Xinji's face changed and hurriedly pulled Yang Yu's back to his bedroom. Chapter 6, Love at First Sight. Chapter 6, Love at First Sight. Night Fengwu skimmed his mouth, and then took out a box of special cigarettes from his pocket that ordinary people had never seen before, and gave himself a point and then he sat on the narrow sofa in the living room. That old thing should not be willing to stop. Then, I hope you guys don't play too small. Night Fengwu spat out a smoke ring. a pair of rigid eyes vaguely glowing with icy killing intent. Day. At this time, the kitchen was already ringing with the sound of chopping vegetables, and the sound of this knife chopping the board. In the years of the Night Wind martial arts is that cozy. It had been years since he had felt the warmth of home since the death of his adoptive mother when he was 14 years old and the disappearance of his adoptive daughter, the sister who had bullied him into adulthood as a child, as well. Therefore, from today onwards, where Qin Qinghan mother and daughter are, their home is where they are, and whoever touches a hair on their head, they will chop off his whole bladder. Yay! Night Fengwu's oath had just been finished when he only heard a cry of alarm from Qin Qinghan from the kitchen. In an instant, like a frightened rabbit, Night Fengwu got up and rushed to the kitchen door, and after roughly opening the door, he saw that Qin Qinghan was covering the little thumb of her left hand. There was clearly a hint of crimson blood droplets on the edge of that half-cut green vegetable. A flash of heartache flashed in Night Fengwu's eyes, and he really wanted to nickel and dime that chopper. Qin Qinghan's knife work is still quite skillful, just too worried today, so distracted that he cut his fingers. What she hadn't expected was that Night Fengwu would suddenly rush in. Let's see. The kitchen is already small. Night Fengwu's step is to walk to the side of Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan want to retreat are nowhere to retreat. Can only let Night Fengwu hold their palms. Don't move me, Qin Qinghan said with a wary look on her face. She wanted to draw back her palm, but she saw that Night Fengwu had placed his cut finger in his mouth and sucked on it. This scene caused Qin Qinghan's cheeks to instantly just burn, followed closely by disgust and anger. What are you doing? Pop. Instinctively, Qin Qinghan raised his hand and just gave Night Fengwu a slap, which hardened on his cheek. Night Fengwu could have dodged, but he didn't do so because, well, he owed her. However, from the beginning to the end of the night Fengwu did not let go of Qin Qinghan's finger. To be honest, the taste was very good. Of course, cutting the finger and putting it in the mouth to allow sucking did not help. But what makes Night Fengwu feel angry is that in idle TV dramas, whenever the heroine hurts her hand, the hero will do this, and at that time, the heroine will be very touched. But why is it grossly useless on Qin Qinghan? When Night Fengwu unwillingly loosened Qin Qinghan's fingers, Qin Qinghan directly leaned against the wall behind him, the anger from earlier gradually turning into timidity. Fong's slap was completely out of instinct, and she had already had a premonition that she was afraid she would be beaten by him. But out of Qin Qinghan's expectation, instead of getting angry, Night Fengwu licked his face and smiled. So what? Don't worry about it, this is what I deserve. Saying that, Night Fengwu directly picked up the chopper and continued. How do you say cut? I'll cut. You're just responsible for cooking the food. Looking at the gentleness in the eyes of the Night Wind martial arts and his behavior of picking up a kitchen knife and preparing to cut vegetables, Qin Qinghan's heart was a mess, and he actually wanted to torture himself. How? Seeing Qin Qinghan leaning against the wall at a loss for words, Night Fengwu bitterly said, Wife, hurry up and cook. I haven't eaten anything for a day. At those words, Qin Qinghan's heart became even more uncertain and confused because she didn't even know how to defend herself against him anymore. And then, Qin Qinghan said expressionlessly, just cut it into segments. After saying that, Qin Qinghan directly picked up 2 potatoes and prepared to wash and peel them. Night Fengwu hurriedly grabbed the potatoes in Qin Qinghan's hands, like a new aunt who arrived at his mother-in-law's house for the first time, fearing that he would be disliked by his mother-in-law if he did less work. For a while, Qin Qinghan was once again at a loss for words. She even doubted that Night Fengwu was really a forced annihilator. Half an hour later, the family of 5 was sitting happily. No, I should say exasperatedly and particularly sullenly, around the table that they had just been able to squeeze down. Night Fengwu had long been famished. After a mouthful of rice was sent into his mouth, he just stared with wide eyes, not forgetting to give a thumbs up towards Qin Qinghan. Wife, your handiwork is too good. It's really a blessing for me, Night Fengwu, to be able to marry you. After saying that, Night Fengwu even wolfed it down. Night Fengwu definitely did not offer attentiveness and so on, but rather Qin Qinghan's craftsmanship is indeed very good. Although he went to not many restaurants, but he can let him call it delicious, but there are very few. On the side, hearing Night Fengwu's compliments, Qin Qinghan had no intention of rejoicing at all, as she picked up her chopsticks and gave Jingxi a bite of food, and tenderly said, Jingxi, eat. At today's banquet, Qin Qinghan also didn't take a bite. However, the rice bowl in front of her was never lifted. Yang Yu and Qin Ji were also stuffing their heads to eat, their hearts of course rejecting this aunt who suddenly squeezed into the family. Just then, Qin Qinghan's cell phone rang. The caller was the word elder uncle. Qin Qinghan's brows furrowed at once, but he still answered it. Uncle, is something wrong? Even though he was not friendly with his own eldest uncle, Qin Qinghan's tone was still soft. Soon, Qin Fei's voice came from the phone, and Qin Qinghan's face gradually turned difficult. Night Wind Marshal took in Qin Qinghan's face, and his brows furrowed slightly. Yang Yu asked, Qinghan, What does Qin Fei want with you? After Qin Qinghan put down the phone, she was the one who said with a worried face, he asked me to go to the Wind Hall engineering department tomorrow to negotiate a contract. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces instantly became ugly, and the former cursed furiously. What a Qin Fei! What a Qin Guangnan! He's trying to force you to your death. Yes, people know that the head of the Fenghao engineering department on the outskirts of the city is Jin Bao, and that Jin Bao is not only domineering, but is also a maniac who is as horny as life. I don't know how many women have been bullied and spoiled by him, and Qin Guangnan is obviously pushing you into the fire pit, so you can't go. Qin Ji's face was also gloomy as he looked at Qin Qinghan and said, your mom is right, you can't go. Qin Qinghan, however, said bitterly, if I don't go, Grandpa will dismiss me from the Qin group, and by then, without a job, how can I afford to take care of you in Jingxi? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces immediately became embarrassed. These years, the husband and wife daily idle. The family's entire source of funds are all dependent on Qinghan, so once Qinghan is out of work, they really have to drink the northwest wind. Although Qinghan's ability was outstanding, as long as she was dismissed by the Qin family, I'm afraid no company would dare to accept her. Qin Qinghan comforted, don't worry, I'm only going to negotiate. I won't necessarily encounter the golden leopard. At this time, Knight Fengwu, who hadn't said anything, suddenly spoke up, don't go, I'll figure out the money problem. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji both cast a contemptuous gaze at Knight Fengwu, as if to say again, you were just released from prison forcible annihilator. Where do you get your money from? Do you go to rob it? Even Qin Qinghan just shook his head. When the family finished this first dinner in boredom, Knight Fengwu grabbed the front of Qin Qinghan and washed the dishes. Today, Qin Guangnan's birthday banquet had left the family, except for Knight Wenwu, physically and mentally exhausted. So Mr. and Mrs. Qin Ji had gone to bed early. Qin Qinghan also held the clothes and walked into that narrow bathroom, and soon, the sound of water was coming from the closed bathroom door. Knight Fengwu looked at the door of the bathroom room and gritted his teeth. How in the world did she adapt to such a small washroom? I really want to go in and see. Pop. Alone. Knight Fengwu could only sit on the sofa and gulp down the smoke. Knight Fengwu's addiction to cigarettes was great, but if he was on a mission, he definitely would not smoke a single one. 20 minutes later, the door to the bathroom room opened, and the long-haired wet Qin Qinghan walked out. The loose pajama pants blocked her voluminous waist but couldn't hide that concave and erect place. A beautiful woman out of the bath is especially alluring, and Qin Qinghan is even more outstanding. At first, Knight Wenwu took taking care of Qin Qinghan's mother and daughter as a responsibility and a point of guilt. However, after actually seeing Qin Qinghan, any responsibility or guilt no longer mattered, because he seemed to touch something as doggone good as love at first sight. Chapter 7, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. Chapter 7, Sheep in the Tiger's Mouth. How could Qin Qinghan not notice how fiery Knight Fengwu's eyes were when he looked at her, which made her vigilance even stronger, and clutching her clothes she just ran to the bedroom in a panic. Boom! The door of the room was closed tightly. However, the Knight Wenwu did not hear the sound of locking the door. Thinking of this, Knight Fengwu extinguished his cigarette butt and walked directly towards Qin Qinghan's bedroom door. Click! After pushing open the door of the room, a glance was to see the mother and daughter of Qin Qinghan lying on the bed. At this time, Jingxi was already asleep next to Qin Qinghan, and like a frightened bird, Qin Qinghan curled herself tightly into the quilt, a pair of wary eyes glistening with tears. Wife, where do I sleep? Knight Wenwu asked softly, as if he was afraid that he would wake up Jingxi. Qin Qinghan knew that all his gentleness was false. Sooner or later he would extend his rough claws to himself, but soon, Knight Wenwu was to see the place where he should sleep. At this time, that narrow ground, obviously has been laid a layer of bedding. Really considerate daughter-in-law So, Knight Fengwu laid directly on it. It was very comfortable, and there was a light fragrance. However, when Knight Fengwu raised his eyes to look at Qin Qinghan, he saw that Qin Qinghan was still staring at himself with a pair of wary eyes, and his two pale palms were tightly gripping the quilt on his chest. Knight Fengwu said bitterly, if you feel uncomfortable and can't sleep peacefully, I can go to the living room couch and settle down for the night. Yes. Knight Fengwu had thought that his bitter trick should have made Qin Qinghan feel compassionate, but this raw, cold and desperate one good word was what made Knight Fengwu's mood instantly fall to the bottom. So he picked up his bedding and left the bedroom with a bereft look on his face. What a mouthful. What a serious act. Knight Fengwu had the habit of going to bed late and waking up early. So early the next morning, while the family was still sleeping, Knight Fengwu went downstairs to move his muscles, and bought a few breakfasts on the way. Of course, this diligence still didn't get even a single smile from Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan wore a set of sky blue professional clothes and pants today, and although she didn't put on any makeup, she still looked clear and elegant. Instead of eating breakfast, she instructed Mr. and Mrs. Qin Ji, Mom and Dad, you guys send Jingxi to school, I'll pick her up in the afternoon. After saying that, Qin Qinghan is hurriedly left. Today, she has to go to Fenghao project to talk about the project. If successful, they may be able to take some commission. After all, Fenghao real estate in the entire Haihua city is one of the best. I'll accompany you, Night Fingwu shouted. However, what answered Night Windwu was still that delicate back. At this time, Yang Yu said, if you really want to live in this family, then go find a decent job and don't let Qinghan suffer alone. After saying that, Yang Yu and Xinji went to send Jingxi to school. Night Windwu skimmed his lips and murmured, it's time to work. The job that Night Fingwu was talking about was of course not looking for a job, but a secret mission after his return to the city. Thus, Night Fingwu took out his cell phone and dialed a number, saying, Lin Chang, where is Luo Hua Group's address? Haihua City was an autonomous city in China, where countless business giants gathered, and the purpose of Qin Qinghan's trip was precisely the Fenghao project located in the development zone of Haihua City. It is said that a high-grade villa area will be built there within 2 years, covering an area of at least thousands of acres, and countless companies are scrambling to cooperate with Fenghao Engineering. After all, there is too much oil and water in it. The project department of Fenghao Engineering was set up in a row of very large two-story simple houses on the open space, and when Qin Qinghan parked the low-profile Chevrolet downstairs, it instantly drew disdainful gazes from a lot of people around. These were both workers and young men with tattoos all over their arms. Chevrolet, such a low car, so that these young people are showing contempt. After all, every day to come here to talk about cooperation of the company, which is not driving a luxury car to come. However, when Qin Qinghan, who was dressed in professional attire, came down from the driver's seat, everyone's gazes were instantly awestruck. A number of people even whistled. On such a cluttered construction site, you usually don't even see a woman, let alone a stunning beauty of national color like Qin Qinghan. What can I do for you, beautiful? At this time, several youths surrounded them, a pair of eyes looking up and down at Qin Qinghan's exquisite concave and convex figure, their eyes filled with frivolous smiles. Although Qin Qinghan had long been accustomed to the gazes of others looking at him, there was clearly some concern in his heart after he knew that this was the Golden Leopard's territory. But she still said stiffly, hello, I'm Qin Qinghan from the Qin Group, and I'd like to find your head to talk about a project. After hearing that such a great beauty was actually here to talk about a project, the faces of those few youngsters became wonderful, and one of them laughed, follow me. With that, he led Qin Qinghan towards the second-floor simple room. Soon, the youngster brought Qin Qinghan to the door of an office. Brother Panther, someone is here to talk about the project. The youngsters shouted from the office door. Asterisk 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 off. Talk about a ING project and don't disturb my rest. Soon a rude curse came from inside. The youngster hemmed and hawed and continued. Brother Panther, I won't let you down. Saying that, the youngster even took the initiative to push open the door, allowing Qin Qinghan to walk in first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Golden Leopard at this time is half lying in the boss chair napping. Room door suddenly opened. He was so angry just about to curse. However, when he saw Qin Qinghan's exquisite posture and the face of the city, this pot-bellied, wearing a short-inch head of the big man, suddenly a jolt, cursed to the half of the words were also swallowed back raw. At this moment, the Golden Panther was like being beaten with chicken blood. His entire eyes were red. When had he ever seen such a beautiful woman? But soon, Jin Bao's stunning gaze gradually became obscene, and hurriedly smiled towards Qin Qinghan. So it's about the project, ah. Quickly please sit, quickly please sit. With that, he took a bottle of wine and 2 tall glasses from the side and filled each. Qin Qinghan's brows furrowed. Not only was there a foul odor emanating from this office, but also, there was a wine cooler and a bar. There was even a very large bed. Therefore, Qin Qinghan already had the intention of retreating. At this time, Golden Leopard waved his hand towards the youngster, raised his eyes to Qin Qinghan, and laughed. Which company is the beauty from? When the young man saw this, he instantly understood what was going on, and then he retreated out with a wry smile on his face, and in the meantime, closed the door of the room tightly as well. After seeing the door of the room closed, Qin Qinghan's heart was even more bottomless, and then took a deep breath and said, hello Mr. Jin, I'm Qin Qinghan of Qin Group. The purpose of this time is to want to cooperate with Fenghao Engineering, and I hope that Mr. Jin can give us this opportunity. There was a playful smile in Jin Bao's eyes as he looked at Qin Qinghan's exquisite figure and stunningly beautiful face and said, so it's the Qin Group. I heard that Qin Guangnan had a granddaughter who was so beautiful that she was raped and annihilated at the age of 16. So it should be you. Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan's face visibly hardened by a few points. This was a stain that she could not erase for the rest of her life. Every time this matter was brought up, her heart was like a knife. Therefore, Qin Qinghan said with a somewhat hardened tone, Mr. Jin, My Qin group is willing to minimize the profit cost as long as we can cooperate with Fenghao Engineering. So, does Mr. Jin have any other conditions? Upon hearing this, Jinbao still had a lewd smile on his face and said, Manager Qin, you should know very well that this project of my Fenghao Engineering is very big, and there are countless companies that have the same conditions as yours, and there are even quite a few companies that would rather not have the profits than to cooperate with our Fenghao real estate. So who am I to give up this opportunity to your Qin group? After saying that, Golden Panther sat down on the boss chair, while pulling the other chair to his side and pointing to the chair. He again said, why don't you sit down and have a good chat? Looking at the chair that was right next to the Golden Panther, Qin Shinghan's brows were furrowed. She was not stupid. How could she not understand the Golden Panther's mind? She was tempted to turn around and leave, but thought that the mortgage would soon be paid, and if this business deal fell through, her grandfather would likely take this opportunity to fire himself, and by then, he wouldn't even be able to support the family's expenses. Therefore, Qin Shinghan walked over with a stiff upper lip, and she moved her chair outward a bit to maintain a 1-meter distance from the Golden Leopard before she was seated. Golden Leopard's pair of lewd eyes always stayed on top of Qin Shinghan's exquisite concave and convex body, but Qin Shinghan's professional clothes and pants were too conservative, so he couldn't take advantage of it at all. Seeing Qin Shinghan defending himself, Golden Leopard's face gradually pulled down, and then pushed a wineglass filled with red wine to Qin Shinghan's front, humming, Manager Qin, to tell you the truth, who this project cooperates with, all depends on my Golden Leopard's sentence, so if you Qin group want a rake in this bucket of gold, then, drink this cup of wine and lie on that bed. After that, you'll get a nice commission, and, after that, you'll be under the care of my Golden Panther. Saying that, the Golden Panther was the one who stretched his ever-obese palm towards Qin Shinghan's thigh. Chapter 8, Which Hand? Chapter 8, Which Hand? Seeing this, Qin Shinghan's originally gloomy face was instantly angry, and after seeing that large, disgusting hand reaching out to himself, Qin Shinghan suddenly got up and picked up his wineglass and splashed it on the Golden Leopard's face. Sheep not only did not occupy, but was splashed with a face of wine. The Golden Leopard is instantly annoyed and angry, got up and cursed, **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** human shoe that has been annihilated by someone? Qin Shinghan was so angry that her chest was heaving together as she said angrily, Mr. Jin, I'm here to talk about the project, and it seems that we don't have a chance to work together. Saying that, Qin Shinghan turned around and just walked towards the door. If you want to leave, when you enter this door, you have to get on that bed. The Golden Leopard sneered, and his 200-plus pound body suddenly pounced on Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan was so scared that she lost her color, and her heart immediately regretted that she really shouldn't have come over. She pushed the chair beside her toward the Golden Panther, who tripped and fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan panicked and ran towards the door. However, just as she took a step, the high-heeled shoes under her feet were grabbed by the Golden Leopard. Stinking, you can't run away. No one who is in my Golden Leopard's sights has been able to escape from my palm. Golden Leopard was lying on the ground, holding onto Qin Shinghan's high-heeled shoes with a death grip, and then raised his right hand in an attempt to grab Qin Shinghan's calf. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan raised his right foot and ruthlessly stepped on top of the Golden Panther's palm. The pointed heel of his shoe instantly caused a large gash to appear on the Golden Panther's palm, and blood instantly spilled outwards. Golden Leopard's right hand that was about to grab Qin Shinghan also retracted, grimacing in pain. Even the palm that was grabbing Qin Shinghan's high-heeled shoes was also loosened. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan panicked and ran towards the door. Boom! Qin Shinghan was just about to open the door, but he saw that the door of the room had already been roughly pushed open, and in an instant there was an influx of 5 or 6 ferocious-looking young men, several of whom reclosed the door and then unlocked it. Damn it! Strip her and tie her to the bed for me. Golden Leopard got up and then he shouted angrily. Qin Shinghan's heart was even more ashen, and his entire body shrank into a corner with his hands clasped to his chest. After hearing Golden Leopard's angry shout, the few youngsters smiled lewdly and immediately pounced towards Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan screamed and closed her eyes in despair. Boom! Right at that moment, a loud voice came into everyone's ears. Immediately following that, a door flew over and managed to slap the youth who was about to pounce in front of Qin Shinghan to the ground. This sudden scene startled the other few youngsters, and even Golden Panther looked at the door with an angry face, only to see a man wearing camouflage uniforms, at least 1 meter 8.5 tall, with a robust body slowly walking in from outside. The man's face was ice-cold and terrifying, as if he was a maddened hungry wolf, and when they glanced at him, those few youngsters all felt chills on their backs. Qin Shinghan had already reached the point of despair, she even had the mood to die, but when she realized that no one had touched her, she opened her eyes to look. It's him! Qin Xinghan was actually a little touched at this time, a pair of tearful eyes full of surprise looking at the tall figure in the doorway. The person who came is the Night Wind Martial Arts. Know the hearts of the people of the Night Wind Martial Arts, and cannot really rest assured that Qin Xinghan came to the Windhow Engineering Project Department alone. Dare to touch my Night Fingwu's woman. You guys really don't know how to write the word death? An icy cold and murderous voice came out from Night Fingwu's mouth. Golden Leopard was furious toward those several young people as to yell, "Damn, dare to spoil the good things of the old man. Give me to get him dead." In the construction site to find a random place to bury. For a madman like Golden Leopard, who had created many cases of human life, killing people was something he didn't have any psychological burden at all. Upon hearing that, those few small youths reddened their eyes and just rushed towards Night Fingwu. Boom! Night Fingwu hit a side kick. That heavy military boot directly kicked a small youth in the stomach. This kick directly kicked the small youth into the wall 3 meters away, knocking that simple wooden boards are knocked out a big pit. And then, Night Fingwu took a step forward, tucked his shoulders and sent his fist, and blasted the second youngster's heart with a punch. Put! Under a very low and muffled sound, this young man once again flew backward, and after hitting the wall, he just fainted. Night Fingwu had always been ruthless and attacked his vitals with every move. He wouldn't show mercy just because these people were ordinary people, but every move was like a lion fighting a rabbit. These 5 small youths who often wandered into fights and brawls, in the span of 2 seconds, were just put down by Night Fingwu, again all in just one move, and no one survived consciousness after one move. While it was not the first time that Qin Xinghan had seen Night Fingwu's violent methods and superhuman strength, it was the first time that Jin Bao had seen someone so capable of fighting. However, after all, Golden Leopard is a small head who mixes in the underground world, and quickly just collected the fear on his face, and instead said, "Brother, good hands, if you follow me, Golden Leopard, you will not be confused by money and women in the future. How about it?" Which hand? Night Fingwu slowly walked towards the Golden Leopard, his tone still cold and terrifying. What? The Golden Leopard frowned, as if he didn't understand the words of Night Fingwu. Which hand touched my wife? Night Fingwu said once more, his voice even more morose. Golden Leopard's face gradually became more ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "Brothers, paging." The word brother had just come out, and Night Fingwu had already arrived in front of Jin Bao, who barely managed to see how Night Fingwu ran to his side, but immediately following that, Night Fingwu's large hand was already placed on the back of the Golden Leopard's head. Boom! Under the loud muffled sound, that Golden Panther's obese face suddenly came into close contact with that sturdy mahogany table. In an instant, blood was staining the tabletop, making the already bright red door table even brighter. Night Fingwu grabbed the Golden Leopard's neck and lifted it up with one hand, knowing that this Golden Leopard was more than 200 pounds. However, Night Fingwu even effortlessly lifted its feet off the ground. Don't say yes. Then, all 4 limbs are ruined. Night Fingwu raised his eyes and looked at the Golden Leopard, his tone still icy cold. Cluck, big brother, I even sister-in-law's clothes corner. Didn't even touch it. Big brother, have mercy. The Golden Leopard's party's temper suddenly dispersed, and turned to a pleading face and said, he had been in the underground world for more than 20 years. How had he ever seen such a perverted person who could lift himself up with one hand, and if he wanted to kill himself, he would not have the ability to fight back at all? Which hand? Night Fingwu remained the same as earlier. The Golden Panther immediately died of heart. He really did not touch. Is touching the high heels is also considered to touch it. Their palms are close to being stepped through by Qin Xinghan's high heels. But the Golden Leopard knew that if he did not say something, this person was afraid that he would really waste his own limbs. So the Golden Leopard stretched out his left hand and said bitterly, This one. Pop. Night Fingwu extremely dryly grabbed the Golden Leopard's left hand, while then twisting it with a backhand. Click. Ow. In an instant, the Golden Leopard's pig-killing voice was resounding, only to see that his entire left arm had twisted to a miserable state. Qin Xinghan, who was on the side, also turned her head in fear. Click. Ow. Immediately following, the screams resounded once again, only to see that the Golden Leopard's right arm was also twisted into an irregular shape by Night Fingwu. Boom! Night Fingwu threw the Golden Leopard on the ground, only to see his 2 arms paralyzed on the ground as if they were noodles, and that Golden Leopard was even rolling on the ground in pain. Night Fingwu still didn't withdraw his hand, but slowly raised his foot in an attempt to crush the Golden Leopard's left leg. Stop! He really didn't touch me. Just scared me. Qin Xinghan was telling the truth. The Golden Leopard didn't touch her, and neither did those few youngsters. She didn't want Night Fingwu to continue to tyrannize the Golden Leopard. After all, Project Feng Hao had a lot of power, and this Golden Leopard was just a minion. Although she hated Night Fingwu as a forced annihilator, she was also unwilling to let Night Fingwu offend the entire Feng Hao project for herself. Click. Ow. Qin Shinghan's words didn't make Night Fingwu's raised foot retract. Instead, he stomped down even more ferociously, and in an instant, that one calf was completely shattered. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan's face turned even paler, and towards Night Fingwu he just shouted, "That's enough, he really didn't touch me, and those few people didn't touch me either. You shut up." Night Fingwu violently turned his head to look at Qin Shinghan. His tone was not only icy cold, but his eyes were also red and terrifying. Qin Shinghan didn't have much guts to begin with, so Night Fingwu's bellowing cry scared her so much that she suddenly screamed. Chapter 9, Eastern Dragon Overlord. Chapter 9, Eastern Dragon Overlord. Seeing the situation, Night Wind Martial Arts then realized that his emotions are a little out of control. He is too worried about Qin Shinghan. Of course, the heart is also angry. Angry that this Qin Shinghan knows that this time to come over to his own detriment, but still want to take the risk. However, very soon, Night Fingwu regretted his angry shout at Qin Shinghan just now. Right now, he couldn't leave any bad impression on Qin Shinghan, so Night Fingwu twitched the corners of his mouth and squeezed out a stiff smile, saying, "So what? I'm helping you out." While speaking, Night Fingwu had already stomped on the other calf of the golden leopard. He had already asked Lin Chang to inquire about the golden leopard and knew that this person had done a lot of hurtful things, and had even spoiled a lot of women. Night Fingwu almost didn't dare to imagine that if he came one step later, Qin Shinghan was going to be bullied, and in that case, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. The golden leopard had already suffered so much that he had fainted. However, Night Fingwu clearly didn't feel tired. Such a person, Night Fingwu was willing to spend most of his strength to torture him. Therefore, Night Wind Marshal poured the entire bottle of red wine on the golden leopard's head. Ow! The golden leopard once again woke up in pain. He was on the ground and could not move. He could only grit his teeth in pain and said, "Kid, you are so ruthless. Do you know who the old man is?" Boom! Night Wind Marshal swung the empty wine bottle in his hand directly onto the golden leopard's head, and under the sound of the golden leopard's hissing in pain, Night Wind Marshal plunged the sharp half of the bottle in his hand directly onto the golden leopard's shoulder. This scene could be described as extremely violent, and that Qin Shinghan didn't even dare to look up. She had thought that Night Wind Marshal would be violent, but she had never imagined him to be this violent, and his methods of torturing people made one's scalp go numb. Suddenly, Night Fingwu pulled a chair and sat down directly, and towards the golden panther he just said, "You're not worthy for me to recognize. However, your boss behind the scenes, I should recognize." Yuck! The golden leopard spat out a mouthful of blood-filled spit. He never thought he would suffer such inhuman torture. This person is too rampant. However, after hearing that he even said he knew his boss, the golden leopard actually laughed out loud. "Big talk, how could our boss know someone like you? I admit it today. However, my boss will definitely take revenge on me. You're just waiting to be broken into pieces, and your woman will." Also before the golden leopard's last few words could be uttered, Night Fingwu stomped on top of the golden leopard's bloodied palm, and the sound of bones cracking made one's scalp go numb. Qin Shinghan said with a pale face, "Let's go. We can't afford to mess with Phone Hao Real Estate." Although Qin Shinghan had never met the boss behind Phone Hao Real Estate, he had heard about it from his own grandfather. The underground world of Haiwa City was divided by two people east and west, the East Dragon Overlord and the West Tiger Black Wind, who occupied all the gray forces in Haiwa City, and the Qin group was considered to be a dignified family in Haiwa City. But even so, the Qin clan group didn't dare to fight against either of the Eastern Dragon or Western Tiger, and the boss behind the Wind Hao Real Estate. It is known as the East Dragon King Jiang Hao, a rise in just 8 years of ruthless characters. It is said that he was able to get to this point today, under the hands of at least nearly 100 lives. Night Fingwu didn't get up, but lit a cigarette and said, "Aren't you here to talk about the project? If it fizzles out, won't your grandfather fall on his sword and dismiss you?" At those words, Qin Shinghan's heart was suddenly bitter. His life was gone. What else would he need the project for? When she wanted to continue saying something, she suddenly heard the sound of a burst of rapid braking coming from outside, followed closely by the sound of a car door opening and closing even more. At this moment, Qin Shinghan was suddenly ashen. That golden leopard even more painfully laughed wildly. "Ah, wait for death, brat." In an instant, dozens of ferocious figures emerged at the entrance, each holding a steel pipe in their hands. This scene frightened Qin Shinghan, and her instinct was to lean towards Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu was always calm as ever. He pulled a chair, patted it and said, "Come, sit down and wait to sign the project." Night Fingwu's words left Qin Shinghan at a loss for words. If it wasn't for the fact that she had good cultivation, she would have wanted to scold him. It was this time of the year and he was still thinking about the project, but she knew that it would be a death either way, so she had to go with him. Thus, Qin Shinghan really sat down on the chair, only that her entire delicate body couldn't help but shiver. "Daring to cause trouble in my Phone Hao engineering department, you'd better give me a reason why you can leave alive. Just then, the crowd at the entrance flashed out of the way and a burly figure stepped in. The man was 27 or 18 years old, clad in a black trench coat, with a hideous scar extending down his left eye to just below his cheek, making his originally good-looking face suddenly much more menacing. With just one glance, Qin Shinghan's face was once again pale and colorless. Although she hadn't seen Jiang Hao, she had heard people describe it. Who else could this iconic scar be if not Jiang Hao, the East Dragon Overlord who was enough of a handful in the underground world of Hanhwa City? At this moment, Qin Shinghan knew that both he and he were going to die here. As the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao, it was very easy to kill two people. Even the Qin family definitely did not have the guts to call the police. Therefore, Qin Shinghan looked at Night Fingwu and said, "I'm sorry, I'm the one who dragged you into this." She hates Night Fingwu, hates that he is a forcible annihilator, but it doesn't prove that she is hard-hearted. Night Fingwu was here to save herself after all. Night Fingwu turned his head to look at Qin Shinghan and said with a stiff expression, "Wife, if we don't die today, let's go get a marriage license tomorrow." "Okay, a day without a license. I always feel that my heart is not steady." Saying that, Night Fingwu actually boldly grabbed Qin Shinghan's hand. It was cold in her hand. She was indeed terrified. Qin Shinghan wanted to break free, but the strength of Night Fingwu was too great for her to break free, so she could only let him hold her hand. She wanted to refuse, but after seeing Night Fingwu's slightly exaggerated pitiful eyes, she finally softened her heart. Perhaps they wouldn't live to see tomorrow, so she nodded. "All right." Seeing Qin Shinghan agree, Night Fingwu instantly grinned. However, the smile didn't last long. Night Fingwu's face just slowly became icy cold, and then looked at Jiang Hao, saying, "My wife came to talk about a project, and your people even want to get their hands on her. Is this reason okay?" After hearing the words of Night Fingwu, Qin Shinghan's face showed bitterness. What kind of reason is this? Jiang Hao and Golden Leopard are originally a nest of snakes and rats, or he really wants any reason? Brother Hao, help a brother kill this bastard. That Golden Leopard tilted his face up with difficulty and cried out towards Jiang Hao with a pleading face. And at this moment, Jiang Hao's ferocious face was always oddly abnormal. A pair of eyes at the moment he stepped into the room. His did not leave the Night Wind martial arts. Even his stout body is also vaguely trembling. "Brother Hao, you must do the right thing for your brother." Golden Leopard continued to cry. Although Jiang Hao was standing still, the name of that East Dragon Overlord and the unruffled fierce aura on his body still made Qin Shinghan not dare to raise his eyes to look at him. The whole thing was more like a lamb to the slaughter waiting to be dealt with. At this time, Jiang Hao finally spoke. "Wake them all up." Jiang Hao's voice was hoarse and low. Upon hearing this, the group behind him were all slightly stunned, but they still went forward to kick the youths who had fainted to death from the night foam was beating to wake them up. After those 6 youths woke up, they were wailing for a while, and each of them had a few broken ribs. Ho, ho! The 6 of them endured the pain in their bodies and greeted Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face was cold and scary, and then he reached out and snatched a steel pipe from one of his men next to him, and swung it down towards the thigh of one of the youths. The force of this stick was so great that there wasn't an ounce of strength left. Boom! Ow! Miserable screams and the sound of bones breaking suddenly reached everyone's ears. This stick not only caught the youngster and everyone behind Jiang Hao off guard. Even Qin Shinghan was so shocked that she covered her mouth. After knocking off one man's leg, Jiang Hao didn't have to stop, but once again swung the steel pipe and knocked on the thigh of the second youth. Click! Similarly, that youth screamed miserably as lying on the ground, his entire thigh bent down. How? What mistake have we made? Seeing this, the other 4 youths were stunned. The 4 of them didn't dare to move, and could only ask for reasons with fear in their hearts. However, those who knew Jiang Hao wouldn't ask that because Jiang Hao had his own reasons for everything he did. Chapter 10, Brother Wu. Chapter 10, Brother Wu. Therefore, although the dozens of juniors behind Jiang Hao were surprised, none of them opened their mouths. Boom boom boom. Jiang Hao didn't say a single word, but instead knocked down one stick after another. And that Golden Leopard has long been scared bloodless. He is the same, does not know the reason. What in the end he made a mistake. Has always been righteous. How will suddenly take action against his own brother. At that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly was squatting down in front of Golden Leopard's body, and that icy voice came out of his mouth. "This time, I'll let you know your mistake." And then, Jiang Hao pointed to Night Fingwu and Qin Shinghan respectively and said again, "He is my brother, and she is my sister-in-law." As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the Golden Leopard were first shocked, and then became desperate and bitter. He never dreamed that he would extend the claws of the devil to the woman that Hao called his sister-in-law. And at this moment, he also finally realized that the person who could not leave alive today was himself. Those few youths with broken legs are also scared and trembling and uneasy. They even made a move against Hao's big brother and sister-in-law, which is like showing off their long life in front of the god of death. Behind Jiang Hao, the dozens of subordinates who had jumped into action were also wide-eyed. No wonder Hao was so abnormal today. However, what shocked them the most was that there was someone in Haiwa City who could make brother Hao call him a brother's existence. Who exactly was this person? There was no one more shocked than Qin Xinghan. When the East Dragon Overlord said that she was his sister-in-law, her head actually buzzed at a loss for words. Could it be that Night Fingwu was not only a forced annihilator? He is also related to the underground organization. It must be like this. What kind of sins have I created, that I would agree to get a license with an outlaw? Although that golden leopard knew that he would surely die, he still cried and begged for mercy from Night Fingwu and Qin Xinghan. Big brother, sister-in-law, little brother has no eyes, but little brother really didn't touch a single finger of sister-in-law. I beg big brother and sister-in-law to spare this dog's life of little brother. Qin Xinghan was a woman after all, and a woman with a kind heart. Even if she was evil, she would show compassion when she knew she was wrong. Therefore, Qin Xinghan's face gradually became tangled. She wanted to plead for mercy, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. Jiang Hao looked at Night Wind Wu and said, Brother Wu, say something. Night Fingwu spat out a mouthful of smoke rings, and expressionlessly snuffed out the cigarette, but before he said indifferently, it shouldn't be troublesome for you, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly understood what was going on, and then he got up and said, prepare 7 sacks and dispose of them. As soon as the words fell, the faces of that golden leopard and the other 6 youths were instantly deathly gray. Ho 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 Rao. One of the juniors just asked for mercy, was dragged out by 2 people, and even the other few people including the golden leopard were also dragged out one after another as if they were dragged out like dead dogs. The golden leopard did not beg for mercy again, because he understands Jiang Hao. The East Dragon hegemony can come to this point today. His ruthless means is not at all common people can imagine. Beg for mercy, can only make himself more painful? Night Fingwu clearly felt Qin Xinghan's body trembling, and her palms were getting even colder. Night Fingwu knew that Qin Xinghan was terrified. She was after all a woman with a soft heart. How had she ever seen such a scene? Therefore, Night Fingwu tried his best to show some gentleness and smiled towards Qin Xinghan. It's alright, they do this all the time. What's more, no good deed goes unpunished and evil is rewarded with a good deed. These people from Golden Leopard deserve to die. Well, Night Fingwu does not comfort, okay? These words down, so that Qin Xinghan taut heartstrings instantly as a collapse. She covered her mouth with one hand, almost let herself cry out, but the hot tears still flowed down along the cracks of the fingers. Of course, Qin Xinghan cried, not in sympathy with the Golden Leopard and the 6 young people. Most of the reason is by the East Dragon King's aura to scare. She is after all just an ordinary person, however experienced the murder of this matter. That is 7 lives. He casually a sentence is to decide their life and death. Night Fingwu seemed to understand that Qin Xinghan was crying from fear, so he threw the anger in his heart onto Jiang Hao, and grunted in a bad mood. Couldn't you have just dragged them out before getting them killed? Do you have to say it here? At those words, Jiang Hao's face was embarrassed, but he still accompanied a smile towards Qin Xinghan. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I'll pay attention next time. Next time. After hearing the next time, Qin Xinghan's tears could not be stopped even more. It was rumored that this person had nearly 100 lives in his hands, but now it seems that nearly 1,000 of them should be there. After all, she and this Night Wind martial arts who forced his way into her life, only knew less than a day. She did not understand his past at all, and did not even know how he was. The only thing she can be sure of is that this person is even more terrifying than the East Dragon Overlord. Seeing Qin Xinghan cry even harder, Night Fingwu blared fiercely at Jiang Hao and scolded, "Get out!" Hey! After Jiang Hao was scolded, instead of having a hint of anger, he became even more playful, just like a little brother who had done something wrong. This scene stunned dozens of henchmen behind Jiang Hao. How had they ever seen the domineering brother Hao groveling so much? Was this really the Donglong Overlord who had ridden the underground world of Haiwa City? However, they gradually understood one thing, that is, the person who can make Hao so respected. This person is afraid to be very uncomplicated. Jiang Hao did not feel uncomfortable in the slightest because he was so inferior in front of his little brother. Instead, he felt that he deserved it because, in the whole of China, the only person who could make him put down all his self-respect was the person in front of him. At this time, the face of the Night Wind martial arts gradually sank, and then raised his eyes to Jiang Hao, faintly said, "Xiao Hao, you now have hard wings, and all people dare to use the principle of the year." You still retained a few points. Hearing Night Fingwu's bland tone with a hint of a low tone, Jiang Hao's heart instantly tightened, and a pair of gazes were flooded with a thick sense of guilt. He was not the kind of person who preferred to explain. He understood Night Fingwu's temperament better. Wrong was wrong. Explaining would only make him look down on himself even more. Therefore, Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but lifted his right leg and placed it flat on the table. When everyone did not know what Jiang Hao intended to do, they saw that Jiang Hao suddenly swung the steel pipe in his hand and smashed it into his thigh without a moment's hesitation, a stick that spared no effort in the same way. Seeing this, all of Jiang Hao's juniors were shocked and stared in amazement. Qin Qinghan also took a deep breath. This mighty East Dragon Overlord would go and make such a self-inflicted move just because of a single word from Night Fingwu. What kind of relationship they used to have in the past? Boom! Under the dull ringing sound, that steel pipe ruthlessly smashed down, and in an instant, that Jiang Hao's face just changed. Because the stick didn't land on one's leg at all, but smashed on top of a thick arm full of muscular lines. Everyone could clearly see that the steel pipe had been bent to 45 degrees, showing the strength of Jiang Hao's stick. But what they were most shocked about was that this stick, which was enough to crack a hard rock, had failed to leave a single mark on that sturdy arm. Brother Wu. Jiang Hao's face was filled with guilt, and his voice, Brother Wu, was even a little trembling. Night Fingwu snatched the steel pipe from Jiang Hao's hand and slightly exerted his force. That steel pipe unexpectedly became straight again, and this scene, moreover, made those juniors behind Jiang Hao feel horrible about Night Fingwu's power. Night Fingwu looked at Jiang Hao and said in an extremely serious tone, "This time, I'll carry it for you, and next time, I'll do it myself." Night Fingwu's words were very obvious. If Jiang Hao still had men like Jin Bao under him, Night Fingwu would personally break Jiang Hao's legs. This was the principle of Night Wind Wu, one that had been laid down for Jiang Hao as early as 8 years ago. Jiang Hao grinned like a small child and said, "Brother Wu, it definitely won't be." After saying that, Jiang Hao hugged Night Fingwu, and Night Fingwu patted Jiang Hao's back, interpreting the brotherly love that he hadn't seen in 8 years. After the two of them separated, Jiang Hao was polite towards Qin Qinghan smiled. "Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Hao, you will call me Xiao Hao. Today's matter is a brother with a bad talent." Let's sister-in-law was frightened. "So, this car will be taken as a reparation to apologize to sister-in-law." Saying that, Jiang Hao suddenly pulled out an electronic key from his pocket before handing it to Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan glanced at the Ferrari logo on the key, but she didn't pick it up and wouldn't. And until now, she was still in a state of shock. Chapter 11, The Green Dragon of China. Similarly, she had always retained a strong scorn and distaste for people like Jiang Hao, so how could she accept his gift? Seeing that Qin Qinghan refused to accept his gift, Jiang Hao looked at Night Fingwu with a difficult face. Night Fingwu knew that Qin Qinghan wouldn't accept it, so he said, "You've opened it. Of course my wife won't accept it. She's here today to talk about the project." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao instantly understood, and only then did he put away the car keys, and then turn toward a junior behind him. "Bring all the contracts for this project, and let sister-in-law pick them out as she pleases." "Okay, Brother Ho." A junior brother hurriedly ran out. Qin Qinghan, however, shook his head and said with downcast eyes, "No need, I don't want to sign." Night Fingwu knew that Qin Qinghan didn't want to owe herself, but she didn't even know that this was what she owed her. Therefore, Night Fingwu secretly made a wink towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao hurriedly made a bitter face and said, "Sister-in-law, if you don't sign it, Brother Wu will definitely settle the score with me, and the next time you see me, I might have to be in a wheelchair." After saying that, Jiang Hao similarly squeezed his eyes towards the dozens of juniors behind him as well. Those juniors also instantly understood, and hurriedly began to bitterly beg Qin Qinghan, "Sister-in-law, sign it and have mercy on our Ho." "Yes, sister-in-law, if you don't sign it, Wu won't forgive Ho." Dozens of little brothers begged Qin Qinghan, which made Qin Qinghan's mood mixed feelings. Originally, she came to beg Feng Hao Engineering to sign, but now, it was even countered by Feng Hao Engineering begging to sign, all because of the Night Fingwu. This let himself both loathe and fear of forced annihilation criminals. Qin Qinghan was still a soft-hearted person after all, and finally nodded. Soon, the contract was brought, but Qin Qinghan was not a greedy person. She only chose a project that was suitable for the Qin group, but this project, once completed, was enough for the Qin group to rake in a large sum of money. Next, Jiang Hao personally took Qin Qinghan and Night Fingwu to the construction site, allowing Qin Qinghan to examine all the matters of the entire project. Qin Qinghan was very serious and rigorous about her work, so in order to make records, she didn't even eat lunch, which made Jiang Hao want to do east to make amends, and apologies are no chance. Can only bring a bunch of juniors to follow Qin Qinghan's back to starve. Jiang Hao and Nightwind Wu walked behind, and the former whispered, "Brother Wu, why is it that I've searched all the prisons in and around Haihua City, and I've never been able to find you?" Hearing this, Night Fingwu looked at Qin Qinghan's back and said, "I'll tell you about this later." Night Fingwu just stayed in the detention center for a month. After that it was secretly brought into the special forces. Until now, he still does not know. Will be out of the prison in the end. Who is it? Why they do this? Seeing this, Jiang Hao guessed that Night Fingwu seemed to not want Qin Qinghan to know too much, so he asked again, Is sister-in-law the girl who was drugged back then? Night Fingwu nodded and said, in these 8 years, you should have found out something, right? Jiang Hao nodded and said, it's Black Wind's son, Chen Shang. You wasted one of his legs back then, so that's why he premeditated the whole plan. And back then, my sister-in-law was the pearl of the Qin family, and we weren't capable of fighting against the Qin family back then. So Chen Shang asked my sister-in-law's classmates to ask her out for a sing-along, and later secretly drugged her drink. Chen Shang has not only bribed those female classmates of my sister-in-law, but also one of our juniors. Night Fingwu's face was gloomy and scary, and he coldly grunted, is it really so? West Tiger Black Wind. It seems that he should also be removed from Hanhwa City. Back then, Night Fingwu sang and drank with Jiang Hao and some other punks, and when he was halfway through the drink, one of the juniors said that he would introduce him to a friend to recognize. Therefore, Night Fingwu muddled into another room, which was empty, and that little brother told Night Fingwu to wait for a moment while he left on his own. When Night Fingwu drank half a bottle of drink, he suddenly felt that his whole body was hot and dry, and at that time, he also happened to see a girl shrinking in the dim corner. The drug made Nightwind Wu lose his nature, but that girl did not resist at that time, and through the dim light, he could only see the tears on the girl's face. Once the girl had left in her wretched clothes, several men in police uniforms broke down the door. Now that I think about it, I have indeed been counted. Chen Shang. What a Chen Shang who doesn't know how to die. Looking at Night Fingwu's gloomy face, Jiang Hao said, that little brother who betrayed us has already been fed to the dogs by me. As for Chen Shang and a few of his sister-in-law's female classmates, I haven't made a move yet. Night Fingwu nodded and hummed, there is no hurry, since I have returned. Then, there will be no rules that can bind me. At the words, Jiang Hao was first stunned, and then a touch of hot blood surged in his eyes, and the madman of that year finally returned. In these 8 years, Night Fingwu slowly became a soldier king, then today's military god of war, a young 26 years old. And after there is no bondage of June_DUI, the Night Wind martial arts will not have to comply with any restrictions. So, let us rise from Hanhwa City first. After all, want to complete that secret mission? If one does not have the power, it will be very passive. At this moment, in a huge villa, inside the spacious room filled with antique wooden furniture, on top of the wide wooden chair, there was an old man with white hair but still hard body. Although the old man is already old, but the dark gaze is still bright. His body is exuding an unruly aura. It can be seen that the old man was once a June_N. In front of the old man stood a man in his 40s. The man was dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with a straight figure and a handsome face. These two can be loud and clear. The middle-aged man was named Yi Feng, the only son of Yi Zhengong and his candidate. Dad, he's been expelled from the military. Do you want us to give a word to that side? Yi Feng respectfully said to the old man. Yi Zhengong, however, shook his head and said, he belongs to the Blood Wolf Special Forces, an establishment outside of the 5 armies, and unless the top brass personally orders it, who can dismiss him? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's handsome face was slightly stunned before he was saying, you mean, he's on a mission? Yi Zhengong nodded his head before sighing. It seems that this mission should be related to that organization. After hearing that organization, Yi Feng's eyes flashed a touch of worry, and then said, they are a bit excessive, even if he can't possibly fight that organization. Yi Zhengong sighed again, we can't intervene. However, we can give him some help appropriately. In addition, that girl from the Luo family is also in Hanhwa City, right? Yi Feng nodded and said, she is now the chairman of a company with over $10 billion of assets under her hand. Hearing this, Yi Zhengong's eyes flooded with a touch of regret and sighed, alas, it's a pity. I heard that Luo family's girl was born with a sunken fish and geese, and had the title of the first beautiful woman. Originally, Luo family's girl would have become my grandson's daughter-in-law. Yi Feng was also filled with bitterness before saying, Dad, after all this, have you ever regretted abandoning him from the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhengong frowned and said in a grave tone, Fenger, you have already violated a major taboo by marrying that woman into the Yi family. If not for the fact that I still have some prestige, my Yi family would have long since been squeezed out of the 5 Tiger sect. Moreover, that woman leaving alone and leaving her 1-month-old son with you will undoubtedly make that organization go crazy against our Yi family. So it's for his own good to send him away. After all, there's no way that organization would let the son of the Virgin live on earth. Yi Feng heart bitter, a pair of eyes is more full of sorrow. There, because of love with her. For her, they are willing to put down everything, fight all to protect her. But he had let her down. Not only had he failed to protect her, he couldn't even recognize his own son. Yi Zhengong could see the bitterness in his son's heart and sighed. Fenger, give him some time, perhaps, he will be able to do something that all of us can't do, and at that time, we will be able to receive him back in name only. Yi Feng's face became even more bitter as he said, when the time comes, I'm afraid he won't recognize us. At those words, Yi Jing'on's brows also furrowed. 26 years ago, when he was still a baby before the full moon, he himself abandoned him without mercy. All of this is because of a man and a woman who should not have loved each other. And that baby, because of that man and woman, has suffered all the sins. Yi Feng again said, he is the god of war in the army. But Luo Tianfei once said that his temperament is elusive and unrestrained. After losing the constraints of the June_DUI, God knows what crazy things he will do in the city now. I only hope that he won't mess with those godlike humans. Chapter 12, the scale of the adversary is touched. Chapter 12, the scales of adversity touched. Originally, Jian Hao was prepared to set up a reception banquet in the evening and apologize to Qin Xinghan. However, Qin Xinghan directly refused on the grounds that she still had to pick up her daughter from school. Therefore, Night Fingwu and Jiang Hao made an appointment to go to the banquet the next night. He wanted to know more about the inner workings of Haihua City, and he couldn't know everything in detail with the aid of Lin Chang and a few others alone. Before starting that mission, the Qin family and the West Tiger Black Wind had to be wiped out from Haihua City first. This was his compensation for the 8 years he owed Qin Xinghan. Low-end Chevrolet driving in the spacious city, Night Wind Wu obviously can feel the sound of the engine aging. Since Qin Xinghan was still in a state of shock up to now, Night Fingwu took the initiative to act as the driver. He said, you should really take Hao's Ferrari. That kid's car is worth at least $5 million. Qin Xinghan's face was still pale. She stared out of the car window. Her thoughts had long been lost. Everything today was as if it was a nightmare. She had almost witnessed the deaths of 7 people. After hearing the words of the Night Wind martial arts, Qin Xinghan said indifferently, thanks for today. A thank you made Night Fingwu grin at once, but immediately following that, he just tensed his face and said, if you're thanking me because I saved you, I hope that I'll never hear those words again in the future. At those words, Qin Xinghan turned her face towards Night Fingwu, thinking, is he doing this because he doesn't want to save himself in this kind of situation? Immediately following, Night Fingwu once again seriously said, never let yourself fall into such a crisis again. If you suffer a hint of harm, I will not be able to afford it. Qin Xinghan's pale face was suddenly astonished, and her beautiful eyes were even filled with strangeness as she looked at Night Wind Marshal. Qin Xinghan was able to feel very clearly that Night Fingwu cared about himself. And what in the world did he do it for? If he is not a strong annihilator, not an outlaw, just based on what he did for himself, and the words just now, he may really be filled with good feelings for him. Promise me, okay? Night Fingwu was suddenly going to hold Qin Xinghan's palm that was resting on his thigh. However, Qin Xinghan also raised her hand to tease the hair in front of her at precisely this time, so Night Fingwu's large hand directly touched Qin Xinghan's thigh. Even though it was separated by a pair of pants, Night Fingwu could still feel the softness and elasticity. Qin Xinghan didn't expect Night Fingwu to suddenly take advantage of her, and instinctively, she fiercely slapped at the large hand. Pop! Ah! However, this vicious slap didn't reach that big evil hand, but instead slapped on his own thigh, causing Qin Xinghan to frown in pain. Qin Fingwu's reflexes and speed were not comparable to Qin Xinghan's, so the moment Qin Xinghan's palm landed, he instinctively drew back. Seeing this, Night Fingwu nearly laughed out loud, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while apologizing. Sorry, instinctive reaction, you do it again. I definitely won't dodge this time. Saying that, Night Fingwu actually shamelessly placed his palm on Qin Xinghan's thigh once again. Qin Xinghan's eyes were brimming with tears, perhaps from pain, perhaps from aggravation, but she didn't continue to move her hand, instead allowing that big hand to rest on her leg. Do whatever you want, I'll admit it. Qin Xinghan once again turned his face out of the car window. Today, she met the East Dragon Overlord who ruled half of the sky in Haihua City, and that terrifying existence was actually Night Fingwu's little brother. What else could one expect when one fell into his hands, but to hope that after he tortured himself, he wouldn't go and hurt his family. If Night Fingwu knew that Qin Xinghan had such thoughts, I'm afraid that he would directly drive this Chevrolet into a ditch. He must impress her with his sincerity. He must make her realize that he is a decent man. Therefore, Night Fingwu just gently pinched on that slender thigh, then put it back. Well, just pinched that purely a man's instinctive reaction. Don't you want to know my relationship with Jian Hao? Night Fingwu suddenly asked. Qin Xinghan faintly said, not interested. At that time, the Night Wind martial arts old face a burst of embarrassment. He is ready to some big bragging. Not that. Many girls like to pull the wind overbearing man. This Qin Xinghan is really a different kind of awe. As for Jian Hao, that is Night Fingwu played since childhood to big friends. The two are very competitive in junior high school graduation after dropping out of school to go home, and then fight to collect protection money. Until now, Night Fingwu are secretly gnashing their teeth. One was really scourged by those kooky kid movies from back in the day, although they really pulled their weight. At the age of 18, Night Fingwu had already made a name for himself in the underground world of Haihua City, and at the same time, he had offended quite a few people. As for Jiang Hao, Night Fingwu had saved his life more than once, and from that time onwards, Jiang Hao had worshipped Night Fingwu to the extreme, and had even obeyed Night Fingwu's words. Later, he was drugged and framed by the son of the West Tiger Black Wind and went to prison on the charge of being a forced annihilator. Along the way, Qin Shinghan looked at the time from time to time, and his face was slightly anxious. Jingxi gets out of school at 5:30, and it's already 5:25, so I'm afraid I won't be able to make it on time. You drive faster. Qin Shinghan urged Night Wind Marshal for the third time. Night Fingwu bitterly pointed to the long line of cars in front of him and said, "Wife, traffic jam." Qin Shinghan tightly bit her red lips, with indescribable anxiety in her eyes. Seeing this, Night Fingwu was puzzled. It wasn't just a matter of picking up the child a little later. So he asked, "There's no rush. Jingxi is very smart. She should be able to find a safe place to wait for us." At those words, the anxiety in Qin Shinghan's eyes still did not diminish, and even the palms of his hands that were clutching the corners of his coat were quite pale. This makes Night Windwu even more puzzled. What exactly is she worried about? Is there any trouble with Jingxi? Thinking of this, Night Fingwu immediately honked his horn, urging the car line in front of him. Less than a kilometer away, Night Fingwu drove for 15 minutes before stopping at the entrance of the elementary school that Qin Shinghan had mentioned. There, a number of parents had already received their children and left. Before Night Fingwu's car had even stopped, Qin Shinghan had already pushed out the door and hurriedly ran towards the school entrance. Seeing this, Night Fingwu also hurriedly followed. From afar, Night Fingwu had already seen a group of people gathered around the school entrance. There were 8 or 9-year-old students and many parents. Dozens of meters apart, Night Fingwu heard a burst of mocking laughter. Qin Jingxi, the little wild seed. Father is a forced annihilator. Mother is a dirty woman. Qin Jingxi, the little wild seed. Father is a forced annihilator. Mother is a dirty woman. In just an instant, Night Fingwu's face was gloomy to a terrifying degree before he took large strides over. In the crowd, Jingxi was carrying her backpack, and there was even quite a bit of drool on her school uniform, and that delicate little face like a porcelain doll was even more filled with stubborn aggression. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't let herself cry. God knows if she went through this humiliation every day. At least a dozen bratty kids were mocking and humiliating Jingxi, while their parents actually stood by and watched with smiles on their faces, unable to even realize the moral distortion their children were facing. A little boy said towards his mom, "Mom, this is Qin Jingxi. Her mom was raped by a rapist and she doesn't even know who her dad is." That little boy's mom was only 30 years old, but her skin had long since yellowed and she had to rely on heavy foundation to adorn it. The woman's gaze toward Jingxi was also full of dislike, and then she said toward her son with a doting face, "Don't play with kids like this at school. How dirty." Meditation. At this time, Qin Shinghan suddenly ran over, looking at Jingxi's aggrieved little face and messy school uniforms. She was heartbroken, but she forced herself not to cry out, but hugged Jingxi and walked towards the crowd. She never wanted to hear any more humiliation from these people. Qin Shinghan was dressed in a professional dress and pants, showing her perfect figure to the fullest, especially her heavenly appearance, which made many male parents stare in amazement, and even some female parents were jealous. Chapter 13 Violence in front of the school. Chapter 13 Violence in front of the school. However, these parents felt much more balanced after realizing that this was the same Qin Shinghan who had been spoiled by the forcible annihilator back then. The heavily made-up female parent grunted in disgust. "What's the use of looking good? You're still spoiled. It's really a big beauty, but unfortunately, it's cheap for a rapist." A lewd-looking male parent looked at Qin Shinghan's exquisite figure and said with a look of regret. Qin Shinghan had long been accustomed to hearing the humiliation and mockery of these people, and at this moment, she only wanted to take her daughter and leave this place quickly. Night Fingwu walked in big steps. His face was gloomy and scary. Only now, he finally was able to understand why Qin Shinghan was always looking at the time in the car. Why Qin Shinghan was so anxious to arrive at the school on time. As it turned out, she had known that this kind of thing would happen. And it wasn't hard to imagine just how many people Qin Shinghan's mother and daughter had been taunted and humiliated by in these 8 years. Night Fingwu blocked Qin Shinghan, who wanted to rush back to the car in a hurry. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan's eyes were filled with tears as she said in a pleading tone, "Let us go, please." Night Fingwu didn't move half a bit. His voice was low. "It's hard for my heart to be at peace if I just leave like this." As he said that, Night Fingwu raised his hand to wipe the drool off of Jingxi's book bag, a rigid face filled with guilt and anger. For a moment, Qin Shinghan's heart was touched, and his concern for Jingxi seemed to exceed that of anyone other than himself. And what exactly did he do it for? When Night Fingwu went around in front of Qin Shinghan's face gradually changed. With this man's violent temper, he was afraid that he was going to do something impulsive. Sure enough, Night Fingwu arrived in front of the students and parents who had just humiliated and mocked Qin Shinghan's mother and daughter. Those elementary school students and a group of parents were all looking puzzled, not sure who this tall, handsome man was. Night Fingwu was like a hungry wolf slowly approaching its prey. Gradually, those few elementary school students who had just humiliated Jingxi were all scared and leaned tightly on their moms and dads. Even the few parents were frowning as they stared at Night Fingwu. After Night Fingwu stood still, he was looking at one of the young boys who had humiliated and abused Jingxi, and a low voice came out of his mouth. You spat on my daughter and called her mother a dirty woman, didn't you? That little boy was already a bit scared just by seeing Night Fingwu's ferocious gaze, let alone answering Night Fingwu's words. Ah, Mom, I'm scared. The little boy, after all, was only 7 or 8 years old, and in an instant, he was crying out in fear, and along with the other few children who had taunted Jingxi just now, they were all trembling and crying as well. Seeing the situation, the little boy's mother and other parents immediately annoyed. The former is pointing at the Night Wind martial arts is shouting, who are you? Ah, small children say what has nothing to do with you. If you scare my son, I cannot spare you. Night Fingwu's eyes were slightly amidst his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, at a young age, you're hurting people out of your mouth. As a parent, don't you care? The little boy's mother grunted condescendingly. What do you care? Besides, what my child said is the truth. This whole school building, which one doesn't know that Qin Shinghan is a dirty woman who has been spoiled by a forced annihilator? Pop! The woman's words had just finished. A loud slap was slapped over. The force of this slap was so great that it directly slapped the woman out more than 3 meters away. Ouch! After the woman fell on the ground, is to issue a sane miserable scream, the entire jaw is dislocated, along with a mouthful of teeth actually also fell off 7 or 8. Night Fingwu doesn't hit women unless he can't help it, and today, he didn't. For a moment, the woman was so scared that her face was bloodless. How she would never have thought that this person would actually dare to beat her in broad daylight. She wanted to curse, or scream for help, but nay, her jaw was dislocated and all she could do was make a strange whimpering noise. That little boy was even so scared that he sat down softly on the ground and cried out. His entire pants were wetted, and even those elementary school students next to him who had taunted Jingxi had a puddle of water coming out from under their pants. Those few parents who had wanted to accuse Night Fingwu were also scared and took a few steps backward, all burying their faces in fear that this violent man would come after them. Night Fingwu looked around his face, once again hummed, the son does not teach the father's fault. Your children do not care now. When they grow up, naturally there will be someone to manage for you. I do not beat your children, but you, just humiliated my daughter and wife. All give me to apologize and admit their faults. In the distance, Qin Shinghan had long been shocked out of her wits. She was also unprepared for the fact that Night Fingwu would go to help Jingxi and herself out. His anger, his love for Jingxi, all of it was so real. What's going on? Just then, a middle-aged man with a fat body frowned and walked over. When he saw the woman who was lying on the ground looking for teeth and teeth all over the ground, his face became even more ugly, and the first thing he did was to look at the grim-faced Night Fingwu. This is the entrance to the school. Is the person you hit? The middle-aged man looked at Night Fingwu as questioning. The lewd-looking male parent, after seeing the middle-aged man, hurriedly ran over and just said, Principal, Principal, this man claims to be Qin Jingxi's father. Not only did he beat up the student's mother, but he also wants us to make amends and apologize to Qin Jingxi's mother and daughter. The visitor was none other than the school's principal, named Lu Fu, a greasy middle-aged man with a face of corruption. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu raised his eyes to look at Qin Shinghan's mother and daughter in the distance, and a hint of evil and complacency flowed out of that narrow gaze, a scene that just happened to be caught in the eyes of Night Fingwu. Immediately following, Lu Fu looked at Night Fingwu with a stern face and said, Nonsense, dare to assault a student's parent in front of the school. You're waiting to go to jail. Night Fingwu said in a cold voice, as the principal, don't you want to ask about the cause of the incident? Your student hurt someone with his mouth and maliciously humiliated my daughter. Is this what you should teach when you run an education? Lu Fu frowned badly and said suspiciously, you're Qin Jingxi's father. As far as I know, her father is a forced annihilator, right? Moreover, what these students are saying is also the truth. Do I, the principal, have to teach them how to lie? As the principal of a school, instead of feeling ashamed of these students for humiliating another student, Lu Fu continues to intensify his efforts to emphasize that Jingxi is the daughter of a forced annihilator, which shows how morally corrupt this person is. What Night Fingwu didn't know was that originally, no one in this entire school knew about Qin Shinghan at all, which was also the reason why Qin Shinghan sent Jingxi to school here. However, this Lu Fu, as the principal, had heard about Qin Shinghan, so when Qin Shinghan sent Jingxi to transfer to another school, this Lu Fu had already been mesmerized by Qin Shinghan's beauty. He wanted to find some excuses to get a kiss, but Qin Shinghan simply couldn't give him half a chance. So Lu Fu, who was upset, spread the word about Qin Xinghan's encounters to every parent and student in the school. And today, this man who claimed to be Qin Xinghan's husband came to cause trouble. He could use this opportunity to send him to jail. In that case, Qin Xinghan would definitely come to beg him. And at that time, if he wanted to make her do anything, could she still refuse? Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu's gaze turned slightly cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Facts? The facts are that the forcible annihilator has spoiled a poor woman's body, and you are making her life worse. So what is the difference between you and the forcible annihilator who has ruined her life?" Night Thingwu's words made many students' parents all lowered their heads. Yes, Qin Xinghan is already pitiful enough, and they are still maliciously vilifying them. What is the difference between such behavior and... In the distance, Qin Xinghan was also slightly touched by Night Thingwu's words. As a forced annihilator and a violent maniac, he was able to say such deep words. That Lu Fu, however, grunted. As the principal, you have to be responsible for the entire school of my students. I took in the daughter of a forced annihilator as a student. It's already a favor from me. As the parent of Qin Jingxi, not only are you ungrateful, but you even dare to beat up the student's parent. I'll send you to jail right now. Saying that, Lu Fu was pulling out his cell phone. However, he had just dialed a number when the big obese hand that was grasping the phone was pinched by a strong palm. Click! Lu Fu ate the pain screamed, only to see that the cell phone screen are cracked out of the channel gap, which makes Lu Fu amazed at the strength of this person at the same time. The heart is also afraid. Call the police. Since the horizontal and vertical are all going to jail, then, fight one loss, fight to earn. The playful voice came out from the mouth of Night Wind Marshal. Pop! Still a loud slap. This slap solidly smacked on Lu Fu's obese face. That 1.6 meters, but more than 180 pounds of body, suddenly flew out more than 5 meters away. The entire face was also smashed hard on the ground, and the surrounding crowd could clearly hear the sound of Lu Fu's nose and teeth breaking. Ouch! Ouch! Lu Fu screamed extraordinarily miserable. Not only did his teeth fall out all over the place, even in that ear hole, a pool of blood flowed out. Obviously the eardrum was perforated. Chapter 14, Qin Xinghan's Heartache. Chapter 14, Qin Xinghan's Heartache. This violent scene completely scared all the parents and students around. Night Thingwu's outburst was too violent. Where have they seen such a guy? Ah, your turn. Night Thingwu faced those parents and students, his tone still cold and terrifying. Daddy, I'm scared. I'm scared. Oh, I want to go home. For a while, those elementary school students who had just humiliated Jingxi all howled, and there were even 2 who were so scared that they were convulsing. It was only at this moment that their young minds realized that, as it turned out, that Qin Jingxi, who was always bullied by them but never dared to say a single word in rebuttal, he had a father who was like a demon. Let's go apologize. Let's go apologize. A parent hurriedly pulled his child and ran towards Qin Xinghan. Seeing this, the others dared not delay a bit, all pulling their own children to run towards Qin Xinghan. Jingxi mother, I am sorry. I did not discipline the child. Please forgive us. Do not let your husband beat us. Ah. One of the parents was so scared that tears were coming out of his eyes as he kept nodding his head towards Qin Xinghan's mother and daughter. 5 or 6 parents in a row were apologizing and begging for forgiveness towards Qin Xinghan, fearing that Qin Xinghan would let her husband do it again in a fit of rage. Qin Xinghan's mood was mixed. She had never thought that these people would have a day to apologize to her, all because of Night Thingwu, a man who had forced his way into her life. Qin Xinghan was a soft-hearted person after all, and she said expressionlessly, "You guys go away, and I hope you'll really educate your children well in the future. Yes, we'll be sure to discipline." After that, these parents left in a lurch. Jingxi's mom, I'm really sorry, our kids. At this time, the lewd-looking parent who had been complaining in front of Lu Fu just now also arrived in front of Qin Xinghan. However, just as his words were in mid-sentence, the back of his collar was grabbed by a large hand. As I said, fighting 2 is a loss, fighting 3 is a gain. A voice with a hint of coldness in its playfulness rang out from behind him. That obscene man's body shuddered fiercely, so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Didn't he just say that he lost money by hitting 1 and earned money by hitting 2? How did it become hitting 3? Woohoo! When the son of the lewd man saw this, he sat down on the ground in fear. Although the lewd man was detestable, his child was still young after all, so Qin Xinghan was a bit intolerant as she advised. Forget it, it will leave a shadow on the child. That lewd man could not imagine that Qin Xinghan would plead for mercy, so he said with a bitter face, "Big brother, yes, my son is small, still, unintelligent. If you hit me, it will leave a shadow on my son." At those words, Night Thingwu but coldly grunted, "Shadow? When your son humiliated my daughter, have you ever thought about what kind of shadow it would create for her?" With one sentence, both the lewd man and Qin Xinghan were left speechless. Jingxi was only 7 years old, Yet she was enduring everyone's taunts and humiliations on a daily basis. And Night Thingwu couldn't even begin to imagine how huge a shadow Jingxi had in her psyche. And the culprit of all this is not these mockers of their mother and daughter, but themselves. And then, Night Thingwu looked down at the little boy who was sitting softly on the ground, and faintly said, "Little bastard, know why your father was beaten? Because you did something wrong. Your father did not fulfill the responsibility that a father should have, and he did not lead you to the path of kindness." As soon as the words fell, Night Thingwu's backhand was a slap on the lewd man's face. Again, jaw dislocated and half a mouth full of teeth lost. Qin Shinghan covered Jingxi's eyes with his hand and turned his face aside himself. "Let's go. Let's escape before the officer comes." Night Windwu pulled and patted Qin Shinghan's back, saying with a flat face, and that little boy actually forgot to cry because of Night Windwu's words. He seemed to realize that the reason why his dad was beaten was because he did something wrong. When Night Thingwu took Qin Shinghan's mother and daughter to the car and left, that Lu Fu finally climbed up, and then began to call the police. "Hey, I'm the principal of City South Elementary School. Someone is beating up people in our school." "What? Tell me clearly, what are you long?" "Principal." "School what?" "School, chief." "School what long?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Your uncle. I lost all my teeth. I can't speak clearly. You hurry to come and arrest people. Don't you dare curse." In the car, Night Thingwu drove the Chevrolet with an ugly face, while Qin Shinghan and Jingxi, mother and daughter, embraced each other in the back seat. Through the rearview mirror, Night Thingwu was able to see the bitter tears in Qin Shinghan's eyes, but what surprised him was that the young Jingxi actually raised her hand to wipe Qin Shinghan's tears. "Mommy doesn't cry. I'm not aggrieved," Jingxi said childishly. Well, one sentence made Qin Shinghan instantly break down. She covered her mouth with both hands, not wanting to let herself cry out, but the rolling tears still couldn't stop flowing down. For 8 years, Qin Shinghan had been living in the midst of everyone's taunts and humiliations, but what she found most heartbreaking was that her own daughter had likewise endured the same encounters as she had. Night Thingwu hands tightly clenched the steering wheel. The guilt in his heart is even more intense. He secretly swore that from today onwards, who dares to humiliate his own woman and daughter even one word, he will let him thwart his bones. "Why did you send your child to a school like that? When I think of the aggravation Jingxi receives every day, I can't wait to blow up that school," Night Thingwu said through clenched teeth, a hint of complaint towards Qin Shinghan evident in his tone. Hearing that Night Thingwu even had the idea of blowing up the school, Qin Shinghan immediately frowned, and even Jingxi looked at Night Thingwu somewhat timidly. And then, Qin Shinghan said in an unhappy tone, "Can you not say these words in front of Jingxi?" This was the first time Qin Shinghan had acted so tough in front of Night Thingwu. Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu also realized that he had gone back on his word, so he hurriedly shut up as well. At this time, Qin Shinghan lowered her head to Jingxi and said, "Jingxi, we're not going to that school. Mom will do the transfer paperwork for you. We'll go to Haihua Primary School. No one knows us there." At those words, Jingxi but pursed her lips and said, "But the tuition fee there is very expensive. We can't afford it." "It's okay, Mom." Jingxi hasn't been afraid of them for a long time. On the driver's seat, listening to Jingxi's young age is actually so mature heart. Night Wind martial arts is even more heartbreaking. "Mom negotiated a big deal today, so she won't be short of money in the future," Qin Shinghan said gently. Upon hearing this, Jingxi's big eyes lit up and she said with a leap of faith, "Really?" Qin Shinghan nodded his head with a stiff smile, but the ones in his eyes were always laced with a hint of sadness. Night Thingwu then realized that the reason why Qin Shinghan did not find a good school for Jingxi was because he was confused by money. After the family of 3 returned to that 60 square feet home, Night Thingwu realized that Qin Ji and Yang Yu couple were not at home. So, Night Wind Wu asked, "Where are your parents? It's almost mealtime. Did they go to buy food?" Qin Shinghan shook his head and said, "They should have gone to play mahjong and won't be back for dinner." Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, "This family relies on you to work alone to support them. How can they still go gambling?" Night Thingwu was in a state of heartache for Qin Shinghan, and didn't even realize that these words would make Qin Shinghan uncomfortable. After all, they were her parents. However, Qin Shinghan was a good-tempered person after all, and she said, "They're all neighbors, they won't lose any big money." But Qin Shinghan didn't tell Night Thingwu that her parents basically lost every time they gambled, and the monthly expenses taken from her were $3,000 or even more, making the pressure on her, who was already paying off the mortgage and still had to supply her family with food and drink every month, never diminish. This was why she had always wanted Jingxi to go to Haihua Primary School, but never got her wish, because Haihua Primary School was a high-class private school, and the annual tuition fee was more than $100,000. Qin Shinghan from the time she returned home, the worry in her eyes never dissipated. She suddenly was looking towards Night Thingwu, her tone complex. you hit someone today, they will definitely call the police, and before long, the police officer may come to the door. Night Fingwu sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette for himself, and laughed. It's a bit troublesome, but don't worry about it. Right now, I have things I care more about. As he said that, Night Fingwu's face became serious. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan's heart tightened, but immediately following, Night Fingwu was bitterly saying, "What kind of meal is being cooked today? I'm starving to death. I didn't even eat at noon." Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Unloading the mill and killing the donkey. Seeing this, Qin Qinghan's heart tightened, but immediately following, Night Fingwu was bitterly saying, "What kind of meal is being cooked today? I'm starving to death. I didn't even eat at noon." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan was relieved and at the same time, her heart was ashamed. Today she only thought about her work, completely forgetting that Night Fingwu and Jiang Hao and the rest of them hadn't even eaten lunch. "I'm sorry, I'll go cook right now." Qin Qinghan ran into the kitchen in a panic, and shortly afterward the sound of chopping vegetables was heard. At this time, Jingxi suddenly walked up to Night Fingwu. At a young age, she was able to clearly feel how good this uncle was to her. Moreover, he was still so powerful. So, with a hint of adoration in her eyes, the little girl said, "Uncle, are you still sleeping on the sofa today?" Seeing Jingxi approaching herself, Night Wind Marshal directly snuffed out the cigarette he had smoked for 2 mouthfuls and smiled in a fake bitter manner. "That depends on whether your mother is merciful enough or not." The little girl lightly bit her lower lip and said obediently, "I can put in a good word for you at Mom's place, but don't hold out too much hope." Seeing that Jingxi was actually willing to speak up for herself, Night Fengwu's heart was warmed, and then he kissed Jingxi on her little face, and just as he wanted to hold her on his lap, he saw the little girl running away with a smile on her face. "Uncle stinks, I'm going to do my homework." With that, Jingles ran into the bedroom. Night Fingwu lifted his arm and sniffed it, then frowned and sighed. "I should have known to let Lin Chang prepare a few more sets of camouflage clothes." He hadn't taken a shower for 2 days, and he hadn't been able to change all of his clothes. Inside the hall of the Qin family villa, Qin Guangnan was leisurely sitting on the sofa sipping tea. At this time, Qin Fei suddenly ran in and said somewhat incredulously, "Dad, that Qin Qinghan actually negotiated a project with Fenghao Engineering." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan was also stunned and frowned. "Are you sure?" To Qin Guangnan's understanding of Fenghao real estate, those who always mix in the underground world, but it is very bad to talk. Although the Qin family has some status in Haihua City, but Fenghao real estate should not look favorably on them. Qin Fei, on the other hand, coldly grunted. 80% of the time, Qin Qinghan exchanged her body for it. After all, with her looks, that golden leopard would never let go of this. Qin Guangnan also nodded and said, "Humph, I can't imagine that Qinghan's crippled body is still of some use. Since the project has been negotiated, you will take over all the projects from Qinghan tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei smiled sinisterly and said, "Does Dad mean that he wants to directly dismiss Qin Qinghan? In that case, then after Qin Qinghan is desperate, she will still beg you to betroth her to Zhang Gu. However, she negotiated the Windhover engineering project. What reason should we use to shelve her?" Qin Guangnan grunted. "My Qin family will not accept a forced annihilator as a son-in-law, so either get engaged to Zhang Gu or go home and live with a forced annihilator." Upon hearing this, that Qin Fei gave a thumbs up towards Qin Guangnan with a sinister face. Early the next morning, Nightwind Muzun was still sleeping on that narrow couch for the night, when a slight footstep woke him up. He opened his eyes, but saw Qin Qinghan, who was dressed in white pajama pants, standing in front of him. After seeing Nightwind Wu awake, Qin Qinghan apologized. "I'm sorry for waking you up." Qin Qinghan always maintained a certain level of vigilance and distance towards Night Fingwu, which made Night Fingwu very uncomfortable because Qin Qinghan's attitude towards himself was always like treating an enemy. But Nightwind Wu still laughed. "It's okay, I don't have the problem of staying in bed anyway," said at the same time. Night Fingwu also looked back at this narrow sofa below the buttocks. "In this broken sofa, want to stay in bed or not in the mood?" Qin Qinghan suddenly reached out and handed Night Fingwu a few bills. His tone was a little complicated. "This $500 you take it to buy clothes, and when I wait for me to get the commission, I will give you some more." Although Qin Qinghan knew that Nightwind Wu Jiang Hao was a friend like that, but after all, he had just been released from prison. He must be penniless. Even the camouflage uniform he was wearing had not been changed for 2 days. Seeing this, Night Fingwu almost said that he had money, but he still reached out and took the $500. Grinning, "Thank you, wife. This is the first time my wife has ever given me money. I must save it." After the family ate breakfast, Qin Qinghan explained to parents to look after the child. "They are ready to go out. Today, we'll be very busy. There are too many things to do planning. Wife, come back early. You promised me to get a license today." Night Fingwu shouted from behind. As for Qin Qinghan, who had just walked to the door. After hearing Nifeng Wu's words, his feet stumbled and he nearly tripped over the threshold. Today's Qin Xinghan had deliberately dressed up a bit. Not only had she traced her eyebrows, but also wiped on a bit of lipstick, making her, who already had a captivating face, even more dainty. Grandpa and uncle had always ostracized themselves, and yesterday, they had negotiated the Fenghao engineering project with the help of Nifeng Wu, so their attitude towards them must have changed a bit. Half an hour later, Qin Xinghan arrived in the middle of the Qin Group's office building, and just as he walked to the reception desk, he was stopped by Qin Fei. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan handed the signed contract in his hand to Qin Fei and said, "Eldest uncle, this is the contract between Qin Clan Group and Fenghao Engineering. I need to organize a meeting, and it would be best if I can lead a few executives into the project department of Fenghao Engineering today." Upon hearing this, Qin Fei took the contract in Qin Xinghan's hand and said in a flat tone, "Since the contract has already been signed, then, you are given two choices. 1. Kick out that annihilator in your family and get engaged to Mr. Zhang, or 2. Hold on to your things and go home to continue to live your life with an annihilator." Boom! Just then, a security guard threw a box full of items on the ground. Seeing the situation, how can Qin Xinghan not understand that Qin Fei is unloading? He risked his life to sign the contract, and he even wants to drive himself out of the company. Eldest uncle you, how could you? Even Qin Xinghan's good temperament, because of the Qin family's practice, and was furious. Qin Fei said in a cold voice, "Qin Xinghan, as long as my Qin family marries with the Zhang group, we will soar even higher in the future, and you will be able to be a rich wife without any worries, so I advise you not to let go of this great future." At those words, Qin Xinghan's eyes were filled with mockery. Even though he had brought so much revenue to the company, they still refused to let himself go. Since the beginning, they had treated themselves as a tool that could bring benefits to the Qin family. Although Nifeng Wu was a forced annihilator and a man of the underground world that he detests, he at least likes Jingxi very much, but if he marries Zhang Ge, she will have to abandon Jingxi, so there was only a second choice in her mind. Qin Fei continued, "Qin Han, your grandfather is also doing this for your own good. It's better to give up Jingxi than to live with a strong annihilator." Qin Xinghan let out a self-deprecating laugh, and then directly picked up the box on the ground and turned around to leave the Qin Group's office building. Qin Xinghan was a smart person. She wouldn't change anything by dwelling on it. She might even be blown out by the security guards, so leaving resolutely was the best choice. Qin Xinghan's dryness caused Qin Fei's brows to furrow as he said in a sinister tone, "My son was crippled in both legs by you guys. How can I, Qin Fei, swallow this breath if I don't screw your family over?" Chapter 16, An Invitation to Tea. Chapter 16, Someone invites you to tea. Instead of taking the $500 given by Qin Xinghan to buy clothes, Nifeng Wu went to the three colonel officers, Lin Chang, Yang Lu and Lu Peng. The three of them were quite good at enjoying themselves, staying together in the middle of a five-star grand hotel. After arriving at the presidential suite for three people, Nifeng Wu instantly became jealous, looking at this room full of luxurious home furnishings, and the oversized soft bed that was big enough to sleep 6 people, made him unable to help but think of the narrow couch that he had been curled up in for the past 2 days. Nifeng Wu lit a cigarette for himself, then sat down on the soft sofa and said with a sullen face, "You guys are quite good at enjoying yourselves." At this time, Lin Chang, Yang Lu and Lu Peng stood upright in front of Nifeng Wu, and the former hand in hawed and said, "Instructor, you can come along too." Nifeng Wu blankly glanced at Lin Chang and grunted, "Lousy sleeps in a soft bed with his beautiful daughter-in-law in his arms every day. Who the hell cares about squeezing into a bed with you guys?" Upon hearing this, the three of them had a look of envy in their eyes. Although the three of them didn't know Qin Xinghan, they had seen it with their own eyes. That woman was really a bit too beautiful to be true. As the saying goes, when a soldier sees a sow for 3 years, he feels that his eyebrows are clear and beautiful, but the three of them are all solid bachelors, not to mention the fact that they are able to embrace a stunning beauty with a posture like Qin Xinghan's every day. Looking at the envious colors in the eyes of the three, the corner of Nifeng Wu's mouth lifted up in triumph, but the bitterness in his heart was something that only he could best understand. "Go buy me 2 outfits, something casual, and in addition, lend me another $100,000 for emergencies." Nifeng Wu flicked the ashes of his cigarette, then said towards the three people. Upon hearing this, the three of them looked at me and I looked at you, and no one moved. Seeing this, Nifeng Wu frowned and said without any good humor, "What are you freezing for?" Lin Chang said bitterly, "Instructor, we have the money to buy clothes, but I really don't have the money to borrow $100,000. Lu Peng also said with an averted gaze, "I don't have one either." Yang Lu shrunk his neck and said, "Instructor, among the few of us, you have the highest salary. Moreover, the brothers all know that you don't lack money, not to mention 100,000, a billion you can take out." Seeing that the three of them refused to borrow, Night Thingwu's face turned ugly and cursed. If it wasn't for the fact that my payroll card was taken away, would I have bothered to ask you guys to borrow it? Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's trio's faces suddenly looked strange, and the former hemmed and hawed, saying, "Instructor, why don't you make a phone call, and a few billion won't be in your account right away?" Roll. Night Thingwu scolded with a black face, causing the three to shrink their necks. However, the three of them were puzzled as to why that person, who clearly had $100 billion worth of money, had slipped the instructor's several $100,000 salary card. That person is the most unwilling to mention Night Thingwu, even if he is looking for these guys to borrow money every time, but also never dared to give her a phone call, because that woman is a leprechaun. At this time, Night Thingwu suddenly asked, "What about the funding? Hasn't it been approved from above?" Mentioning the funding, the three people's faces became even more bitter. The three people purposely looked for a five-star hotel, just because it would hand out a large amount of funding. However, the three people came to Haiwa City 1 month earlier than Night Thingwu, and so far, they have not seen the funding. This presidential suite costs a few $1,000s a day in expenses, and if it drags on any longer, the three of them will have to go to a small hotel to squeeze in. Lin Chang said bitterly, "Instructor, the funding requires you to personally go to the head of the department for approval, so you have to be quick." Night Thingwu's face became more and more ugly as he grunted. "That old thing, for such an important mission, he didn't even give funding. Wait for me to take the time to make a trip to the capital." Yang Lu hurriedly said, "Instructor, I forgot to inform you that the headmaster has already come to Haiwa City and is staying at the Chun family villa." Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu was surprised and said, "The old thing even came over personally. It seems that this mission is not simple." The old thing in Night Thingwu's mouth, although nearly 80 years old, was still a sharp sword in Huaxia. Lin Chang said again, "The headmaster said for you to go to the Chen family villa today. He has something important to tell you." Night Thingwu nodded, then suddenly said, "How's the investigation of Luo Huo Group that I asked you to investigate going?" Lin Chang said, "Luo Huang Group's economic strength is one of the best in Haiwa City, and even in the whole of China. They are able to be ranked among the top 500, and their corporate projects include energy, real estate, clothing, advertisements, and even entertainment companies." Yang Lu added, "The chairman of Luo Huo Group is a woman named Luo Huang, a very young woman whose assets are at least tens of billions of dollars, if not more, and moreover, Luo Huang has a big background." Night Thingwu's face was flat, and then he said, "Background? It's indeed big. He's old Luo's niece, Chief Luo's niece." At those words, the three people's eyes were all wide open. The old Luo in Night Thingwu's mouth. That was the first captain of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. Among the Blood Wolf Special Forces, Luo Tianfei was the only one under the chief who was ranked above Night Thingwu. Not only that, it was said that Luo Tianfei's family was in the capital, but few people knew the specifics. Night Thingwu said with a serious expression on his face, "You guys continue to monitor Luo Huang and protect her. I'll go to the head today to receive my next mission." Lin Chang and the three of them also nodded seriously as the former said, "In the span of January, Luo Huang was attacked 3 times. Her bodyguards around her died 3 times and were injured 5 times, and if it wasn't for our secret help, she wouldn't have been able to sustain the second attack." Night Thingwu frowned slightly and said, "What was the strength of the person who attacked her? Can you tell what organization they belong to?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chang and the three of them all shook their heads. Lu Peng frowned and said, "Instructor, these people are not simple. They seem to be a world-class assassin organization. Moreover, they won't leave us any clues." I still remember when the three of them caught 2 killers, and before they started interrogating them, the 2 killers bit the poison hidden in their teeth. Lin Chang suddenly took out his cell phone before handing it to Night Wu, his face serious. "Instructor, they have the same tattoos on their bodies. You're very knowledgeable. Maybe you can tell something?" Night Thingwu picked up his cell phone and took a look. On the screen was a clear picture of what appeared to be a person's large arm with a purple and black scythe tattooed on it, with black flames on top of the scythe as if it were a weapon of death. In just a split second, Night Thingwu's brows were tightly furrowed as he said, "It's really them?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chang and the three of them looked at each other. They all saw the gravity in each other's eyes. The instructor's strength was as powerful as a god in their eyes. In his hands, they didn't know how many soldier kings they had cultivated. They hadn't seen such a serious expression on the instructor's face in I don't know how long. Night Wu put the cell phone into his pocket, and then said, "If you lack any weapons, you can find the above to ask for them, and the degree of danger of this mission is far beyond your imagination." The 3 men's faces grew even more shocked. Night Wind Marshal did not explain anything, because he had a few encounters with that organization, but knew very little about their lack of information. Perhaps the head there can give him more information. After Night Wu came out from the hotel, He went to the shopping mall to buy clothes by himself. As for Lin Chang, 3 people, they were while Night Feng was sent to protect the target of this mission. That is, that Luo Yiwang, whom he had never met. Even Night Fengwu couldn't guess why that organization was targeting this Luo Yiwang. Although Night Windwu hadn't been able to borrow $100,000 from Lin Chang's 3 men, he had scavenged at least 1,000, enough to buy a few sets of clothes. An hour later, when Night Fengwu had just arrived downstairs in the neighborhood carrying 2 sets of clothes, he saw 2 police cars parked at the entrance. What should have come is still here. What a nuisance, Night Fengwu muttered, and unhurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. At this time, from the police car down 5 or 6 police officers wearing police uniforms, after seeing the Night Wind martial arts is to surround the past. Looking at the several aggressive police officers rushing around, Night Fengwu said flatly on the phone, "Chen Lao, I'm afraid I can't find you for tea today. Someone else invited." Freeze, hands on your head. A young police officer towards Night Windwu was a bellow. The other 2 even came up and grabbed Night Wind Newzoom's hands, attempting to trip them behind him. However, the 2 of them used all their milk strength, but they were never able to break those thick arms. Seeing this, the 2 of them were shocked at Night Wind's martial power, and at the same time, they were especially angry. One of them grunted, "Be honest, you are suspected of murder. Come with me to the police station." Night Fengwu faintly said, "Murder charge? Not so much. I just slapped 3 people separately. Definitely didn't strike more than once." Chapter 17, Arrested. Chapter 17, Caught in the Act. Upon hearing this, the faces of those officers suddenly looked strange. They had also seen the tragic state of Lu Fu and the other 2 parents with their own eyes. Almost half of the trio's teeth had fallen out, and the entire jaw was not only dislocated, but also had a large portion of fractures. One of the officers grunted, "We're well aware of how strong a slap can be, and the victim said you hit them with a crowbar, which fits their injuries." Night Windwu grunted faintly, "So is that why they reported me for murdering them?" The officer standing in front of Night Fengwu snapped, "The evidence is overwhelming, so we advise you to honestly cooperate with us." However, when he saw that the 2 officers were holding their faces red, but they were never able to break Night Wind Newzoom's hands behind his back, he grew angry, and then placed his hands on the weapons at his waist. "First warning, cooperate with our law enforcement." Night Windwu looked at the police officer placed on the weapon bag after the hand. A face is gradually cold. He is clear about the police officer's law enforcement powers. After 3 warnings, chili water and electric baton will greet up, regardless of whether you are old and weak or sick and disabled. This is his bottom line. Thus, Night Fengwu said coldly, "I advise you not to do that." As he spoke, Night Fengwu's eyes slowly narrowed, and in an instant, the backs of those officers were a chill, vaguely sensing the flavor of danger. Seeing this, that police officer were still care about law enforcement procedures. Directly as the pistol also pulled out, pointing at the Night Windwu was drinking, "Do not move, dare to resist. I have the right to shoot directly." After seeing the officer pull out his gun, the coldness in Night Fengwu's eyes intensified. "Stop." At that moment, a forceful drink rang out from behind that gun-wielding officer, followed closely by the car door opening, and from above came down a female officer wearing a police uniform with an incomparably hot body. Night Windwu turned his eyes to look at, actually also was stunning for a moment. The female police officer, a competent short hair, 1.7 m head, a pair of long legs round and straight. When looking at the desire to be broken shirt, "I'm afraid that any man will not be able to hold back the blood spurts it." The female police officer belonged to the kind of figure that was slightly fat and could not be said to be slightly fat, because her waist was very thin, and her upper and lower circumference was so exaggerated that if she was not a regular exerciser, she would never be able to have such a figure. Moreover, the female police officer's face was exceptionally beautiful, without any cosmetics under the decoration, which made the female police officer even more clear. The appearance of the female officer made the officer with the gun shrink his neck, seemingly somewhat afraid to provoke this female officer who was incomparably hot in both temper and figure. After the female officer came in front of Night Fengwu was when she frowned and said, "We are from the Manhwa City Criminal Police Brigade. I am Captain Officer Chen Nan. You are suspected of a murder case. Please cooperate with our investigation." Upon hearing this, Night Fengwu then put away the coldness in his eyes and faintly said, "Since he's suspected, there's no need to tie him up in 5 different ways." While saying that, Night Fengwu also looked at the 2 red-faced officers beside him. Chen Nan looked at the 2 officers and said, "No need, just handcuff him." Upon hearing this, the 2 officers let out a sigh of relief, before taking out handcuffs and putting them on Night Fengwu, who was too lazy to resist. Nevertheless, Night Fengwu spoke up, "Can I tell my wife that I won't be able to eat lunch, so she can prepare dinner for me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nan frowned slightly and grunted, "Whether it's murder or not, you're facing a few years in jail, so dinner is out of the question." Saying that, those two officers were about to pull also Nightwind Wu towards the police car. At this time, a low-profile Chevrolet suddenly drove over, followed by a flustered Qin Xinghan coming down from the car. After looking at Qin Xinghan, Chen Nan's pretty face instantly became a bit difficult. Qin Xinghan looked at the handcuffs on Night Fingwu's hands and instantly understood in his heart what was going on. And then, Qin Xinghan walked to Chen Nan and said, "Chen Nan, can you speak for him?" Chen Nan looked embarrassed and sighed. "Xinghan, it's a fact that he beat people up. Those 3 victims found the police station and are suing him for intentional murder." At these words, Qin Xinghan's face changed, and he said sharply, "How can it be murder? He just couldn't help but hit someone. At most it is only a crime of injury." Chen Nan frowned. "Don't worry, I will investigate clearly. You come with me, I have something to ask you." Saying that, Chen Nan pulled Qin Xinghan to the distance, seemingly having something to whisper. Seeing this, Night Fingwu was a bit surprised and couldn't help but smile towards the 2 officers next to him. "See, my wife knows your chief." Upon hearing this, the faces of those officers were unnatural, and one of them grunted. "This doesn't change anything. Our chief is known for his impartiality, and will definitely not show favoritism because of personal feelings." What Night Fingwu doesn't know is that Chen Nan and Qin Xinghan are high school classmates, and Chen Nan is even the only person around Qin Xinghan who has never fallen on her sword, and even often helps Qin Xinghan. After Chen Nan pulled Qin Xinghan into the distance, a pair of wary eyes skimmed over Night Fingwu before saying, "Xinghan, when did you get married? How come I didn't know?" Qin Xinghan's face showed bitterness as he said, "It's hard to explain. It's all my grandfather's arrangement." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's face was unsightly as he grunted, "What a Qin family, they don't even see you as a human being. Do you know this person? What did he used to do?" Qin Xinghan's face became even more bitter. Where did she understand Night Fingwu? It could even be said that she almost didn't dare and didn't want to understand him, but in these 2 days, he did help himself. So, Qin Xinghan bitterly shook his head and said, "I heard that he is a forced annihilator who just got out of prison. If it is convenient, you help me to check his details." Forcible annihilator. Chen Nan's tone of voice raised a few points, and then hit the iron to say to Qin Xinghan, "You're crazy. Your whole life is ruined in the hands of the forcible annihilator. How can you marry to a forcible annihilator again?" Qin Xinghan laughed at himself and said, "From the age of 16, my life is no longer under my control. At least, he is currently very good to Jingxi." Chen Nan's brow furrowed and pursed her lips. "I'll help you check him out. If he's really a forced annihilator, you should leave him before it's too late." Moreover, the 3 people he beat up belonged to the category of serious injuries. Even if he won't be labeled as a murderer, it's still enough for at least 5 or 6 years sentence. At these words, Qin Xinghan's eyes were tangled. She pulled Chen Nan's hand and begged, I know that you have always disliked favoritism, but still begged you to speak for him. After all, he beat people also for the sake of Jingxi." And then, Qin Xinghan told Jingxi about being bullied in front of the school, and told Chen Nan all about Lu Fu's previous attempts to threaten her several times. And Qin Xinghan even suspected that all of her affairs were maliciously spread to the school by Lu Fu. This asshole, that guy should have beaten him to death. That would have made a good thing happen. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and cursed. After a long time, Chen Nan shook his head, staring at Qin Xinghan's eyes as said, "Xinghan, I understand you. I know you don't like this person. What you hate the most in your life is the forced annihilation criminals. Even if he is good to you right now, it is also because of the fancy of your beauty. Wait until he succeeded in cheating you into bed. Will he still treat you this way?" After saying that, Chen Nan walked directly toward the police car. Those officers pulled Night Fingwu just towards the police car. Night Fingwu turned back to Qin Xinghan and shouted, "Wife, I'll definitely be back before dinner. Make me something delicious." Seeing Night Fingwu's unperturbed face, Qin Xinghan had mixed feelings. She didn't like Night Fingwu just because he was a forced annihilator. But, after all, he beat up people for the sake of Jingxi. So Qin Xinghan didn't want Night Fingwu to go to jail because of this. In the interrogation room of the police station, Night Fingwu's hands were handcuffed to the table, but opposite were 2 empty chairs. In the office, Chen Nan handed Night Fingwu's identity in to a male officer and said, "Find out everything about him, his ancestors and even where his ancestral graves are." At those words, that male police officer shrunk his neck. God knows what this fiery policewoman was fussing about again. Chapter 18, I have a backstage. Chapter 18, I have a backstage. After the male officer tapped on the computer keyboard, all of Night Fingwu's information was displayed. However, the male officer's face was a strange one as he pointed at the computer screen and said to Chen Nan, "Officer Chen, something's not right. Look." Seeing this, Chen Nan looked down, and his eyebrows were also instantly wrinkled, because There were only a few short lines on it. A certain year and a certain month committing a Chang_Jian crime and going to jail, followed by the time of release, which was just a few days ago, but all the other information was completely blank, which made Chen Nan's face gradually become ugly. What's going on? Has he been hit by a virus? Where is such a simple identity profile? Did he pop out of a rock? Chen Nan glared at the male officer. The male officer was also puzzled, and then said, Officer Chen, there are only two possibilities in such a case. One is that he is a black man, and the second, our police department doesn't have the authority to inquire. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan grunted, No authority on a Chang_Jian offender. You're too high on this guy. Forget about not having to check. Chen Nan certainly wouldn't think that Night Thingwu's information belonged to the top secret, so she treated Night Thingwu's identity as a dark one. At this time, Night Thingwu was still sitting alone in the interrogation room, when suddenly, the door of the room was violently opened, and the female policewoman with a hot body walked in. I've already found out what happened. It's true that you can't constitute murder, but intentional injury is a fact, so you're facing at least 5 or 6 years in prison. Chen Nan sat in front of Night Thingwu and said in a cold tone. Although Chen Nan didn't understand Night Thingwu, he knew that he was a Chang_Jian criminal, and his approach to Qin Xinghan was bound to be coveting her beauty. Such a person would sooner or later unleash torment on Qin Xinghan. After hearing Chen Nan's words, Night Thingwu's face remained flat as he said, You decide, but let me go as soon as possible. My wife is still waiting for me to have dinner. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan was furious and coldly grunted, You're sick in the head. You won't be able to return home. And then, Chen Nan looked at Night Thingwu and said with a serious face, I'll ask you a few questions. Answer them honestly. You're a Chang_Jian offender who has just been released from prison. Why are you approaching Chenghan? What exactly is your purpose? Night Thingwu said faintly, Senior Sergeant, this has nothing to do with this case, right? What big police officer? My surname is Chen. Chen Nan drank with a cold face. Night Thingwu's eyes glanced at Chen Nan's chest and said, I'm still used to calling you big officer. After looking at Night Thingwu's gaze, Chen Nan was so furious that she gritted her teeth and slapped up the table as stood up. Said, You dare to molest Auntie. Tell you what I ask you answer. Don't think that Auntie doesn't know that. You approached Chenghan is nothing more than seeing her beauty. Advise you to dye this heart before it's too late, or else I'll let you sit the bottom of the jail through. Night Thingwu skimmed his mouth and said, Big officer, I'm in jail because I beat someone up, or I'm in jail because I like my wife. Don't be so smooth with your aunt. You're facing the offense of intentional injury for 3 people. You won't be able to get out without 5 or 6 years. Chen Nan once again said angrily. Night Thingwu pretended to be bitter and said, I can't. I made an appointment with my wife to get a license today. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's face was slightly shocked, and then lifted the corner of his mouth and laughed. It turns out that you haven't gotten a license yet, so it's just as well that you don't have to think about this matter anymore. With that, Chen Nan wanted to leave the interrogation room. I'm afraid not. Nightwind Wudao said. What did you say? Chen Nan turned around to look at Nightwind Marshal. Nightwind Wu sighed. Someone doesn't want me to go to jail. I have a backstage. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan mocked. When it comes to your aunt's hands, no station will work. Wait for jail. Although Qin Xinghan had been begging Chen Nan to plead for Night Thingwu, Chen Nan had her own plans, and Qin Xinghan was her best friend. 8 years ago, Qin Xinghan was Chang_Jian. Since then, Chen Nan secretly vowed to be a police officer who punishes the evils and promotes the good in the future. And today, Qin Xinghan is once again involved with a Chang_Jian offender. So how can she watch her jump into the fire pit? Therefore, with regard to the case of Night Thingwu, she did justice, without favoritism or taking sides. At this time, a police officer came in and said toward Chen Nan, Officer Chen, someone vouched for him, and the chief let him go. At those words, Chen Nan, who had been loudly mocking Night Thingwu in the front foot, instantly just changed his face. This guy really has a backstage? However, Chen Nan still gritted his teeth and said, The God of heaven can't protect him. Who on earth gave him a guarantee? Your old man. The male officer said casually. What did you say? Chen Nan's big eyes glared, and that pretty face was even more furious. The male officer's neck shrank in fear, and he hurriedly explained, Officer Chen, it was really your father who called. Chen Nan's face turned ugly. This officer didn't dare to make fun of her father because her father was the highest police superintendent of the Hanwha City General Bureau. However, she was surprised and puzzled as to how her father, who had always been fair and impartial, would vouch for a Chang_Jian criminal. Unbelieving, Chen Nan directly dialed his father's phone. Nan, what brings your call to Daddy's cell phone? Soon a man's voice came over the phone, underlying but loving. Chen Nan opened the door and said, I'm handling a case of intentional injury, and I heard that you were the guarantor? The person on the other end of the phone laughed. If that person's name is Night Thingwu, Then that's right, let him go. There are people waiting to invite him for tea? Upon hearing this, Chen Nan became even more angry and pursued. You are the famous Iron Face. How come you suddenly did something about favoritism? Do you know this person? He is a Chang_Jian offender who has just been released from prison, and is now attempting to plot against my good friend. I cannot release him. As soon as the words fell, the tone on the other end of the phone just became a few points heavier. Nanner, don't fool around. Letting you release someone, he has a backstage. Chen Nan bit her red lips tightly and grunted. I just won't let go. Who is his backstage? Even you have to come out personally. Your grandfather. Is that enough? The caller sighed. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's beautiful big eyes were instantly shocked beyond words, and only after a long time did she say, my grandfather, that old guy. How could he? Nanner, your grandpa is right next to you. Do you want him to hear you call him old man behind his back again? The voice on the other end of the phone became playful at once. Alright, I'll put it on. Chen Nan was immediately like a frosted eggplant and hurriedly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nan's state of mind fluctuates together. Looking at Night Fingwu's gaze is even more full of complexity and incomprehension. This bastard, even grandpa wants to help him. Is he really a Chang_Jian criminal, unable to help himself? He remembered what the male officer had said, that this man was either a black man or his identity was classified. At the same time Chen Nan looked at Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu also looked at Chen Nan with a playful face. Iron-faced big officer. It seems that you have to look at favors to do things this time. Night Fingwu laughed teasingly. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan hated his teeth and said angrily, you wait for me. I'll find out about you sooner or later. And then Chen Nan glared at the officer who came in as shouting, still not releasing people. Seeing this Ant's anger has no place to send, the police officer dared to be slow, hurriedly went to open the handcuffs for the Night Wind Wu. However, the male officer had just pulled out the key when he only saw that Night Fingwu had already stood up with the open handcuffs. Don't bother, I'm busy. See you later. Night Fingwu placed the handcuffs on the table and then brushed past the surprised and angry Chen Nan, who didn't even manage to see how Night Fingwu opened the handcuffs. This asshole. Chen Nan cursed fiercely, then took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. At this moment, Qin Xinghan was sitting alone at the bedside of the bedroom, and not only were tears hanging on her face, but there was also a trace of entanglement mixed in. The small age of Jingxi is also snuggled in Qin Xinghan's arm. Today, she did not go to school, because her mother promised to change a good school for her. There, no one will bully her. But the sadness on her mother's face told her that this luxury was not to be. Today, Qin Xinghan lost his job, and he can't fulfill his promise to Jingxi, and he even has to face the crisis of not being able to pay his mortgage. And now, that man was facing jail time again, and although she was wary of him, at least he had been helping her for the past 2 days. So Qin Xinghan's feelings were complicated. Vaguely, a strange feeling sprouted in her heart. That is, without Night Wind Wu, she would feel insecure. She did not understand when she started to cling to him. Chapter 19, Shenzhuishan. Chapter 19, Shenzhuishan. At this time, the phone rang. The caller was Chen Nan. Qin Xinghan hurriedly pressed the answer button. Chen Nan, how is he doing? Chen Nan said, this asshole is fine. After hearing that Night Fingwu was fine, Qin Xinghan actually breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly said, thank you Chen Nan, you've helped me once again. Chen Nan, however, grunted, don't thank me, I'm itching for him to go to jail. It's this bastard who has the backstage. Xinghan, tell me honestly, what kind of people does he know? After hearing that Night Fingwu actually had a backstage, Qin Xinghan was also slightly surprised, but still said, actually, I've only known him for 2 or 3 days, but he's on good terms with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao? Which Jiang Hao? Is it the Jiang Hao from Feng Hao Real Estate? Chen Nan's voice became a bit urgent. Qin Xinghan said, it's him. As soon as the words fell, there was a little silence on the other end of the phone before Chen Nan's voice came again. No wonder this guy has been acting like a bully. It turns out that he knows Jiang Hao. Xinghan, you should be clear about what kind of person Jiang Hao is. He's a real estate tycoon on the surface, but behind his back he's a giant of Haidhua City's underground organization. You have to think of a way to drive him out. A ruffian like Night Fingwu. He suddenly approached you mother and daughter. He must have some nasty plans. When he gets tired of it, he will reveal his true colors. Isn't your life miserable enough? Chen Nan's words made Qin Xinghan's heart even more entangled. Why is she not the same idea as Chen Nan? But, drive him out? I am afraid that I cannot. Just the thought of him knowing someone like Jiang Hao. Their hearts are timid. He is just an ordinary person. If he is annoyed, will he hurt his family? This is what Qin Xinghan initially worried about. It was only after a long time that Qin Xinghan was able to say, I know. Thank you Chen Nan. Chen Nan said, be sure to call me if anything happens. If he dares to hurt you, I won't spare him. At the entrance of the police station, Night Fingwu had just walked out of the door and met Lu Fu head-on. Lu Fu's neck was in a guard, his mouth full of teeth bustling with just a few, and when he saw Night Wu, he instinctively took a step backwards. Night Fingwu glanced at Lu Fu, simply did not put this kind of minion in the eyes. If he does not know how to repent, then what awaits him will be permanent darkness. Looking at Night Fingwu strutting away from the police station, Lu Fu gritted his teeth in hatred. Just a moment ago, he had learned that someone had vouched for Night Fingwu, which had caused his plan to send Night Fingwu to prison in an attempt to threaten Qin Xinghan to fall completely flat as well. Lucky bastard, you think this is the end? Just wait for me. Lu Fu directly took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Gao, do brother a favor. Instead of going home, Night Fingwu went directly to the Chen family villa. The Chen family villa was located in the high-ranking villa area of Haihua City, a huge park covering an area of 1,000 acres. The entrance is guarded day and night by heavily armed Jun_ren, and in order to go inside, one must also go through the phone number of the owner being visited. When Night Fingwu was feeling troubled, a camouflage-clad Jun_ren suddenly came to Night Fingwu's heels. This Jun_ren stood at 1 meter 8, with a sturdy body, and underneath the ruffled sleeve, those two small arms were even more full of explosive muscle lines. Although it was a popular face, this face had sharp angles, especially a pair of sharp gazes, more like an eagle. The Jun_ren said in a neutral tone towards Night Wu, "Hello, my name is Li Hu. Are you Night Wu?" Night Fingwu nodded, a pair of calm gazes casually sweeping Li Hu. Although it was just a glance, it was as if he had already seen through Li Hu. Li Hu's double fist bones were very wide and large. The joints on the surface of his fists had been completely smoothed out. Judging from his physique and the high raised temples, this person's body strength was absolutely extraordinary, and he should have been a king of the soldiers. Li Hu was also looked at by Night Fingwu's casual gaze for a while unnatural. Intuition told him that this person was not simple. And then, Li Hu made a rigid air and said, "The old chief said that you are a strong annihilator who just got out of prison. But I can feel a Jun_ren's fierceness from you." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu smiled in surprise and said, "What else do you see?" Li Hu looked at Night Fingwu's calm gaze, always felt that he was more than one chip weaker in front of him. He is a soldier king, in front of anyone can be able to do overbearing, but this person, but it makes him very uncomfortable. Only after a long time did Li Hu was to say, "I'm at a loss to understand why the old chief would receive a forced annihilator. Come with me," said. Li Hu was directly toward the villa area gate. As a full of the vastness of the military king, he is obviously on the Night Wind martial arts. This kind of city hooligans do not look favorably. Of course, Night Fingwu wouldn't explain, because there were only a few people who knew his true identity. Therefore, Night Fingwu followed Li Hu's footsteps in big strides. Along the way was a huge villa. From afar, Night Fingwu could already see the grandest one in the villa area. There were even gardens and pools around it, covering an area several times larger than the other villas. Upon entering the confines of that oversized villa, Night Fingwu's gaze glanced at least in several places, the corners of his mouth always in that faint smile. The guard is tight, but there are still quite a few breaks, Night Fingwu suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Li Hu, who was walking in front of him, suddenly turned to look at Night Fingwu. A pair of rigid gazes were even mixed with a hint of impatience as he hummed faintly, "What did you say?" At this time, the two of them were already standing on a lawn, and Night Fingwu laughed. "Nothing?" While saying that, he suddenly squatted down, and then raised his hand to pinch a centipede on the turf, and said again, "This thing is annoying. If it's a mountainous area, being bitten on is enough to hurt for a night. Being a sniper is really hard." This sentence sounded more than ordinary to others, but Li Hu instantly just stared in disbelief. And at this time, that originally unobtrusive lawn above, actually is also slightly wriggled. After Night Wu got up, a pair of eyes was placed on top of the entire villa. And then he faintly laughed. Such a big villa. The old man can really enjoy it. But with such a high villa, it must be very hot up there. So bring a good sunshade in order to have a better aim. After saying that, Night Fingwu was suddenly turned to look at the top of a thick tree behind him. And even more bizarrely, he even slightly lifted the corner of his mouth at the thick foliage. The seemingly bizarre action and words made that Li Hu's entire face shocked beyond words, and his original overbearing aura also became chaotic at this moment. Night Fingwu was suddenly patting Li Hu's shoulder and laughed. "Well done. However, if you want to be foolproof, you still need to be a bit more harsh." After saying that, Night Fingwu directly just entered the door of the villa, leaving behind Li Hu, who was still unable to return to his senses. "Tiger leader, who is this man? I have a chill down my back at his feet." Suddenly, a voice came from the turf under Li Hu's feet. Li Hu said with some dullness, "He is a strong annihilator, but he was able to tell where the three of you were hiding at a glance. This person is very strong." There was indeed a sniper in the turf, nicknamed Pangolin Armor, and his concealment efforts had reached the point of pure perfection. Li Hu could say with great certainty that if he didn't know his hiding place beforehand, he would definitely not be able to detect a single trace of it. The two snipers hidden at the top of the villa and in the thick bushes were even more secretive, but that person had actually been fully aware of it the moment he stepped into the villa's range. Is he really a rapist? In the villa's hall, on the wide sandalwood bench, there was an old man wearing a white tang suit, with white hair, but still in high spirits. The old man is about 80 years old, but his back is still straight, and his name is Chen Zuishan. At this time, Chen Zuishan was meditatively arranging the tea ceremony in front of him, and then pouring tea for the two purple sand cups that would be in front of him, and without lifting his head, he said, "Your kid really can't live in peace wherever he goes." Chapter 20, The Reaper's Union. Chapter 20, The Reaper's Union. Night Fingwu sat down opposite Chen Zuishan with a calm expression, picked up the teacup and just drank it all in one go, smiling. "Good tea, one more cup." Chen Zuishan continued to pour tea for Night Fingwu before he picked up his own teacup and sipped it. When he put down the teacup, that dry old face gradually became grave and said, "You should have sensed something, right?" Night Fingwu nodded, then placed the cell phone he had brought from Lin Chang in front of Chen Zuishan and said, "This is the only information Lin Chang has gathered. You should have expected this, right?" After Chen Zuishan saw that scythe tattoo on the picture, his brow also frowned and said, "It's really them. After decades, has the Death God Labor Union struck out against my China once again?" Night Fingwu said, "How much do you know about the Death God Union?" Chen Zuishan shook his head and sighed, "Not much more than you. All I can tell you is that as long as they are willing, they can dismantle the economy or even the head of any small to medium-sized country in a matter of days." At those words, Nightwind Marshal's heart was astonished. Chen Zuishan said again, "They have stood in the world for hundreds of years, their forces are spread all over the world, and even the top echelons of various countries have been infiltrated by them. It's not an exaggeration to say that you and I, who are present here, could be their people." This time, Night Fingwu's heart was even more shocked as he asked, "Why did the Death God Union single out a woman?" Chen Zuishan shook his head and frowned. "The Reaper Union is mysterious and unpredictable. No one can guess their plan of action. Moreover, once their plan is unfolded, it is immortal. The killers in this January are the lowest level. Once they fail, they will send out even more powerful killers. So, I'm afraid Lin Chang and the others won't be able to hold out much longer. So you should go to Luo Hua Group as soon as possible to serve as a bodyguard." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu's face turned strange as he muttered, "Isn't it just a matter of secretly protecting it?" Chen Zuishan, however, did not have the good sense to say, "That girl of the Luo family can't be in trouble. Otherwise, I won't have the face to explain to the Luo family. What's more, that girl of the Luo family belongs to the Tiger Gate of my China. If something happens to her, it will definitely make my China lose face." For Chen Zuishan mouth and the Tiger Door, Night Wind martial arts also know a little. That is the whole of China's guardian door. The Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Xuanwu, Karen, the five tigers' door guarded the Chinese summer for 100 years. Night Fingwu was surprised. "So it's after the Tiger Gate. No wonder it was able to make you old man flatten me as a Chang_Jin criminal without making a big deal out of it." Hearing the grumbling in Night Fingwu's tone, Chen Zuishan but laughed and scolded, "You kid, isn't this what you've always wanted? I can tell you, if something happens to that girl from the Luo family, you'll be prepared to be a lifelong Chang_Jin offender." The old guy was clearly threatening Nightwind Marshal. Night Fingwu skimmed his lips and said, "If it's the Death God Union, it's a bit tricky." Chen Zuishan also said with a grave expression on his face, "You should think so. So a few people have been sent from above to assist you." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu was not happy and said, "I still like to act alone." Chen Zuishan grunted, "Obey the orders. After all, the Death God Union is beyond our scope of response, and only those types of people can fight them head-on." "That type of person?" Nightwind Vu was a bit puzzled. Chen Zuishan's face gradually became grave. He looked at Nightwind Wu and said, "You have potential, so I'm pouring my heart out. Your body has been developed to the limit of human beings, so in terms of muscle strength and reaction speed alone, no one in the world is your opponent. But, speaking of this," Chen Zuishan's face obviously became even more grave, and only then did he say, "There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens, and this world is far from being as simple as you think it is." Night Fingwu listened attentively, always feeling that Chen Zuishan was sending out some kind of hint to himself. His entire skill was indeed taught by Chen Zuishan, which was also the reason why he was able to become the strongest soldier king in the barracks. This nearly 80-year-old man was said to have been ridiculously strong in his youth, and even now, Night Fingwu still didn't have much certainty that he would be able to win against Chen Zuishan. However, Night Fingwu still smiled and said, "I'm still young. Moreover, don't you often admonish me to live to learn. Besides, I, Night Fingwu, haven't encountered any enemies in my life. Night Thingwu's words also highlighted his arrogance, as well as that feeling of loneliness of an expert. Chen Zuoshan shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed. It's not easy to say more. Leaving the barracks is the beginning of your true growth. Night Thingwu secretly memorized Chen Zuoshan's words, but immediately following, he thought of something, and then asked, what about the funding for this mission? Funding? What funding? Chen Zuoshan said with a bewildered expression. Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu instantly widened his eyes and gritted his teeth. You mean to say that all the expenses are for us to pay out of our own pockets? Chen Zuoshan said indifferently. I don't have any funds. That Luo family girl is worth tens of billions of dollars, and it's only right that she should be the one to shell out the funds for this mission. Night Thingwu said fiercely. Then Luo Yihuang should know who we are. Chen Zuoshan shook his head and said, there is a disconnect between the Luo family's girl and the Luo family. She doesn't know that the Luo family has sought out the Blood Wolf Special Forces to protect her, much less your existence, so you guys will figure out how to do the funding thing on your own. After saying that, Chen Zuoshan made a look of oil and salt. Count yourself ruthless. Night Wind Marshal gritted his teeth. Grandpa, missed me. Just when Night Thingwu was upset in his heart, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from behind him, followed by a very hot and delicate body, which flashed past in front of Night Thingwu, and then sat directly next to Chen Zuoshan. Chen Zuoshan's eyes were full of love, and then he pretended to be displeased. You girl, if you really wanted me, you wouldn't have scolded me for being an old man. The visitor was none other than Chen Nan, the female policewoman with an exceptionally fiery figure and temper, who, at this time, was still wearing the police uniform that made people's blood run cold, and the weapon at her waist had not even been unlocked. Chen Nan hugged one of Chen Zuoshan's arms and pouted. Who made you want to let a bad guy go? Speaking of that guy. Ha! It was only then that Chen Nan realized that there was another person sitting across from her. However, upon seeing that person's appearance, Chen Nan's big beautiful eyes instantly glared. Why are you an asshole in my house? Chen Nan stood up and pointed at Night Wind Wu and cursed. Night Thingwu tilted his head and poured a cup of tea into his mouth before he said in an unsavory manner, I've already told you that someone is going to invite me for tea. Night Thingwu was also a little surprised that this police flower was the granddaughter of Chen Zuoshan. Chen Zuoshan seemed to have expected this, so he laughed and said, rather, it saves me an introduction. Chen Nan, on the other hand, chilled her face and said, where is the province? You tell me instead. Why is this Chang_Jian offender in our house, and for what reason are you going to be his guarantor? Upon hearing this, Chen Zuoshan made a sighing face and said, Nanner at that time, you were still unintelligent, and Grandpa owed him a favor, so this time, it's also to return the favor. Chen Nan frowned and said, you owed him a favor when I still didn't know any better. You're old and confused. Look at him, he can be a few years older than me. Coughing, Chen Zuoshan coughed awkwardly a few times, and then said with a serious face, originally, I wanted to betroth you to him, but, as soon as the words fell, Night Thingwu sprayed a mouthful of tea, which froze and sprayed Chen Nan's face all over. In an instant, Chen Nan jumped up, pointing at Night Thingwu and just cursing. You're sick, Night Thingwu said with a light expression. Chen Lao, I think you are indeed old and confused. My wife Qin Xinghan is gentle and virtuous, whether it's her figure or appearance. She is stronger than your granddaughter. Right, well, your granddaughter is indeed a bit hotter in terms of figure. Chen Zuoshan was not happy at once, and with a cold face, he said, where is my granddaughter unworthy of you? Night Wind Wu then said, anyway, I still like my wife's gentle and virtuous type. At those words, the Chen Nan on the side was nearly infuriated. Glaring at Chen Zuoshan and Night Thingwu just said angrily, do you guys take me as non-existent? I, Chen Nan, just die, but also can't be married to a Chang_Jian offender. You less get me toad wanting to eat swan's meat. Chen Zuoshan patted Chen Nan's arm and comforted. Nanner, although Fengwu has made mistakes, he has already been punished in there and has also changed his ways. Chen Nan, on the other hand, grunted. It's only strange that he can change. The person who comes out from inside, that can change his ways, is not again and again jeopardizing the society. How many good people are scourged by these kinds of people? Chen Nan is right. Today's world, the people who have stayed in that, and how many can do to really change the evil? Once the face of the world, is nothing more than the return of evil again. Chapter 21 Beat him up. Chapter 21 Beat him up. In the face of this hot-tempered granddaughter, a figure like Chen Zuoshan, who could set off a major earthquake when he stomped his foot in the whole of China, was also at a loss. Night Wind Wu said, it seems that I'm not welcome here. I'd better say goodbye. My wife is still waiting for me to have dinner at home. Saying that, Night Thingwu just got up and prepared to leave. Chen Nan and Night Thingwu's incompatibility has left Chen Zuoshan at his wits' end, and he originally wanted to stay Night Thingwu for dinner. I'll send you. Chen Nan wiped the tea off her face with a paper towel, and a pair of big, beautiful eyes even flooded with a touch of sinister. Hearing this, How could Chen Zuoshan not know the temperament of this spirited granddaughter? She 80% had some bad intentions, but this girl simply didn't know the temperament of Night Feng. Thus, Chen Zuoshan said, "Nanner, don't fool around." Chen Nan, on the other hand, grunted coldly as he rubbed his fists. If a guest is leaving, of course he has to be sent off. Otherwise, wouldn't it be detrimental to our Chen family's hospitality? Seeing this, Chen Zuoshan said in a deep voice towards Night Wind Marshal, "You kid better have a sense of proportion." Night Fengwu had already walked to the door and said without looking back, "Then it depends on how your big miss grasps the situation." Chen Zuoshan's words were clearly a warning to Night Fengwu, but why wouldn't Night Fengwu be returning Chen Zuoshan's favor? After Night Fengwu walked to the villa's courtyard, that Chen Nan was suddenly up to block his way. The corners of Night Fengwu's mouth rose slightly, playing with the flavor. "Big officer, you're not really going to ask for trouble, are you?" After hearing Night Fengwu's threat, Chen Nan's eyes glowed with a fierce color, and then he moved his tendons, the knuckles of his hands emitting a clicking sound. "I heard that you're good with your hands, let's spar," Chen Nan said indifferently. Night Fengwu made a surprised face and said, "Who did you hear that from?" Upon hearing this, Chen Nan froze slightly before gritting her teeth and saying, "Cut the crap, anyway, Auntie just heard it from someone." At this time, Li Hu suddenly walked forward and said toward Chen Nan, "Miss, what's going on?" Chen Nan grunted, "None of your business. I'm teaching this guy how to behave." Li Hu frowned and looked at Night Fengwu, with a touch of complexity in his eyes, before he said towards Night Fengwu, "Night brother, is there no problem with the chief?" At this time, Li Hu's address and tone of voice towards Night Fengwu was a lot more favorable than before, and there was a hidden admiration mixed in. Seeing this, Chen Nan, however, did not have the good sense to say, "Li Hu, why are you so polite with him? You watch from the sidelines, and if he is injured, find him a stretcher." Li Hu's face was bitter, although he hadn't fought with Night Fengwu. However, judging by his extraordinary detection ability alone, as well as that pair of fists that were even thicker than his own, this person was definitely not something that this ant could deal with even if he wasn't his opponent. Night Fengwu still stood still with a flat face and laughed. "Better not, I'm a man after all, how can I take a shot at a woman?" Chen Nan, however, said in a ruthless voice, "Cut the crap, if you lose, get the hell out of Qing Han's home immediately and don't mess with their mother and daughter again." At those words, Night Fengwu's face immediately sank. This girl has not controlled too much. Originally Night Fengwu was too lazy to pay attention to this girl's nonsense, but now, if she does not give her some suffering, she really does not know that the Night King has 8 eyes. "If you lose, call me Brother Wu when you see me in the future." Nightwind Wu hummed. Chen Nan's face was obviously a bit angry, but hindered by her confidence in herself, she said, "Okay, Li Hu testifies." Saying that, Chen Nan came directly to the lawn. Nightwind Wu said, "Change the place, don't step on people." After saying that, Nightwind Muzum walked directly to another piece of lawn. Chen Nan had a strange expression on her face and didn't understand what the hell Night Fengwu was talking about. However, the lawn under her feet was indeed a bit soft, and out of curiosity, she even stomped a few feet hard. On the side, Li Hu watched Chen Nan's actions, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times, thinking, "Bitter you, brother, watch the move." Night Fengwu just stood on another piece of turf, followed by a strong wind is when the head attack. Do not have to turn around. Night Fengwu can feel the force of this kick is not weak, if not always practicing martial arts, absolutely not able to kick out such a powerful whip leg. However, Night Fengwu's muscle power had long been developed to its limit, and in the face of this sudden attack, he easily avoided it with a slight flick of his foot. After Chen Nan's whip kick fell short, a pretty face froze slightly in shock before she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll let you get lucky and dodge a move, but next time you won't be so lucky." Night Fengwu laughed playfully. "Big officer, to give you a kind reminder, whip leg, this kind of leg technique is not suitable for attacking all opponents. If you face someone whose reaction speed is all faster than yours, whip leg will only allow you to expose all of your breaks to your opponents." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan mockingly hummed, "Auntie has been practicing martial arts since she was young. There is no need for you to give me any guidance. You were merely lucky to dodge it once. Since you say I have a break, then fight me." Obviously, Chen Nan simply did not think that Night Fengwu had just dodged through with her strength. She had practiced martial arts since she was young and had no enemy in the entire police academy, so how could she be taunted by a smelly hooligan and a forcible annihilator? Therefore, Chen Nan's figure flashed, and a whip leg once again lashed out at Night Fengwu's cheek, and this time, her force was even more powerful, and her speed was even faster than just now. Night Fengwu hummed playfully, "You asked for it." However, he saw that Night Fengwu slightly leaned back and easily avoided this whip leg, while Chen Nan's body also rotated for a week after her whip leg landed. but her reaction speed was indeed much faster than normal people, and just after one leg landed, the other leg wanted to attack again. However, she saw that Night Fingwu had already arrived behind her at some point. This caused Chen Nan's pretty face to be stunned out of her mind. Pop! Immediately following, a loud slap sounded at once, and that Chen Nan let out a cry of surprise as jumped out more than 2 meters away. At this moment, Chen Nan's entire face was as red as a ripe apple, one hand covering the abnormally erect place behind her, and one hand pointing at Night Fingwu cursing. You stinking rascal, you dare to hit me. Night Fingwu still had a playful smile on his face as he said, I told you long ago that the whip leg isn't suitable for dealing with people who have faster reaction speeds than you, so this is even the first lesson that brother has taught you. I can't spare you. Chen Nan was annoyed and attempted to launch another attack towards Night Fingwu. She was a girl after all, where had she been spanked? Seeing this, Li Hu hurriedly blocked Chen Nan and said with a serious expression on his face, Miss, don't compare, you are not his opponent. Just now, Li Hu had been observing Night Fingwu's every move, and from the ease with which he had avoided Chen Nan's 2 attacks to his move of finding Chen Nan's breaks with unparalleled precision, this man was a bit stronger than he had imagined. Even though Chen Nan's fighting skills were at the top of the order in the entire police world, in front of Night Fingwu, she was still like a child being teased. Li Hu's words undoubtedly hit Chen Nan, but she is very clear about the strength of Li Hu. He is the Jidong military region's king of soldiers. The strength is very scary. 10 of their own is not likely to be his opponent. Therefore, although Chen Nan was angry in his heart, he also knew that he was afraid that he was really no match for this strong annihilator. Thus, Chen Nan pointed at Night Wind Marshal Liz and said, Li Hu, you beat him up for me. If anything goes wrong, Auntie will take the blame. Hearing this, Li Hu was full of bitterness and said, This is not good. What's so good about it? You're my grandfather's bodyguard. Your leader's granddaughter is being bullied. Are you going to sit back and do nothing? Chen Nan still couldn't swallow the bad anger of being spanked by Night Fingwu in his heart, so he started to mess around. Li Hu slowly turned around to look at Night Fingwu. In fact, he had long been itching to test Night Fingwu's strength. Now, with Chen Nan's encouragement, he was just in a position to legitimately challenge Night Fingwu. Thus, Li Hu smiled towards Night Fingwu and said, Brother Night, how about we compare? Instead of rejecting it, Night Fingwu nodded his head and smiled. Alright. In an instant, the smile in Li Hu's eyes was gone, replaced by a kind of sternness. This kind of sternness, only when facing a strong enemy, will be presented in Li Hu's eyes. Chapter 22, The Name of the Blood Wolf King. Chapter 22, The Name of the Blood Wolf King. However, Night Fingwu always had that faint smile on his face, seemingly not paying any attention to the upcoming competition at all, which caused Li Hu's favor towards Night Fingwu to diminish by a few points. This person, either uncritical of himself or bluffing, has no overpowering skills at all. Paging. Suddenly, Li Hu moved. His heavy military boots stepped out 2 deep pits on the turf, and his body was like an arrow off the string rushing toward Night Fingwu, a pair of iron fists with a tiger's wind, attacking Night Fingwu's facial vitals. Such force, such speed, compared to the previous Chen Nan, I don't know how much stronger it was. Night Fingwu nodded rather appreciatively. This Li Hu was almost close to the limit of muscular strength in terms of both speed and strength. Even in the ranks of the king of soldiers, he should be relatively forward. Thus, Night Fingwu moved as well, turning his waist and flinging his legs. On the side, Chen Nan's eyes were wide open, because the move that Night Fingwu used was clearly the same move that he himself had used against him just now, the whip leg. However, his whip leg was much more severe than his own. Paging. In the face of this whip kick, Li Hu did not dare to receive it hard. After a backflip, he then popped up with a carp. He similarly attempted to deal with Night Fingwu with the same greeting that Night Fingwu had just dealt with Chen Nan. It was also the break after the whip leg. However, he had just popped up, and one of Night Fingwu's legs had already slashed at the top of his head from above. Night Fingwu was not Chen Nan. His muscle power had long been developed to the limit. Both speed and strength had reached the limit of human beings, so even the whip leg, it was impossible to give any breaks to take advantage of. Therefore, after the whip leg, a downward chop had followed, during which there was not a single break in the coherence at all. Seeing this, Li Hu was shocked at the speed of Night Wind Marshal, and then with a wretched roll, he just dodged it. Paging. Before he could get up, the sound of wind behind him once again attacked. Li Hu was shocked and did not know what to do because this sequence of strokes actually pressed him without the power to fight back. So, he rolled on the ground and ducked out of the way once more. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from where he had just been, and he jerked back to look, only to see that the sewer manhole cover behind him was already in tatters, and Night Fingwu was looking at him with a smile on his face. At this moment, Li Hu was shocked into a cold sweat. If he continued to launch an attack on himself, he absolutely could not avoid it. Not bad, Night Fingwu laughed, seemingly praising Li Hu. Li Hu slowly stood up. A stiff face for a long time cannot be recovered. A long time later, he is serious to the Night Wind martial arts said, If it is a life and death struggle, I can walk through a few moves. Night Fingwu laughed in a flat tone. It won't be more than 2 moves. Li Hu's eyes stared at the boss. A pair of stalwart gaze is actually also flooded with a touch of disheveled color. He is the 3 Jidong Soldier King. Unexpectedly, lost to a forced annihilation offender. Moreover, he did not doubt the words of the Night Wind martial arts in the slightest. If it was a life and death struggle, he definitely could not walk in his hands for more than 2 strokes. At this moment, a total of 3 pairs of gazes on the top floor of the villa and among the bushes, as well as those hidden in the lawn, were all staring in shock as well. On the side, Chen Nan was even so shocked that she covered her mouth with both hands. She was also a practitioner. She was able to see the excitement of the battle between the two of them. Even though it was only for a short period of less than 2 seconds, it was definitely not something that could be acted out by the special effects of any movie or television. What shocked her even more was that the sewer manhole cover that had been crushed by Night Fengwu's foot, it was made of reinforced concrete. If this foot landed on her body, where could she still live? At this moment, the gaze she looked at Night Fengwu suddenly became more complicated. There was also a hidden anger. This bastard who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. How could a forced annihilator have such a strong body? While Chen Nan was having a complicated time in her mind, Night Fengwu had already arrived in front of her. Call brother. Chen Nan froze. Her big eyes once again appeared a trace of anger. What is complacent? There are hands terrific. Night Fengwu gritted his teeth and said, you want to renege on your debt. Chen Nan bit her lips tightly and hummed. Chen Nan, have a word of honor, brother Wu. Only then did Night Fengwu smile triumphantly. Big sister is so good. Bye. My name is Chen. You stinking rascal. I'll kick you out of the Qinghan home sooner or later. Chen Nan stomped her feet behind Night Fengwu and cursed. After Night Fengwu left, Li Hu came in front of Chen Zhuoshan, who still carried a sense of dishevelment in his eyes. Chen Zhuoshan laughed. It's not unfair for you to lose to him. Li Hu was surprised in his heart, but he still asked the question that he had been wondering about. Chief, who in the world is this person? It was obvious that Li Hu didn't believe that he was a forced annihilator at all. Chen Zhuoshan said, he may not know you, but you must know him. If I didn't take you in as a guard back then, you might have entered the Blood Wolf Special Forces during his examination. As soon as the words fell, that Li Hu's robust body was a fierce shock. A pair of decadent gaze also became unusually wonderful at this moment. There is a kind of hidden excitement mixed in. It is him. I actually have the honor to be able to fight him. Thank you, Chief. Thank you for telling me this. Li Hu's eyes had an unconcealed excitement. That person. He is a myth in the army. A war god-like character. Few people know his real name, because he has an even louder name. Blood Wolf King. Back then, he had gone through layers of selection before he was qualified to participate in the Blood Wolf Special Forces examination, and the instructor of that examination was none other than the Blood Wolf King. Back then, many of the people who participated in the examination were harboring longing to catch a glimpse of the Blood Wolf King, while he himself had lost the chance to meet the myth of the military because he had become the old chief's personal guard. This was originally a regret in his heart, but today, not only did he meet the Blood Wolf King, he also had the honor of fighting him. If this person was the Blood Wolf King, it was only natural that he would lose to him. It was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon when Nightwind Wu returned home, and it was Jing Si who opened the door. Uncle, you're back. Jing Si smiled good-naturedly at Night Fengwu. Night Fengwu rubbed Jing Si's little head and tenderly said, where's your mom? Jing Si pointed to Qin Xing Han's room and pursed her little lips. Mommy is in her room. Mommy is not happy today. Uncle, don't bully mommy, okay? Night Fengwu's face sank. Suddenly he glanced at the paper box full of clutter in the corner of the living room, and in an instant he just understood what was going on. And then, he said towards Jing Si, Uncle will never bully your mom. I'll go see her, okay? Jing Si nodded, and only then did Night Fengwu push open the door to Qin Xinghan's room. The lights in the room were dim. Only the bedside lamp was on. Qin Xinghan was curled up on the bed at the moment, one side full of messy tissues. After Qin Xinghan saw Night Fengwu, she panicked and wiped the tears from her face and said, you're back. I'll go cook. Saying that, Qin Xinghan was getting out of bed and walking towards the door. When rubbing shoulders with Nightwind Wu directly pulled her hand. Qin Xinghan was a bit resistant and wanted to struggle, but she couldn't break away and could only let Night Fengwu pull her. Night Fengwu said in a deep voice, the Qin family is taking their own lives. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan looked at Night Fengwu in surprise and frowned. Don't worry about this matter. I'll go look for a job tomorrow. With that, she just pulled her palm out and walked straight into the kitchen. Night Fengwu had long anticipated that the Qin family would sweep Qin Xinghan out of the door, which was also in Night Fengwu's guess. If you do not do things to the end, how can I have the good sense to drive you to extinction? Thus, Night Wu pulled out his cell phone and directly dialed Jiang Hao's number. Soon, Jiang Hao's voice came out from the phone. Brother Wu, among the people who came to the project department today to hand over, there was no sister-in-law. Night Wu hummed, of course there won't be, because they've already dismissed Qinghan. What? What a Qin family, Brother Wu. With just a word from you, I can destroy the Qin family in 2 days. Jiang Hao said angrily. Night Wu, however, said, your sister-in-law is simple-minded. If we do that, your sister-in-law's impression of us will be even worse. Jiang Hao said in disbelief. Brother Wu, then you can't let your sister-in-law suffer from this kind of nuisance. Night Wu, on the other hand, laughed. Do you think I'll let the Qin family go? Xiao Hao, starting tomorrow, give the Qin family as much as you can of all the items on that construction site. As long as the Qin family is able to swallow it, you'll give it unconditionally. Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Borrowing Money. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was silent for a little while and said, Brother Wu, I invested more than $1 billion in that project, so if I give the Qin family a few more projects, I'm afraid they'll have to mortgage the entire Qin group. The corners of Night Wu's mouth lifted slightly, humming, this is exactly what I want them to do. Qin's group has always been supported by my wife alone, since they unloaded and repeatedly bullied my wife. Then, they don't deserve to have Qin's group. Jiang Hao smiled. I understand, leave it to me. And then, Night Wu hesitated and said, Xiao Hao, lend me some money, $100,000. What? Jiang Hao's tone was a bit surprised. Night Wu's face turned ugly as he gritted his teeth. Could it be that you didn't? Jiang Hao laughed bitterly. Brother Wu, do you know who I'm building this Feng Hao real estate for? The whole company is named after Feng Hao, but it's actually for a big gift for you when you get out of prison. So, there's no money to borrow. So come over tomorrow and take over the entire Windhall Realty, with total assets of over $2 billion. Night Wu didn't have the good sense to say, cut the crap, I only need 100,000 now. Not to mention that Night Wu didn't have that kind of free time to take care of a company. Even if he did, he wouldn't spend his time there. Jiang Hao said helplessly, I'll transfer tens of millions of dollars for you to spend first. Send me the account. Night Wu said, I don't have a bank account right now, so it's better to get it in person. Night Wu's paycheck card is nowhere near the end of the world. Although Jiang Hao was puzzled, he still said, then it just so happens that I'll receive you tomorrow. Night Wu hesitated for a moment and said, the day after tomorrow then. Tomorrow I'll get a license with my wife. The matter of getting a license had already dragged on for a day, so Night Wu must convince Qin Shinghan to get a license tomorrow. Taking advantage of the time when Qin Shinghan was cooking, Night Wu drilled into that narrow bathroom and took a shower, then changed into the clothes he bought today. Night Wu's shoulders were broad, and his body was even more robust than normal people, so a white and gray sportswear with a hood made him look even more energetic. After Jingxi's little girl saw that Night Wu had finally changed out of the camouflage uniform on her body, she instantly smiled in a well-behaved manner and said, Uncle is so handsome? At this time, Qin Shinghan had also just come out of the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes, and after looking at the refreshed Night Wu, her melancholic eyes also slightly paused for a moment. Night Wu squatted down and kissed Jingxi's delicate little face, smiling bitterly, even though Uncle is so handsome, but he can't win a smile from your mom. Jingxi's original face with a smile also slowly solidified before she beamed her little mouth and said, I rarely see mommy smile. At those words, Night Wu's heart was sour. The things that happened back then, in the end, how huge of a blow did it cause to this poor woman? If there was no Jingxi, God knows whether she could support herself until now. How could Night Wu realize that since Qin Shinghan was scourged by him 8 years ago, not only did she live in the mockery of those around her every day, she was even inferior in the entire Qin family. Not only did she have a multitude of jobs to do, but she couldn't even get the pay she deserved. She also had to face the mortgage and all the expenses of her entire family, and the stress on her over the years even made her forget what happened to her back then. Let's eat. Qin Shinghan placed the rice on the table and began to serve Night Wu and Jingxi rice. Eat? Night Wu smiled, and then picked up Jingxi as placed on a chair at the dining table. Such a picture. Let Qin Shinghan's face suddenly complex. If he is not a strong annihilator, how good it should be. If he approaches himself really does not have any purpose, how good it should be. Meditation. Really needs a dad. One who can give her a sense of security. Night Wu suddenly asked, where are your parents? Qin Shinghan faintly said, should have gone to play mahjong. However, after saying that, she was vaguely worried in her heart. Mom and Dad rarely came back for dinner for a few days in a row, so let's hope nothing happens to them. After Night Wu received the rice handed to him by Qin Shinghan, he was just about to start eating, but he saw that Qin Shinghan had only served 2 bowls and gave them to himself and Jingxi respectively. Puzzled, Night Wind Vu asked. Aren't you going to eat? Qin Qinghan stroked Jingxi's small face before saying, I'm not feeling well, you guys eat, I'll clean up the dishes tomorrow. After saying that, Qin Qinghan directly walked into his room and closed the door. Looking at the closed door of the room, the original appetite full of Night Wind martial arts is also instantly no appetite. He can feel the pressure of Qin Qinghan, and this pressure is from the Qin family's sweeping and later life expenses. However, Night Fingwu wasn't ready to reveal the fact that he was dealing with the Qin family and would bring her some money, because he could feel Qin Qinghan's resistance to himself, so it was still unknown whether the Qin family's demise would be a surprise or a shock to Qin Qinghan. In the dimly lit room, Qin Qinghan leaned against the bed. Holding in her hand was clearly the ring that Night Fingwu had given her. Even in such dim light, the thumb-sized sapphire still glowed with a brilliant luster. It should be returned to him tomorrow, Qin Qinghan murmured out. Suddenly, her gaze condensed and she brought the ring under the table lamp for a closer look, but she saw two Chinese characters engraved on the ring. Night, Sparrow, two words with a heart in the center, something that seems deliberate. Qin Qinghan frowned slightly, thinking, his surname is Night, and what does Sparrow stand for? But soon, Qin Qinghan shook his head before putting the ring back inside that exquisite box, which was going to be returned to him anyway. In order to leave a good impression on Qin Qinghan, Night Fingwu was very understanding and brushed and cleaned all the dishes. In today's cities, the pace of life is getting faster and faster, and for the sake of a better life, too many people simply can't stop to take a break so that they can go and enjoy their lives. In the past, mankind labored to stay alive, but now, mankind has to work hard because they live better. At night, even though Night Fingwu had washed himself in a fragrant manner, he had never been able to enter Qin Qinghan's room. What makes him puzzled and angry is that Qin Qinghan's parents never returned home. Qin Qinghan's financial pressure is so great, they still play mahjong all night every day. Early the next morning, Qin Qinghan went out to look for a job. Originally, Night Fingwu wanted to cultivate a relationship with Jingxi at home, but Qin Qinghan clearly didn't trust him and instead sent Jingxi to a place called a small dining table-like place. As a result, Night Fingwu could only go to Lin Chang and the others to inquire about the target of this mission. That Luo Yi Huang, a high-grade hospital in the special ward. At this time that the only bed is lying on an extremely disheveled youth. Young people have a strong hatred in their eyes. Looking closely, one could see that there was something strange about the bedding that covered the youth. For, below the knees, the youth was completely empty. This person was none other than Qin Guangnan's grandson, Qin Fei's son, Qin Zhuan, the one who had his legs crushed by Night Fingwu. Qin Guangnan and Qin Ji were both sitting on the sidelines, and the two of them didn't look too good. The only thing they were happy about was that today, the big boss of Fenghao Real Estate had called, wanting to give them more projects for the Qin family, as long as they were able to eat them. Grandpa, Dad, you must avenge me, kill that Night Fengwu, make Qin Qinghan that life worse than death. The hatred in Qin Zhuan's eyes was incomparably strong, and in this life, he could only live by a wheelchair or a prosthetic limb. Qin Guangnan incomparably loved this only grandson. His grandson's legs were wasted. He was more heartbroken than anyone else, and his heart hated that Night Fingwu with a passion. Even his own granddaughter, Qin Qinghan, was also blacklisted by him for this reason. Only after a long time, Qin Guangnan was saying, "Don't worry, grandchild. Grandpa knows who harmed you into such a state. Whether it's that Night Fingwu or Qin Qinghan, Grandpa will make them pay a painful price." Qin Fei also said, "Your grandfather has already made a move. Qin Qinghan is now being swept away by the Qin group. Today, she's going to look for a job. And your grandfather has long since greeted quite a few companies in Hanwha City, so no matter how outstanding her Qin Qinghan's strength is, there definitely won't be any company that will hire her." A sinister color glowed in Qin Zhuan's eyes as he gritted his teeth and grunted. By the time she is desperate, she will cry and beg for Grandpa to marry her off to Zhang Ge, who behaves in a svelte manner, but in actuality, he is a pervert, and his methods of torturing women make even my scalp numb. Chapter 24, How can I get a license with you? Chapter 24, How do I have time to get a license with you? Qin Fei also coldly grunted. She brought this on herself. Moreover, your grandfather has already personally visited the West Tiger Black Wind. It won't take long before the West Tiger Black Wind sends someone to capture Night Wind Marshal in front of you. At that time, it's up to you to decide how you want him to die. Hearing this, Qin Zhuan's face that was originally full of hatred was instantly excited, and he sneered, "I want to make him worse than death." That Qin Fei also smiled incomparably sinisterly, and then said to Qin Guangnan with a somewhat grave tone, "Dad, Fenghao Real Estate is willing to give more projects to our Qin family to do. This matter is somewhat abnormal. According to reason, East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao and our Qin family do not have any friendships. Qin Guangnan, however, smiled confidently. Maybe it's because of Qin Qinghan's credit, since Winhall Real Estate is giving us face. Of course we have to take it, as much as we can take it. There is at least $500 million of profit in it. Xin Fei, however, frowned and said, however, if we were to take over all the projects, I'm afraid that our Qin family would have to invest all of our assets, and even the entire Qin clan group would have to be mortgaged in order to prepare for the funds that would be invested. Qin Guangnan shook his head towards Qin Fei and said with some disappointment, Fei, a person who achieves great things not only needs to have guts, but also a certain amount of courage. The East Dragon Overlord looks up to our Qin family. If we back down at this time, then there will be no more chances to cooperate with them in the future. If you worry that the risk is too great, I can only say that your eyesight is too narrow. Jiang Hao is what kind of person? That is in the entire city of Haiwa. Stomping a foot can set off some of the uproar of the people. He acted although decisive and ruthless, but also absolutely will not make behind the back of the things, so no matter how much it costs, it must be this time to do a good job of the project. Upon hearing this, the worry in Qin Fei's eyes dissipated, and he turned to be smiling. I understand. I will prepare today. Even if I mortgage the entire Qin clan group, I will still prepare the funds for this time. Qin Guangnan nodded in satisfaction and laughed. That's right. Knight Fingwu did not honestly stay at home, but looked for Lin Chang a trip. He instructed Lin Chang 3 people. Let them be careful to protect the safety and security of Luo Yihuang. He will be in the shortest possible time to go forward to serve as a bodyguard in the Luo Hua group. He also took the opportunity to match a key outside. However, when he asked Qin Xinghan for a key to his home, Qin Xinghan was obviously a little hesitant, but still didn't refuse. Perhaps he didn't dare, perhaps he was embarrassed. When Knight Fingwu returned home, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The house was very cold. Obviously, Qin Xinghan had not returned. When Knight Fingwu was about to sit on the sofa and rest for a while, his gaze was slightly frozen because he heard a slight ringing in Qin Xinghan's room. The sound was extremely subtle, but Knight Fingwu had once been the most outstanding scout in the military camp, and no movement could escape his pair of ears. Could it be that Cheng Han has returned? Unable to help it, an evil smirk spread across the eyes of Knight Fingwu. Qin Xinghan's parents are not at home, and Jing Si has gone to the small dinner table. He himself be able to take this opportunity to make out with her. This thread of evil thoughts had just sprouted when the door to Qin Xinghan's room was opened, only to see Yang Yu walk out from inside. Ah! Yang Yu exclaimed, obviously not expecting Knight Fingwu to be in the living room, and the evil thoughts in Knight Fingwu's eyes instantly just turned into disappointment. But immediately following that, Knight Fingwu's face changed slightly because, from Yang Yu's eyes, he saw a hint of dissimilarity, and a hint of panic, as if he had been caught in the act of adultery. To add to the weirdness, one of her hands could still be behind her. How did you come back? Scared me. Yang Yu pretended to be calm and said towards Knight Fingwu, her tone obviously a little unhappy. Knight Fingwu said, I'm waiting for Qin Han to come back to get the license. Intuition told Knight Fingwu that this Yang Yu must be eccentric. However, after all, he was still an unmarried aunt, and had no right to meddle in things between other mothers and daughters. But he was still puzzled as to why this husband and wife, Yang Yu and Qin Ji, who had not returned to their home for several days, suddenly came back today, and sneakily came out in Qin Xinghan's room. Yang Yu always had a touch of anxiety in her eyes as she impatiently said, we won't be coming back for dinner today, don't mind us. After saying that, Yang Yu took her bag and just went out. Knight Fingwu didn't bother to care what Yang Yu was hiding, but patiently waited for Qin Xinghan to come back and then went to get the license. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Xinghan finally came home. Knight Fingwu just wanted to welcome with a smile, but saw the exhaustion and disheveled in Qin Xinghan's eyes. Today, Qin Xinghan ran to 5 companies for interviews, but none of them were willing to hire her. At the third one, she had sensed the abnormality, because the interviewers of all 3 companies admired her and appreciated her ability, but the final result was rejection. When she was in the 5th family, Qin Xinghan stubbornly wanted to know why. She was not a high-minded person, but she was still very clear about her abilities. Even if it is a small company, she is confident that she can make a huge performance in just a few months. But that interviewer only told her one thing, and that is, you have offended people. No one in this circle dares to hire you. Even if we all want to recruit elites like you, no need to deliberately guess. Qin Xinghan can also know that it is the Qin family behind the scene. They are trying to force themselves into a dead-end. Knight Fingwu went forward and said, how about the interview? If it does not work, I let Jiang Hao find you a good job. Feng Hao Real Estate just lacks a CEO. At the word, Qin Xinghan's tired mood felt more annoyed. CEO, is he going to let himself replace Jiang Hao to be the boss of Feng Hao Real Estate? Not to say that it wasn't realistic, even if it was possible. Qin Xinghan was absolutely unwilling to get involved with Feng Hao Real Estate any further. Thank you, I will look again tomorrow. Even though Qin Xinghan was annoyed in her heart, she still politely rejected Night Wu. After dropping a sentence, Qin Shinghan was directly entering the room. Night Wu's brows furrowed, and he vaguely heard a hint of suppressed crying, which made Night Wu's heart sink. It seems like it should be that old thing Qin Guangnan who's making underhanded moves behind the scenes. Night Wu hummed in an icy tone, and then, he directly pushed open the door of Qin Shinghan's room, and sure enough, he saw that Qin Shinghan was lying on the bed and crying, and that delicate shoulder was shivering. This caused Night Wu to feel a pang of heartache as he walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to stroke Qin Shinghan's shoulders. However, his palm had just touched Qin Shinghan's shoulder, but he saw that the latter's body suddenly shook, like a frightened rabbit flipped to the side, and wrapped himself firmly with the quilt, and that pair of eyes full of tears were even more full of vigilance as he looked at Night Wu. This made Night Wu embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, "I just want to tell you that you don't have to worry about the money problem. I will think of a way. From now on, you mother and daughter are all raised by me." It would still take some time if the entire Qin clan group was to be brought down, so Night Wu could only comfort Qin Shinghan for the time being. Qin Shinghan, however, shook her head and said, "I want to be alone for a while, please go out. Is that alright?" Night Wu's face became even more embarrassed, but his heart was also warm. His wife is really gentle. Even if she is driving people out, she is also so gentle and euphemistic. However, Night Wu didn't move his feet, but hesitated again and again before he was saying, "What's that? I know it's a bit inappropriate to say this now, but you promised to go with me to get a license, so why don't we take advantage of the fact that neither of us are busy? Today, how am I in the mood to get a license with you?" Before Night Wu finished his words, Qin Shinghan just choked and cut him off, a pouring face full of aggravation. Qin Shinghan's loathing for Night Wu was really getting stronger. Didn't she know that the sky was collapsing above her head and he was still thinking of getting a license with her? However, Night Wu also had his own difficulties. There was not much time left for him to be able to be idle, and once he formally left for his position at Luohua Group, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to go home very often. That was why he had risked being disliked by Qin Shinghan to come and brazenly ask her to get a license with him. Qin Shinghan looked at Night Wu with tearful eyes and said again, "Night Wu, I've always wanted to know why you approached me. I know nothing about you. Will you spare us mother and daughter?" Chapter 25, Kicked Out of the House. Chapter 25, Kicked Out of the House. Listening to Qin Shinghan's pleading intent in her aggression, Night Wu's face suddenly sank, and he seriously said, "I never wanted to hurt you mother and daughter. I only want to take care of you for the rest of my life." Qin Shinghan, however, shook his head mockingly and hummed, "You know my past. I was forcibly annihilated at the age of 16, and in the past 8 years, everyone around me has been mocking me, and even my grandfather, my eldest uncle, and the others, no longer treat me as a member of the Qin family. Yesterday, I lost my job. I don't even have the money to pay my mortgage and support my entire family's expenses. I can't give you anything, so stop pestering me and please let me go." Qin Shinghan said more and more sad, more and more excited, and finally even covered his head and cried bitterly. Night Wu's face also became even more ugly as he mockingly laughed. "So, that's how you've always looked at me. Ah, do you think I'm approaching you because I want to get something? If anything, I can say that the only thing I want is a right to be able to take care of you mother and daughter." Qin Shinghan raised her head violently, and a few drops of tears were flung down onto the quilt with her. At this time, Qin Shinghan had long since completely collapsed due to the pressure, and so, her scorn for Night Wu was gone. Thus, Qin Shinghan said in an icy tone, "Your flowery words can't fool me. People like you don't lack women at all. If you want to use sugar-coated bombs to completely captivate me, I advise you to stop before it's too late. I'm not a simple little girl, and moreover, I won't fall in love with a forced annihilator." As soon as the words fell, Night Wu's heart was vaguely sour, so it turned out that Qin Shinghan had always thought that he had approached her because of a momentary pleasure. The self-deprecation in Night Wu's eyes intensified, and he laughed with an ugly face. "Do you think that I approached you for a momentary desire or to satisfy my own sense of fulfillment in pursuing a beautiful woman?" Qin Shinghan said, "Isn't it true that if you use force, I don't have the ability to resist, but that hypocritical mask on your face makes me sick just looking at it." Night Wu laughed, a hard laugh. This laughter made Qin Shinghan's back go cold. Just now, she had summoned up all her courage to say what was in her heart, and now, she finally felt afraid that this person would really use force on her after getting annoyed. Therefore, Qin Shinghan instinctively moved his body towards the back and retreated all the way to the position at the head of the bed. After a long time, Night Wu was suddenly looking at Qin Shinghan's eyes and said, "I do have something to hide from you, but I think that these secrets are not harmful to you. If the time is ripe, I will tell you all my things without reservation." The only thing Night Wu hides from Qin Shinghan is that he is Jingxi's real father. the forced annihilator who made Qin Shi Han live in purgatory for 8 years. And, of course, his identity as a war god in the army. If Knight Thingwu knew that what Qin Shi Han detested the most was his identity as an underground organization, perhaps Knight Thingwu would not be able to resist telling Qin Shi Han about his identity as a war hero in the military who protects his family and defends his country. Now, Knight Thingwu not only saw Qin Shi Han's gentleness, but also saw the stubbornness in her bones. Once she knew that she was the forcible annihilator, I'm afraid that she would be unable to resist giving herself a knife. The least they could do was to kick themselves out of the house so that they could never get close to the mother and daughter. Qin Shi Han's emotions stabilized. She shook her head and said, "There is no need. I am not interested in your affairs. I only beg you to be able to let me go. You keep me on my toes." After saying that, Qin Shi Han directly took out an object from the drawer of the nightstand. Knight Thingwu turned his head to look, but saw that the object was a small box, the very same engagement ring he had given her. Qin Shi Han placed the small box on the bed and said tiredly, "Thank you for what you've done for us mother and daughter in the past few days. This is returned to you. Go away." Knight Thingwu's mood was heavy. Surprisingly, he was going to be kicked out of the house. He reached out and picked up the small box. After casually opening it, a ring set with a thumb-sized sapphire was the ring that was presented in front of his eyes. Knight Thingwu casually glanced at it, but immediately following that, his pair of gazes were condensed, and a flash of extreme disappointment flared up in his eyes. Pop! Knight Thingwu closed the small box and said in a grave tone, "All right, I can leave for a few days. I'll give you time to think about it." After saying that, Knight Thingwu just directly left Qin Shi Han's room. Looking at the departing figure, Qin Shi Han didn't feel at ease. Instead, he was a bit lost. Boom! When the security door outside closed, it was more like she lost some kind of security in her mind. Woohoo! Suppressed sobs once again resounded through the room. Next to the trash can downstairs in the neighborhood, Knight Thingwu's face was grim and disappointed as he squeezed the small box with one hand while exerting a slight force. Click! The entire small box shattered at once, and the sapphire inside followed suit and turned into a pile of powder. However, a thumb-sized sapphire had a hardness that exceeded that of a diamond, and no matter how powerful Nightwind Marshall was, it would not be possible to easily pinch it into powder. And judging by that powdery form, it was obviously just ordinary glass. "Why are you doing this? Is it because of money?" Nightwind Wu murmured in disappointment. When Qin Shi Han's room, he opened the small box to see the ring for the first time. He already knew that this is no longer the one he gave her at the beginning. That ring is unique, the market value of more than $100 million, and Nightwind Wu crushed this one. Although the appearance is very cool, but it is a pure glass imitation. The processing fee is just a few $dozen. It seems that even a simple and kind woman like you is going to do some villainous deeds because of money. The disappointment in Nightwind Marshall's eyes intensified. After dropping a sentence, he was directly leaving the neighborhood. He didn't think of asking for that ring back. If Qin Shi Han really betrayed her character just for $100 million, then, let it be that he returned it to her, and she, too, would no longer be worthy of guarding for the rest of her life. Knight Thingwu only hoped that this $100 million would allow the mother and daughter to live a little better. Knight Thingwu just left the neighborhood. Yang Yu is panicked back home. Entering the door is crying, Shing Han, you must save your father." After driving Knight Thingwu away, Qin Shi Han was a little lost in her heart, and this, coupled with the pressure of not having a job, made her depressed to the extreme. After hearing Yang Yu's cries, her heart sank violently. Although she didn't know what was happening, she had realized that the sky above her head was really going to collapse. Qin Shi Han did not care about the undried tear tracks on his face, rushed out of the bedroom as to see Yang Yu forced a handful of tears on the sofa crying. Qin Shi Han asked in a trembling tone, "Mom, what happened? Where's Dad?" Yang Yu's eyes are full of guilt and self-blame. She cried, "Shing Han, Mom is sorry for you. Mom knows that you have a lot of financial pressure, but Mom still cannot help but want to play mahjong with neighbors to make a scene." But, speaking here, Yang Yu had obviously sobbed uncontrollably. Qin Shi Han sensed the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly sat on the sofa and asked, "Mom, what exactly happened? What happened to Dad?" Yang Yu wiped a handful of tears before she said, "Yesterday, we were having a good time at the mahjong parlor, and your father even won a few $100s, and then a few young men in their 30s came, and there was a man named Gao He, who sat at your father's table. That guy looked fierce, but his hand was never good, always losing money. And in one night's time, he froze and lost over $5,000 to your father. Toward the end of the day, that high hopper got a little upset, and he wanted to play bigger, $1,000 a hand, and your dad thought it was good luck, so he agreed to do it." Hearing this, Qin Shi Han said in an urgent voice, "Mom, didn't I tell you guys that playing mahjong should be treated as a pastime and entertainment, and not to play so big?" Yang Yu choked. "I advised your father the same way at first, but he didn't know what was wrong with him and had to play with others. At first, your dad did have a pretty good hand, winning $50,000 in less than an hour's work. Your dad said that if he wins another $50,000 he'll call it quits. That way he can still find Jingxi a good school and Jingxi won't have to be bullied every day. Qin Shinghan's face became even more worried. She knew that things weren't that simple. That Gao He surely wouldn't go and lose money for no reason. Yang Yu cried even more as she continued. Because of your father's greed and the encouragement of that Gao He, they played even bigger, and as a result, ooh, Shinghan Dad and Mom can't do right by you. Yang Yu suddenly howled. Qin Shinghan's heart became even more anxious and asked in a hurried voice, Mom, did Dad lose and by how much? It was only then that Yang Yu said, your father he lost. 100,000. 100,000. Qin Shinghan also stared in surprise. She also did not expect to lose that much. And then, she consoled Yang Yu. Mom, it's okay, consider it a lesson. I'll find a way to pay back the money. Qin Shinghan said it easily, but she simply didn't know where to borrow money from. Should she go to her grandfather? They definitely wouldn't help. Yang Yu guiltily said, Shinghan, Mom knows that it's not easy for you, but you have to think of a way to save your dad. That Gao he said that if you don't give him $80,000 tomorrow, he will cut off one of your dad's hands. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan's face turned white with fear and said sharply, shall we call the police? Yang Yu hurriedly shook her head. We can't call the police. That Gao he doesn't look like a good person. If we call the police, our family will be in big trouble in the future. Qin Shinghan, think of a way? Chapter 26. Something's wrong. Chapter 26. Something's wrong. Only then did Qin Shinghan nod, but immediately following, she was puzzled. Mom, didn't you just say that Dad lost 100,000? How did it become 80,000? Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's face was obviously a little embarrassed before she was muttering, Today Mom took advantage of you not being at home and took your ring and sold it. As Qin Shinghan changed her face, Yang Yu hummed again. What is the $100 million worth of Beihai gemstone? It's just a relatively high-grade imitation. Thought it could be sold for quite a lot of money, but it turned out to be sold for only $20,000. After hearing Yang Yu's words, Qin Shinghan's face became even more ugly, and her eyes were even more mixed, and it was only then that she realized, no wonder Night Thingwa's face would be so ugly after getting the ring. Originally, he already knew that the ring was no longer the previous ring, but, surprisingly, he didn't tear himself apart to his face. Instead he left without saying anything. Thinking of this, Qin Shinghan's eyes turned red with anxiety. She complained, Mom, how can you touch my things? Do you know that I just returned the ring to him today? If he knows that the ring has been dropped, how will he look at me? Yang Yu grunted without a good mood. Give it back to him for what? He's living in our house for nothing. A ring is considered cheap for him. Qin Shinghan was ashamed in his heart and said bitterly, Mom, you don't know anything. I've already kicked him out today. Yang Yu, slightly stunned, said, catch out is good. Eat us for nothing, but also give you a replica ring? Bragging is awesome. What the blue sea gemstone? Unique in the world. Qin Shinghan shook his head helplessly, but the crunch right now was to save his dad first, and then go redeem the ring afterward. But she doesn't have many friends around at all, let alone lend her $100,000 at a time. After tossing and turning all night without sleep, the next morning, Qin Shinghan, whose eyes were all bloodshot, finally dialed Chen Nan's phone. Shinghan, I'm busy. What's up? Chen Nan's phone rang a few times before it was answered. Qin Shinghan hesitated for a moment before he stammered. Chen Nan, can you lend me $80,000? 80,000. Chen Nan was first shocked for a moment, followed by, have you encountered something? Qin Shinghan didn't dare to tell Chen Nan the truth of the matter, but said, I want to transfer Jingxi to a different school, so, it's a bit urgent. Chen Nan said directly, I can transfer 50,000 to you right away, and I can't give you the remaining 30,000 until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan let out a sigh of relief and said, thank you Chen Nan, 50,000 is enough. Chen Nan said, okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Still, if there's any difficulty, be sure to give me a call. Thanks. Qin Shinghan hung up the phone, is on the phone to find a software. Her car is more than 70,000 yuan to buy, driving less than 2 years, should be able to sell a 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Since Gao he only gave her 1 day, Qin Shinghan couldn't wait for Chen Nan's 30,000 tomorrow and chose to sell her car instead. However, she was in too much of a hurry for that reason, and the car only sold for $30,000, carrying $80,000 in her arms. Qin Shinghan arrived at the address Yang Yu had given her, in a very large chess room. At this time, the chess room was already overcrowded. and most of the people playing cards were young people. Each of them had a gangly air, which made Qin Shinghan's mind instinctively tense up. The smoky chess room suddenly walked into Qin Shinghan, such a temperament and looks like a beautiful woman, instantly as to make the noisy atmosphere become quiet. There was even someone who whistled towards Qin Shinghan. Yo, pretty girl, come to play too. Come to our table. You're guaranteed to win. Immediately following that, a youth whose arms were covered in tattoos was smiling lewdly towards Qin Shinghan. Beauty, come to our table. Win is yours, lose is on me. Quite a few people were sending invitations to Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan's face was alert, and he asked nervously, I am looking for Gao He. I want him to let my father go. Upon hearing this, the youth whose arms were covered in tattoos then got up and came in front of Qin Shinghan, a faint playfulness hanging in his eyes as he laughed. You're Qin Shinghan, aren't you? You're really a big beauty. So much better looking than those movie stars. Qin Shinghan bit her red lips tightly and said, Trouble. The youth waved his hand towards Qin Shinghan and said, Follow me. With that, he was heading inside. Qin Shinghan followed behind and went straight to the office inside. The moment he opened the door, Qin Shinghan was looking at Qin Ji. At this time, Qin Ji was not tied up, but sitting on a chair. Only, his body was stiff. His face was even more pale. Qin Ji is crying after seeing Qin Shinghan. Shinghan, Dad can't do right by you. It's all Dad's fault for being too greedy. You can definitely save Dad. On the other side of the swivel chair was a cigar-smoking man, about 30 years old, with a hideous scar on top of his already fierce face. This person is Gao He, the owner of this chess room. During the day, the chess room normal business. In the evening, he will start to organize some unseemly card games. After Gao He saw Qin Shinghan, he was obviously stunned and froze as well, thinking that Lu Fu was right. Qin Shinghan was far beyond those movie stars in both temperament and beauty. Qin Shinghan's nose was also sore when she saw Qin Ji, but she knew that she couldn't be too weak, so she directly placed the satchel containing $80,000 in cash on the table and said towards Gao He, This is $80,000. Please let my father go. Gao He spat out a mouthful of smoke rings, playfully laughed. 80,000? Yesterday was 80,000. Today has changed a price. At these words, Qin Shinghan was obviously angry and said angrily, How can you do this? I have already returned the money to you on time. Gao He leaned back on the recliner, a pair of lewd gazes roaming recklessly over Qin Shinghan's body, cursing Qin Shinghan's conservative dress. And then, he was the one who said, Your father's matter is very serious. In our line of work, the most taboo is cheating, and your father has touched this point. So, if there is no 200,000, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll send someone to send an arm over to you. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan was both angry and scared, and Qin Ji even said sharply, Shinghan, I didn't cheat. They set me up. They deliberately set me up. Although Qin Shinghan believed in his father's words, but now that he was in their hands, what they said was what they said, and he could only do as he was told. Only after a long time did Qin Shinghan grit his teeth and said, Okay, if it's $200,000, I can only give it to you tomorrow, but you have to promise that you won't hurt my father. Gao He played with the flavor. Beauty, today it's 200,000, tomorrow it might become 400,000, so hold on tight. At these words, Qin Shinghan became even more furious. What exactly do you want to let go of my father? We have no grievances or hatred with you. Although Qin Shinghan had a soft character, her mind was extraordinarily intelligent, and she could see that Gao He didn't want to release her father at all. Gao He placed the cigar in the ashtray and smiled playfully. I'll give you a chance to go to a dinner party tomorrow night. As long as you go, your father will be able to return home peacefully, and the money your father owes me can be written off. As soon as the words fell, Qin Shinghan was shocked and stared in disbelief. So, this is their purpose. In order to let themselves participate in a meal, they do not hesitate to set up a trap to trap their father. But Qin Shinghan had her own bottom line. She shook her head and said, I'll pay you back, but I won't attend the meal you mentioned. Gao He seemed to have anticipated that Qin Shinghan would say this. He said unhurriedly, In that case, wait to receive one of your father's arms. In addition, do not report to the police. Otherwise, what you are about to receive is not your father's arm, but a corpse. As soon as the words fell, Qin Ji's face turned white with fear, but he still had to grit his teeth and said towards Qin Shinghan, Shinghan, Dad's trouble that Dad has caused is Dad's own responsibility, and you can't go to that dinner party. After hearing Qin Ji's words, Gao He frowned, and the tattooed youth beside him went up and punched Qin Ji in the face, which directly caused the corner of Qin Ji's mouth to split open. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan was so anxious that he shouted, Stop, I'll go. Qin Ji let out a mouthful of bloodied saliva and said, Shinghan, you can't go. Gao He laughed. Weren't you raped by a rapist 8 years ago, so why care so much about your body? Qin Shinghan's face was icy cold as he looked at Gao He and said, "Tell me the time and address. I'll go, but you have to keep your promise as well." Seeing Qin Shinghan's agreement, Gao He then smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, as long as you arrive at the Windhome Hotel at 8 o'clock tomorrow night on time, your father will leave from here. It's a deal," Qin Shinghan said coldly, before turning towards Qin Ji. "Dad, you'll get out of here." After saying that, Qin Shinghan left the chess room without looking back, and did not even take away the $80,000. Chapter 27, Going to the Banquet. Chapter 27, Going to the Banquet. After Qin Shinghan left, the tattooed youth asked towards Gao He, "Brother Gao, I heard that there was a big shot in Haihua City. How big?" Upon hearing this, Gao He glared at the tattooed youth and said with a stony face, "Even the East Dragon Overlord, Brother Hao, has to call him brother, so how big do you think it is?" The tattooed youth was stunned and grew his mouth, and only after a long time did he stutter, Even Brother Hao has to call him a brother." And then, the tattooed youth shrunk his neck and laughed. "Brother Gao, that Qin Shenghan is the gift you prepared for that big shot, right?" Gao He relit a cigar and smiled with a smug smile. "Of course, if not to get close to Brother Hao, how could I let go of such a superb girl? As long as I can make Brother Hao take a look at me, you guys will be able to eat good food and drink hot water in the future. This time, that Lu Fu has also helped me by mistake, so give him some care in the future." Gao He has some friendship with the principal of the elementary school, Lu Fu, and 2 days ago, that Lu Fu approached him, saying that the father of an elementary school student beat him up, and that person was a forced annihilator with some skills, and even blew Qin Shinghan's beauty out of the water. At first, Gao He did not quite believe that there was such a beautiful woman, but after really seeing Qin Shinghan, he realized that the Lu Fu blew up was not at all as good as 1/10 of Qin Shinghan's real beauty. Therefore, Gao He, who originally wanted to enjoy it alone, temporarily had his own plan. Why not offer this Qin Shenghan, who was countless times prettier than a movie star, to Brother Hao, in which case he would be able to follow the East Dragon Overlord in the future. The homeless Knight Fingwu, on the other hand, had to go to the presidential suite of Lin Chang's trio to make do for a few days. After the three people saw Knight Windwu, they were also slightly stunned. Didn't the instructor say that he was very happy to embrace his beautiful daughter-in-law every day? How did he abandon his daughter-in-law to come and live with them today? When the three of them wanted to ask something, they were kicked away by Knight Fingwu, and even more so, the only big bed was taken away from them in a hard way. Of course Knight Fingwu wouldn't tell them that he had been kicked out of the house by his wife. Qin Shinghan alone at home is tossing and turning, unable to sleep peacefully. She more than once wanted to call Chen Nan, but Kahaku had threatened her that if she called the police, her father would be dead. On one side, although Yang Yu was worried that Qin Shinghan was a sheep in a tiger's den, on the other side was her husband who had been with her for decades, so she could only keep crying. When it was 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Shinghan finally started to freshen up. She applied lipstick to herself that she hadn't worn in a long time, and even aimed for eyeliner. Underneath were a pair of slim pants, a white shirt on top and a khaki-colored trench coat. Although dressed simply, both her temperament and appearance were enough to make any man gasp in amazement at a fairy, especially since Qin Shinghan was already pure and beautiful looking. Looking at herself in the mirror, Qin Shinghan's face showed bitterness and despair. At this moment, she suddenly was sprung a feeling. This life, she felt most secure days, surprisingly, is the Night Wind martial arts at the side of those days. If he is not a forced annihilator, if he does not have any involvement with the underground organization, himself, really wants to let him be Jing Si's father. Qin Shinghan murmured with incomparable loss. But there are no ifs in this world. Starting 8 years ago, one's life was already destined to be miserable for the rest of one's life. Finally, she left the house and got into a cab bound for the Windhover Hotel. In the presidential suite of a star hotel, Knight Fingwu sat on the sofa with an expressionless face, and the ashtray of the coffee table was already piled with cigarette butts. "I still don't believe that you would be that kind of woman. Is that ring really able to make you sell your character?" Knight Fingwu murmured. After a night of tossing and turning, Knight Fingwu still couldn't believe that Qin Shinghan would be that kind of woman. At that moment, the cell phone beside him rang, and the caller was Jiang Hao. After Knight Fingwu pressed the answer button, Jiang Hao's voice came, "Brother Wu, I have prepared a good reception banquet for you at the Feng Hao Hotel, and by the way, I would like to introduce you to a few brothers, all of whom have been born and died with me." Knight Fingwu faintly said, "I know, tell me the private room number. I'll go over there." When people get depressed, the easiest thing they can think of is to use alcohol to anesthetize themselves, right? Knight Fingwu was no exception, so he didn't have any hesitation as to agree. Jiang Hao said, "Feng Hao Hotel, 2nd floor, Overlord private room." After Knight Fingwu left, he just took a taxi directly to the Feng Hao Hotel. Upon arriving at the entrance of Feng Hao Hotel, even Knight Fingwu was surprised by this luxury hotel. The entire floor was 15 stories high. The first to the fifth floor was catering. Chinese, Western and French food were all available. And the fifth floor and above were the guest rooms for lodging. It was said that the Windhall Hotel was considered one of the most luxurious hotels in Shanghai Hua City. It was already super 5-star. And most of the people who could come here to eat were people with power and influence. Today, Knight Fingwu changed into a set of black Zhongshan suit. His body was already straight and robust. He was even more heroic. However, in today's era, this set of Zhongshan suit worn on a 26-year-old young man, it is really a bit old-fashioned. However, Knight Fingwu had a robust body and a nice sharp handsome face, so even an old-fashioned Chinese mountain suit still made him radiant. After walking into that huge turnstile, on the face is walking a mature woman wearing a professional set of dresses. Mature women have some posture, body slightly plump and full. The white shirt in the suit opened the top 2 buttons, revealing a touch of let a person's heart accelerate the scenery. The voluptuous lower body even held out a very delicate curve of that knee-length skirt. Welcome to the Feng Hao Hotel. I'm the lobby manager Lin Ling. Does sir have a reservation? The mature woman asked with a smile on her face towards Knight Fingwu. Knight Fingwu 1.85 m head, a set of Zhongshan suit more straight, plus have a handsome and rigid face, so Lin Ling's tone is very gentle and warm. Such a face and body of the man, even if there is no money, is also can be raised as a boyfriend. Knight Fingwu also politely said, my name is Knight Fingwu. I shouldn't need to make a reservation. He seems to have already booked a private room. Hearing this, Lin Ling guffawed, wanting to flirt with this big handsome guy, so she stepped forward and just took one of Knight Fingwu's arms, and even rubbed herself on Knight Fingwu's arm. Why don't we go sit over there for a while and you slowly tell your sister? Lin Ling smiled delicately towards Knight Fingwu. Knight Fingwu frowned slightly. How could he not feel the touch on his arm that made people's blood spurt? He did not like such a flirtatious woman. He wanted to draw it back but could not make any strength, so he just let her fool around. Lin Ling sensed that Knight Fingwu was a bit unnatural, so she once again snickered. Big handsome guy is quite shy. Is it possible that you are afraid that your sister will eat you? Lin Ling acted like a windswept woman, making Knight Fingwu frown a little slightly. However, what Knight Fingwu didn't know was that it was also very rare for Lin Ling to show such a side of her. It was really because she felt that this big handsome man was right in her eyes. With a little bit of beauty, you might be able to say goodbye to being single. Knight Fingwu was just about to say Jiang Hao's name out when he came face to face with another youth with a cigarette in his mouth. Although the youth's body is all famous brands, but in the collocation of it looks unorthodox, and the big gold chain on his neck makes him gangster. After the youth saw Lin Ling hugging Knight Fingwu's arm, he immediately teased and laughed. Yo, Sister Ling is actually hooking up with a man. It's really rare. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling glared at the youth and scolded in a bad mood. Cheng Zi, you get the hell out of my way. Hurry up and put out the cigarette. Didn't brother Hao tell you to pick up the big shot? The youth hemmed and hawed, and swept a few eyes over Knight Fingwu's body as well, before looking outside and saying, that master should have arrived as well? The youth's name was Lu Cheng, and he was considered one of the more trusted juniors around Jiang Hao. Lin Ling's eyes flooded with a smirk as she asked, I heard that master is someone that even Hao has to call brother. What exactly does he look like? Is he handsome? At this moment, Knight Fingwu's face was filled with black lines. This Lin Ling even held his arm and hung him out to dry. That Lu Cheng then said, although I've never met him, however, I heard from brother Hao that, but any woman who sees her will feel secure and want to fall in love. After hearing this Lu Cheng's words, Knight Fingwu instinctively straightened his back, and thought to himself, although this youth is not popular, what he says is quite true. That Lin Ling was even pretending to have a face of infatuation, but immediately followed by tilting her head to look at Knight Fingwu's face, which was similarly handsome, with a straight body and unusually strong muscles. Moreover, from him, one could indeed feel a hint of security. And wasn't it him that Willow City was talking about? Chapter 28, Steel Pipe Dance. Chapter 28, Pole Dancing. Just as this thought appeared, Lin Ling's face paled for a few moments as she asked tentatively towards Lu Cheng, Cheng Zi, what is that master's name? Lu Cheng said, surname Knight. Hao called him Wu. As soon as the words fell, that Lin Ling's body obviously stiffened up. A beautiful face was even more anxious and lost color, panicked as to let go of the arm of the Night Wind martial arts. This person's name was Knight Fingwu. His surname was Knight, and at the end of his name was the word Wu. Plus Lu Cheng's description of that person was so apt to this person's looks and temperament. This made Lin Ling, who was already smart, instantly just guessed that Knight Fingwu was the one that Hao was entertaining today. Gosh, what had she done? Not only had she molested him, but she was also holding one of his arms. Lin Ling, although she was familiar with the minions under Hao, she was still in awe when facing Hao, and today, she had the audacity to molest someone who Hao had to call a brother. Over and out. Dead. Seeing this, Knight Fingwu smiled playfully towards Lin Ling. Not going over to chat for a while? At those words, that Linling was on the verge of crying in fear. Although she had fought with Jiang Hao's minions, she also knew what kind of ruthless character the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao was, so she was even more afraid of this person who even Jiang Hao had to respect a few points. Therefore, Linling lowered her head and said very nervously, Wu brother, right, sorry, I didn't know it was you. On the side, Lu Chang also changed his face in shock. He knew very well Linling's ability to read people. Could it be that this person was the Wu brother that Hao was talking about? Thinking of this, Lu Chang hurriedly pinched the cigarette in his hand, before he bowed his head toward Nightwind Wu and said, You, our brother Wu? Nightfing Wu nodded and said, If Xiao Hao asked you to pick me up, it shouldn't be wrong. Upon hearing this, that Lu Chang became even more respectful and said towards Nightwind Wu, Brother Hao has been waiting in the private room for a long time. Little brother will take you there. Nightfing Wu nodded, and while following Lu Chang away, he did not forget to smile at that Lin Ling. Sister Ling, it seems that we can only talk again sometime. At those words, that Lin Ling's face was filled with bitterness and nervousness. However, Nightfing Wu's smile was very gentle, which made Lin Ling feel that the tension in her heart instantly loosened up. Looking at the tall back that walked up the stairs, Lin Ling murmured and laughed. It's really such a handsome man. He does have an aura about him that makes people feel safe. It would be great as a boyfriend, even if it's just to sleep with him for a night. Just walk to the second floor stairs of the Nightwind Wu suddenly is a slip of the feet. Lin Ling's voice is very weak, but with the ear power of the Nightwind Wu, but still heard clearly. Soon, Lu Chang brought Nightwind Marshal to a very large and luxurious private room, the door of which had two big eye-catching words Overlord on it. After entering the private room, the huge marble table was what entered Nightfing Wu's eyes. Jiang Hao was sitting next to the main seat, surrounded by 8 other people. After seeing Nightwind Wu come in, Jiang Hao hurriedly got up and smiled. Brother Wu, why are you only here now? Seeing Jiang Hao get up, the other 8 people also hurriedly followed suit and stood up, all of them following suit and calling out to Nightwind Wu brother. Of these 8 people, 3 of them had seen Nightwind Wu before, the last time they were in that project department. Nightfing Wu said in a flat tone, It's not too late. At the same time he spoke, he casually swept a glance at this luxury room. The room is more than 100 square feet. The huge marble table is to account for 1/3 of the other space has a karaoke, a bar full of foreign wine. The very center there is even a steel pipe. Is there a special program? Jiang Hao laughed and hurriedly pulled Nightwind Wu to sit on the main seat while saying, Brother Wu, let me introduce you. This is Hyena, my most capable henchman. He saw you last time, Jiang Hao said as he pointed to a thinly built but explosive youth next to him. The youth seemed to be unsmiling, and a pair of gazes even hid a hint of ferocity, making his already strict face even more dangerous. Nightfing Wu nodded. He was from the King of Soldiers. In the past 8 years, he had killed more people than he could remember. When he saw the hyena's pair of eyes that contained ferocity, and the hostile aura on his body, Nightfeng Wu can already conclude that underneath this person's strict character, I'm afraid that there is an incomparable crazy side. He must also have a lot of human lives in his hands. Of course, the most revealing part of the hyena's extraordinary nature was the bones of his entire body. The man was thin but broad-boned, and the tops of his fists were covered in calluses. Brother Wu, take care. Hyena hurriedly got up. He had a stiff smile on his face as he picked up the Three Tails wineglass and directly drank it all in one go. Jiang Hao laughed again. Brother Wu, we haven't seen each other for 8 years. I don't know if your fighting strength has improved. Hey, this hyena was a mercenary in the Silver Triangle. He's the brother I look up to the most. You guys can spar some other day. Nightfing Wu glared at Jiang Hao and said in a salty manner, Do you want us to spar? Hearing this, Jiang Hao shrunk his neck, hemmed and hawed, and said, Brother Wu, back then I wasn't your opponent, but times are different now. These 8 years, I insisted on practicing sparring fighting arts every day. Although I can't beat a hyena, but a professional boxer is not worth mentioning at all in my hands. So, Brother Wu, you absolutely can't possibly abuse me like you did back then. Although Jiang Hao's words had a joking element to them, it was obvious that he also wanted to find an opportunity to try out how Nightwind Marshal's current combat power was. Nightfing Wu blankly glanced at Jiang Hao and grunted, If you want to try, you'll definitely end up worse off than back then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao smiled with some disbelief, guessing that he might not be Wu's opponent, but he definitely wouldn't be much worse. While that hyena's eyes looking at Nightfing Wu was a few points of gravity. As a former mercenary, his force was not afraid of even the best boxers, and his heart was even more of a condescension. He saw a kind of self-confidence from Nightfing Wu. This kind of self-confidence stemmed from his mindset of being proud of everything, but it definitely wasn't just a high-mindedness. Although Hyena had some respect for Nightfing Wu, it didn't mean that he didn't want to try out the strength of this person that even Hao respected a million times. Jiang Hao began to continue the introduction, pointing to the several people in front of him respectively. This is Lu Chang. You've already seen it just now. This is Fong Gang. This is Zheng Tao. Jiang Hao introduced 8 people in a row to the Nightwind martial arts to recognize, and finally even laughed. They are not only my right-hand man, but also the backbone of the entire Wind Hao real estate. Do not look at their previous fight. However, in this aspect of the real estate, there is still some ability. The 8 people raised their cups together towards Night Fengwu, and then drank it all in one go. With indescribable bravado, Night Fengwu similarly dried up the wine in his cup. At this time, several waiters began to serve food. The large table was soon filled with a wide range of meals. The lobby manager, Lin Ling, also walked over with a wineglass, and then came to Night Fengwu and Jiang Hao. She filled her own wineglass, then said, "Brother Wu, I've offended you a lot just now, so this glass of wine will be my apology to you." After saying that, Lin Ling tilted her head, and that was when she drained the 3 taels of wine in that cup with the same bravado. Night Fengwu laughed. "Don't worry about it, I didn't suffer anyway." At those words, Lin Ling's face flushed with a touch of shyness. She was a smart woman. How could she not understand the words of Night Fengwu? She rubbed his arm on her chest so much. Of course he didn't suffer. At this time, Lu Chang was suddenly teasing, "Sister Ling, if it's to make amends, why don't you perform a pole dance for the gang? Ha ha, come one." With Lu Chang's teasing, everyone else was also up in arms. Lin Ling glared at Lu Chang and the others and delicately scolded, "Get lost, old lady is not going to dance for you." Lu Chang continued to flirt, "Then dance for Brother Wu." "Ah, just now in the lobby, you were trying to catch Brother Wu." After being dismantled by Lu Chang, that Lin Ling's face became even more flushed, making her, who already had some poise, even more delicate. Jiang Hao also didn't expect this Lin Ling to have such a relationship with Wu, so he also laughed and said, "Lin Ling, since the group is happy, why don't we have one?" As Jiang Hao spoke, how could Lin Ling dare to refuse? She glanced at Night Fengwu and realized that there was a hint of interest in his eyes as well, so she nodded her head readily and smiled. Then, "Little sister will make an offering." Lin Ling wriggled her plump torso and leaned against the pole, her movements enchanting and flirtatious to the beat of the music, but not a hint of debauchery could be seen. Lin Ling is wearing a professional set of dresses. Such clothes are not able to dance pole dance, but even so, Lin Ling's dance is still hot. Many difficult movements she did the best. Then those professional pole dancers are also not stingy. The only thing that disappointed these lords was that, although Lin Ling's dance was of great amplitude, the scenery under the hem of her skirt was always deliberately covered up at critical moments, so that, moreover, these men were unable to stop. Chapter 29, The Human Condition. Chapter 29, Human Nature. Jiang Hao said towards Night Wind Wu, "Brother Wu, Lin Ling used to be a good pole dance teacher. Then the venue was smashed by West Tiger Black Wind. I saw that she was very capable in interpersonal communication, so I took her in." Night Fengwu nodded his head. He was also quite appreciative of this Lin Ling. She was very smart. Well, her dance moves were also good. Jiang Hao looked at Nightwind Wu's eyes and smiled wryly. "Brother Wu, Lin Ling is a bit flirtatious on the surface, but no one of the brothers has touched her. Do you want to?" Before Jiang Hao could finish his words, Night Fengwu just glared at him and said without any good humor, "My wife is much prettier than her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao hemmed and hawed and said, "That's true, but is it human nature to sneak in the occasional fish?" Night Fengwu made an angry face, but in his heart, he already agreed with the words. In the Night Wind Wu appreciate Lin Ling this hot pole dance. Downstairs hall as suddenly came a few youths. The leader is the face with a scar Gao He. Gao He took 3 minions with a cigar dangling from the side of his mouth, and strutted just to the center of the lobby. At this time, a waiter suddenly came in front of Gao He and frowned. "Sir, smoking is not allowed here." With that, he handed an ashtray in front of Gao He, an undoubted arrogance on his unhappy face. Seeing this, Gao He hurriedly placed his cigar in the ashtray. Even when he was facing the waiter of Feng Hao Hotel, he still behaved respectfully. This was the aura of the East Dragon Overlord, and only after that, the waiter was saying, "Does sir have a reservation?" Gao He said, "Fong Gang is my friend, I'll give him a call." How could the waiter not recognize Fong Gang? That was the right-hand man under Brother Hao. Until this moment, the face he looked at Gao He was a few points better. Gao He dialed Fong Gang's phone and opened his mouth. "Brother Gang, I've arrived at the lobby." "Okay, I'll be up there in a minute." After hanging up the phone, Gao He frowned slightly and cursed. "Damn, why hasn't that Qin Xinghan girl arrived yet? Is she trying to back out?" Saying that, he suddenly was turned to look at a junior behind him and said in a deep voice, "If Qin Xinghan doesn't arrive before 8 o'clock, chop up Qin Ji for me." That little brother just about to nod, but suddenly is to see the hotel door to come an incomparably beautiful figure. Tall figure, wearing all those simple, but has an indescribable pure temperament. Such a woman, really beautiful not so real. This person is not Qin Xinghan who can be. Gao He also saw Qin Xinghan, and his pair of eyes couldn't help but be amazed for a long time. Big beautiful girl, you're finally here. Thought you didn't care about your father's death. Gao He smiled lewdly while reaching out to pull Qin Xinghan's arm. Qin Xinghan's face stiffened as he took a step back, dodging the devil's claw before he was saying, I've arrived on time. You should also keep your promise. Gao He laughed. That's natural. As he said this, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, saying, release Qin Ji and return his cell phone and everything to him. After putting down the phone, Gao He looked at Qin Xinghan and said, I, Gao He, am true to my word. Your father will be able to come home soon. Of course, Qin Xinghan wouldn't easily believe Gao He's words, so she was ready to give her dad a call. Before the call was even dialed, Qin Ji had already called. Xinghan, I have left the chess room. You hurry back. Don't go to that hotel. Qin Ji's nervous and urgent voice came from the phone. Qin Xinghan said indifferently, Dad, leave it alone. After saying that, she just directly hung up the phone, and then two fingers quickly tapped a few times on the cell phone screen. This stealthy action did not provoke any suspicion from Gao He. After seeing Qin Xinghan put away his cell phone, Gao He was the one who said, please, second floor overlord private room. If that big shot can take a look at you, you'll be able to eat and wear without worrying in the future, and it's going to be 10,000 times stronger than your current strong annihilator husband. Qin Xinghan's face was expressionless, but there was a strong despair in her eyes as she walked straight up the stairs to the second floor, stroking her left sleeve every now and then. Gao He frowned slightly, but he didn't care about Qin Xinghan's strange behavior. In the private room, Lin Ling's dance was still bewitching and fiery. Her forehead was already slightly sweating, and her pair of delicate eyes always threw themselves towards Knight Fengwu intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, Fang Gang was suddenly saying towards Zhang Hao, Brother Hao, there is someone who wants to meet you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao frowned slightly and said, what kind of people? Fang Gang said, a small person, called Gao He, opened a chess room in Haiwa City, and has some juniors under his hand. I have some friendship with him. He wanted to follow under your hand a long time ago. Zhang Hao said unhappily, today is a reception for Brother Wu. Not just any cat or dog can come over. That Fang Gang hemmed and hawed and said, I didn't want him to come either, but he said that he brought a big beauty that he wanted to introduce to Brother Wu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao first frowned. He understood Knight Fengwu. Although they were both bloodthirsty men, Knight Fengwu wasn't the type to touch any woman. However, it's been 8 years and Wu just got out of jail, so maybe he needs a woman badly. So he nodded and said, let him up. Fang Gang then laughed, I'll go pick him up. With that, Fang Gang just left the private room. Knight Wind Marshal had heard Zhang Hao and Fang Gang's words in his ears, but he didn't say anything. Soon, the door to the private room was opened, and Fang Gang walked in first, followed closely by a man with a scar on his face. Gao He. Although Gao He mixed in the ranks of the hooligans, but where have seen such a scene? Not to mention the East Dragon King Hao, is Hao's side of the several right-hand man. In the whole of the city of Haiwa is a giant like the existence of. Therefore, Gao He's face was so tense that even his waist was not daring to straighten up too much. Fang Gang introduced to Nightwind Wu Ho and Zhang Hao, Brother Wu, Brother Hao. This is Gao He, the owner of a chess room. He wants to get to know you guys. Both Knight Fengwu and Zhang Hao's faces were flat, not putting such a small person in their eyes at all, not to mention having no interest in recognizing them. On the side, Lu Cheng but grunted, Gao He, did you kid come here empty-handed? Don't you know our rules? If you come empty-handed, then, leave something behind when you leave. Upon hearing this, that Gao He's face stiffened as he squeezed out a small smile, and towards Zhang Hao and Night Wind Marshal was saying, Brother Hao, how could I dare to come empty-handed? There's a big beauty who wants to see Brother Hao's demeanor, and so, I've brought her here. With that, Gao He turned his head toward the door and said, don't come in and meet Ho yet. Fang Gang also laughed obscenely. This kid didn't lie. The beauty outside the door is simply too pretty to be true. Ha ha. Everyone was looking towards the door with eager anticipation, as if they wanted to catch a glimpse of what this uncharacteristically pretty beauty really looked like. Zhang Hao smiled towards Nightwind Wu and said, Brother Wu, let's see it too. Night Fengwu nodded and looked in the direction of the doorway along with Zhang Hao. Immediately following, a tall, innocent-looking woman was the one who entered everyone's eyes. She lowered her face. Her whole person was very stiff-looking, but even so, that scourge of a face made the whole private room instantly silent. Even Lin Ling, who was dancing a big pole dance there, was also stunned because of Qin Xinghan's beauty. She thought she had some poise, but in front of this woman, she immediately felt ashamed of herself. In an instant, the faces of Night Fengwu and Zhang Hao just changed, becoming terribly gloomy. Even the hyena and Zhang Tao next to him were at a loss for words. The two of them had seen Qin Xinghan at the Feng Hao real estate project, and at that time, Qin Shinghan was nearly bullied by the golden leopard. The two recalled the scene at that time, but they were also shocked into a cold sweat. At that time, how did not hesitate is to get the golden leopard dead, and even went so far as to waste one of his own legs, as a way to thank Wu for his sins. And today, how come the sister-in-law has once again appeared on such an occasion? Chapter 30, It's Not Your Fault. Chapter 30, The Fault Is Not Yours. If Qin Shinghan raised his head to look up, he would be able to see the cold and terrifying gaze of Night Fingwu. Holy, this is too pretty. It's much prettier than those movie stars. Gao He, you kid is good. Lu Chang looked at Qin Shenghan whose cheeks were lowered. He also couldn't help but be amazed. Aside from Hyena and Zhang Tao, the rest of the five were all teasing. Beauty, you've really come to the right place. At this time, a man named Zhong Long, who was sitting on the outermost part of the table, suddenly picked up his own glass of wine, and then handed it to Qin Shinghan's face, smiling, beautiful woman, drink this glass of wine, and from now on, you'll be a member of our circle. However, Qin Shinghan did not reach out to pick up the wine cup, but bit her red lips tightly and said, I don't know how to drink. Upon hearing this, that Zhong Long was obviously a bit displeased, and when Gao He, who was on the side, saw this, he immediately said with a cold face, Qin Shinghan, don't refuse to take the penalty wine for honoring the wine. You don't have to take a look at what kind of characters this room full of people are. Drink your drink and then sit next to Ho, or else. Swish. Before Gao He finished his words, he saw the hyena suddenly leap over from the 3-meter-wide marble table, and with one kick, he shattered the wineglass in Zhong Long's hand. Zhong Long was shocked, and before he could react to why dog had snapped, he saw that hyena's backhanded slap was on Gao He's face. The force of this slap was so great that it directly caused Gao He to fly out more than 2 meters, and then ruthlessly hit the wall behind him. His lips were completely torn. Gao He couldn't feel the pain on his face at this point, as he was completely blindsided by the sudden slap. Had he done something wrong? Next to Nightwind Wu, Zhang Hao's face was green for a while and white for a while, wishing to kill Gao He, Fang Gang and Zhong Long by 1,000 cuts. They are trying to force themselves to the road of death because he has felt the icy killing intent on the body of the Nightwind martial arts. After the hyena knocked Gao Hao away, he turned around and just grabbed Zhong Long's collar and pressed him down on the table with a fierce force. Dog brother, me, what did I do wrong? Zhong Long was also shocked without knowing why, and he said in horror as he leaned over the table. For hyena, Zhong Long was also in immense awe. This man was not only Hao's most trusted brother, but also a maniac-like character. The hyena put his mouth close to Zhong Long's ear and said in a low voice, you are wrong in having eyes. Swish. As soon as the words fell, the hyena was suddenly picking up the silver knife next to him and lightning fast plunged it into the top of Zhong Long's palm, the blade penetrating through the marble table and nailing it directly to the tabletop. Zhong Long's face was red with pain, but he didn't dare to let out a single sound of begging for mercy. Although he didn't know exactly where he went wrong, he knew that he was bound to have done something wrong. Seeing this, Fang Gang, Lu Chang, and the other few people who had all just spoken out to molest Qin Shinghan were all horrified as well. As soon as the hyena pinned Yanagi down on the table, he picked up another silver knife nearby and plunged it into his palm once more. Lu Chang similarly endured the pain in silence. In Feng Hao Real Estate, Hao was the eternal big brother, and the hyena was his executive officer. All his actions represented Hao. Swish swish swish, without exception. All of the people who had just spoken out to molest Qin Shinghan had their palms nailed to the table, allowing that blood to spill outward. At this time, Fang Gang slowly walked to the side of the hyena, and then took the initiative to place his palm on the table. During that time, not a single person bothered to ask what had happened and why they were being punished in this way. The hyena came to Fang Gang and said in a deep voice, is Gao He a friend of yours? Fang Gang said in a stiff tone, it's just some friendship, not friends, but he's still here because of you. The icy voice came from the hyena's mouth. As soon as the words fell, the hyena kicked Fang Gang's calf, and the crisp sound of bones breaking reached everyone's ears, followed by the hyena once again nailing Fang Gang's palm to the table with the silver cutter. At this time, that Qin Shinghan had also long since raised his face because of the sudden change, and with a glance, he looked at Night Fingwu and Jiang Hao, who were sitting on the main seat. At this moment, she had mixed flavors in her heart. How could he be here? Could Gao Hao let himself accompany the person who was drinking him? For some reason, Qin Shinghan was very lost at this time, especially after meeting Night Fingwu's gloomy and disappointed gaze. She felt even more bitter in her heart. After the hyena had done this, he suddenly was once again picking up a silver knife on the table, and without hesitation, he just plunged it into his palm. Brother Wu and Brother Hao, they are all my little brothers. I can't apologize to you. Hyena looked at Nightwind Wu and Jiang Hao with a shameful face. Suddenly, Jiang Hao stood up violently from his chair, and with a click, a loaded pistol was pointing at Hyena. Fong Gang and the others. Brother Wu, as long as you say the word, I'll shoot them now. Jiang Hao looked towards Nightwind Wu, and there was also an extremely guilty look in his eyes. Nightwing Wu's tone was ice cold and terrifying as he said, they are brothers who are loyal to you, and the fault does not lie with them. At those words, Jiang Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't bear to kill all of his brothers, he definitely wouldn't hesitate if Nightwing Wu opened his mouth, because his loyalty and respect for Nightwing Wu had far exceeded everything. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Hao's gun twisted and aimed directly at his thigh, and without hesitation, he was about to pull the trigger. Pop! There was a soft thud, and the moment the firing pin was about to be hit, a large, strong hand instantly pressed down on it. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, the pistol had already entered the hands of Nightwing Wu, followed by a pistol that turned out to be completely transformed into a pile of scattered parts in less than a second. Even the 8 bullets in the magazine were actually completely scattered on the desktop. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Even Hyena was surprised. He was a mercenary by trade and thought his proficiency with firearms far exceeded everyone here. However, he definitely couldn't do anything to be able to dismantle a pistol in a second's time, let alone remove all the bullets from the magazine. However, what shocked all of them the most was that Hao would attempt to waste one of his own legs. What exactly was it for? Was it for this beautiful and somewhat unreal woman? What exactly was her identity? Swish! Immediately following, Jiang Hao copied his silver knife and inserted it directly into his palm. Looking at the flowing blood, he was ashamed and said, Brother Wu, brother can't do right by you. At this time, that cow he had long been scared to the point that his legs were trembling. This sudden everything seemed too bizarre to the point that it was like entering hell. Unable to help it, he looked towards Qin Shinghan's back. His intuition told him that he shouldn't provoke this woman, and even more so, he shouldn't take it out for that Lu Fu. Looking at Jiang Hao's blood-dripping palm, Nightwing Wu frowned. Why do you need to do this? I've already said that the fault doesn't lie with you guys. Jiang Hao did not reply, but endured the pain on his palms, then looked at the brothers who each had a knife in their palms, and said in a cold voice, do you know who this woman is? He is Brother Wu's wife, our sister-in-law. You guys have big dog guts. As soon as the words fell, the crowd was horrified and bloodless, and it was only at this point that they finally knew why they were being punished in this way. They may not know about Wu's past, but they can feel the love between them from the fact that Hao is pleading for Wu's forgiveness even though he has wasted one of his own legs. And today, they dared to speak out and molest sister-in-law. And even more detestable was that this little Gaohai had brought her here. Gao he was even more horrified that his whole body went to the point that a stream of urine flowed out from between his legs. At this moment, he finally understood Qin Shinghan's identity. She was, surprisingly, the woman of the man who even called Brother Hao a brother. Doesn't it mean that this person is the one who has some skills as a forced annihilator in Lu Fu's mouth? Your ancestors Lu Fu, killed my old man. Slap. Immediately after that, Lu Chang, Zheng Tao, Zhong Long, and a few others all pulled their knives out of their palms, and then they all walked towards Gao He with a murderous look on their faces. They were ashamed, but angrier. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, The Escort. Seeing this, Gao He was terrified and said, Brother Hao, Brother Wu, give me a chance. I have no eyes and don't know sister-in-law. Give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. You go to the king of Hades to make up for your mistakes. Zhong Long roared angrily and copied the bloodied knife in his hand, which was plunged into Gao He's eyes. Swish! Just then, 2 cracking sounds rang out, but Gao He's body once again hit hard on top of the wall. Everyone looked down, and instantly they were staring in shock, because, above each of the 2 collarbones of that Gao He was sticking a silver knife. The silver knives pinned him dead center above the wall. Ah! Gao He screamed in pain, and both arms shrugged down even more helplessly. And the person who threw out these 2 flying daggers was none other than Nightwing Wu. On the side, Hyena was the most shocked. He didn't see how Nightwing Wu struck, but he was even more shocked by the force and accuracy of the 2 flying daggers, which he didn't think he could do. Lu Chang and Zhong Long. Several people stopped their steps and all looked at Nightwing Wu. It was only at this point that Nightwing Wu turned his gaze towards Qin Shinghan and said in an extremely low tone, Why did you come here? Have you ever thought about the consequences after entering this room? Qin Shinghan bitterly lowered his face and said, I have bitter feelings, and we no longer have a relationship. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a loud muffled sound suddenly resounded throughout the room. Nightwing Wu slapped the hard marble table, and in an instant, the entire table was suddenly split in pieces. This scene stunned the crowd, especially the hyena, who tensed his body in shock. What a great strength! What a stiff force! At this moment, the hyena was once again ashamed of himself, and this also once again aroused his fighting spirit of wanting to spar with Nightwing Wu. Ah! Qin Shinghan even screamed because of Nightwing Wu's sudden rage, and her entire body even took a few steps back due to the shock. Snapped! A sound of metal clashing reached everyone's ears, but a pair of scissors was seen slipping out of Qin Shinghan's sleeve. At this moment, the crowd instantly understood what was going on. Qin Shinghan must have been forced to come here. If not, how could she hide a sharp weapon on her body? It seemed that she was ready to fish out of water. After seeing the scissors, Night Fingwu was heartbroken and relieved at the same time. At least, Qin Shinghan didn't come over voluntarily. At this moment, Qin Shinghan was in tears from the shock. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Night Fingwu. She didn't even know if he would commit violence against her. Night Fingwu said again, "If you don't have the ability to defend yourself, don't put yourself in danger time and time again. You're not a stupid woman. How come you always do such stupid things?" Qin Shinghan's eyes were lowered, and her rolling tears could not be stopped. "I've already said that I have bitter feelings." "What bitterness? Money? Is $100 million not enough? Have you ever thought that if the people in this room are not me and Xiao Hao, will you be able to go home peacefully?" Night Fingwu said angrily. After hearing $100 million, Qin Shinghan instantly understood that Night Fingwu was talking about the ring. So, he really did know that the ring had been switched. And then, Qin Shinghan pursed her lips and said, "I'll return the ring to you. And besides, we don't have any relationship anymore." At this point, Qin Shinghan still did not believe that the ring was genuine, but rather a high-fashion artifact that she would be able to redeem for just a few more tens of thousands of dollars. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu's heart was also extremely disappointed. The ring was really dropped by her? But the Night Wind Marshal more because of today's things in anger. Angry dizzy head. He opened his mouth as to curse, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You drove away my people, but cannot drive away my heart. From now on, you dare to put yourself in danger again. Lao Zi must beat you." After hearing Night Wind Wu's words, Jiang Hao, Hyena, and Zhong Long's faces suddenly looked strange. So it turned out that Brother Wu had been kicked out by his sister-in-law. Jiang Hao held back the hint of laughter in his heart and said, "Brother Wu, sister-in-law must have a bitter reason." And then, Jiang Hao looked at Gao He in a deep voice and said in a cold voice, "Why did sister-in-law follow you here? Tell me everything. Where did that Gao He dare to hide anything?" Then he cried and begged, "Brother Hao, spare my life. It's all because of that Lu Fu. It's him who told me to deal with sister-in-law. He coveted sister-in-law's beauty, and wanted me to drive sister-in-law to the brink of extinction." And then, Gao He told the whole story of how he set up a card game to make Qin Ji lose money and threatened Qin Shinghan to go to the banquet. After saying that Gao He was afraid that his little life would not be saved, and hurriedly continued to beg for mercy. "Brother Wu, Brother Hao, give my little brother a chance to make up for his mistakes, and I will go back and cut that Lu Fu into 1,000 pieces." However, Night Fingwu didn't even bother to take a look at Gao He, but instead looked at Qin Shinghan and just grunted. "Why didn't you call me when you encountered this kind of thing? I've already warned you not to get yourself into a situation that you're not sure of again. Do you take my words for granted?" At the end of his words, Night Fingwu's voice was obviously a few points heavier. Qin Shinghan's eyes were slightly lowered, and he almost didn't dare to look at Night Fingwu. But her heart was complicated. She had already kicked him out of her house, so where would she find the face to ask for help again? Not to mention that she had managed to muster the courage to kick him out. For a mere $80,000, you are willing to be an escort. Is this how you trash your life? The more Night Fingwu said, the angrier he got. The more he felt embittered. A ring worth $100 million wasn't enough. Knowing that this was a dragon's den, she was even led by the nose by Gaoha. On the side, looking at Night Fingwu counting down his daughter-in-law profusely, Jiang Hao and Hound Dog and the others were enduring the pain on their palms, but they didn't dare to interrupt. However, when the three words escort girl came out of Night Fingwu's mouth, that Qin Shinghan's face obviously turned a few points colder. She herself might be scornful of Night Fingwu, as well as everyone in this room, and if those three words had come from someone else's mouth, she was afraid that she wouldn't have cared at all. However, after these three words came out of Night Fingwu's mouth, Qin Shinghan's heart became visibly angry. "You shut up." Qin Shinghan didn't even know where to get the courage, snapped his head up as toward the Night Wind Wu roared. While Night Fingwu was slightly stunned, he saw Qin Shinghan suddenly pick up the scissors on the ground and directly just threw them at Night Fingwu's face. Night Fingwu was extremely surprised in his heart. This Qin Shinghan had always been gentle, and not too bold. Now, she would suddenly become angry, but immediately following, Night Fingwu's face sank as he raised his hand to catch the flying scissors, and then casually flung it in the direction of Qin Shinghan's cheek. Swish! The scissors carried a sharp wind sound, shooting straight ahead like a sharp sword. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and Hound Dog and the others were shocked. Wu had gone crazy, but the scissors were too fast, so fast that no one could stop them. Swish! The spikes of the scissors almost grazed past Qin Shinghan's cheek, and with a muffled sound, a splatter of blood immediately rose behind her. Qin Shinghan's face turned pale as she slowly turned around, and after looking at the scene behind her, she only felt her stomach flip. Vomit. With just one glance, Qin Shinghan was squatting on the ground and vomiting. Since she had barely eaten for the past 2 days, all that came out was just acid. Above the wall, that Gaho looked miserable. Both sides of his collarbones were nailed to the wall by silver knives, and at his brow, a pair of scissors went straight through, with only the blood-covered handle of the scissors exposed. Last time, several people from Golden Leopard were killed by Zhang Hao's men, and at that time, Qin Shinghan hadn't seen it with her own eyes after all, and although she felt scared, she didn't have such a huge sense of shock. And today, a living person was killed by Night Fengwu with a pair of scissors. Such a bloody scene, I'm afraid that it had already left a huge shadow in Qin Shinghan's heart. Seeing Qin Shinghan vomiting wildly, Night Fengwu realized that he had gone too far and shouldn't have displayed his killing intent in front of Qin Shinghan, so he hurried over and shortened to give her a gentle pat on the back. Don't touch me. Qin Shinghan was so shocked that her body trembled, and one hand was to open Night Fengwu's palm. Night Fengwu felt embarrassed and stood in place at a loss for words. Although he was angry at Qin Shinghan's stupidity, he would never hurt a single hair on her head, so he vented all his anger on Gao He's body. Chapter 32, Who is your brother and sister? Chapter 32, Who's your brother and sister? On the side, Jiang Hao saw that Night Fengwu was embarrassed, so he hurriedly said with a smile on his face, Sister-in-law, Gao He deserves to die. Even if Brother Wu doesn't do anything, I'll personally dismantle him. Qin Shinghan's heart is afraid. These are all outlaws, and the hostility of the Night Fengwu's body is especially strong. She was worried about whether or not these people would leave her alone. Boom! Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly and violently kicked open, followed by the rush in of a woman with a gun in both hands. The person who came was Chen Nan. Chen Nan's body was already hot, and at this time, she wore a set of tight jeans and pants, which showed off that bumpy body to the fullest, so that people couldn't help but feel their blood surge. Chen Nan pointed his gun at everyone in the room and droned. Nobody move. I'm a police officer. The moment the door to the room was kicked open, Zhang Hao and Hound Dog and the other 7 or 8 people had frowned when they heard that this woman with a hot body and quite beautiful was a police officer. Everyone's gazes suddenly became even more grim. Night Fengwu also looked at Chen Nan in surprise. Why did this woman suddenly appear? Chen Nan raised her pistol. Her eyes were alert. She was relieved when she saw that Qin Shinghan was unharmed. However, when she saw that Gao He, who was nailed to the wall and died an extremely miserable death, its face just instantly changed drastically, out of the blue. Originally, she was exercising at home when she suddenly received a text message from Qin Shinghan asking for help, so she rushed to the Windhall Hotel in a hurry. But what happened at the scene was clearly beyond her expectations. Jiang Hao might not know Chen Nan, but Chen Nan had long been secretly investigating Jiang Hao for a long time and already knew him well. The moment she saw Jiang Hao, her heart was already cold, because this was the East Dragon Overlord who was able to compete with the West Tiger Black Wind, the ruthless character who occupied half of the underground organization in the entire Hanwha city. She knew that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave this hotel alive, let alone bring Qin Shinghan with her. In the face of this suddenly appearing officer, Jiang Hao and the others' faces remained flat, but there was already killing intent in their gazes. The hyena's hands slowly reached behind him to his waist, and Zhonglong silently walked to the door of the private room, closed it, and then unlocked it. Seeing this, Chen Nan's face turned even paler, hurriedly pulled Qin Shinghan behind her, and looked at Jiang Hao as threatening. Jiang Hao, advise you not to act rashly. Honestly, return to the police station with me. Perhaps you can still fight for leniency. When Chen Nan saw Night Fengwu on the side, his brows frowned even more, thinking, this asshole is really working with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, however, laughed coldly. Officer, do you think that I, East Dragon Overlord, am stupid? Since I entered this door, then, I should recognize reality. As soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, a figure rushed towards Chen Nan like a swift beast. Swish, 2 3-pronged military spikes whistled out, stabbing straight at Chen Nan's throat. This sudden attacker was none other than Hyena, 2 3-pronged military spikes in his hand, making the hostile aura on his body even more intense. Seeing this, Chen Nan was alarmed and turned the gun just to pull the trigger. Nay, the speed of the hyena was so fast that Chen Nan didn't even have time to pull the trigger. A military spike had already knocked the pistol out of her hand. Chen Nan, after all, was also practicing martial arts since childhood. Her reaction was far beyond normal people. After losing the pistol, she turned around and delivered a whip kick, ruthlessly lashing out at the hyena's cheek. The hyena easily avoided it with a short body and raised his leg to kick Chen Nan straight in the heart. Chen Nan panicked and used his arms to resist, only to hear a bang sound. Chen Nan's body immediately hit the door behind him heavily. In an instant, Chen Nan's heart was like ashes. He simply did not expect this thinly built guy to have such a good body. Not only that, this person has a hidden hostile aura that makes people's scalp numb. If there are not dozens of lives in his hands, he he will definitely not have such an aura, so Chen Nan knows that he is not the enemy, and I'm afraid that he is going to lose his life. Swish! Not only was the hyena's strike ruthless, but there was not a hint of procrastination, and the two three-pronged military spikes directly just stabbed at Chen Nan's throat. Seeing the situation, the aside Qin Xinghan heart scared, also do not know where the courage, toward the night wind martial arts is pleading, save her, pop, with a soft sound, the sharp blade of the three-pronged military spike came to an abrupt end, staying just a centimeter away from Chen Nan's snow-white skin. Instead, it was 4 fingers that stopped the two three-pronged spikes, while that hyena was stunned. His heart was even more shocked beyond words. He had always struck without leaving any residual force. These 2 knives, he almost used his full strength, not to mention this female police officer who knew some flowery fist. Even if it was the wooden door behind her, it was bound to be pierced through with one blow. However, such a huge force was easily clamped by 4 fingers, and the person who clamped the two three-pronged military spikes was none other than Nightwind Wu without a doubt. Only then did Chen Nan slowly open her eyes, and when she saw that the person who saved her was actually Nightwind Wu, her heart palpitated while her mind was complicated. Vu! Hyena looked at Nightwind Wu with a stiff tone. Nightwing Wu shook his head towards the hyena before he was able to loosen the three-pronged military spikes of the tear ducts. The hyena retreated a few steps and stood aside, but Jiang Hao frowned. Brother Wu, this woman can't be kept. She'll get us into trouble. Nightwing Wu slowly turned around and said, this person cannot be killed. Upon hearing this, not only was Jiang Hao puzzled in his heart, even hyena and the others were looking at Nightwing Wu with abnormal faces. Jiang Hao said, why? She's a police officer. She'll definitely make a big deal out of this place. Nightwing Wu shook his head inside, because it can't be messed with. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao, hyena, and the others immediately stared in shock. Chen Nan is the granddaughter of Chen Zuoshan. Who is Chen Zuoshan? That is the founder of the Blood Wolf Special Forces. A single word can completely disintegrate Jiang Hao's power. Although Jiang Hao was puzzled, he understood Nightwing Wu's character, and he was afraid that there were very few people who could make him afraid. And since he said that he couldn't afford to mess with him, then I'm afraid that this woman really did have some background. But, if we don't kill it, I am afraid that things will be more troublesome. At this time, Nightwing Wu turned to look at the pale Chen Nan and made a pleasing smile, saying, eldest sister, 1 day's absence is like 3 autumns. The shift in Nightwind Wu's tone caused the faces of Jiang Hao and Hyena and the others to look strange. Even Qin Xinghan who was next to him was puzzled in his mind. Was Night Windswept so familiar with Chen Nan? Chen Nan pursed her lips tightly. She knew that Nightwing Wu was a forced annihilator who had just been released from prison. But she wasn't stupid. Nightwing Wu had battles that surpassed the king of soldiers. Moreover, even her grandfather was willing to be his backer. As for the grandfather's words about owing him favors and such things, ghosts would believe it. So Chen Nan suspected in his heart that Nightwing Wu's identity must not be simple. And at this time, she was still worried in her heart, worried that her little life would not be saved. So she hummed, you guys had better turn yourselves in with me, so that you can still make things less complicated. Nightwing Wu made an innocent expression and said, I can explain. We were acting in self-defense. This person kidnapped Xinghan and demanded money from us. When we gave him less, he threatened Xinghan's life with scissors. I had no choice but to kill him. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan gritted her teeth and cursed, the devil will believe you. Nightwing Wu was instantly displeased and made an angry face, saying, I, Nightwing Wu, am a man of the heavens and the earth. When have I ever said anything delusional? If you don't believe me, ask Changhan. Chen Nan turned his head to Qin Xinghan and said, Xinghan, is that so? At those words, Qin Xinghan's face was a complex one. She didn't even know how to answer this question. Seeing Chen Nan staring her down, Qin Xinghan then nodded with a stiff face. After all, Nightwing Wu killed Gao He for his own sake, and he owes him more and more. For some reason, after seeing Qin Xinghan nod her head, Chen Nan also breathed a sigh of relief, and after that, she picked up the pistol on the ground before looking at Nightwing Wu and said with a chilly face, since that's the case, you guys have to go back with me to record your statements as well. That's natural. Nightwing Wu smiled and nodded. Brother Wu, I'll go. I killed the man. Hyena suddenly stepped forward. Seeing this, Chen Nan hummed. This is a human life case. You all need to make a trip to the police station. And if the situation is true, you'll be able to come back soon. Chen Nan wanted to send Jiang Hao to prison, but she knew that this small matter would never move him. Nightwing Wu once again smiled towards Chen Nan. Big sister, for the sake of us being brother and sister, let one person pass. Someone has to clean up this mess. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan glared at Nightwing Wu and hummed, who is brother and sister to you? Nightwing Wu was not happy at once. Cold Faces said, what? You want to renege on the debt? Do you want me to find your grandfather and Li Hu to comment on the reasoning to go? Seeing that Night Thingwu moved his grandfather out, Chen Nan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, pointing at the hyena just as fiercely. You, take a trip with your aunt, the others are ready to wait for a summons. After saying that, he pulled up Qin Xinghan and was about to leave. Seeing this, Night Thingwu hurriedly blocked his body from the two of them, took Qin Xinghan's arm away from Chen Nan's hand, and said, "My daughter-in-law won't bother you. I'll drive her home." Chapter 33, This Is Me. Chapter 33, This Is Me. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan frowned, but thinking that he still had to deal with human life cases, he did have some regard for Changhan, and only then did he nod. However, there was clearly something in Qin Xinghan's eyes that she didn't want Chen Nan to hand herself over to Night Thingwu, but she bit her red lips and didn't say anything. Night Thingwu turned his head to look at Zhang Hao and said, "Xiao Hao, in a while, you must cooperate with the officers to investigate the scene, and also, what should be dealt with cleanly." Jiang Hao eyes flooded with a meaningful look. How could he not understand the meaning of the words of the Night Wind martial arts? Should deal with is that elementary school principal Lu Fu. As usual, Wu likes to cut off the roots. Suddenly, Jiang Hao seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly chased after him to hand over a black leather case and his own Ferrari key to Nightwind. "Wu, brother Wu, drive my car to Sen's sister-in-law." When Night Thingwu pulled Qin Xinghan's arm out of the hotel entrance, Qin Xinghan vigorously shook off his palm, tears in her eyes, and said, "Just let me go. I can't do this with a murderer. I don't even know you. I don't know everything about you." Night Thingwu's heart was still pressed with anger. He was angry that Qin Xinghan didn't put his safety in front of him, and he was angry that she didn't tell him when she was in trouble. Thus, with anger, Night Thingwu grabbed Qin Xinghan's hands once again. Qin Xinghan frowned in pain and droned, "Let go of me. You're hurting me." Night Thingwu stared at Qin Xinghan and said with a cold face, "You want to understand me, right? Fine. I'm an outcast. My foster mom picked me up when I was a month old, and my hometown is in the middle of the countryside near the city of Hayward. My foster mother had a daughter, 2 years older than me. When I was 10 years old, my sister disappeared, and when I was 12 years old my foster mother became ill and died, and since then I have had no one to turn to, no one to sympathize with me. There was only ridicule and dislike for feral children, and for a long time I lived in a world where I didn't have a sense of security. I dropped out of school, got into fights, and I even broke the glass of a kiosk with a brick to fill my stomach. I like famous swords and knives. I like guns, especially sniper rifles. I like novels, and I like you. I'm rude, bossy, high-minded. I'll do what I set my mind to, and I'll go after the women I like. That's me." Night Thingwu barely changed his breath as he told his life experiences and hobbies. At those words, Qin Xinghan's originally somewhat icy face suddenly became complicated. Listening to Night Thingwu's experience, she vaguely felt that this person was very pitiful. It is conceivable that if someone had helped him at that time, brought him to his own home for a full meal, and made him realize that the world wasn't so bad after all, it might have changed his life completely. However, what Qin Xinghan hated the most was Night Thingwu's bullying, so she grunted, "You know what I hate the most about you? I hate your rudeness. I hate your violence. You kill without blinking an eye. You scare me. You know." Night Thingwu said in a light tone, "You'll get used to it." After saying that, Night Thingwu pulled Qin Xinghan just to a silver-white Ferrari, acting very rudely. Although Qin Xinghan's character was delicate, she was also stubborn. She kept patting Night Thingwu's arm, but her patting was like scratching an itch for Night Thingwu. In the end, Qin Xinghan was once again rudely shoved into the passenger side. The reason why Night Thingwu was angry was entirely because he was a little scared today. If he hadn't sat in that private room today, Qin Xinghan's consequences would have ended up in a different way. Boom boom! With a loud roar of the engine, the Ferrari drove into the highway like an arrow off a string. There weren't many vehicles on the city's roads at night, so the speed of Night Thingwu's car was fast, having reached 90 mph. All the way there his face remained taut, visibly pressed with a wave of anger. Qin Xinghan grabbed the handle on the car door with both right hands. In this extremely fast speed, she was vaguely afraid. She could feel that Night Thingwu was angry with himself. Swish! At that moment, a blinding light whipped past Night Thingwu's eyes, illuminating him for a split second. Immediately following, a luxury sports car quickly turned onto the main road from the left, and at a very high speed, it instantly ran in front of Night Thingwu. Moreover, that luxurious sports car not only traveled fast, but also changed lanes recklessly, seemingly on purpose, and seemingly enjoying itself. This sudden turn of events caused Night Thingwu to also step on the brakes. He already had anger, and after seeing this scene, his heart became even angrier. Know what I hate the most? Night Thingwu neglected to glance at Qin Xinghan, and then looked at the luxury sports car in front of him that was going absolutely nowhere, and continued, "What I hate the most is this kind of person who randomly changes lanes and still doesn't use a turn signal." Slap! Night Wu flexed his fingers and broke the turn signal a few times, and said with a cold face, "Is it troublesome? Something that can be done with just a casual movement of the fingers." Boom boom. After saying that, Night Wu foot gas pedal ruthlessly stepped on. The car speed is instantly soared to 100 meters. Qin Shinghan's hands gripped the safety handle tightly, and she said very nervously towards Night Wu, "Calm down, there's no need to fight with them." Night Wu wanted to overtake the car, but the luxury sports car kept changing lanes, as if it was teasing Night Wu. Nightwind Museum had to brake and slow down, and nearly just crashed. Ha! A cold light flared up in the eyes of Night Wu, and he hummed, "Do you want me to calm down? Calm down to this kind of person who has no moral qualities." Saying that at the same time, the speed of the car was already raised again. Night Wu's face tightened, saying, "This kind of dude's children, they only know how to make money. Their hearts have become cold and heartless. They don't care about people's feelings in the slightest. Even when they're driving, they can't control their emotions. It's just who they are." As soon as the words fell, the gas pedal under the feet of Nightwind Wu had already stepped on the bottom, and the speed of the car instantly soared to 120 mph. Ah! Feeling the weakening of gravity, Qin Shinghan's body fiercely lay backward, only to hear a bang sound. The Ferrari's left headlight directly rubbed on the rear taillight of the luxury sports car. Although it was only a slight impact, but with the speed of over 100 mph added on, this slight touch was directly what caused that luxury sports car to lose its balance. Swish! The ear-piercing sound of tires rubbing against the ground reached the ears of the duo, only to see the off-balance luxury sports car rubbing out a thick black smoke on the road. The whole body rotated 720 degrees, the whole drift more than 100 meters, only to hear bang a loud bang. The whole car tail directly stuck into a thick tree above. Swish! Nightwind Wu decelerated and changed gears, turning the steering wheel with a flat face. The Ferrari slid out a beautiful 360 degrees on the spacious road, and then steadily went away. Qin Shinghan at this time has been scared in a cold sweat. She clearly saw that has been completely scrapped and the sports car climbed out of the two blood-covered young people. Towards the Ferrari is a flurry of shouting and cursing. At this moment, Qin Shinghan looked at Night Wu as if she was looking at a madman. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're crazy. What's the difference between you and him? You're equally unable to control your emotions." "I'm venting, aren't I?" Night Wu said in a light tone. He was protesting against Qin Shinghan's indifference to himself, protesting against her repeated attempts to alienate herself, and protesting against her foolishness in going to the banquet without regard for his own safety. And when people are emotional, they tend to reveal their own nature. Perhaps, Night Wu's nature is a crazy person. 20 minutes later, Night Wu drove the car to Qin Shinghan's downstairs, and before the car stopped, Qin Shinghan had already opened the door. However, just as she was about to get out of the car, Night Wu pulled her back into the car seat and closed and locked the door as well. Qin Shinghan looked at Night Wu with a wary expression and said, "What are you going to do?" Perhaps because he had vented, Nightwind Wu's emotions gradually became smooth, and he said with a serious expression on his face, "I know, your life shouldn't be like this. If there wasn't that forced annihilator, I don't want to hear this." Before Night Wu could finish his words, Qin Shinghan interrupted him with a cold face. Maybe some people could let go in time, but Qin Shinghan couldn't do it. She was an extremely conservative person. In this lifetime, she was afraid that she would have to live in that shadow. Feeling the low mood of Qin Shinghan and the hatred in her eyes, Night Wu felt guilty in his heart as he said once again, If that person also had no choice and was also framed, would you forgive him?" Chapter 34, Impulsive. Chapter 34, Impulsive. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan's eyes glowed with a flash of mockery, which was so poignant. "Forgive him? How can I do that?" Qin Shinghan said miserably, rolling tears sliding down her cheeks as she looked into Night Wu's eyes and continued, "Not only did he ruin my innocence, he also ruined my life. Can you relate to the despair of a young girl who originally envisioned a beautiful dream, but because of an annihilator, she has been on a path to never see a future ever since? When I was a little girl, I dreamed of becoming a painter. I wanted to travel the world and paint everything I saw. Because of him, I couldn't even make my paintings any more colorful. I switched to a management major. All I could do was to live on in the family so that Jingxi could grow up well and so that my mom and dad, who were dragged down by me, could live in peace. Woohoo!" At the end of her words, Qin Shinghan was already sobbing uncontrollably. This was perhaps the first time in 8 years that she had let out all her emotions. Feeling Qin Shinghan's forlorn emotions, Night Wu felt even more guilty in his heart, which also made him want to strengthen his resolve to compensate Qin Shinghan even more. He even regretted that he had even thought of giving up the idea of Qin Shinghan. A ring could not negate Qin Shinghan, so he wanted to give her a chance, and also give himself a chance. "Let me take care of you, mother and daughter." Night Wu suddenly held one of Qin Shinghan's palms and said softly. Qin Shinghan tried to pull his palm back, but as usual, He was never able to free himself from this large, rough hand. Let go of me, Qin Shinghan said in a stubborn tone with tears in her eyes. Nightwind Wu said, I'm very sincere. Let go. I want to get off. Perhaps because of fear, perhaps because she was too agitated. Qin Shinghan's emotions became uncontrollable as she desperately tried to pull her palm back. And at this moment, a strange look suddenly appeared in Nightwing Wu's gaze, followed by a crazy thought emerging from his mind. So, he undid the seatbelt, and his entire body was suddenly pressed towards Qin Shinghan, ruthlessly kissing Qin Shinghan's delicate red lips. Well, Qin Shinghan was instantly confused. A pretty face was even more florid. This was her first kiss, when she felt something excessively pushed against her shell teeth. Qin Shinghan's briefly disoriented gaze finally flooded with a touch of anger, and then she bit down hard. Ah! Nightwind Wu yelped in pain, which caused Lightning to retract his body. Qin Shing coldly pressed the unlock button, opened the car door and ran up the stairs in a hurry. Inside the car, Nightwing Wu licked a trace of crimson blood that flowed to his mouth and sighed with a sense of intent. Impulsive. When Nightwing Wu turned his head and glanced at the suitcase on the back seat, he remembered that he had forgotten one thing. Inside this suitcase was the money borrowed from Jiang Hao for Qin Shinghan's emergency. However, thinking about what he did just now after his impulse, he would definitely be kicked out by Qin Shinghan if he went upstairs now. Thus, Nightwing Wu directly dialed Jiang Hao's cell phone. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Qin Shinghan's room door was suddenly knocked on. At this time, Qin Shinghan had just cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and with a pair of slightly red and swollen eyes was opening the door to the room. After opening the door, he saw a young man with a stiff smile standing in the doorway, and it was Zhang Tao, who he had a meeting with last night. Zhang Tao's left hand wrapped in a bandage, his right hand carrying a black leather box. See, Qin Shinghan is hastily shouted his sister-in-law good. Yesterday Wu brother left in a hurry. Forgot to put these money. Boom! Before Zhang Tao could finish his words, the door of the room was already ruthlessly closed by Qin Shinghan. There was a hint of caution in Qin Shinghan's eyes as she said towards the door, Go back. I don't want his things. Sister-in-law, don't. If you don't take this money, I'm going to lose my other hand. Soon. Outside the door were Zhang Tao's pitiful words. At this time, Qin Ji and Mr. and Mrs. Yang Yu also both came over. Yang Yu grunted, Since you're here to deliver money, why don't you want it? Qin Han, you didn't get back the $80,000 you gave to Gao He yesterday. Yesterday, Qin Shinghan didn't tell her mom and dad the truth when she got back, but said that Chen Nan had saved her and arrested Gao He. Therefore, Qin Ji and Yang Yu had no idea that Zhang Tao outside the door was a giant on the side of the underground organization in Haihua City. Sister-in-law, if you don't take this $500,000, brother Hao will break my legs. Outside the door, Zhang Tao cried out pitifully. When Qin Ji and Yang Yu heard that someone had come to deliver $500,000, the two of them's faces were suddenly wonderful. Where did they care who brother Hao was? And Qin Shinghan had already wiped the table in silence. Then Yang Yu didn't want to let $500,000 get away, so he hurriedly opened the door to the room. Sister-in-law. After seeing the door of the room open, Zhang Tao just shouted sister-in-law. Only then did he see that it was not Qin Shinghan who opened the door. Qin Shinghan was anxious when she saw Yang Yu open the door. She was busy walking up towards Yang Yu and said, Mom, what are you doing opening the door? Yang Yu looked at the black leather case in Zhang Tao's hands, and then unhappily said towards Qin Shinghan, People come to deliver money, how can you shut them out? He said that he was going to pick up the box in Zhang Tao's hand. Qin Shinghan hurriedly stopped Yang Yu and said bitterly, Mom, this money belongs to Nightwind Wu. We can't take it. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu became even more righteous and said, That annihilator even has so much money. Since it's his, it's all the more reason to collect it. He eats and drinks our family's food. Does he really think that a high fashion, broken ring can offset it? Qin Shinghan was anxious in his heart and said in an urgent voice, Mom, you don't know anything, he doesn't owe us. On the contrary, I owe him a lot. Anyway, we can't have this money. After a night's time, Qin Shinghan was still annoyed with Night Fingwu for forcibly kissing her yesterday, but that didn't mean she didn't know what Night Fingwu had done for her. If he took his money again, he owed him more. At this time, Qin Shi suddenly said, Qin Han, take it. After all, the $80,000 you gave to Gao He was also borrowed, just to pay it back. Outside the door, Zhang Tao led a box of money, foolishly watching the mother and daughter arguing, but also did not dare to step into the room half a step. When he heard that Qin Shinghan had given Gao He $80,000, his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, there is that $80,000 of Gao He's in here, which brother Wu asked me to bring along. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan was still unwilling to accept it. That Yang Yu is a step forward. A hand is to receive the box. Excited, so it is this money this is all the more reason to accept it. Thank you young man. Zhang Tao licked his face and smiled. No thank you. No thank you. Auntie and uncle, you just take it. Just take it. After saying that, not waiting for Qin Shinghan to refuse, that Zhang Tao ran downstairs as if he was fleeing. After Zhang Tao left, Yang Yu and Qin Ji hurriedly opened the box, but they saw that there were really stacks of cash inside, which amounted to $500,000. Seeing her parents' joyful appearance, Qin Shinghan was extremely bitter. She complained, Dad, Mom, how can you accept this kind of money? You don't even know what Night Fingwu is. I owe him even more now. Yang Yu took a stack of cash, and laughed prettily. I care what kind of person he is. He looks at my daughter. Does he still want to empty his gloves? Qin Shinghan knows that as long as this $500,000 reaches the hands of Mom and Dad, he is afraid that he will not be able to send it back. At this time, Yang Yu took out $80,000 and said, Qin Han, this $80,000 you return $50,000 to Qin Nan, and the remaining $30,000 to redeem that high imitation ring, so as to save you from endlessly complaining that I sold your ring. Qin Shinghan helplessly resigned herself to her fate, but she would one day return this money to Night Fingwu. And then, Qin Shinghan said, Mom, you will give me the receipt for the sale of the ring. 2 hours later, Qin Shinghan with $30,000 left the door. Soon came to a store called West Tiger Pawnshop. West Tiger Pawnshop is very prestigious in Haidhua City. Unlike other small and medium-sized pawnshops, this pawnshop stores are very large, and they not only collect pawned items to earn commissions, but also collect and sell all antiques. After stepping into the store, a woman in a black professional sheath dress was the one who greeted her. Miss, are you here to see antiques or pawn items? The female clerk smiled politely. Qin Shinghan took out the receipt from her bag and said in an equally polite manner, I've come to redeem the ring I pawned a few days ago, which has a very large sapphire on it. When she heard that it was a ransom, the polite smile on the female employee's face instantly disappeared, turning into a look of indifference, which was really different from before. Chapter 35, The shop is big and bullying customers. Chapter 35, The shop is bigger than the customer. And then, the female clerk glanced at Qin Shinghan with some disdain and said, Follow me. The female clerk brought Qin Shinghan large in front of a very large glass window and said towards a middle-aged man inside, She's here to ransom something, leave it to you. After saying that, the female clerk went to the side and played with her cell phone. The middle-aged man held out his hand toward Qin Shinghan in a salty manner and said, Give me the receipt. Qin Shinghan hurriedly handed the receipt to the middle-aged man. However, when the middle-aged man glanced at the receipt, that bland expression suddenly flushed with a strange look, and then, he said towards the female employee playing with her cell phone outside, Manager Lee, come here. The female clerk was visibly impatient, but entered it through a side security door. Qin Shinghan was a bit puzzled, but he saw that the middle-aged man and the female staff were talking about something inside, and from time to time, he also glanced up at himself, and his intuition told Qin Shinghan that he was afraid that it was not a good thing. Soon, the female clerk came out from inside. She handed the receipt to Qin Shinghan and said expressionlessly, We don't have the ring you mentioned here. Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan's brows immediately frowned as she took the receipt and asked once again, But, this receipt is indeed from the West Tiger Pawnshop, please look for it again. The impatience in the eyes of that female clerk was even thicker. Humming, what to look for that which is not there? I can call security if you continue to mess around. At this moment, the two security guards holding rubber bats in the distance slowly walked towards Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan is not a stupid woman. She can sense the weirdness here. Do they not want to let themselves redeem that high imitation ring? Miss, please leave. Two security guards stood in front of Qin Shinghan. One of them said in a cold tone. Qin Shinghan took 2 steps back. Wanting to leave but unwilling to do so, she bit her red lip and said again, I can pay more commission. I just want to redeem the ring. Seeing that Qin Shinghan did not die, the female clerk said in a cold voice, No means no, no matter how much more you pay. If you don't leave again, I'll let the security guards blow you out. Those two security guards put away the rubber mallets in their hands, and a lewd smile spread in their eyes. Such a stunning beauty. It would be okay if there was a little physical collision. Thinking of this, the two of them were already walking slowly towards Qin Shinghan. What's going on? The duo had just taken 2 steps closer to Qin Shinghan when a man's voice in the middle of the air entered everyone's ears. A few people looked back, but they saw 4 men in suits coming out from inside the pawn shop. The middle-aged man who walked in the forefront was slightly slim, but that pair of eyes revealed an unruffled temperament, and from him, one could feel a sense of old and deep. Upon seeing the visitor, the female employee and the 2 security guards hurriedly shouted in unison, Good day, Dong Chen. In the face of this middle-aged man's aura, the female employees and security guards were all incredibly strict, seemingly extremely fearful of this person. Even Qin Shinghan was cowed in his heart after meeting the middle-aged man's gaze. The middle-aged man's impatient gaze lingered on Qin Shinghan's body for a moment, seeming to also be amazed by this woman's city-defying looks and pure temperament. Immediately afterward, The middle-aged man grunted toward the female employee. What's going on? The female clerk coyly said, Dong Chen, this woman is here to redeem the ring. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned and said, asshole, a small ring can make things difficult for a customer. The female clerk said with a pale face, but, our store has not received her ring at all. This young lady is stirring up trouble. At those words, the middle-aged man's gaze towards Qin Xinghan suddenly flared with a touch of sinister hostility. At this time, the middle-aged man inside the counter suddenly walked to the side of the middle-aged man and whispered something in his ear. Immediately following, the sinister hostility in the middle-aged man's eyes became even more severe as he said towards Qin Xinghan, Miss, you dare to do something out of nothing. Do you know what I, West Tiger Black Wind, am? And how dare you cheat in my store? After hearing the 4 words Western Tiger Black Wind, Qin Xinghan's face suddenly turned pale. Although she had never seen Western Tiger Black Wind, she was very clear that Western Tiger Black Wind was a ruthless character that was on par with Eastern Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao. It could even be said that West Tiger Black Wind started out more than 10 years earlier than Jiang Hao. I heard that this man is ruthless and once broke the legs of an entire village of 1,000 people over a piece of land. Qin Xinghan couldn't help but back off a few steps, but there was still a stubbornness under her soft heart. Drooping eyes as said, You are clearly a shopkeeper. You can check the monitoring. If indeed there is no such thing, I will make amends and apologize in person. Asshole, not to mention you. Even a police officer wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Blow me out. The middle-aged man's tone was suddenly raised by a few points, a face that revealed even more gloominess. Paging. As soon as the middle-aged man's words fell, one of the bodyguards behind him flashed in front of Qin Xinghan, and lifted his hand towards Qin Xinghan's face to slap him. The slap was quick and hard, with no hint of mercy intended. Boom. Wow. Just then, the glass door of the store suddenly issued a dull sound, and the entire 2-meter-high glass door shattered with a loud bang. Swish, a sharp wind sound rang out, and a piece of glass shot over as fast as lightning, accurately hitting the bodyguard's palm, directly penetrating his palm. Ah! The bodyguard screamed miserably, and the palm that was about to slap on Qin Xinghan's face was instantly withdrawn, crimson blood suddenly spilling all over the place. Chen Yuanzhong, you're really a big bully. Several big men bullying a woman. You're still as unprincipled as ever. Immediately following, a low and cold voice rang out from outside the shattered glass door. After hearing this familiar voice, Qin Xinghan's pale face was suddenly complicated, but his heart vaguely felt a sense of security. She turned to look, but she saw that Knight Fingwu, who was dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, was slowly walking towards her. Only that above that handsome face was a cold anger. Upon seeing Knight Fengwu, that Chen Yuanzhong's brows sank, and there was even a wave of scorn in his old and spicy gaze as he hummed, Knight crazy man, you've really been released from prison. Knight Fengwu laughed coldly. Thanks to you. I wonder if that leg of your son Shen Sheng has healed yet. Knight Fengwu's tone revealed mockery and coldness. Back then, he had been drugged and harmed Qin Xinghan, who was only 16 years old, and the culprit of all this was the Western Tiger Black Wind Chen Yuanzhong, and his playboy son Chen Sheng, who had his leg broken. Chen Yuanzhong seemed to have anticipated that Knight Fengwu had already found out that he had designed him to be sent to prison, but he simply did not know that Qin Xinghan was the girl who had been used back then. At this time, the 2 bodyguards behind Chen Yuanzhong suddenly came forward, wanting to beat this kid who dared to make a fuss about the pawnshop to the ground, begging for mercy. However, the duo had just taken 2 steps forward, but they were blocked by Chen Yuanzhong reaching out his hand as the latter looked at Knight Fengwu and grunted indifferently. I don't need you to bother. I've already found the best orthopedic surgeon. The corners of Knight Fengwu's mouth lifted slightly as he teased. That's good, or else I won't have the chance to break both of his legs after seeing him again. Listening to the teasing and threats in Knight Fengwu's words, a touch of ferocity flared up in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes, but this ferocious hostility was instantly suppressed by him, and only after that, Chen Yuanzhong was humming, Knight crazy, did you come to my store to make a scene and injure my bodyguard just to show off? Knight Fengwu suddenly was walking to Qin Xinghan's side, reaching out and wrapping his hand around her soft and thin waist, before he said, I came to look for my wife, but just happened to see that you, the famous West Tiger Black Wind, were bullying my woman. At the end of the day, Knight Fengwu's tone became cold and abnormal, and his eyes were filled with a touch of murderous intent. Qin Xinghan wanted to leave from Knight Fengwu's arms, but her body was now too stiff to exert any strength, so she could only be embraced by Knight Fengwu with a face full of discomfort. And after that, Chen Yuanzhong felt the killing intent in Knight Fengwu's eyes. His heart sank as he said, Knight crazy, I think there is some misunderstanding between my sister-in-law and my little store. After hearing Chen Yuanzhong even lower his tone on purpose, those 3 bodyguards, 2 security guards, and that female manager were actually at a loss for words in shock. For so many years, Chen Dong reigned over the entire city of Haiwa. When has he ever lowered his posture in front of anyone? Who is this person who was called a night madman? Night Fingwu faintly said, I seem to have heard about the ring. I wonder how much she sold it to you. Chapter 36, The shop is big and bullying customers. Chapter 36, The shop is big. Chen Yuanchong narrowed his eyes slightly, and after locking eyes with Night Fingwu for a few seconds, he suddenly turned his head to the female clerk next to him and said in a deep voice, Find the receipt out. At these words, the female clerk was a bit at a loss for words. She said stiffly, Chan Dong, this is something out of nothing. How? Pop. Before the female clerk finished her words, Chen Yuanzhong gave her a hard slap, which knocked the female clerk to the ground, and a blood-red slap mark instantly appeared on her face, which was covered with a layer of thick foundation. Find it. A faint voice came out from Chen Yuanzhong's mouth. How dare the female clerk say anything? Rolling and crawling is running to the counter inside. In less than a few minutes, the female clerk with half of her face swollen up was the one who walked up to Qin Xinghan with a receipt. Little lady, this is your receipt. Right. Sorry. The female clerk's body trembled, almost not daring to raise her eyes to look at Qin Xinghan. Bean-sized teardrops were sliding down from her eyes. This kind of powerful woman was not worthy of sympathy, but Qin Xinghan still had an intolerant heart. After holding the receipt in his hands and reading it once, Qin Xinghan raised his eyes to Chen Yuanzhong and said, The ring I sold 20,000. If a month of redemption, you only charge 10% commission. Saying that, Qin Xinghan took out $30,000 in cash from her bag and said, This is 30,000. The extra money will be the gate repair fee I paid out. Please give me the ring. Upon hearing this, the female employee did not dare to reach out to receive it, but instead looked towards Chen Yuanzhong with a shiver. Night Fingwu heart a burst of warmth. How considerate daughter-in-law, but also know to give himself a good aftermath. Chen Yuanchong lifted a faint smile on his face and said, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry about this ring, but I've remembered. Yesterday, the staff member who otherwise traded this ring had already run away. Not only did he steal the ring, but he also stole a lot of cash from the store. I've already sent someone to his hometown. If I catch him, Chen, will definitely waste both his hands and feet, and give the ring back. At those words, Night Fingwu's face sank. Qin Xinghan also did not quite believe it. Said, How could it be so coincidental? It is just a high imitation ring worth $20,000. Hearing Qin Xinghan's words, Night Fingwu lifted his white eyes and glared at her for a moment before he looked at Chen Yuanzhong and hummed. It seems that the ring indeed isn't in this store. Since you guys have broken your trust with your customers, there should be a penalty for breach of contract, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong smiled faintly and said towards the female clerk, Go inside and get 100,000 in cash for this young lady. The three bodyguards and the female staff were once again shocked and at a loss for words. The all-powerful Chen Dong was actually blackmailed, and, moreover, Chen Dong still seemed to be willing, but the female clerk didn't dare to have any hesitation. Panicked is to fetch 100,000 cash, and then hand it over to Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan didn't bother to pick up the money, but turned her head to look at Night Fingwu, biting her red lips tightly. She said, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Night Fingwu laughed gently. The ring is only 20,000. Now you're earning 100,000 in reverse. You should be happy. Saying that, Night Fingwu just shoved $100,000 into Qin Xinghan's bag. After Night Fingwu and Qin Xinghan left, they saw that Chen Yuanzhong's face was suddenly gloomy to the extreme. The bodyguard whose palm was pierced suddenly said, Boss, just let him go? Chen Yuanchang's gloomy eyes slowly looked at that bodyguard and said in a deep voice, Or what? Let him smash the store? The bodyguard was a bit unconvinced. Boss, I was injured because he took me by surprise. Pop, a loud slap on the face of that bouncer. Chen Yuanzhong said in a low voice, Is the night crazy man not a mere name? With the three of you are not his match at all. One of the bodyguards said with a grave expression on his face, Boss, is he the night wind martial night crazy man? Rumor has it that this person is an extremely crazy person. Chen Yuanji nodded his head and said coldly, In the past, when he was still a brat, he was the one who caused me no small amount of trouble. He has no family, no worries, and there are no rules to speak of in his eyes. So, when faced with such a mad dog, it's best to hide far away if you haven't pulled out his fangs before. Chen Yuanzhong was, after all, a person who had been in the underground world for decades and had always been resourceful. He was able to take stock of the situation, and today, he only had 3 bodyguards with him, and it was impossible for him to be a match for Night Fingwu, which was why he lowered his stance and allowed him to leave first. In doing so, not only would he be able to save the little store, but he would also save himself from danger. And then, Chen Yuanzhong's face gradually became gloomy and said, Now he has less madness and more hostility, and at the same time, he is also more tricky. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 bodyguards all rose in surprise, never having seen their boss so grave. At this time, a dozen bodyguards dressed in black surged into the pawnshop. The leader of the one with a stout figure. A vein was clearly visible on that high bulging temple. His gaze was like a sword, and his eyebrows revealed a beastly ferocity. This person was the #1 fighter under the West Tiger Black Wind, Chung Xiong. Rumor has it that Chung Xiong used to be in the underground boxing ring for nearly 10 years without a single opponent, and was later bought by Chen Yuanzhong at great expense. Cheng Xiong had followed Chen Yuanzhong for more than 10 years, and back then, when Knight Fingwu was still a little rascal with no reputation, he had been taught a lesson by Cheng Xiong many times. If Cheng Xiong had been present just now, Chen Yuanzhong definitely wouldn't have let Knight Fingwu leave. Brother Chen, was the person who left just now the night crazy man? Cheng Xiong walked forward, no expression above that fierce face. Chen Yuanji nodded his head, the corner of his mouth lifting up a sinister smile as he said, "It's him." 8 years in prison didn't allow him to have a single ounce of restraint. However, this is interesting in turn. Cheng Xiong said, "Brother Chen, the person Qin Guangnan asked you to deal with is him, right?" Chen Yuanji nodded his head. Not long ago, Qin Guangnan personally came to his door and approached him with a thick gift, asking him to send someone to teach his granddaughter-in-law a lesson. And at that time, Chen Yuanzhong had already sent his people to find out more, which was why he had delayed making his move. Chen Yuanzhong mockingly hummed, "Knight Fingwu has a great relationship with Jiang Hao. The Qin family is really digging their own grave if they want to deal with him." Cheng Xiong said again, "The Qin family is now cooperating with Feng Hao Real Estate, and it's obvious that they want Feng Hao Real Estate to be their backer." Chen Yuanzhong, however, shook his head with a wry smile. That old fox Qin Guangnan is looking for death. He hasn't realized what kind of madman he's messed with. Jiang Hao gave all the projects in that site in the suburbs to the Qin family. Such a huge cake. Humph, Qin Group is finished. Although Cheng Xiong didn't understand things in the mall, he knew that Jiang Hao had set Qin Guangnan up. So he said, "Brother Chen, what are your plans?" Chen Yuanzhong pulled out a cigar. The bodyguard next to him hurriedly gave him a light. He was not only not busy, said, "Come but not go is not a gift. He night madman dare to make a fuss about my store." Then, I grabbed in front of him to buy the Qin's group. Only then did that Cheng Xiong nod his head in realization, but immediately following that, his face changed slightly, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Brother Chen, Shang Xiao was hospitalized yesterday." Well, Chen Yuanchang's face sank, worried. He just came back from abroad, and what trouble did he get into? Only then did Cheng Xiong say, "Yesterday he drove back from drinking with his friends and was hit by a Ferrari. The car was destroyed and Shang Xiao was only slightly injured." After hearing that his son was lightly injured, Chen Yuanzhong was relieved, and then said in a gloomy tone, "Where is the driver who caused the accident?" Cheng Xiong frowned, running away. "I've already found out that the silver Ferrari is Jiang Hao's." "Good one Jiang Hao." Chen Yuanzhong's face instantly just turned incomparably cold, and then he coldly said, "Tell Shenger to be more honest these few days. Don't cause trouble everywhere, and especially don't mess with the night crazy man." Back then, he designed himself to frame Knight Fingwu. If his son fell into his hands, with that man's heart, his son's little life would not be guaranteed, so all he had to do was to lay low for a few days and slowly disintegrate Jiang Hao's forces. When Knight Fingwu had no more backers, he himself could pinch him to death at will. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out from the pawnshop office, and he said heavily towards Chen Yuan, "Dong Chen, that ring has been included in the Luo Phoenix auction house, and it will be officially auctioned in a few days." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanji nodded his head and smiled. "In your estimation, can that ring really fetch a heavenly price?" The man with glasses nodded with extreme certainty and said, "Dong Chen, my eyes can't be wrong. The turquoise sea gemstone on that ring is very rare. There are only 2 of them in the whole world, so the lowest price can be auctioned at $100 million. Upon hearing this, the smile in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes intensified. $100 million was enough for him to acquire a few companies. At this moment, Knight Fingwu drove a black Audi and carried Qin Xinghan to her home. Only, Knight Fingwu's face didn't look too good on this journey. Chapter 37 Luo Yi Huang. Chapter 37 Luo Yi Huang. Qin Xinghan also seemed to realize that Knight Fingwu was angry with himself again, so the car had just stopped and she tried to escape, before the seatbelt could be undone. However, a large hand was holding her down. Qin Xinghan thought of the scene last night when he was forced to kiss. Her heart was immediately alert, tightly biting her red lips as said, "If you still want to bully me, I will also bite you." At those words, Knight Fengwu was nearly furious and happy, although this Qin Xinghan seemed to be gentle. For those who dared to infringe on her, this woman was really underhanded. For example, the earliest golden leopard. He hadn't even touched Qin Xinghan's hand. It was Qin Xinghan's high heels that had stepped through his palm. Last time, when Gao he made her an escort, she had a pair of scissors with her, and if it came to a critical situation, Night Fingwu didn't doubt for a second that Qin Xinghan would stab that scissors out. I'm afraid, the most hateful thing is that yesterday, this woman bit herself. Therefore, originally there were really some of that kind of thought Night Fingwu instantly is to put away the evil in the heart. Immediately following that, Night Fingwu just chilled his face and said, how many more times do I have to save you before you realize that you're a stupid woman? And what are you doing running off to West Tiger Black Wind's territory? Qin Xinghan knew that she was in the wrong, so she hummed her face and said softly, I just want to return the ring to you. Hearing this, Night Wind Wu hummed, a ring is no match for your life. If I hadn't followed you today, do you know what would have happened to you? It would have been to be ravaged and destroyed by Qin Yuanzhong's men and then thrown into the river to feed the fish. Today, Night Fingwu had wanted to apologize for yesterday, so he followed Qin Xinghan out, but he didn't expect her to sell the ring to Qin Yuanzhong's pawnshop. Qin Xinghan wasn't stupid. She could sense that Night Fingwu was angry because he cared about himself. Therefore, Qin Xinghan didn't dare to explain anything, but instead pulled out the $100,000 from his bag and said, this $100,000 will be my compensation to you. Night Fingwu grunted with a strange face. 100,000. That ring is worth $100 million. 100,000 and you want to dump me? No way. For a woman like Qin Xinghan, who is not a woman of oil and salt, Night Fingwu also lost his mind a bit, and gradually began to play a rogue as well. Qin Xinghan was obviously also exasperated by Night Fingwu's scoundrel. She said with some agitation, that's just a high imitation of a $20,000 piece. I'll give you 100,000, isn't it enough? If you don't think it's enough, I'll give you back all the money that you gave me yesterday. I'm just begging you to stop pestering me. Seeing Qin Xinghan get agitated, Night Fingwu's tone gradually softened and said, do you really think that a $20,000 high imitation can make West Tiger Black Wind go out of its way to offend me? Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan bit her red lips and said, but, he said that the ring was stolen by his employee. Night Fingwu mockingly hummed, I don't even believe the words of that old fox, even the punctuation marks. With Night Fingwu's guess, the ring was afraid that it had already been put away by Qin Yuanzhong, and if he wanted to get it back, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be too easy, which was why he would so simply leave with Qin Xinghan. But Qin Xinghan does not think so. West Tiger Black Wind is what kind of character? She is very clear in her heart. In the entire Haiwa city, as long as he said, it is estimated that no one dares not give him face. However, Night Fingwu not only hit his bodyguard, but also raw extortion of $100,000. Since the beginning, the West Tiger Black Wind is not any angry thoughts. Instead, there is a kind of want to let Night Fingwu hurry to leave. Therefore, Qin Xinghan guessed that only the relationship of Jiang Hao. I am afraid that it is not enough to make the West Tiger Black Wind so jealous of the Night Wind martial arts. This person used to do exactly what? In addition, Night Fingwu looked at Qin Xinghan and said again, your grandfather has already agreed for you to marry me. If you drive me away, your grandfather will soon force you to marry Zhang's group, and Jingxi will be sent to a foster family that you will never be able to find, foster family that you will never find. Is this the result you want? At those words, Qin Xinghan's face immediately became hesitant, and his two palms were even gripping the corner of his coat tightly. Qin Xinghan did hesitate. Night Fingwu was right. Although Grandpa had already kicked himself out of the Qin family, but with the Qin family's power, if it wasn't for Night Fingwu, I'm afraid that he would have been forced to marry into the Zhang family. Even Jingxi will be sent away. Then associating it with the things that Night Fingwu had done for herself these days, it was just that. He was a rude, overbearing person, and a forced annihilator. And what made her heart tremble even more was that he had also killed Gao He with a pair of scissors. Qin Xinghan racked his brain trying to find a single good thing about Night Fingwu, but it seemed difficult. The only redeeming feature seemed to be that he was really gentle with Jingxi. After a long time, Qin Xinghan took a deep breath and bit her red lips. I can let you come back, but you have to promise me a few conditions. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu's heart was delighted, and he said in a calm manner, first things first, I can't continue to sleep on the sofa. Qin Xinghan hesitated and did not refuse, but said, you cannot bully me like last time. You can only sleep on the floor. If you want to get a license with me, then be a good person and do not have anything to do with Jiang Hao. Qin Xinghan's words caused Night Fingwu to be dismayed, and at the same time, his heart was bursting with surprise. Obviously, Qin Xinghan wanted to give herself this opportunity, to give herself a chance to take care of their mother and daughter forever, as long as she broke off her relationship with Jiang Hao in the future. However, Jiang Hao was his own lifelong brother from childhood. The two had experienced life and death together, and on the battlefield, they could give their backs to each other. Thus, Night Fingwu nodded extremely dryly and said, no problem. I stopped doing what that Jiang Hao kid did a long time ago. Let's go home. Qin Xinghan was a bit surprised. She originally thought that Night Fingwu would resist, but she didn't expect him to agree so dryly. Night Fingwu got out of the car while meditating in his mind. A good lie is kind. And the reality was that although Night Fingwu had a great relationship with Jiang Hao, he was now an honor-wrapped military god of war. So as long as he arrived at the right moment and told Qin Xinghan about his identity, she would surely fall into his arms like a little woman, right? Looking at the joy in the eyes of Night Fingwu, Qin Xinghan's heart was bitter. Will he be good or bad to access him at home again? In order to leave Qin Xinghan with a more favorable impression, Night Fingwu proposed to take Jingxi to do the transfer formalities in the afternoon to the best elementary school in Hanhua City. Luo Huang Mansion was located in the busiest section of Hanhua City, and it was also the only 75-story building in Hanhua City. On the top floor of the building is a very spacious and bright office. The facilities in the office are very simple. In addition to a few sets of high-grade sofas and coffee tables in the lounge area, there is only the set of desks and chairs in the window position. You can tell that the owner of the office likes quiet and open spaces. The most luxurious and spectacular part of the office is the huge glass wall. Standing in front of the glass wall, you can have a panoramic view of the entire city of Hanhua. And at that moment, there was a tall figure standing next to that glass wall. She was wearing a silver-gray professional suit, with her black hair coiled behind her head, and even if it was just a back view, she could still feel the domineering queenly aura on this person. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the office room door. Come in. The overbearing queen remained standing still. Even her voice seemed to be laced with an arrogant undercurrent. With the sound of a pair of high heels, a delicate figure in a white shirt with a blue overskirt underneath walked quickly. The visitor was 24 or 25 years old, with an extremely beautiful face, and from between her eyebrows she could vaguely see a heroic and competent spirit. The woman's name was Lin Yu, the assistant to Luo Yihuang, the chairman of Luo Hua Group, who also took care of most of the operations of the entire Luo Hua Group. Lin Yu stopped behind the domineering queen and said in an extremely competent manner, Luo Dong, as you expected, Qin Xinghan indeed can't find a job. It's time to throw an olive branch at her, the hegemony queen said indifferently, with an indescribable confidence in her tone. After she turned around to face Lin Yu, a stunning face so beautiful that it could not be described in any words was instantly presented. Although there was no makeup, her features were exquisite to the point of being flawless. Narrow eyes like the Danfeng, snowy and confident, and under the delicate Yao nose, the red lips without any lipstick were equally dainty. If Qin Xinghan's beauty is beautiful and clear, this woman can only be described by one idiom, that is, ghostly and ingenious. It must be that Nuwa was too eccentric when she pinched people. She was Luo Yihuang, the chairwoman of Luo Hua Group, a woman who was only 26 years old but was already worth tens of billions of dollars, and even had the title of the first beauty in China. Lin Yu had a hint of doubt in her eyes as she said, Luo Dong, it's rare to see you looking at someone so favorably. Is this Qin Xinghan really capable? Luo Yihuang said with a flat face. Like me, she also graduated from the Capital City Management University. I used 1 year, she used 8 months. Lin Yu, however, said, I heard that she graduated early because she had to take care of her own daughter. Luo Yihuang didn't deny it, but said, if she didn't have the ability, she wouldn't have been able to graduate early. Chapter 38 Mother's Mockery. Chapter 38 Mother-in-law's Mockery. Luo Yihuang seems to be a woman who doesn't smile. A flick of the wrist is with a queenly demeanor. She sat on the swivel chair and took a sip of tea. Continued. Qin Xinghan is soft in nature, but she's like a sharp sword in business management. You can still remember that economic crisis of Qin Group 2 years ago. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. That year, Qin's group's capital flow was not open, facing bankruptcy at any time. It was the 22-year-old Qin Xinghan who saved the day, not only letting Qin's group get through that crisis, it has even allowed the company to increase its turnover several times over. A year ago, the Qin group did not reuse Qin Xinghan. Instead, her eldest uncle managed the entire company, so much so that the company was nearly taken over, and it was Qin Xinghan who defused that crisis in just a few days. Lin Yu mocked, such a jewel, but Qin group does not cherish. Really stupid. Luo Dong is prepared to give her what position? Luo Yihuang directly said, the position of president of the head office has been vacant. First let follow you around as an assistant for a period of time, and then take over the position of president afterward. Luo Yihuang's tone had an undoubted confidence in it, and she didn't even bother to think about whether Qin Xinghan would agree to come to their company. Lin Yu was slightly surprised, but she knew that Luo Dong never did anything she wasn't sure of, and since she had her eye on Qin Xinghan, it proved that Qin Xinghan did have the ability. And then, Lin Yu said, Luo Dong, the Qin group has invested a large amount of money into Fenghao real estate, even mortgaging the entire group. Luo Yihuang's face remained flat as she said, Qin Group is really digging its own grave when it wants to make a desperate attempt to curry favor with Feng Hao Real Estate. Lin Yu said. For the Qin Group, that project of Feng Hao Real Estate is like a bottomless pit. Without an upfront investment of $1.5 billion, they won't even see a profit. And I can see that Feng Hao Real Estate seems to be doing this on purpose. Luo Yihuan nodded and said, the Qin family has offended someone, and someone wants to cause them to die. At those words, a flash of shock spread across Lin Yu's eyes. Immediately following, Luo Yihuan said again, did you find out the information about that person? Lin Yu nodded and said in a slightly strange tone, his name is Night Fingwu. He has no education, no relatives, he has been mixing in the underground world since he was a teenager. He was imprisoned at the age of 18 for the crime of forced annihilation, and he was released from prison less than a month ago. He's very close to Jiang Hao, and he's been pestering Qin Xinghan lately. Luo Yihuan nodded. Is there more? Lin Yu shook her head and said, there's only so much. Luo Yihuan frowned slightly and said, even an ordinary farmer would not be able to have such a simple profile. This person is not normal. Is someone doing this on purpose? A forced annihilation offender. Humph. I'm afraid it's just a disguise. Although Luo Yihuan's tone had been very calm, there seemed to be a kind of strategizing composure in that pair of narrow gazes. Lin Yu curiously said, Luo Dong, why would you be interested in an annihilator? Luo Yihuan, however, shook his head with furrowed brows and said, this person is not simple. He suddenly approached Qin Xinghan and instructed Jiang how to lay a trap for the Qin Group. How can such a person be just a forced annihilator? Lin Yu's eyes once again flashed with a flash of surprise as he said, Luo Dong is saying that Jiang Hao dealt with the Qin family because Night Fingwu was behind it. How could he have the ability to make the East Dragon Overlord listen to him? Although Luo Hua Group didn't fear any underground organizations in Haihua City, there were places where they had to guard against these underground organizations that didn't follow the rules. Luo Yihuan faintly said, it's just a guess, but it's not far from 8 or 9. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something, and then said, Luo Dong, for the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Golden Sea City branch the day after tomorrow, I still don't recommend that you go over there personally. In a month's time, Luo Yihuan had encountered 3 assassinations, and if he left Haihua City again, God knows what dangers he would encounter. Luo Yihuan, however, said indifferently, someone doesn't want anything to happen to me? Moreover, there are some things I have to deal with personally. Prepare the flight. 3 assassinations. Luo Yihuan's bodyguards were killed or injured several times, but she knew that someone was helping her, and who was behind it? She already had a number in her mind. Lin Yu said, it's the power of the Luo Dong family, right? Luo Yihuan didn't deny it, but he didn't nod his head either. She left her family at the age of 20 and spent 6 years building what is now known as the Luo Huang Group. Luo Hua Group was one of the best in the entire Haihua City, but for his own family, it was just a small fight. In the past 6 years, apart from a few close relatives, Luo Yihuan hardly contacted anyone, not even accepting any help from them, and the reason for that was a union a few years ago. Even in today's world, a woman is still a tool of trade for the family's interests, especially one as prominent as hers, and Luo Yihuan's heart is high and proud. She is not willing to be the family's tool, but chose to split with the family. She wants to rely on her own ability to prove that women are never worse than any man. She also wants to let the family see that they will one day have a wealth that affects the whole of China. Remember, when she was just born, she was betrothed to the Yi family, which is also from the Tiger Gate, and if it wasn't for the disappearance of the Yi family's baby, I'm afraid she would have married into the Yi family by now. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Night Fingwu brought Qin Xinghan and Jing Si back home. Yang Yu and Qin Ji, 2 people although in the hands of hundreds of thousands, but unprecedentedly did not go to play mahjong, but at home to watch TV. Today, Night Fingwu and Qin Xinghan went through the procedures for Jing Si to transfer to a school that was good both in terms of environment and cultivation. It was obvious that Qin Xinghan was in a good mood today, less melancholy than before, although she never showed a single smile. Qin Xinghan was cooking in the kitchen, and Night Fingwu followed him in ready to help a little. Let me help you cut the vegetables. Night Fingwu stood in the narrow kitchen doorway and said with a smile on his face. Qin Xinghan was choosing vegetables. When she saw Night Fingwu come in, she said in a soft tone, No need. You go watch TV, it will be ready soon. Hearing this, Night Fingwu's heart was pleasantly surprised, and he honestly went to watch TV, sighing in his heart, what a gentle and understanding daughter-in-law. But what Night Fingwu does not know is that Qin Xinghan does not want Night Fingwu to help because the kitchen is too small. If the 2 people cook together, it is inevitable that physical intimacy will occur. It can be seen that Qin Xinghan still has some resistance to Night Fingwu. Soon, a table of fragrant meals was served on the dining table, and it had to be said that Qin Xinghan's handiwork was really great. Just smelling the aroma of the meal already made Night Fingwu drool. But when he sat down and was just about to start eating, Yang Yu, who was on the side, grunted with a look of disgust. I'll say it first, if you want to marry my daughter, then you should have a proper job, and you can't let Cheng Han take care of this big family all by herself anymore. At those words, Cheng Han frowned slightly and wanted to say something when Night Fingwu was laughing. That's that. I'm going to go look for a job tomorrow. Yang Yu, however, was unforgiving and continued to shabby Night Fingwu, saying, where did you run off to when you were needed? 2 days ago. If it wasn't for the other Chen Nan, our family Cheng Han wouldn't have been bullied by those ruffians. Also, you claimed that the ring you sent to our family Cheng Han was worth $100 million. Shucks, that's a $20,000 high imitation, and you have the nerve to bring it out to show your eyes. Seeing Yang Yu's blabbering, Cheng Han on the side was vaguely worried that Night Fingwu would be unable to hold his temper, so she said towards Yang Yu, Mom, let's eat. Yang Yu glared at Cheng Han and hummed, isn't what I said the truth? Although I don't know where he borrowed $500,000 from, but it's still not for you to pay it back. Cheng Han heart anxious. Yang Yu simply do not know what kind of person Night Fingwu is. He is even Jiang Hao have to respect $1 million. Even the West Tiger Black Wind are scornful of people awe. Cheng Han cast an apologetic look at Night Fingwu, signaling him not to care. For his part, Night Fingwu laughed. I will definitely bring the real thing to Cheng Han next time. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu had a look of disbelief on her face and hummed, genuine piece. A genuine piece of $100 million. Thanks for blowing it out of proportion. If you can really give the genuine piece to Cheng Han, I'll let her get a license with you right away. As soon as the words left his mouth, Night Fingwu's face instantly became serious as he said, it's a deal. Cheng Han, however, had a complicated heart. Was he finally willing to admit that the ring was just a high imitation? Night Fingwu was suddenly turning his head to look at Cheng Han and said, however, you did lose some money by selling the ring for 20,000. At those words, Cheng Han apologized. I'm sorry. Sorry what a high imitation of a broken ring. I was. Yang Yu glared at Cheng Han, just to say what, but was interrupted by Cheng Han in a sharp voice. Mom, please stop, the food is getting cold. Cheng Han's tone was obviously a bit anxious. Although that ring was a high imitation, she still didn't want Night Fingwu to know that it was Yang Yu who stole it from her. Anyway, it had been misunderstood by him, even after the truth was revealed. What did it matter? What else could one expect? For a moment, the exasperation was slightly embarrassing, but then a report popped up on TV. Luo Hua Group's private plane suddenly exploded. Casualties are unknown for the time being. It is said that Luo Yihuang, chairman of Luo Hua Group, is going to travel to Jinhai City on this plane. We will continue to follow up on the report. The scene shifts, and sure enough, a thick black inflammation is seen rising from the airfield, and a completely burned out airplane falls onto the runway. Night Fingwu, who was picking up rice in his mouth, after hearing this report, his face instantly changed, and his eyes stared at the TV set. Chapter 39 Lin Chang injured. Chapter 39 Lin Chang injured. Cheng Han clearly sensed Night Fingwu's abnormality. She knew about Luo Hua Group and Luo Yihuang, the legendary woman, but she was puzzled as to how Night Fingwu could be so agitated. At this time, Night Fingwu's cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Lu Hui. Night Fingwu picked up the cell phone and walked into the kitchen. After pressing the answer button, Lu Hui's urgent voice was ringing out. Instructor, something has happened. Night Fingwu's heart thumped as he said, is the target on that airplane? If Luo Yihuan was really on that plane, it would mean that he had failed in his mission, the only one of countless others in his 8 years. For the haughty-minded Night Fingwu, this was not allowed. Lu Hui said, the target is safe, but Xiangzi is injured. Number 9 safe house. After hanging up the phone, Night Fingwu's face was terribly gloomy. Lin Chang, Lu Hui and Yang Lu were all soldiers he had trained. They were his own soldiers and at the same time his own brothers. If anything happened to any of them, it would be unacceptable to him. I'm going out. Night Fingwu said towards Cheng Han, grabbed his jacket and just left, during which his face was also unusually grave. Seeing this, Cheng Han had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that he was going to do something bad? Yang Yu, however, muttered, look at his serious face. If you didn't know, you'd think he was doing some serious work. Cheng Han said with a face full of bitterness. Mom, can't you say less? At that moment, the television set screen entered the main studio, and the news host said, Luo Hua Group has always been the most powerful company in Haihua City, and it is rumored that Luo Yihuang, the chairman of the Luo Hua Group, has been attacked 3 times in a month. But this doesn't affect the normal operation of Luo Hua Group. Today there is news that the auction house under Luo Hua Group is about to carry out an auction, in which, the most attention-grabbing belongs to a ring called the Heart of the Blue Sea. The ring is described by experts as being valued at $100 million. So let's take a closer look at the world-famous heart of the blue sea through the lens of the camera. The screen shifted again, but a ring with a bright luster was placed in a glass display case, and many people took pictures repeatedly with their cameras. When the camera's lens drew closer, the outline of the ring was instantly visible, and even the two Chinese characters on it appeared on the TV. Yang Yu and Qin Ji looked at the ring on the TV. Their eyes were flooded with a touch of envy. The former muttered, "Qing Han, see, this is the real heart of the Aqua Sea. Although the one Night Fing Wu sent you is exactly the same as this one, the other person's is really $100 million. Qin Ji, who was on the side, was frowning. This is too similar. It can't be the one you sold, right? Yang Yu glared at Qin Ji and hummed. What are you thinking about you? Do you really think that the ring that Night Fing Wu gave to Qing Han can be worth $100 million? Not to mention whether he can take some out as a forced annihilator or not. Even if he can, what man would really be willing to give $100 million to Qing Han? Snapped. Right at this moment, the chopsticks in Qing Han's hands suddenly fell to the ground, and a stunningly beautiful face was even more filled with shock, as well as a strong complexity. Yang Yu and Qin Ji turned their heads to look in confusion, but they saw Qing Han's pair of tearful eyes filled with dullness staring at the ring on the television set. Yang Yu said, "Qing Han, what are you gawking at? This kind of good thing won't happen to us. Hurry up and eat." Snapped. Two hot tears slid down from Qing Han's eyes before dripping onto the table. It turns out that the ring he gave himself was really the heart of the blue sea, that unique gem in the world. It was surprising that he himself had always thought that it was a high-quality imitation, and even his mom and dad had constantly taunted him from time to time because it was a high-quality imitation. But he had silently endured all the taunts. A ring of $100 million, and he had never even had a word of complaint. At this moment, Qing Han finally realized that the original person had been tolerating himself all along. No wonder the West Tiger Black Wind would rather be threatened by him and blackmailed for $100,000 than to return that ring to himself. So it turned out that the ring was real all along. "Mom, we can't afford to pay him back." Qing Han's voice choked, and in her eyes was a strong sense of shame and complaint. Seeing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces suddenly changed. The former said without any good humor, "What's wrong with you, kid? You don't think that the ring on the TV is the one I sold to the West Tiger pawn shop, right?" Qing Han nodded bitterly and choked. "You know, he never had any complaints against me because the ring was sold. I even wanted to compensate for it with tens of thousands of dollars more than once. I felt so ashamed of myself." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces gradually became grave as the latter said, "Qing Han, could it be that the ring given to you by Night Fing Wu is really the one on the TV?" Yang Yu, however, said in disbelief, "How can that be? The other appraiser clearly told me that although the ring is very delicate, it's just a very high-grade high imitation." At this time, Jing Si, who was on the side, suddenly spoke up and said, "Grandma, the ring on the TV is the one that Uncle gave to Mom. Look, there are two more characters on it. One is Wind and the other is Finch. Jing Si has seen it before too." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's face instantly paled. She had left in a hurry at first and did not look closely at all. And now, Qing Han's perversity and Jing Si's description had made her perceive a sense of foreboding. Only after a long time did Yang Yu ask with trembling lips, "Qing Han, tell Mom honestly, is what Jing Si said true?" Qing Han nodded with tears in her eyes and said, "Mom, you should not say any more about this matter. I will apologize to him, and I will also find a way to return the money to him." With the way things were looking, the ring was most likely sent to the auction by the West Tiger Black Wind, and trying to retrieve the ring from the West Tiger Black Wind was undoubtedly a pie in the sky. Woohoo! See, Qing Han nodded. Yang Yu, tears in her eyes immediately came out of the socket. At this moment, her heart is not guilt, but self-blame and remorse, and more is the heartache. That's $100 million, enough to feed and clothe them for a few lifetimes. Yet she only sold $20,000. Yang Yu cried her heart out. Only after a long time did she start choking. "No, I'm going to find that pawn shop. I'm going to call the police. They dare to cheat people." Saying that, Yang Yu didn't even eat her meal and got up to go out. Qing Han hurriedly stopped Yang Yu and said, "Mom, don't mind this matter. We can't get that ring back." Yang Yu got angry. She chilled her face and said, "That's $100 million. I'm going to get that ring back even if I have to take it to court." Qing Han said sharply, "That's the store of the West Tiger Black Wind. You'll be killed if you go over there." After hearing the West Tiger Black Wind, Yang Yu's righteousness was extinguished, and with a strong scorn in his eyes, he said, West Tiger Black Wind. Woohoo!" Immediately following, Yang Yu cried once again, blaming herself as she cried, "What kind of sin have I created, to give a $100 million ring to West Tiger Black Wind, in Haihua City, and who does not recognize the West Tiger Black Wind, and who is not talking about the tiger?" even next to Qin Ji. After hearing the West Tiger Black Wind, the eyes are also flooded with a strong color of loss and decadence. Yang Yi's crying suddenly stopped as she grabbed Qin Shenghan's palm and begged, "Shenghan, you must help Mom. Mom was also trying to save your dad. That's why she was cheated. Let's do it this way. You'll get a license with Nightwind Wu tomorrow, and as long as you become a legal couple, he won't pursue us." At those words, the bitterness in Qin Shenghan's eyes intensified. This was to sell himself. Qin Shenghan could only nod her head in agreement first, but there was more guilt in her heart. She had been misunderstanding him all along. While he never had a word of complaint, Qin Shenghan was well aware of Nightwind Wu's bullying and rudeness under the outside, but he tolerated himself again and again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Nightwing Wu finally arrived at the number 9 safe house that Lu Hui was talking about. This safe house was built for specialized personnel on missions and contains equipment as well as medical equipment. At this moment, on that high-tech manipulated medical bed, there was a pale, bandaged person lying. Who else could it be if it wasn't Lin Chang? On the side, Lu Hui and Yang Lu's faces were also not very good, and each of them carried some light injuries on their bodies, which made Nightwing Wu's face even harder to see. He walked to Lin Chang's side and felt his faint breathing before he looked at Lu Hui and Yang Lu and said, "Who could have injured Lin Chang to this extent?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Yang Lu's eyes were flooded with a touch of gravity, and the former said, "Instructor, we have never encountered killers like that before. They are like monsters." Chapter 40, Transhumanism. Chapter 40, Transhuman. As soon as the word monster came out, Nightwing Wu's brows instantly furrowed fiercely. Lin Chang, Yang Lu, and Lu Hui, the three of them were the best soldiers in the army, and even the best world-class fighters couldn't possibly be their opponents. And now, Yang Lu and Lu Hui were both lightly injured, while Lin Chang's state was even more serious, with at least several broken ribs, and I'm afraid that even his internal organs were damaged. Those who can injure Lin Chang to this extent, their combat power, can already be said to be terrifying. Oh, at this time, a weak, painful voice came out from Lin Chang's mouth, but he saw Lin Chang open his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw Nightwind Wu, a pale face suddenly felt guilty. "Instructor, too, sorry we let you down." Lin Chang wanted to get up, but Nightwind Wu hurriedly pressed him down and said with concern, "Get some rest. It was my negligence. I shouldn't have let you guys go alone." A trace of scorn flooded Lin Chang's eyes as he weakly said, "Instructor, it was our carelessness." At this time, Lu Hui suddenly opened his mouth. "Instructor, we got the news that Luo Huan was going to take a private jet to Jinhai City. We intercepted her midway and attempted to give her advice, but she was bent on having her own way, and even defending us at every turn." Yang Lu also said, "That woman is very smart. She can see that we are secretly protecting her, but she still resists us." Upon hearing this, Nightwing Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Damnable woman, how is she now?" Lu Hui said, "We infiltrated the airport before Luo Huan boarded the plane, and we really found the bomb on the plane, and at the same time, we also met those two monsters." With a hint of scorn in his eyes, Lin Chang weakly said, "These two people are a man and a woman. The man has a strong body. The more than 20 bullets from the three of us didn't even manage to injure him. It's as if they were hitting a steel plate." Lu Hui was also distraught. The most bizarre thing was that woman. She was clearly barehanded, but she was able to rely on her claw power to tear through the outer skin of the cabin. Towards the end, Lin Chang, Lu Hui, and Yang Lu's faces were all covered in a sense of decadence. After following Nightwing Wu for so many years, this was the only time they had been in such a sorry state. Upon hearing this, Nightwing Wu's eyes gradually narrowed, and his eyes were unusually grave. Seeing this, Lu Hui was busy asking, "Instructor, have you ever encountered such an opponent?" Nightwing Wu quietly inhaled a breath before slowly speaking. "Gang Qi, the people you have met, have already refined Gang Qi in their bodies. At the same time, they are also called superhumans. Compared to ordinary people, they have a longer lifespan, and their physical qualities are also stronger." The Big Dipper, superhuman. Lin Chang's three faces were filled with shock and doubt. It was the first time they had heard of astral energy. Nightwind Marshal continued, "This world is far from what we think it is. The astral chi comes from within and can increase muscle power to the point of several or even 10 times. If one is able to skillfully apply the astral chi to all parts of the body, one is able to harden the muscles, and ordinary knives, guns, and bullets will find it hard to break through this defense, and if used as a weapon, it can rightfully be transformed into a razor-sharp sword." After hearing Nightwing Wu's description of the astral deities, Lin Chang's three faces instantly became astonished. No wonder the two killers they encountered today were so terrifying. The male was almost invulnerable to knives and guns, and the female was far superior to them in terms of both strength and speed. If it hadn't been for the local troops that came afterward to support them, I'm afraid none of them would have made it back alive. After a long time, Lu Hui was curious and asked, "Instructor, how to refine the astral body?" Nightwind Marshal frowned. Gang Chi is a potential power in the human body. Want to practice Gang Chi? In addition to the daily exercise of muscle power, but also need some kind of opportunity, and this opportunity may not come in a lifetime. But there are also some lucky people who suddenly awaken the astral aura in life and death situations. Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's trio was more lost than envious. As a soldier king, why wouldn't they want stronger fighting power? But they knew that this opportunity would hardly appear for them. "I'm afraid," after seeing the loss in the eyes of the trio, Night Fingwu said with a sullen face, "Some mercenary organizations will use some drugs to develop the limits of humans' physical abilities, thus stimulating the potential power in their bodies. That is, the astral energy." The eyes of the three men all lit up, seemingly interested in the drug, but immediately following, a basin of face water was splashed on the heads of the three people. Night Fingwu said with a cold face, "The drug is not 100% capable of developing the astral chi, because this drug has a great deal of instability, and more than 90% of the people will die due to their inability to withstand the stimulation of the drug. Even if it can be successful, it will leave more or less after effects, and for that reason, are you still interested?" Upon hearing this, the anticipation in Lin Chang's trio's eyes instantly just turned into loss. Lu Hui said bitterly, "Instructor, don't we have a chance to refine the astral energy in this lifetime?" Night Fingwu said indifferently, "There is another way. However, compared to the first two, he has no after effects even though it's just as tough." Under the expectant gazes of Lin Chang and the three of them, Night Fingwu then unhurriedly said, "Train your muscle power to the extreme. Develop it to the limit of what a human being can withstand. As long as you can do that, you will be able to feel the presence of the astral deities. Moreover, the astral energy refined in this way is far superior to the astral energy developed by drugs and halfway awakened." Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's three eyes immediately revealed a strong surprise and excitement, but after the excitement, their faces gradually turned bitter. Developing muscle power to the extreme, unless it was that kind of gifted person who was able to do so. I don't know how much suffering one would have to endure if one relied on acquired exercise, not to mention that not everyone's body is capable of withstanding that kind of overloaded workout. Yang Lu laughed innocently, "Instructor, everyone knows that your muscle power has far exceeded the limits of human beings. Why don't you have astral chi now?" Lin Chang and Lu Hui were also filled with curiosity as they looked at Night Fingwu. All three were soldiers who worked under Night Fingwu, and were well aware of Night Fingwu's terror in terms of muscle strength. The three of them had seen Night Fingwu kick a small sedan out of a distance of more than 10 meters with his muscle power alone. Night Fingwu glared at the three of them and hummed, "I have my own plans. Remember one sentence. If you want to refine the astral chi, then you have to be prepared to suffer and pay 100 times more sweat than normal people." Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's trio noted down Night Fingwu's words with extreme gravity. This also made the three of them think of one thing, which was that the instructor's strength was obviously already the number one in the military, and could obviously not have to train and suffer as much as they did. However, he never stopped exercising his muscle power for a single day, and it seemed that the instructor's aim was astral energy. Night Fingwu suddenly said, "What is the target's current arrangement?" Lu Hui hurriedly returned, "Luo Huang seems to value the Jinhai City branch. We learned that she's going to take tomorrow morning's 8 o'clock high-speed train to Jinhai City and has chartered an entire business compartment." Upon hearing this, Night Wind Marshal cursed, "A woman who wants money but not life. Since you guys were able to find out her itinerary, of course the Death God's labor union would know about it as well." Night Fingwu was angry in his heart, angry that Luo Yuan's stubbornness had caused his brother to be injured. Lu Hui said, "Instructor, I'll go with you." Night Fingwu shook his head and said, "You guys take care of your injuries. I'll be fine on my own this time." Yang Lu said, "That woman has defenses against us. Plus we don't know how many assassins there will be along the way. I'm afraid the instructor will be overwhelmed if he's alone." Night Fingwu's eyes were heavy, and he faintly said, "Secret protection is impossible, so another method is needed, and it's also the punishment this woman deserves." Upon hearing this, Lin Chang's three people's faces turned strange, not knowing what Night Fingwu had in mind. At this time, Lu Hui suddenly carried a long box that was more than a meter long and 50 centimeters wide before placing it in front of Nightwind Marshal, saying, "Instructor, the above has sent your weapons." Upon seeing that long box, Night Fingwu's eyes clearly lit up, seeming to have a feeling of reuniting with a lover after a long time. Chapter 41, The Killer in the Wagon. Chapter 41, The Killer in the Carriage. Click. In an instant, Night Fingwu was opening the box, only to see the parts of a sniper rifle neatly placed inside, and even a 10-25x scope. Nightwind martial arts like cold weapons, but also like sniper rifles. This sniper rifle with him for a long time is the military factory for his special production of a sniper rifle called Wolf God. The overall length of the gun was 1.32 meters, black in color, with 10 12mm armor-piercing bullets, and an effective range of 2,500 meters. But in the hands of Night Wind Wu, one of his best snipes was said to be a one-shot hit on a terrorist organization's satellite dish at 3,500 meters away. The long box had 3 tiers, the second of which consisted of 2 black as ink pistols and 2 daggers, the pistols being of a large caliber and equipped with 2 boxes of 9.1mm steel core bullets. When the third layer was lifted, it revealed a long box lying flat inside, which was a meter long and 15 centimeters wide. The Night Wind Wu gently brushed over the box, as if touching his lover, even a pair of eyes, also with a strong confidence. This was his favorite weapon, a gift from Chen Zuoshan 5 years ago. After explaining to Lin Chang and the 3 of them to recuperate properly, Night Wu returned home carrying his own weapon. At this time, it is already 12 o'clock in the morning. Night Wu was afraid of waking up Qin Xinghan, so he tiptoed and pushed open the bedroom door. Relying on the weak light of the cell phone, Night Wu put the box in his hand on top of the closet. Pop! With a soft sound, the bedside lamp was turned on. Qin Xinghan was half leaning on the bedside in her pajamas, and was looking at Night Wu with a complicated face, and a pair of eyes was even looking at the box on the closet. Night Wu put away his cell phone and looked at the sleeping Jingxi next to Qin Xinghan before he said softly, "I woke you up. A friend asked me out for a cup of tea, and intends to give me a job." At those words, Qin Xinghan frowned slightly. She didn't believe that Night Wu's words were true, because she had a feeling that Night Wu seemed to have been hiding something all along. And then, Qin Xinghan softly said, "Go to sleep." Saying that, Qin Xinghan was shrinking into the quilt. Qin Xinghan very much wanted to tell the truth about the ring and apologize to Night Wu, apologizing for the fact that she had been mistaken about that ring being a high-quality imitation. But it was getting late, and she could only decide to talk about it tomorrow. The bed was very wide. Sleeping 3 people was more than enough, even if Qin Xinghan deliberately occupied the middle of the entire big bed. But if Night Wu wanted to squeeze in, it was absolutely fine. Therefore, Night Wu slowly walked to the bedside, took off his coat and lay on the floor bed that Qin Xinghan had already prepared for him. The following morning, the warm sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains above the floor, gradually filling the entire room with a warmth. Qin Xinghan did not sleep soundly because there was a man in this room, and this was the first time in her life that she had shared a room with a man, even though this man was already her nominal husband. Qin Xinghan's skin was very good, as white as a baby's, with a high nose and red lips, and when observing this overwhelmingly beautiful face from a close distance, one could realize her perfection even more, especially the narrow eyelashes that fluttered slightly. The sleeping beauty was even more charming, and as the only man in this room, Night Wu obviously didn't miss this beautiful scenery. Well, suddenly, Qin Xinghan's slightly fluttering eyelashes flickered, and a pair of hazy gazes slowly opened. When his vision became clear, he saw a mouth approaching his face. Out of instinct, Qin Xinghan raised her hand and smacked it on this mouth, and then shrunk her entire body into the comforter. With a pair of eyes full of vigilance looking at Night Wu beside the bed, Night Wu was very embarrassed and covered his mouth. His face was a disappointment. Stealing a kiss did not work and received a slap. Just now, when he saw the sleepy and charming Qin Xinghan, he really couldn't hold back and wanted to have a kiss, but he didn't want Qin Xinghan to wake up. You said you wouldn't bully me," Qin Xinghan said with a hint of apology in her tone as she shrank under the covers. Night Wu skimmed his mouth and said, "I just got a job. I have to travel for a few days today. I wanted to claim some sweetness, alas." Looking at Night Wu's lost look, Qin Xinghan sympathized but stood her ground even more firmly, so she softly said, "Give me some time." Upon hearing this, Night Wind Marshal smiled. "Then I'll wait for you." With that said, Night Wind Musum had put on his jacket and picked up a meter-long box at his feet, slinging it across his shoulders. This was the weapon that Night Wind Wu had secretly taken out of the weapon box this morning, and this weapon was most appropriate for this trip to Jinhai City. Looking at Night Wu, who had once again changed into the somewhat worn camouflage uniform and the box on his shoulder, Qin Xinghan said, "You're going on a business trip?" Night Wu nodded and said, "The new boss is a classy guy. He had to let me accompany him to fish. No, the fishing rods are all bought, so you can sleep a little longer. I'm leaving now." Qin Xinghan looked at her cell phone. It was only 6:30 in the morning, so she nodded and said, "Be careful along the way." At those words, a warmth came over Night Wu's heart. It was really happy to have a gentle and lovely wife. Luo Yihuang was on the high-speed train at 8 o'clock, so Night Wu had long ago booked a high-speed train of the same train number and arrived at the high-speed train station at 7:30 minutes. Haihua City is a big station with a lot of travelers, a long line of them all going through the security check one by one, and all the suitcases and bags going through the X-ray check as well. Night Wu knew very well that the box he was carrying would not be able to pass through the security check, but he still had a calm face as he lined up at the end of the line of travelers. A few minutes later, Night Thingwu was just about to pass through the security gate, but he was stopped by a security officer. The security officer pointed to the box on Night Thingwu's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry sir, please go through the security check with what you have on you." Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu made an apologetic smile and said, "Sorry, I forgot." Said was to put the thing on the shoulder on the X-ray security machine. In the moment the security personnel turned back, Night Windwu without a trace will be a thumb-sized electronic chip pasted on the box. When the box came out from the other side of the security machine, the staff member who was in charge of observing the security screen visibly frowned. However, did not say anything. Night Windwu calmly picked up the box and casually removed that chip as well and put it in his pocket. The chip was able to disable the X-ray irradiator for a brief period of time, although it was able to see the images in it just as well. However, it was just another false image given to it by the chip. Since Night Thingwu's mission was a covert operation, he had no assistance, and what was even more detestable was that there were no funds yet. So Night Thingwu was still fretting about how to ask for funds from Luo Huang, whom he had never met before. At 7:50, Night Thingwu boarded the high-speed train to Jinhai City. Night Thingwu's seat was in compartment 9, which belonged to the business seat, while Luo Huang's seat was in the front of compartment 10. In the large carriage, there were only Luo Huang, Lin Yu, and 5 vigilant-looking bodyguards. Luo Dong. It will take 3 hours to arrive in Jinhai City. Take a break. Lin Yu was seated in the other row of Luo Huang, a pretty face with the same hint of vigilance and nervousness. Yesterday's private jet explosion was definitely not an accident, which is why she's so nervous. Luo Huang nodded above that perfect to flawless countenance. Always a calm as ever look. She said, "Don't worry. Yesterday alarmed the local troops. Those killers, even if they are more arrogant, it's impossible to commit murder on the high-speed train." But her mood was equally a little volatile. Having been buried in the explosion of her own private plane yesterday, if it hadn't been for the 3 strangers who had intercepted her in the middle of it, she knew it was the family that was secretly protecting her. But that didn't mean she appreciated the family because, with their stubbornness, Grandpa and Dad had let her down completely. 9 carriages, dozens of seats but sat less than half of the people. Night Thingwu sat in the first 5 rows of the window position. Because of the worn-out camouflage uniform that Night Thingwu was wearing, the entire compartment treated him as a migrant worker who had paid for a business ticket to pretend to be X. What's even more annoying is that the neighboring seat with that migrant worker is actually a very sweet-looking woman. The woman was 18 or 19 years old, with sky blue jeans underneath and a pair of knee-length cloth boots that made her already long, straight legs stand out even more. Her upper body was a blue trench coat, a head of soft black hair almost hanging down to her waist and hips. The woman was dressed slightly mature but had an extremely pure and pretty face, while Night Thingwu's pair of eyes didn't even linger on the beautiful woman beside him for even a single glance. Because, while his eyes were always unusually calm, he had taken in every move of everyone in the entire carriage. Some of these people were reading magazines and some were looking at their cell phones, which seemed to be normal, but the hostile aura on their bodies could not be hidden from Night Thingwu's pair of eyes. The only thing that was reassuring was that the 2 people Lin Chang had described as a man and a woman who knew about astral energy were not here. Surprisingly, so many killers have been deployed. This Luo Huang is really a great face. Suddenly, Night Thingwu's eyebrows stared, because, in the entire carriage, the only girl beside himself was a bit abnormal. To say that it was abnormal would be better to say that it was normal. The girl was dressed in a mature manner, but her looks were sweet and pretty, and her body had a faint scent of a young girl's body. Night Wind Marshal cursed in his heart. Damn it, where did an ordinary person appear? Chapter 42, Yang Shushi. Chapter 42 Yang Shushi. Yang Shushi is very pretty and is still the school flower of the whole school, plus she dresses herself up every time she goes out, and being pretty can make a woman confident. So, no matter where she is, she can be the center of everyone's attention. But today, she was vaguely uncomfortable in her heart, because, the neighboring seat of this like migrant workers, and very handsome uncle, but even glanced at her as not. Yang Shushi wasn't a vain woman, but that didn't mean she didn't have a noble heart. Thus, Yang Shushi suddenly turned her head toward Night Thingwu and smiled. "Handsome guy, where are you from?" At those words, Night Thingwu frowned slightly. What he was trying to do now was not to draw attention to his surroundings, and this woman was accosting him at this time. Therefore, Night Thingwu chose to ignore it, but his pair of eyes were always on the lookout for every move around him. After seeing Night Thingwu ignoring himself, Yang Shushi felt even more battered. Usually, he was the center of attention wherever he went, and other people couldn't wait to squeeze in front of him to chat with him. This person, on the other hand, not only never looked at himself, but even when he initiated a conversation, he looked cold and indifferent. Undeterred, Yang Shushi pouted her lips and muttered, "Uncle, even if it's just a casual encounter and I'm taking the initiative to talk to you, you can't be so rude. I'm not malicious." Saying that, Yang Shushi just leaned back in her seat with an aggrieved face. Seeing this, Night Thingwu then glanced at Yang Shushi. The girl was really pretty. A pair of big snowy eyes were clear and innocent, very disproportionate to her mature dress. In order to deal with the girl, Night Thingwu faintly said, Haidhua City. After hearing Night Thingwu reply back, Yang Shushi was obviously stunned, followed by a laugh. What a coincidence. I just happened to go to school at Haidhua University. Moreover, my aunt and cousin are also from Haidhua City. Night Thingwu had no intention of talking to this girl, so he said in a nonchalant manner, You're not dressed like a student. Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi smiled sweetly and said, Uncle's dress doesn't look like a migrant worker either. Night Thingwu glanced at Yang Shushi with some surprise. Yang Shushi swept a glance at Night Thingwu's body, pretended to have a contemplative expression, and cupped her chin. Although Uncle's clothes are a bit shabby, his skin is not very white, and his physique is very close to that of a migrant worker. But, toward the end, Yang Shushi smiled wryly and said, However, so handsome, and temperament, especially a pair of eyes calm and sharp, such an overbearing aura. I guess Uncle should be a secret agent who secretly carries out the mission. Right, he. Yang Shushi was originally joking, but he didn't want the word agent to come out, and the 20 people in the entire carriage all raised their gazes without a trace, and looked at Night Thingwu with a hint of a bizarre flavor in their eyes. Night Thingwu's face remained calm, but in his heart, he had long been itching to press this girl to the ground and beat her up. And then, Night Thingwu faintly said, Little brat, if you want to pick me up, you might as well leave your cell phone number. Saying that, Night Thingwu even deliberately leaned his shoulder over and slightly pressed against Yang Shushi. Seeing this, Yang Shushi frowned slightly and instinctively moved towards the other side, and that originally wry face stiffened. Uncle, I'm just kidding, you don't really think I'm interested in you, Yang Shushi said somewhat unnaturally. The corner of Night Thingwu's mouth, however, lifted up slightly, making a lewd smile, while then unscrewing the mineral water in front of him and handing it to Yang Shushi. Smiling, Beautiful woman, have a drink of water. Let's continue chatting. Seeing Night Thingwu's lewd smile and the bottle of mineral water in his hand, the unnaturalness in Yang Shushi's eyes gradually turned into vigilance. Especially the mineral water in his hand makes Yang Shushi more alert, although the mineral water is provided by the high-speed train crew, but who knows if he has put anything in it. Yang Shushi's heart began to regret. He just wanted to find a fairly smooth uncle to chat with during the boring journey, but he didn't know what to expect. Such a good-looking uncle, but he smiled so lewdly. So, Yang Shushi pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, I am not thirsty. Night Thingwu, however, was unforgiving. I opened them all. Saying that he was going to force it into Yang Shushi's hands, Yang Shushi became more and more disgusted, and said somewhat angrily, How can you be like this? I've said I'm not thirsty. This scene should have been even more striking, but the surrounding pairs of meaningful gazes were gradually withdrawn, and a few people even laughed mockingly. Seeing that Yang Shushi was a bit angry, Night Thingwu also said with a stern face, I've opened it, how can you not drink it? He said and handed over the mineral water again. Yang Shushi was not only angry, but also a little scared. She wanted to take the mineral water first, but absolutely could not drink it. However, her hand had just reached halfway, when she saw the mineral water bottle in Night Thingwu's hand suddenly tilt, and the small half of the bottle suddenly spilled onto her pants. Ah! Yang Shushi shrieked. A beautiful face is incomparably angry. Blaring at the Night Wind martial arts is angry. You, how you so rogue? You again, so I alarmed. Night Thingwu made an innocent expression and said, Sorry, my hand slipped. Yang Shushi was so angry that she got up and stomped her foot, turned around and just went to the toilet to clean up. After seeing Yang Shushi enter the restroom, Night Thingwu hurriedly chased after him to the door of the restroom and said, Do you need help? You go away came Yang Shushi's angry voice from the toilet. Only then did Night Thingwu slowly turn around, and the lewd smile on his face gradually solidified, turning into an abnormal coldness. The 20 or so people in the entire carriage were originally watching the fun with smiles and laughter. However, after looking at the icy coldness on Night Thingwu's face, the faces of all of them stared fiercely. As experienced killers, the look in this man's eyes told them that danger was coming. In just an instant, the entire carriage of 24 people all stood up. Whoosh! In an instant, several air-breaking sounds rang out, but a dozen flying needles were seen flying towards Night Thingwu. Their speed was so fast that it was almost close to catching up with the speed of a bullet's discharge. Paging. Night Thingwu's gaze was calm and unusual. He raised his hand and swept it in front of his eyes, and the dozen flying needles were actually put away by him as much as possible. Immediately following, he waved his big hand, but he saw that a dozen flying needles had already returned in their original number, and their speed was more than several times faster than just now, and had already far exceeded the speed of a bullet's discharge. Slap! In just a moment, 7 or 8 travelers were collapsed in their seats. apparently already died of gas. Guess that those flying needles are fed with a very strong toxicity. The remaining dozen or so people's faces were shocked, and in an instant, they were pulling out the pistols hidden in their belts, each with a silencer. However, before their guns could be aimed at Night Fing Wu, a ghostly figure had already closed in on the two at the front. Paging, a strong wind came, but he saw Night Fing Wu form his fingers with both hands and point at the temples of the two of them as fast as lightning. In just an instant, the bodies of the two of them were instantly fixed in place, and those two pairs of eyes were instantly filled with blood, and finally completely dyed red with blood. Night Fing Wu is the god of war in the Chinese army, and the most outstanding killer and scout. And as a scout, he has been trained for one purpose since the beginning, and that is to kill with one blow. Therefore, Night Fing Wu understood every structure of the human body and knew every fatal acupuncture point in the human body. The speed of Night Fing Wu was fast, so fast that these killers didn't even have time to react. Pop! As the rest of the killers turned their guns to aim at Night Fing Wu had already lightning grabbed the pistols in the hands of the two dead killers. This was followed by a series of sounds, as fast as a machine gun. The entire process took barely 2 seconds, and the only person still standing in the entire compartment was Night Fing Wu, who was armed with twin guns. The pistol had a silencer on it. The sound was very small, and there were 2 levels of doors between the business compartments, so the anomaly here did not attract the attention of the stewards. Night Fing Wu rearranged the bodies of all of them and strapped them in, so that if they didn't look closely, they looked like they were asleep. At this time, Night Fing Wu finally looked in the direction of the restroom. What a pain in the ass! Night Fing Wu muttered impatiently as he stuffed his twin guns into one of the assassin's clothes. In order to save that girl's life, he had disguised himself as a lecherous man. Chapter 43, How much is my life worth? Chapter 43, How much is my life worth? At this moment, the toilet door opened, and Yang Shushi pouted her lips and walked out, and just as she was about to go back to her seat, she nearly bumped into the oncoming Night Fing Wu. Yang Shushi took a step back and leaned against the toilet door. The sweetness and maturity of just now was gone. Her pretty face was filled with a color of vigilance. Glaring at Night Fing Wu was, "What do you want? I'm going to call the police." Night Fing Wu carried that black box on his shoulder, pointed to Yang Shushi's back, and said, "I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi was immediately embarrassed, which led her to sidle past Night Fing Wu. Night Fing Wu turned around and said, "You go to compartment 10. There are no more living people in compartment 9. Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi turned around and spat out her tongue towards Night Fing Wu, humming, "Scaring me, treating me like a little girl, humph." Saying that, she was walking towards her seat. However, just after taking 2 steps, her face became strange, because everyone in the whole carriage was so strange. Some were lying on their backs on the reclining chairs, and some had their whole heads hanging down. Yang Shushi shook her head, and then sat back in her seat by herself. After Night Fing Wu entered the restroom, a pair of eyes just carefully scanned up. When his eyes swept over the washstand, his sight stopped. The washstand had been opened. The traces were minuscule, but Night Fing Wu was still able to tell. Click! Night Fing Wu pinched the edge of the wash basin and fiercely exerted his force, directly lifting up the entire wash basin. "Sure enough, it's here." Night Fing Wu hummed faintly, but he saw a few things like experimental glass tubes hidden underneath the wash basin, which had a golden-colored liquid in it. Not only that, the glass tubes were connected to a timer. With 56 minutes to go, this liquid bomb is enough to blow up an entire train. Night Fing Wu carefully removed the bomb. Looking at the dense wires on it, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and then directly pinched off a red wire with his fingernail. Only a drop was heard and the timer was set at 54 minutes and 30 seconds. After successfully disarming the bomb, Night Fing Wu didn't hide it, but carefully placed it in the wash basin. When Night Fing Wu walked out of the restroom, he heard Yang Shushi suddenly shout at him, "Hey, uncle, the atmosphere here is so weird." Night Fing Wu turned his head to look over, only to see Yang Shushi sitting stiffly in her seat, with a pair of big beautiful eyes still glancing around from time to time. Night Fing Wu shook his head, thinking, the target is important. There is definitely more than one compartment of killers in this train. Perhaps, those 2 people who know astral chi are also mixed in one of the compartments. Therefore, Night Fing Wu turned around and walked towards the 10th compartment. Seeing that Night Fing Wu had once again turned into that cold and indifferent uncle, Yang Shushi's face was also astonished. When she turned her head to the strangely posed travelers around her, she winced even more. In the 10th compartment, the moment Night Fing Wu stepped into it, the 5 black-clothed bodyguards instantly rose together, all of them surrounding towards Night Fing Wu. Night Fing Wu made a surprised expression and pointed at the empty seats, saying, "I thought all the seats here were empty." Lin Yu got up and said towards Night Fing Wu, "I'm sorry, why don't you go to another carriage? This one is chartered by us. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu said with a naive expression, wow, it's so nice to be rich. A migrant worker like me can only look for a seat everywhere, he said, and made a pitiful expression, meaning as if to say, are you looking down on migrant workers? Let him sit. At that moment, a very nice woman's voice entered Nightwind Marshall's mouth. The person who spoke was none other than Luo Huang, who was still half reclining in her seat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu frowned slightly and said, Luo Dong, it's better for us to be more vigilant. Luo Yuan's eyes were slightly closed as he faintly said, if he really is an assassin, it's better to put him in the line of sight than to hide him in the shadows. After Night Fingwu heard Luo Yuan's words, a flash of surprise also flooded his eyes. In just 2 sentences, Night Fingwu could see that woman's composure and wisdom. Lin Yu nodded, then pointed to the second row of seats next to Night Fingwu and said, why don't you sit there? After saying that, Lin Yu made a wink towards those several bodyguards. The bodyguards understood, and 2 of them sat down in the back row of Night Fingwu, obviously keeping Night Fingwu under surveillance. Night Fingwu laughed nervously. Thank you, beautiful woman where people are. Nowadays in the world, it's hard to find someone as beautiful and kind as you. A touch of impatience gradually lifted up on Lin Yu's pretty face as she hummed faintly. If you can be quieter, you can sit here until you get off the bus. Otherwise, I'll have them kick you out. After saying that, Lin Yu was sitting back in her seat. At this moment, Night Fingwu suddenly stood up and walked directly towards Luo Yuan's position. The 3 bodyguards in front of them, however, were focusing their attention on the doorway of the 11th compartment, and didn't pay any attention to the Night Fingwu, who had just sat down and suddenly got up again. At this moment, Lin Yu just happened to turn around, only to see that guy dressed as a migrant worker actually walked up to him, and then sat down on Luo Yuan's neighboring seat with a bland expression. Seeing this, Lin Yu's face was shocked. Getting up was towards Night Fingwu angrily saying, what are you doing? Who let you come over? You know, your bodyguards are too alert. Night Fingwu ignored Lin Yu's reprimand and instead turned his head towards Luo Huang, who had her eyes closed. This was the first time that Night Fingwu had seen Luo Huang. Rumor had it that this woman was very beautiful and had the reputation of being the #1 beauty in China. At first, Night Fingwu didn't quite believe it. In this world, who else could be more beautiful than Qin Xinghan? However, after actually seeing Luo Huang, Night Fingwu actually vaguely believed that rumor. Even just one of Luo Yuan's side faces was already stunningly beautiful, and her features had been refined to the point of perfection. Luo Yuan slowly opened her eyes, those narrow Danfeng eyes, always with a calm as ever look. She said faintly, now I know. Lin Yu's heart is angry at the same time. The more his eyes become vigilant and abnormal, how can the 2 bodyguards at the door let him approach Luodong? Thus, Lin Yu yelled towards the 2 bodyguards who were still sitting there unheeding. Hey, what's going on with you 2? Night Fingwu, however, said indifferently, they should be asleep. Although Luo Yuan's bodyguards were stronger than ordinary people, their true level of strength was not even as good as any of the killers in compartment 9, so Night Fingwu had at least dozens of means to make them pass out unopposed. At those words, Lin Yu's face was shocked. How could the 3 bodyguards in the front row not understand the situation? And they got up to pounce towards Night Fingwu. Whoosh! However, when he saw Night Fingwu raise his hand, 3 tiny items just flew out in lightning, hitting the 3 bodyguards' knee positions at almost the same time. The 3 men's feet went limp and they all slumped to the ground. At that moment, 3 more flying projectiles attacked, accurately hitting the 3 men right in the center of their heads. The human's 100 points. Once this acupoint is hit hard, it will instantly fall into unconsciousness. Seeing that the 3 bodyguards were unconscious in one shot, that Lin Yu's face paled even more. Snapping. At this time, Lin Yu finally saw the concealed weapons that had instantly rendered the 3 bodyguards unconscious. They were clearly 6 pistol cartridges. He surprisingly overpowered the bodyguard he paid a lot of money to hire with 6 pistol cartridges. Taking another look at the 2 bodyguards sitting in the furs, T-row, equally unconscious. At this moment, Lin Yu finally realized that this person who looked like a migrant worker was an assassin. A very, very powerful assassin. He threatened Luo Don's life without any effort. Swish! Immediately following, Lin Yu's gaze condensed. His right hand formed a fist and struck directly at Night Fingwu's throat, striking not only quickly, but also with a fluidity of force and accuracy. Seeing this, Night Fingwu was slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this pretty woman was still an expert. Judging from the speed and force of her strikes, I'm afraid that this woman's fighting strength was no weaker than policewoman Chen Nan, and even stronger than those unconscious bodyguards. The corners of Night Fengwu's mouth lifted slightly, and he didn't even have the intention of getting up. Lifting his hand, he grabbed the pink fist and twisted it with his backhand. Lin Yu yelped in pain, and his entire body suddenly lost its balance. Night Wind Wu twisted Lin Yu's arms behind her back before pressing her face down onto her legs. This posture was really a bit indecent, especially for a woman of Lin Yu's high nature. It was a disgrace. However, she saw Lin Yu kneeling on the ground. Her entire upper body was pressed onto Night Feng Wu's legs. Right now, she was able to use her strength only a small mouth. Out of the desire to survive and the anger after being humiliated, she bit on it fiercely. Well, Night Feng Wu's face stared, and his entire face was suffocated in red. What my life is worth. At this time, Luo Yihuang suddenly opened his mouth, still with the same calm as before. Look, even his tone didn't have many ripples. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, The Wise Woman. Night Feng Wu was surprised at the woman's composure, and then smiled as he endured the pain in his leg. Are you negotiating with me? Luo Yihuang slightly turned her head. A stunningly beautiful face of the country was immediately presented in front of Night Feng Wu's eyes, especially that pair of narrow Danfeng eyes. It was Night Feng Wu who also felt deeply stunned. You didn't kill me right away, wasn't it to negotiate with me? Luo Yihuang said in a still flat tone. Upon hearing this, Night Feng Wu laughed. What a smart woman, but it is indeed expensive for you to want to buy your life from a buyer. Luo Yihuang said. If you want to kill me, you should be clear that I can afford it. How about 10 times the buyer's money? Night Feng Wu laughed. There are rules of the trade, and it's the breaking of trust that's the big taboo in the assassin world. The look in Luo Yihuang's eyes remained flat as he continued. So, how much is your reputation worth? Surprised by this woman's calmness, Night Wind Wu laughed again. It seems that your bottom line can never be separated from money. Luo Yihuang, however, said, my bottom line is not just money. Upon hearing this, the corner of Night Wind Wu's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze slightly downward, humming, and that bullet in your lipstick? Trust me, that thing can't hurt me. Instead, it will completely enrage me. After hearing the threat in Night Feng Wu's tone, Luo Yihuang's brows immediately furrowed, and the piece of lipstick hidden in her hand was also put away. Not bad, he did have a bullet in his lipstick. This killer's alertness was not normal. He did not pay attention to himself, but was able to feel his every move. After putting away the lipstick, Luo Yihuang then looked at Lin Yu who was lying on Night Feng Wu's leg. At this time Lin Yu was still biting Night Feng Wu's leg and not letting go. Luo Yihuang vaguely saw a trace of blood on those camouflage pants. Thus, Luo Yihuang frowned. Release Lin Yu and let's continue to talk about the conditions. Night Wind Wu grunted. This little crazy dog is really getting in the way. It's better to let her sleep for a while. With that said, Night Feng Wu wanted to knock out Lin Yu who was tearing at his thighs. Ah! Right at this moment, an unusually shrill shriek rang out in the 9th compartment, and immediately following it, the pale-faced young Shushi was running into the 10th compartment. Uncle! Everyone in compartment 9 is all dead. Yang Shushi shouted to Night Feng Wu with trembling lips. However, when she saw a woman half kneeling on Night Feng Wu's legs, a florid face suddenly froze up, followed by a strong shyness. Night Feng Wu turned around and said, I know, I killed all the people. Didn't I tell you there were no living people there? At these words, Yang Shushi's eyes suddenly widened, and his entire body was even more shivering up. Is this handsome uncle, a killer? It was only at this moment that Shifang saw the several bodyguards that had fallen to the ground, and at this moment, the speculation in her heart became even clearer. As an ordinary college student, where had she seen such a scene? So Yang Shushi had been so scared that her legs were trembling, and she didn't even have the strength to turn around and run away. Night Feng Wu also felt trouble in his heart, and then raised his hand and pressed at Lin Yu's neck, but he saw Lin Yu stifled a grunt as sat back in his seat. What have you done to me? Lin Yu only felt that her entire body was powerless, and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Night Feng Wu said indifferently, don't worry, you'll be fine in 15 minutes. And then, Night Feng Wu turned his head to look at Yang Shushi and said with a stern face, want to live? Upon hearing this, the tears in Yang Shushi's eyes flowed and she nodded her chin like a chicken pecking at rice. Sit over here and do as I say, I can keep you alive. Night Feng Wu pointed to the seat next to Lin Yu while saying with a threatening face, how could Yang Shushi dare to disobey? She could only shiver and walk over, then sit next to Lin Yu. Although Luo Yihuang's expression had always been calm, her heart had long been resigned to her fate. Over the years, she had encountered numerous killers, but she had never seen such a powerful person, who had taken control of her life almost effortlessly. But she had a vague feeling that this man had no intention of killing himself. Was he trying to kidnap himself? Thus, Luo Yihuang curiously said, I can't figure out one thing? Upon hearing this, Night Feng Wu's mouth was tinged with an evil smile as he said, are you fretting over how I'm going to get you off this train that's going 300 kilometers per hour? Luo Yihuang didn't deny it, but said, I'm curious what you're going to do next. The corners of Night Feng Wu's mouth lifted up slightly, and then he said towards Yang Shushi, take out your cell phone and call the police. At those words, not only did Yang Shushi freeze in surprise, even the frail Lin Yu was unsure, but Luo Yihuan had vaguely guessed something. What are you freezing for? Do you still want to live or not? Seeing Yang Shushi froze there, Night Fingwu grunted without a good mood. Yang Shushi said bitterly, Uncle, I'll give you my cell phone. I won't call the police. Don't kill me. Obviously, Yang Shushi thought that Night Fingwu was testing her. Night Fingwu shook his head with a strange expression on his face and said impatiently, cut the crap. Do whatever you're told to do. Seeing that Night Fengwu was impatient, Yang Shushi's frightened little face became even paler, which led her to take out her cell phone with trembling hands, and when she darkened the train's alarm call, she once again raised her eyes to Night Fengwu and said with a bitter face, Uncle, you want me to call the police to arrest you? Upon hearing this, Night Fengwu glared at Yang Shushi and grunted, do you think I'm stupid and you'll say whatever I tell you to say? Even. Yang Shushi nodded this time, but that pathetic little face was especially cute. The moment the phone call went out, it was only then that Night Fingwu was saying, tell the passenger police to say that a bomb has been found in the toilet of compartment 9. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu were not quite convinced that there was really a bomb on this train. Yang Shushi dared not disobey. When the phone was connected, she told the original words to the passenger police. Just for a moment, the other end of the phone is to hang up. In less than a few seconds, the train's announcement rang out. This is the train crew sheriff. The train has detected an emergency. All passengers sit back in their seats. All passengers sit back in their seats. Upon hearing the broadcast, Night Fingwu's face sank and he cursed, idiot. With such a broadcast, I'm afraid it will alert the other killers on the column. At this time, Yang Shushi but secretly glanced at the Night Wind martial arts, weakly said, if the passenger police did not find the bomb, do I count as reporting false police? Should I be punished? Night Fingwu laughed with a light face. Don't worry, they'll find out. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's brows furrowed. If there was really a bomb in the toilet of this 9th compartment, she would definitely die today, so she was even more convinced that this was a kidnapping case. Night Fingwu got up and helped the 3 bodyguards who had fallen to the ground back into their seats and fastened their seatbelts. In less than a few minutes, 5 police officers came to the toilet in compartment 9, and after opening the toilet, one of them exclaimed, there is a bomb. Immediately after that, all that could be seen was a ride-along policeman walking out carrying that liquid bomb. It was only the moment they saw the bomb that Luo Yihuang, Yang Shushi and Lin Yu were convinced that Night Fingwu wasn't lying. It seems that you placed a bomb just to sound out the east and aim to stop this train, right? Luo Yihuang finally understood Night Wind Marshall's plan. Night Fingwu, however, shook his head and laughed. You're a very smart woman, and smart women tend to attract annoyance, but I didn't set the bomb. At those words, Luo Yihuang's brows furrowed once more. At that moment, a passenger police officer said in a strange tone, strange, this time bomb seems to have been defused by someone. After hearing the words of the passenger police, Luo Yihuang's heart is vaguely complicated. The bomb is not put by this person. That is, it is dismantled by him. But why did he do this? Is it more than one group of killers on this train? At this time, Night Windwu said towards Yang Shushi, turn off your cell phone. Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi was first stunned, but still obediently did as she was told. Yang Shushi's phone had just been set to flight mode, only to see a passenger police suddenly dial the phone, followed by him as frowning. The one who called the police shut down. In the end, who dismantled the bomb? Another passenger police officer with a wary look on his face said, the train has to be stopped. Maybe there are other bombs on board. We'd better contact the local forces and ask them to send a bomb expert to check the whole train. At that, several of the occupants nodded. That's what you're after, isn't it? Luo Yihuan looked towards Nightwind Marshall and said indifferently. The corners of Night Fingwu's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the 3 women in front of him and threatened. Don't act rashly. After feeling threatened, I'll spare no effort in destroying the flowers with a hot hand. It was obvious that Night Fingwu was threatening them because a passenger police officer had already walked towards them. Chapter 45, it's about your life. Chapter 45 has to do with your life. Sir, a few ladies, have you seen any suspicious persons enter the toilet in compartment 9? The passenger police asked with a cautious face. Night Fingwu pointed to the location of compartment 11 and said in a serious manner, half an hour ago, I saw a sneaky person running out of compartment 9 and then heading in which direction? At that, the occupant's face grew more cautious. Night Windwu added with some concern, Comrade officer, is that bomb real? Will we die? The passenger police frowned. Of course it's true. You keep quiet. We're working on it. Night Fingwu, however, said with a bitter face, Comrade officer, that person is carrying a bag. Could there still be a bomb? Upon hearing this, the passenger police officer's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly took out his intercom, saying in a hurried tone, emergency stop. there is likely to be a bomb in the car. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire car slowed down. On the side, Yang Shushi muttered with her small face hanging down. How pretentious. Night Thingwu glared fiercely at Yang Shushi, who shrunk her neck and hurriedly turned her small face to a change. Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu also didn't dare to act rashly. They were clear about this person's strength. If they called the police, not only would they die, even this passenger police officer would be implicated. After putting down the walkie-talkie, the passenger police frowned and glanced at Night Thingwu before saying, "Bring out your ID cards." Night Thingwu obediently handed his ID card to the passenger police. The passenger police took the ID card and frowned. Night Thingwu, from Haihua City, what kind of work do you do? After Luo Yihuang and Lin Yu heard the three words Night Thingwu, a strange look clearly rose in the eyes of the two of them. Night Thingwu laughed nervously and said, "An odd job. This is not." Accompanied his daughter-in-law and two sister-in-laws back home to see the old mom. Saying that, Night Thingwu was suddenly reaching out and wrapping his hands around Luo Yihuang's waist, only to feel a softness coming from his palms. Luo Yihuang's body instantly stiffened, and there was even a strong anger in her eyes. This was the first time she was touched by a man, but in order to save her life, she was gritting her teeth and enduring it. The passenger police glanced at Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu and Yang Shushi, and cursed in his heart with jealousy. This kid is dressed like a migrant worker, and his wife and sister-in-law are more beautiful than one. So good Yanfu. After returning the ID cards to Night Thingwu, the passenger police intended to continue checking the ID cards of Luo Yihuang, Lin Yu and Yang Shushi, but Night Thingwu's brows had already furrowed because Lin Yu was still in a weakened state and simply couldn't pull out her ID card on her own, in which case, it would inevitably lead to trouble. Night Thingwu looked towards compartment 9 without a trace as he waited. There's dead people here. Jesus, they've got guns. Just when the passenger police wanted to check the ID cards of Luo Yihuang's trio, they suddenly heard the alarming voice of a passenger police officer coming from the 9th compartment. Seeing this, the police were still care about checking the ID card. Turn around is to run toward the 9th compartment. Night Thingwu also breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Luo Yihuang ruthlessly wrenched Night Thingwu's demonic palm away from her waist, humming, "Everything is within your grasp. It seems that I can't die even if I want to for the time being." Night Thingwu, however, laughed. Death is not going to be able to die. However, there is going to be some suffering. At those words, Luo Yihuang's brows furrowed once more. By this time, the train had slowed to a stop and the announcement came on again. This is the conductor of this train. Due to an emergency, all passengers are asked to disembark. With the conductor's announcement, the alarm on the car was also sounded and all the doors were opened one after another. Night Thingwu once again wrapped his arm around Luo Yihuang's waist and said, "Let's go. There's most likely a bomb in the car." After being embraced by Night Thingwu once again, Luo Yihuang's entire body was pressed tightly against Night Thingwu's chest, and she struggled with a face of anger. "Let go of me. I'll walk by myself." Night Thingwu didn't let go of his hand, but said with a cold face, "Put away your condescension if you want to live." Saying that, he wanted to forcefully take Luo Yihuang out of the car. Luo Yihuang struggled desperately and once again said angrily, "I can't leave them behind." Luo Yihuang looked towards the limp Lin Yu and the unconscious bodyguards, who would not be able to leave in time if there really was still a bomb in this car. Night Thingwu frowned before reaching out and taking Lin Yu in his arms as well, saying, "I don't know how to hug a man." Said is directly out of the car. Yang Shushi how dare to stay, also followed the Night Wind Wu out of the car. In less than a minute, a dense crowd of passengers was running down the train. The train is heading to the direction of the city of Jinhai. At this time only traveled an hour only. The scenery in front of them in addition to a small forest not far away, even a house a small road are not. After getting out of the car, Night Thingwu's pair of eyes are looking around to pay attention to the running crowd. Suddenly, his eyes condensed, but saw from the far side of the carriage, is fast walking to a dozen men in black. Where their eyes were looking was clearly Luo Yihuang in his own arms. Night Thingwu turned around again, but he saw a man and a woman walking on the other side. The man was tall, and his sturdy body held up that leather jacket to an unusually full size. The female had purple hair, and her body was so hot that she was able to compete with Chen Nan, plus the tight leather jacket and pants, which drew the blood of the surrounding crowd. In an instant, Night Thingwu's face just became grave. From the body of that man and woman, he sensed danger. These two should be the ones who had seriously injured Lin Chang, and made Lu Hui and Yang Lu also lightly injured. Luo Yihuan was also aware of the people coming from both directions, and at the same time, he also saw the gravity in Night Thingwu's eyes. "It seems that I'm really worth it," Luo Yihuan hummed mockingly. Night Thingwu glared at Luo Yihuan and said without any good humor, "Maybe it's for your body." After saying that, Night Thingwu directly handed the weak Lin Yu over to Yang Shushi, saying, "She's all yours." And after that, Night Thingwu pulled Luo Yihuang up and just ran towards the grove. It's not that Night Fingwu is afraid of these killers, it's really that there's a Luo Yihuang by his side, and he must ensure Luo Yihuang's safety. Seeing that Night Fingwu had fled by pulling Luo Yihuang, those assassins instantly turned their guns around and chased after him, after breaking through the grove, but seeing a highway out there, and just in time for a truck to drive by, Night Fingwu wanted to kill these assassins and avenge Lin Chang and the others, but he knew that those two superhumans were hard to deal with, and that would only put Luo Yihuang in danger. Thus, Night Fingwu pulled Luo Yihuang is running towards the highway in an attempt to stop that truck. Seeing this, Luo Yihuang lost her color and exclaimed, "You're crazy, we'll be run over," because that truck didn't even look like it was slowing down. Night Fingwu said, "Let's jump to the back and get rid of those people first." Luo Yihuang was surprised. The car is running so fast, how are we going to jump on it? Not to mention that the truck's speed exceeded 100 mph. Even the rear compartment was 2 meters high, so where could a human jump into a compartment that was 100 mph and 2 meters high? As he spoke, the truck had driven up to the duo. However, she saw that Night Fingwu suddenly picked up Luo Yihuang. Luo Yihuang's face suddenly became furious, and she was just about to struggle, but she saw Night Fingwu's body violently squatting, and after that, she only felt that her entire body flew up, only to see Night Fingwu holding Luo Yihuang, crossing over the 2-meter truck guardrail and landing steadily in the carriage. At this moment, Luo Yihuang was surprised and didn't know why, looking at Night Fingwu with eyes that were even more like looking at a monster. Could this man fly? He was able to jump more than 2 meters high while holding himself. Seeing Luo Yihuang dazed, Night Fingwu said without any good humor, "What, don't you want to come down?" At those words, Luo Yihuang realized that she was being held by a man, and when she left Night Fingwu's embrace, she couldn't help but cover her nose and frown, because it appeared that the vehicle had been hauling livestock. There was unclean fecal debris everywhere. Squat down. Suddenly, Night Fingwu pressed Luo Yihuang down. When it happened suddenly, Luo Yihuang's body was unsteady and she sat on her butt, just sitting on a piece of dried feces, which made her, who had always been a cleanliness freak, furious. However, she knew that she was a hostage, and even though she hated to kill this person by 1,000 cuts, she was unable to do so at this moment, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. Night Fingwu raised his eyes to the distance, but he saw that the dozen or so killers were prowling on the highway. Luo Yihuang took a deep breath and said coldly, "How about we talk about the conditions again?" Night Fingwu glanced at Luo Yihuang and hummed, "Is it related to money? It has to do with your life." Luo Yihuang faintly said, "Ah." Night Fingwu made a surprised expression and said, "Tell me about it." Chapter 46 Yang Shushi's Cousin. Chapter 46 Yang Shushi's Cousin. Luo Yihuang's pair of calm gazes gazed ahead as he faintly said, "If I can escape by chance, I will offer a reward of $1 billion to kill you, and if I die, the forces behind me will search every corner of the world until you are cut into 1,000 pieces." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu smiled evilly and said, "Doesn't that mean that I'm going to die no matter what?" Luo Yihuang moved his body a bit before leaning against the guardrail, before saying, "Let me go. I'll give you $1 billion, and you can spend the rest of your life incognito, enjoying your life as you please." After hearing Luo Yihuang's words, Night Fingwu made a hesitant expression. Luo Yihuang always stared at Night Fingwu's eyes and could tell that he was hesitating and deliberating. After a long time, Night Fingwu was nodding his head. "It seems that I can only be led by your nose. It's a deal. I'll send you back to Haiwa City." Luo Yihuang's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise, thinking, this guy promised too quickly. However, 1 billion is indeed a huge temptation. Luo Yihuang shook her head and said, "Just find a safe place for me to get off. Someone will pick me up and take me back." Night Fingwu also shook his head and said, "That won't do. I'm counting on you for the rest of my life, so I have to personally send you back to Haiwa City. That way I can ensure that the $1 billion will arrive." Luo Yihuang's gaze was calm as she looked at Night Fingwu, who was similarly staring at her. After a long time, Luo Yihuang finally nodded, but she only nodded for the time being because, well, she wasn't entirely convinced that this man would actually let himself go. At this time, Night Fingwu suddenly said, "Give your assistant a call. Tell her not to call the police. $1 billion can't buy my life." Where the train stopped, all the passengers were evacuated by the passenger police to the vicinity of the grove, and the bouncers awoke. Yang Shushi approached Lin Yu and said, "This sister, let's call the police." Lin Yu had already regained her strength. She shook her head and said, "No, my boss will die." "But that man killed a whole carriage full of people." Yang Shushi continued. Lin Yu's gaze went to the 24 corpses not far away and said, "Those people are most likely killers as well." Just now, the passenger police carried down all the corpses, each with a pistol and a variety of concealed weapons, and their identities have been included by the passenger police in the ranks of unknown killers. And then, Lin Yu looked at Yang Shushi and said, "I'll give you $1 million, just pretend you didn't see what just happened, please." The reason why Lin Yu didn't call the police, that's because she was waiting for the killer's call. And Luo Dong would surely give herself a hint too. Yang Shushi nodded. She also realized that if she called the police, it would threaten that pretty sister's life. So she nodded her little head and said, okay, but, I don't want money. At this time, Lin Yu's cell phone finally rang, and the caller was none other than Luo Yihuang. Lin Yu hurriedly pressed the answer button, opened his mouth and said, Luo Dong, what should I do? Immediately followed by Luo Yihuang's voice, go back to Haiwa City, finish what I've explained to you, and don't do anything else, much less call the police. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's pretty face was complicated before she said, did it work? Luo Yihuang said, he cares about her. It might work. I see. Lin Yu hung up the phone. On the back of the high-speed truck, Night Wind Marshal Luo Yihuang and her phone call, all the talk is in the ear. But some do not understand this woman in the end to explain what things. Thus, Night Fingwu hummed faintly. It's still a real distraction to keep smart women around. Luo Yihuang calmly said, don't worry, as long as I can return to Haiwa City safely, you can receive $1 billion transfer. Night Fingwu looked at Luo Yihuang, blinking his mouth. Smart, rich, a look of a city, and a background. Truly a goddess that everyone can only dream of. Does that include you as well? Luo Yihuang turned her face to look at Night Fingwu, and there was a haughty look in those cold and charming Danfeng eyes. Night Fingwu, however, shook his head playfully and said, I don't like women with a heavy heart. Maybe I'll die in your bed one day. Luo Yihuang faintly said, there won't be that day. Yes? Night Fingwu smiled evilly, and then with a calm face, he snatched Luo Yihuang's cell phone and casually threw it onto the highway. Seeing this, Luo Yihuang Qingqing's face instantly turned ugly, but she knew that any resistance on her part would be futile. Nightwind Wu said, your cell phone has been tracked. In today's technologically advanced world, it is still easy to locate a cell phone, and at this moment, hundreds of kilometers away in the unexpected city of Hanwha, Qin Xinghan is still worried about her job. She made a dozen phone calls during the morning, but as usual, no company was willing to hire her. Disheartened, she had to keep cleaning in her room for a living, almost scrubbing the paint off her closet. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Qin Xinghan put down the rag in his hand and picked it up directly in his ear. Hello? Hello? Is this MS? Qin Xinghan Qin? A very polite woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. I am. Which one are you? Qin Xinghan said softly. I'm the assistant to the director of Luo Hua Group. My name is Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan was a bit surprised before asking, hello, what can I do for you? Lin Yu said, MS. Qin, it's like this. Our company has examined your ability in the Qin group, and we also know that you don't have a job at the moment. So on behalf of the board of directors of our company, I'd like to formally invite you for an interview in our company. As soon as the words fell, Qin Xinghan's entire body froze. As a former Qin group executive, she knew very well what kind of behemoth Luo Huang Group was, and Luo Huang Group was not only one of the best in the entire city of Haiwa, but even in the whole of China. It was also quite well known. However, she never dreamed that Luo Hua Group would invite herself for an interview. Hey, is MS. Qin still there? After hearing the urging voice on the phone, Qin Xinghan pressed back the excitement in his heart and hurriedly said, yes, I'm sorry, I just feel very surprised. If MS. Qin is interested in our company, then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, go to the top floor of Luo Huang Mansion and let's talk face to face. How about it? Qin Xinghan was even more pleasantly surprised in her heart, and hurriedly agreed. Okay, thank you. I will definitely go over on time. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xinghan was unable to recover from the relief for a long time. She was actually fortunate enough to be able to become an employee of Luo Hua Group. Even if she was to be the lowest level of a small staff, she was also satisfied. Lin Yu hung up the call with Qin Xinghan, but suddenly saw Yang Shushi on the side looking at herself with a strong surprise in her eyes. And then, Yang Shushi weakly asked, this sister, did you just call the person called Qin Xinghan? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was a bit puzzled, and then said, that's right, our company has recently been recruiting employees, and she's in our scope of investigation. Yang Shushi asked again, is she from Haiwa City? Lin Yu nodded again before frowning. Do you know her? Yang Shushi immediately shook her head, her eyes averted and said, no, don't know, just heard about it. However, Yang Shushi's strange expression did not escape Lin Yu's observation, but he saw a meaningful look rise in Lin Yu's eyes, and then faintly said, Qin Xinghan is a poor woman. She was forcibly annihilated at the age of 16, and now she is married to a forcible annihilator. At those words, Yang Shushi's pretty little face was suddenly astonished. Lin Yu took in all of Yang Shushi's expressions in her eyes and continued, moreover, it's very likely that this forcible annihilator is also an unknown killer. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Yang Shushi instinctively asked, "What does that mean?" Looking at the worry in Yang Shushi's eyes, Lin Yu once again said, "The person who kidnapped my boss is called Night Fingwu. He is Qin Qinghan's husband." "What? This? How is it possible?" Yang Shushi's mouth instantly grew, and her little face was even more worried. At this time, Yang Shushi suddenly looked towards the grove before saying, "I'm going to find a place to go to the restroom." After saying that, he jogged into the grove. Looking at Yang Shushi, who had disappeared into the grove, Lin Yu said softly, "Then let Qin Qinghan know what her man has done through your mouth." Lin Yu had been with Luo Huang for several years, and her mind was not comparable to that of a college student like Yang Shushi who had not yet graduated. Therefore, judging from all the expressions that Yang Shushi couldn't hide when she heard the name Qin Qinghan, Lin Yu had already guessed that this girl must have known Qin Qinghan and had a very shallow relationship. Therefore, it would be more effective if she could use her mouth to let Qin Qinghan know about this matter. Luo Huang and Lin Yu never wanted to hurt Qin Qinghan, but they would use Qin Qinghan to blackmail Night Fingwu, betting that Night Fingwu cared about Qin Qinghan so that he wouldn't dare to act rashly against Luo Huang. After coming to a place where Lin Yu couldn't see, Yang Shushi took out her cell phone and just dialed a number. "Hey, cousin, are you married?" After the phone was connected, Yang Shushi opened her mouth and asked. At this moment, Qin Qinghan, who was far away in Haiwa City, had just put down the phone, and then another call came in. Chapter 47, What's in the Plan? Chapter 47, Things in the Plan. Qin Qinghan was still worried if Luo Hua Group had backtracked. However, when she saw that the caller was her cousin Yang Shushi, she then pressed the answer button with peace of mind. However, just as the phone was placed on his ear, there was Yang Shushi's very worried voice coming from inside. This cousin was on good terms with herself and was the only one of her relatives and friends who gave her comfort from time to time. "Not really, what's wrong, Shushi?" Qin Qinghan asked with some doubt. "Isn't his name Night Fingwu?" Yang Shushi's urgent voice sounded again. At those words, Qin Qinghan's face changed slightly with an ominous premonition, and then she asked, "Shushi, why, do you know him?" Immediately followed by the phone was Yang Shushi's shocked voice, "Oh my god, cousin, what have you done? You know, he just killed a whole carriage full of people, and in a very short period of time. Not only that, he kidnapped a beautiful fairy-like sister." Qin Qinghan knew that Night Fingwu was a forced annihilator. However, when she heard Yang Shushi say that Night Fingwu was also an assassin, her face just changed fiercely, and she said in an anxious tone, How could he say that? He said he was traveling." Yang Shushi grunted over the phone, "I'm on the same train with him in the same compartment, and I'm still a neighboring seat, and I saw everything he did with my own eyes, and if I hadn't been so resourceful, he would have killed even me." Snapped. As soon as the words fell, the cell phone that Qin Qinghan had placed by his ear directly slid down from his hand, and the whole person sat on the bed as if he was stupid. "Hey, cousin, are you alright?" Yang Shushi's worried voice came from the phone. Qin Qinghan's face was pale, and his pouring face was even more desperate. No wonder even Zhang Hao and Shihu Heifeng were so afraid of him. No wonder he was able to kill Gao He with a pair of scissors. Suddenly, Qin Qinghan remembered something, and then got up and took down that long box on the closet. The moment he opened the box, his entire body was struck by lightning. She hadn't seen a sniper rifle before, but she was able to determine that it was a sniper rifle from the bits and pieces of accessories, the scope, and the two very long boxes of bullets. Upon opening the second level of plywood, 2 pistols and 2 daggers came into view once more. Well, in an instant, Qin Qinghan was covering her mouth and crying bitterly, hot tears falling down the back of her hand. At this moment, Qin Qinghan's heart was filled with despair. Turns out, he's not just an annihilator, he's a killer. Originally, he wanted to give him a chance, and likewise give himself a chance, because he can really give himself a sense of security. But all the flukes have once again turned into an abyss of despair. After a long time, Qin Qinghan picked up the cell phone on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Shu-shi, cousin begs you for one thing, don't call the police. I want to wait for him to come back, and I will persuade him to turn himself in if he is really a killer." Yang Shushi said excitedly, "Cousin, you're crazy, he kills people without blinking an eye. How could he listen to you and turn himself in? What I'm most worried about right now is whether or not he'll hurt you in Jingxi." Qin Qinghan shook his head and said, "He won't hurt us." Yang Shushi said anxiously, "Cousin, why are you so stubborn? He's a killer." Qin Qinghan, however, said in a flat tone, "I can feel that he won't harm us mother and daughter. Please." Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi sighed, Alright, anyway, you're not the only one who told me not to call the police. I'll go to Haiwa City to look for you in a few days." When the phone hung up, Qin Qinghan's entire body once again fell softly onto the bed. The wide highway was flanked by a thick forest, and the absence of vehicles made it unusually silent. Suddenly, From the woods came a burst of rapid footsteps, followed by two silhouettes like swift beasts scurrying out of the woods. Both in terms of stance and speed, they were extremely competent, as if they were movie special effects. Two people, a man and a woman. The man's body type is sturdy, the woman's body alluring. That tight leather jacket, leather pants is to make her already bumpy body even more hot. The woman lifted her wrist, only to see that on it was a high-tech tracking device, with a red dot pointing to the exact spot where the duo was. The woman's flirtatious eyes looked around and soon stopped at a bush. She stepped over slowly with her long leather boots, while shortening herself to pick up a cell phone from the grass. Click! With a crunching sound, that cell phone was actually easily crushed by the woman. The one who kidnapped Luo Huang is an expert, much more powerful than the three at the airport. The woman looked over at the stocky man, her pair of charming eyes narrowing slightly. The burly man grunted. He was able to kill more than 20 of us without alerting us. He does have two skills. He should be a soldier king, perhaps sent by the Luo family to secretly protect Luo Huang. The woman let out a burst of delicate laughter that made people's scalp numb, and her 5 fingers that were painted purple and black were even more fiercely clenched. In the moment her fingers clenched together, a strange greenish aura could clearly be seen in the air. After that truck carried Night Fingwu and Luo Huang for nearly 2 hours, the navigation in Night Fingwu's phone gradually deviated from its route. Thus, Night Fingwu hugged Luo Huang as jumped off the truck. After landing on the ground, Luo Huang struggled away from Night Fingwu's embrace with an angry expression on her face, and a pair of beautiful eyes swept the scenery in front of her. The place where the two were was a fork in the highway, and there was no way to see anything in the distance around them except for the thick woods. Judging from the navigation, they had indeed strayed away from Haiwa City, and there were still at least 600 or 700 kilometers to go if they wanted to return to Haiwa City. Luo Huang turned back to look at Night Fingwu. The long coiled hair had long been disheveled by the wind and scattered randomly. Luo Huang was already a beautiful woman. Even with her long hair in disarray, she was still able to see a different flavor in her body. If you lend me your cell phone to make a call, a helicopter will come to pick us up in less than 2 hours. Luo Huang lifted a strand of hair in front of her forehead and said in a light tone towards Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu put his cell phone into his pocket without a trace and casually glanced at the surroundings before saying, "You underestimated those killers too much. I can tell you in charge that your backup won't support you until the moment you see you." Night Fingwu had fought with the Death God Union, and although it was only a very small friction, he was very clear about their strength, and they could even use large high-tech weapons in any city. Night Fingwu said again, "Trust me, your backup will only get them to us sooner." At those words, Luo Yuan's brows tightened. She knew that this person had his own agenda, but there was no denying that his analysis was thorough, because, over the past month, all of her movements seemed to be under the control of those assassins. However, she was not yet able to determine which side Night Fingwu actually belonged to. Night Fingwu walked to the front of a large tree by the roadside, lit a cigarette for himself, lethargically leaned on the tree trunk, and said, "As long as we wait here for a few moments, there will be a vehicle to carry us to Haiwa City, and in this way, we will be able to completely avoid the tracking of those killers." Upon hearing this, Luo Huang could only obey, even though she didn't believe that Night Fingwu would really let herself go. As a hostage, she simply didn't have the right to make decisions. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, but the vehicle that would pass by in a few moments' time in Night Fingwu's mouth never appeared. Night Fingwu's face was also getting ugly, and there was a touch of embarrassment in his eyes. Luo Huang hummed faintly, "Is this also in your plan?" Hearing the mockery in Luo Huang's tone, Night Fingwu grunted without any good humor. "Of course, I said I'd make you suffer a bit. Let's go. We'll walk up the highway for a few moments and then we'll come across the vehicle." After saying that, Night Fingwu went forward to pull Luo Huang's wrist. However, Luo Huang obviously hates to be touched by a man, and with a lift of her wrist, she walked forward by herself, listening to the clattering sound of the high heels stepping on the ground. The corner of Night Fingwu's mouth lifted up a smile. He was happy for this woman to cooperate. 2 hours later, however, the clatter still lingered on the silent highway, except that the succession of sounds had grown slower and slower. Night Fingwu always had a relaxed and bland look as he followed behind Luo Huang, while Luo Huang's footsteps were getting more and more stiff, and his 2 long and straight legs seemed to be vaguely trembling, as if he was holding back something. Chapter 48, Pampered. Chapter 48, Pampered and Spoiled. If Night Fingwu was able to go up and take a look at Luo Huang's face, he would be able to realize that her white and tender skin, like snow, was already dripping with sweat, and even that frown was tightly locked. Aha! Suddenly, Luo Huang's feet went limp, directly softly kneeling on the ground. Seeing this, Night Fingwu frowned and helplessly hummed, "What a nuisance." In fact, Night Fingwu had long expected that this woman would not be able to support herself for long, simply because of the pair of 7 or 8 centimeter high heels on her feet. Luo Huang had bean-sized beads of sweat on his face as he glared back at Night Fingwu and said, Did you anticipate in your plan that the hostages would not be able to walk? Nightwind Vu stepped forward and said, if we can't find a car or an inn before dark, you'll be facing not just tiredness, but hunger and cold. Luo Yihuang bit down hard on her shell teeth and grunted. I'm hungry and thirsty right now. Luo Yihuang was a smart woman. She never put herself at a disadvantage. Even as a hostage, she showed the same composure and poise. However, this guy seemed to be intentionally wearing down his will, and his body's exhaustion and hunger had caused Luo Yihuang to gradually lose his initial composure. Night Fengwu face is always that faint playful smile. This woman even want to win sympathy is so cold and stubborn, but also some cute. Looking at the playful smile on Night Fengwu's face, Luo Yihuang couldn't wait to kill this guy. Night Fengwu lit a cigarette to himself and laughed again. If you can't find a car, you'll starve to death. Although the Night Wind martial arts face is calm, but the heart has long been secretly cursed. This ghost place how even a car is not. And, the more you go forward, the more desolate the landscape. As far as the eye could see, apart from a winding highway, there was only the vast expanse of yellow earth. What's even sadder is that his own cell phone had died about an hour ago. Luo Yihuan was wearing a pair of high heels and had already walked for at least more than 2 hours. She was now not only tired to death, but her belly was already hungry. And even worse, her pair of feet could no longer continue to support her. Seeing that Luo Yihuang had been rubbing her ankle and sitting on the ground without saying a word, Night Fengwu's brow suddenly furrowed. And then, he suddenly crouched down to grab Luo Yihuang's right foot. Seeing this, Luo Yihuang hurriedly retracted her legs and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Nightwind Wu grunted. "Take a look for you." He said that he forcefully grabbed Luo Yihuang's feet. Luo Yihuang angrily wanted to kick away from Night Fengwu, but he didn't want Night Fengwu to directly take off her high heels. Ah! Luo Yihuang shrieked in pain, only to feel as if a pair of feet were being stabbed by needles. In an instant, Night Fengwu's eyebrows were wrinkled, but saw this pair of white and tender feet, at this time has been covered with blisters. Some have even begun to break the skin dripping blood. Luo Yihuang's feet were beautiful, luscious and delicate, with purple nail polish on the neat nails. It also shows the truth that even the noblest of women have their own love of beauty and their own vanity. Luo Yihuang clenched her teeth tightly. This was the first time that a man had touched her feet. In addition to the shame in her heart, she was more angry. When she wanted to push away Night Fengwu, she suddenly felt that the large hand that grabbed her feet was unusually gentle. But immediately following that, Night Fengwu said something that made Luo Yihuang wish to kill him. Not even wearing socks. It stinks. Night Fengwu said as he carefully tore off those broken bloody skins. Night Fengwu's movements were gentle, but even so, Luo Yihuang still cringed in pain. Of course, Luo Yihuang's feet didn't stink at all, and there was a faint aroma. Immediately following, Night Fengwu pulled out a lighter, then placed a thin needle on the flame and cauterized it for a few seconds. Luo Yihuang looked at Night Fengwu's every move and knew that he was trying to help himself pick through those big blisters. It was hard for her to imagine that a murderous assassin would have the time to help a hostage pick a blister. Well, but immediately following, Luo Yihuang's gaze is a condensation, because she found that the fine needle that Night Fengwu is picking blisters for himself is somewhat familiar. When Luo Yihuang's line of sight landed on the bodice in front of her chest, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became even more furious, because that fine needle was clearly the brooch that was pinned on her chest. When did this bastard take it away? Night Fengwu very gently poked a large blister and then squeezed out the moisture inside before gently squeezing it out. After 10 minutes, Night Wind Marshal finally lifted his face and exhaled as if he was relieved, saying, "It's finally done. This brooch is really a big help." Saying that, Night Fengwu even shamelessly handed the brooch to Luo Yihuang. Luo Yihuang was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but her high pride and cultivation made her ashamed to break into a rage. Instead she coldly looked at Night Fengwu and said, "Why don't you just kill me?" Night Fengwu put the pin into his pocket and laughed lightly. "Dead people aren't worth much. I can't walk anyway." Luo Yihuang turned her face to the side. Night Fengwu's face sank as he grunted. "Are you still unaware that you are a hostage?" However, in the face of Night Fengwu's words, Luo Yihuang didn't even return her head. Seeing this, Night Fengwu gritted his teeth and said, "Spoiled." After saying that, one hand was grabbing one of Luo Yihuang's arms. Luo Yihuang let out a cry of surprise, and before she could react, she saw that Night Fengwu had already carried her on his back. Feeling the sturdy and broad shoulders, and the strong manly scent of his body, Luo Yihuang exasperatedly shouted, "Put me down. I can walk by myself. Will you go now? It's late. I don't want to be unable to get a sip of water before dark." Saying that, Night Fengwu shortened his body to carry Luo Yihuang's high heels in his hands as well. "Put me down. I don't need you to carry me." Luo Yihuang struggled desperately. Gradually, a touch of impatience flared up in Night Fengwu's eyes before he backhanded a slap on Luo Yihuang's butt. This slap directly is to let Luo Yihuang quiet down. At the same time, Luo Yihuang that flawless face is red as if ripe apples. perhaps because of shame, but more I'm afraid it is anger. Dealing with condescending women. This trick is really tried and true. I'll be happy to use this trick to teach you a lesson despite your lack of cooperation. After feeling the quietness behind him, Night Fingwu laughed with a playful face. Luo Yuan's face was abnormally cold as she coldly hummed. You'd better not let me leave alive, Night Fingwu said without a care in the world. If you're not sure, then recognize the reality that I can do anything to you at any time. They want the living and don't care if you're intact or not. At those words, Luo Yuan's brows tightened once more. Time passed minute by minute. Luo Yuan was really tired and thirsty. Without realizing it, she actually fell asleep on Night Fingwu's back. Luo Yuan didn't know how long she had been sleeping when a noise made her hazy eyes slowly open. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and she was still lying on the back of Night Fingwu. Thought you'd sleep in Haiwa City. An unkind voice came out of Night Fingwu's mouth. Luo Yuan didn't pay any attention to Night Fingwu, but instead raised her eyes to look, only to see a very large and broken billboard erected not far away, which read tire repair, gasoline, lodging, and restaurants. Seeing this, Luo Yuan's eyes lit up, and when she looked at her wristwatch, she realized that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and she had actually slept for nearly 3 hours on the back of Night Wind Marshal. Unable to help, Luo Yuan's eyes flooded with a touch of complexity. This guy was born to carry himself on his back for 3 hours. Really amazing physical strength. But Luo Yuan had more of another meaning in her heart. This guy didn't seem to have hurt himself other than being rude and obnoxious. However, soon the complexity in Luo Yuan's eyes is turned into indifference. Perhaps, this guy is for that 1 billion payoff. After approaching the billboard, the duo finally saw a very wide grocery yard filled with scrapped cars and worn-out tires all over the place. The only thing to be thankful for was the row of houses with lights. Upon entering the grocery yard, he saw that there was a car inside changing a tire. A man cursed and said, "Boss, I came here to fix a tire, and I didn't say I wanted to change it. Aren't you a black store?" Immediately following, an extremely scruffy big man just stood up. He threw the wrench in his hand on the ground, spat a mouthful of water, and grunted, "Only change, not mend, get out." Chapter 49, The Black Shop. Chapter 49, The Black Shop. The man was furious at the sight, but the nearest repair station to the place was 400 or 500 kilometers away, to say the least. Therefore, even how annoyed he was, he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. I'll change. In order to be able to go on the road normally, he could only lower his voice and beg the scruffy big man. In today's world, man's initial humanity has become distorted in order to fit into this society. Kind-hearted people will help people in times of difficulties, whereas black-hearted businessmen only know how to fall on their swords and make profits from them. As if the highway encountered rare snow, countless drivers are trapped on the way. At this time, there will always be someone in time to send more than $20 a bucket of instant noodles, to water, can, a bottle of $10. It can also be said that conforming to the times leads to a better life, and kindness has mostly failed to warm up this cold world. So many people hide the goodness of their hearts. Put me down. Luo Yuan struggled to get off of Night Fingwu's back, and the moment her white and tender little feet hit the ground, she still cringed in pain. Night Fingwu threw her high heels on the ground and said faintly, "What a burden." Looking at the high heels on the ground, Luo Yuan felt like she had never hated wearing high heels so much, as if she hated Night Fingwu. But Night Fingwu was obviously tired of carrying Luo Yuan as well, so Luo Yuan could only endure the pain and put on her high heels. After approaching the row of not too dilapidated two-story flat buildings, the sounds of drinking and chatting inside got even louder. Night Fingwu directly pushed open the door of the room, and saw that there were 6 or 7 people inside drinking and chatting around a table. The skin of these people was dry and rough, seemingly caused by prolonged exposure to the wind and sun, and even the clothes on their bodies were scruffy to the extreme. The door of the room was pushed open, and several people all turned around to look, and in just a moment, their gazes were stunned and frozen by Luo Yuan's stunning appearance. Luo Yuan was very hungry and thirsty. She wanted to eat now, so she sat directly at a table and waited for Night Fingwu to order her meal, dinner or lodging. At this time, a short, fat, middle-aged man stood up behind the shabby counter and asked in an unsavory manner towards Night Fingwu. The moment he saw the short and fat man, Night Fingwu's brows were slightly wrinkled, because this guy's image was really a big turn-off. The top of his half-bald head could only be described as oily and shiny, especially a dark apron on that bulging beer belly, stained with grease and unwashed for who knows how long. But Night Fingwu was also famished, and then said, "Eat first and then lodging." The short and fat man glanced at Luo Yuan, and a thick flash of amazement also flashed in his eyes, before he directly turned around and entered the kitchen behind him. Seeing this, Night Fingwu's face was a bit strange. "Don't you have to order?" When Night Fingwu had just sat down in front of Luo Yuan, the short, fat man had already walked over with a large tray. "Pop, the tray was casually placed on the table, spilling quite a bit of soup, and a few drops even splashed onto Luo Yuan's body. Luo Yuan Qingqing's face was also a bit ugly, but she didn't say anything, and the short, fat man seemed to enjoy himself, actually grinning, apparently on purpose. Get 2 more bottles of water, Night Fingwu said indifferently. The short, fat man lingered on Luo Yuan's body for a while, his eyes filled with that disgusting lewdness, and it was only after he heard Night Fingwu's words that he turned to leave, and the food that was served up by the short, fat man was apparently 2 bowls of pork mince and a few steamed buns. Looking at the bowl floating grease, and that dirty and a lot of handprints of the steamed buns, Luo Yihuang is no desire to eat. A small face of the city is flooded with thick anger. Even Night Fingwu's face was ugly, but, in order to strike a blow to a pampered young lady like Luo Yihuang, he picked up his chopsticks and said, "What? Not to your liking?" Luo Yihuang clenched her shell teeth and said in a cold voice, "I don't have the means to eat these." Upon hearing this, Nightwind Marshall laughed playfully. "Pampered and spoiled. Maybe the next meal isn't as good as this one." Saying that, Night Fingwu picked up a piece of fat sausage and just stuffed it into his mouth. When he wanted to show off the deliciousness of the fatty sausage, his eyes just snapped wide open, and then he directly spat out the fatty sausage that he had chewed a few mouthfuls of on the ground. Seeing this, Luo Yihuang somewhat gloated and hummed, "Spoiled. Ha 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 ha." The 6 or 7 people at the other table all laughed out loud in mockery when they saw Night Fingwu's predicament. At this time, the short and fat man held a cigarette and placed 2 bottles of mineral water in front of Night Fingwu and Luo Yihuang. Night Fingwu said angrily, "Boss, you didn't clean this fatty sausage." That's right, the bite of fat intestines that Night Fingwu had just eaten did have a strange odor, and even though he was already hungry, he still had trouble swallowing. Upon hearing this, the short, fat man grunted in a salty manner, "This is our specialty, and you have to pay even if you don't like it." Nightwind Museum didn't bother to embarrass people from such remote areas, and then turned his gaze to the top of the bar, where a number of barrels of noodles and bread lay. So, Nightwind Wu pointed at the counter and said, "Make us 2 buckets of noodles and get us 4 more loaves of bread." The short, fat man, on the other hand, grunted faintly, "Not for sale." At those words, Night Fingwu's face sank. At this time, 2 people from the other table suddenly came over with their beers, and one of them smiled lewdly towards Luo Yihuang. "Beauty, come to our table, whatever you want to order." Saying that one big dirty hand was touching towards Luo Yihuang's face. Luo Yihuang's brows furrowed fiercely as he picked up the steaming pork hash in front of him and snapped it at the man's face without hesitation. This bowl of pork mince has just come out of the pot, and there is even hot grease floating on top of it, which instantly scalded a lot of blisters on the man's face. "Ah!" The man immediately screamed miserably, his entire body rolling back and forth on the ground in pain. Night Fingwu was also slightly surprised. He also did not expect that under the cool and calm temperament of this Luo Yihuang, there was still such a spicy side. Seeing this, the few people who were watching obscenely stood up angrily, and then surrounded towards Luo Yihuang. One of them grunted to Luo Yihuang with an obscene face, "Stinking is quite hot. Let me tell you, in this place, even if you die, it will take many years before you are tracked down." Luo Yihuang Qingqing's face was particularly calm as she faintly said, "Really, it's really unfortunate." There was only one reason why Luo Yihuang was so calm, and that was to wait for Night Fingwu to make his move. In front of a top killer who could kill 2 dozen killers in the blink of an eye, what waves could these people make? Those people thought Luo Yihuang was afraid. The smugness in his eyes became even more intense. One of them glanced over Night Fingwu and mocked, "You little man don't even dare to fart. Do you still expect him to save you?" Saying that, several people once again took a few steps closer towards Luo Yihuang, seemingly wanting to swarm and crush this woman who was even better looking than a fairy under her body. However, out of Luo Yihuang's expectation, Night Fingwu said with a strange face, "I want to call the police." Upon hearing this, the crowd was first stunned, followed by loud laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, call the police. The nearest police station is 500 kilometers away. That's enough time for us to do a lot of things to your woman." The corners of Night Fingwu's mouth lifted up slightly, and a touch of hostility was even more evident within a pair of narrowed gazes. "In that case, then I am relieved." A faint voice came out of Nightwind Marshall's mouth. Before the crowd could understand the meaning of Night Fingwu's words, they suddenly caught a glimpse of Night Fingwu's icy gaze. In just a moment, a few people just couldn't help but fight a cold war, because this pair of gazes was too terrifying, as if it was a bloodthirsty wolf king. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One of them let out a loud curse, attempting to restrain the momentary scorn with anger. However, just as his voice left his mouth, he only saw Night Fingwu suddenly stand up, and right after that, the man felt his head being ruthlessly pressed down. Under this power, he surprisingly didn't even have the ability to react. Boom! With a muffled sound, the man's face came into unusually close contact with the dining table, and in an instant it was smashing a large hole in that table. The man actually burst into a strange thought while he was unconscious. He had never thought in his life that his face was so sturdy. Looking at their companion's entire head piercing through the dining table, those few imposing men suddenly grew their mouths in shock. The short, fat boss, in particular. Winston took a few steps backward until he hit the bar behind him. Paging. Night Thingwu clearly wasn't ready to stop there, but grabbed the other man's head and pressed it down hard on the table once more. Boom! There was a muffled thud, and the man's head smashed a similarly large hole in the dining room table. Chapter 50. Can you drive a car? Chapter 50. Can the car be driven? Seeing this, the remaining few people there dared to sit back and wait, and they all swung their fists towards Night Thingwu. However, their fists were as if they were in slow motion in front of Nightwind Marshall. Boom! There was another muffled thud, and the third man's head was encrusted into the table. Night Thingwu grabbed the fourth person once again, and while walking towards the dining table, he cursed, "Damn! I've been walking for 3 hours with a woman on my back, and I just wanna have a meal. This bit of extravagance you guys won't even give me." Listening to Night Thingwu's angry curses, the man who was grabbed by the back of his neck collar like a chicken had a face that had long been worse than tears. Big brother, spare your life, ah! Boom! The answer to him was still the miserable table. For this kind of person, Night Thingwu had no sympathy, much less a soft heart. Therefore, the remaining few people all suffered the same punishment. Even the guy whose face was covered in blisters from Luo Yihuang's scalding didn't manage to escape the wrath of Night Thingwu. Luo Yihuang watched Night Thingwu's violent methods the entire time. She could feel the hostility in this person's heart. At the same time, her heart was also vaguely scornful. Compared to these people, this guy was already kind enough to himself. At least, he didn't mistreat himself. Slap. After gathering everyone, Night Thingwu clapped his hands with a flat face before looking at the short, fat boss who was cowering in the corner of the bar and said, "Can you drive the car outside?" When he had just come in, Night Thingwu saw a dilapidated SUV parked in front of the door. At those words, that short and fat boss's entire face was pale. The upper and lower rows of teeth were even colliding non-stop, associating himself with the intentional difficulty he had just made. His greatest fear was that this violent man would smash his head into the dining table as well. So, the short and fat man nodded his head hurriedly and said, "The car is these poachers? I think they don't mind." The corners of Nightwind's mouth lifted slightly. So these people were poachers. It seems that he was still a bit light on his hands. Night Thingwu had hated those poachers all his life, and he didn't know how many animals they had brutally hunted in order to line their own pockets. At this moment, Luo Yihuang turned around and walked over to the bar, and said in a cloudy manner towards the bar owner, "4 buckets of instant noodles, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of water. Pack it up." At those words, that short and fat boss how dare not obey. Trembling as to climb to the back of the bar, and then put the instant noodles, bread and water on the bar. Luo Yihuang used a bag to pack everything up and faintly said, "Find him to settle the bill." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside, and that temperament was especially domineering. Seeing this, Lian Yithingwu was once again surprised by Luo Yihuang. This woman was really good at taking advantage of the fire. Thus, Nightwind Wu pointed at the man who had several heads stuck into the dining table and said indifferently, "Put it on their tab." After saying that, Night Thingwu dashingly turned around and left. When he walked to the door, he had a footstep and said again, "If you call the police to say that someone robbed them, just say that it was that woman who robbed them." No, it won't. The short and fat boss was about to cry in fear. How dare he say call the police? After coming outside, he saw that Luo Yihuang had already drilled into the passenger side of the SUV, and in his hands, he was holding a bread and drinking a bottle of water, seemingly nibbling on it in small bites. Luo Yihuang, although already hungry, but she still did not imageless wolf swallowing, more like in the fine taste, which let the Night Wind Wu skim the mouth to mock a sentence, is really dead face of the big girl. And then, Night Wind Wu directly entered the driver's seat. Fortunately the gas tank was full. Boom! With a roar of the engine, the beat-up SUV roared away from the grocery yard. In the car, Night Thingwu picked up a loaf of bread, tore open the bag with his mouth, and in 3 or 2 bites, he stuffed a whole loaf of bread into his mouth. At this time, Luo Yihuang's bread was only half eaten. Night Thingwu puffed out his cheeks and handed a bottle of water to Luo Yihuang, saying vaguely, "Open it for me." Seeing this, Luo Yihuang was still taking small bites of bread, a pair of cold gazes gazing ahead, and had no intention of trying to help Night Thingwu at all. Night Thingwu was also hungry and thirsty. A bread in his mouth made him feel even more thirsty, but he rolled his throat fiercely and swallowed the bread in his mouth in a deadly manner, and once again said towards Luo Yihuang, "Help me open it." The road wasn't good, so Night Thingwu had to hold the steering wheel in one hand, which is why he asked Luo Yihuang to help unscrew the mineral water, and instead of making a move, Luo Huang unscrewed the cap of his own bottle and brought it to his mouth in an extremely elegant manner. Seeing this, a flash of impatience spread in the eyes of Night Fingwu, and then a hand was to seize the mineral water on the edge of Luo Huang's red lips, directly toward his mouth to pour down. Due to Night Fingwu's excessive force, a small half of the bottle of water was splashed on Luo Huang's face, leaving her in a sorry state. How could Luo Huang not expect that this asshole would rob himself of water to drink? Looking at Night Fingwu, who drank up the half bottle of water he had left in a few seconds, and still looked as if he couldn't get enough of it, Luo Huang only felt that she was about to go mad. Along the way, Night Fingwu drove this SUV, and after traveling for nearly 4 hours, he finally saw the county town not far away. Luo Huang was very sleepy, tired and sleepy, but she couldn't sleep at all in the car. It wasn't that she couldn't sleep, but she didn't dare to sleep because she was afraid that Night Fingwu would take advantage of the opportunity to plot against her. So, right now, Luo Huang's pair of eyes had been fighting up and down nonstop. Suddenly, she glanced at the county town not far away, and then said in a cold voice towards Night Fingwu, "I need to sleep. Find an inn." Night Fingwu glanced at Luo Huang before slamming on the brakes. Swish! The whole body hit a thrilling and exciting drift on the highway, while it steadily stopped on the side of the road. Luo Huang was so shocked that she lost her color. She only felt a fluttering in her abdomen. She hated to kill Night Fingwu, but she knew that anything she did would not help, but would instead enrage him. Night Fingwu unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Since you want to sleep, let's go." Saying that, Night Fingwu pushed open the car door and jumped down. He knew that this woman had been holding on hard. If he didn't let her sleep, he was afraid that he would have to be distracted to take care of her all the way. Seeing this, Luo Huang hummed with a slight frown. Walking over, Night Fingwu lit a cigarette and said, "Nonsense, is the car yours?" The car didn't have a license plate, and once it entered the city, it would most likely attract the attention of the police officers, and that wasn't what Night Fingwu wanted. Upon hearing this, Luo Huang fiercely gritted her teeth. She really didn't want to walk anymore because, up to now, one of her feet was still in tearing pain. However, under the impatient eyes of Night Fingwu, Luo Huang still forced herself to endure the pain and got down from the car. When it came to the highway, Luo Huang saw Night Fingwu unscrewing the lid of the gas tank, and before she could understand what he was trying to do, she saw Night Fingwu violently kick the car. Boom! Immediately following, the scene that made Luo Huang shocked appeared again, but he saw that the SUV that weighed at least 2 tons, even under the foot of Night Fingwu, the whole thing flipped 180 degrees, and the windows shattered under the tremendous pressure. What followed was the sound of water entering Luo Huang's ears, followed closely by the strong smell of gasoline. At this moment, Luo Huang realized what Night Fingwu was planning to do, and after that, she endured the pain on her paws and walked quickly towards the distance. Night Fingwu took a sharp drag on his cigarette before curling his fingers and flicking it. A ray of firelight cut through the night sky and accurately landed on the gasoline on the ground. Only after the blazing fire began to burn did Night Wind Marshal walk towards Luo Huang without slowing down. Boom! When the duo walked 20 meters away from the SUV, a loud bang was heard, and the entire night sky seemed to be illuminated by fire. A kilometer of road. The duo walked for nearly an hour, during which, Luo Huang had to fiercely clench her shell teeth with every step. The pain that tore in her paws made it more and more impossible for her to endure. And the most detestable thing of all was that Night Fingwu was shamelessly mocking and snickering behind her. Chapter 51, Killer Approaches. Chapter 51, The Killer Approaches. Finally, the duo arrived at the nearest inn, which wasn't very big, but at least they were able to rest for the night. Thus, Luo Huang limped to the counter and said towards the young man playing with his cell phone inside, "2 sweets." At those words, that young man dropped his cell phone, unhurriedly raised his eyes to look. Just for a moment, he saw a stunning face that was so beautiful that it made his spirit go into a trance. This face was really too beautiful to be true. Only, this white delicate stunning face above, at this time is actually full of fatigue. Polished forehead is covered with beads of sweat. Even a head of black hair long as waist and hip are messy. Let a person cannot help but want to heartache pity. Sweet, sweet. The young man had never seen such a good-looking woman before, so even his speech was a bit stuttered. At this time, Night Fingwu walked forward, placed his ID card on the counter, and smiled towards the young man. "Brothers, my wife comes from a famous family. She lives in a suite wherever she goes. Open a standard room for us, the kind with a single bed, like this small hotel. Where is the suite? Like Luo Huang, such as tens of billions of dollars of women. I'm afraid that this life has never lived in such a cheap hotel." Luo Huang seemed to have realized her mistake. However, when she heard that Night Fingwu had taken her as his wife and was going to open a house, Luo Huang's brows furrowed. 2 rooms, Luo Huang hummed in a firm tone. At those words, the young man's face immediately became difficult, and his gaze towards Night Fingwu had a hint of something else in it. Night Fingwu approached Luo Huang and reached out to take her surplus waist in his arms, once again smiling towards the young man. I'm sorry, I've been making her angry lately. I'm troubling you. We'll be leaving first thing in the morning. After saying that, Night Fingwu's arm that wrapped around Luo Huang's waist was also tightened, and with a smiling face, he rushed at Luo Huang and said, "Isn't it just a sports car? I'll buy it for you tomorrow when I get home." From the beginning to the end, Night Fingwu's expression was that natural and calm. If it wasn't for those in the know, who would be able to tell that he was acting? This guy is really an experienced killer. Luo Huang's whole body was stiff. She hated to kill Night Fingwu, but she knew that her resistance was redundant. If she aroused the suspicion of the hotel's little brother, he would most likely be silenced by Night Fingwu. At another villa, Luo Huang gritted her teeth to match Night Fingwu's, but the hand under the counter was deadlocked on the back of Night Fingwu's hand that was placed on her waist. Only then did the hotel boy pick up Night Fingwu's ID card and start registering, but in his heart, he had already been jealous to death. Sure enough, good-looking women are spoiled by these rich people, even if it is this one who looks like a fairy and has a temperament like a goddess. The two's room is on the second floor. After paying the money, Night Fingwu took the key and went upstairs. Of course, that pair of big evil hands, but never left Luo Yuan's waist. After entering the room, Luo Yuan realized the simplicity of this place. There was only a single bed and a chair in the room. Thankfully there was a washroom. Luo Yuan shook off Night Fingwu's big hand on her waist, turned around and was walking towards the washroom, humming as she walked. If you're interested in signing up for my movie company, you'll definitely be a good actor. For Luo Yuan's sarcasm, Night Fingwu didn't even bother to pay attention to it, but instead walked to the window with a gloomy expression, and a pair of slightly amidst eyes scanned the situation outside before pulling the curtains back and turning off all the headlights, only opening the two table lamps at the head of the bed. Soon after, Luo Yuan walked out from the washroom. A face that was so beautiful was filled with impatience. She wanted to take a nice hot bath, but this kind of place didn't even have a bathtub. She didn't even have a change of clothes, and the only thing that made her give up on the idea of bathing was none other than her defenses against Night Fingwu. She has a high-minded nature, a heart of a queen who wants to be above men, but that doesn't mean she's never longed for her love. But she never expected that the first time she was in a room with a man, the other man would be a killer. At this moment, Night Fingwu was sitting calmly on a chair smoking a cigarette, and at his feet, there was still that strange black box. Luo Yuan was really sleepy, but her pair of beautiful eyes were staring at the single bed in front of her, never having the intention of lying on it. Seeing this, Night Fingwu raised his eyes to look at Luo Yuan and faintly said, "If I wanted to do something to you, there would have been at least countless chances along the way. Don't worry and go to sleep. I'm not interested in an overbearing queen like you." Listening to Night Fingwu's playful tone, Luo Yuan's beautiful eyes stared. She couldn't wait for him to be uninterested in her, but it still sounded uncomfortable to her. And then, Luo Yuan said with a flat face, "Where do you sleep?" Night Fingwu stubbed out his cigarette and looked at Luo Yuan's stunning appearance, teasingly saying, "If you want me to squeeze into a bed with you, I advise you to die of this heart. My wife is much prettier than you, and gentler than you." Hearing this, Luo Yuan coldly glanced at Night Fingwu, and thought to herself, "I hope that tomorrow Lin Yu will successfully complete the things she explained to her." And then, Luo Yuan could no longer endure the sleepiness on his body, and directly drilled into the quilt. Even the jacket was not off. "Before you fall asleep, I want you to make sure of one more thing from me." Night Fingwu took out his own cell phone and suddenly said towards Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan didn't even open his eyelids, but hummed faintly. "Speak." Night Fingwu said, "You really don't have any communication devices on you, do you?" At those words, Luo Yuan rolled over and didn't even bother to pay attention to Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu still said to himself, "Don't underestimate those killers. If you don't have a ghost chip installed in any of your communication devices, those killers will be able to pinpoint our location." As an experienced soldier king, Night Fingwu's cell phone has long been installed with an anti-listening and anti-drop-in chip. "Finished? Shut up when you're done." Luo Yuan pressed the pillow to her ears, not wanting to hear any more sound at all. She was really too sleepy, but immediately following, Night Fingwu's words were what made Luo Yuan nearly jump up and strangle him. "I've searched all but a certain 2 places on your body, so I hope you really don't have any other communication devices." In just a few minutes, Night Fingwu was able to hear Luo Yuan's extremely smooth breathing, obviously asleep. Gradually, Night Fingwu's originally playful gaze became a few points heavier. Even though it was less than 200 kilometers away from Haiwa City, he knew that the real danger hadn't passed yet. At least, those 2 killers who knew about astral chi hadn't really appeared yet. Night Fingwu took out the charger from his pocket and charged his cell phone. At 8 o'clock the next morning, hundreds of kilometers away in the grocery yard, In the middle of the restaurant that had been made a big mess by Nightwind Wu, 7 or 8 people were sitting around a table eating breakfast. These people were the poachers who were violently taught a lesson by Nightwind Marshall yesterday. A few people were all bruised and swollen, and one person was even wrapped in gauze all over his face. The short, fat boss had a cigarette in his mouth and was tapping on his computer, calculating his income for the past few days. Boom! Just then, the door to the restaurant was rudely pushed open, and in walked 2 figures of very different sizes. One person was nearly 2 meters tall with an extremely strong body, while the other was a man wearing a tight leather jacket and pants, making the already voluptuous and moving curves even more hot and alluring. Seeing this, those few poachers who were already holding their fire from being beaten up, all looked over with cold eyes, and when they saw that hot woman, a touch of lewdness clearly flooded into the eyes of a few people. The woman swayed her viper-like waist and walked extremely alluringly to the counter, threw a wink toward the short and fat boss's pair of blazing gazes, and laughed. "Handsome man, ask you about something." Saying that, the woman turned her cell phone towards the short and fat boss, and on the screen was a face that was as beautiful as a fairy's, which was none other than Luo Huang. "This is our boss. She was kidnapped. The one who kidnapped her is a man. Does that ring a bell?" The woman once again raised her pointed chin towards the short and fat boss and smiled flirtatiously. When the short and fat boss saw the photo, he was obviously slightly stunned, but immediately afterward, he was smiling lewdly. "I can have seen it or not seen it, can't I?" After saying that, the short and fat boss's dirty right hand even rubbed in front of the woman's eyes, obviously wanting to blackmail. Seeing this, the woman instantly covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her laughter was flirtatious, yet filled with a feeling that made one's scalp go numb. Pust. Suddenly, the woman's right hand violently pulled out a sharp dagger from her waist, and as fast as lightning, she plunged it into the back of the short and fat boss's hand. Ah! At that moment, a pig-killing howl came out from the short and fat boss's mouth, and the woman's pair of flirtatious gaze, but since the beginning of that teasing smile, who can see that she is actually a person who is so ruthless? Chapter 52 Qin Xinghan applied for a job. Chapter 52 Qin Xinghan applied for a job. The short and fat boss tried to pull out the dagger that was nailed to the counter, but he saw a flash of a knife in front of his eyes, and another dagger appeared in the woman's hand, once again nailing his other hand to the counter as well. Ah! The short and fat boss was in pain with tears in his eyes, and his entire body was convulsing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At that moment, the 7 or 8 poachers got up and wanted to go forward. Boom! In an instant, a loud muffled sound came out, but he saw that the burly man reached out and cupped the head of one of the people who rushed over, and then slammed him onto the counter. Puffing! In an instant, a large amount of blood splattered in all directions, and that poacher's body immediately fell to the ground softly. The crowd froze on the spot, and when they saw a deep crater on the poacher's forehead that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, the remaining few poachers immediately vomited furiously. Click! The woman pulled one of the daggers out and eased it to her red lips, that little lilac tongue gently adding on top of the blood from the blade. "Let's get back to what we were talking about, shall we?" The woman looked that teasing gaze at the short, fat boss. The top of the short, fat boss's bare head was covered in sweat as he nodded his head as if begging for mercy. Yesterday, the crowd only wanted to flirt with that woman, and they were severely repaired by that violent man. But today, these 2 people killed a person with a single strike. The short and fat boss had owned a store here for decades, and had also destroyed corpses because of his greed for money, but he had never experienced this kind of killing scene at the drop of a hat. Last night a man and a woman. The man was very handsome, with a box on his shoulder, and the woman was very pretty, and they had some conflict, after which they robbed our car and left. The short and fat boss endured the pain on his hands, gritted his teeth and told the enchanting woman about the matter. At that, the enchanting woman and the burly man glanced at each other, all from each other's eyes to see a trace of playfulness. The former turned his head to look at the short and fat boss, laughed and said, "What kind of car? License plate how much?" The short and fat boss said hurriedly, "An old gray and green buggy." No license plate. We only know so much because they even left without eating." The enchanting woman and the burly man glanced at each other once again, and a touch of bizarre ruthlessness slowly rose in those 2 pairs of playful gazes. Swish swish swish, immediately following, but the enchanting woman violently pulled out the dagger inserted in the back of the short and fat boss's hand. The dagger transformed into a stream of light, and every time she swung out, it was a sword of blood. In less than a few seconds, the entire restaurant was left with only a field of dead bodies in addition to her and the burly man, each with an extremely thin slash at their throat. The woman's strikes were not only swift, but each blow was a direct hit to the vitals, and if she hadn't bled countless lives, she would never have been able to do so cleanly. The duo were none other than members of the Reapers Union. the mysterious organization that had stood in the world for centuries. The woman is named C46, and the burly man is named C45. In the Reapers Union, all members do not show their real names, they only have code names, and the C stands for their rank. The 24 assassins that were killed by Nightwind Wu on the train, they were nothing more than members of the F class. On top of that, there were B, A, and S. Members of the S level rarely showed up, and rumor had it that an S-level Death God Union member's fighting ability could already be measured in terms of a god, and even a member of the A level was enough to be called a god in this bustling city. C46 licked her red lips and said toward C45, "What a troublesome little wildcat. When my old lady catches her, I'll be sure to tease her a bit." Upon hearing this, C45 said with a grave expression, "We need to capture the living ones, the dead ones can't be the holy maiden." C46's flirtatious eyes were slightly lost, making a bitter expression, saying, "I really can't understand why the above wants to find a Chinese woman to be the holy maiden. I heard that China has crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are the 5 tiger sect of China and the Dragon Soul group of China. Decades ago, there was once an S-ranked predecessor who suffered a great loss in China, and was nearly left behind forever by an expert of the Chinese Dragon Soul group, the 5 tiger sect of Huaxia. Their duty is to defend the national territory. The Chinese Dragon Soul group, on the other hand, is an even more mysterious organization, where there are many talented people, symbolizing the soul of China, and their duty is to defend against the superhumans of this world who are running amok in China." C45's face was a bit gloomy, but he still said, "It's just a rumor. Otherwise, it's impossible for the higher-ups to send only our C-rank members over." C46, however, shook his head and said, "Don't ever underestimate this country. The top doesn't allow A-rank and B-rank members to come over. I'm afraid that they don't want to attract the attention of those hidden masters in China." C46's words caused C45's face to look more serious. C46 licked the blood on the dagger and laughed sultrily. "Do you think that the person who took away Luo Huan could be someone from the Dragon Soul group of China?" C45 shook his head and grunted. "His hands are certainly good, and his anti-surveillance ability is surprisingly strong, but he doesn't have any astral energy, so I guess he's just an outstanding soldier king. Against him, I can wring his neck within 3 moves. C46 shook his head somewhat regretfully and sighed. "What a shame. Such a cute little handsome guy." And then, the two of them left the restaurant, and there was a luxurious black business car parked outside. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in a spacious office on the top floor of Luo Huang Mansion, Lin Yu sat down on the comfortable sofa, a slim professional suit that made her already outstanding appearance even more beautiful and attractive. On the other hand, opposite Lin Yu sat a woman wearing a white trench coat with a pair of light-colored pants underneath. The woman's temperament was soft, and her dark, silky hair was tied up in a high ponytail at the back of her head, adding a bit of innocence to her already stunning features. This person is exactly as promised Qin Xinghan. Only, Qin Xinghan yesterday received Luo Hua Group invited joy, has vanished, a pair of moving eyes, seems to hide a melancholy. If what cousin Yang Shushi said is true, how should he treat the Night Wind martial arts? He lied to himself that he went on a business trip, but he kidnapped a woman. On the opposite side, Lin Yu looked at the absent-minded Qin Xinghan. Her pretty face also had a trace of surprise, although she was also a woman. Qin Xinghan's appearance and soft temperament, even she was ashamed of herself. Lin Yu laughed. "Ms. Qin, you're even more beautiful in person than in the photo. I can't imagine that besides our chairman, there's really someone as beautiful as you in China." At these words, Qin Xinghan pursed her lips and smiled, softly saying, "Thank you." And then, Qin Xinghan took out a resume from her satchel and said, "Assistant Lin, this is my resume. You, no need." Lin Yu interrupted Qin Xinghan's words and laughed. "We have long investigated very clearly about Miss Qin's working ability, and the purpose of letting you come here today is to negotiate with you about the position and salary. And of course, it also depends on whether Miss Qin is interested in coming to work for our company." Ah, Qin Xinghan was obviously a bit surprised, and then said in a panic, I'm certainly willing to. Thank you Assistant Lin for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard." These days, Qin Xinghan had almost gone through a lot of trouble because of her job, and what she was most desperate for now was a job, not to mention a big company like Luo Hua Group. Even if it was a staff member of a small company, she was willing to do it. Seeing Qin Xinghan's agreement, Lin Yu then smiled and said, "As for the salary, does Ms. Qin have any requirements, and what salary do you expect?" Hearing this, Qin Xinghan once again hesitated. Should she say 8,000 or 10,000 a month? For her own work ability, Qin Xinghan has absolute confidence. Even as a small staff, she is also sure to bring huge profits for the company. But, for the first time, she has entered such a large company. So, simply do not dare to take the initiative to open the mouth to say the salary. Seeing Qin Shinghan's coy look, Lin Yu laughed. Let's do it this way. We'll temporarily set the salary at $10 million per year, not counting the end-of-the-year bonuses and dividends. What do you think, Ms. Qin? $10 million. Qin Shinghan opened her small mouth in surprise and said with some disbelief, "Will it be too much?" Lin Yu laughed. We believe that Miss Qin's ability is definitely more than that, because the position that the chairman has prepared for you is that of the executive president of the head office, and in a way, you'll be my boss in the future. So I hope that in the future, I'll also hope that Miss Qin will take more care of me. Just for a moment, Qin Shinghan's whole body froze once again. Her whole brain was confused. Originally, she only wanted to apply for a small staff will be satisfied. However, the position given to her by Luohua Group turned out to be the executive president of the head office, which meant that she would become the highest company manager other than the chairman of the board. Chapter 53, You're Playing with Fire. Chapter 53, You're Playing with Fire. It was only after a long time that Qin Shinghan recovered from her shock. She pursed her lips and shook her head, saying, "Thank you, Chairman and Assistant Lin, for expecting me. It's just that I've never managed such a large company before, and I'm just trying to apply for a job as an ordinary staff and that's it." For Qin Shinghan's euphemistic refusal, even Lin Yu was slightly surprised. She never thought that someone would be simple enough to give up a promising future. This is the Luohua Group's executive president position. How many people dream of the position? However, Luo Yihuang had warned her that she had to keep Qin Shinghan no matter what, and that the position of executive president was hers. So, Lin Yu insisted, "Miss Qin, we believe in your ability, and this is what the chairman has repeatedly requested. Or is it that Miss Qin suspects that she is incapable?" Qin Shinghan hesitated once again. How could she have thought that the chairman of Luo Huang Group, that legend-like woman, would be so optimistic about herself? She also knew that if she refused, she was afraid that she would never be able to enter Luohua Group again, even as a junior staff member. After hesitating again and again, Qin Shinghan finally pursed her lips and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Chairman and Assistant Lin. I will do my best." Only then did Lin Yu smile in satisfaction. That's right. And then, Lin Yu took out a contract from the side, and even the company's seals were all placed in front of him. If there are no other questions, Ms. Qin will sign a simple contract first. Lin Yu pushed the contract in front of Qin Shinghan. Qin Shinghan nodded, and then picked up a pen and carefully signed his name and identity information. When turning to the last page, it unexpectedly required the family's name and phone number to be filled in, which made Qin Shinghan frown, and after hesitating for a moment, she was ready to fill in her father's information. On the side, Lin Yu had been paying attention to Qin Shinghan's expressive movements, and when Qin Shinghan was just about to move her pen, Lin Yu suddenly said, "Miss Qin is married, right?" At the word, Qin Shinghan stopped the action of the hands. A pouring face instantly is to become complex. They are considered to be married. Night Wind Martial Arts. That person is always a mystery. Always let yourself want to get close but do not dare to get close. After a long time, Qin Shinghan was nodding, saying, "Well, there is a problem?" Lin Yu smiled in a dignified manner before pointing to the contract and said, "Of course there is no problem. However, if Ms. Qin is married, then this place of family information needs to be filled in with your husband's name and phone number, and I also hope that Ms. Qin understands." Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan pursed her red lips, but still took out her cell phone, then flipped out Night Fingwu's cell phone number, and then filled it in. Lin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the handwriting on the contract, and the name Qin Shinghan had written down was clearly the very same three words, Night Fingwu. When the contract was signed, Lin Yu couldn't wait to stamp the company's seal on it and smiled. "Miss Qin, it's an honor for you to become the executive president of our company. If it's convenient, you can come to the company tomorrow to officially work." Qin Shinghan nodded and said, "Okay, thank you Assistant Lin." And after that, Lin Yu sent Qin Shinghan out of the Luohuang mansion. When Lin Yu returned to the office again, a pretty face instantly just became grave, followed by her taking out the contract and finding the cell phone number of Night Windwu. In a small county 200 kilometers away from Haiwa City, the dilapidated hotel emitted a damp and musty smell. In the room, Night Fingwu was still sitting on that simple chair, and at his feet was the strange black box. There was some fatigue in the eyes of Night Fingwu. He hadn't slept the whole night. Although he had complete physical strength to cope with the tricky task, Night Fingwu didn't dare to let his guard down at all, because he knew that there were two masters behind him in hot pursuit. Night Fingwu looked at the cell phone. Already 10 o'clock in the morning, and that queen on the bed, at this time, even did not wake up. Look, yesterday, it was already 2 in the morning when Luo Yihuan went to bed, and coupled with all the running along the way, 8 hours of sleep really couldn't satisfy her. At that moment, Nightwind Wu suddenly stood up from his chair, a clicking sound emanating from his body. Hey, it's time to get up. Nightwing Wu pushed Luo Yuan's shoulder without any good reason. However, he saw Luo Yuan's long eyelashes wriggling fiercely, as if he was trying to force his eyes open. Luo Yuan let out a petite hum and lazily raised her arms, looking at the slowly awakening of the stunning face, especially when Luo Yuan stretching, revealing a section of bare belly, not only slim, and not a trace of flab. For some reason, this makes the Nightwind Wu only feel a burst of impulses. There is no way, although one night did not sleep, but the man well. In the morning there is such a physiological reaction. Finally, Luo Yuan's beautiful eyes slowly opened. When she looked at the man's face in front of her, the original hazy eyes instantly as the spirit up, and then a face of vigilance sat up. Nightwing Wu grunted in an uninterested manner. The sun is on his butt. Saying that, Nightwing Wu even glanced towards Luo Yuan's jutting out. Luo Yuan coldly glanced at Nightwing Wu before getting up and walking towards the restroom, humming as she walked. For the first time in my life, I was woken up by a man, or a killer. At those words, Nightwind Wu played with the flavor. Don't make a habit of it. At this time, Nightwing Wu's cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number, calling from Haiwa City. Nightwing Wu frowned slightly. Not many people knew his cell phone number, and this unfamiliar number obviously made him a little wary. And then, Nightwing Wu pressed the answer button and hummed. Which one? Mr. Knight, I'm the assistant to the director of the Luo Hua Group. I have some good news. I don't know if you're interested in hearing it. Immediately following that was a woman's voice on the phone. Nightwing Wu's memory was very strong, so in an instant, he was able to hear that the woman on the phone was the one beside Luo Yuan. How did you get my cell phone number? Nightwing Wu asked indifferently with a slight frown on his brow. Lin Yu said in a smooth tone. Mr. Knight, our Luo Hua Group is recruiting for the position of executive president, and your wife Qin Xinghan just happens to meet our recruitment requirements. So just a few minutes ago, I signed a labor contract with Miss Qin, and tomorrow, she will be able to officially work in our Luo Hua Group. At those words, Nightwing Wu's face instantly turned cold. In this life, his greatest scales were Qin Xinghan's mother and daughter, and this Luo Yuan and Lin Yu had even taken their attention. Really smart woman, Nightwing Wu said coldly, a pair of low gazes glancing at the tightly closed restroom. At this moment, he finally remembered something. Yesterday, he asked Luo Yuan to call his subordinate to report safety. She said a bunch of strange words. It seems that she has long investigated herself and Qin Xinghan clearly. From the moment she took her by herself, she had already begun to plan. What an annoyingly smart woman. Lin Yu said again. Mr. Knight, Miss Qin will have a few days of internship, and as long as our chairman can come back safely, Miss Qin will be able to formally take over the position of executive president shortly. Nightwing Wu said coldly. Try hurting a single hair on her if you dare. In the face of Nightwing Wu's threat, Lin Yu was smiling. Mr. Knight, I can see that you care about Miss Qin. How about this? You let me have a few words with my boss? Lin Yu's intention was obvious. She wanted to make sure that Luo Yuan was safe and sound. Nightwing Wu didn't reply, but took big steps towards the restroom. And in the restroom, Luo Yuan pressed her ear to the door after hearing Nightwing Wu's cell phone ring, knowing that Lin Yu had already let Qin Xinghan apply for the job as she had planned. When she heard the footsteps of Nightwing Wu walking over, a flash of scorn was evident in Luo Yuan's eyes before she hastily drew back and walked to the corner of the restroom. Boom! The door to the restroom room was kicked open by Nightwing Wu, who coldly looked at Luo Yuan, who was leaning in the corner, and grunted, "You're playing with fire." Although there was some scorn in Luo Yuan's eyes, she remained calm and collected. Don't worry, I appreciate Qin Xinghan. With or without you, I will recruit her to become the executive president of my Luo Phoenix Group. Chapter 54, Someone's Not Listening. Chapter 54, Someone's Not Listening. Upon hearing this, Nightwing Wu lightly gazed at Luo Yuan's eyes before smiling playfully. Where do you see me caring about that woman? She's just a plaything that I like for the time being. Luo Yuan, however, smiled sweetly and faintly said, really, as far as I understand, you let Jiang Hao deal with the Qin family for her sake, and for her sake, you didn't hesitate to single-handedly offend the West Tiger Black Wind, and by my speculation, the Qin family doesn't have a few days to live anymore. And all of this, you did for Qin Xinghan. You're very mysterious. I can't guess your identity. Even now, I still doubt whether you're an assassin or not. However, the only thing I can be sure of is that you care about Qin Xinghan, don't you? Saying that, Luo Yuan threw a faint smile towards Nightwing Wu. A pair of eyes so beautiful that they could not be described in any words had a hidden threatening flavor in them. Listening to Luo Yuan's analysis, Nightwing Wu was slightly surprised that he still underestimated this woman's intelligence. And then, Nightwing Wu spread his hands and said, "Alright, I confess. I'm not a killer. I'm here to protect you, and you should be able to feel how much I've taken care of you along the way. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuan gritted her teeth and hummed, then I really have to thank you. The asshole really didn't see himself taking care of himself anywhere along the way other than being rude and overbearing. Well, he made it so that he couldn't even walk properly on his own 2 feet until now. Obviously, Luo Yihuan couldn't really believe that Knight Fingwu had come to protect himself, because all of his behavior made himself elusive. Luo Dong, what am I going to do? At this time, the phone was already on speakerphone, and Lin Yu's voice came into Luo Yihuan's ears. Luo Yihuan said, let Qin Qinghan intern for half a month. I'll arrange it for her when I return. You better expect that she won't be missing a hair, Knight Fingwu said fiercely towards the phone, and then he just hung up. From the beginning to the end, Luo Yihuan had acted calmly, and with a few simple words, he had completely threatened Knight Fingwu. The meaning is already very obvious. Qin Qinghan is waiting for himself to go back to arrange the work. As long as he has an accident, then, Qin Qinghan is also absolutely impossible to be unharmed. You go buy me a pair of flat shoes. Luo Yihuan brushed past Knight Fingwu and said extremely flatly, that aura, seemingly becoming that domineering queen once again. Seeing this, Knight Fingwu gritted his teeth and grunted, do you really think you have the capital to negotiate with me? The size is 38, and bring a breakfast by the way, please. Luo Yihuan walked over to the bed, took a sip of mineral water, and once again said indifferently towards Knight Fingwu. Knight Wind Marshal was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, Samba, it really fits. However, Knight Fingwu didn't leave, but said, for the sake of your little life, you'd better come with me. Luo Yihuan elegantly sat down on the bed and had no intention of getting up. Her feet were in so much pain right now that she was simply too lazy to walk. Seeing Luo Yihuan like a queen waiting to be served, Knight Fingwu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. However, after seeing her white and tender feet in her disposable slippers, the anger in Knight Fingwu's eyes gradually became helpless, because Luo Yihuan's feet were really miserable and seemed to have many more blisters. So, Knight Fingwu walked to the window position, lifted up a piece of curtain and looked towards the outside. This while then threw something onto the bed and grunted, I hope that you won't be able to use this thing. After saying that, Knight Fingwu left the room and unlocked the door from the outside. Luo Yihuan looked at the things on the bed, and a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly flushed with a touch of anger. The thing on the bed was none other than his own lipstick, which in fact had a bullet in it, not as powerful as a pistol, but powerful enough to shoot through a man's body. Along the way, Luo Yihuan had thought she had lost it, but it turned out that it had been stolen by Knight Fingwu. The lipstick was something she carried close to her body, and Luo Yihuan, who had always rejected men, didn't know how many places had been touched by Knight Fingwu. Let's hope you have the life to spend that $1 billion. Luo Yihuan coldly hummed. There was no way she would let an assassin who could threaten her life at any time live. Immediately following, Luo Yihuan suddenly was undoing the 2 buttons of the blouse shirt. A touch of snow white that made people's gas and blood turn over suddenly appeared briefly, and then, Luo Yihuan put his hand into the collar and pulled out something the size of a tape recorder from that snowy white. Thinking of Knight Fingwu's words yesterday, Luo Yihuan couldn't wait to kill him by 1,000 knives. This bastard. He even searched his whole body without him being aware of it. But fortunately, he didn't touch his private places. Otherwise, this little thing would have been taken away by him as well. As she lightly pressed a few buttons, the voice recorder-like thing burst into a dripping sound. Yihuan, why are you in the middle of a small county? What happened? Immediately following that, a woman's voice was coming from inside the little thing. A voice that was vaguely flirtatious, yet with a touch of worry. This thing is apparently a small cell phone. I've been kidnapped by assassins, and there's another group of assassins behind me. Luo Yihuan told the woman on the phone all about her situation. At that, the voice came again after a little silence on the phone. Where did the person who kidnapped you go? He went to buy something. I promised to give him $1 billion, plus other chips. He will send me back to Haiwa City. I want you to help me kill him. His name is Knight Fengwu. Luo Yihuan said faintly. Knight Wind Marshal. The voice in the phone suddenly became a bit strange, but immediately following, the woman inside was saying again, Yihuan, your situation is very dangerous. Immediately destroy your cell phone. Since I can locate you, those killers can likewise. You really shouldn't use this phone. At those words, Luo Yihuan's face instantly turned a shade paler as she recalled the words of Knight Wind Marshal yesterday. So, Luo Yihuan said, I will leave here immediately, and the cell phone will be destroyed. The voice on the phone suddenly became a few points heavier. Yihuan, if you believe in me, then temporarily trust that Knight Fengwu. With him there, he can definitely send you to Haiwa City, and I, too, will instantly move to Haiwa City. The communication of the phone was cut off, but Luo Yihuan was complicated by the warning on the phone. Why did she let herself trust an assassin? It could be heard that she knew Knight Fengwu. This was Luo Yihuan's feeling. From the moment she uttered the name Knight Fengwu, She sensed something strange on the other end of the phone. Immediately following, Luo Huang walked directly to the restroom and threw the compact cell phone in her hand into the toilet, flushing it down with water. Knock knock. When Luo Huang had washed up, the door to her room was suddenly knocked on, causing her body to tighten. Who? Luo Huang held the lipstick in her hand and said faintly towards the door. Officer, routine check. Soon, it was a woman's voice that came from outside. The vigilance in Luo Huang's eyes didn't relax, but said, my boyfriend took the key away. You can come back in 5 minutes. That won't do. Immediately following that, a playful voice came from outside. In an instant, Luo Huang was feeling bad, and was just about to run towards the window when he heard a loud bang, and the entire door of the room was smashed. Followed by a man and a woman walked in. The male height of nearly 2 meters. Lanky body is extremely strong. The female a leather jacket and pants. Appearance is not too much out of the ordinary, but the enchanting curves are exceptionally hot. Someone disobeyed and used a cell phone. Oh. The woman smiled playfully towards Luo Huang and said extremely flirtatiously. At this moment, Luo Huang finally realized that she had made a mistake. Had she known, she should have listened to Night Fingwu. The person is C45 and C46. The too early in the morning to this small county, is worried about not being able to track Luo Huang, but captured a trace of cell phone signals. They are sure that this is the Luo Huang. Really step through the iron shoes without looking for a place to get all the effort. Be a good boy and come with us, and suffer less skin and flesh. With heavy steps, C45 walked directly towards Luo Huang, an iron hand roughly grabbing towards Luo Huang. Luo Huang took a few steps back towards the back and panicked, taking out the mouth in his hand and pressing the mechanism directly towards C45's chest. Boom! A gunshot rang out and a bullet accurately hit C45 in the chest. Knock knock. This shot caused C45's mountain-like body to fall back 2 steps, and a rough face flushed with a very faint color of pain. Snapped. A soft sound reached Luo Huang's ears, but he saw a tiny thing fall from C45's body. In an instant, Luo Huang lost her face because the thing that fell from C45's body was clearly a bullet that had changed shape. The bullet didn't even make it through the burly man's skin, instead slipping off the top of his thin jacket and failing to see even a scratch on him himself. Chapter 55. Chapter 55, Hand to Hand. Unable to help it, Luo Huang instinctively retreated a few steps backward, stealthily retreated to the window's position. Even in the face of the 2 killers who might let her die at any time, Luo Huang's expression remained calm and composed. She hummed blandly, superhuman. It seems that the person who wants to kill me has really put down a huge amount of money. Although Luo Huang didn't like practicing martial arts, with her background, she had long heard of the existence of mutants in this world that surpassed ordinary humans, who had awakened a certain kind of power in their bodies, also known as superhumans. This type of people, their strength and speed far exceeded that of normal people, and ordinary swords and guns could hardly hurt them. Don't worry, you won't die. You're a smart woman. If you think resisting is useful, then feel free to try. C46 twisted his viper-like waist and slowly pressed a few steps closer towards Luo Huang. At the same time, Night Fingwu, carrying a pair of $30 white flats, had just walked out of the store when he heard this sudden gunshot. In an instant, Night Fingwu secretly screamed that it was not good, and ran towards the hotel at fire speed. When he came outside the hotel, he saw a lot of residents running out from the hotel. Each of their faces were a little panicked, and even surrounded by a lot of watching. At that moment, a police car suddenly pulled up to the side of the road, followed closely by a man and a woman walking down 2 young officers. What's going on? The female officer asked, turning toward a panicked resident. The resident pointed to the second floor of the hotel and said with some alarm, Comrade officer, there are gunshots inside. There's going to be a murder. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 2 officers suddenly changed, and they all pulled out the guns on their belts, and the male officer directly hid behind the car and took out his walkie-talkie to start requesting for support. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed quickly to the bottom of the inn, and it was none other than Night Wind Wool himself. Seeing this, the young female officer hurriedly shouted towards Night Wind Wu, Hey, danger, hurry back. The people inside are not for you to deal with. Evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. Night Fingwu gazed at the window position on the second floor with a grave expression. There, he could faintly see a figure looming. Seeing this, the male officer said with some anger, What are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder us from solving the case. Night Fingwu turned to look at the 2 officers in front of him, a man and a woman, and said again, Your guns won't be able to injure them, and you'll lose your lives instead, so go evacuate the crowd, and leave the rest to me. At that, the female officer's hands holding the gun trembled a little. It was her first time to experience this kind of thing, so it was inevitable that she was afraid in her heart, but she knew that the police uniform on her body was the responsibility. Even if she lost her life, she couldn't back down. Unable to help herself, she turned her gaze to the male officer hiding behind the police car. After the male officer came into contact with the female officer's eyes, he couldn't help but straighten his backbone before standing up from the back of the car, and then with a serious face, he rebuked to Night Fingwu. Once again, I'm warning you, don't get in the way of us carrying out our mission. Our backup will be here soon. Night Fingwu grunted indifferently. My friend is inside, and I'm afraid she won't be able to wait for your backup, the female officer said with some sophistication toward the male officer. I'm going in there in case the people inside are really in danger. The male officer, however, said seriously, no, it's too dangerous. Let's wait for backup. That's an order. The female officer frowned and gritted her teeth. There's a good chance the people in there will die. With that, the female officer took a deep breath and was about to rush towards the hotel entrance. Paging, Night Fingwu stepped on his feet and stopped the female officer. He put the flat shoes in his hands into the female officer's arms and said, evacuate the crowd as soon as possible. After dropping a sentence, Night Fingwu ran towards the inn. His speed was fast, like a gust of wind. Unable to help it, the female officer hurriedly shouted, hey, it's too dangerous. Come back. Boom. However, he saw that Night Fingwu violently stepped on the business car below the hotel, and then the whole person suddenly jumped up 4 or 5 meters high, just like a sturdy cheetah, and blasted into the window on the second floor of the hotel. Wow! Under a loud noise, the entire window was suddenly knocked out. At the bottom, the female officer and the male officer looked at the flying figure and both stared in shock. Is this making a movie? How can people jump so high? The walkie-talkie in that male police officer's hand was nearly dislodged from his hand, and his mouth grew even bigger. The female officer was also shocked to have a clean face as she carried a pair of flats in her arms. In the middle of the room on the second floor of the hotel, Luo Yihuang's figure retreated to the window position, while that C-45 and C-46 were pressing forward. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang. The window behind Luo Yihuang shattered, followed by a figure rushing in. A hand is to grasp Luo Yihuang's waist, which makes Luo Yihuang also screamed in shock. However, when she saw the familiar face of the Night Fingwu, her heart unexpectedly gave birth to a touch of peace of mind. Looking for death. Although C-45 had an incomparably strong body, his reaction and speed were exceptionally sharp, and when Night Fingwu broke the window, he had already grabbed the only wooden table in the room and violently threw it over. Paging, the C-45 was extremely powerful, so the table came crashing down as if it were a cannonball. Night Fingwu could dodge, but Luo Yihuang was bound to be smashed, so Night Fingwu's figure turned and directly hugged Luo Yihuang face to face, blocking Luo Yihuang's face with his own back. Boom! Under the loud muffled sound, that solid wood table ruthlessly smashed into the back of Night Fingwu, and instantly it just became a pile of broken wood scattered in all directions. Luo Yihuang only felt that she and Night Fingwu took off together, flew out of the window, and fell directly towards the ground at a height of 4 or 5 meters. The moment he was about to hit the ground, Night Fingwu's body turned and his feet landed firmly on the ground. Cough! A suppressed light cough came out from Night Fingwu's mouth, and his brows were slightly furrowed, obviously suffering from some kind of pain. Luo Yihuang's face instantly became incredibly complicated. She even forgot that she was still being held tightly by Night Fingwu. This guy, he's using his body to protect himself. Is he really doing it for that billion? Luo Yihuang muttered in his heart. How did they find you so quickly? Night Fingwu endured the pain in his back and looked at Luo Yihuang with some doubt. He went out for less than 20 minutes. Even if they were able to guess that Luo Yihuang was in this county, they shouldn't be able to find it so accurately. It was because of this factor that Night Fingwu took the risk of leaving Luo Yihuang alone in the hotel. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's gaze was a bit evasive and faintly returned. How do I know? They just found me. Next to them, the female and male officer had long ago taken in the scene in the hotel on the second floor. That burly man, he actually used a table weighing several dozen pounds to smash 2 people flying more than 10 meters. Is this something a human being can do? Unable to help it, the two's faces once again paled a few points. As a police officer in a small county, when had they ever seen such a perverted person? The tall, handsome man who could jump 5 meters in a flash, and the burly man in the hotel who could throw a table with the force of a cannonball. The duo could be sure that if that table hit them, it would definitely break every bone in their body. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a man and a woman in the hotel on the second floor jumped down from the window and walked towards Night Fingwu without any panic. Don't move! Hands up! The female officer suddenly pointed her gun at the duo, a clear little face filled with tension. Facing the muzzle of the gun, the two killers were both calm, and that C-46 laughed playfully. Little sister, you'll be lifeless. Oh, swish! As soon as the words fell, C-46 had already pulled out 2 cold daggers from his waist. Seeing this, the female police officer did not know where to get the courage, raised the gun and pulled the trigger towards the two. Boom boom boom. 6 shots were fired in quick succession. but the next scene was when the female officer's expression just became horrified. However, the enchanting woman suddenly rushed forward, waving the 2 daggers in her hands like a ghost. Only a series of metal collision sounds rang out, and sparks splashed out in all directions, as the 6 bullets fell at the feet of the enchanting woman. This scene scared the female and male police officers are all grown mouths, cannot believe what they see in front of their eyes. Surprisingly, there are people who can use the dagger to block the bullets of the pistol. Chapter 56, Fierce Fighting. Chapter 56, Fierce Battles. If you had an assault rifle, you might still be able to pose a threat to them. And now, Nightwind Wu pushed Luo Huang in front of the female officer and said, "Protect her, can you do that?" The female officer nodded shakily and gritted her teeth. "I do my best." With that, the female police officer pulled Luo Huang up and ran towards the distance. At this time, Nightwind Wu once again turned his gaze to the male officer who was hiding behind the police car and shivering. After seeing Nightwing Wu's gaze sweeping towards him, the male police officer panicked and took out a megaphone from his car, and loudly said towards the surrounding crowd, "Everyone leave quickly and stay away from this place." After saying that, the male police officer ran towards the direction of the crowd without looking back. Where was the arrogance that had just reprimanded Nightfeng Wu? When the 2 assassins saw Luo Huan running off into the distance, the 2 glanced at each other, and C-45 said indifferently, "Leave this place to me," and twist his head in 3 moves. C-46 nodded, and then a flash of his figure was to chase towards Luo Huan's direction. His speed was as fast as a prancing cheetah. Swish! Right at this moment, a silhouette likewise blocked C-46's path like a ghost, and it was none other than Nightwind Wu. "You are the ones who injured my 3 brothers." A cold chill flickered in Nightwing Wu's gaze as he said extremely coldly. C-46 licked her red lips and teased, "Little handsome, you've caused us quite a bit of trouble. Oh, but still, my sister doesn't want to kill you until now?" Saying that, C-46 also ran a wink towards Nightwind Wu, his demeanor extremely frivolous. Nightwing Wu hummed faintly, "Really, I don't have that concern." Upon hearing this, the charm in C-46's eyes gradually dissipated, and instead it was transformed into a touch of coldness and sternness as she lightly shouted, "Then you can go to hell." As soon as the words fell, C-46's figure was already rushing towards Nightwind Wu like a sharp sword, the 2 daggers in his hands pushing straight towards Nightwind Wu's throat. Her speed was very fast, so fast that in the blink of an eye she came to the front of Nightwing Wu. The lifted corner of her mouth was filled with a touch of playfulness. She seemed to have seen a flash of blood arrows flying out from Nightwing Wu's throat. Paging, Nightwing Wu took a half step back with his right foot and leaned back slightly. The blade that emitted a chilling feeling almost grazed his skin. Immediately following, Nightwind Wu made a quick turn and directly threw out a whip kick that struck C-46's soft waist. That C-46 was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting that this guy, who didn't even have a trace of astral energy, would be able to dodge her powerful strike. When the whip leg that made her even react to the attack, C-46's face suddenly became even more surprised, because this person's reaction was so fast. Not only fast, but also extremely coherent. He was able to quickly go into an attacking state after dodging his own fatal blow. Such a perfect body function. She had never encountered it at all. Boom! Under the loud muffled sound, C-46's petite body directly slid out towards the side for a distance of 4 or 5 meters before stabilizing her body. Nightwing Wu's face was also extremely grave. He knew very well how strong the power of his kick just now was. Even if it was Lin Chang and the 3 of them, they would instantly lose their ability to move after receiving this kick. As for this woman, she even looked like she didn't have even a hint of injury. Not only that, that kick just now, it was as if he had kicked on a piece of iron plate. Big Dipper Chi? It's true. No wonder Lin Chang and the others lost in your hands. Nightwing Wu grunted indifferently. At this moment, the playfulness in C-46's eyes had long since disappeared, and instead became unusually grave. Now, she had already treated Nightwing Wu as a rival, rather than the previous soldier king that could be crushed with her hands. On the side, C-45 frowned and grunted. C-46, you can't really be looking at this little white boy, can you? Any further delays will attract the police officers of the entire county. The dagger in C-46's hand spun extremely beautifully for a week before he hummed faintly. We've all underestimated him. This guy is not comparable to the 3 soldier kings we encountered at the airport. His reflexes and speed are already at the limit of what a human being can achieve. Upon hearing this, C-45 frowned slightly and hummed disdainfully. You're overestimating him. Let's see me break his neck in 3 moves. Paging. As soon as the words fell, C-45's small tank-like body rushed towards Nightwing Museum, and that huge fist blasted towards Nightwing Museum's head. Seeing this, C-46's face changed slightly and warned, don't underestimate him. Where would C-45 believe that a person without astral energy could threaten him? So his punch had already arrived in front of Nightwing Wu. Nightwing Wu's face was grave. and he finally moved when the fist that was strong enough to blow down a stone wall was about to hit his face. However, he saw that Night Wind Wu's figure made a mistake, dodging this punch with an extremely subtle stance, and then his feet rotated 360 degrees on the ground, and in just a moment he flashed to C45's back, and the same whipping leg, again sparing no effort, heavily pumped on C45's back waist. Boom! Under the dull sound, C45's hill-like body suddenly flew forward, and then ruthlessly smashed on top of the police car 10 meters away. Boom! The entire police car was dented by C45's burly body. In the distance, dozens of onlookers were shocked beyond words. That 2-meter-tall strong man, his weight was at least more than 200 pounds, right? That very handsome man had kicked him a dozen meters out of his way. Geez, is that human strength? Such an image is far more impressive than the special effects in a movie. Swish! Nightwind martial arts has always spared no effort, and once he strikes, it is bound to be like a raging wind and rain. It is impossible for him to let his opponent still have the ability to fight back. Therefore, after kicking that lanky killer off, Night Feng Wu's body sank, and then violently bounced up more than 10 feet high, and in the blink of an eye, he leapt to 10 meters away above the police car. Tarzan's tops. A bellowing cry emanated from Night Feng Wu's mouth, but he saw him bend one knee, and his entire body slammed down, smashing into C45's chest like a boulder. Thunk! A huge sound of explosion resounded, only to see the two tires on one side of that police car, surprisingly under this move of Tarzan pressure by Night Feng Wu, bursting. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out of C45's mouth, and he vaguely felt something inside him break. At this moment, he finally believed in C46's words. This guy was an existence that far exceeded the king of soldiers. How could there be such a perverted guy in the world? There was clearly no astral energy in his body, yet he possessed unparalleled speed and strength. One could not even see a single break in him. Paging. After Tarzan's pressure, Night Feng Wu still felt that this person still had the power to fight, and then, he threw a punch at his solar plexus. Boom! However, C45 had clearly begun to get serious, and with a tilt of his head, he dodged the punch, and then, he threw a punch, striking directly at Nightwind Musum's face. Swish! Night Feng Wu didn't dare to take it hard, and flipped out more than a foot away with a backflip. In the distance, the female and male officer had long since grown their mouths in shock, with the dignified look of watching a horror movie. Could they be aliens? It was only after a long time that the male officer mumbled out in shock. Luo Yihuang also looked at Nightwind Marshal, and thought to herself, this fellow was actually able to injure superhumans. What a strange person. C46 looked at C45, who had set his entire body into the car, and instead of immediately stepping in to help, he snickered. I told you not to underestimate him. If you don't use your full strength, I'm afraid you're going to be in the gutter. Boom! C45 might have been enraged by C46's words, perhaps because he was being pressed by Night Feng Wu and felt ashamed, but I saw that his eyes had become red, and on the surface of his entire body, there was a faint greenish aura looming faintly. Click here, click here, click here. Immediately following, C45's body seems to have become a little taller, originally as strong as a small mountain-like body, at this time actually more sturdy up. The horrible muscles are also more solid. You're the first commoner that I've taken seriously. Even if you die, you should be honored. C45 looked at Nightwind Wu. His reddened eyes were like that of a wild beast. Night Feng Wu's face was also a little bit more gloomy. He could feel the power inside this killer's body had become stronger, more than several times stronger than before at least, and without being able to help it, he reached out and touched on the box behind him. Chapter 57 Ink Wind Twin Blades. Chapter 57 The Twin Blades of the Ink Wind. Go to hell. A rough voice came out from C45's mouth, followed by his small mountain-like body quickly charging towards Nightwind Wu. Night Feng Wu took a step backwards with his right foot, and his face had become incomparably grave because, indeed, the speed of this lanky stout man was even faster than before. Not only that, he had exposed all of his brakes to Nightwind Musum, and it could even be said that he no longer cared about any of his brakes as he shed his defense and turned into a true killing machine. Swish! Night Feng Wu's figure retreated and managed to avoid the punch, but immediately following, another huge fist had already blasted over. In the heat of the moment, Nightwind Wu blocked his arms in front of his chest, and the next moment, a huge force came crashing down. Boom! Under the loud muffled sound, Night Feng Wu's body instantly slid backward sharply, and his feet slid on the ground for a distance of 10 meters before he stabilized himself. At this moment, he only felt his arms tingling. It wasn't the first time he had fought a superhuman, yet he was still immersed in the excitement of an expert duel, and this man was a superhuman he had always wanted to see again. Unable to help it, the corners of Nightwind Marshal's mouth lifted up slightly, and instead of the slightest worry in a pair of gazes, there was a hint of extremely faint exuberance. It's really a power that makes people jealous. However, You give up your defense and go on the offensive. This move is already a certain death. Hearing this, C45 mockingly hummed. Facing an opponent of equal strength, giving up defense must be a big taboo. And you, although your strength and speed are very close to that of a junior astral martial artist, you still don't know astral chi, and you can't break through my defenses. So, see my real strength. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw C45 turn around violently, and both of his hands suddenly grabbed the broken police car behind him. Holler at! A bellowing cry came out from C45's mouth. His two arms were sinewy, and the terrifying muscles made people's scalps go numb. Paging. At the next moment, a scene that made everyone lose their colors in shock appeared, only to see that C45 even swung that police car alive and smashed it with a loud bang into Nightwind. In the distance, the two officers, the man and the woman, as well as all the onlookers, were all wide-eyed, simply unable to believe their eyes. At this moment, the two officers would once again recall the warning that Nightwind had once given them. If they had really recklessly rushed into the hotel in the first place, I'm afraid that they would have already been smashed into a meat pie by that burly man. And the man, what is he going to do? A nearly 1-ton car smashed through with the power of a real cannonball, and many have even seen the bloody scene. Facing the car that flew like a cannonball, Nightwing's demeanor was bland, and then lightning removed the black box behind him. Boom! The black box smashed hard on the ground, smashing a crater in the hard pavement. Click! Immediately after that, from the top of the black box protruded two handles as black as ink, which, judging by their shapes, appeared to be the handles of two knives. Medium. Suddenly, Nightwing held the hilts of the swords with each hand, and with a clear sound, two tang swords with blades like ink were suddenly presented to everyone's eyes. The blade was 2.5 feet long and 1 inch wide, with no blood grooves, and the strange patterns hidden on the blade could be seen. Although the two swords were as ink, they still exuded a sharp chill that made one's scalp numb. In an instant, the crowd that was watching from afar all felt the temperature around them drop a few degrees, making them all unable to resist a cold war. Clang! A loud metal cutting sound resounded, and the police car that flew like a cannonball actually split into two in an instant, and smashed into the left and right sides of Nightwing with a bang. Holy Jesus Christ! In the crowd, it was unknown who burst out a foul mouth, his tone filled with shock. Everyone was able to clearly see that the police car was extremely flat at the incision, as if it had been cut with some kind of laser weapon, but they were the ones who saw with their own eyes that this police car was chopped up alive by a man with a knife. Pop! In the distance, the male officer slapped himself across the face, a face full of dumbfoundedness as he muttered, "I must be dreaming." Nightwind held his sword in both hands, a pair of eyes coldly looking at C45, and blandly said, "As I said, giving up on defense, this move will surely lead to death." In an instant, the faces of the two of them, C45 and C46, also became particularly grave, obviously also shocked because of this slash. What a sharp blade! Who exactly are you? The contempt in C45's eyes was gone, and at this moment, he finally began to look seriously at the person in front of him. Next to her, C46's originally demonic and lazy eyes were also grave. She also used a knife, although it was a dagger, but with the addition of astral energy, she was equally able to cleave through some steel, but wanted to cleave through a car. With her current astral segment, she definitely couldn't do it. Unable to help herself, a pair of her eyes rested on the twin swords in Nightwing's hands, the black as ink blades vaguely familiar to her. Suddenly, a touch of hard jealousy flashed in C46's gaze, and she was astonished. Ink Wind Double Blade. You are that person. C46's sudden exclamation of surprise caused C45 to be slightly stunned as well, but immediately following that, he thought of something, and a touch of scorn suddenly spread across his rugged face. Ink Wind Twin Blades. If the twin blades in this person's hands were really Ink Wind Twin Blades, then it would really be hard to say who would die today, because, as early as 2 years ago, the Reapers Union had a definite news that during a mission in the Silver Triangle, there was a young man who held 2 black tang swords, and although he was not an astral martial artist, with just 2 tang swords, he forced back 8 astral martial artists, and among them, there was even an intermediate astral martial artist. Though they had scruples and didn't go on a killing spree on that mission, the man with the twin swords still forced them to retreat. If this guy is the one, then, it's going to be really tricky. C45 coldly grunted, "Don't forget about our mission. Once we fail, we are also dead. Why not have a real fight with him?" Although the Inkwind twin blades have some reputation, they are not necessarily as powerful as the rumors. C46 nodded his head and walked a few steps towards Nightwind with a grave expression, standing on either side of Nightwind with C45 on the left and right before he said, "In that case, let's see whether the Inkwind twin blades are in vain or if they really do have real talent." Obviously, these two killers now had changed from the initial disdain to the current joint confrontation, which could be seen in their fear of the twin swords in Night Fingwu's hands. Swish! The twin swords in the hands of Night Fingwu were raised, and he hummed, "Together? Just what I want." As soon as the words fell, Night Fingwu was already lightning rushing towards C-45's tall figure. With a flash of black aura, the blade carried a cold chill, slashing C-45's head. C-45 didn't dare to underestimate the sharpness of these two knives, and with a tilt of his head, he dodged the blow. Put! A bloody sword floated up from C-45's shoulder. Nightwind Musum's blade was too fast, so fast that although he dodged the fatal blow, he failed to get his entire body out of the way. The astral energy that he had always been proud of in the world of ordinary people was reduced to nothingness under the twin swords in the hands of Night Fingwu. Paging, enduring the pain in his shoulder, C-45 used his full strength to slam a punch towards the top of Nightwind Musum's waist and eye. Too slow. A faint taunt emanated from Nightwind Wu's mouth, and in the face of this ferocious punch, Nightwind Wu drew back and dodged it. Although this assassin was a junior astral martial artist, he had by no means experienced the devilish training in fighting and reflexes that Nightwind Marshall had been doing all these years. Therefore, whether it was his reflexes or skills on fighting, he couldn't compare to Nightwind Wu. Night Fingwu pursued the extreme of the human body at its peak, and no one could imagine how much training he had put in to pursue perfection. For the sake of muscle strength, he once carried 200 kilograms of weight across a 10-kilometer-long river, and at one point he experienced life and death in the rough waters. For the sake of reaction speed, he went for hard sniper rifle bullets with his double blades alone, and on his body, there were countless bullet holes. It could be said that there would never be a second Nightwind Marshal in this world. If he was given another chance, Night Fingwu would definitely not have the courage to choose this path again, and with dedication comes reward. Nightwind Wu's several years of extreme training had made him perfect, so perfect that he didn't have the slightest break. Die! Nightwind Wu lightly drank, and his twin swords were in a 10-blast spread. Swish! In an instant, a large bloody arrow crumbled out from underneath C-45's head above his shoulder, followed by a large head that rolled off. This was the fighting style of Nightwind Marshall. He would not let go of any of the enemy's breaks, fighting with Nightwind Marshall to the death. Every break of the enemy was bound to be fatal. Looking at the instantly killed C-45, C-46's sultry face instantly is pale a few points. She would have thought that the two of them join hands. How to be able to fight with this person? But how can you think of double knives in the hands of him, but can instantly kill C-45 who has the strength of primary astral martial artist? At this moment, she finally believed that the rumor that made 8 astral martial artists join hands was not able to force them back was really not a hint of a big announcement. Chapter 58, Come If You Dare. Chapter 58, Come If You Dare. But as an assassin of the Death Guild, there was no turning back. She could either die or complete her mission. But she knew that she couldn't possibly be this person's opponent, and violently, she turned a pair of stern eyes towards Luo Huang in the crowd in the distance. Swish! In a flash, she threw out a dagger in her hand, aiming for none other than Luo Huang. The speed of the dagger was like an arrow, and was comparable to the speed of a pistol bullet. In an instant, Luo Huang's heart just sank. Facing this sudden dagger, she knew she couldn't hide. Swish! With a flash of black aura, a tang knife as black as ink shot straight over, accurately knocking down the flying knife that shot towards Luo Huang. Swish! The moment Nightwind Musum threw out the tang blade, the other dagger in C-46's hand had already been shot straight at Nightwind Musum's face, and that was her purpose. This sudden sneak attack made Night Fingwu was also a bit caught off guard, but his reaction speed is not comparable to ordinary people. But he saw the tang sword in his left hand raised, directly blocked this sudden attack of the dagger. Saw your break. An excited soft drink rang out from behind Night Fingwu. Immediately following, Nightwind Musum only felt a tearing pain in his back. It was obviously C-46 who took the opportunity to flash behind Nightwind Musum when he knocked down the two daggers. Nightwind Wu seemed to have anticipated this. His swift mind was able to determine which threat was deadly in the first place, so he fought off the deadly dagger and left his back to the enemy. Behind Nightwind Marshall, C-46 seemed to see the joy of victory. However, the moment her 5 claws, which were strong enough to tear apart the iron skin, scratched across Nightwind Marshall's back, a touch of shock surfaced in her eyes. She thought that this claw would be enough to pull out Night Fingwu's heart from his back, but what she never expected was that this guy who didn't have a trace of astral defense in his body had a fleshly body that was so sturdy that it was not in the least weaker than C-45. Therefore, this claw, instead of being able to make Nightwind Wu fatal, merely left 5 skin-breaking wounds on his body. Swish! While C-46 was shocked, a piercing coldness had already cut across her neck. The knife was extremely fast. She even saw the image of the sky spinning. Boom! As a headless female corpse fell to the ground, the surrounding area was silent. The crowd that was watching from afar couldn't help but turn their backs, and there were even quite a few people who started to vomit furiously. With such appalling images of the battle, It was like watching a brilliant action blockbuster. Night Fingwu picked up the Tang sword on the ground and reinserted it into the black box, while then directly entering the business car driven by the killer. Swish! After a beautiful drift, Night Fingwu drove the car to the front of Luo Huang, pushed open the passenger door toward Luo Huang and said, "Get on the car." Luo Huang had already put on the $30 flat shoes, which I'm afraid were the cheapest shoes she had ever worn in her life. After hearing Night Fingwu's words, Luo Huang didn't hesitate to directly get into the car. "You can't go. You have killed someone. You have to go with us to the office." That policewoman suddenly slumped to the car door, toward the Night Wind martial arts is shouted. Seeing this, the male officer on the side turned white with fear and hurriedly said towards the female officer, "You don't want to die. Let's wait for the backup first. They are still a few minutes away." The male officer had obviously been completely shocked by Night Fingwu's fighting prowess, but the female officer was a bit stubborn. But he killed someone. Even if he has a justifiable reason, he should go back to the office to give a clear explanation. Night Fingwu was quite appreciative of this kind of upright police officer, because there weren't many public servants like this. There will be someone to account for all this, Night Fingwu said toward the female police officer. And then a step on the gasoline is dusty. Destination: Haidhua City. On the way, Luo Yihuang remained silent. She glanced at Night Fingwu's back that was still dripping blood, but her heart was complicated. If in the beginning Night Fingwu was really kidnapping himself for money, and now, he was really fighting for his life, at least, he saved his life. At this moment, she remembered that woman's words, "If you believe in my words, then trust that Night Fingwu for the time being. With him, he can definitely send you to Haidhua City." After a long time, Luo Yihuang suddenly said, "You're bleeding." Hearing this, Night Fingwu was a bit surprised as he glanced at Luo Yihuang and said, "What a surprise. You actually care about me." Luo Yihuang hummed, "I just want to return to Haidhua City safely. If you die, my situation will be even more dangerous." Night Fingwu could feel the tearing pain in his back, but he didn't have time to deal with the wound now. He was worried that there were still killers on the road and he had to send Luo Yihuang back to Haidhua City as soon as possible. At this time, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Lu Hui's number. "Have someone handle the matter in Yangshan County, without any accidents. I'll arrive in Haidhua City in 2 hours." After saying that, Night Fingwu hung up the phone. However, he had just put down his cell phone. A phone call came in. He swept a glance and found that it was Qin Xinghan calling, which made Night Fingwu's tired mood suddenly feel warm and fuzzy. "Hello, Xinghan." Night Fingwu answered the phone then smiled gently. The phone was silent for a little while before the complex voice of Qin Xinghan came. "Where are you?" "You?" Qin Xinghan's voice is gentle and melodious. Every time he hears this voice, Night Fingwu feels full of strength. He smiled without changing his face. "I just came back from the field. I was about to drive our boss back to Haidhua City. I will definitely arrive home before dinner." After Night Fingwu's voice fell, the phone once again fell silent. "Hey, Xinghan." Night Fingwu frowned slightly, always feeling that Qin Xinghan was a bit strange. Could it be that Lin Yu had told her about her taking Luo Yihuang away? Unable to help it, Night Fingwu glared fiercely at Luo Yihuang on the side. At this time, Qin Xinghan's voice finally came from the phone. "You, wait for you to come back. I have something to ask you. Be careful on the road. Pay attention to safety." After saying that, the phone had already hung up without waiting for Night Fingwu to reply. Qin Xinghan's concern made Night Fingwu's heart sweet, but his face still didn't look too good before he glared at Luo Yihuang and asked, "That assistant of yours wouldn't be stupid enough to tell my wife about you?" Luo Yihuang faintly said, "Don't worry, Lin Yu has a sense of propriety." And then, Luo Yihuang suddenly looked at Night Fingwu and faintly said, "It seems that Qin Xinghan really doesn't understand you." Night Fingwu coldly hummed, 1 billion, not a single cent less, and the $30 flat shoes under your feet. $30. Luo Yihuang glared at Night Fingwu. No wonder it was so uncomfortable to wear. And then, Luo Yihuang leaned back on the seat and said, "Don't worry, as long as I can return to Haidhua City safely, the money can be transferred to you." Night Fingwu hummed again, "If you hadn't secretly hidden a cell phone, we would have arrived in Haidhua City by now. Next time I will definitely search my entire body." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang was slightly stunned. This guy even guessed that he had called, but the next sentence made Luo Yihuang gasp and gnash his teeth. "Next time, there will never be a next time." The speed of the car of the Night Wind martial arts is very fast, but it is also extremely smooth. Without realizing it, Luo Yihuang actually fell asleep. I don't know if too much time had passed, but with a rude shaking, Luo Yihuang snapped her eyes open, only to find that Night Fingwu was pushing her shoulders. "We're home. If you want to sleep, go home and sleep," Night Fingwu said without a trace of anger. It was only then that Luo Yihuang realized that he was already in a familiar villa neighborhood, and the huge and luxurious villa in front of him was his own home. "How do you know where my house is?" Luo Yihuang asked with some caution. Night Fingwu eyes ahead, The villa entrance is a dozen people swarming to the front. Running in the forefront is precisely a professional set of dresses Lin Yu. Behind her is clearly a dozen well-trained bodyguards. Want me to push you out of the car? Night Fingwu grunted without a good mood. Hearing this, Luo Yuan's heart was complicated. He had indeed sent his to Haiwa City, and, along the way, although this guy was rude and annoying, he never showed any killing intent towards himself. Is he really here to protect himself? This is the suspicion in Luo Yuan's heart. Are you going down or not? Night Fingwu grunted towards the complex-faced Luo Yuan. The wound on his back needed to be treated in time as he had promised Qin Xinghan that he would be home before dinner. Luo Yuan then pushed the door out, but her heart was still complicated to the extreme. When she was forcibly taken away by him from the high-speed train, he felt deaf. But what she could not have expected was that the person who saved her life from the killer twice and sent her home safely was also him. Therefore, Luo Yuan had already decided that she must call that woman and make her tell herself what role Night Fingwu actually played. When will the billion be given? Night Fingwu suddenly remembered something, and then hurriedly shouted towards Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan hadn't taken a bath in 2 days. The clothes on her body were also a bit dirty. Even her hair was extremely messy, but even so, the overwhelming splendor was still refreshing. She walked towards Lin Yu and faintly said, "Such a large sum of money. I have to be in the company to be able to transfer it to you. Then I'll go to your company tomorrow to ask for your debt." After saying that, Night Fingwu drove outside with a kick of the gas. Luo Yuan glanced toward Night Fingwu's distant body and said contemptuously, "If you have the guts, come." At this moment, the look in Luo Yuan's eyes seemed to have an implication of wanting to renege on a debt. Chapter 59 Ghost Seal of the Spirit World. Chapter 59 Ghost Seal of the Spirit World. After leaving the villa community, Night Windwu went to a safe house. Lin Chang had recovered well and could already act normally. And after that, Night Fingwu asked Lu Hui to find a place to destroy the business car he drove, and simply treated the wound on his back. He hurried back home. He promised Qin Xinghan that he would definitely go home before dinner. At 7:30 in the evening, Night Fingwu finally opened the door of his home, and the moment he stepped into the room, he was the one who smelled the aroma of the meal. And at this moment, Qin Xinghan just happened to walk out from the kitchen with a plate of dishes, and upon seeing Night Fingwu, her moving eyes were slightly flooded with a touch of complexity before she said in a soft voice, "You're back." Night Fingwu nodded and smiled. "Where are Jingxi and your parents?" Qin Xinghan placed the rice in his hands on the dining table before saying, "Mom and Dad said they were going out for a few days to take a break, and Jingxi was in her room doing her homework." At this time, Qin Xinghan's bedroom was opened, and Jingxi's petite figure immediately entered Night Fingwu's eyes, which made Night Fingwu feel a softness in his heart. He never thought he would have a home, never fantasized about his wife and daughter waiting for him to come home for dinner, and all this is because of a coincidence, a kind of fate, if you will. "Uncle, you're finally back." After Jingxi saw Night Fingwu, that exquisite as a porcelain doll-like little face was suddenly a joy. Directly as pounced to Night Fingwu, Night Fingwu shortened his body and picked up Jingxi, while then kissed her on her small face and smiled gently. "Did you miss Uncle?" Jingxi obediently nodded her little head and pursed her little lips. "I want to." Looking at Jingxi, that like Night Windwu, Qin Xinghan's mood is extraordinarily complex. Immediately following, Jingxi suddenly brought her small mouth to Night Fingwu's ear and whispered, "Uncle, let me tell you a secret. Mommy has always been in a daze for the past 2 days, and it seems like she's thinking about Uncle as well." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu couldn't help but look at Qin Xinghan at the dining table in surprise, and a strong color of joy immediately rose in his eyes. Although Jingxi's voice was not loud, it still reached Qin Xinghan's ears, which instantly made Qin Xinghan's face just redden to the base of her neck. She hung that shy little face and softly said, "Jingxi, come over for dinner." Night Fingwu was happy in his heart, happy that Qin Xinghan was finally slowly accepting himself. So, he whispered in Jingxi's ear, "Mommy is shy. In the future, this kind of talk should be secretly told to Uncle. Okay? Got it." Shizuku smiled mischievously. Qin Xinghan was really so ashamed that she couldn't stand it. Although this big and small looked like they were whispering, it was more like they were talking to themselves. But there is one thing that makes Qin Xinghan's heart feel at ease. That is, Night Fingwu is really good to Jingxi. That kind of good is absolutely impossible to pretend. But, if he really did something hurtful in the past 2 days, then what should he do? Just as Night Fingwu hugged Jingxi and prepared to go eat, he saw Jingxi sniffle and said in a somewhat strange manner, "Uncle, are you hurt?" At those words, Night Fingwu froze, with some surprise in his eyes, and Qin Xinghan, who was serving the rice on the side, also raised his eyes to look at Night Fingwu, with what appeared to be some concern in his eyes. And then, Night Fingwu smiled and shook his head, saying, "How could it be? Uncle is so strong." Jingxi didn't seem too convinced as she pouted, "Uncle clearly smells of blood and some antiseptic." At those words, Night Thingwu was once again surprised. Although he had simply treated the wound on his back, the bandage was so tight that even he couldn't smell that there was any smell, but Jingxi was actually able to detect it. On the side, Qin Qinghan said in a complicated tone, Jingxi's sense of smell is very sensitive. Do you want me to take a look for you? Night Thingwu looked at Jingxi with some consternation. He always felt that this little girl was a bit uncomplicated, but he still laughed. There's nothing serious. I accidentally fell while fishing today. Hearing this, Qin Qinghan stopped pursuing the matter, but she knew that Night Thingwu hadn't told the truth. Jingxi also seemed to be a bit distressed as she said, Uncle, I'll give you an amulet so you won't get hurt in the future. It's very spiritual. Saying that, Jingxi suddenly pulled out a red string from her collar shirt, which had a triangular object tied underneath it. Don't take it down. Suddenly, Qin Qinghan shouted towards Jingxi in a slightly hurried manner, a pair of eyes vaguely flustered. After hearing Qin Qinghan's warning, Jingxi then beamed her little mouth and said, But, I want Uncle to be more peaceful. Qin Qinghan caressed Jingxi's small face and softly said, Jingxi, didn't Mommy tell you that you have to carry this amulet on you all the time? Qin Qinghan's overzealousness surprised Night Thingwu a bit as he laughed. It's okay, Uncle is very powerful and doesn't need an amulet. With that said, Night Thingwu was ready to put that amulet back into Jingxi's clothes. However, when his gaze came into contact with the amulet, his face sank violently, and his eyes were fixed on the slightly darkened amulet. This is... Night Thingwu's tone was excited. He turned his head to Qin Qinghan who was on the side. His gaze was filled with a gloomy look. Qin Qinghan noticed Night Thingwu's gaze before explaining. Jingxi was weak and sickly from a young age. She would cry non-stop every night. This state started when she was 2 years old and lasted until she was 4 years old. Then someone sent this talisman, and after that, Jingxi no longer had any abnormal behavior. Upon noticing Night Thingwu's still somewhat gloomy face, Qin Qinghan once again explained, It's just an amulet to keep her safe. The doctor said that Jingxi was emotionally erratic because she had been frightened, and she hasn't cried in the past few years. Night Thingwu was silent. He knew that this amulet was definitely not the kind of peace talisman that Qin Qinghan had said, because he could see a kind of aura on this amulet, the kind of aura that only the dead would possess. Jingxi crying and crying is also absolutely not because of being frightened, but because he saw something that normal people can't see. Suddenly, Night Thingwu lifted the back of Jingxi's collar and took a look at the back of her neck, and found that the skin there was white and delicate, without any abnormality, which caused Night Thingwu to let out a sigh of relief. However, Qin Qinghan was complicated by Night Thingwu's actions. Jingxi raised her eyes to look at Night Thingwu. Suddenly she lifted up her sleeve and said, Uncle, are you looking for this? How did you know that I would have a birthmark on my body? Night Thingwu looked down. His body shook violently, because, in Jingxi's slender little arm above, there is a purple-black birthmark. The birthmark resembles the hieroglyphic character for ghost. Just by sweeping his gaze, Night Thingwu could feel a slight chill enter his body. Ghost seal of the spiritual realm. A psychic body can see both the yin and yang realms, cross the bridge of Naho, and enter the ghost gate. Unable to help it, a long time ago, someone had told his own words, gradually in the night wind martial arts ears ringing. This kind of physique was different from the astral martial artists. They were the favorites of the creator, and were born with weird abilities, but this kind of ability was also consuming their own young life. Judging from the darkened amulet, Jingxi's young life had obviously been consumed by most of it. Eat, okay? Suddenly, Qin Qinghan's somewhat cold voice entered Night Thingwu's ears, and even that pouring face was slightly icy. Qin Qinghan's overexcited emotions caused Night Thingwu to vaguely guess what was going on, and he couldn't help but touch the back of his collar at the neck. How could he not have thought that such a thing would appear on his daughter's body? The amulet on her body. I'm afraid it wouldn't last much longer. Qin Qinghan must know something, but she didn't want the tiny Jingxi to know. This meal was very depressing. Qin Qinghan just ate a few mouthfuls and put down the chopsticks, a pouring face full of melancholy and uneasiness. Even Night Thingwu moved his chopsticks a few times. Although Jingxi was only 7 years old, she was exceptionally smart. She was very good at reading people. She knew that her mother and uncle too seemed to be hiding something from her. So, after eating half a bowl of rice, Jingxi got up and said, Mom, I'm full. I'm going to my room to do my homework. Qin Qinghan squeezed out a hard smile at the corner of his mouth and said, Well, go ahead. When Jingxi entered the room, Night Thingwu finally spoke, his tone extremely grave, saying, Who gave the talisman on Jingxi? Qin Qinghan took a deep breath. She didn't know what Night Thingwu had seen, but she didn't seem to want to talk about it. Instead she blandly said, It's just a peace talisman. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about you. There's something I need to ask you. Night Thingwu suddenly got up and walked to Qin Qinghan's face, grabbing Qin Qinghan's wrist with some emotion, and asked again, Jingxi's situation is very bad. Tell me everything you know, okay? Qin Shinghan raised her eyes to look at Night Thingwu's gaze. From his eyes, Qin Shinghan was able to tell that he was nervous. Without being able to help it, 2 lines of hot tears slipped down from Qin Shinghan's gaze. What can I do if I tell you? That fortune teller said. Jingxi can't live to be 10 years old. I just want her to have a good childhood. Qin Shinghan's red lips trembled slightly, and in her eyes was endless heartache. I tried to give her everything she wanted, but I wasn't able to do it. I couldn't even let her have a father who loved her. The more Qin Shinghan spoke, the more heartbroken she became. She covered her mouth and choked, tears falling down her fingers. Chapter 60, Qin Shinghan's Tenderness. Chapter 60, Qin Shinghan's Tenderness. Looking at Qin Shinghan crying, Night Thingwu's heart ached. He wanted to take Qin Shinghan into his arms, but Qin Shinghan turned her body to the side. I know you're good to Jingles, and I wish so much that you were Jingles' real dad, but you're not. And you can't even begin to realize how much I've had to endure bringing up a child on my own. Over the years, Qin Shinghan not only had to bring Jingxi alone, but also endured a lot of criticism and ridicule around her. She worked hard in Qin Group, but could not get a word of praise. There was only more suppression, and all of this she gritted her teeth on, because she wanted to live for Jingles. I'm sorry. A voice full of guilt, from the mouth of Night Thingwu. He held Qin Shinghan's somewhat cold hand, and tenderly said, from today onwards, I'm Jingxi's father. I won't let anything happen to Jingxi. I promise to you, promise. No matter how much it costs, I will let you see Jingxi grow up and grow into a beautiful big girl. At these words, Qin Shinghan's crying seemed to stop, and her gaze was full of complexity as she looked at Night Thingwu. No matter what he is, no matter whether he can do it or not, and this guarantee has made Qin Shinghan vaguely a little moved. After a long time, Qin Shinghan wiped away the tears on her face, but she could never finish wiping them away. She stared at Night Thingwu with her hazel eyes, and said in an extremely serious tone, I really hope that you can be Jingxi's father, but I heard that you kidnapped a woman. If you still want to continue to do illegal things, I really have no way to live with you. Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu's face sank, and he cursed in his heart. Surely it was that Luo Wan's assistant who had told Qin Shinghan about the matter? But soon Night Thingwu was a true saying. When was it? I traveled for 2 days, where would I do that kind of thing? Qin Shinghan, however, shook his head ruefully and said, I know you have a lot of secrets, and I can even not go to know, but I hope that you will not lie to me again. You know, I can detect every time you lie. At those words, Night Thingwu's old face reddened. Could it be that he had some small action when he lied? This must be changed. And then, Night Thingwu said with a serious face, Shinghan, I do have something to hide from you, but it won't hurt you. I promise you that when the time is right, I will definitely tell you everything. Qin Shinghan still shook her head miserably. I don't know when. Her previous fear of Night Thingwu has disappeared. There is a kind of care and dependence. After a long time, she was bitterly said, I gave you over your chance. The same is also a chance for myself. But I can't take the risk, because I'm really relying on you more and more. If you can't be at peace with yourself, once something happens, I really don't have the courage to accept my old life. Speaking of this, Qin Shinghan once again sobbed uncontrollably. Ever since Night Thingwu had intruded into her world, her mind had become more and more peaceful, and she even vaguely saw the future from her previous despair. Therefore, she no longer has the courage to face the previous life with no future. Since there is no guarantee, why not break this love when she is not completely in love with him? Qin Shinghan obviously wanted to drive himself out of the house again. Night Thingwu was inevitably bitter in his heart. He wanted to tell Qin Shinghan everything, but he was equally afraid to take the risk. If Qin Shinghan really hated himself to the bone, he would no longer have any chance of touching their mother and daughter. After a long time, Night Thingwu clenched his teeth and suddenly held Qin Shinghan's hands tightly, cheekily saying, I won't leave. You've already kicked me out once. This time, I won't leave no matter what I say. You're my wife. Jingxi is my daughter. No one can separate us. Not even you. At the end of his words, Night Thingwu suddenly took Qin Shinghan into his arms, attempting to use his warm embrace to move Qin Shinghan. However, Night Thingwu had clearly overestimated himself and underestimated Qin Shinghan, but he saw Qin Shinghan struggling vigorously, and both of his hands were constantly slapping at Night Thingwu's back. You let go of me. Hiss. Each of Qin Shinghan's slaps hit Night Thingwu's wounds, and he could feel his wounds cracking open, causing him to grimace and suck in a breath of cold air. Qin Shinghan also seemed to have noticed the twisted face of Night Thingwu, which reminded him of what Jingxi had said earlier. Was he really injured? Unable to help? A touch of heartache and worry surfaced in Qin Shinghan's eyes, and she softly said, You, let go of me. Night Thingwu, however, had the cheek to say, How can I let go of you if you want to drive me away? Qin Shinghan's eyes were bitter, and his heart eventually softened before he sighed, let go of me. I'll help you look at your wounds. Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu then carefully let go of Qin Shinghan, and then smiled. Nothing serious, it's just a bit of skin rubbed. Qin Shinghan looked down at his palm and realized that it was stained with a lot of blood. It was obvious that Night Thingwu's wound had really torn, and the blood had soaked through his jacket. Unable to help, Qin Shinghan, that is worried and guilty, said in a hurried voice, You quickly take off your shirt. There is a medical box at home, said Qin Shinghan. Suddenly ran to the bedroom, followed by carrying a medical box to the front of Night Thingwu. At this time, Nightwind Wu had already taken off his jacket, revealing the white shirt inside that was already stained red with blood. In an instant, Qin Shinghan's eyes are flooded with tears, only to feel a hidden pain in his heart. Is he in heartache for him right now? Qin Shinghan seemed to have forgotten how he got his injuries and if he had really kidnapped a woman, because she was really worried. When Night Thingwu unbuttoned his shirt, Qin Shinghan removed his shirt for him with trembling hands, moving with extreme gentleness and care. Feeling Qin Shinghan's tenderness behind him, Night Thingwu felt that the injuries he received this time were worth it. It seems that, in the future, he will have to find the opportunity to be injured a few more times. The moment this thought appeared, Night Thingwu neglected to feel that he was becoming more and more perverted, and at this moment, Qin Shinghan's entire body froze, because Night Thingwu's entire back was wrapped in bandages, and the slightest trace of blood had long since soaked through the gauze above. Well, right, sorry. Qin Shinghan covered his mouth and cried out. If he hadn't hit him, his wounds wouldn't have opened up. Night Thingwu turned to look at Qin Shinghan, but he saw an extremely heartbroken face as hot tears slid down her cheeks. At this moment, Night Thingwu once again felt shameless for what he had just thought, so he swore that in the future, he would be careful again and again, and would never let Qin Shinghan be so heartbroken again. Unable to help it, Night Thingwu wiped Qin Shinghan's tears and tenderly said, Wife, if you don't bandage me up, I'm really going to bleed to death. This time, Qin Shinghan didn't dodge Night Thingwu's big hand that wiped her tears, but instead hurriedly nodded her head. Night Thingwu lying on the sofa, Qin Shinghan with scissors carefully cut all his gauze. Just one glance, 5 bloody wounds is presented in front of Qin Shinghan's eyes. The wounds weren't very deep, but each one was 20 centimeters long. But Qin Shinghan's heart ached for more than that. There were also the countless scars on this broad and sturdy back, some of which appeared to be knife wounds, and more of which were bullet holes. Gosh, what had he been through? He had been in prison at 18, and he had only gotten out in these recent times. Had he, or did he have all these scars from being in prison, or did he have them before he was 18? But now was not the time to think about that, because Night Thingwu's wound was still bleeding. So, Qin Shinghan gently said, You have to endure it. It will hurt a little. Night Thingwu laughed. I didn't feel any pain. I just felt happy. Qin Shinghan was not in the mood to listen to Night Thingwu's words of love, but instead unscrewed a bottle of antiseptic solution and gently sprinkled it on Night Thingwu's wound. Night Thingwu's face was flat. This pain was really nothing to him. After re-cleaning the wound and finally stopping the bleeding, Qin Shinghan then re-bandaged Night Thingwu. Suddenly, Qin Shinghan took the bandage hands hard to tremble. A pair of eyes dead on the Nightwind martial arts back neck below, where there is a purple-black birthmark. Birthmark above exudes a let a person's scalp numb chill. The shape was a hieroglyph of the word ghost. Qin Shinghan is too familiar with the shape of this birthmark, because, on Jing C's arm, there is likewise a such birthmark, and the birthmark on the Nightwind martial arts in Jing C's body is simply identical. How possible? Qin Shinghan was shocked in his heart. How could there be two people with such similar birthmarks under this world? Chapter 61, Discovered. Chapter 61, Discovered. Night Thingwu was originally still immersed in the happiness of tenderly bandaging his wife's wounds, when he suddenly felt that there was something unusual about Qin Shinghan behind him. Soon after, Night Thingwu seemed to have thought of something and cursed badly in his heart. He had forgotten the birthmark behind him. Thus, Night Thingwu hurriedly said, You see the birthmark on my body? It's almost exactly the same as Jing C's. In fact, this kind of birthmark is not rare. Many people have it, only that some of them are harmful, and some of them are harmless. Is that so? Qin Shinghan said indifferently, his tone filled with a strange flavor. Is Qin Shinghan stupid? She is not stupid, and very smart. She just rarely uncovered the lies of others. And Night Thingwu is lying now. How can the same birthmark exist in this world? Unless, Qin Shinghan's eyes were slightly closed, trying his best not to think towards that place. Because, there couldn't be such a coincidence. She hates the annihilator who ruined her life, and even after 8 years, she still can't get over it, much less forgive that person. Vaguely, she hoped that Night Thingwu was that person, but another kind of hatred in the bottom of her heart made her not dare to think about it further. If this man who suddenly intruded into her life and let her gradually see the future, was the strong annihilator who brought her endless pain, Qin Shinghan was afraid that he couldn't control himself and wanted to stab him through the heart with the scissors next to him. After a long time, Qin Shinghan wiped away the tears in her eyes, and brought her own trench coat from the side, gently covering Night Fingwu's back. Is your birthmark harmless? Qin Shinghan said indifferently. His tone was obviously much colder compared to just now, and he vaguely seemed to be suppressing a tremor. Night Fingwu hurriedly nodded his head and said, I'm a bit luckier than Jingxi. Don't worry, Jingxi will be fine. This is my promise to you. Night Fingwu didn't know what Qin Shinghan was thinking. He only hoped that she wouldn't speculate towards that place. Otherwise, there would be nothing he could do. However, Night Fingwu was obviously lying again. The birthmark on his body was the same spirit world ghost mark, and it had likewise begun to flare up when he was 2 or 3 years old. During those years, he could see eerie figures from time to time. Figures that could be seen but not touched. They were more like being in a gravity-defying space. Some of them wailing, some of them resentful. Endless grudges and pain were drilled into his mind, making him want to go crazy. As he grew older, he slowly became accustomed to this state, and he finally realized that he wasn't seeing hallucinations, but rather he was seeing things that other people couldn't see. However, when he was 10 years old, he found that his body was getting worse and weaker, and it was only later that he realized that he had consumed too much of his young life. One day a very beautiful woman came to his house and she gave herself a blade of grass. Yes, a blade of grass, which tasted sweet and a little astringent. The beautiful woman urged him seriously, never try to awaken the power within you. It will kill you. After that, the woman left, and he couldn't forget the warm feeling of the woman who had once embraced him. But when she left, she likewise took her sister, who was only 12 years old, with her. For a long time, Night Fingwu did not understand what kind of power would awaken in his body, until after he was imprisoned and then secretly brought to the barracks. From the mouth of Chen Zuoshan, who was also a teacher and a friend, he learned that there existed in this world a lot of marvelous things that could only be found in a fairy tale. He also knew about the existence of astral energy, and those astral martial artists were likewise known as superhumans, an existence that was enough to be called a god in an ordinary metropolis. Night Fingwu yearned for it, but Chen Zuoshan told him that if he awakened the astral energy, he would lose his life, or at least he couldn't forcefully awaken the astral energy in his body until he found a complete solution. Therefore, Night Fingwu chose a different path of cultivation, which was to strengthen his muscle power at all costs, making himself so perfect that he didn't have any breaks. While Night Fingwu was caught up in his memories, Qin Shanghan had already brought a blanket from the bedroom, and then covered Night Fingwu's body. That action had an indescribable gentleness, but Qin Shanghan's face also had an indescribable coldness. Night Fingwu raised his eyes to look at Qin Shanghan and laughed. I'll just cover the quilt when I go back to bed in a while, in case I dirty your trench coat and blanket. You'll sleep here. Before Night Fingwu could finish his words, a touch of faint words interrupted him. At those words, Night Fingwu's heart trembled and his face turned bitter as he said, Did I do something wrong again? And at that moment, Qin Shanghan had already entered the bedroom and unlocked the door. Seeing this, Night Fingwu's face couldn't be more pitiful. Well, now he didn't even have a place to sleep on the ground. He inhaled greedily, feeling the faint body fragrance that Qin Shanghan had left on his windbreaker. In the room, Qin Shanghan changed into her pajamas and leaned against the bed with a tired face. The only thing in her pair of moving eyes was that intense bleakness, and an indescribable fear. She was afraid her suspicions were correct. Jingxi didn't know what happened between Qin Shanghan and Night Fingwu, but she knew that her mom was in a bad mood. So, she got up from the comforter and directly burrowed into Qin Shanghan's arms, saying weakly, Mom, Uncle is injured. Will it be alright to let him sleep outside? Qin Shanghan stroked Jingxi's little head. She was getting more and more worried as Jingxi seemed to be relying more and more on Night Fingwu. So she said, Uncle likes to sleep outside. Don't disturb him, okay? Knowing that her uncle must have made her mom angry again, Jingxi blamed herself a little. Is it because Jingxi wanted to give the amulet to her uncle? Listening to Jingxi's self-reproach, Qin Shanghan squeezed out a hard smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. No, it's because of mommy. Go to sleep. You have to go to school tomorrow. Only then did Jingxi leave Qin Shanghan's arms, and then obediently burrowed into her own comforter. Qin Shanghan was silent for a long time, and then picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Nan, which read, Chen Nan, there is something I want to trouble you about. Ding. Soon, Chen Nan's reply came, Shanghan, if there's anything you want to do, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will help you. Chen Nan was as righteous as ever to Qin Shanghan. Qin Shanghan's fingers stayed on the cell phone screen for a long time. Finally mustered up the courage to type a line. I would like to ask you to help me check the profile information of the Night Fingwu. What day was he imprisoned back then? And what's the name of the girl who was hurt by him? When typing this line of words, Qin Shanghan's face suddenly became a little afraid, vaguely regretting it. In case it really is him, what should he do? Soon, The screen is the appearance of Chen Nan's reply. I have checked. This guy's information is too simple. However, I will help you check again tomorrow after work. Wait for my phone. Qin Xinghan typed 2 words, thank you, on the sofa in the living room. Night Fengwu quietly listened to the movements in the bedroom. His sense of hearing was unusually sensitive, far more than normal people. He didn't hear Qin Xinghan make a call, but he heard the sound of a message from her cell phone. Unable to help it, Night Wind Wu remembered someone. That was Police Flower Chen Nan. That was Qin Xinghan's good friend. Qin Xinghan would probably find her to investigate himself. And one's information in plain sight was very simple. With Qin Xinghan's intelligence, she would definitely be able to perceive something. So, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Wei. Early the next morning, Night Fengwu was woken up by the sound of Qin Xinghan cooking breakfast. In order to protect Luo Yihuang, Night Fengwu has not slept for 2 days, but he will still be able to perceive that last night Qin Xinghan came to see himself at least twice, and one more quilt on his body is Qin Xinghan to cover himself. Unable to help it, Night Fengwu was once again touched by Qin Xinghan's gentleness and kindness. Even though she suspected that she was the forced annihilator who had ruined her life, she still couldn't do nothing about herself. Uncle. At this time, Jing Si, who had already finished washing up, suddenly was running to the front of Night Fengwu, and then whispered in Night Fengwu's ear, Uncle, Mommy is so gentle. Why do you always make her angry? You have to apologize to Mommy. You know, so that Mommy can let you go back to your room to sleep. Listening to Jing Si's advice for himself, Night Fengwu's heart felt doubly warm, and then pinched Jing Si's small nose, gently said, Uncle will definitely strive to go back to sleep on the ground as soon as possible. He. Jingles laughed mischievously. Jing Si, it's time to eat. Mom will send you to school later. At this time, Qin Xinghan shouted towards Jing Si with her breakfast. Night Fengwu also hurriedly got up, and then sat down at the table just to shamelessly start eating. However, when his hand was just about to reach for the slices of bread in the dinner plate, he saw Qin Xinghan grabbing the dinner plate and moving it to the side, and then he took a small bite of his breakfast without even saying a word. During that time, Qin Xinghan didn't even look at Night Fengwu, his eyes filled with coldness. Night Wind Martial Old face a burst of embarrassment. A stay in midair hand is also hanging there. Retracted also not. Shamelessly go again to take the bread also dare not. On the side, Jing Si hid her mouth and smiled, bringing her small face close to Night Fengwu and said softly, Uncle, you didn't wash your hands. Mom doesn't like people who don't care about hygiene. Upon hearing this, Night Fengwu was relieved. He thought that Qin Xinghan wouldn't even let himself eat, but he still wasn't sure in his heart. Chapter 62 Yanyu Twin Pearls. Chapter 62 The Twin Pearls of the Wild Goose and the Moon. So, Night Fengwu ran to the bathroom and washed his face before sitting back at the table. He looked at Qin Xinghan who was eating expressionlessly and reached his hand towards the dinner plate like a thief. During this time, he had been secretly glancing at Qin Xinghan's expression and realized that Qin Xinghan's cold eyes had not even glanced at him. Finally, he gripped the slice of bread, and Nightwind Musum breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, finally, I can eat. On the side, Jing Si watched Night Fengwu being so scared of her mom, and kept hiding her mouth and snickering. Night Fengwu took a bite of bread and winked towards Jing Si. After eating, Qin Xinghan washed the dishes. Not only did she have to send Jing Si to school today, she also had to go to work at Luo Huang Group. This was her first day at work. She must not be late. Today, Qin Xinghan changed back into a lady's professional suit, and the high heels under her feet made her already tall figure even more attractive. Qin Xinghan's figure was very good, although she was a bit thin, but the places that should be big were really big, and the places that should be thin were extremely slim. Luscious and concave was no longer enough to describe her good figure. So, standing on one side, Night Windwu was able to see her perfect S-shaped curves. Passing pedestrians all looked back, and even the vehicles on the road slowed down as they passed by. Night Fengwu knew that Qin Xinghan wanted to take a taxi, so he said, the $500,000 that I gave you last time, you can buy a car. If it is not enough, I'll return it to you, and I'll find a way to buy the ring back. Qin Xinghan looked at the cab that was about to drive over in the distance and said in a still cold tone. Night Fengwu understood Qin Xinghan's stubbornness. However, he still said, you have to go to work and Jing Si has to go to school, so you can't take a taxi in public transportation every day. Swish! As soon as Night Fengwu's words fell, a red luxury BMW stopped in front of Qin Xinghan. BMW seems to be a top-of-the-line limited edition, the market price of at least 3 million or more. The paint is bright and blinding, extremely new. A moment is to let the passing vehicles eclipsed. Immediately following, the car door opened and a beautiful woman in a professional set of dresses walked out. It was Luo Yihuan's assistant, Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled towards Qin Xinghan. Mr. Qin, Luo Dong asked me to send your car over. After seeing Lin Yu appear, Qin Xinghan was also a bit surprised, but immediately following that, Lin Yu's words were what surprised Qin Xinghan once again. I can just take a taxi. This car is too expensive. Qin Xinghan was somewhat flattered. Lin Yu, however, laughed. Mr. Qin, you are the executive president of our Luo Huang group. If you take a taxi every day, won't it make other companies laugh at our Luo Huang group for being shabby and petty? But Qin Xinghan still wanted to refuse. However, she had just said 2 words when she was interrupted by Lin Yu. Mr. Qin, this is a gift from Luo Dong. You wouldn't want to make Luo Dong get down on his first day of work. Lin Yu was Luo Yihuan's assistant after all. Her eloquence and social skills were extremely outstanding. One sentence left Qin Xinghan with no words of refusal. She could only nod her head. Thank you, Assistant Lin. Only then did Lin Yu smile. Let's go. First send your daughter to school, then I'll catch your ride to the company. Luo Dong has been waiting for you at the company for a long time. She has arranged your first assignment, to go to Luo Huang auction house this afternoon to supervise the auction this time. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan nodded, before taking Jingxi and drilling into the luxurious BMW. On the side, Night Fingwu stood by the side extremely embarrassed. They even hung themselves out to dry, completely treating themselves as a passerby. Boom! As the car door closed, that Lin Yu even glanced towards Night Fingwu as she sat in the driver's seat, and then the car started and drove directly into the highway. In the car, Jingxi waved her hand towards the Night Wind martial arts, which made the lost mood of the Night Wind martial arts finally found a trace of warmth. Or the daughter is good. However, what made Night Fingwu a little surprised was that Luo Yihuan, that woman, had indeed hired Qin Xinghan to be the executive president of her head office. Night Fingwu investigated Luo Hua Group. The company's worth more than tens of billions of dollars, and the executive president of the head office of this position, to a large extent, that is the entire Luo Hua Group, a person under a person on the people. And Qin Xinghan is only from the Qin Group, kind of not too big family business out of the executives. Luo Yihuang in the end to rest is what heart. This is the Night Wind martial arts heart of suspicion. Subsequently, Night Fingwu took out his cell phone, then dialed a call. Old Chen, you're still in Haiwa City, right? The old Chen in Night Fingwu's mouth was none other than his chief, Chen Zhuishan, the man who had once been a formidable figure in China and even the world. And the reason why Night Fingwu was looking for Chen Zhuishan was precisely for the purpose of meditation. With Chen Zhuishan's experience, he should know some methods of restraining the spirit realm ghost seal. After Qin Xinghan dropped Jingxi off at the elementary school, he followed Lin Yu to the top floor of Luo Huang Mansion. At this moment, the place where the two of them were standing was clearly in front of the office of the chairman of Luo Hua Group. Knock knock. Lin Yu knocked on the office door. Come in, soon. Inside was a woman's voice. The voice was clear and melodious, but it seemed to have an imposing queenly aura. Lin Yu pushed the door in with Qin Xinghan, while Qin Xinghan's entire body was inevitably a little nervous. The person she was going to face was a legendary woman in Haiwa City, the same age as himself, but in just a few years, is to build tens of billions of dollars worth of assets. Luo Huang Group's strange woman. I heard that she was not only talented, but also had a face that was so beautiful that she was translated as the first beauty of China. And at this moment, at the end of this spacious office, in front of the huge glass window, a delicate silhouette in a silver-gray lady's suit was overlooking the scenery below. Nearly a back figure, it was revealing an overwhelming grace that made people relaxed and happy. However, the person who made Qin Xinghan a little slightly stunned. This legendary woman was wearing a pair of white flat shoes on her feet. While it still made her look extremely tall, it always felt a little out of place with who she was. What Qin Xinghan didn't know was that the reason why Luo Yihuang wore the flat shoes that she only wore when she was exercising was all due to her husband, Night Fingwu. Of course, the flat shoes under Luo Yihuang's feet couldn't possibly be the pair that Night Fingwu spent $30 to buy for her. Luo Dong, Mr. Qin is here, Lin Yu said towards the extremely delicate, yet filled with a queenly aura back. Good day, Luo Dong. Qin Xinghan was a bit nervous as she politely said towards Luo Yihuang's back. Xinghan, we haven't seen each other for 5 years, right? Luo Yihuang slowly turned around, that face that was always cold and icy, but at this moment, it showed extreme gentleness. When Luo Yihuan's body completely turned around, Qin Xinghan's face instantly just became incomparably dismayed. In fact, when Luo Yihuan's figure turned halfway around, Qin Xinghan had already seen a touch of familiarity from that pouring side face. You, Bingyan. A shocked voice with a hint of excitement came out from Qin Xinghan's red lips. Luo Bingyan, the dear friend who used to eat and study with him and enrolled in the same major. Although they have been together for less than a year, during which time they have not had much to say, they have known each other for a long time. Qin Xinghan had not asked Luo Bingyan about her family background, and Luo Bingyan had not gossiped about any of Qin Xinghan's details, but the two were like sisters. That year, the capital university became the most prestigious university in the whole of China, not because of how outstanding their teaching was, but because the capital university had two marvelous women who were beautiful, yet talented. That year, they were translated as the double pearls of the goose and the moon. The goose is Luo Bingyan, the appearance of falling geese, and the moon is Qin Xinghan, the beauty of the closed moon, because of Qin Xinghan's soft and moving beauty, as well as a touch of coldness that she always possessed in the bottom of her eyes, so more people called her the Moon Palace Nymph, and that is why she was given the reputation of the double pearls of the goose and the moon. That year was a year of madness for countless playboys, who even declared that they would not hesitate to exhaust their family's fortune in order to woo one of the double pearls of the wild goose moon into their hands. However, for these, the Yan-Yu twin bright pearls never had any interest, and they put all their hearts into their studies. At one time, Luo Bingyan had an intention to wait until the two of them graduated. She must pull Qin Xinghan into the partnership, and start a business with her to create a business empire that would shock China and abroad. However, not long after Qin Xinghan received a phone call, she was so anxious that she is still able to remember. After that, Qin Xinghan graduated early. Luo Bingyan wanted to help Qin Xinghan, but she was only a student at that time. She could use her family's strength, but she was already very disconnected from her family at that time, so all she could do was watch her only friend leave helplessly. Shortly afterward, she similarly graduated early, and she turned down countless invitations from public companies, instead getting on a plane to Hanwha City all by herself. There, she finally knew why Qin Xinghan left in a hurry in the first place. It turned out that she had a 2-year-old daughter. She gave up her studies because her daughter had a very rare disease. She should have had a great future, but she could only be among a small family like the Qin group. When Luo Yuan's company got bigger and bigger, she thought more than once about letting Qin Xinghan come to her company, but she knew the stubbornness underneath this friend's gentle temperament. So, she was waiting for an opportunity, and now that she had been kicked out of the Qin family, she herself finally had that opportunity. After not seeing each other for 5 years, the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and both of their eyes were faintly filled with a touch of sincere tears, which stemmed from the friendship between them. On the side, although Lin Yu's face was calm, he had long been shocked inwardly. Originally, she merely thought that Luo Dong only knew Qin Xinghan, and from the expression of the two are more than acquaintances. Their relationship is afraid that it is not ordinary. Chapter 63, Recognizing a Goddaughter. Chapter 63, Recognizing a Goddaughter. How could Qin Xinghan not have imagined that this legendary woman who had built a business empire in just a few years would be his former best friend, Luo Bingyan? However, although the two were once true and unrivaled confidants, times are different now, and she is no longer the Yenyue Mingzhu that she was known for, but a wage earner struggling to make ends meet. Therefore, the surprise excitement in Qin Xinghan's eyes gradually became euphemistic, and she politely smiled. Luo Dong. A sentence Luo Dong had just been exported. Luo Yihuan had already walked to Qin Xinghan's front, and under her surprised look, Luo Yihuan gave her a hug in a very affectionate manner. This hug made Qin Xinghan instantly feel that the friendship from many years ago had returned once again. She was still the cold as ice Luo Bingyan, or the Luo Bingyan who liked to discuss life with herself. Qin Xinghan vaguely remembers Luo Bingyan's words once. She said that she wanted to build a business empire that would influence the whole of China, overriding all men, so that the whole world would know that a woman is not a bargaining chip for a family marriage, and that a woman can be stronger than any man. Lin Yu on the side is still in shock. She has never seen Luo Dong so close to a person, even a woman. It was unthinkable that this strange woman with the aura of an empress would have friends who cared so much. From this, it was certain that even if Knight Fingwu hadn't sent Luo Yihuan back in the first place, she definitely wouldn't have allowed herself to harm Qin Xinghan. I'm sorry, I should have helped you earlier. Luo Yihuan loosened her hands from Qin Xinghan's body before saying with an apologetic face. Qin Xinghan, however, bitterly smiled and shook her head. She knew that the reason why Luo Yihuan had not appeared all this time was also due to her understanding of herself. She knew that it was impossible for her to abandon the Qin family in the first place. And then, Luo Yihuan looked at Qin Xinghan with a satisfied expression and laughed. Then, from now on, you'll come and help me. With you around, I'm even more content inside. At these words, Qin Xinghan but bitterly smiled. I have not managed such a large company. I am afraid that I will. Luo Yihuan interrupted Qin Xinghan's words and smiled. I don't have your concerns because I know you can do a good job. It's not about putting pressure on you. It's about my understanding of your abilities. Qin Xinghan's face became even more bitter as she shook her head and laughed. You're still the same, so confident in everything you determine. Luo Yihuan smiled warmly, and then pulled Qin Xinghan to sit on the sofa to the side. Every move was like a pair of affectionate sisters. Lin Yu poured tea for the two of them without saying a word. Her heart was still in shock. She had never seen Luo Dong so happy, and even her smile today was more than these years. Bring your daughter here some other day. I want to recognize a goddaughter. Luo Yihuang smiled towards Qin Shenghan. Hearing this, Qin Shenghan's eyes immediately flashed a moment of desolation. Jingxi was the biggest pain in her life. From 5 years ago, after Jingxi began to become erratic, Qin Shenghan had hardly ever had a good night's sleep. She would wake up in the middle of the night every time, and every time she would reflexively check Jingxi's breathing, and her greatest fear was that when she woke up the next day, her daughter had turned into a cold corpse. It was only after a long time that Qin Shenghan nodded with a smile. Good. Luo Yihuang saw the ruefulness in Qin Shenghan's eyes, but she didn't ask more questions because she never forced Qin Shenghan to tell herself things she didn't want to say. And then, Luo Yihuang said towards Lin Yu, arrange 2 seats in the afternoon auction. I'm going to bring Cheng Han along to sit in. Lin Yu nodded. It's already been arranged. The auction will start at 2 p.m., and a celebration banquet has been set up for Mr. Sheet at 7 p.m. at the Wind Hall Hotel, and the bosses of all the branches have already been notified. Luo Yihuang nodded. She knew that Lin Yu would arrange everything properly. After hearing the celebration banquet, Qin Shenghan was somewhat flattered and hurriedly said, there is no need for a celebration banquet. I am not ready. Luo Yihuang, however, laughed. If you're not allowed to face those old and cunning company bosses, you'll never be ready. Lin Yu said again, Mr. Qin's gown will be delivered to the head office at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Is there anything else Mr. Qin needs? Hearing this, Qin Shenghan hurriedly shook her head. She had never served as the executive president of such a large company, so everything was in a state of favor. Luo Yihuang gently minted a mouthful of fragrant tea, looked at Qin Shenghan and said, Shenghan, today's auction has a valuable item. It was sent to our company for auction a few days ago by the West Tiger Black Winshen Yuanzhong. You should know about that item. Let's go together to see it. The first thing that came to Qin Shenghan's mind after hearing the West Tiger Black Winshen Yuanzhong was that ring, but Qin Shenghan didn't dare to be sure because she still didn't quite believe that the ring was authentic. On the side, Lin Yu flipped through the schedule in her cell phone and suddenly said again, Luo Dong, is the recruitment of bodyguards to be arranged for tomorrow? Luo Yihuang nodded and said, the bodyguards this time are preferably retired special Jun_N. Arrange for them to meet in person at the gym on the 50th floor, and let Pei Ying test their abilities one by one. After the assassinations encountered in this January, Luo Yihuang paid more attention to the bodyguard's strength and resilience. For some reason, Luo Yihuang suddenly thought of Night Fingwu. If every bodyguard was as powerful as that guy, then he could travel the world with no worries. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the High Cadre compound in Haihua City, Night Fingwu arrived at the entrance of the Chen family villa with ease. What man? Just at this time, a silhouette appeared from nowhere. Dark skin, extremely robust body, very explosive. It is precisely Chen Zuoshan's guard Li Hu. When Li Hu's pair of rigid gazes saw Night Fingwu's face, they instantly just became respectful, and his pair of eyes were filled with admiration. Last time, Li Hu didn't know that Night Fingwu was the Blood Wolf King who made countless Jun_N respect him as a military god, so he had even shown contempt and impatience in front of Night Fingwu. For this reason, Li Hu a few days and nights cannot sleep, always have a grudge, has been looking forward to the Night Wind martial arts can come back to a trip. He can face to face to make amends. Pop. Li Hu stood at attention and saluted with extreme respect, and said toward Night Wind Wu, teach. The word instructor just said halfway. He was thinking of the head's words. The identity of the Blood Wolf King should be kept secret, so he hurriedly changed his words and said, Night big brother, you are here. Night Fingwu smiled and nodded, saying, Old Chen is here, right? Upon hearing this, Li Hu hurriedly returned. The chief has been waiting for you. While speaking, Li Hu was laughing bitterly in his heart. In this world, only the king of blood wolves dared to refer to the head as Old Chen. Night Fingwu nodded. Just when he wanted to raise his feet and walk towards the villa, he heard Li Hu behind him suddenly say, Night big brother. Last time I have eyes and don't recognize him Tai. If there is something that has bumped into you, I still hope you. Night Fingwu turned to interrupt Li Hu's words and grinned. How do you say that your kid is also a king of soldiers? Have you ever seen the men of my army so stuck amongst the petty details? Upon hearing this, that Li Hu's originally tense expression was also instantly wiped out because of Night Fingwu's words, and then he grinned with a flattered smile, and he would finally be able to sleep in peace in the future. Night Fingwu simply can't understand the kind of apprehensive mood of Li Hu. He has always worshipped the army god of war Blood Wolf King. Not long ago he always felt that he didn't give a good impression to the Blood Wolf King, and this matter is like a huge mountain pressing on his heart, so that he can't sleep well or eat well. Night Fingwu shook his head helplessly before turning around and entering the villa. In the villa's hall, Chen Zuoshan was enjoying the tea ceremony like the last time he himself came. After seeing Night Wind Wu, Chen Zuoshan's gleaming eyes were also slightly flushed with a smirk, and then he scolded without any good manners. "You brat," always striking out without any scruples. Quite a few people have complained to the old man. Night Fingwu knew that Chen Zuoshan was talking about the fact that he had killed more than 24 assassins on the train, as well as the fact that he had handily slain 2 assassins in a small county in full view of the public. For this reason, Night Wind Marshal didn't feel that he had done anything wrong because, in that situation, he had to improvise. Chen Zuoshan poured a cup of tea for Night Fingwu. He didn't say anything and seemed to be waiting for Night Fingwu, because he could tell from Night Fingwu's seldom revealed gaze that he came with something on his mind today. Night Fingwu didn't drink the tea, but took a deep breath and said in an extremely serious tone, "Leader, I would like to ask you for something." Upon hearing this, the teacup in Chen Zuoshan's hand stopped in mid-air, and a pair of deep gazes looked at Night Fingwu for a long time before he said in a grave tone, "Speak." And then, Chen Zuoshan put down the teacup in his hand and quietly looked at Night Wind Wu. Chapter 64: A Kneeling by Night Wind Marshal. Chapter 64: A Kneeling by Night Wind Wu. Over the past 8 years, he had been treating Night Fingwu as his own child, and he was extremely knowledgeable about Night Fingwu's temperament. He was proud of his heart and had a heart that never admitted defeat. Therefore, he had never begged himself for anything, much less behaved so respectfully in front of himself, and he was curious as to what it was that could make this world-desperate Blood Wolf King reveal his pleading intentions. Night Fingwu lit a cigarette and inhaled fiercely. In his eyes was endless self-blame, and only then was he saying, "My daughter has inherited my physique." Hearing this, Chen Zuoshan's waistplate that was originally as stable as Mt. Tai was slightly trembling, and his dry old face was stunned, and only after a long time did he sigh. "The body of the psychic, I can't believe there is this matter. Alas, this kind of physique is good as well as bad. It gives you the power that ordinary people can't pursue for their whole life, but this power, yet it will also take your lives. It's really the creation of people." There was a strong self-reproach in Night Fingwu's eyes. He had never thought that his physique would be inherited to Jingxi. If he could, he would rather trade his life for Jingxi. If only the woman who had once given himself grass would still appear, she would definitely be able to save Jingxi. But so many years had passed and he had never seen that gentle face again. Looking at the self-reproach in Night Fingwu's eyes, Chen Zuoshan said in a grave tone, "How much time does she have left?" Night Fingwu gritted his teeth and said, "Less than 2 years ago. If someone hadn't given Jingxi a town pressure talisman, with her weak constitution, I'm afraid she would have died prematurely 5 years ago." Suppression talisman. Chen Zuoshan was slightly startled, then sighed. The person who can make a town pressure talisman is definitely not simple. However, I'm afraid that he is also unable to cure it. Otherwise, with his willingness to help the little girl, he definitely wouldn't have left behind only a town pressure talisman. Night Fingwu nodded. This thing he also thought of. He owes that person a big favor. After a long time, Chen Zuoshan, as if he had made some decision in his mind, said towards Night Fingwu, "You do your mission at ease. Leave this matter to me. Even if I put down all face to beg those old demons, I will definitely find a solution for you." At those words, Night Fingwu's heartstrings seemed to have been touched by something, and his nose was a bit vaguely sour. It had been 8 years. He was Chen Zuoshan's soldier on the surface, but Chen Zuoshan had always treated himself as his junior, as his grandson. He was well aware of how high Chen Zuoshan's reputation was in the whole of China, yet he was willing to put down his stature to beg, and based on that alone, it was worthy of a sincere obeisance from Night Fingwu. Suddenly, Night Fingwu got up, and then knelt down on both knees toward Chen Zuoshan, incomparably firm. "Chief, no matter how this matter is, my Night Fingwu's life is yours, and this kneeling should have been given to you as early as 8 years ago." Boom! Immediately following that, Night Fingwu snapped his forehead hard on the floor. This kneeling carried a promise, a loyalty from Night Fingwu. As for Chen Zuoshan, he obviously did not expect Night Fingwu to act this way, and even his old face was stunned for a while. However, he did not stop Night Fingwu. He could feel that Night Fingwu had likewise put down everything for the sake of his daughter. He might not be able to be 100 obedient good husband, but he was definitely a good father. Still remember, back then, when he asked him to worship his master, he killed himself and refused to kneel down. Today, he even willingly bent his knees for his own daughter. Good boy. The old man will move tomorrow. If I do not give you a solution, the old man has no face to you. Chen Zuoshan was also moved in his heart, and said with words toward Night Fingwu, his words likewise interspersed with a promise. Night Fingwu got up and then he stopped dwelling on the matter of Jingxi, because he knew that Chen Zuoshan could do it. Thus, he told Chen Zuoshan about his next plan, saying, "I'm going to head to Luo Huang Group tomorrow to apply for a bodyguard job. The Reaper Union has lost 2 killers with astral chi, so I'm afraid they'll take it seriously." Chen Zuoshan nodded. The Reaper Union has always done things without stopping. They will definitely send high-level assassins. If my expectation is not wrong, the 2 you killed should be C-level assassins. they are mostly primary astral martial artists. If you are up against an intermediate astral martial artist, you must be careful. Intermediate astral martial artists are much more skillful at utilizing astral chi, and their combat power is definitely not comparable to that of a beginner astral martial artist. Night Thingwu nodded with a grave expression. He had fought against an intermediate level astral martial artist. In that battle, he had faced 8 astral martial artists at the same time, and although none of them had exerted their full strength in the first place, he knew that intermediate level astral martial artists were very tricky. And then, Night Thingwu seemed to have thought of something and said with a frown, I found that the killers of the Death God Union don't want Luo Yihuang's life, but want to catch him alive. What do you think about this matter? At those words, Chen Zuishan also frowned before falling into hesitation. After a long time, Chen Zuishan seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes turned a few points colder as he hummed, if I'm not wrong, they should be trying to make that girl from the Luo family their holy maiden. Holy maiden. Night Thingwu was slightly surprised. Chen Zuishan explained with a grave expression on his face. Rumor has it that the holy maidens are the hell receivers of the Death God Union, and each generation of holy maidens possesses the ability to be psychic, and they are able to communicate with the hell envoys in the West, thus conveying orders to the Death God Union. For hundreds of years, the Reapers Union has never ceased to have a mysterious plan that no one knows about. However, I can feel that once this plan is completed, the entire world will be in danger. Listening to Chen Zuishan's grave tone, Night Thingwu also secretly frowned, but what he was interested in was still the holy maiden who possessed the power of Tongling. Unable to help it, Night Thingwu wondered, in that case, Luo Yihuang possesses the power of a psychic, but I didn't feel a special aura from her. Chen Zuishan, however, shook his head and said, the power in your body is suppressed, so of course you can't feel anything. If one day your spirit realm ghost seal is unsealed, you'll discover the wonderful things about this world. However, before you perfectly find a way to restrain your spirit world ghost seal, you must not forcefully use the astral. That is likely to trigger the suppressed power in your body, and at that time, the gods and immortals will not be able to save you. Night Thingwu nodded. His heart was also extremely bitter. Astral energy, something he had always aspired to, but never dared to use. At this time, Chen Zuishan's brows tightened slightly as he said, more than 20 years ago, the previous generation of the Death God Union's holy maiden suddenly betrayed the Death God Union, and her whereabouts are unknown to this day. And rumor has it that she fell in love with a Chinese, and because of this, the Death God Union desperately wants to find the next generation of holy maidens, right? Hearing that, Night Thingwu was also slightly surprised. The holy woman even fell in love with the Chinese. It is really a forest big what birds have. Cannot help it. Night Thingwu heart secretly thumbs up for that Chinese. Admiration. Even can pick up girls to pick up the holy woman of the Death God Union. After chatting with Chen Zuishan for a few moments, Night Thingwu left. At almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Luo Huang auction building, which belonged to the Luo Huang group, was already overcrowded at this time. Luo Huang auction mansion is quite famous in the whole of China. He collects and sells everything of great value, including cultural antiques, diamond jewelry. Of course, the commission he charges is also extremely expensive, but even so, there are still people from all over the country who come here to sell their auctions. And today, the things that will be auctioned at Luo Hua Auction Mansion are each world famous, and it is said that the most valuable one this time is a ring called the Heart of the Blue Sea, which is encrusted with a blue sea gemstone of which there are only 2 left in the world. Even many of the richest people in the Western countries have traveled thousands of miles to come here, with the purpose of wanting to capture the unique Heart of the Blue Sea. At that moment, there was a commotion in the crowd, followed closely by a group of bodyguards walking in from the main entrance. Flanked by a dozen or so bodyguards was none other than the duo of Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Both were dressed in ladies' professional suits, showing off that luscious figure to the fullest. But the most eye-catching still has to be the two of them with their stunning faces. Oh my god, it's Luo Yihuang, the chairman of Luo Hua Group. She's really too beautiful. She's simply a fairy on earth. Who's that beautiful woman next to her? Such a gentle temperament. My goodness. I originally thought that there was only one Luo Yihuang in this world, but I never thought that I would be able to see a woman capable of comparing her beauty with Luo Yihuang today. For a while, many people were placing their gazes on Qin Xinghan's body, all curious as to who this beautiful woman whose appearance wasn't even that much worse compared to Luo Yihuang was. Luo Yihuang was cold, arrogant and noble, like a visiting empress, exuding a domineering aura all over her body, and Qin Xinghan's gentle and moving, soft and tender temperament seems to be even more fascinating to people's hearts. In an instant, a group of TV reporters hurriedly surrounded them, and all the cameras were directed towards Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. Chapter 65, 2 Giants Blocking the Road. Chapter 65, 2 Giants Blocking the Road. If it wasn't for the crowd of bodyguards blocking the way, those cameras would have been dying to put their lenses on Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan's faces. At this time, a commotion suddenly came from the back of the crowd, followed by a dozen black-clothed bodyguards who pushed all those media and TV reporters to the side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There is no quality. A male reporter seems to be pushed, anxious eyes. Open mouth is cursed. But when he turned to see the back bodyguards flanked by the middle-aged man, the original angry face is instantly pale. Sorry too. After saying that, the male reporter is hurriedly into the crowd, like a rat saw a cat is fearful. Immediately following, the other reporters who were pushed and shoved, also saw the middle-aged man behind them. Without being able to do so, all of them blanched and flashed to the side, no longer daring to crowd forward. Luo Dong, we finally meet. That middle-aged man slowly walked forward with a smile on his face towards Luo Yihuang, during which no one dared to take a step forward. At this time, Luo Yihuang's several bodyguards were all in front, protecting Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan. The middle-aged man is the West Tiger Black Wind Chen Yuanzhong, that occupies half of the underground world of Haihua City. Not only those reporters do not dare to go forward, and even those around the crowd of people who want to witness Luo Yihuang absolute beauty, but also in fear of watching from afar. West Tiger Black Wind Chen Yuanzhong, that ruthless character who made waves in Haihua City more than 10 years ago. Who in the whole of Haihua City does not know? Who is not afraid? Looking at Chen Yuanzhong, who was blocking the way, Luo Yihuang said indifferently, "Get out of the way." Extremely cold 2 words, but this already proved that Luo Yihuang wasn't afraid of Chen Yuanzhong, because the only person who truly drove the entire economy of Haihua City was her Luo Hua group. Facing Luo Yihuang's cold tone, Chen Yuanzhong didn't look angry in the slightest. He had investigated Luo Yihuang, but he couldn't find out Luo Yihuang's bottom line, which only showed that Luo Yihuang's background was very big, so big that he didn't dare to easily mess with it. So, Chen Yuanzhong once again smiled. Luo Dong, the East Coast channel of that project. I still feel that Baotian Real Estate is the most suitable for the development of cooperation with Luo Phoenix Group. For this reason, I am willing to let out 5% of the profits. I do not know how Luo Dong intention? Luo Yihuang eyes flooded with a touch of ridicule. The East Coast Channel is a piece of tourism resort that Luo Phoenix Group is ready to develop. Its investment is at least $10 billion, the profits of which can only be measured by the sky. Developers from all over the country want to get a piece of the pie from the Luo Phoenix Group, and as a local snake Chen Yuanzhong, but also want to try everything to take over this project. For this reason, Chen Yuanzhong had visited Luo Yihuang many times, but all of them were turned away. Luo Yihuang did need a collaborator, but she definitely wouldn't look for a man-eating underground organization like Chen Yuanzhong. I said get out of the way. Luo Yihuang's face remained cold, and his tone was also a few points colder. Luo Yihuang's repeated coldness made Chen Yuanzhong also slightly frowned, but he still smiled. Luo Dong, if you are willing to work very much with my Baotian Real Estate, then will avoid many unnecessary troubles. I think Luo Dong also know my Chen Yuanzhong's deterrent power in Haihua City, so my Baotian Real Estate is definitely the most suitable candidate for this project. Chen Yuanzhong's words were clearly a threat. For him who ruled half of the underground world, it was still easy for him to cause some trouble for Luo Hua Group. Luo Yihuang had already lost patience with Chen Yuanzhong's brazenness, but she was not willing to offend this character until she had to, because once this kind of local snake was annoyed, it would definitely bring trouble to the development of the project. Just as Luo Yihuang hesitated to let the bodyguards drive Chen Yuanzhong away, he suddenly saw a commotion at the back of the crowd again, followed by a dozen youths walking over, and after seeing the figure at the head of the crowd, Luo Yihuang's brows suddenly wrinkled. The most suitable one should be me. Phonehao Real Estate. Luo Dong, I, Phonehao Real Estate, am willing to give up 10% of the profit. The youth at the head smiled towards Luo Yihuang. The youth had a scar on his face that looked particularly creepy, and it was Jiang Hao who held the title of East Dragon Overlord, the only existence in Haihua City that dared to go against Chen Yuanzhong. Luo Yihuang's brows were furrowed. A Chen Yuanzhong had already made her feel a bit troubled, but she never imagined that there was another Jiang Hao who was on par with Chen Yuanzhong. If she wasn't forced to do so, Luo Yihuang really didn't want to completely offend these two people. Not that Luo Yihuang was scornful of them, but she didn't want to be troubled. Jiang Hao's appearance caused the surrounding crowd to once again retreat some distance towards the back. The two most ruthless figures of the underground world in Haihua City could not have imagined that they would gather at the Luo Huang auction mansion today. Next to Jiang Hao was none other than his right-hand subordinate, Hyena, whose gaze, although calm, had a latent hostility mixed into it, making one's scalp feel numb at the slightest glance. Jiang Hao was also trying hard to cooperate with Luo Hua Group to develop the project in the East Coast Strait. He was already hostile to Chen Yuan, and as a competitor, he was even more unwilling to show weakness. When Chen Yuanzhong saw Jiang Hao, A pair of gazes also vaguely flashed with a hint of coldness, but he was after all past the stage of youthful exuberance, and would certainly not be annoyed because of Jiang Hao's words. Thus, Chen Yuanzhong laughed faintly. Jiang Hao, isn't one Qin family enough for you to eat? You're so greedy that you've extended your hand to the East Coast Strait. At the word, the Qin Xinghan next to Luo Yihuang's face changed. What does it mean? Jiang Hao wants to deal with the Qin family. Is it possible that he instructed him? Qin Xinghan's heart is bitter. I'm afraid that it is really Knight Fingwu who made Jiang Hao do this. Although the Qin family is unkind to himself, but that is his own family after all. Jiang Hao looked at Chen Yuanzhong with cold eyes and grunted blandly. It seems that you are well informed. Some people don't know how to live. If I don't give them some lessons, they really think that I, Jiang Hao, am a tiger made of paper. Jiang Hao was explicitly talking about the Qin family, but the implication was clearly a threat to Chen Yuanzhong. Chen Yuanzhong was after all a person of the older generation. How calm and steady his mind was, he still did not change his face and said lightly, "Young man, since you want to fight, then I will accompany you. Wanting to annex a family power alone, I'm afraid that you don't have the strength." Jiang Hao's eyes were flushed with cold severity, and when he was just about to say something, he suddenly felt that the hyena had arrived on the side and touched himself with his elbow, and signaled himself to look forward. Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. A pair of eyes slowly swept through the crowd in front of him, when he turned his eyes to the side of Luo Yihuang, but he violently paused, and a face was even flooded with thick bitterness. It was only at this point that he noticed the Qin Xinghan who had been standing with his head hung down next to Luo Yihuang, unable to help himself. He cursed himself for saying something he shouldn't have. Knight Fingwu had reminded Jiang Hao more than once that he mustn't let Qin Xinghan know about his dealings with the Qin family. At this time, Lin Yu behind Luo Yihuang suddenly whispered in Luo Yihuang's ear, "Luo Dong, the auction is about to start." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's face turned slightly cold. If these two people didn't let go, he was going to have his bodyguards use strong-arm tactics. "Can you get out of the way?" Just then, Qin Xinghan suddenly lifted her gaze and looked in Jiang Hao's direction and spoke softly. Chapter 66, Qin Xinghan's Deterrence. Chapter 66, Qin Xinghan's Deterrence. Qin Xinghan's sudden opening of his mouth not only caused Luo Yihuang to be a bit startled, even the surrounding crowd looked over curiously, while more people were a bit amused. Now, but the two giants of Haiwa City are in the way. Even Luo Yihuang is helpless. What role can she play as a subordinate of Luo Huang Group? Get out of the way, and throw out anyone who gets in the way. Immediately following, a scene that made everyone lose their colors in shock appeared, but Jiang Hao waved his hand and said towards the group of juniors behind him. In an instant, the dozen or so tall little brothers just scattered, instantly driving the crowded crowd out of the way. The hyena took a step forward and stood directly in front of Chen Yuanzhong and the others, and that stern hostility was also emanating from his eyes, making the bodyguards behind Chen Yuanzhong couldn't help but be scared. At that moment, the very stout man next to Chen Yuanzhong similarly stepped forward and faced the hyena with awe. This person was none other than Chang Xiong, the #1 expert under Chen Yuanzhong, and his high bulging temples were particularly eye-catching. Chang Xiong had been in the underground boxing ring, 10 years without an enemy, and Hyena had been in the Silver Triangle as a mercenary. The hands are stained with a lot of human life. The two have a sword in the eyes of the sharp edge of the crossbow. At this time, Chen Yuanzhong was patting Cheng Xiong's shoulder and said, "Since Luo Dong is in a hurry to attend the auction, of course we can't continue to stand in the way. Otherwise, wouldn't we be offending Luo Dong?" Chen Yuanzhong was still able to keep his composure. There would inevitably be a lot of trouble if he fought with Jiang Hao here. Not to mention he didn't want to offend Luo Yihuang. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiong then retreated behind Chen Yuanzhong, but his pair of eyes filled with cold intent never left the hyena. Both of them were the #1 experts beside the two giants of Haiwa City, and both of them also had the intention of testing each other's strengths and weaknesses. And today, it was obviously not the best time. Because of Qin Xinghan's words, that Jiang Hao unexpectedly gave way without hesitation, which not only shocked everyone present, even Luo Yihuang was stunned in his heart. Unable to help it, she turned her head to look at Qin Xinghan, and in her heart, she quickly understood something. Although she was unable to find out the details of the Night Wind martial arts, but she also knew early on that Jiang Hao was very respectful of the Night Wind martial arts, to the point where he was the only one who looked up to him. So if that was the case, it was possible to borrow the hands of the Qinghan, to avoid a lot of trouble. However, Luo Yihuang didn't immediately speak with Qin Xinghan about this matter, but instead said towards him, "Let's go." Qin Xinghan nodded before following Luo Yihuang towards the auction house, and as she passed Jiang Hao's heels, she said softly, "Thank you." Qin Xinghan's cry of thanks flattered Jiang Hao, and he was busy waving his hand, and when he was about to say something polite, he saw that Qin Xinghan had already left without any expression on his face, which inevitably made the East Dragon Overlord embarrassed as hell. but he still heatedly smiled because he knew that this was his sister-in-law, and even if she wanted him dead, he wouldn't dare to say anything. And then, Jiang Hao turned his head towards Hyena and said, "Tonight Luo Hua Group is going to hold a celebration banquet at Feng Hao Hotel. If I guessed correctly, the protagonist of this celebration banquet should be sister-in-law. You go and arrange it right away. Absolutely not to lose the scene, and replace all the guards with our people. If it upsets sister-in-law, we'll all have to be repaired by Brother Wu." At that, the hyena nodded with a serious face. On the other side, Chen Yuanchong looked at Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan in the distance, and then swept that pair of sophisticated eyes toward Jiang Hao, suddenly saying to Cheng Xiong by his side, "Haven't you always wanted to test what the night crazy man of that year was capable of?" Cheng Xiong was slightly stunned, and a flash of interest spread in his eyes. "Then, soon you will have that opportunity," Chen Yuanchong said with a faint smile, and then he walked towards the auction house. If that ring today was really the legendary Heart of the Blue Sea, then he would make a serious profit. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction finally officially began. The large auction house has been overcrowded. Many media are set up cameras. Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan sat in the first row, and next to them were Lin Yu and the dozen or so bodyguards. The dozen or so rows at the back were also filled with people who were either rich or noble, and even a number of foreigners. And Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan still became the center of discussion in this auction house. Both of them possessed the appearance of a beautiful country. Luo Yihuang was like a visiting empress, while Qin Qinghan was like a chaste fairy, as if the Heart of the Blue Sea in this auction was going to pale in front of the two. Suddenly, a blonde foreigner in his 30s came over, and he smiled in a mouthful of English to Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan. "Two beautiful ladies. You are the most beautiful and beautiful women I have ever seen so far. I would like to take a picture of today's Heart of the Blue Sea, and use it as a medium to invite you two beautiful ladies to have dinner." Seeing this, Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan looked at each other face to face, and both of their eyes were extremely plain. It could be seen that this foreigner was a very rich son of a rich family. If this sentence was said to any woman present other than Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan, it would be twice the result with half the effort, and it would even make that woman unable to resist throwing herself directly into her arms. But Luo Yihuang is cold and arrogant, as if she is an empress, not to mention a Heart of the Blue Sea. Even if she is sent a palace, she will not be rare. As for Qin Qinghan, although she was soft in nature, she was cold and proud in her heart, and likewise would not go against her heart because of money. Seeing Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan with such a cold look, that foreign friend thought that they didn't understand English, because he definitely didn't believe that any woman could refuse his request. It was the Heart of the Blue Sea. Just as the foreigner wanted to say something again, he saw Qin Qinghan suddenly say in fluent English, "Sorry, I have a husband." At those words, the foreigner had some loss in his eyes, but he wasn't going to give up. There was nothing that couldn't be disconnected in front of money. Just as he was about to increase his temptation, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, followed by his feet leaving the ground, and the person who grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up was clearly a Chinese man with a hideous scar on his face and extremely terrifying eyes. This person is not Jiang Hao. Who else can be? Jiang Hao. Behind there is a gang of minions that look not good. This battle not only let the foreigners scared pale, even the surrounding crowd watching the scene cannot help but shrink their necks. Where did an ungrateful lamb come from? Are you going to roll on your own? Or I'll have someone chop you up and throw you into the river to feed the fish. Jiang Hao scolded with a fierce face. The foreigner was 1.8 m or so tall. His body type wasn't skinny, at least 180 pounds, but he was lifted up by Jiang Hao with one hand. And then when he saw the gang of fierce minions behind Jiang Hao, the foreigner was so scared that he was about to pee his pants. But he didn't know Chinese, and although he was scared, he didn't know what Jiang Hao had said. At this time, Luo Yihuang was translating in a mouthful of English that was no worse than Qin Qinghan's. He said that if you don't get lost, he's going to chop you up and feed you to the fish. Upon hearing this, the foreigner was scared to death and hurriedly said a few words of apologies in a row towards Jiang Hao. Only then did Jiang Hao let go of the foreigner, who then panicked in fear and ran into the crowd, not daring to participate in the next auction. After that, some other people who tried to get close to Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan also all withdrew their thoughts in their hearts. They didn't want to be thrown into the river to feed the fish by that fierce Chinese man. Jiang Hao smoothed out the trench coat on his body before nodding towards Qin Qinghan with a naive smile before turning to leave. Luo Yihuang looked at Qin Qinghan with interest and laughed. "Qinghan, you're a big backer." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan's face turned bitter as he helplessly said, "Yihuang, please don't make fun of me. I'm too scared of them." Luo Yihuang, however, shook her head and said, "How could that be? Night Fing's willingness to give you such a rare ring as the Heart of the Blue Sea is enough to see how much he values you. And Jiang Hao, as his friend, will of course worship you as his sister-in-law." Qin Qinghan's face was complicated. She was a little surprised that Luo Yihuang would know about herself, but immediately after, She shook her head and said, I'm not sure this ring is the one he gave me yet. Luo Yihuan lightly laughed and didn't say anything, because she knew that Qin Xinghan had already sensed that the ring from the auction was the one that Night Fingwu had given to her. It was just that she was very entangled in her heart. She didn't know what kind of misunderstanding there was between Qin Xinghan and Night Fingwu. At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up to the auction table. He was the chief auctioneer of Luo Hua Group. Welcome friends from all over the country and even all over the world. I am the chief auctioneer of Luo Hua Auction. I believe that you all can't wait to enjoy today's auction items. Then, I won't say any more nonsense. The auction will officially begin. As the auctioneer's words fell, a clear picture appeared on the large screen behind him, and it was clearly a rare artifact. Chapter 67, The Woman in the Red Dress. Chapter 67, The Woman in the Red Dress. Some people were interested in this artifact, but more people came for the Heart of the Blue Sea. But even so, this artifact was gradually fetched a sky-high price with the auctioneer's sharp introduction. While the auction was going on, no one noticed the figure sitting in the last row of that auction house. He was dressed in a black Zhongshan suit and a pair of sunglasses, looking with interest at the delicate back in the front row. This person was none other than Night Wind Marshal undoubtedly. In fact, he had arrived here long ago, and had also witnessed the scene where Jiang Hao and Chen Yuanzhong went toe-to-toe. The auction lasted for an hour and was finally nearing its end, and the long-awaited Heart of the Blue Sea that most people had been waiting for was finally going to be auctioned off. Gentlemen, I'm sure you already know what the most anticipated item in my auction today is. That's right, it's the world's unique Heart of the Blue Sea. The auctioneer exclaimed in a high mood. Unable to help it, everyone looked at the large screen behind the auctioneer. Soon, an extremely clear live streaming video was presented on the screen, in which it was precisely a ring with a brilliant luster. Oh my god, it's really the Heart of the Blue Sea. I have no regrets in this life if I can see such a gem. Many people were looking at the unique and sparkling ring with their hearts pounding. The camera slowly rotates, and every outline on the ring can be clearly seen. The turquoise sapphire luster is eye-catching and brilliant, especially the two Chinese characters in the inner circle, Wind and Sparrow, which draws everyone's eyes up to look at it. When Qin Xinghan saw those two familiar Chinese characters once again, her face couldn't help but look complicated, and even her hands, which were placed on her thighs, were viciously clenched together. Luo Yihuan noticed Qin Xinghan's perverse expression, and she knew that Qin Xinghan had recognized the ring. The chief auctioneer introduced it again. This ring had been on the market with an estimate of $100 million, but I believe it is definitely more than that because it is priceless and its stones are as blue as the turquoise sea. It is a symbol of identity, of the eternity of love, and the two Chinese characters on it, perhaps deliberate by its previous owner, symbolize the proof of their love, and by owning it, your love will be blessed for eternity. Night Fingwu was listening to the auctioneer's amazing eloquence in the back row, and his heart was secretly impressed, because many people in front of him had already been told to breathe rapidly, and they couldn't wait to put it on their hands right now. But immediately following, Night Fingwu's face just became ugly, because this ring is that demonic spirit to send himself. If let her know that the ring has been sold for $20,000, with her temper, I am afraid that she will strangle himself. And what's worse is that the ring is still sold by Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan clutched the corner of her coat tightly with both hands, with indescribable tangled and groundlessness in her eyes. She could now be sure that this was the ring that Night Fingwu had given to her. Luo Yihuan sensed that Qin Xinghan was getting out of sorts and was concerned. Are you alright? Qin Xinghan shook her head, then biting her red lips tightly, she asked, Yihuan, is this ring really the Heart of the Blue Sea? Luo Yihuan didn't hesitate as to nod his head, and then said, 1,000 times true. It can be auctioned to at least 150 million US dollars. Qin Xinghan's face became even more bitter. 150 million US dollars. She couldn't afford to pay it back in several lifetimes. She suddenly remembered that her parents had more than once taunted Night Fingwu to give himself a fake ring, and he had never believed that this ring would be the real Heart of the Blue Sea. But he never had a single complaint, and he never even complained about himself once. Why do you want to be so good to yourself? At this time, the auctioneer finally shouted, the reserve price for the auction of the Heart of the Blue Sea is 80 million US dollars, with each increase of 1 million US dollars. Let's wait and see who will be the owner of such a treasure today. The auctioneer's words fell. There is a succession of people raising their cards to bid. Just a minute's time. The auction price of the Heart of the Blue Sea has reached 100 million US dollars. Qin Xinghan listened to the price increases in her ears over and over again, each one causing her heart to tremble a little. Luo Yihuan looked at Qin Xinghan with some amusement and said, Auntie sold this ring for 20,000. That Night Fingwu should have gone crazy. Qin Xinghan was surprised. How do you know everything? Luo Yihuan laughed. I know a lot of things around you. I'm curious how wonderful Night Thingwoo's expression was in the beginning. He didn't beat you and scold you, did he? At the end of the day, Luo Yihuang asked with some concern. Qin Qinghan, however, bitterly shook his head and said, didn't he even have a word of complaint? Qin Qinghan didn't tell Luo Yihuang that in fact, Night Thingwu had always thought that he had sold the ring. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise flashed through Luo Yihuang's calm eyes, and she laughed softly. What a strange fellow. It seems that he's really attentive to you. It's just that, this fellow is too mysterious. Now, Luo Yihuang was becoming more and more interested in Night Thingwu. Of course, only in his identity. He betrayed his superiors for 1 billion Chinese coins and sent himself back to Haihua City. But he had no heartache about Qin Qinghan's loss of $100 million of the Heart of the Blue Sea. From this, it could be inferred that he definitely did not send himself back to Haihua City for 1 billion Chinese coins. So there was only one possibility, and that was, he sent himself back to Haihua City on purpose. But what she couldn't figure out was why Night Thingwu was pretending to be a kidnapping bandit and putting himself through the ringer. If Luo Yihuang knew that Night Thingwu was taking it out on her 3 brothers, she didn't know how she would feel. Unconsciously, Qin Qinghan's eye slipped a tear. This tear may be because of moving, but more is the heart of that guilted. There. Oh him never finish. A few minutes later, the auction price of the Heart of the Blue Sea had already shouted to $150 million, which had already reached Luo Yihuang's estimated price above. However, looking at the trend in front of them, there were still people who kept raising their cards. In the last row, listening to the price of the Heart of the Blue Sea rising, Night Thingwu's face was also becoming more and more unsightly. Not by choice, he took out his cell phone. His face was hesitant. As long as he made a phone call, he could borrow the money for the auction of the Heart of the Blue Sea, but he was a little bit afraid to make this call. At this time, a fragrant wind suddenly pounced, followed by an extremely delicate red-skirted figure walked to the side of the Night Thingwu. That exquisite concave and convex curves attracted behind a lot of people her sidelong look. Night Thingwu even able to hear a burst of gulping sound. Red skirt over the knee, tightly affixed to her exquisite delicate body. The kind of say thin not thin, say fat not fat perfect curve, just a glance, as if it is able to arouse any man's fire. Immediately following, the woman in the red dress took a seat next to Nightwind Musum, and her entire side had practically been attached to Nightwind Musum's body. Night Thingwu looked down at the cell phone, but a face has long been stagnant and wooden. The eyes are flooded with a touch of tension. Even the breath is not dare to run. Handsome, alone, charming with a hint of playfulness in the voice rang in the ears of Night Thingwu. Night Thingwu clearly able to feel a fragrant wind blowing into his ears, making him even more breathless. Instead of scorn, there was nervousness in the eyes of Night Thingwu, and this nervousness was more like doing something wrong. It was almost as if he couldn't sit still. Therefore, Night Thingwu didn't speak, but raised his eyes to look at the woman beside him. On her head the woman wore a large red lady's brimmed hat with a large brim that almost blocked most of her face, but just the little bit of her side face that was on display was so pleasing to the eye that one couldn't help but want to take the hat off of her and get a peek at her real face. The woman raised that slender arm, lifted the brim of her hat slightly, and pursed her lips towards Nightwind Wu. With just a glance, Night Thingwu caught a glimpse of that peerless face. Her beauty carried an endless charm, but there was also a kind of harshness mixed in that charm vaguely. The red-skirted woman turned her head to look at the large screen on the row of auction seats and sighed with some sadness. What a pity! I once had an identical ring with my beloved's name engraved on it along with mine. And then, the red-skirted woman once again looked at Night Thingwu, her original mournful expression gradually becoming teasing as she laughed. Handsome boy, do you think there would be such a coincidence under this heaven? Chapter 68, Goblin Luo Bingquan. Chapter 68, Goblin Luo Bingquan. The red-skirted woman's teasing voice exhaled in Night Thingwu's ears, causing the sweaty hairs on his face to stand up. And then, Night Thingwu muttered in an extremely strange tone, maybe, there really is such a coincidence. Cluck cluck cluck. Unable to help it, the red-skirted woman covered her mouth and laughed. Her laugh was charming and flamboyant. She had a look that was not inferior to Qin Qinghan's, coupled with that demonic demeanor that was enough to charm all living beings. This laugh was as if it was able to hook the souls of all men. However, when Night Thingwu listened to the laughter, he felt his scalp tingling more and more. After the laughter, the red-skirted woman's aura instantly just became a few points colder, giving off a feeling of changeability. Immediately following, the woman in the red dress was faintly saying, the 2 words on the ring were engraved by my own hand, symbolizing my fidelity to him, and proving that this ring only belongs to me and him. 2 years ago, I gave him the ring as a token of our love. Ha! The red-skirted woman suddenly let out a light laugh, seemingly immersed in the memories of the time, and then continued, although he was reluctant, he still accepted it. The red-skirted woman looked a pair of flirtatious gazes at Night Thingwu's side face and laughed softly. He told me that if one day he puts the ring on my hand, I'll be his woman. But people have been waiting for him for 2 years. What a negative person. Towards the end, the tone of the red-skirted woman also became extremely grudging, and her pair of eyes were even more pitifully staring at Night Wind Marshal. Night Fingwu barely dared to raise his eyes to look at the red-skirted woman. The red-skirted woman lowered her cicatrix slightly, attempting to look at Night Fingwu's gaze at the moment, before laughing once again. Handsome brother, what do you think I should do? Should that negative man be punished, or should I kill the beautiful woman who intervened between us that made me a little jealous? As soon as the words fell, Night Fingwu's face instantly just became a few points colder. He turned his head to look at the woman in the red dress and said coldly, Ice Sparrow, the ring was given to her by me. If you dare to hurt a single hair on her head, I will never forgive you. The woman in the red dress pretended to have a surprised expression and said in a sly manner, I can't imagine that the former mighty Blood Wolf King has turned into a wife protector demon. Can you afford me? The voice of the woman in the red dress was still charming and attractive, but Night Fingwu could hear the slightest chill in it. This woman's character was unpredictable. He could never guess whether she would cry or laugh, be happy or angry in the next second. Luo Bingxiao, a woman with a special identity and whose strength was also very powerful. Night Fingwu had no certainty that he would be able to defeat her. The acquaintance with Luo Bingxiao goes back to a mission 3 years ago, which was a transnational cooperation where the best soldiers and mercenaries from more than a dozen countries were all deployed. Its purpose is to stop a mysterious organization from dabbling in the ruling power of another country. And the mysterious organization is none other than the Reapers Union. That was also the first time that Night Fingwu fought with the Death God Union. In that battle, the Death God Union had deployed dozens of people, among which there were 2 senior astral martial artists, 1 intermediate astral martial artist, and 7 primary astral martial artists. That battle was thrilling. The soldier kings and mercenaries from other countries were all dead and wounded, while Luo Bingqiao, she was alone facing a siege of 10 astral martial artists, yet she still killed 2 high-level astral martial artists. On that day, Luo Bingqiao wore a red battlesuit and a pair of red boots under her feet as well. She fought elegantly and harshly, like a red-clad angel who descended to earth to harvest demons. However, although Luo Bingqiao was strong, she still couldn't withstand the siege from the other side, and by the time she had killed the 2 high-level astral martial artists, she had already run out of stamina, and it was only later on that Night Fingwu realized that she had consumed too much of her astral energy, and that her life could be lost at any time. After forcing back the intermediate astral martial artist in front of him once more, Luo Bingquan's stamina finally ran out and her entire body fell forward. At this very moment, Night Wind Wu, who was holding the Black Wind Twin Blades, flashed over, and instead of letting Luo Bingxiao fall to the ground, he used his own back to carry her up the moment she fell to the ground. From the moment he carried Luo Bingxiao on his back, he was going to face the 8 astral martial artists in front of him, including an intermediate astral martial artist. Luo Bingxiao felt the sturdy back underneath her and said weakly, "Take me, you can't leave either." Night Wind Wu, however, said without hesitation, "I won't leave any of my comrades behind." The moment the dual swords were waved, he was already like a real bloodthirsty wolf king. Although there was no astral chi in his body, he forced the 8 astral martial artists to not be able to get close to him. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the 8 astral martial artists all suffered some injuries at the hands of Luo Bingquan. The corner of Luo Bingquan's mouth lifted up a smile as she murmured, "In this life, there hasn't been any man who has put his life on the line for me. What should I do if I fall in love with you?" Night Fingwu grunted as he fought. "There must be many men who are willing to fight for you, but I just don't want to leave my comrades behind. Besides, to fall in love with someone so easily, I have to suspect that you're a woman of the wind who is easily moved." Cluck cluck cluck. Night Fingwu's words made Luo Bingqiao laugh. The same laugh, however, later on, after Luo Bingqiao recovered from her injuries, she also used these words as a reason to teach Night Fingwu a hateful lesson. Of course, this was an afterthought. When Luo Bingqiao's laughter paused, her tone became grave. "You can throw me away and leave. I won't blame you, but you have to kill me. I don't want to fall into their hands." Night Fingwu didn't speak, but instead seriously faced the siege in front of him. Luo Bingquan said again, "You can't leave even if you bring me with you. We'll die just the same." Night Wind Wu hummed, "Sorry, although I don't like you, but I will likewise not leave any comrades behind." Compared to abandoning comrades, death is nothing more than that. Although Night Fingwu's words made Luo Bingquan hate to bite him hard on the shoulder, for some reason, she was vaguely moved by them. In that battle, Night Fingwu had faced 8 astral martial artists alone while carrying Luo Bingqiao on his back, and he had at least 20 stab wounds and 7 or 8 bullet holes in his body. But even so, he didn't let the Luo Bingqiao on his back suffer a single injury. Not even a single hair fell. Also starting at that moment, Luo Bingquan found herself completely interested in this man. And even if it was a woman who was even more arrogant, once she became interested in a man, she would be unable to extricate herself. Although Night Fongwu had no astral energy, He seemed to have inexhaustible stamina, and although he was covered in blood, he still fought more and more bravely, making the 8 astral martial artists increasingly alarmed. In the end, the 8 astral martial artists were so jealous in their hearts that they could only leave temporarily, and as soon as they recovered from their injuries, they could chase after Night Fingwu and Luo Bingjiu and cut them down. And how could Night Fingwu not know what they were planning to do? So he flew all the way with Luo Bingjiu on his back. For 7 days and 7 nights, Night Fingwu hardly closed his eyes. He only had one purpose, and that was to bring his comrades back to China safely. During this period, Luo Bingjiu knew that it was difficult for her to recover from her injuries, and with the people from the Death God's labor union in hot pursuit behind her, she didn't want to involve Night Fingwu, and several times she found excuses to sneak away, but every time, she was caught back by Night Fingwu like a chicken. After many tries, she finally resigned herself to the fact that if she was going to die, she would die with him. At least he was the only man she had ever fallen in love with. After 7 days and 7 nights of fleeing, the duo finally returned to China, and after confirming that it was safe, Night Fingwu's entire body collapsed backward with a loud bang, and the last wisp of obsession that had supported him also completely dissipated. Luo Bingchuan knew that he hadn't slept for 7 days and 7 nights, and he was still dragging a heavily injured body. At that moment, Luo Bingxiao's eyes were blurred by tears. This was the first time she shed tears, and the first time she shed tears because of a man. The moment Night Fingwu woke up, the person sitting beside her was none other than Luo Bingquan, who held up a brilliant ring in her hand, which was encrusted with a turquoise blue gemstone. Luo Ice Sparrow said, "Take him, you are my Luo Ice Sparrow's man. Refuse me, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Even if you hide in the barracks, I will break in." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu, however, coldly grunted. "A strongly twisted melon is not sweet," Luo Bingchuan teased. "You mean I'm forcing you? Isn't it obvious enough?" Night Fingwu said with a cold face. Luo Bingchuan's face was also filled with coldness as she hummed, "Take it, or don't take it." Night Fingwu frowned and gritted his teeth. "Collect, why not?" Night Fingwu was an iron-blooded man in the army, although every word is a dislike of Luo Bingxiao. But how can his heart and body withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of this absolute beauty? Dead face will pay the price one day. After watching Night Fingwu carefully pocket the heart of the blue sea, the coldness in Luo Bingxiao's eyes instantly turned into softness. But immediately following that, Luo Bingxiao just said in a somewhat bitter tone, "You're my man, but I won't marry you." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu chilled his face and just cursed, "Are you molesting me?" Chapter 69. Chapter 69, Jealousy. Seeing Night Fingwu's annoyed appearance, Luo Bingxiao giggled, and then tenderly gave her first kiss, and pitifully said, "Are people's identities special?" Night Fingwu licked his lips without any trace, attempting to retain the dragonfly-like sweetness of the fragrance just now, before humming once again, "What you mean is, let me watch you get married and have children with another man." Luo Bingchuan had an innocent expression. "Aren't extramarital affairs exciting?" Roll. Night Fingwu's face became more and more ugly. Luo Bingxiao seemed to enjoy watching Night Fingwu get jealous. She laughed once again, smiling in a flamboyant manner, before she was saying, "Little cutie, the man who can be worthy of me, Luo Bingqueek, is only you." Night Fingwu, under the sky. "But people really can't get married in this life, unless I get out of that organization. Then disengage," Night Fingwu said directly. Luo Bingxiao looked like a little woman, put on a pitiful expression and said, "No way. People swear to be loyal to the country and the organization. At the most, don't let me catch you cheating, and don't put the ring I gave you on another woman's hand, or else." Luo Bingxiao's originally delicate gaze slowly moved down, finally landing between Night Fingwu's legs, saying, "Otherwise, people will be angry." Although Luo Bingchuan's tone was flirtatious, when her gaze swept underneath Night Fingwu's body, it caused a certain part of Night Fingwu's body to tighten fiercely, and she couldn't help but have her chilly hairs stand straight up. Night Wind martial arts know Luo Bingquan on the surface is a seductive siren, but the bones are unusually proud, and ruthless abnormal. She does things erratically. This moment she is gentle as a birdie. The next moment, maybe will raise the sword to kill. Night Fingwu thought that he would go to the end with Luo Bingxiao. However, when he knew that there was a woman in the prosperous city who had given birth to a daughter for himself and lived a miserable life of being mocked, he resolutely chose to go back to the city to give them an eternal guardianship, which was a responsibility and a redemption of Night Fingwu's sins. Also because of this, Night Fingwu has never dared to face Luo Bingxiao, not even dare to give her a phone call. His payroll card is precisely taken away by Luo Bingxiao. At that time, she only left a remark that once a man has money, he becomes bad. Therefore, she stripped Nightwind Museum of her financial power. Because of Luo Bingxiao's words, it also caused Night Fingwu to fall into the memories he once had with Luo Bingxiao. At this moment, Luo Bingxiao seemed to be in the middle of silence as well. which made Night Fingwu's heart even more bottomless, and he secretly decided in his heart that he had to keep an eye on this demonic spirit, and couldn't let her get close to Qin Shinghan. At this time, the auction price of the Heart of the Blue Sea had already reached $170 million, and this kind of sky-high price was obviously more than many people expected, so the number of people shouting for the price was getting smaller and smaller. The auctioneer's face was filled with intense joy. As an auctioneer, the higher the shouted price, the higher the commission he would get, and the shouted price of the Heart of the Blue Sea had already far exceeded the price he had predicted. At this time, sitting in the third row of Chen Yuanzhong, his face is also extremely excited. 170 million US dollars, in addition to the Luohua auction commission, he is still able to get more than 150 million. It was unthinkable that a ring received for $20,000 could make him auction off a sky-high price, which was enough to double his family's fortune, and if he could get Luohua Group's development project on the East Coast, then he would be more certain to remove Zhang Hao, the thorn in his side. Well, suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong's gaze that was originally filled with joy was a fierce condensation, only to feel a kind of coldness of a man's back, a feeling that made him fall into the ice cellar. He couldn't help but glance his gaze toward the back. With just a glance, he was able to see the Night Fingwu, who was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Without being able to help it, his brows furrowed fiercely. His heart was greatly surprised. Why did being stared at by him make him feel like there was a taste of death? It was so scary. Compared to the young and wild night madman from 8 years ago, today's him, calm and unruly, was much more tricky, both in terms of his heart and mind. Chen Yuanzhong guessed that Night Fingwu definitely knew that he had cheated Qin Shinghan's ring. However, so what? 8 years ago, he was able to send him to prison with a slight trick. 8 years later, he could likewise make him unable to turn over any waves. $170 million once, $170 million twice. Just then, the auctioneer had raised the wooden hammer in his hand, ready to drop it at any moment. The person who shouted for $170 million was a white-haired foreigner. $170 million was already his limit, so he was also looking at the wooden hammer without blinking, just hoping to be able to finalize the hammer. $180 million. Right at this moment, a particularly melodious voice rang out in the first row, instantly causing all gazes to look over. The person who shouted for $180 million was Luo Huang, the chairman of Luo Huang Auction. The fact that she directly raised the price by $10 million was obviously a shock, and the reason why she shouted the price at the last minute was also so that no one would mistake her for price gouging. In an instant, no one shouted the price again, and even the auctioneer was slightly stunned, but immediately afterward, the auctioneer began to continue shouting. $180 million once, $180 million twice, $200 million. Just as the auctioneer raised the wooden hammer once again, a slightly flirtatious voice once again reached everyone's ears. The voice came from the very back row, and again, it caught everyone's attention. With just one glance, a gulping sound came from the surroundings, because the owner of this voice was so beautiful, that delicate figure wrapped in a red dress. Even if she was sitting still, it was as if she could hook the souls of the crowd. She was like a seductive siren. Luo Yihuang and Qin Shinghan also looked back. In an instant, the two of them each had a different look on their faces, because they also saw the Night Fingwu next to the woman in the red dress. Not only that, the woman in the red dress seemed to have done it deliberately, leaning her entire body on Night Fingwu's shoulder. Her demeanor was extremely intimate. Luo Yihuang thought, she's here. It looks like she really does know Night Wind Marshal. And Qin Shinghan's face is to be more complicated. A touch of hidden acidity is also sprouting in the heart. That woman is so beautiful. What is his relationship with her? In the face of the many gazes, the woman in the red dress acted still breezy. She threw a sweet smile towards the auctioneer. Her red lips pursed slightly and said, if no one raises the price, is it possible to drop the hammer? Listening to this voice full of flirtatiousness, the auctioneer seemed to be compelled as if very wooden is to fall down the hand of the wooden hammer. In the end, the Heart of the Blue Sea fell into Luo Bingxuan's hands at a price of $200 million. Night Fingwu's face was particularly ugly. Of course he noticed Qin Shinghan's face. Compared to the past, her eyes were even colder. However, soon, the loss in the heart of the Night Wind martial arts is dissipated. The heart-bitter smile, she has decided to drive themselves away. I'm afraid that never cared about their own it, and how will be angry with their own. Thank you all from all over the world. This auction has come to a successful conclusion. The staff will arrange for the bidders to enter the VIP room to trade, the auctioneer said politely from the auction table. Only then did Luo Bingxuan slowly get up, and then she stroked that slender palm over Night Fingwu's chest, her demeanor extremely intimate. Night Fingwu's face once again became ugly. He almost didn't dare to turn his head to look ahead because he could feel that there was a pair of eyes staring him down again. In the first row, Qin Xinghan's eyes were thick with loss. She moved her face away from the body of the Night Wind martial arts with difficulty, and her heart also sighed. What is wrong with her? She clearly decided to let him leave. But what was she expecting? But immediately following, a bold thought sprang up in the bottom of her heart. Perhaps because of a woman's pride and stubbornness, she did not seem to want to admit defeat, did not want to let this man who had come into her heart to leave easily. So surprisingly, she began to hope that that guess in her mind was wrong. That way, she could still keep him around. At this time, Qin Xinghan's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked down and saw that it was a file from Chen Nan. Chapter 70, it was mine originally. Chapter 70, it was mine originally. Looking at the file in his cell phone, Qin Xinghan hesitated for a long time before finally tapping the folder with a trembling finger. There were several pictures in the folder, and after opening the first one, the text on it immediately entered Qin Xinghan's eyes. It records information about Nightwind Wu and which year he was imprisoned and which year he was released, and the crime for which he was imprisoned was the forcible annihilation of a 16-year-old girl. The information wasn't really detailed, but after seeing that Nightwind Wu really did annihilate a 16-year-old girl, Qin Xinghan's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly, because when she was raped and annihilated back then, she was also 16 years old, and she couldn't forget the painful memories of that scene, but she didn't get a good look at that person. With trepidation, Qin Xinghan clicked on the next picture, which was clearly a girl's identity information. He Ying, female, was pulled into an alleyway and assaulted by a suspect. Nightwind Wu on her way home from work at about 9 p.m. on a certain date. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan covered her red lips, and rolling tears slid down. Although she had known for a long time that Nightwind Wu was an annihilator, she still couldn't help but feel heartbroken after actually seeing his crime. The last picture is He Ying's home address, a remote countryside far to the southwest of Haihua City, 200 kilometers away from Haihua City, named Hezhuang Village. Ding! At this time, Chen Nan sent a message that read, Qing Han, all these years I have been tracking down that bastard who hurt you back then, but that bastard just disappeared as if out of thin air. I have searched for a lot of connections but I couldn't find a single clue, which only proves that that bastard's background is very big. Qin Xinghan returned, thank you, no need to check. He was sentenced to 8 years in prison that year. He has already been punished. I no longer care, but Qin Xinghan really do not care about it. The answer then is no. She just do not want to turn over the previous kind of painful memories. She was afraid that she really know who that person is. The heart will never be able to let go. There was another reason. If that person really had a very powerful background as Chen Nan had said, that would likewise involve Chen Nan. Soon, Chen Nan's message came over again, Xinghan, I must find out, and pull him out and shoot him with my own hands. Chen Nan had always been very caring and righteous to Qin Xinghan, and for this reason, Qin Xinghan had always remembered this friendship. Immediately following, Chen Nan once again sent a message, Xinghan, what exactly do you want to do when you ask me to check Nightwind Wu's information? Qin Xinghan returned, just want to make sure of one thing. If I find time, I might make a trip to Hezhuang Village. Chen Nan said, good, I will accompany you then. Chen Nan didn't even ask Qin Xinghan carefully about her intentions, but directly asked to accompany her. After seeing this message, Qin Xinghan didn't reject it, but replied back, thank you Chen Nan. At this time, Luo Yiwang, who was next to her, noticed that Qin Xinghan had been sending messages, and she queried, Xinghan, is something wrong? Qin Xinghan put away his cell phone and shook his head. Luo Yiwang said, let's go, the gown should be here by now. There's a celebration banquet for you at 7 o'clock at the Fomhao Hotel. When the auction house dispersed, Luo Yiwang returned to the company with Qin Xinghan, and during that time, Nightwind Wu always followed secretly. He was now worried not only about the killers of the Death God Union, but also that unpredictable goblin Luo Binkyo. At more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Yiwang and Qin Xinghan returned to the company, and when the two of them pushed open the door of Luo Yiwang's spacious office room, their faces both changed slightly, because there was an enchanting silhouette sitting on the sofa in the office, and this person was the same red-skirted woman who had captured the heart of the Blue Sea with $200 million at the auction. Luo Bingchuan threw a flirtatious smile towards Luo Yihuang and said, surprise. Luo Yihuang said expressionlessly, what are you doing here? Luo Bingchuan lit a lady's cigarette, took a light drag in her red lips, and said sweetly, didn't I tell you that I'm coming over? Not to mention, you need someone to protect you now more than ever. Luo Bingchuan didn't tell Luo Yihuang outright that she was being targeted by the Death God's labor union, and if she were to find out, it would only bring more fear to her. Qin Xinghan stood aside and did not say anything. A soft water like water above the pouring face, has been full of complex feelings. This woman, in the end with the Nightwind Wu is what relationship? Luo Bingchuan's gaze also intentionally swept over Qin Xinghan for a few moments before she laughed. Your gowns have already arrived. Only then did Luo Yihuan look at the desk. There were really 3 gift boxes placed there. She had asked Lin Yu to prepare 2 sets, and this extra set, Luo Yihuan didn't even need to go and ask for more. She had already guessed that this woman was going to follow her to participate in the celebration banquet as well. Thus, Luo Yihuan said expressionlessly, "You won't mess around, will you?" Upon hearing this, Luo Bingchuan glared at Luo Yihuan without any good humor and grudgingly hummed, "In your eyes, am I the kind of person who is unstable?" "Yes," Luo Yihuan said without hesitation. On the side, Qin Xinghan's eyes were filled with doubt. Who the hell was this woman? She seemed to be very familiar with Yihuan. Luo Bingchuan giggled. That charming look even more alluring as she said, "My good sister, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Can't you say something nice?" That's right, Luo Yihuan and Luo Bingchuan were indeed real sisters. The two were 2 years apart, but they had very different personalities. Luo Yihuan was cold, arrogant and noble, like an iceberg beauty that rejected people, while Luo Bingke was charming, and although her bones were equally lonely and noble, her character was changeable. If any man can't help but want to have a kiss, then I'm afraid that he will only end up with a corpse. Suddenly, Luo Yihuan's eyes glanced and saw the delicate jewelry box on the coffee table, and she knew that what was placed inside should be the heart of the blue sea. Thus, Luo Yihuan asked curiously, "You're not the type of person who likes jewelry, so why did you spend $200 million to buy a ring?" At those words, even Qin Xinghan looked curiously at Luo Bingchuan. Luo Bingchuan snuffed out the remaining half of the cigarette in her hand, and then looked at Qin Xinghan with a pair of playful gazes before saying, "Because it was originally mine." Well, unable to help it, Qin Xinghan and Luo Yihuan were both slightly stunned. They knew very well that this ring came from the hands of Knight Fingwu. Luo Bingchuan opened the jewelry box and took out the ring, and in an instant, a brilliant luster was presented in the entire office. Luo Bingchuan looked at the 2 Chinese characters in the ring's inner circle and said softly, "There's sparrow in my name, and there's wind in his, so, can't you guess yet?" In an instant, the faces of both Qin Xinghan and Luo Yihuan became even more brilliant. Luo Yihuan frowned. "You're saying that you gave this ring to Nightwind Marshal?" Luo Bingqiao made a bitter expression and said in a sultry manner, "Yes, but that heartless man even gave it to another woman. You guys, how should I punish him and that woman who interfered in our relationship?" At those words, Qin Xinghan's face immediately paled, and his eyes were filled with a strong sense of guilt. "Yes, sorry, I didn't know that he already had you," Qin Xinghan said with tears in her eyes and an extremely guilty tone. But these words likewise made her heart like a knife. She didn't know why she was having such a hard time. Luo Yihuan looked at Qin Xinghan's appearance and couldn't help but say, "Don't make a scene. For someone like you, and what man can be looked at by you?" Luo Bingqiao, however, said pitifully, "There are no absolutes. Nightwind Marshal just happens to be the man I'm looking at." After saying that, Luo Bingqiao ignored Qin Xinghan's guilty tears, but picked up a gift box and entered the changing room on the side. Laughing as he walked, he said, "I hope I didn't get the wrong gown. I can't wear yours." Only then did Luo Yihuan walk over to Qin Xinghan and comforted her. "Xinghan, although I dislike Knight Fingwu just as much, this woman is a demonic spirit, and it's best if you don't believe anything she says." Qin Xinghan, however, said bitterly, "I know that what she said is the truth, and I will sever my relationship with him." When he uttered these words, it seemed as if something shattered in Qin Xinghan's heart. Luo Yihuan's changing room was very spacious, more than 10 square feet in size, except for the door of the room. The other 3 sides were closets, but Luo Yihuan's taste seemed to be very monotonous. Except for the professional suits, there were only casual clothes and pants left, not even a fashionable skirt. Luo Bingqiao unwrapped the gift box, and inside was a big red dress, so she unhurriedly removed the dress from her body. Her demeanor was elegant and seductive, as if it was done deliberately. After that big red dress wrapped around the enchanting and delicate body that was enough to make countless men go crazy for it, Luo Bingchuan then moved closer to the mirror, gracefully turning around and scrutinizing her perfect curves. "Who has a better body compared to your wife?" Suddenly, Luo Bingchuan said to the mirror, and where her gaze was looking, it was the direction of the closet that the mirror was refracting on the opposite side of the room. However, after the rows of clothes there was only pitch black inside, so Luo Bingchuan's words were more like talking to herself. Chapter 71, Why are you so shameless? Chapter 71, Why are you so shameless? Luo Bingchuan still turned from side to side in the mirror, admiring her figure, before saying once again, "Do you want me to pull you out?" As soon as the words fell, he saw that in the closet opposite the mirror, there was suddenly a ringing sound, followed by the dense row of clothes being lifted open, and an extremely embarrassed-looking figure walked out. Who else could this person be if not Knight Fingwu? In fact, he sneaked into the office one step ahead of Luo Bingqiao. As the most outstanding soldier king in China,
Wanting to unknowingly avoid the layers of cameras and enter the 75th floor chairman's office was still a breeze for Night Fingwu, but how he did not think. Luo Bingquan will come in to change clothes. If the first one to come in is not Luo Bingquan, then, the moment this thought appeared, Night Fingwu's old face suddenly became embarrassed once again. This was definitely an accident. He didn't have the disgusting thought of peeping. Luo Bingqiao seemed to have known all along that Night Fingwu was hiding inside. She looked at herself in the mirror and realized that there were no flaws before slowly turning towards Night Fingwu. Exhaling, she asked, "You haven't answered my question." As she spoke, Luo Bingqiao had already pasted that enchanting body that was enough to subvert all beings onto Night Fingwu's body. Night Fingwu was self-conscious of his shortcomings and could only honestly say, "You have a better body." Feeling the sweetness of the red lips, Night Fingwu always felt like a man who cheated on his wife. But this kind of thing is simply indefinable. In a way, he had established his relationship with Luo Bingqiao earlier, but in another way, his encounter with Qin Xinghan predated Luo Bingqiao. Therefore, Night Fingwu was really in a dilemma, and he couldn't help but sigh that excellent men were really troublesome. As Luo Bingqiao's petite body that was attached to Night Fingwu's body became tighter and tighter, Night Fingwu could only keep backing up, gradually approaching the door of the locker room. It was also at this time that Night Fingwu felt a touch of ominousness and secretly screamed that it was not good. However, Night Fingwu's realization was obviously too late, but he saw a flash of cunning in Luo Bingqiao's eyes, followed by opening the door to the dressing room and pushing on Night Fingwu's chest. "Catch a peeping Tom at your disposal." Luo Bingquan slowly walked out of the dressing room and smiled towards Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan with a wry face. And at this moment, Night Fingwu was like an adulterer caught in bed. The whole person stood naked in the middle of the office, awkwardly wanting to find a crack in the ground. He didn't even dare to turn around to look at Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan and Luo Yihuang were in the middle of talking, but they suddenly saw a man retreating from the dressing room in a state of distress, and in an instant, the two of them were staring in shock. Immediately following, Luo Yihuang's face was just icy cold and abnormal. As she circled around to that man's face, and after seeing that this person was actually Night Wind Marshal, a murderous intent arose in her heart. If the person who went in to change clothes was himself, this asshole would not have seen everything. Thinking of this, Luo Yihuang became even more furious, and then walked over to the office desk, took out a pistol from the drawer, and directly aimed the gun at Night Fingwu. Qin Xinghan could tell from his back alone that this person was Night Fingwu. The moment just now, she was equally angry. How could he hide in the locker room to peep at people changing clothes? However, the moment Luo Yihuang took out his pistol, the anger in Qin Xinghan's heart was completely forgotten. She now only had one thought, that is, she couldn't let anything happen to him. This was her instinct. Therefore, Qin Xinghan did not hesitate to block in front of Night Fingwu. Seeing this, not only was Luo Bingquan, who was watching the show from the side, somewhat surprised, even Luo Yihuang frowned. "Qing Han, get out of the way. I'm going to kill this bastard," Luo Yihuang said angrily. Qin Xinghan looked at the muzzle of the gun in front of him. There was not the slightest fear in his eyes, but he bit his red lips and begged, "Don, Ta Phoenix, please." Night Fingwu was originally really embarrassed. He hadn't thought of how to explain, and in his heart, he was even more eager to put Luo Bingquan, that demon, on the spot. However, after he saw that Qin Xinghan had actually unhesitatingly blocked in front of him, he was both shocked and touched in his heart. But immediately after, a touch of coldness surged into his heart. His figure flashed, like a ghost flashed to the front of Qin Xinghan, and refaced his body to the muzzle of Luo Yihuang's gun. "Do you really dare to shoot?" Night Fingwu grunted in an extremely cold tone towards Luo Yihuang. Luo Yihuang held the gun in both hands, her eyes filled with struggle and anger as she said in a cold voice, "I will." Night Wind Wu sneered, "Really? If you're really ready to shoot someone, it's best to turn the safety on first." At those words, Luo Yihuang's cold face was stunned, and her eyes struggled before she wanted to open the safety on the pistol. "One Phoenix." At this time, Luo Bingqiao suddenly was somewhat serious and said, "Put down the gun. The moment you turn on the safety, he will really have killing intent towards you." This was Luo Bingqiao's understanding of Night Fingwu's character. She could tell that this guy cared about Qin Xinghan. The pistol couldn't hurt him at all, but he was afraid that Qin Xinghan behind him would be hurt. Seeing that Luo Yihuang's eyes were still struggling, Luo Bingquan's tone became more serious. "Yihuang, believe me, he can take the gun out of your hand the moment you haven't even turned on the safety." Luo Yihuang hesitated even though she was unwilling to do so. She had witnessed the terror of Night Wind Marshal. 2 days ago, in that small county, there was a police officer who fired 6 shots in a row, all of which failed to injure those 2 killers, while Night Fingwu was the power of one person to decapitate them, so she knew that the gun in her hand could not pose any threat to Night Fingwu. Pop! Finally, Luo Yihuang coldly slammed the pistol on the desk. Luo Bingquan sighed in self-condemnation. It seems to have overplayed its hand? Although Luo Bingquan was blaming herself, Her face and eyes were like she had the slightest bit of guilt. It was clearly a bit of gloating. Only then did Night Fingwu turn around to look at Qin Xinghan behind him, only to see that Qin Xinghan's face had long been covered in tears. Qin Xinghan raised his eyes and looked at Night Fingwu for a long time before he bitterly said, "How are you? You so shameless." At those words, Night Fingwu's old face turned red, wanting to explain, but for this kind of thing, the more he explained, the more unclear he was afraid to be. He could only glare fiercely at Luo Bingqiu. It wasn't until then that Luo Bingchuan realized that she had really overplayed her hand. So, she walked over to the coffee table and picked up that Heart of the Blue Sea, and then came to Qin Xinghan's front, looking up and down at Qin Xinghan's stunning beauty, making a jealous smile. "It's so good looking. You know, when I found out that your mom sold this ring for 20,000, I was really angry." As soon as the words fell, Qin Xinghan's face just instantly changed, because she had always let Night Fingwu think that she had sold the ring because she was afraid that Night Fingwu would blame her mother. Unable to help it, Qin Xinghan sneaked a glance at Night Fingwu with an evasive gaze. As expected, Night Fingwu's eyes were filled with surprise, but what Qin Xinghan didn't expect was that instead of being angry, Night Fingwu had a sense of relief. Of course Night Fingwu would not be angry. At first, he always thought that it was Qin Xinghan who sold the ring for money. Qin Xinghan's attraction to Night Fingwu was undoubtedly her kindness and simplicity. So for a moment, he could not accept that such a perfect person would have a stain. He had even suspected that there were problems with Qin Xinghan's character, but now that the water had come out, that perfect person was still perfect. Night Fingwu was even a little ashamed that he had once misunderstood Qin Xinghan. Chapter 72, Get Lost. Chapter 72, Get Lost. Luo Bingqiao grabbed Qin Xinghan's left hand and attempted to put the Heart of the Blue Sea in her hand on her hand as she laughed. "Sister is joking with you. In fact, I don't have that kind of relationship with him, and the story of the ring is something I made up. Doesn't it feel very real?" Luo Bingchuan said it without a care in the world, and anyone would think that she was really joking. Qin Xinghan had a hint of complexity in her eyes. She always felt that this woman's character was too unpredictable. She couldn't guess which sentence was true and which sentence was false. But what she could be sure of was that she definitely had a relationship with Night Fingwu. Qin Xinghan pulled his hand back from Luo Bingqiao's hand and said softly, "I can quit." Upon hearing this, Night Wind Wu, who was standing by the side, shuddered fiercely, and just as he was about to say something, he saw Luo Bingchuan cast him a look, imploring him to keep his mouth shut. And then, Luo Bingqiao once again said towards Qin Xinghan, "The person who knows me the most is Yi Huang. You can ask her if I'm the kind of person who would easily fall in love with a man. What's more, this guy is a smelly hooligan yet. He used to hang around in the underground world, and even though he's already reformed, he still hasn't completely detached himself from those people." Listening to Luo Bingqiao's explanation, the complexity in Qin Xinghan's eyes became chaotic, and he thought, she was right. Night Fingwu really used to be a hooligan gangster, but is it really okay between them? Luo Yihuang on the side didn't say anything. She did understand Luo Bingqi, so she was certain that this sister of hers must have a relationship with Night Fingwu, because, although her sister looked like a siren on the surface, she was a very conservative person inside, not to mention being peeped at in the locker room. Even if a man touched her hand, the end would inevitably be miserable and incomparable. Therefore, she became even more skeptical of Night Fingwu's identity. He definitely wasn't a mere rogue, nor could he be a killer, because all of Luo Bingqiao's words seemed to be giving him cover again. But what made Luo Yihuang feel the most uncomfortable was that her sister would even get involved with a nasty guy like Night Fingwu. Qin Xinghan's face was still complicated as she didn't accept the Heart of the Blue Sea because it was too expensive. Seeing that Qin Xinghan refused to accept it, Luo Bingqiao turned her hand and threw the Heart of the Blue Sea to Night Fingwu, seemingly treating this $200 million jewel as if it was a plaything that could be thrown out of her hand. "Don't lose it again, oh." Luo Bingchuan threw a meaningful smile at Night Wind Wu. Night Fingwu took it in his hand. At this time, his mood was equally complicated. Although Luo Bingqiu was a capricious goblin, but her heart was also extremely proud and stubborn. She was not the kind of person who would step back in front of any woman. But today, she was willing to give in order to resolve her misunderstanding with Qin Xinghan. Just when Night Fingwu was torn in his heart, he saw Luo Bingquan say towards him without any good humor, "What are you still standing there for? Don't get lost yet. Do you still want to see my sister's body naked as well?" As soon as the words fell, he saw Luo Yihuang's face grow even colder, and there was a burst of complaint in Qin Xinghan's eyes. Night Fingwu felt embarrassed and laughed nervously as he grabbed the door and left. After arriving at the elevator entrance, the elevator door happened to open, and it was Lin Yu who walked out face to face. Lin Yu nearly bumped into Night Fingwu's body, and her big beautiful eyes were even more dumbfounded for a while. "What a coincidence. You work here too." Night Fingwu greeted him before calmly walking into the elevator. Lin Yu's astonished gaze remained fixed on Night Fingwu. as if she had seen a ghost. How could this guy appear in the company? Until the moment the elevator door closed. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something, and then ran towards Luo Yuan's office in a panic. 7 o'clock in the evening, Windhover Hotel. Windhome Hotel is a super 5-star hotel with luxurious decoration, and the entire first-floor lobby is extremely spacious. But even so, the place was still about to be packed, with waiters delivering trays of fine wine and champagne to each guest. The men were dressed in suits and the women were wrapped in evening dresses of various colors. They were all the bosses and backbones of Luo Huang Group's head office or branches, and even the bosses of large, medium and small companies that relied on Luo Huang Group to get rich. It's said that new executive president is a young woman in her 20s, and I don't know what virtue or ability she has to make Luo Dong look at her. In the crowd, 4 men and 1 woman gathered together, seemingly talking about something. The heavily made-up woman was wearing a gray-blue dress, her fairly good curves showing. She looked her gaze to a man of about 50 years old next to her, and said in a disdainful tone, "Mr. Liang, everyone knows that the most qualified person to be the executive president is you, and a few of us are unconvinced about Luo Dong's arrangement." Upon hearing this, the other 3 men nodded their heads in agreement, and one of them chimed in, "Mr. Liang, if you have any grievances, we can all stand on your side." The person called Mr. Liang is the vice president of the head office, named Liang Xinghua. Before Qin Xinghan did not take office, he is the first person under the chairman of the board of directors in name only. Liang Xinghua is a somewhat fat middle-aged man, Mediterranean hairstyle, listening to the side of a few subordinates' compliments, but he is not a trace of humming. Luo Dong so arranged, has her own plans. Perhaps our new president really have the ability to do this. Although Liang Xinghua said so, there was the same strong disdain in his eyes, as well as a touch of resentment. He is the patriarch of Luo Huang Group, and has made great achievements for the company. He thinks that the position of executive president is not his, but it is not expected that a yellow-haired girl has taken his place. That woman, however, was unconvinced. "Mr. Liang, you are highly respected in the company. You must not resign yourself to the negligence of Luo Dong. As long as you say, we will all vote for you." The others nodded. Seeing this, Liang Xinghua's bland gaze gradually surfaced a touch of complacency. He wants connections and has the ability. How can he lose to a yellow-haired girl? At this time, a tall figure suddenly passed by the side. Liang Xinghua's body tightened, and then hurriedly walked over with his wine glass. "Brother Hao!" Liang Xinghua shouted politely towards the tall figure. Jiang Hao frowned as he looked over, and then said faintly, "Mr. Liang." Jiang Hao didn't seem to have much of a problem with this person, but knew that this guy was the vice president of Luo Hua Group, and had once had some cooperation with himself, and he had likewise helped him solve a lot of troubles. Liang Xinghua smiled somewhat respectfully. "Brother Hao, you call me old Liang on the line. The name of Mr. Liang, I do not dare to be." Today was his sister-in-law's celebration banquet, so Jiang Hao personally arranged it at the Feng Hao Hotel. He still had a lot of things to do right now. He didn't want to chat with Liang Xinghua much at all, and he just wanted to leave, but he was shouted at by Liang Xinghua. Liang Xinghua seemed to have something to ask for, and said with a smiling face, "Brother Hao, a few days ago, my son caused some trouble in a bar, and someone threatened to waste my son's legs, and I still hope that Brother Hao can step in and help me solve the problem, and I'll definitely prepare a big gift for Brother Hao." Hearing this, Jiang Hao said indifferently, "I'll arrange it later." Jiang Hao dropped a sentence and then turned to leave. Liang Xinghua's face was joyful as he thanked Jiang Hao repeatedly behind him. When he returned next to the 3 men and 1 woman, all 4 of them looked envious, and the woman laughed. "Mr. Liang, you're so familiar with the East Dragon Overlord? In the entire Haiwa city, who does not know the name of the East Dragon Overlord? Not to mention making friends with him. Even if you have a little relationship, you will be able to walk horizontally in Haiwa city." And the 4 of them saw a scene where Mr. Liang and the East Dragon Overlord seemed to be more than just having a friendship. It was more as if they were friends, with a touch of smugness in his eyes. Mr. Liang laughed. "I've worked with Brother Ho a few times, and he's helped me a lot." At those words, the envy in the eyes of the 4 became even more intense. At this time, there was some commotion at the entrance, followed closely by a kind of bodyguard flanked by 3 silhouettes walking slowly. The people who came were none other than Luo Yihuang, Qin Xinghan, and Luo Bingquan. Luo Yihuang was wearing a sky-blue gown, making her already tall and delicate curves even more flawless. That kind of nobility and grace, as she walked around, showing the style of the emperor. Qin Xinghan was wearing a white evening gown, with a delicate curve that did not lose to Luo Yihuang in the slightest. Even a head of ebony hair that was as long as her waist and hips was also coiled up high like Luo Yihuang's, adding a touch of nobility to her gentle and elegant temperament. Chapter 73 Bullying Female President. Chapter 73 Bossy Female President. If Luo Yihuan was like a visiting magnificent empress, then Qin Xinghan was a holy angel who had descended to earth, and the elegance and simplicity of her body was something Luo Yihuan did not have. The last is a red dress Luo Bingxiao. Her figure is also tall, but more delicate than Qin Xinghan and Luo Yihuan. A glimpse of a smile are like to be able to hook people's soul to go. If I really had to use a word to describe her, it would be the term goblin. The dresses of the three people were all very conservative, but they could not hide their overwhelming splendor. So in just a moment's time, hundreds of pairs of gazes throughout the entire hotel could no longer take their eyes off of those three silhouettes. At this moment, a curvaceous figure wearing a professional set of dresses came through the crowd to the front of Qin Xinghan's trio, and in her hands she carried a tray with 3 glasses of red wine on it. Luo Dong, welcome to our Wind Hall Hotel. I'm Lin Ling, the lobby manager of Wind Hall Hotel. The person who came was none other than Lin Ling, the one who had once dared to molest Night Wind Wu and pole dance in the private room. Luo Yihuan nodded while taking a glass of red wine from the tray. Luo Bingchuan similarly held a glass of wine in her hands. Lin Ling was the last to arrive in front of Qin Xinghan, and then smiled politely. Sister-in-law, we met last time, so please take care of my little sister in the future. Lin Ling was clear about Qin Xinghan's identity, and had also witnessed the scene when Brother Hao had gone so far as to mutilate himself in front of Brother Wu in order to make amends for his sins. So she, who was too smart for her own good, was well aware of how much weight this sister-in-law carried. Qin Xinghan was a bit flattered as she picked up her wineglass and nodded towards Lin Ling. Thank you. Qin Xinghan didn't recognize Lin Ling, but she remembered her. Back then, when she was threatened by Gao He, in that private room, she saw Lin Ling pole dancing, and she couldn't imagine that she was the lobby manager of Windhall Hotel. Congratulations to your sister-in-law on her honor of being promoted to the position of president of Luo Hua Group. Lin Ling laughed. Thank you. Qin Xinghan was not good with words, so he could only continue to say the word thank you. Lin Ling said again, if there's anything you need to find little sister will definitely be at your beck and call. After saying that, Lin Ling just left. Qin Xinghan was once again flattered, and she knew that it was all because of Night Fingwu. Luo Yihuan looked at the scene in front of her. There seemed to be a hint of laughter in her eyes. She still hadn't investigated carefully enough. From Jiang Hao's behavior when he saw Qin Xinghan today, and then the words of that lobby manager just now, she could roughly conclude that the relationship between Night Fingwu's and Jiang Hao's was afraid that it wasn't a normal good relationship. On the side, Luo Bingxiao's pair of charming eyes swept across the entire lobby, and when her sight swept over a direction in the corner of the lobby, her red lips lifted slightly, and then she walked over with her wine cup. Luo Yihuan led Qin Xinghan to the stairway of the second floor, while all the eyes of everyone in the entire lobby were all on the two goddesses. Liang Xinghua also had a faint smile on his face before he slowly walked to the front. Luo Yihuan looked at the crowd underneath and said with a flat face, from today onwards, Qin Xinghan is the executive president of my Luo Phoenix Group's head office. Luo Yihuan didn't have too many words, not even a single word of nonsense, because she was this kind of character. Once something was decided, there would definitely not be any explanation. How could she not hear the murmurs and whispers of the employees under the company? But it was not their murmurs that were wanted, but their absolute obedience. And then, Luo Yihuan turned his gaze to Qin Xinghan who was on the side. Qin Xinghan was a little nervous. She pursed her red lips and was silent for a little while before she looked a pair of soft gazes at the crowd in front of her and softly said, I am Qin Xinghan, please bear with me in the future. At the end of the sentence, there was silence underneath, not even a hint of applause, which made the already nervous Qin Xinghan even more stage fright. In a corner at the back of the crowd, there were two figures sitting on that wide sofa, and it was none other than Night Fingwu and Luo Bingchuan. Luo Bingxiao was holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and her gaze was also on the angel-like delicate woman at the forefront of the crowd, and then her red lips lightly obliterated as she laughed. Crazy man, your wife seems to be a bit unable to hold up. Crazy, this was what Luo Bingchuan had always called Night Windwu. Night Fingwu inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and hummed. Although she has a soft character, she is also very strong in her bones. You should trust your sister's vision. Night Fengwu on Qin Xinghan is still very understanding. She is kind to people, but it does not mean she is weak and incompetent. She is even dare to bite herself, but also will be kicked out of the home of the woman Ah. At the front of the crowd, Luo Yihuan seemed to have long anticipated this situation, but she didn't say anything and instead quietly looked at Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan tightly bit her red lips, and then raised her eyes and said again, Gentlemen, I know that I cannot let everyone trust me, but I guarantee that I will make the company better. There is still no applause at the bottom, and the mockery in Liang Xinghua's eyes is even thicker, seemingly enjoying Qin Xinghan's embarrassing situation. And then, Liang Xinghua said in a serious manner, Mr. Qin, as far as I know, Mr. Qin used to be just a department manager of a small to medium-sized family group. Right,
not even an executive. And I believe that I'm not the only one present here who questioned your ability. As soon as Liang Xinggua's words fell, a person next to him also said, "We are all the patriarchs of Luohua Group. We dare not say that Luohua Group has today's splendor. It's all because of us, but General Manager Qin, your credentials are really too mediocre. So we can't trust a person who is so usual and so young to manage the entire company." Immediately following that, one after another, people spoke up, but their words were all distrust and mockery of Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan's face was becoming more and more difficult. That delicate face seemed to be on the verge of crying in anxiety. She was already stage fright. Coupled with the sharp words of these people, she was becoming less and less confident in her heart. What qualifications does a woman who was raped and annihilated at the age of 16 have to be our president? At this moment, a voice in the crowd suddenly rang out, and in an instant, Qin Xinghan's face just changed, becoming pale, and that pair of delicate gazes vaguely flushed with a touch of pain, as well as a very faint stubbornness and anger. This sentence seemed to have set off 1,000 waves. Everyone's gaze towards Qin Xinghan changed flavor. So, she was that Qin family's that Qin Xinghan. Unable to help it, everyone's gazes towards Qin Xinghan became even more sarcastic. On the side, Luo Yuan's brows were also furrowed fiercely, but she still didn't say anything. In the corner, Night Fingwu's face was even instantly cold, and a killing intent that made people's scalps numb surged from his body. Luo Bingchuan felt the abnormality of Night Fingwu and also frowned slightly. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. There really are people who don't know how to die. Liang Xinghua had also investigated Qin Xinghan and knew about her past, and after seeing Qin Xinghan's expression that was somewhat angry but didn't dare to give vent to it, the smugness in his eyes became even more intense. As long as she could demoralize her, she would no longer have any courage to stand here. The position of executive president of the head office, with her a yellow hair girl, is not yet worthy. Thus, Liang Xinghua took advantage of the fire to pour oil on the fire and said, "Mr. Qin, we sympathize with you for being spoiled. However, sympathy doesn't mean that we are willing to hand over such a large company to you for management." Liang Xinghua made the word spoiled especially obvious, obviously doing it on purpose. This made Qin Xinghan's already painful mood once again miserable to the extreme. This is a scar that she can never be indelible, although she is used to listening to the cold words of others, but, so in full view of the public to be revealed again, inevitably make her heart ache unbearably. Everyone was looking at Qin Xinghan in a good mood, watching her make a fool of herself. They seemed to have seen this new female president, about to flee in a state of disarray. Does rubbing salt in other people's scars really make you guys so happy? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came out of Qin Xinghan's mouth. The bleakness in her eyes has disappeared. There is only that strong, cold and stubborn. She swept her eyes over everyone in front of her, said again, "Let's make a bet how. If I cannot make the company's profits rise by 20% in half a year, then I voluntarily resigned." And vice versa. Qin Xinghan's gaze was like ice as he said condescendingly, "On the contrary, all of you will have to apologize for my humiliation today." At this moment, Qin Xinghan no longer seemed to be that weak little woman who needed to be loved. The confidence and arrogance in her eyes completely transformed her into a domineering female president with high fighting spirit. As soon as the words fell, Liang Xinghua and a group of company executives all stared in surprise. On the side, Luo Yuan looked at this familiar condescension of Qin Xinghan, and those red lips were also slightly lifted. Once that gentle, but exceptionally stubborn and condescending good friend, came back once again. In the corner, Luo Bingqiao was also a bit stunned, a faint smile spreading in that charming eye as she said towards Night Wingwu, "Not bad. Oh, I thought she would escape." Night Fingwu eyes is a faint smile, face although calm, but the heart has long pinched a sweat, just like her stubborn character. And then, the laughter in the eyes of Night Fingwu gradually faded, and turned to be coldly humming, "I hope that Xiaohao will not let me down. Otherwise, I can get back the scene for my wife." Night Fengwu's tone was cold and unusual. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. He could tolerate a lot of things, but the only thing he couldn't tolerate was the slightest hint of bullying of Qin Xinghan. Chapter 74, Shocked by the Audience. Chapter 74, Shock in the Hall. Within half a year to make the Luo Hua Group's turnover rose 20%. This bold words in everyone's ears. Seems to be a big joke. Mr. Qin is worthy of being a person who came out from a small company. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Do you know how much my Luo Hua Group's turnover is in a year? A rise of 20%. Should I praise you for your spiritedness or should I say that you are arrogant? Liang Xinghua shook the red wine cup in his hand and laughed with a mocking face. Qin Xinghan looked at Liang Xinghua and said indifferently, 3 years ago, Luo Hua Group's total profit was 105% of the previous year. 2 years ago, Luo Hua Group's profit was 106% of the previous year. And last year, Luo Hua Group's profit was 92% of the previous year.
which is a drop of nearly 10 percentage points from the previous 2 years. According to what I've been told, the fundamental reason why Luohua Group's profits dropped last year was because of Mr. Liang's 2 decision-making mistakes, which caused the company to lose money. Mr. Liang, what I'm saying is the truth. Although it was Qin Shinghan's first day on the job, she had already taken the time to review quite a bit of the company's information today, and among them, the ones that concerned her the most were the 2 businesses that the company had lost money on last year. If the people in charge had been more careful in the beginning, the accident of losing money could have been avoided completely. Although Qin Shinghan hadn't managed such a large company, she could tell at a glance that the person in charge at the beginning hadn't been attentive, which was a big no-no in business. Qin Shinghan was not a person who held people accountable after the fact, nor was he a person who liked to use other people's mistakes to humiliate them. But Liang Xinghua and these people had already touched her bottom line. They could doubt her ability, but they shouldn't use their previous encounters to humiliate her. For a while, Liang Xinghua's face was ugly to the extreme. He almost didn't dare to raise his eyes to look at Luo Yihuang. Last year, if it wasn't for Luo Dong's benevolence, he would have been sacked at that time. Never would have thought that this Qin Shinghan would be able to view this kind of thing from the company's information. Unable to help, Liang Xinghua's eyes gradually flooded with a touch of coldness. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end. So, Liang Xinghua raised his eyes to look at Qin Shinghan. Cold eyes hummed, since Qin promised to let the company's profits rise by 20% in half a year. Then, all the company's executives testify that I hope Qin won't renege on his word at that time. Everyone cast that faintly mocking look at Qin Shinghan. The confidence and condescension in Qin Shinghan's eyes remained strong as she said, "It's a deal." Pop, 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 pop. Luo Yihuang slowly clapped his palms together, as if he was encouraging Qin Shinghan for his bold words. However, the bottom is still silent. No one applauded, so that Liang Xinghua's eyes of mockery more get. The entire company executives are his people. Rely solely on Luo Dong. One trust her. She can turn up how big waves. Slap, slap. At that moment, a burst of slapping sounds suddenly came from the back of the crowd, followed by a succession of applause after applause. Everyone looked back, and instantly their eyes just widened, because, at the back of the crowd at this moment, there were more than 20 figures standing, and the leading one was none other than the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao, and next to him was a man with a thin figure but extremely stern eyes, and that pair of eyes seemed to hide a hostile aura that would make people's scalps numb. Just looking at it made one can't help but get chills. Unable to help it, everyone made way. Jiang Hao led 24 minions and slowly walked towards Qin Shinghan. The crowd was unsure, and they all looked at the scene with curiosity. When that Liang Xinghua saw Jiang Hao, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Brother Hao, this is our new president, a yellow-haired girl who came out of a small company and has a stain on her." Liang Xinghua's words were very casual, as if he was deliberately saying to Qin Shinghan and Luo Yihuang, "I know Brother Hao, I am good friends with him." Therefore, he thought he had Jiang Hao's backing, and even in front of Luo Yihuang, he was a bit tongue-tied. However, as soon as his words fell, he only saw an appalling chill suddenly erupt from Jiang Hao's body. A pair of murderous gazes were even more coldly fixed on Liang Xinghua. In an instant, Liang Xinghua was like falling into an ice cellar. His face was pale with fear, and his heart was even more puzzled. "What is wrong with Brother Hao? You're looking for death." Jiang Hao cursed angrily and swung up a big ear scrape that was smacked on Liang Xinghua's face. Pop! The force of this slap is very large. Directly Liang Xinghua fan out 3 meters away. People have not yet landed. A mouthful of thick blood mixed with a few teeth is sprayed out. Ow, ow. Liang Xinghua screamed miserably, covering the half of his face that was instantly swollen, and could not even speak. He was blindsided and didn't know why Ho suddenly snapped. For a while, everyone around was also shocked and lost their colors. Wasn't Mr. Liang and East Dragon Overlord friends? How could he suddenly hit someone? This made everyone think of a saying. It was really like accompanying a king as if he were a tiger. Being friends with this kind of underground organization, if you were not careful, you might even lose your life. Liang Xinghua wanted to stand up and explain something, but he saw the hyena beside Jiang Hao turn his gaze to him and grunted icily. "Lie still." The hyena's gaze was full of appalling hostility, and just for a moment it was causing Liang Xinghua to slump back down in fear. At this moment, in front of all the executives of the company, he was lying on the ground like a dog, and the momentum that had just taunted Qin Shinghan had completely dissipated, and he didn't even manage to understand how exactly he had offended Brother Hao. At that moment, Jiang Hao with 24 minions finally stopped in front of Qin Shinghan. "Congratulations to my sister-in-law on her promotion to president, and I wish her all the best in her work." With Jiang Hao leading the way, the 20 or so people chanted in unison with a frightening momentum, "Live long and prosper." Just after Jiang Hao and the others' toasts fell, a voice came right afterward. In an instant, Jiang Hao's face just darkened. He turned his head to look at the little brothers behind him, but he saw that the one in the very center had his head lowered, looking like he had done something wrong. Jiang Hao scolded, "Just a dozen ing words you can't remember. Get the hell out." After that little brother was scolded, his face was also extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head, and in his heart, he also cursed his poor memory. Originally he wanted to muddle through by casually reciting a few blessings, but he didn't think of a few more words. This embarrassing situation of being indiscriminately included but revealing one's true colors should have made people roar with laughter, but now not one of them dared to let out a laugh, because they have been completely shocked. Sister-in-law. Who is the sister-in-law? Qin Qinghan, Qin General Manager. Jesus Christ, what have they done? Even the East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao, who controls half of the sky in Manhwa City, has to respectfully call out to Qin Qinghan's sister-in-law. Does this not prove that there is another existence that is above Jiang Hao? And this being was Qin Qinghan's husband. In the crowd, a lewd-looking spectacled man instantly shivered, his gaze averted, seemingly with the tendency to want to flee. This person was the one who had just picked up on the fact that Qin Qinghan had been forcibly annihilated at the age of 16. On the ground, Liang Xinghua's heart was like death. Until this moment, he finally understood why this slap of Hao's brother hit his face. He did not know who the horrible person who let brother Hao is called brother is, but he has already determined one thing. Qin Qinghan is an existence that can't be messed with, a person who even brother Hao has to honor a sister-in-law. Finished, all finished. Liang Xinghua heart remorse, just want to smack himself a few big mouths. Offended Qin Qinghan is offended Hao. With just one word from Qin Qinghan, he might become a pile of fish food in the Hanwha River tomorrow. Even his request for help from Hao to save his son, I'm afraid, is going to fall through. In front of Jiang Hao, Qin Qinghan was also stunned by Jiang Hao's sudden action. She was a bit at a loss for words as she looked at Luo Yihuang next to her, but she saw that Luo Yihuang didn't seem to be the slightest bit displeased because Jiang Hao hit Liang Xinghua. Instead, she was looking at her in a good manner. At this moment, Luo Yihuang's heart was also a bit surprised. Originally, she was a bit worried when she chose to hold a celebration banquet in Jiang Hao's territory, because, as Jiang Hao was young and vigorous, he might bring her trouble. But now, with Qin Qinghan present and the intimidating power of Knight Fingwu, this Jiang Hao would still not obediently submit. Therefore, Luo Yihuang was already calculating in his mind whether he should make good use of this East Dragon Overlord and let him eliminate some troubles for Luo Hua Group. What are you guys doing? Qin Qinghan's heart was bitter to the core as she said extremely helplessly towards Jiang Hao. Despite the presence of Night Wind Marshal, she was still very much afraid of characters like Jiang Hao. In the corner of the lobby, Knight Fingwu grunted with a dark face. This kid is really messed up. Luo Bingxiao, however, threw a contemptuous look towards Knight Fingwu and said without any good humor, he's holding your wife up to the sky. Who else would dare to bully your wife in the future? I think you've already been happy in your heart. Knight Fingwu's eyes had a smile that could not be concealed. He indeed did not expect Jiang Hao to play such a game. But this is good. In this way, Qin Qinghan and Luo Hua Group will be even more like a fish in water. And then, Knight Fingwu slowly got up and said, the deterrence is already there. So it's time to punish next. Chapter 75 Suppression. Chapter 75 Suppression. In front of the crowd, Jiang Hao suddenly was turned to look at the crowd and coldly hummed, pull it out. As soon as the words fell, the two juniors pushed through the crowd and brought out the lewd-looking man with glasses who was hiding in the center of the crowd. In an instant, the man with the glasses cried out in fear, and a foul odor also came from underneath him, drawing many people around him to avoid from afar. Glasses Man is a department manager of the branch of Luo Huang Group, usually just mean. See Qin Qinghan this kind of beauty like a princess in the fairy tale like a goddess. He himself cannot get, so they deliberately to slander, not hesitate to reveal her scars to humiliate her. Such people tended to be timid and fearful, and he never imagined that he would one day be racked up by the underworld. Therefore, now his whole body was soft. Before Jiang Hao's two little brothers set him up in front of Qin Qinghan, one had already pissed Jin, and his legs knelt on the ground. The underground world has the underground world style of doing things. They have revenge, they have grudges, and they definitely won't tolerate a moment's humiliation. Qin Qinghan was their sister-in-law. Even Jiang Hao had mutilated his own palms because his little brother had offended Qin Qinghan, and this spectacled man who had spoken out to humiliate their sister-in-law could be imagined what would happen to him. My wife has a good heart. Has she ever offended any of you? Why are you doing this? Right at this moment, a voice with a hint of killing intent in its icy coldness slowly sounded from the back of the crowd. Immediately following, a tall and also very handsome man walked over. Knight Fingwu's voice was not loud, and his face was particularly calm, but even so, all gazes instantly shivered upon seeing him, because there was an aura on him that made them shudder, an aura as if they were facing a bloodthirsty wolf king. In particular, The kind of stern coldness in his calm eyes gave them a tendency to feel like thorns in their backs. Qin Xinghan was also stunned for a moment because of Night Fingwu's appearance but soon, her heart was bitter. The thing she was most worried about had still appeared. She knew Night Wu and was clear that underneath his gentle exterior, he actually hid an extremely violent heart. Is he the husband of Qin Xinghan, the terrifying figure who makes the East Dragon Overlord Zhang Hao call his brother? But from the appearance, he and Qin Xinghan are really golden children, groom and daughter. But Qin Xinghan is gentle and moving, and this person has a very heavy killing gas on him. Too horrible. Brother Wu, I can handle it. Zhang Hao walked up to Night Wu and said shamefully. Originally, he had already set up this celebration banquet with great care, with the aim of giving his sister-in-law a surprise, but after 1,000 calculations, he hadn't counted on the fact that these people would dare to charge at his sister-in-law without knowing what to do. And the treatment in Zhang Hao's mouth obviously had this strong taste of blood, which made the faces of both that glasses man and Liang Xinghua fearful to the extreme. Even those who had previously whispered in the crowd were shivering, their eyes averted for fear that they would be the next to take their turn. They had no doubt that if Zhang Hao had tried to throw them into the Haiwa River, it would never have been reported on the news the next day. Night Fingwu waved his hand before walking next to the man with glasses who was kneeling on the ground with a gloomy face. The man with the glasses had already turned white with fear, as if he were a dead man, and he didn't even dare to raise his eyes to look at Night Fingwu. Big brother, I am wrong, let me go. The glasses man trembled his purple lips and said. Night Fingwu said in a cold voice, spare you? Did you ever think of sparing my wife just now? Are you really happy to rub salt in her wounds? A word that made the man with the glasses burn with all his thoughts. Pop. Night Wind martial slap on the face of the glasses man. A moment. His face glasses is completely broken into a piece of glass slag. The whole person spit out a mouthful of blood, directly flew to 3 feet away. After landing is lost consciousness. Although Night Fingwu had been in the military for 8 years, instead of fading away, the once existing aura on him was even more intense than before, and even had a more terrifyingly hostile aura added to it. The men in the army are sworn to protect the country. However, if every countryman is this narrow-minded, then he himself should be the first to kill. At this moment, the hostile aura on Night Fingwu's body had become so strong that it caused the entire lobby to be covered with a slight chill. On the side, that Liang Xinghua was likewise trembling on the ground. He didn't even dare to raise that face. At this moment, he had been completely scared out of his wits by Night Fingwu's aura. If he had known that Qin Xinghan had such a horrible husband, he wouldn't have dared to question Qin Xinghan even half a sentence if he had been given 10 bears' hearts and leopards' guts. Night Fengwu's ice-cold gaze swept over everyone in front of him. As his gaze swept over, a face was quickly drooped. For a time, the entire lobby was silent. Everyone didn't dare to raise their eyes to look at Night Fengwu. Night Fengwu coldly hummed, if you alone only question my wife, I Night Fengwu, although I am not happy, but I will definitely not say anything, but you guys 1,000 times should not. You should not reveal her scars, and who of you has experienced her pain? Suddenly, Night Fengwu raised his hand to point at a woman in the crowd and said in a cold voice, do you tell me that her previous encounters have anything to do with her ability? The woman was exactly the one who had previously taunted Qin Xinghan together with Liang Xinghua. After seeing Night Fengwu suddenly pointing at himself, the woman was so frightened that her body softened and nearly fell to her knees. Yes, sorry, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I shouldn't question you, I'm wrong, please let me go. The woman's tears instantly surged out of her eyes, trembling and shivering as she bowed uncontrollably towards Qin Xinghan and apologized, almost kneeling on the ground. Qin Xinghan had an intolerant heart. As early as the moment Night Fengwu appeared, she knew that this situation would come to pass. She wanted to stop Night Fengwu, but she knew that if she stepped in to stop it, she would inevitably cause Night Fengwu to lose face. It was the way things were handled in the underground world, and just because she had a good heart didn't mean she didn't know anything about it. Zhang Hao was his brother, and he had so many little brothers around him. Once he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, it would only make it difficult for Night Fengwu, and would even make him hate himself in his heart. Therefore, Qin Xinghan turned her back. She didn't say anything, nor did she open her mouth to plead for mercy. Seeing this, there was some consternation in Night Fengwu's heart. He had originally thought that Qin Xinghan would plead for leniency. Now it seemed that this girl had finally matured a bit. On the side, Luo Huang quietly watched the scene in front of her. These people were her employees. Night Fengwu and Zhang Hao punishing them did make Luo Huang's heart unhappy. But compared to the unhappiness in her heart, Luo Huan was more interested in letting these people receive some punishment for the humiliation they had inflicted on Qin Xinghan. Therefore, she likewise didn't open her mouth, and in her heart, she only hoped that Night Fengwu wouldn't go too far. Night Fengwu nodded toward Zhang Hao and said, I'll leave it to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao nodded his head in the same manner before turning a fierce face towards everyone present. Qin Xinghan is my Jiang Hao's sister-in-law. You guys have eaten bear heart and leopard gall. All of you kneel down and kowtow to me. Whoever doesn't kowtow to blood, I'll personally bleed him out. Jiang Hao roared and cursed towards everyone. Kneel down. Kneel down. Immediately following that, the 20 or so junior brothers were shouting towards everyone. For a time, everyone all turned white with fear. In today's age, kowtowing and apologizing to someone was a great shame for everyone. And that's exactly how the underground world does things. Shame, it's the shame that makes them do it. It's only after truly experiencing shame that they realize what a mistake they've made. Luo Yuan's face finally became ugly, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Xinghan's face was even more anxious. How she never thought that Night Fingwu would do such a desperate thing. Originally, she thought that Night Fingwu was just teaching one or two people a lesson. But now, he clearly wanted to suppress the entire company. In this way, everyone would be unconditionally obedient to themselves. Is this what Night Wind Marshal intends to do? Enough! Suddenly, a soft shout came out of Qin Xinghan's mouth. She didn't know where she got the courage from, but she really shouted it out. This cry caused all of Jiang Hao's juniors to take a step back, all of them raising their eyes to Jiang Hao and Night Fingwu. And those who were about to be forced to kneel were all flooded with a flash of anticipation, expecting that Qin Xinghan would plead for mercy for them. Night Fingwu turned his head to look at Qin Xinghan. He thought that Qin Xinghan would not plead for mercy, but she still spoke. Qin Xinghan bit her red lips tightly before she was saying to Night Fingwu, I know you're doing this for me, but I just want you to understand that fear doesn't mean respect. If you're really doing this for my good, then give them a chance, and also give me a chance that I can prove my ability, please. Towards the end, Qin Xinghan's tone was clearly somewhat pleading. Chapter 76, Qin Guangnan's plot. Chapter 76, Qin Guangnan's plot. Qin Xinghan's plea was expected by Night Fingwu. He knew that Qin Xinghan would definitely plead at the last minute. This was also what Night Fingwu wanted. Although he revered force, he also knew how to enlist people. Although he hated to slaughter all of these people, that would obviously be detrimental to Qin Xinghan because she needed the obedience of these people. Qin Xinghan was right. Respect was not the same as fear. If he allowed Jiang Hao to suppress these people without any principles today, even if he could make them look up to Qin Xinghan, it was impossible to make them truly obey her from the bottom of their hearts. Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Night Fingwu, as if asking if he should listen to his sister-in-law. Night Fingwu straightened his not-so-cluttered clothes, and then said with a bland expression, Sorry for messing up your celebration. Shouldn't there be a ball next? Everyone was shocked on the spot because of Night Fingwu's sudden transformation. How could Jiang Hao not understand the situation? He waved his hand and the 20 or so juniors all retreated. In an instant, a burst of exhalation sounded in the crowd. They knew that they had escaped, and it was all because of the new president Qin Xinghan, who had been mercilessly mocked by them. At this moment, all the employees of Luo Hua Group were complicated in their hearts, and a strong sense of guilt flashed in their eyes. They treated the new president in such a way, not only questioning her ability, but also going even further to talk about the tragedy that she was most reluctant to talk about. Such behavior was really like a villain. Therefore, they were all admiring Qin Xinghan's generosity and kindness in their hearts at this moment. On the side, still lying on the ground, Liang Xinghua, the heart has more mixed feelings. He only sighed everything is finished. Offend Qin Xinghan is equal to offend Hao. Not to mention that his son is now all in trouble. Even he is afraid that he is also difficult to protect himself. If possible, he hopes that tomorrow he can make amends to Qin Xinghan in person, as long as she is willing to accept his apology. Qin Xinghan was obviously relieved. She didn't expect Night Fingwu to be so accommodating. Originally, she had already prepared herself mentally to be rebuked by Night Fingwu in public. As for the ball in Night Fingwu's mouth, at this moment, who was still in the mood to dance, Qin Xinghan said to Luo Yihuan with a guilty face, Yihuan, I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. I'm really sorry. Luo Yihuan, however, smiled and shook his head as he laughed. You've done a good job. Be on time tomorrow. I have a task for you. Hearing this, Qin Xinghan nodded. She knew that Luo Yihuan wouldn't blame her for this, but she still felt guilty in her heart. Immediately following, Qin Xinghan faced all the employees of Luo Hua Group and bowed deeply towards them, saying, Gentlemen, I'm very sorry for the shock that I caused you because of me, and I really hope that today's events won't affect our work in the future. I'm sorry. As soon as the words fell, all the employees of Luo Hua Group shook their heads back and forth. How would they dare to accept Qin Xinghan's apology? That Liang Xinghua, who was lying on the ground, also felt even more guilty in his heart because of this generous aura of Qin Xinghan. After saying that, Qin Xinghan tiptoed up her long skirt and ran directly towards the main entrance of the Fenghao Hotel. She no longer had enough courage to face all the things to come. Luo Huang didn't open his mouth to stop him because Qin Qinghan had already done a good job. In the corner, Luo Bingxiao's red lips pursed lightly. There was also a trace of appreciation in her eyes, and she softly said with some unfavorable feelings, "What a simple and kind woman. No wonder she can charm him." Looking at Qin Qinghan's hasty departure, Night Fingwu directly chased after him. Until then, Luo Huang finally spoke up, pointing at the man with glasses who had been slapped unconscious by Night Fingwu. He said indifferently, "Which company's employee is he?" A middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly returned. "Luo Dong. He is a department manager of the Jinhai branch. Called. Give him 3 months of back pay, and tomorrow morning, his resignation letter should be placed on his supervisor's desk." Luo Huang didn't even have the interest to know his name, so he directly announced the dismissal of the glasses man. She expected that many people would question Qin Qinghan, but she didn't expect that one of these people would be a guy who would use Qin Qinghan's misery to humiliate her. And for this kind of narrow-minded employee, Luo Huang would never allow to stay. In the end, the ball did not go on as normal, and the celebration banquet was hastily dispersed with Qin Qinghan's departure. At this moment, in the hall of the Qin family villa, under the dim light sat an old figure. It was Qin Qinghan's grandfather Qin Guangnan. Opposite him was Qin Qinghan's eldest uncle, Qin Fei. The faces of both father and son were somber and disheveled, and the atmosphere around them was even more depressing in the dim light. After a long time, Qin Fei was saying, "Dad, the president of the Zhongxia Bank has rejected our loan application again." Qin Guangnan seemed to have expected this to be the case as he grimaced. "Who exactly is targeting our Qin family? Is it possible that we want to drive our Qin family to extinction?" Qin Fei, however, said with a bitter face, "Dad, can't you guess by now? It must be Jiang Hao who did the ghost. He gave all the projects to our Qin family and made us invest a large amount of money. So far, our company has been completely in the red, and we can no longer make the projects on the construction site run normally." At those words, Qin Guangnan's face remained gloomy. How could he not have the slightest doubt? However, he just didn't want to believe that the always righteous East Dragon Overlord would target his Qin family. And now, he is facing not only the bank's call, but also Jiang Hao's suppression. Once the project of the construction site cannot run, Jiang Hao will certainly take this opportunity to drive away the Qin family. In that case, all the hundreds of millions of dollars he had invested would go down the drain. Qin Guangnan grunted with resentment. Our Qin family has no grudges with Jiang Hao in recent days and no grudges in the future. Why would he do this? Qin Fei complained bitterly. "Dad, I told you to be more cautious in the beginning, but you didn't listen to me. You had to trust that Jiang Hao, and now, our Qin clan group has become a shell company, and it will be acquired at any time." "Shut up." Listening to Qin Fei's complaints, Qin Guangnan angrily slapped the sofa, scolded, "If it is not your incompetence, old man used to worry about the company. If Qin Qinghan is still there, the company will not be like this." At this moment, Qin Guangnan finally remembered his granddaughter Qin Qinghan. Although he didn't treat Qin Qinghan well, it didn't prove that he didn't know Qin Qinghan's ability. In recent years, Qin's group twice experienced bankruptcy situation. Our Qin Qinghan power to save the tide, but now he regrets is also too late. And then, Qin Guangnan suddenly is said, "Tomorrow you go to Qin Ji's house, bring Qin Qinghan to the company, restore her position. Maybe she has a way." Qin Fei, however, hung his head and said, "Qin Qinghan has already applied for a job at Luo Huang Group, and I'm afraid she won't be coming back." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan's brows furrowed as he said, "She was even able to apply for a job to enter Luo Hua Group. Humph, I'm afraid that she's just a small staff member." Qin Guangnan was silent for a little while, and said with a gloomy face, "The Qin family cannot be destroyed in the hands of the old man, no matter what means are used." Immediately following, Qin Guangnan seemed to have decided something, and then said, "There's only one way left, to join hands with Zhang's group. I will contact the chairman of Zhang's group later, and you, then go and bring Qin Qinghan to me in front of Mr. Zhang, that is, tie, but also tie it over to me." Qin Fei nodded with a wry expression on his face. "I'm afraid this is the only way to save the Qin family." But immediately following, he said, "What about that wild girl in Qin Qinghan's family?" Qin Guangnan said with a sinister expression, "Find a few people on the road and have them take her away when she's out of school. As long as there's that little girl as a threat, there's no fear that she, Qin Qinghan, won't obediently marry Mr. Zhang." And Night Fingwu and Qin Qinghan didn't even realize that Qin Guangnan's father and son were hatching a plot. Qin Qinghan was tired today, and she drove her luxurious BMW to pick up Jing Si, who was being hosted at an after-school facility. In Night Fingwu's car, Chapter 77, The Absolute Picture. Chapter 77, The Picture of the Ultimate Generation. After returning home, it was already almost 9 o'clock. Qin Shinghan returned to his room without even taking a bath. During that time, he didn't even say a single word to Night Fingwu. In the living room, Night Fingwu looked at that narrow sofa and was actually a little glad that he could still sleep here today. At the doorway, Jingxi smiled sweetly towards Night Fingwu and whispered, "Uncle, Mom is so pretty today." Night Fingwu laughed. "Isn't that so?" And then, Jingxi turned her head to look at the sofa next to Night Fingwu and said with some sympathy, "Is Uncle still sleeping on the sofa today?" Night Fingwu made a pitiful expression and sighed. "Uncle did something wrong, and Mom is going to punish Uncle." Jingxi spread her hands, looking like I can't help you, and then she entered the room. However, in the morning, Qin Shinghan had already taken away the bedding on the sofa, so Night Fingwu could only enter Qin Shinghan's bedroom and prepare to ask for a quilt. After pushing open the door of the room, Night Fingwu directly opened his mouth and said, "I'll take a bed." Night Fingwu's words had just been half said when a pair of gazes suddenly widened, and the whole person stood in place as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment, Qin Shinghan was only wearing a set of white underwear and was standing next to the closet to change clothes. That curvaceous and exquisite pretty figure was completely presented to the gaze of Night Fingwu. Night Wind martial arts no. He was afraid that this life cannot forget the picture in front of him. Qin Shinghan, although she has given birth to a child, but her belly is still flat without a trace of flab. The skin is as smooth as snow. Cannot say perfect. Ah! In the face of the sudden push of the door into the Night Wind Wu, Qin Shinghan also froze for a split second before she exclaimed. She instinctively took up the bedgown to cover their bodies, a face in shame and anger. "Why did you come in without knocking?" Qin Shinghan said towards Night Fingwu in a very complaining manner. Night Fingwu still had that pair of big snowy eyes staring at Qin Shinghan's body at this moment, and his tone was also a bit stiff as he said, "The door was unlocked, so I came in." On the side, the Jingxi girl was shrinking under the quilt, looking at the duo in front of her with an amused expression. Qin Shinghan turned his head to Jingxi and chided, "Didn't Mom tell you to lock the door?" Upon hearing this, Jingxi looked like she had done something wrong and said, "I'm sorry Mom, I forgot." Although Qin Shinghan complained about Jingxi in her heart, she wouldn't really blame her for anything. However, when she turned her head to look at Night Fingwu, she saw that Night Fingwu was still standing in the same place staring his own down. That pair of blazing gazes made her feel uncomfortable, and she couldn't help but anxiously say, "You're still looking, can you wait until I've changed before coming in?" Night Fingwu pointed to the bedding on the floor aside and said, "I'll take the quilt and leave," said the man who was bending over to hug the quilt. Qin Shinghan's face was complicated, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "You will sleep here." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu's heart was overjoyed, and he directly just spread out the bedding. However, when he was ready to lie down happily to his own acreage, he heard a slightly impatient voice enter his ears. "Can you get out first?" Even Night Fingwu Miso was bouncing up. His face was very embarrassed as he pushed the door out. In the living room, Night Fingwu's mind could no longer erase that overwhelming image from just now. A hint of a smile spread across the corners of his mouth, when his cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Jiang Hao. "How? What is it?" Night Fingwu put the phone to his ear. "Brother Wu, the net can already be closed at the Qin family," Jiang Hao said. Night Fingwu nodded before asking, "Are you sure he doesn't have any chance of flipping?" There was a little bit of silence on the phone, and then Jiang Hao was saying, "I cut off his funds with the bank, and now the Qin family, they can't get a penny out. As long as I use the reason of slowing down the pace of the project as a reason to drive them out of the construction site, the Qin family will be left with nothing, and then, I can acquire the Qin group in name only." Night Fingwu nodded and said, "Go and do it, but be careful of Chen Yuanzhong and Luo Huang group." Jiang Hao's tone was a bit puzzled as he said, "Brother Wu, Chen Yuanzhong is my nemesis. I'm not surprised that he'll grab the Qin group from me. However, a big company like Luo Hua group shouldn't be looking at the Qin group." Night Fingwu, however, hummed, "Luo Yuan's kind of woman won't let go of any fish that can generate money. Moreover, with Luo Yuan's ability, if she has already set her eyes on Qin's group, her strike will definitely be faster than yours. So, you have to be careful." After hanging up the phone, Night Fingwu's face was slightly grave for a few moments before dialing Lu Hui's phone. On the second day, after having breakfast, Qin Shinghan was ready to send Jingxi to school before going to work at the company. However, she couldn't help but frown when she saw that Night Fingwu had followed her to the car as well. Night Fingwu laughed. "Just drop me off in front of your company. I just happen to have some things to do." Night Fingwu didn't dare to tell Qin Shinghan that he was going to apply for a bodyguard job at Luo Hua Company. He was afraid that Qin Shinghan would kick him down. After all, yesterday, he himself had stirred up all of Luo Hua Group's celebration banquet. At 7:45, Qin Shinghan arrived at the 75th floor of the Luo Hua mansion, and in the office, Luo Yihuang was sitting at her desk looking through a folder. After she saw Qin Shinghan, she said, "Shinghan, there's a task for you." Qin Shinghan walked over to her.
and then opened the pieces of paperwork that Luo Yihuang handed to her. And after just a few glances, Qin Shinghan's face just became complicated. She raised her eyes to Luo Yihuang and said bitterly, "Yihuang, are you sure you want to do this?" Luo Yihuang nodded and said, "Shinghan, I know that you are kind-hearted, but you know very well what the Qin family has done to you, and that they don't treat you as a family member. So I'm giving you this opportunity to personally maneuver to acquire the Qin group." That's right, the document in Qin Shinghan's hand is exactly the plan to acquire Qin's group. Now, Qin's group has become a shell company. As long as the time arrives, it can be directly acquired. Then, as long as to fill in some funds, it will be able to make the Qin's group work again. Luo Yihuang was so smart that after the Qin family signed the contract with Zhang Hao for the construction site, she could already tell that Zhang Hao wanted to bring the Qin family to death. Qin Shinghan, as a former Qin group manager, she knew all about the Qin group, and with a little trickery, she could be 100% sure of acquiring the Qin group, but she still has a heart of intolerance. Not because she has feelings for the Qin family, but because this is her moral bottom line. I'll give you a day to think about it. However, I have to remind you that it's not us, the Luo Phoenix group, who are the ones staring at the Qin clan group. The other two are going to be even more brutal than us. Luo Yihuang said towards Qin Shinghan. The complexity in Qin Shinghan's eyes intensified as she bitterly said, "It's Fenghao Real Estate and Shen Yuanchang's Baozhen Real Estate, right?" Qin Shinghan's ability in business was no worse than Luo Yihuang's, so after looking at the documents in her hands, she had already understood how the Qin group's current trend was, and had also instantly deduced how many people were staring at the Qin group. Alas, Qin Shinghan sighed quietly in his heart. If he let his grandfather and uncle know that he was the one who acquired the Qin group, they might hate to kill themselves. Just then, a knock came from the door, followed closely by Lin Yu pushing the door in, his face a bit off. Luo Yihuang was puzzled. What happened? Shouldn't the current Lin Yu be recruiting bodyguards at the 50th floor gym? But judging from the look on Lin Yu's face, it was assumed that something unexpected had happened. Lin Yu said, "Luo Dong, Mr. Qin, you'd better take a look." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang and Qin Shinghan looked at each other, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Chapter 78, Applying for a Bodyguard Job. Chapter 78, Applying for a Bodyguard Job. The gym in Luohua Mansion was renovated by Luo Yihuang with a lot of money, and it was no worse than some high-end gyms. Inside, there were all kinds of fitness facilities, covering an area of thousands of square feet, with a boxing ring of 24 square feet in the very center part. Half of the area here was for the company's bodyguards to train, while the other, more lavish half was Luo Yihuang's dedicated fitness area. At that moment, above the boxing ring stood a man in a tight-fitting bodysuit with a pair of baggy black pants underneath. The tight t-shirt showed off his huge muscles perfectly, making him feel more confident. This person is Luo Huang Group's first bodyguard Paying. Paying once won a national fighting champion, but after that he was defeated by someone, and since then he also disappeared from the fighting tournament. With his once brilliant results, he joined as Luo Huang Group's bodyguard, and took a high salary of $200,000 per month. Paying had his hands behind his back, a pair of serious gazes looking at the 10 people standing at the bottom, and above a bland face, a touch of condescension was vaguely mixed in. He received an assignment from Luo Dong to assess the candidates who came to apply for the bodyguard job today. The bowl of bodyguards is not an easy meal to eat. Since you have the courage to apply for a job at Luo Hua Group, then you will have to do it with only one purpose in mind, and that is to make me look good. Paying was like an instructor giving a lecture to a new recruit, with a tendency to be superior. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly entered the gym with Luo Yihuang and Qin Shinghan. Paying turned his head to look, and for a split second it was stunning eyes, as the number one bodyguard of Luo Hua Group. Although Paying was often able to see Luo Yihuang, every time he saw that stunningly beautiful figure that was so perfect that it was like a blooming snow lotus, his heart still couldn't help but be hot and bothered. But soon, his gaze was drawn to the other woman next to Luo Yihuang. Compared to the iceberg beauty temperament on Luo Yihuang, that woman was possessed of a soft elegance that would make any man's heart feel pity. The same as the appearance of the country. The same has the world's rare beautiful face. If Luo Yihuang like a snow lotus on the ice mountain, then the woman next to her, it is like a soft angel that descends to the earth. Is this the new president? Mr. Qin, as I had heard, she is a stunning beauty. Pei Ying's gaze lingered on Qin Shinghan's body for a while, and his heart was looking forward to the day when he could be her full-time bodyguard. In that case, he might even be able to win the heart of the beauty by virtue of his own superior skills. Good day Luo Dong. Good day General Manager Qin. Pei greeted towards Luo Yihuang and Qin Shinghan in his heart, but that pair of eyes was always moving following the movement of the duo's figures. Qin Shinghan nodded towards Pei, while Luo Yihuang just glanced at Pei before leading Qin Shinghan to the 10 people who had come to apply for the job. With just one glance,
the two of them's faces were just wonderful, because, among the 10 people, a tall figure was particularly conspicuous, still the same set of black Zhongshan clothes, and it was not known whether he had prepared many sets of the same color, or never changed. Who else could this person be if not Night Fingwu, who was already tall and extremely fit, coupled with that knife-sharp handsome face? Standing in the crowd made him as if he were a crane. Compared to the nervousness and rawness on the faces of the several people next to him, Night Fingwu was far too calm and introspective, and on him, a unique aura was faintly emanating, an aura that seemed to be something that made people feel secure. Qin Xinghan covered her mouth in some shock. How could she have thought that Night Fingwu would come to Luo Huang Group to apply for a bodyguard job? With his relationship with Jiang Hao, he didn't need this kind of work at all. Or did he have some purpose? With Qin Xinghan's understanding of Night Fingwu these days, this man seemed to have his own agenda for everything he did. Luo Yihuan obviously also didn't expect Night Fingwu to dare to come to his company to apply for the position of bodyguard. Although Luo Bingchuan had told herself that she could trust Night Wind Wu, she couldn't manage to let her guard down against Night Wind Wu, because everything this guy did along the way when he kidnapped himself in the first place was just too real. Night Fingwu glanced obliquely at Qin Xinghan and threw a meaningful smile at her. This scene was Pei Eagle looked in the eyes, not by his heart-cold snort. A come to apply for a job, even dare to with the eyes to molest the Qin general manager, to see how the old man in a while to pack you. At this time, Luo Yihuang suddenly was looking at Pei Ying and said faintly, Pei Ying, choose a few people from amongst them that you feel can be competent. The method is up to you. Upon hearing this, Pei Ying nodded his head before looking a pair of serious gazes at the 10 people under the ring, and when his gaze swept over Night Wind Wu, there was clearly a few more points of coldness. My name is Pei Ying, and I might become your leader, but of course, if you don't have any real talent, then you won't have the qualifications to make me your leader. Pei Ying shouted loudly towards the 10 people at the bottom, his tone filled with condescension. Want to be the person under my hand? It is very simple. Pei Ying lightly hummed, pointed to the ring at his feet, said again, come up, who can support 10 rounds in my hands? Then he is qualified to stay. On the contrary, where to come back, where to go? As soon as the words fell, the faces of a few people underneath became even more tense. Night Fingwu's expression remained indifferent as he kept his gaze on Qin Xinghan's body, and Qin Xinghan lowered her head as she blushed. This of course did not escape Pei Ying's eyes. He was even more angry in his heart. If he did not let this kid suffer a little bit in a while, he would not be worthy of being the #1 bodyguard of Luo Hua Group. And then, Pei Ying hummed again. Our recruitment goal is 5 people, and it's also very likely that we won't recruit a single person. At the end of his words, Pei Ying's eyes that were resting on Night Fingwu narrowed as he said, who will come first? As soon as the words fell, all 10 of them did not take the lead to walk out, as if they were all hesitant and nervous. Seeing this, the disdain in Pei Ying's eyes intensified. I'll do it. Finally, a tall, burly man on the far left stepped forward before crossing over the ring. Courage is commendable. I hope you'll have real skills, Pei Ying said indifferently with his hands still behind his back. The big man gritted his teeth, and his 200-pound body directly pounced towards Pei Ying. Paging, the big man punched Pei Ying straight in the face, seemingly without leaving any energy behind. Pei Ying's footsteps were easily avoided, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he grunted. The power is there, but the speed is not. The big man missed with one blow, then a left hook from the bottom up, directly impacting Pei Ying's chin. Pei Ying shook his head contemptuously, and those backed hands were finally taken out, but his figure was seen to move quickly to the left side of the big man, and a hook punch accurately bombarded the left rib of the big man. The big man was in pain, and his body could not help but arch up, followed by a heavy punch that smashed into the back of the big man's neck from above. This strike directly knocked the big man to the ground. Next, Pei Ying had eliminated one person without any effort, and his eye swept condescendingly over Luo Yihuang and Qin Xinghan's bodies, but the two women didn't seem to have their eyes on him at all, much less the tendency to clap their hands. The second person immediately following went up as well, but again did not sustain a few moves in Pei Ying's hands. Then the third, the fourth, the fifth, and 8 in a row all failed to support 5 moves, and at this point, the only ones who hadn't taken the field were Night Fingwu and another black-clothed youth with a slightly thin figure, but a pair of eyes that were extremely stern. Night Fingwu swept a glance over the body of that black-clothed youth. His face was plain and ordinary, but there was an aura on his body that caused Night Fingwu to frown slightly. When the black-clothed youth stepped into the ring, the disdain in Pei Ying's eyes intensified, and he seemed to despise this kind of skinny person. Paging, the youth did not say much. After getting on the stage, he violently struck, and his fist hit Pei Ying's throat area, which is one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Once hit, even if he is physically strong, he will become passive in the next fight. So, This black-clothed youth was definitely a person with a lot of combat experience. Pei Ying obviously didn't expect this guy to suddenly strike, and to strike extremely fast either. This made Pei Ying look a bit hurried, and his figure tilted, managing to avoid it before striking quickly. However, the black-clothed youth's hands were even more agile. Not only was he able to dodge Pei Ying's attacks with ease, but every time he struck, he was able to keep Pei Ying's hands busy, as if he was going to be knocked out at any moment. Chapter 79, I win. Chapter 79, I won. This made Pei Ying's heart secretly anxious. If he lost to this person, he would lose face in front of Luo Dong and General Manager Qin, which was obviously not what he wanted. Therefore, Pei Ying exerted all his strength, only wanting to knock out the person in front of him as soon as possible. But the other party seemed to anticipate the orientation of his attacks every time, and not only was he able to dodge them with ease, but he was also able to give him a counterattack that caught him off guard. 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th moves. This has reached the recruitment requirements of Pei Ying, and Pei Ying's heart is getting more and more impatient, more and more feeling that he cannot help each other. Well, suddenly, the black-clothed youth's blow fell short, which caused Pei Ying's eyes to light up, finally seeing a break. Unable to help it, Pei Ying shortened his body and directly embraced the waist of the black-clothed youth before violently throwing him out of the ring with force. Boom! The black-clothed youth landed under the ring with extreme athleticism. His pair of stern eyes did not have the slightest sense of disheveledness from defeat. Instead, they were flickering with a faint smirk. In the ring, Pei Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, thinking, if he hadn't found the other party's crack at the last minute, he was afraid that he would have to turn over in the gutter. Under the ring, Nightwind Marshall's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, interesting, how could he not see that this black-clothed youth was intentionally revealing a crack? If he moved for real, Pei Ying absolutely could not support 3 rounds. At this time, Pei Ying smiled towards the black-clothed youth. You're not bad. It's been a long time since someone has been able to make me fight so painfully, so you've been inducted. Thanks. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly. However, Pei Ying still had a stern face and said, however, to be a competent bodyguard, not only do you need to have good hands, but you also need to have the eyesight to detect everything. I believe that in the training that I will give you afterward, you will turn into a very good bodyguard. In the end, Pei Ying turned his gaze towards the last remaining Knight Fengwu, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time. You, come up. Pei Ying pointed at Knight Fengwu and said with a hint of coldness mixed in his tone. Knight Fengwu smiled and shook his head, saying, it's better not to. You've already expended a lot of stamina. Upon hearing this, Pei Ying frowned and hummed. Cut the crap. I'm more than capable of dealing with you. Nightwind Takeshi had to step into the ring. Qin Qinghan looked at Knight Fengwu as he walked onto the ring, and that delicate gaze vaguely flushed with a touch of worry. Luo Yihuang turned her head to look at Qin Qinghan, thinking, Qinghan doesn't seem to understand just how terrifying a person Knight Fengwu is. Paging. In the ring, what made Knight Fengwu unexpected was that he had just stood still, and that Pei Ying's fist had already struck, as if he wanted to impatiently teach himself a lesson. Facing this sudden punch, Knight Fengwu lightning raised his left palm and directly clasped Pei Ying's fist. Pei Ying was shocked in his eyes. He obviously did not expect Knight Fengwu to be able to block his punch. When he tried to draw it back, his face changed violently, because he felt that his fist seemed to be clamped by an iron vice, and he could not draw it back at all. Anxious, Pei Ying's other fist violently rushed towards Knight Fengwu's cheek. Knight Fengwu shook his head, his heart ridiculous, and then loosened Pei Ying's fist, sank his waist and sent his shoulder, an extremely savage Kaisan slam, directly slamming into Pei Ying's chest. Boom! Just a moment, that Pei Eagle is flying out. Nearly 200 pounds of body ruthlessly hit the ringside rope above, and then in the ringside rope under the elasticity of the bounce back, and finally heavy on the floor. At this moment, Pei Ying only felt as if his internal organs had shifted, making him too sore to get up. But the most groundless thing about him at this moment was that he hadn't even lasted a single move, thinking that he had just tested everyone with a high level of vigor, and now he couldn't even catch a single move from the other party. How would Luo Dong look at himself? And how would Qin General look at himself? It was over. He could no longer hold his head up in front of his goddess, and he could not wait to knock himself out in the ring. Below the ring, Luo Yihuang's face remained flat as she seemed to have anticipated this scene, while Qin Qinghan was surprised and grew her mouth. Although she didn't know anything about fighting, but from the way Pei Ying had just fought those people, Pei Ying must be a very powerful person. She was worried at first that Knight Fengwu would suffer, but now, she realized that Knight Fengwu was much more powerful than Pei Ying. What exactly had he done in the past? Ahem! At this time, Pei Ying suddenly shook and stood up, a face red, perhaps because of too much pain, perhaps because of the loss to come to apply for the job, in front of Luo Dong and Qin General Manager. Shame, it's because I've used up too much physical strength. Of course, there's also the reason I was careless. Let's do it again. Pei Ying gritted his teeth towards Night Wind Marshal. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu was slightly stunned and surprised. Are you sure? A flash of hesitation flashed in Pei Ying's eyes, but in order to save face in front of Luo Dong and General Manager Qin, he finally gritted his teeth and said, of course, there's no need to compare. Luo Yihuang suddenly was speaking. Upon hearing this, Pei Ying was obviously a little relieved, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, Luo Dong, although this person has some skills, but he is definitely not my opponent. If not for the fact that I have too much physical exertion, I would definitely be able to knock him out within 10 moves. You can't do it. This will do. Luo Yihuang didn't give Pei Ying any face and said indifferently. In an instant, Pei Ying's face was once again red. His heart was even more ashamed, and without being able to help it, his eyes looked at Night Fengwu with more than a hint of resentment. Luo Yihuang pointed at the black-clothed youth who had just been thrown out of the ring by Pei Ying, and then said, you've been accepted. Everyone else disperse. As soon as the words fell, Night Fengwu's face instantly just darkened as he hummed towards Luo Yihuang. I won. Qin Xinghan also looked at Luo Yihuang with a somewhat complicated face. She knew that Luo Yihuang hated Night Wind Marshal in her heart. Luo Yihuang said in a cold tone, I'm the employer. I'm the only one who has the say on who to recruit as a bodyguard. Looking at Luo Yihuang, who was like an iceberg beauty, for the first time, Night Fengwu felt that she was acerbic, and was so angry that Night Fengwu gritted his teeth and grunted. As the chairman of a company, you go back on your word. Luo Yihuang, however, calmly replied back, recruiting bodyguards is for the safety of the company and individuals, so not only do I want a bodyguard with good hands, but I also want his character to be over the top, frank, honest, and loyal, and all of these, you don't have. Upon hearing this, Night Fengwu couldn't wait to press Luo Yihuang into the ring for a violent beating. On the side, Qin Xinghan's heart was bitter. She cast a helpless look towards Night Fengwu. He really didn't have any of these things on him. Pei Ying was pleased in his heart as he mocked towards Night Fengwu. Being a bodyguard also has to have the most important point, which is eyesight. Being able to detect any potential dangers around you in the first place. This is what a competent bodyguard should have. And I have defused several crises for Luo Dong. At those words, not only did Night Fengwu despise it in his heart, even Luo Yihuang shook his head. Luo Yihuang was well aware of the several attacks she had encountered over the past month, each of which had been perilous. And the only reason she had survived was because someone had secretly protected her, and it really didn't have much to do with Pei Ying. However, so far, Luo Yihuang thought that the one who could give her the most security was still Night Fengwu, but she still couldn't completely trust him. The mockery in Night Fengwu's eyes intensified as he laughed. You mean to say that you are able to detect potential dangers around you? Pei Ying hummed with his chest puffed out. That's natural. Night Wind Wu mouth corner slightly lifted, suddenly as pointing to the ring under the black-clothed youth, faintly said, then, you can never see that if this person wants to kill you, only with a move is enough. At those words, Pei Ying's heart raged as he gritted his teeth and said, I've already defeated him. Everyone saw it. However, Night Fengwu's words were what made Luo Yihuang's face freeze up. A pair of icy cold gazes couldn't help but look at that black-clothed youth. She knew that Night Fengwu would never say such words for no reason. Could it be that that person had intentionally lost to Pei Ying? In the face of Pei Ying's defiance, Night Fengwu once again said, really? And then do you perceive that this person has endangered your employer's life? As soon as the words fell, Luo Yihuang's complexion was violently grave, and there was already a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Although she hated Night Fengwu, she had personally experienced Night Fengwu's greatness, and he definitely wouldn't be aimless. Unable to help it, Luo Yihuang's eyes towards the black-clothed youth also grew more and more grave. Even Qin Xinghan was also a bit stunned or unaware of the reason, thinking, what is he talking about? Why involve that person? And in the face of Night Fengwu targeting himself one after another, that black-clothed young man's face gradually became a few points colder, and his pair of stern gazes were also vaguely exuding a strange chill. Pei Ying laughed mockingly, you're kidding. Pei Ying didn't really feel anything in his heart other than some admiration for that black-clothed youth's skill, so the look he gave to Night Fengwu became more and more ridiculous. He wasn't kidding. Just at this time, a playful voice suddenly let from the mouth of the black-clothed youth. The voice cold. Even the entire gym seems to be permeated with a bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 80, Killer at the Gym. Chapter 80, Killer at the Gym. The sudden coldness emanating from the black-clothed youth also finally allowed Luo Yihuang to materialize the speculation in his heart. Immediately following, the figure of the black-shadowed youth was already rushing towards Luo Yihuang like a sharp arrow. Swish! With a flash of cold light, two strangely shaped fist swords appeared in the hands of the black-clothed youth, and the coldness around them intensified under that cold aura. This sudden turn of events caused everyone except for Night Fengwu to be startled, while the black-clothed youth's target was clearly Luo Yihuang. At this moment, Lin Yu was behind Luo Yihuang, and Qin Xinghan was on Luo Yuan's left side, but both of them were women with no hands. The only one closest to Luo Yuan was Pei Ying in the ring. Pei Ying's mood at this time was also panic. He never thought that there was a killer hidden here, and he was unaware of it. This inevitably made him lose face in front of Luo Dong and Mr. Qin. However, if he made a heroic move now, he would still be able to recover the dignity he had just lost. Therefore, with a leap of his body, Pei Ying directly landed under the ring, and that tall figure rushed towards the black-clothed youth without any hesitation. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud sound came, but he saw Night Fing Wu kick on top of the pillar at the edge of the ring, which instantly snapped and slammed into the black-clothed youth with a loud bang. The black-clothed youth's face was cold, and he didn't even stop rushing towards Luo Yuan, but instead used the fist sword in his hand to slice on top of the flying column. Swish! With a soft sound, the column with a diameter of nearly 30 centimeters was instantly split in two. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, giving an indescribable sense of horror. In an instant, that Pei Ying, who was about to stop the black-clothed youth, was staring in horror, and the original mood of wanting to heroically save a beautiful woman was also instantly decimated because of such a powerful sword from the black-clothed youth. At this moment, he remembered the words of Night Fing Wu just now. Based on the power of this sword alone, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive more than a single move in the hands of the black-clothed youth. In an instant, Pei Ying's footsteps stopped, a survival instinct telling him that if he took another step forward, he would surely die. The black-clothed youth was only a few meters away from Luo Yuan, and in another instant, Luo Yuan would have died, and Pei Ying, who could clearly buy some time for Luo Yuan, chose to escape. In the nick of time, a delicate figure suddenly blocked in front of Luo Yuan. Xinghan Yu. Luo Yuan was startled, unable to imagine that Qin Xinghan would suddenly stand in front of her. Qin Xinghan's face was pale, but there was no hesitation in her delicate gaze. She had forgotten that she still had a daughter. She had forgotten that she still had her parents, because she couldn't manage to watch her best friend die before her eyes. Looking at the delicate woman who was suddenly blocking his target, a flash of hesitation actually appeared in the icy gaze of the black-clothed youth. This moment of hesitation, at least, made him miss the best opportunity to assassinate, because a magnificent black shadow had already arrived in front of him. It was the man who had seen through everything he had. Boom! Night Fing Wu kicked out with what seemed to be the force of 1,000,000 pounds, and the black-clothed youth could only retract his fist and sword and use his own arms to block his chest. The force of this kick was so great that it caused the black-clothed youth's figure to fall back a distance of more than 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. Night Fing Wu's face was terrifyingly cold as he glared back at Qin Xinghan, as if he was blaming her for disregarding her own life. And then he turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth and said coldly, "You dare to kill my wife." Night Fing Wu's voice was cold, so cold that it was as if he was in the middle of an icy sky. The black-clothed youth's face became grave. Based on that kick just now alone, it was definitely not something an ordinary soldier king could kick out. This person was able to detect that he was an assassin, and his combat prowess was comparable to that of a soldier king, so he had to suspect that this person's identity was not simple. The black youth said indifferently, "You're very good, with the fighting strength of a soldier king, but you're not my opponent." Night Fing Wu's face remained cold as he grunted, "How do you want to die?" Facing Night Fing Wu's arrogance, the black-clothed youth once again said coldly, "With your strength, you may be considered the best in the secular world, but there are people beyond the sky, and there are some people you will never be able to defeat." Night Fing Wu, however, hummed softly, "Really, the last two astral martial artists who said so have already been corpsed." As soon as the words fell, he saw that the face of the black-clothed youth instantly became stunned. How did he know about the astral martial artist? An ordinary person who came to apply for the job as a bodyguard not only had the combat power of a soldier king, but also could tell that he was an astral martial artist. Unable to help it, the black-clothed youth's face once again became a few points heavier as he looked at Night Wind Wu and said, "Who exactly are you? Kill your people." Night Fing Wu coldly grunted, and then his figure was already quickly rushing towards the black-clothed youth. With a distance of 10 meters, Night Fing Wu arrived in the blink of an eye, and his speed was clearly a few points faster than the black-clothed youth. Swish! The black-clothed youth didn't underestimate the man for a second just because he didn't have astral energy. He waved the fist sword in his hand and pushed it straight towards Nightwind Marshall's throat. Night Fing Wu slightly leaned back and easily dodged it, but the black-clothed youth's fist sword was quick, and in the blink of an eye it was stabbing at Night Fing Wu's heart again. Night Fing Wu pressed down with both fists, separating the black-clothed youth's twin swords, before bending his knees and blasting them against the black-clothed youth's chest. The black-clothed youth's ice-cold face finally revealed a flash of surprise, and he thought to himself, "This person has such perfect fighting skills. All attacks are so coherent, without the slightest break to speak of." The black-clothed youth's figure retreated sharply, and he reversed to deliver a sidekick that pushed straight into Night Fing Wu's face. Boom! Night Fingwu used his arms to block his chest, and his entire body suddenly slid backward a distance of more than 10 meters, his back ruthlessly hitting the weightlifting rack behind him. This caused a very faint pain to glow in Night Fingwu's eyes. Through these few moves, he had already detected that this black-clothed youth was an elementary astral martial artist, but had very rich combat experience. If he fought to the death, he should be able to defeat the 2 assassins of the Death God's trade union that he himself had killed a couple of days ago. Of course, the premise was that it was a one-on-one. Below the ring, Qin Shinghan's eyes were thick with worry, seemingly with tears welling up in them. Luo Yuan's brows were also furrowed as she queried. His speed is slower than before, and his reflexes aren't as sharp as before. Although Luo Yihuang only knew some fancy fists, she was still able to tell that Night Fingwu's stance was quite a bit more sluggish than it had been a few days ago. Qin Shinghan said with a worried face, "He has injuries on his body, and he is afraid that his wounds have opened again." Thinking of this, Qin Shinghan nearly cried out. Her relationship with Night Fingwu was complicated. However, when she saw Night Fingwu fighting, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang then remembered that Night Fingwu was indeed injured when she was scratched in the back by that enchanting woman. Although she hadn't seen his wounds herself, she still remembered that bloody Lin Lin's back vividly, and it's all about saving yourself. At this moment, Luo Yuan's eyes gradually changed flavor when she looked at Night Fingwu. Although he was rude, overbearing, and obnoxious, yet, he had actually saved himself twice. On the side, Pei Ying looked at the two people and Hygra's fight. That kind of picture even the movie special effects cannot do. He asked himself. His own life cannot do so. Unable to help it, the shame in his heart intensified. The black-clothed youth looked at Night Fingwu, who was 10 meters away, and a touch of admiration vaguely rose in his eyes. A person with no astral energy was able to fight with him. And then, the black-clothed youth faintly said, "You are very powerful. Under the astral martial artist, you have no enemy. If I guessed correctly, you should be a soldier king. Unfortunately, you are not him." Nightwind Wu twisted his shoulder, only to feel sticky behind him, and he knew that his wound had opened up again, so he took off the jacket he was wearing and threw it on the floor. In just a moment, the distant Qin Shinghan and Luo Yihuang saw the white shirt on his back that was stained red with blood. Well, Qin Shinghan covered her mouth in heartache and didn't let herself cry out. Luo Yuan's face was also getting more and more complicated. The eyes that looked at Night Fingwu were also getting more and more abnormal. I'm afraid that even she herself didn't find out that the way she looked at him was not as annoying as before. The black-clothed youth also seemed to have noticed the old wound on Nightwind Wu's back, which caused him to be slightly surprised in his heart that he was fighting with injuries and yet was still able to threaten himself. But even so, what can be done? One is a killer without principles, but he didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move right away. Instead, he continued what he had just said. He's the only one I admire. He's the war god of the Chinese military, also without astral chi, but he can fight 8 astral martial artists with the strength of his teammates on his back, and still manage to get out in one piece. I can unapologetically say that he is the one who gave me a second life and who changed me. At the end of his words, the scene from back then seemed to emerge in the eyes of the black-clothed youth. Chapter 81, Fist and Sword. Chapter 81, Fist and Sword. Qingfeng. 2 years ago, he was given a mission to assassinate the general of a small country, along with several assassins from other organizations. He could never forget the sudden appearance of a black-clothed, black-faced figure who wielded 2 black-tanged swords, each swing of which was cold and bone-chilling, and each of which left a corpse on the ground. There was no astral energy in his body, but he still lost himself, merely supporting himself in his hands for less than 5 rounds. On that day, he dropped to both knees, begging for nothing more than a pain, but the cold blade did not fall on him. He said, "You're different. You have an ounce of goodness left in your heart." And with bitterness in his own heart, he told him that he had killed many people, many innocent people, and that his hands were already stained with blood. He told himself that a killer could be without principles, but not without humanity. The reason he was in that small country with few resources was because the people were suffering, and the only one giving help to the poor people was the general he was trying to assassinate. If that general is assassinated, the country will be controlled by militants forever and the people will be in dire straits. The man left, not even interested in looking at his face under the blindfold, and he, himself, didn't get a peek at his real face. That day was the day he changed forever. He stopped taking missions from the organization, even though he was being hunted by them. Later, he inquired that person had a resounding name, the Blood Wolf King, who was the war god of the Chinese military, and had once had a terrifying battle record of powerfully fighting 8 astral martial artists. Listening to the words of the black-clothed youth, as well as the hint of hesitation in his eyes, Night Fingwu's brows furrowed slightly. Well, suddenly, Night Fingwu's gaze rested on the fist sword in the black-clothed youth's hand, and he only felt déjà vu, followed by the corner of his mouth lifting up slightly as he blandly said, "So it's you."
If I'm not wrong, you should be Fist Sword Qingfeng, who was ranked at 123 in the assassin world. As soon as the words fell, the black-clothed man arrived with a stunned face. He looked at Knight Fingwu with a grave expression and said, "You actually know me. Who the hell are you?" That's right, the black-clothed youth was none other than Fist Sword Qingfeng, who was ranked 123 in the assassin world. Although it was ranked 123, this ranking was not according to the strength, but according to the number of assassinations he had accomplished. In the world of assassins, but every character who entered the rankings was in existence whose hands were stained with blood. Knight Fingwu hummed faintly. Fist Sword Qingfeng, also known as the alternative in the assassin world, once slaughtered the lives of hundreds of militants in the Silver Triangle region for $1's worth of pay. But what I can't figure out is why you're here, killing 100 people for $1. This kind of killer has gone against the rules of the killer community. He faces is the enmity of the entire killer community, but he still did that because that girl only had $1. It was the only thing left to her by her parents who were killed by militants. A complex look flared up in Qingfeng's eyes, as if he was entangled in something. This flash of color was captured in the eyes of Knight Fingwu, who once again said, "No matter what the reason is, I can let you go today. If I see you again next time, I will kill you." For some reason, Qingfeng didn't feel that this person was making a big deal out of it, but instead shook his head and said in a complicated tone, "I once swore that I would no longer kill innocent people in vain, but I went back on my word. So if you're going to stop me, I'll just have to kill one more innocent person." As soon as the words fell, Qingfeng once again rushed towards Knight Fingwu. The fist sword in his hand was even sharper and swifter than earlier. Knight Fingwu stood still. His right hand was suddenly placed on the belt buckle at his waist. He faintly said, "Since you insist, then I can only kill you this time." This time, no one understood what Knight Fingwu meant by this time in his mouth. However, that Qingfeng's face changed slightly, but the steps under his feet still didn't stop. Not only that, the fist sword in his hand was already vaguely covered with a layer of light green-colored cold aura. The picture was extremely bizarre. In the distance, Luo Huang and Qin Xinghan were clearly able to feel an extremely sharp aura from the pale green-colored cold aura, which caused them all to be unable to stop their bodies from tightening. Unable to help it, the worry in Qin Xinghan's eyes intensified, and she clutched the corner of her coat with trembling hands, only hoping that he would be alright. Medium. Suddenly, an incomparably clear voice resounded throughout the gym, accompanied by a blinding snow-white light, only to see that Knight Fingwu's hand actually had an additional soft sword. The blade of the sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, and the quivering and bending sword body was like a slithering viper, echoing in the air with gusts of rustling sounds. As soon as the sword blade came out, the temperature around them plummeted, causing Luo Huang and Qin Xinghan, who were a few people in the distance, to uncontrollably shiver. From above that snowy soft sword, they felt an extremely bloody chill. Qin Xinghan didn't even know that Knight Fingwu had a soft sword hidden in his waist, and then when he thought of the case with guns that he had hidden in his home, Qin Xinghan's heart became even more bitter. The name of this sword is Blood Frost, and if the sword is sheathed, no blood will return. A sword in hand, Night Wind martial body breath is instantly become cold exceptionally. That kind of cold as if the soft sword above the cold general. Let him seem to be human sword unity. Medium. A sword was swung out, cold on shot out in all directions. The sword came out like a dragon, and the sharpness was irresistible. When that Qingfeng saw the soft sword in Knight Fingwu's hand, his eyes fiercely trembled, and a touch of hard bitterness also surfaced from his eyes, but he still spared no effort to stab the fist sword in his hand over. Medium. The soft sword chopped on top of Qingfeng's fist sword. Flames appeared. Qingfeng only felt his hands tingling and his entire body could not help but fall back a few steps. The soft sword is one of the most difficult to use of all cold weapons. If it is an ordinary sword, even an ordinary person can use it to kill people, but the soft sword, if it is not a proficient person, even if it is a supreme master, it is impossible to use it with ease. The soft sword of Knight Fingwu, however, had already stepped into a purely perfect ground. Even though it was as thin as a cicada's wing and weighed no more than a few taels, it was chopped out by Knight Fingwu with the force of 1,000 pounds. The weight of the sword determines the speed of the user, and the offensive power of the soft sword lies not only in the unpredictability of the attack, but also in his unrivaled speed advantage. And the moment Qingfeng's footsteps retreated, Knight Fingwu's second sword had already stabbed. The thin blade of the sword was like a swift viper, pushing straight towards Qingfeng's chest position. In the heat of the moment, Qingfeng panicked and parried with his fist sword. Clank! But the soft sword's viper-like attack was simply indefensible, and the speedy quivering blade instantly just bounced off the fist swords on both sides. The soft sword had the flexibility of a viper and an unparalleled sharpness, so the moment Qingfeng attempted to retreat, the blade still penetrated his right chest. Qingfeng's eyes snapped wide open. He didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. He only felt that his entire body was freezing cold, as if he was wrapped in ice.
Night Fingwu said indifferently. I don't like to use it because its killing intent is too heavy, and when the blade comes out, I will see blood. Qingfeng's hand slowly lowered. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, lifting the arc of a strange smile, his gaze quietly looking at Night Fingwu. At this face, he didn't dare to make the slightest move because he knew that this sword could easily cut him in half. In the distance, Qin Xinghan covered her small mouth with both hands, with a shocked and dismayed expression. She knew that Night Fingwu was very violent, but she had never seen that he was actually this powerful, and his battles were simply more enjoyable than the special effects in the movies. However, she didn't want Night Fingwu to kill anyone because she didn't want him to become so bloodthirsty. The Pei Ying next to him was even more shocked. His mouth was so long that he could almost put in a steamed bun. Hi, masters. He had never seen such powerful people. Their fight was just in the flash of lightning. He was sure that in their hands, he would be like a baby with no hands. Even if the world's fighting champions swarmed around them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to threaten the duo in the slightest. At this moment, Pei Ying's face couldn't help but turn red, and he had the audacity to lecture others. Swish! Night Fingwu's arm retracted, and the soft sword was quickly withdrawn from Qingfeng's chest without even a trace of blood on top of the blade. Swish! In a blink of an eye, the sword blade had already been sheathed, and the few people in the distance, Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang, didn't even manage to see the complete form of the soft sword because the speed at which Night Fingwu's soft sword was sheathed was too fast. Boom! Under the stunned expressions of Qin Qinghan and Luo Yihuang, several people, that Qingfeng was suddenly kneeling on both knees with his face towards Night Fingwu. If one didn't look closely, one wouldn't even be able to see the extremely narrow and thin slit in his chest clothes. Why, do you want to let me go again? Qingfeng said with his head hanging like a disheveled invalid. Again. The phrase again instantly caused Luo Yihuang and Qin Qinghan to become puzzled. The moment the soft sword came out of Night Fingwu's hand, Qingfeng had recognized Night Fingwu, even though he had never seen Night Fingwu use a soft sword. However, the awe-inspiring aura of majesty that he had on him was something that no one else in the world could possess other than that Blood Wolf King. If you had a hint of killing intent towards that woman just now, this sword stab would have been your heart. Night Fingwu said indifferently. The woman in his mouth was obviously Qin Qinghan. Just as Qin Qinghan blocked in front of Luo Yihuang, he clearly felt a hint of hesitation on Qingfeng's body. His target was Luo Yihuang, and he wasn't trying to kill any innocent people, and it was his hesitation that also happened to keep him alive. Chapter 82, Stop it, will you? Chapter 82, Stop it, will you? Qingfeng also did not expect that the moment of hesitation he had just created when facing that woman had saved his life. He was still so powerful, with that kind of invincible aura that he himself could never achieve. Suddenly, Qingfeng lowered his head in shame and said, I'm sorry I let you down. Night Fingwu said with a calm expression on his face. I'll give you 3 days to deal with it. Meet me after 3 days. Can you do it? Upon hearing this, Qingfeng raised his eyes to look at Night Fingwu and said with a grave expression on his face, Thank you. I will end this matter, and when the time comes, I will definitely come to see you. The duo's conversation seemed a bit puzzling, but only the two knew best what they were talking about. Although Night Fingwu had only had a one-sided relationship with Qingfeng, he could see the justice that still existed in his heart. He could slaughter 100 people for $1, and in the past 2 years he himself had never heard of Qingfeng coming out of the mountain. Therefore, he assassinated Luo Yihuang must have a reason of last resort. Maybe it is blackmailed, maybe it is a favor. One can give him a chance, but this chance also comes with a price, and that is to sell one's life for oneself. At first, when Night Fingwu received the mission to protect Luo Yihuang, he thought that it would be a very simple matter, but the appearance of the Death God Union made him feel that things were tricky, so he needed to have a few experts working for him. Qingfeng was considered outstanding among the primary gang martial artists, so Night Wind Marshal left him alive. Night Fingwu's guess was good. Qingfeng did have an unavoidable hardship. He owed that person a favor, and this favor had to be returned. So, he promised to take one last shot for him, but never expected to run into the person he most admired in the past. Perhaps, this is God's will. God's will to stop himself from doing things that go against his conscience. At this moment, with a rush of footsteps, Luo Yihuang suddenly ran over. Immediately following, a scene that caused Night Fingwu's brows to furrow slightly appeared, but he saw Luo Yihuang take out a petite pistol and directly aimed it at Qingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground. Medium. With a flash of coldness, Luo Yihuang only felt her body enveloped in coldness, followed by the pistol in her hand, which she saw suddenly split in two. This scene caused Luo Yihuang's face to burst with anger. Although she only saw a flash of white light, in her heart it was clear that it was the soft sword at Night Fingwu's waist that had cut her pistol. She sneered angrily, You're crazy. He's going to kill me and you're going to let him go? Qingfeng's face remained as calm as ever, as if he didn't feel any trepidation at all because there was a pistol pointed at him, because he knew that since that person was going to spare himself, he could never die. Night Fingwu said lightly,
you're still alive, aren't you? Luo Yiwang was angry, but she knew that she couldn't stop this madman, which made the hint of goodwill that had just risen in her towards Night Fingwu vanish. However, she was a smart woman, and since she couldn't change what was in front of her, she could only put things to rest. Qingfeng slowly got up while covering his wounds and walked out of the gym. Luo Yihuang watched the assassin who was going to kill her leave. She turned her head to Pei Ying and faintly said, "Have the finance settle his paycheck?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu hurriedly took out her phone and without a moment's hesitation called the finance number. That Pei Eagle Eyes a disheveled, but did not say anything to refute the words, seems to have long been mentally prepared. As a bodyguard, when his employer's life is in danger, what he has to do is to go all out to protect him, and he backs out. Since he can't even take the risk of his own profession, how can he talk about protecting people? The other 8 bodyguards who came to apply for the job also left one after another. Today, that tall and handsome man gave them the most memorable lesson in their lives. There are people outside the world. Bodyguards, this bowl of rice is indeed not easy to eat. Finally, the only 4 people left in the entire gym were Night Fingwu, Qin Qinghan, Luo Yiwang, and Lin Yu. Night Fingwu looked at Luo Yihuang and said, "So, I'm hired?" Luo Yihuang turned her head to look at Lin Yu next to her and said faintly, "Lin Yu, can this kind of person stay?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before analyzing with a bemused expression. "I have to say, he's very powerful, and his foreknowledge of danger is unmatched." Hearing Lin Yu's affirmation of himself, Night Fingwu's heart grew complacent. Lin Yu continued, "However, his identity information is ominous. His character is diffuse and unbound, making it impossible to fully trust him, and it is recommended that he not be retained." A single sentence caused Night Fingwu's face to darken. Looking at Night Fingwu's ugly face, Luo Yiwang's iceberg-like eyes flashed with a touch of cunning before she said towards Qin Qinghan, "Qinghan, what do you say?" At those words, Qin Qinghan's heart was bitter as she pursed her red lips and said, "Yiwang, can I just ignore this matter?" Luo Yiwang, however, shook her head. "You are the president of the company. All matters big and small require your consent, so you decide." Qin Qinghan's heart is helpless. A phoenix is clear about his relationship with him. She let herself make the decision, obviously making it difficult for himself. Unable to help it, Qin Qinghan glanced at Night Fingwu for a moment, only to see that the latter was looking at himself with an expectant expression. "Honey, you've always wanted me to have a real job, and today I'm so close. You're not going to just give up on me." For Night Fingwu to call himself his wife in front of Yihuang, Qin Qinghan was helpless even though she resisted. She shook her head and sighed. "I know you won't hurt me in Jingxi." Upon hearing this, there was hope in the eyes of Night Fingwu, but immediately following, Qin Qinghan once again said, "However, I don't know why you want to come and work as a bodyguard. You don't lack money at all, and I can't guess your intentions, so I can't give you an answer." Night Fingwu's face instantly turned bitter. This girl was obviously rejecting herself, and said it so euphemistically. However, even so, Night Fingwu still felt that Qin Qinghan was very cute. She even rejected herself so gently. On the side, Luo Yiwang's eyes were a cold smile, which made Night Fingwu's heart vaguely flooded with a touch of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Luo Yiwang, you still owe me 1 billion, when will you pay back?" At those words, not only was Qin Qinghan a bit stunned, even Lin Yu beside him raised her eyes to look over. "Is there such a thing? When did it happen?" Luo Yihuang made a surprised expression. Qin Qinghan's heart was a bit groundless. Why did he still play a trick? Was it because he was rejected? This made Qin Qinghan not even dare to raise her eyes to look at Luo Yihuang. So humiliating, he is after all his man on the surface. Looking at that Luo Yihuang's feigned stupidity, Night Fingwu's heart became even more angry as he grunted. "You want to renege on your debt?" Luo Yihuang looked at Night Fingwu calmly with a hint of cunning in her eyes. "I have a bad memory. Do you want to remind me why I owe you $1 billion? At those words, Night Fingwu also swallowed back the words that came to his mouth. If he said that he was blackmailed over when he kidnapped Luo Yihuang, then wouldn't Qin Qinghan know everything? In that case, her impression of himself would have to be discounted again. Looking at the shuddered Night Fingwu, Qin Qinghan had some anxiety in her eyes, and she softly said, "You, stop it." Okay, Qin Qinghan really felt humiliated. He was still her husband now after all, and now playing a scoundrel in front of her best friend and boss really made her ashamed. Luo Yihuang patted Qin Qinghan's shoulder and said, "Let me tell you then, a few days ago, I was kidnapped by a person on a train heading to Jinhai City. He caused me to suffer, although he promised to send me back to Haihua City. The condition was that I would give him $1 billion. At those words, Qin Qinghan's eyes widened in shock, followed by a tremor in his heart, as if he had thought of something. A few days ago, cousin Yang Shushi had called herself, and she had said that a man named Night Fingwu had kidnapped a woman who was too pretty to be true. Thinking of this, Qin Qinghan's heart was suddenly miserable.
How she could not dare to imagine that the person kidnapped by Night Fingwu was actually a phoenix. Luo Yihuan looked at Qin Shinghan's forlorn and complicated face, then cast a teasing look towards Night Fingwu and said again, "And that person is your husband Night Fingwu? Shinghan, do you think I can trust him to act as my bodyguard?" Chapter 83, Coercion of Confessions. Chapter 83, Forced Confession. Qin Shinghan is ashamed of no place. Thinking of the Night Wind martial arts really go to kidnap a person and threaten to ask for $1 billion. She felt a hidden pain in her heart. She is really about to fall in love with him, but he has attacked his own moral bottom line again and again. Snapped. 2 drops of crystal tears slid down from Qin Shinghan's eyes, and she hung her face without saying a word, as if she was entangled in something. Seeing this, Night Fingwu glared fiercely at Luo Yihuan, and Luo Yihuan also realized that what she had done seemed to be a bit too much. She didn't know that Qin Shinghan had actually moved towards this guy. Night Fingwu gritted his teeth. "You know very well that it was me who saved your little life from the hands of 24 assassins," Luo Yihuan hummed, "but you did just as much to me. A lot of things that I couldn't stand." At those words, Qin Shinghan raised her eyes to look at Night Fingwu. That crystal tearful eyes vaguely flooded with a touch of anger. She trembled her red lips and said, What did you do with Yihuan?" Seeing Qin Shinghan's angry look, when Night Fingwu was just about to explain, he heard Luo Yihuan adding fuel to the fire. "Shinghan, he's just a rascal and a sex maniac." Luo Yihuan was extremely angry whenever she remembered that this guy searched her entire body, causing her to walk for hours in a pair of high heels. These words caused the anger in Qin Shinghan's eyes to intensify. She glared at Night Fingwu without saying a word. She wanted to open her mouth to reprimand Night Fingwu, but she couldn't seem to find any curse words in her vocabulary. Night Fingwu coldly grunted towards Luo Yihuan. "I saved you several times, and this is how you repay me." Luo Yihuan grunted softly, "But the way you saved people makes me very upset." After saying that, Luo Yihuan pulled up Qin Shinghan and turned to leave. Night Fingwu gritted his teeth in anger and shouted from the back, "Am I hired or not?" Luo Yihuan said without looking back, "Go to work tomorrow. Monthly salary of 8,000. 1,000 deduction for tardiness. 2,000 deduction for absenteeism. The phone is on 24 hours a day. On call." Night Fingwu's face was filled with black lines, and he couldn't wait to throw Luo Yihuan into the ring and beat him up hard. Obviously having a face that is a scourge, but a heart that is like a vicious witch. I really don't know which man would be willing to spend his life with her. Night Fingwu cursed Luo Yihuan in the gym where he was alone. Suddenly, the cell phone in the pocket of Night Windwu rang. The phone call was from Lu Hui, and after answering it, Lu Hui's voice rang out, "Instructor, you guessed right. Someone really wants to kidnap your daughter." In just an instant, Night Fingwu's face darkened, and a bone-piercing coldness erupted from within his body, causing the temperature of the entire gym to plummet a few degrees. And then, Night Fingwu tried his best to make his voice seem calmer and said, "Have the people been captured? Not a single one of them got away." Lu Hui told Night Windwu the address as well. After hanging up the phone, Night Fingwu's eyes were also slightly narrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Qin family, you really made a move. Then, wait for the family to be broken." Yesterday, after receiving Jiang Hao's call, Night Fingwu had a premonition that the Qin family would jump over the wall in a hurry, and that they might let Qin Shinghan back into the Qin family. Maybe they would even let Qin Shinghan marry into the Zhang group and request the Zhang group to bail out the Qin family by way of marriage. And the only one who could hold Qin Shinghan hostage was Jing Si. Therefore, Night Fingwu asked Lu Hui to secretly protect Jing Si, and today, it was really expected by himself. In Qin Shinghan's office, a folder was placed on her desk, which was the planning book for the acquisition of Qin Group. She had no intention of paying attention to this matter right now, and her mind was filled with the figure of Night Fingwu. Suddenly, she remembered something, and a touch of worry flared up in that complicated gaze, before she hurriedly picked up her cell phone and dialed the number of Night Fingwu. And at this time, Night Fingwu had already left Luo Huang Mansion, and had just walked out the door when the cell phone in his pocket rang once again. When Night Fingwu saw that it was Qin Shinghan who called, he hurriedly pressed the answer button and squeezed out a smile. "Wife, you mustn't listen to that woman distorting the facts. In fact, are you still at the company?" Qin Shinghan's gentle voice came. After hearing that Qin Shinghan's voice didn't seem to be angry, Night Fingwu then breathed a sigh of relief before saying, "I've just arrived downstairs. There are some things I need to do." Qin Shinghan said, I just saw that your wound cracked again. You, go to the hospital now to bandage it." At those words, Night Fingwu's heart warmed and was moved to cry. Well, he probably couldn't cry himself. "Thank you for your wife's concern. I'm going to the hospital to bandage." Wait for the evening. Night Fingwu's heart stealingly wanted to say some love words. However, halfway through the words, Qin Shinghan had already hung up the phone. Half an hour later, in the middle of an abandoned warehouse in the western suburb of Haihua City, a tall off-road vehicle was parked inside. while next to it stood two robust men, precisely Lu Hui and Yang Lu. At the feet of the three men who were shivering with both hands cupped around their ears. The three of them were all bruised and swollen. Their appearance was so wretched. At that moment, a tall figure appeared in the doorway of the warehouse and was slowly walking towards the three. The person who came was none other than Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu's eyes narrowed slightly. His icy gaze swept over the three before he asked towards Lu Hui. "Where is Jing Si?" Lu Hui said. "Jing Si is in the safe house. Lin Chang is looking after her. Don't worry, the little girl is fine, she is very brave." Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Night Fingwu's eyes immediately spread out, and in just a moment, those three people kneeling on the ground felt a chill that made them feel like they were falling into an ice cellar, and all of them couldn't help but fight a cold war. Yang Lu took a step forward and handed a pistol with a silencer to Night Fingwu, saying, "This is what they brought." Night Fingwu expressionlessly took the pistol in his hand and then loaded it, faintly humming, "Two questions. 1. Whose people are you? And 2. Who hired you? There is only one chance. Say it or don't say it." Put. As soon as the words fell, Night Fingwu pulled the trigger directly at the leftmost person. A patch of sticky blood interspersed with a piece of scalp burst out of the back of the man's head. Seeing this, the two remaining men had been scared out of their wits, and one of them was just about to open his mouth. Put. Another shot, and again the man on the right side had his brain explode and went straight to the ground softly. The last person left instantly pissed his pants in fear, and with his eyes closed, he just shouted, "I'm Chen Yuanzhong's henchman. It's Qin Guangnan who told us to capture a little girl. I'll say everything. Don't kill me. Don't kill me." At this moment, the guy's mental defenses had completely collapsed. "Just say it earlier and it won't be over." Night Fingwu grunted indifferently. "Told you so." The rest of the man with a bitter face. "Simply more difficult than death. You also have to let us say ah. Never seen this kind of person. You forced confession also, at least according to the set of rules ah. You Agane simply did not give us the opportunity to confess ah. Therefore, this last person's heart was also thankful that he was quick with his mouth. Otherwise, if he had been one step slower, he would have had a hole in his head. This was Night Fingwu's usual trick to force a confession. He wanted the prisoner to know that he would really kill someone. Without waiting for the prisoner to open his mouth, he directly shot him, with the sole purpose of giving the prisoner no time to think and hesitate. As long as he destroyed his psychological defenses, his desire to survive would make him tell everything he knew in full without any concealment. Night Fingwu said indifferently, "Call Qin Guangnan and tell him that the hostages are hidden in a safe place." Lu Hui threw the man's cell phone on the ground. That person didn't dare to go against it at all, and hurriedly just dialed Qin Guangnan's phone. The man was clear that he could only do things perfectly if he wanted to live, so his call with Qin Guangnan was very natural, and Qin Guangnan didn't say that he should bring Jing Si to the Qin family villa, but told him to hide and wait for his call. Put. Night Fingwu once again pulled the trigger, and the man died without thinking that he had clearly followed all the instructions and did as he was told. Yet he was still ruthlessly silenced. "Chen Yuanzhong, Qin family, you're really seeking your own death." Night Fingwu's face was terrifyingly cold. He put the man's cell phone in his own pocket while dialing a number on his own cell phone. "Do me a favor and watch my daughter for 2 days. Chapter 84, The Helpless Qin Qinghan. Chapter 84, The Helpless Qin Qinghan. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Night Fingwu had returned home. He sat quietly on the sofa. The living room was filled with smoke. The ashtray of the coffee table was already piled with cigarette butts. Night Fingwu's face was tangled. He was waiting for a call from Qin Qinghan. If Qin Qinghan didn't receive Jing Si after work, she would definitely be anxious, and he didn't even dare to think about the picture of Qin Qinghan worried and helpless on the road. Heartbroken. "Forgive me, the only way to make you ruthless against the Qin family is to do this. This is the punishment the Qin family deserves," Night Fingwu murmured. A few minutes later, Night Fingwu's cell phone finally rang, and the caller was none other than Qin Qinghan. Night Fingwu hesitated for a moment or pressed the answer button. He let his voice as natural as possible. "Just want to open the mouth." The phone is coming from the Qin Qinghan anxious and helpless crying sound. "Jing Si is missing. You have to help me. Please help me find Jing Si. I'll do anything." Oh. There was a hidden pain in Night Fingwu's heart. He hurriedly comforted. "Qinghan, calm down. Maybe she's looking for a classmate to play with. Jing Si will not do this. She will wait for me to pick her up on time every day. And someone saw 2 men picking up Jing Si. Is he kidnapped by bad people? Please come over quickly to help me find Jing Si. Please." Qin Qinghan's voice was choked, and his tone was incomparably anxious and disoriented. Night Fingwu could appreciate the helplessness and anxiety of a mother who had lost her daughter. For a moment, Night Fingwu wanted to tell Qin Qinghan the truth, but in order to make Qin Qinghan no longer weak, he had to do so, even if he was hated by her in the future. Thus, Night Fingwu softly said, "Qinghan, calm down.
Go home first, I'll think of a way, and I'll make sure to bring Jingxi safely to your side. I can't calm down. Jingxi never left me. Oh, I have to go to the police. Qin Xinghan cried bitterly. Don't call the police, Night Fingwu said hurriedly, and then his tone became grave. Xinghan, we still don't know who took Jingxi. If it's a kidnapping, we can't call the police even more. That will provoke the kidnappers. For the sake of Jingxi's safety, you go home now, and I'll think of a way. Hearing Night Fingwu's warning, the phone was silent for a little while, and only Qin Xinghan's choked sobs could be heard, and only after a long time did she say, I'll go back. Half an hour later, Qin Xinghan opened the door to his home, a pair of red eyes filled with tears. Night Fingwu hurriedly got up and wanted to go to comfort, but did not want to. Qin Xinghan flung himself into the arms of Night Fingwu, like a helpless child cried bitterly. Night Fingwu hugged the delicate body in his arms, both heartbroken and guilty. Qin Xinghan lying in the arms of the Night Wind martial arts, suddenly is to raise that pearly and helpless face, pleaded, I really scared. I have never been so scared. I know you have contacts. Can you let Jiang Hao help me find Jingxi? I am willing to do anything. I know you like me. I can marry you for real as long as I find Jingxi. Night Fingwu's heart is bitter. Is she using herself as a bargaining chip? This makes Night Fingwu's heart vaguely difficult. Just calm down, okay? Night Fingwu comforted. Qin Xinghan cried bitterly and shook his head. I have no way to calm down. Jingxi is only 7 years old. She has never left my side. Oh, in the end, who is so cruel to kidnap a child? Night Fingwu sighed. Xinghan, you actually already have an answer in your heart, don't you? At those words, Qin Xinghan's crying stopped, and she raised her eyes to look at Night Fingwu's face that was close at hand. Her eyes flooded with thick heartache. Yes, she did guess, but she really didn't dare to think towards that place. Nowadays, Qin's group is at stake, facing the trend of company closure at any time. According to the situation in front of him, even if he returns to Qin's group, it's impossible to save the day. And the only thing that can make Qin's group rise again is Zhang's group, and Zhang's group has only one condition, which is to let herself marry Zhang Ge, the son of Zhang's group chairman. The Qin family knew that they wouldn't agree, so they wanted to threaten themselves, and kidnapping Jingxi was the most logical way to do it, because they know that Jingxi is their own soft underbelly. As long as Jingxi is in their hands, they will become a puppet to be driven by them at will. How can they do that? Even now, Qin Xinghan was still unwilling to believe that it was his grandfather and eldest uncle who had kidnapped Jingxi. They were after all his relatives. Night Fingwu seemed to have read Qin Xinghan's mind as he said, you know very well that the Qin family hasn't treated you as a relative at all over the years, and what relative would use such tactics to bully their granddaughter? Qin Xinghan wept, only endless heartache in his heart. Loved ones, instead of treating themselves as loved ones, they didn't even treat themselves as people. Night Fingwu embraced Qin Xinghan into his arms and said, perhaps soon the Qin family will make a move. Until then, Jingxi is safe. Boom boom boom. Just then, a rude knock on the door suddenly sounded. Qin Xinghan's body was startled. A flash of anticipation vaguely flashed in his eyes, and then in a panic, he just opened the door to the room. The moment the door to the room opened, 4 or 5 men immediately poured in, the leader of which was Qin Xinghan's eldest uncle, Qin Fei. Qin Xinghan couldn't help but step backward until she crashed into Night Fingwu's arms. At this moment, she was completely convinced that Jingxi was indeed kidnapped by them. Xinghan, the Qin family is now desperate. Only you can save the Qin family. Come with us. With a sinister and bizarre look in his eyes, Qin Fei faintly said towards Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan said with an angry face, it's you guys. It's you who kidnapped Jingxi. She's just a child. How could you do this? Qin Fei hummed. As long as you obediently go to Mr. Zhang's side, and then get the marriage done, Jingxi will naturally be able to come back peacefully, and there will be a good family to adopt her as well. You're shameless. You have no humanity. Qin Xinghan's emotions became very agitated as she wanted to pounce on Qin Fei to fight for her life. Night Fingwu hurriedly hugged Qin Xinghan, a face that was gloomy but did nothing. Qin Fei also wanted the bodyguards to take Qin Xinghan away by force, but he was well aware of the power of Night Fingwu. Back then, during the old man's birthday, he alone beat a dozen bodyguards unconscious, so he didn't act rashly. Qin Xinghan tightly bit her red lips, glaring at Qin Fei with hatred, coldly saying, I worked as a cow for the Qin family. You guys never treated me as a family member. Now, for the sake of the family's interests, you guys are treating me as a tool for a marriage tie-up, and you don't hesitate to kidnap your own great-granddaughter to threaten me. Do you guys still have a little bit of humanity? As a member of the Qin family, I truly feel a great deal of shame. This was perhaps the only time Qin Xinghan had uttered such sharp words since he was a child. Qin Fei's face remained flat as he hummed indifferently. Your grandfather is also doing this for the sake of the entire Qin family. and as a member of the Qin family, now is the time for you to return the favor to the Qin family. Tomorrow afternoon, Qin family villa, you personally come over. Mr. Zhang will prepare a generous gift to take you away, and you will see the little girl for the last time. On the contrary, for the sake of the Qin family's survival, your grandfather is capable of doing anything. After saying that, Qin Fei waved his hand and directly left with a few bodyguards. You come back. You return my daughter. Return my daughter to me. Qin Xinghan hissed and tried to rush out. Night Wind Marshal dead hold her. His heart is full of guilt, but he must do it, because Qin Xinghan's heart must be strong. This time is an opportunity. Qin Xinghan faced towards Night Fingwu and roared angrily. Why don't you do anything? I need you. Why do you let them go? Oh, Qin Xinghan was venting. She had never been so impulsive, and she had never been so furious to reprimand someone. After venting, Qin Xinghan fell into Night Fingwu's arms and cried bitterly. Night Fingwu heartbreakingly hugged Qin Xinghan and waited until she was tired of crying before Night Fingwu was saying, I promise you that Jingxi will be fine. Qin Xinghan raised his pale, colorless face, stared into Night Fingwu's eyes, and firmly said, for Jingxi, I'm willing to do anything. Night Fingwu frowned and said, does that include agreeing to your grandfather's conditions? Qin Xinghan nodded without hesitation. Right. Night Fingwu's heart was bitter. He cupped Qin Xinghan's delicate face and said with incomparable gravity, I know I have lied to you, but have I ever broken my word to you? At those words, Qin Xinghan hesitated. Night Fingwu said again, I'll use my own life as a guarantee that Jingxi won't lose a single hair, and you, too, don't have to pay anything for it, and I won't force you to marry me. And of course, you can't agree to your grandpa's conditions, ever. The last few words, Night Fingwu almost said them through clenched teeth. Although Qin Xinghan only had this thought of giving up all principles for Jingxi, he still had a hidden pain in his heart. She was her woman, a fact that would never change. Chapter 85, Can't Hold Back. Chapter 85 didn't hold back. Qin Xinghan tightly bit her red lips, staring at Night Fingwu's eyes, trembling. I really want to believe you more than ever. You can definitely do it, can't you? You can definitely guarantee Jingxi's safety, can't you? I want you to guarantee me again. Unconsciously, Night Fingwu had become the only person Qin Xinghan trusted in this world, and only when he was by her side would she feel safe. Even her anxious, helpless mood seemed to have eased a bit. Night Fingwu solemnly nodded his head and said very seriously, yes, I can do it, but you have to do one thing as well. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinghan's delicate face was suddenly flooded with a tangle, and a pair of tearful eyes flickered with a hint of hardship, followed closely by her biting her red lips tightly and nodding her head. And then, under the stunned gaze of Night Fingwu, Qin Xinghan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and slowly sent her red lips up. This made Night Fingwu sigh that happiness came too suddenly. He could feel Qin Xinghan's raw and clumsy red lips kissing him. Is this a sweetener for himself? Night Fingwu thought in his heart. Suddenly, Qin Xinghan's hands were placed on the buttons of her blouse, and Night Fingwu was able to clearly see her nervous and trembling body. Pop! When all the buttons are unlocked, the white bra inside is suddenly presented. The hidden magnificent place seems to be more snow white than the first snow. In an instant, Night Fingwu was feeling that his qi and blood were churning, and one part of his body had begun to be uncontrollable. This made Night Fingwu curse. Damn, he was always so defenseless when facing Qin Xinghan. Gradually, Qin Xinghan left her clumsy red lips from Night Fingwu's mouth, and then her eyes closed slightly, and 2 drops of hot tears slid down one after another. She cupped the corner of her shirt with both hands and removed her blouse, and those snow-like shoulders were slowly presented. Night Fingwu pressed down on Qin Xinghan's hands, redraped her blouse over her, and with great difficulty covered the magnificent place that made him about to be unable to hold back. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan's heart was slightly nervous. Did he back out? When Qin Xinghan's 2 tears fell, Night Fingwu had understood that she had misunderstood him, and he thought that he wanted her to use her body as payment. This made Night Fingwu both bitter and a little angry. Unable to help it, he said angrily, "You, this stupid woman, if it was another man who made such a condition, would you be the same?" When asked this question of after Night Wind martial arts suddenly regret, if she answered yes, then I am afraid that he will be even more difficult to accept it. But Qin Xinghan hesitated. Her face flushed red. Until this moment, how could she not understand that she had misunderstood Night Fingwu? Qin Xinghan lowered his face and thought in his heart, would he fall into another man's arms because of Jingxi? The answer was uncertain. The reason why she was willing to dedicate herself to Night Fingwu was because she already had feelings for him. If it had been any other man, she probably would have chosen death. Night Fingwu stared at Qin Xinghan's lowered gaze, looking at the face that was reddened from shame, only expecting that she would give herself a satisfactory answer. After a long time, Qin Xinghan slowly shook his head before saying, "I'm sorry, Peijing." Night Fingwu breathed a sigh of relief, and in his heart,
He blamed himself for going a little too far with his question. Making her choose between herself and her own daughter was too cruel. Believe me, you'll be able to see Jingxi very soon, and it'll be Jingxi without a single hair missing. Night Fingwu took Qin Xinghan into his arms and kissed her on her bare forehead, his tone extremely serious. Qin Xinghan didn't even resist, and her originally tense and stiff body finally relaxed and pressed her face against Night Fingwu's chest. What should I do? Qin Xinghan asked. At this moment, she chose to trust Nightwind Marshall with all her heart and soul, because she really made herself feel safe. Nightwind Wu said, with your ability, it would be easy if you want to control the Qin group, right? Hearing this, Qin Xinghan was slightly surprised. The current situation, he still wanted to let himself deal with the Qin family, but soon, she was relieved. She had already chosen to believe him, so she couldn't doubt anything anymore. Thus, Qin Xinghan said, as long as you can guarantee Jingxi's safety, I can have the Qin clan group fall under the banner of Luo Hua group tomorrow morning. Listening to Qin Xinghan's euphemistic yet domineering tone, Night Fingwu's heart was suddenly astonished. At this moment, he felt that Qin Xinghan had somewhat transformed, becoming less indecisive. But you have to guarantee Jingxi's safety. Qin Xinghan tilted her face to look at Night Fingwu and said in a serious tone. Nightwind Wu nodded his head and replied with the same seriousness. Jingxi is my daughter. Remember my promise to you. I will let you see her grow into a beautiful big girl. This vow will never change. Qin Xinghan stared at the eyes of the Nightwind martial arts. The Nightwind martial arts similarly looked at her. The two people looked at each other, from each other's eyes to see the sincerity. Thank you, Qin Xinghan said gently. The corners of Night Fingwu's mouth lifted slightly as he looked at the stunningly beautiful face near him. He couldn't help but bring his face over. Seeing this, Qin Xinghan's face flushed red and she panicked, leaving from Night Fingwu's arms and running into the bedroom as if she was fleeing. Night Fingwu's eyes were lost, murmuring, didn't hold back should have comforted her properly at this time. How could I do such a beastly thing? And I wonder if Jingles misses her mom. Luo Yihuang finally returned home after a busy day. When she opened the door of the villa and just put down the key in her hand, she raised her eyes and saw Luo Bingqiu sitting on the sofa in the living room. However, what made Luo Yihuang's brows furrow was that next to Luo Bingqiu, there was a petite figure watching anime. That little girl was at most 6 or 7 years old, with a small face as delicate as a porcelain doll, making people sigh that she would definitely be a woeful beauty when she grew up. Who is this child? Luo Yihuang walked towards the refrigerator, saying as she walked, her tone flat. Luo Bingqiu rubbed the little girl's head, a touch of gentleness hidden in those charming eyes as she laughed. My daughter, can't she? Luo Yihuang took 2 bottles of yogurt from the refrigerator and walked straight towards the sofa. Above a stunning face like an iceberg, there were no emotional fluctuations at all. She wouldn't believe that Luo Bingqiu would have a daughter. The little girl turned her head to look at Luo Bingqiu and pursed her little lips. Sister, I want to go home. Mom will be worried. Luo Bingqiu smiled gently. It's your mom who told you to hide here for a few days. Do you still want to be captured by the bad guys? In that case, your mom would be even more heartbroken. At those words, the little girl's face hesitated. Luo Bingqiu took the little girl into her arms and once again laughed softly. Don't you trust that big bad uncle? The little girl, however, pouted her lips and said, Uncle is not bad. I believe in Uncle. Jingxi is so good. Will you stay here for the next 2 days? Luo Bingqiu liked this little girl more and more. Jingxi. Luo Yihuang frowned, as if she had heard this name from somewhere, but she couldn't recall it for a moment. That's right, this little girl was none other than Jingxi, who was begged by Night Fingwu to help Luo Bingqiu to take care of her for a few days. But what Night Fingwu didn't expect was that Luo Bingqiu had brought her to Luo Yihuang's villa. At this time, Luo Yihuang sat next to Jingxi and placed a cup of yogurt with a straw inserted in front of Jingxi. Although it was the first time he met Jingxi, Luo Yihuang instantly fell in love with this well-behaved and beautiful little girl. Come on, drink. I'll cook for you in a while, Luo Yihuang said gently. Compared to her cold and icy appearance in the past, nowadays, she seems to be as warm as a melted glacier. She didn't even bother to find out who Jingles really was. Thank you, sister. Sister, you're so pretty, even prettier than my mom, but just a tiny bit prettier. Jingxi turned her head towards Luo Yihuang and smiled sweetly. Her thumb and index finger pinched a tiny slit in front of Luo Yihuang's eyes. Hearing this, Luo Yihuang felt warmth in her heart. Once upon a time, she was just as naive as the little girl. However, she wasn't as lucky as the little girl. She would rather be a plain and ordinary citizen. That way, she would have relatives who truly loved her, instead of cold elders who wanted to use her as a tool for marriage. Chapter 86, A Favor Repaid. Chapter 86, Favors Paid. Early the next morning, Qin Xinghan made breakfast for Night Fingwu and then drove to the company. She walked with haste and determination, and that delicate gaze seemed to have another color in addition to her concern for Jingxi, which was determination.
and at this moment, in the middle of the hall of a lavishly decorated villa, a middle-aged man wearing a robe tattooed with the shape of a tiger slowly walked down the stairs of the second floor. Behind him, a burly man followed in turn. The two were none other than Chen Yuanzhong and his number one expert, Chang Xiong. Chang Xiong said, "Boss, are we going to go after the Qin family?" Chen Yuanchang's sophisticated smile said, "There's no rush. We're only watching the show today. Nowadays, Qin Qinghan is fully in charge of Luo Hua Group. However, she's not in the mood to acquire Qin's group right now." Chang Xiong said, "Would Qin Qinghan really be at the mercy of others because of his own daughter?" The corner of Chen Yuanzhong's mouth lifted into a wry smile as he said, "That's a kind woman. She won't give up on her own daughter." Suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong's gaze glanced, but he saw that a thin figure was sitting on the sofa in the hall. His eyes were flat, but it seemed that there was a blade hidden in his eyes, so that at the first glance, people were a little afraid of this person. Chang Xiong also caught a glimpse of the unfamiliar figure, and in just a moment, his face sank, and his entire body was ready to fight. "Who are you?" Chang Xiong said in a low tone, but he was also slightly surprised in his heart. There were at least a dozen bodyguards on guard outside, and there was no way they would let a stranger in. So how on earth did this person break through the layers of guards? A smirk appeared in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes before signaling Chang Xiong not to make a move. "Xingfeng, I hope you brought me good news." Chen Yuanzhong walked down the stairs and smiled towards the thinly built stranger. That's right, the person who came was none other than Fist Sword Xingfeng. Xingfeng had no intention of getting up, but instead said indifferently, "I've already returned the favor. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's face sank. He was clear about Xingfeng's character. This person was cold in nature, but extremely focused on credibility. Back then, he was being chased by killers and unintentionally hid in his own grounds, and he saw that he had extraordinary skills, so he gave some help in a goodwill-like manner in an attempt to make such a friend. But to his surprise, although Xingfeng remained cold towards himself, he promised to owe himself a favor, and that he could come out for him once in the future if needed. But for some reason, Xingfeng's tone today made him vaguely feel bad. "Is Luo Yihuang already dead?" Chen Yuanzhong asked with some uncertainty because he hadn't seen any mega news about the Luo Hua group. Xingfeng, however, returned indifferently, "I promised to make a move. I tried my best, and the one who owes you a favor is dead." After saying that, Xingfeng got up and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Every word was so cold. Seeing this, how could Chen Yuanzhong not understand that Xingfeng had missed? He said in annoyance, "You broke your trust. Why did you miss?" With Chen Yuanzhong's understanding of Xingfeng, this man was like a god. He had godlike speed and incomparable strength. Even if Luo Yihuang had an expert by his side, it was impossible for Xingfeng to miss. Therefore, he was not willing to let Xingfeng return without any success. Xingfeng's footsteps paused at the entrance of the villa and said, "A word of advice, don't mess with that woman again, or else, you will die." After saying that, Xingfeng left the villa without looking back. Chen Yuanzhong was very unwilling. He still couldn't believe why Xingfeng had missed, but he didn't dare to keep Xingfeng because even this person was terrifying. Looking at Xingfeng's back as he left, that Chang Xiong frowned slightly before saying, "Boss, he's injured." Chang Xiong was also an expert, so he had already seen a hint from Xingfeng's somewhat light footsteps. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's face instantly became grave as he said, "Are you sure?" Chang Xiong nodded and said, "It's not serious, but he does have injuries." Chen Yuanzhong sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking, what exactly was Luo Yihuang's background? And there was someone beside her who was able to injure Xingfeng. Unable to help it, he remembered Xingfeng's words just now, "Don't mess with that woman again. You'll die." Chang Xiong said, "Boss, do you want me to kill him?" Chen Yuanzhong shook his head with a grave expression and said, "Even if he has injuries on his body, he is definitely not something you can deal with." Upon hearing this, Chang Xiong didn't say anything despite being unconvinced in his heart. It was only after a long time that Chen Yuanzhong was grimly humming, "Luo Yihuang, count your life." In these few years, Chen Yuan had focused heavily on developing his company, and the only one that could suppress him in Haihua City was Luo Hua Group, so he had not once tried to get rid of Luo Yihua. Suddenly, Chen Yuanzhong thought of something and asked toward Chang Xiong, "How is the situation on Zhang Chang's side?" Chang Xiong said, "Don't worry boss, the three of them against a little girl. There will definitely be no accidents. Moreover, Qin Guangnan has already called to thank him, saying that Zhang Cheng has already hidden that little girl, and is only waiting for Qin Guangnan's next instruction." Chen Yuanji nodded his head, then smiled grimly. "Qin Guangnan, this old fox, does he really think I will help him? I'll take his company. Let's go." Go to Qin's house in the afternoon to see what's going on. At 8:30 a.m. in Luo Yihuan's office, Luo Yihuang was sitting at her desk,
while across from her stood a determined Qin Xinghan. Xinghan, I'm not going to force you. You really decided to do it yourself? Luo Huang said towards Qin Xinghan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. A few days ago, when she decided to hand over the planning for the acquisition of the Qin family to Qin Xinghan's behind, there was still some hesitation in her heart, thinking about whether or not this would be a bit cruel to Qin Xinghan. But the person who surprised her, today Xinghan even took the initiative to ask for help. What most puzzled Luo Huang's mind was that today, there seemed to be an extra trace of sharpness in Qin Xinghan's gaze that wasn't there in the past. Qin Xinghan nodded, then said, but I need to control all the rights of the company, including the flow of funds of Luo Huang Group. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuan laughed without hesitation. You're the CEO of the company. Of course you have this right. Qin Xinghan nodded again and said, before noon, I will place a copy of Qin Group's company transfer in front of you. In the face of Qin Xinghan's sudden transformation, Luo Yiwang, instead of having a hint of happiness, frowned slightly. Xinghan, did something happen to you? Luo Yihuang asked with some concern. Qin Xinghan shook his head before saying, I'm going to do something. After saying that, Qin Xinghan turned around and left the office. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Xinghan arrived in the middle of the Zhongsha Bank in Hanhwa City. She was sitting like a noble queen in the VIP room of the Middle Summer Bank. At that moment, a slightly blonde middle-aged man pushed the door in, a face full of complimentary smiles. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, I'm really slacking off. The middle-aged man nodded and stood in front of Qin Xinghan. The middle-aged man's name was Li Fugua, and he was the bank president of the Zhongsha Bank in Hanhwa City. As a bank president, he was of course much better informed than others, so he was well aware of Qin Xinghan's past, and also understood that today's Qin Xinghan was the executive president of Luo Huang Group, and the amount of money Luo Hua Group placed in the Central Summer Bank every month was an astronomical figure. So when facing the CEO of Luo Hua Group, Li Fugua had to be a bit more respectful. Qin Xinghan opened the door and said, Governor Li, how much does Qin Group owe you? Upon hearing this, Li Fugua was slightly stunned before he said in surprise, Mr. Qin, you don't want to pay off the loan for Qin Group, do you? Li Fugua knew that Qin Xinghan was a member of the Qin family, so that was why he asked. Chapter 87, Wanted Manpower. Chapter 87, Ordering Manpower. Qin Xinghan didn't say anything, but sat there quietly. Li Fugua laughed. Mr. Qin, it's like this. As early as a week ago, the Qin Group had already mortgaged the entire company to the Central Summer Bank, and they promised to make up the interest immediately after they got a rebate on Windhall Real Estate's project. But, Li Fugua was afraid that Qin Xinghan had come to find a scene for the Qin family, so his tone was also a little weak, and only after that did he continue. But the Qin family owes interest alone has already made us unable to cope with the situation. So, Qin Xinghan pushed the document in front of him down in front of Li Fugua and said, Governor Li, this is the purpose of my visit. Seeing this, Li Fugua was a bit puzzled, and then hurriedly opened the folder, and after just scanning a few eyes, he just couldn't help but look at Qin Xinghan in surprise. Mr. Qin, you want to acquire the Qin Group? Li Fugua really hard to imagine. This granddaughter who was suppressed by the Qin family in the beginning, finally want to rise to revenge? Of course, with the entire Luo Hua Group behind her, who in Hanhwa City had the ability to resist her. After a long time, Li Fugua's eyes flooded with a touch of difficulty, saying, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid this is a bit improper. Qin Group is indeed mortgaged in my hands, but I don't have that much right to transfer him out yet. There was no fluctuation on top of Qin Xinghan's beautiful face, and that delicate gaze always had a touch of firmness in it. And then, Qin Xinghan said, Governor Li, I think you are well aware of the rights I have. Luo Hua Group is imperative to the Qin family. If you can't give Luo Hua Group help, then I, Luo Hua Group, will have to find another cooperative bank. With that, Qin Xinghan wanted to get up and leave. Seeing this, Li Fugua's face turned white with fear and hurriedly smiled. Mr. Qin, wait a moment. What a joke. If this queen really left, I'm afraid that the next day, she would withdraw all of Luo Hua Group's funds in the Bank of China, and by then, the Bank of China would be in a complete economic crisis. Only then did Qin Xinghan slowly sit down, while that Li Fugua's face had long been bitter. Immediately following, Li Fugua gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Qin, I will bring you the transfer letter from Qin Group. However, this still requires a procedure. Later on, I will give Qin Guangnan an ultimatum to force him to sign the transfer contract. Otherwise, he can only go to jail. Qin Xinghan eyes flat nodded. Seems to have long expected Li Fugua will do this, but her heart is complicated to the extreme. The Qin family is finally still destroyed in their own hands. Blame them for the unconscionable kidnapping of their own daughters. And then, Qin Xinghan said, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you will bring the documents and the lawyer to the Qin family. Li Fogwa didn't dare to disobey and hastily nodded his head. Today was supposed to be Night Fingwu's first day at work, but instead of heading to Luo Hua Group, he came to Luo Yawan's villa. The one who opened the door was Luo Bingxiao, and when she saw Night Fingwu standing in the doorway, her charming eyes glanced slightly and she lightly hummed, "Here you are, wait for dinner in a while." Night Fingwu looked at Luo Bingxiao with some surprise. At this time, Luo Bingxiao's body was tied with an apron. Her wasp waist was slender, and that perfect curve made Night Fingwu look at it a few more times. Luo Bingxiao blankly glanced at Night Windwu and hummed without any good humor, "Your daughter is here, so it's best to be more restrained." Oh. Saying that, Luo Bingxiao was swaying her waist that made people's hearts and minds tremble as she walked into the kitchen. "Uncle." At this time, a cheerful voice suddenly came, followed by Jingxi. Little girl as towards the Night Wind Wu ran over, a delicate as a porcelain doll like small face above, full of excitement. Night Fingwu picked up Jingxi and gave her a kiss on the cheek, smiling with a doting face. "Jingxi, did this aunt bully you?" Jingxi shook her head and said, "She's a sister, and my sister is very good to me, and so is my other sister." Night Fingwu smiled. The other sister in Jingxi's mouth should be Luo Yihuang. And then, Jingxi flattened her mouth and said, "Uncle, when can I go home? I miss my mom." Night Fingwu said gently, "Tomorrow will be fine. Mom is very busy these 2 days. However, before you go home, you have to promise Uncle a condition." "What conditions?" Jingxi's small face was a bit puzzled. Night Fingwu carried Jingxi to the sofa and placed him on his lap before saying, "Don't let your mom know that Uncle put you here." Upon hearing this, a touch of cunning gradually surfaced in Jingxi's big snowy eyes, and then said, "It turns out that Mommy doesn't know where Jingxi is. Uncle, you are so bad. Mommy will be angry." Night Fingwu made a pitiful look and said, "You don't want Uncle to not even have a floor to sleep on." Jingxi blinked her big eyes and said quietly in Night Fingwu's ear with a smiling face, "Uncle, I haven't been to the zoo in a long time." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu said without hesitation, "Deal." Night Fingwu didn't expect that he would be threatened by the little girl. "Boo!" Jingxi's small face leapt for a moment, and then she gave a kiss on Night Fingwu's face. At this time, Luo Bingxiao walked out with 2 plates of dishes, and then placed them on the dining table, and with a distance of a few meters, Night Fingwu could already smell the fragrance of the meal. "Alright, come eat," Luo Bingchuan shouted towards Night Fingwu and Jingxi, looking like a gentle and skillful housewife. This made Night Fingwu a little surprised. Is this still the same red-clothed female devil in the mighty? Night Fingwu had once seen Luo Bingqiu fight among hundreds of outlaws who had waded into the Chinese border with her 2 short blades, and in that battle, the red clothes on her body were completely stained with blood. It was hard to imagine that such a horrible demoness could cook. Luo Bingqiao served Night Fingwu and Jingxi. After sitting down, she took the lead in giving Jingxi a few mouthfuls of food. That doting look was not an act. She really liked Jingxi. This caused Nightwind Museum to once again plummet. Luo Bingqiao seemed to have noticed Night Fingwu's shocked gaze, which made her originally gentle gaze instantly just a few points colder, and hummed towards Night Fingwu, "What are you looking at? Your eyes don't want it." Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu skimmed his lips and muttered, "I thought I recognized the wrong person." This caused Luo Bingchuan to once again glare fiercely at Nightwind Wu. On the side, Jingxi watched the 2 of them and snickered. After eating, Luo Bingqiao washed the dishes, while Night Fingwu called Lu Hui's phone and said, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin family, to order some manpower. And then, after Night Fingwu thought about it, he called Jiang Hao again. "Little Hao, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, bring some people to the Qin family villa." When she hung up the phone, Luo Bingqiao suddenly was sitting next to Night Fingwu, pressing that enchanting body tightly against Night Fingwu. "Is it necessary to make such a big scene?" Luo Bingchuan said with some amusement. Night Fingwu, on the other hand, hummed, "I'm the gist of it. Do you think Chen Yu and Zhong will sit back and wait for death? As well as the Qin family? Do you think they'll honestly transfer the company out?" Luo Bingchuan hugged one of Night Fingwu's arms and laughed. "It seems like you're trying to build up your wife's momentum." Night Fingwu laughed. "It's not possible to talk about creating momentum. At least let some people know that Qinghan is no longer the same unsupported and delicate woman she was before. You're really good to her." Luo Bingchuan pursed her red lips and said, her tone filled with acidity. Nightwind Wu was embarrassed and was just about to say something nice when he saw that Jingxi next to him was staring at the intimate gesture of himself and Luo Bingqiao clinging to each other. In a pair of big snowy eyes, there was also a flash of a not-so-happy look. Seeing this, Night Fingwu hurriedly coughed before sitting up straight, and Luo Bingqiu seemed to have noticed Jingxi's gaze as well, before leaving Night Fingwu's body without any panic. Chapter 88, A Convoy. Chapter 89, A Convoy. Zhang Gu of course didn't want to let go of this opportunity, and just when he was about to say something, he saw Qin Fei suddenly run over from the villa's gate. Seeing this, Qin Guangnan hurriedly asked, "Is it Qin Qinghan who's here? Don't let her hurry in to meet elder brother Zhang and sister brother." Qin Fei said with a complicated expression. There's a lengthened Lincoln coming from the entrance. It seems to be the car of Luo Hua Group. At those words, everyone's faces were puzzled. Could it be that some big shot had come over? Thinking of this, Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin and the others looked at each other in dismay before hurriedly walking out of the villa. Upon arriving at the small courtyard outside the villa, he saw a luxurious stretch Lincoln parked in front of the entrance. At this time, the door of the car opened, and from above took the lead to walk down 4 bodyguards dressed in black, one of whom stood in the doorway seemingly waiting for the big shot inside to come out. Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin were both looking at the car door with unblinking eyes. Immediately following, a tall silhouette wearing a light-colored trench coat appeared in everyone's eyes. Her long hair was coiled up high in an indescribably noble manner, and her pair of delicate gazes were vaguely glowing with a touch of determination. Her figure was extremely tall and delicate, and the most stunning thing about her was undoubtedly her breathtakingly beautiful and captivating face. Just a glimpse. All seem to be able to let a person's heart relaxed and happy. The person is precisely Qin Xinghan. In just a moment, that Zhang Ji's eyes were mesmerized, and today, he once again saw this dreamy face. On the side, Lu Mei's face was also flushed with intense amazement. She said toward Zhang Yulin, "Could this be Luo Yihuang, the chairman of the Luo Phoenix Group? I heard that she has a face that makes countless celebrities are jealous." Zhang Yulin said with a complicated face, "She is not Luo Dong." Zhang Yulin had seen Luo Yihuang, and he could never forget that magnificent figure. He even sighed that he was afraid that there would be no more of that kind of absolute heavenly pride in this world. But the appearance of this woman today had completely broken the sigh he had once had, because, whether this woman was in terms of temperament or appearance, she was definitely not much worse than Luo Yihuang, and it could even be said to be minimal. So, he was curious who this woman was. Zhang Gu held back the excitement in his heart and said, "Mom and Dad, she is Cheng Han." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulin and his wife had a look of surprise in their eyes, and it was only then that the former came to a sudden realization and said, "No wonder you were mesmerized by her." Lu Mei's eyes flooded with a touch of regret as she said, "Such a woman is quite passable to be my daughter-in-law, but it's a pity that such a beautiful woman is a body of a crippled flower." What made everyone puzzled was that Qin Xinghan would have bodyguards by his side, and that he had come in the Luo Huang Group's stretch Lincoln. "Xinghan, you're such a big show-off. I'm really curious how you, a small staff member of Luo Huang Group, managed to borrow this car." Qin Fei grunted to Qin Xinghan with a mocking face. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yulin's face just slightly froze as he said, "She's an employee of Luo Hua Group?" Qin Guangnan explained, "Elder brother Zhang, there's no harm in it, it's just a small staff member. She was dismissed by the Qin family and no company dared to hire her, but I didn't expect that she would be fortunate enough to be favored by Luo Huang Group." On the sidelines, Lu Mei grunted, "Just a small staff." Only then did Zhang Yulin nod. Qin Guangnan looked at Qin Xinghan and said with a serious face, "Xinghan, haven't you come to meet your future in-laws yet?" At this moment, Qin Fei and Yang Yu stood at the back of the crowd, almost not daring to raise their eyes to look at their own daughters, because they had no face to face their own daughters. Qin Xinghan's heart was tense as she was worried about Jingxi's safety, and after her gaze swept through the crowd, she couldn't help but frown and said, "Where's Jingxi?" Qin Guangnan said in a deep voice, "Jingxi is safe. As long as you marry Mr. Zhang, Jingxi will naturally return home safely, and when the time comes, I will also personally choose a good family for Jingxi." Qin Xinghan's delicate gaze was flooded with a touch of ruefulness. She said with a heartbreaking voice, "Grandpa, I have saddled up for the company, and even if I am suppressed by you guys at every turn, I have never complained. How can you do such a cruel thing?" Qin Guangnan, however, coldly grunted, "I'm also doing this for your own good. Marrying Mr. Zhang is always 100 times stronger than you following a strong annihilator criminal in your life." Zhang Yulin impatiently said, "Since the person is already here, let her come with us. I don't have time to waste here." Qin Guangnan turned towards Qin Xinghan and said in a cold voice, "Xinghan, you know very well what to do." Qin Guangnan was clearly using Jingxi to threaten Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan pursed her red lips and said in an extremely cold tone, "I won't do anything until I see Jingxi." Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan's brows furrowed. Qin Fei stepped forward and hummed, "I can let you hear her voice." With that, Qin Fei dialed Zhang Cheng's phone, and soon, the phone was connected, and Qin Fei directly said, "Let the little girl talk." And then, Qin Fei handed his cell phone to Qin Xinghan. Qin Xinghan hurriedly took the phone and put it to her ear, saying with an eager face, "Jingxi, this is Mom." But immediately following that, Qin Xinghan's face was slightly stunned, and that eager gaze gradually became slack. And at this moment, in a Porsche somewhere in the corner of the West Mountain Villa, Night Fingwu was holding a cell phone and saying something. "Quietus is safe. Do what you need to do and feel free to do it." After saying that, Night Fingwu hung up the phone. The cell phone in his hand belonged to the three people who had kidnapped Jingxi, so after Qin Fei called, Night Fengwu was the first to receive it. And then, Night Fengwu turned his head to Zhang Hao sitting in the driver's seat, and grunted without any good humor. I told you to bring some people, and you brought a convoy. Want to scare my wife to death? Zhang Hao hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Wu, this is our brother's aura. This way, who would dare to bully sister-in-law in the future? Night Fengwu glared at Zhang Hao and grunted in an unfriendly manner. Get lost. After saying that, Night Fengwu directly got out of the car, while Zhang Hao drove his Porsche directly towards the direction of the Qin family villa. Behind his car, there was a long row of 7-seat commercial vehicles, all black in color, with more than 3 dozen of them, so that the other residents passing by were all afraid to avoid them. Night Fengwu shook his head helplessly. He originally only wanted Zhang Hao to bring a dozen people to support the scene, to ensure the safety of Qin Qinghan on the line. How did he know that this kid brought so many people? Immediately following that, Night Fengwu remembered Lu Hui and the others, and then hurriedly dialed Lu Hui's phone. Instructor, they'll be here soon. The phone had just been connected when Lu Hui's voice rang out. Nightwind Wu said, didn't bring many people, did you? Lu Hui said, not much. That's good. Night Fengwu nodded. He was worried about this kid messing around. In that case it would be easy to expose his identity. As soon as Night Fengwu's words fell, he only heard a cursing voice coming from the phone, which seemed to be Yang Lu's shouting, Captain Fan, make your soldiers sharp. How are you leading them? If this goes to war, you can't even hold your position. In an instant, Night Fengwu's face just darkened. At the same time, in the small courtyard of the Qin family's villa, Qin Qinghan returned Qin Fei's phone to him, and at this moment, the worry in her eyes had finally vanished. Just because of that voice on the phone, with him, one feels like there's nothing one can't face. Only, she was curious as to why the call made by Qin Fei would be received by Night Fengwu. Qin Guangnan said with a cold face, Qinghan, if he wasn't desperate, Grandpa wouldn't have done this. But you should know that Grandpa is all for the Qin family, so go with Mr. Zhang now. Qin Qinghan, however, shook his head and said in a firm tone, that is not the purpose of my coming here today. At those words, Qin Guangnan's brows furrowed fiercely, and even Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Yulin and Zhang Ge changed their faces. Qin Guangnan said angrily, what did you say? Don't you want to see that little girl? At this time, Yang Yu stepped forward and advised towards Qin Qinghan, Qinghan, Mom knows that you're in a difficult situation, but, Mr. Zhang is a talented man. He's so infatuated with you. He'll definitely treat you well in the future. For your own sake, don't insist on it anymore. That strong annihilator criminal Night Fengwu won't let you have a good life. Jingxi I will also take good care of it. Chapter 89. Chapter 90 Wasted. Qinshi stood in place without saying a word, a face but extremely ashamed. As a father, he even the ability to protect his daughter is not. In the face of Yang Yu's words, Qin Qinghan but said, you guys don't know him. In your eyes, he's just a good-for-nothing forced annihilator. But he's done a lot for me. At least, he treats Jingxi as if she's his own daughter. This was Qin Qinghan's heart. At this moment, she had slowly accepted Night Fengwu in her heart. However, there was one thing that she could never let go of, and that was the birthmark behind Night Fengwu, the birthmark that was exactly the same as the one on Jingxi's arm, so she would still investigate. Qin Qinghan's words caused a touch of resentment to rise in Zhang Ji's eyes, which made him even more determined in his mind that as long as Qin Qinghan married herself, it would be the beginning of her nightmare. Yang Yu hated the iron and said, Qinghan, what's so good about that forcible annihilator? He's a liar. Even the ring he gave you is a high imitation. What else can he give you? Qin Qinghan shook his head once again and said, Mom, he didn't lie to me. The ring is real, and at the Luo Phoenix auction, someone bid $200 million to buy it away. At those words, Yang Yu and Qin Ji's faces both changed. That Zhang Yulin's brow was also tightly wrinkled. This matter he also heard about. Just 2 days ago, the world's unique heart of the Blue Sea, in the Luo Hua group auction successfully bid. Someone bid $200 million. This is able to buy the entire Zhang's group of astronomical figures. Not only had Zhang Yulin heard about this, even Qin Guangnan had watched the news. Unable to help it, Qin Guangnan's heart vaguely tightened. If that ring is really the Night Fengwu gave to Qin Qinghan, then this called Night Fengwu will be what is the head of a strong annihilator casually is out of the $200 million dollars of the heart of the Blue Sea. Just thinking about it made Qin Guangnan's scalp tingle. But soon, the idea was vetoed by him. There was no way he could believe that a forced annihilator would have so much vigor and financial power. Zhang Gu said, Qinghan, you don't really believe that the heart of the Blue Sea from the Luo Hua auction is the one given to you by that eradicator, do you? Yang Yu also said, yeah Qinghan, maybe that's the real thing. Qin Qinghan bitterly shook her head, and then, she extended her left hand.
which had been covered up, and in an instant, a brilliant turquoise blue luster was presented before her eyes. Under the sunlight, the turquoise sapphire was mapped with channels of piercing light, brilliant and splendid. With just one glance, everyone was dumbfounded. With such a luster, such a brilliant color, if anyone were to say that he was a fake again, it would truly be a laughingstock. This is yesterday Night Wind Marshal put on her. She wanted to refuse, but Night Wind Marshal said, tomorrow you can't weaken the momentum. With it, you are a fearless queen. Everyone looked at the radiant luster and couldn't return to their senses for a long time. Qinghan said to Yang Yu, Mom, instead of blaming you for selling the $200 million worth of the Heart of the Blue Sea for 20,000, he even re-gave it to me? Now, do you still believe that it's fake? At those words, Yang Yu immediately lowered her face, a look of shame in her eyes, but she was shocked in her heart. Oh my god, the ring that Guy gave to Qinghan is really a priceless treasure. Isn't he a rapist? How can he afford to give Qinghan such an expensive thing? Qin Guangnan's face was iron blue as he coldly grunted. Enough, parents orders matchmaker's words, no matter what that forced annihilator is, while you, as a member of the Qin family, should think about the Qin family. As soon as the words fell, Qin Guangnan waved his hand towards the group of security guards behind him. In an instant, 15 or 16 security guards surrounded Qinghan. Seeing this, Qinghan took a few steps back, and the 4 bodyguards around her hurriedly protected her in the center. Don't force my hand, Qin Guangnan said with a gloomy face. At this time, Zhang Yulin similarly waved his hand towards the few bodyguards he had brought with him and said with an impatient face, take it away. I don't have much time. Qin Guangnan's and Zhang Yulin's every word and action were so domineering that in today's seemingly harmonious world, such forced marriages are undoubtedly a disgusting and abhorrent thing to do. However, the world is so big that there are always some people who will force the disadvantaged groups to do something they do not want to do because of their selfish interests. So what is the difference between this kind of behavior and forcing a good man to become a prostitute? More than 24 people surrounded Qinghan and the 4 bodyguards she had brought with her, and it was clear that Qinghan's situation was already in dire straits. In the past, when encountering such a situation, Qinghan would definitely turn pale with fear. But today, instead of having a trace of worry in her eyes, she had a look of calmness, simply because he had told himself that everything would be fine. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the 20 or so people wanted to swarm Qinghan's several bodyguards and capture him, a burst of brakes suddenly came from the villa's entrance. In an instant, a red Porsche was parked at the door, and behind the Porsche was a long convoy of 36 cars. Such a huge battle clearly caught everyone off guard. That Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin both frowned fiercely as well. Boom, boom. At this moment, all the car doors opened together, and one by one, youths dressed in black, with fierce faces came down from the car, numbering as many as 200. The person who came down from the Porsche, on the other hand, was a man wearing a black trench coat, whose figure was not only tall and robust, but whose face also had a hideous knife scar. Beside him, he seemed to be perpetually followed by a youth with a thin figure, but with a gaze as fierce as that of a wild beast. Ho, ho. After a long time, that Zhang Yulin only muttered with some shock and disorientation, and even Qin Guangnan next to him also stared at his cloudy old eyes in surprise. As one of the few wealthy merchants in Haihua City, how could Zhang Yulin not recognize East Dragon Overlord Jiang Hao? And not to mention Qin Guangnan, who was now working on a very big project with Feng Hao Real Estate, a project that had even brought his Qin family extremely close to bankruptcy. Jiang Hao walked ahead with the hyena, and every step he took was seemingly with a pressure that made people feel suffocated. As Jiang Hao moved, the hundreds of minions behind him followed in lockstep, and the black press had surrounded the entire Qin family villa. Lu Mei is Zhang Yulin's wife, a woman. How had she ever seen such a horrible battle? She only felt that her head seemed to be covered with dark clouds, so scared that she leaned towards Zhang Yulin with a white face. Seemingly sensing his wife's fear, Zhang Yulin forced himself to be calm and patted Lu Mei's hand. Comforting, it's fine, I'm friends with Brother Hao. Zhang Yulin had worked with Jiang Hao on some projects, so Jiang Hao had helped him in some unseen business. Brother Hao, why do you have time to visit West Mountain Villa? Zhang Yulin looked like he knew Jiang Hao very well and directly opened his mouth and smiled. On the side, Qin Guangnan also nodded towards Jiang Hao with a smile on his face. Although he suspected that the project at Feng Hao Real Estate was Jiang Hao's way of deliberately fixing the Qin family, but after all, he didn't have any evidence, and also never dared to say it to his face because of his fear of Jiang Hao. But he was curious as to what Jiang Hao's purpose was for bringing so many minions over today. Jiang Hao stood in front of Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan before turning his head to look at the 24 or so bodyguards who had surrounded Qinghan's people in the center and said indifferently, "Your people." Zhang Yulin couldn't guess Jiang Hao's intentions, but still squeezed out a hint of a smile and said, "It's just a family matter. It's not for Brother Hao." Wasted.
Before Zhang Yulin could finish his words, he only heard the hyena behind Jiang Hao slowly speak, his tone cold but full of domineering coldness. Chapter 90, A Regiment. Chapter 91, A Regiment. As soon as the words fell, dozens of juniors swarmed up, and greeted the 20 or so security guards without any mercy at all. In less than half a minute, the 20-some bodyguards are all lying on the ground wailing. There are a dozen people's legs were broken. Their arms were broken. The picture is miserable. Although these bodyguards were all somewhat skilled, they could not withstand the large number of Jiang Hao's minions, not to mention, which of these minions were not battle-hardened existences. The 4 bodyguards who had already sworn to protect Qin Shinghan were all stunned and froze in place. Looking at the ruthlessness of these people, their backs were all drenched in cold sweat. Qin Shinghan, on the other hand, turned her back. Her heart was too kind and simple to look at such images. In an instant, Zhang Yulin and Qin Guangnan's several people were so shocked that their faces turned pale. What the hell is going on? After a long time, Zhang Guo behind the Zhang Yulin suddenly murmured with a pale face. Why are these people fighting before they have even finished a sentence? And what are they really after? At the end, Qin Shinghan's parents were also shocked and disoriented and froze in place. They were all honest and ordinary people and had never seen the scene of an underground organization fight. Therefore, the two have been scared to snuggle together, but they are most confused. This legendary East Dragon overlord Jiang Hao seems to be helping his daughter. Geez, what did they see? How could green cold-some goodness have anything to do with these people? Qin Guangnan's aged face was filled with disbelief and confusion. He said with difficulty, Brother Hao, why are you doing this? Where did my Qin family wrong you? Jiang Hao coldly glanced at Qin Guangnan before turning around and arriving in front of Qin Shinghan. Everyone looked over curiously, seemingly wanting to know how Jiang Hao would treat Qin Shinghan. Qin Ji and Yang Yu were even more nervous and their whole body was stiff. Whether Jiang Hao would harm their daughter was what they were worried about. Sister-in-law, I'm late. Sorry, Jiang Hao said in a respectful tone towards Qin Shinghan. Sister-in-law. Although Jiang Hao said one sentence, everyone heard only 2 words in their ears. That is, sister-in-law. Goodness, why did Jiang Hao call Qin Shinghan his sister-in-law? At this moment, Qin Ji and Yang Yu, 2 people's faces blanched at a loss for words. Could it be that the forced annihilator that they mocked and disliked, he is a horrible person that Jiang Hao has to call his brother? That Qin Guangnan stared fiercely at his cloudy eyes with a shocked and disoriented look on his face. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Hao had brought a bunch of juniors to the Qin family. His purpose was Qin Shinghan. No wonder Qin Shinghan was able to sign the project of Feng Hao real estate so easily. No wonder Jiang Hao would deal with himself. So it turned out that it was all Qin Shinghan who was making trouble out of it. Or rather, it was that person called Nightfing Wu. How could he, a forced annihilator who had just been released from prison, know Jiang Hao and still allow him to call him brother? Unable to help it, Qin Guangnan's heart was already vaguely despairing. He had already begun to regretting that he had driven Qin Shinghan out of the Qin family in the first place, regretting that he had never valued Qin Shinghan. If Qin Shinghan is still in the Qin family, then I am afraid that his Qin S group has already been among the higher levels. At this moment, the most emboldened is undoubtedly Zhang Yulin, father and son. They teamed up with Qin Guangnan, and did not hesitate to use her daughter to blackmail Qin Shinghan. This is not looking for death. Zhang Guo's whole body is drenched in cold sweat. He has been coveting a woman who even Jiang Hao has to call out as sister-in-law. He must be too long in life. Qin Shinghan seemed to have gotten used to Jiang Hao calling her sister-in-law, but it didn't mean she wasn't afraid of Jiang Hao. She nodded and said softly, Thank you, I hope you won't make too much of a fuss. Qin Shinghan was obviously afraid that Jiang Hao would put up a fight against the Qin family. At the same time, near the main entrance of the West Hill Villa area, there was also a long line of cars parked, 24 or so, with a black Mercedes-Benz in the center. This Mercedes-Benz is none other than the West Tiger Black Wind Chen Yuanzhong's car. At this moment, Chen Yuanzhong was sitting in the backseat of the Mercedes, when a junior brother ran over to inform, Boss, Jiang Hao has taken someone to the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong's sophisticated gaze sunk slightly as he hummed. Expectedly, not only does he want to protect Qin Shinghan, but he also wants to take the Qin family for himself. Humph, Jiang Hao, do you really think I'll put up with you again and again? And then, a cold light flashed in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes as he faintly said, Go to the Qin family. The driver was just about to start the car when another junior ran over with a somewhat less than right face and said, Boss, there's a June_DUI coming from over there. At those words, Chen Yuanzhong frowned and turned his head to look, and he saw that there was a slowly traveling June_DUI on the highway. 7 or 8 tanks opened the way. A dozen armored vehicles followed by a long line of trucks that could not be seen at all. And in each truck there was a team of heavily armed June_in. Looking at this formation, there should be a full regiment of troops. Even Chen Yuanzhong had never seen such a large Jun_DUI collective action. Chen Yuanzhong was puzzled in his heart, and then said, "Don't mind them. Maybe they're going somewhere for maneuvers." Cheng Xiong and the co-pilot suddenly turned his head and said, "Boss, they went into the West Mountain Villa." Upon hearing that, Chen Yuanzhong's face changed, and sure enough, he saw that the several tanks that had taken the lead had all entered the gate of the West Mountain Villa. In just a moment, a flash of gravity flared up in Chen Yuanzhong's eyes. He didn't dare think in that direction because, well, it just wasn't possible and no one would think in that direction. Chang Xiong frowned and said, "Boss, Jun_DUI it can't be for the Qin family, right?" Chen Yuanzhong's face was frozen to the extreme. He was making a difficult decision. He didn't dare to gamble. If Jun_DUI was really for the Qin family, then if he went over there, he would undoubtedly become a lamb to the slaughter. At this time, a junior brother ran over with an anxious face. "Boss, their aim is the Qin family villa. Should we still go over there?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong immediately closed his eyes in dismay, wondering who in the world had such great power to mobilize a Jun_DUI, regardless of which side this Jun_DUI is from. "This person is too terrifying. Turn around and go back," Chen Yuanzhong said tiredly, knowing that he had lost this encounter with Jiang Hao. At this moment, at the entrance of the Qin family villa, with a rumbling sound, the entire ground was slightly trembling. Everyone, including Jiang Hao and Hyena, looked back in surprise. Just a moment, let them shocked colorless scene is appeared, only to see 7 or 8 tanks are towards the Qin family villa slowly driving. More horrible is, tanks behind the armored car and can't see the head of the long line of trucks. Not only did this scene leave Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin without a clue in their hearts, even Jiang Hao frowned. How did the Jun_DUI appear here? And by the looks of it, it seems to be a regiment of troops. Jiang Hao said towards the hyena with some confusion. Hyena also said with a grave expression on his face, "Could it be someone from the Qin family? It would be bad if it is." Even if Jiang Hao was powerful, how powerful in Haihua City, but in the face of Jun_DUI, he did not even have the power to resist. Even Qin Qinghan, who had been protected by Jiang Hao's minions, was unable to return to her senses as her entire body was stunned at the sight of that one armored vehicle. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the tanks and armored vehicles all stopped, followed by a heavily armed Jun_N was neatly lined up, a full 2,000 people in line, almost to the entrance of the West Mountain Villa. Boom! At that moment, a young man wearing a combat uniform and carrying the rank of major on his shoulder jumped down from an armored vehicle. Beside him was followed a colonel chief in his 40s. Hundreds of soldiers lined up on both sides, and the duo walked straight at them with tiger-like steps. Their targets were clearly Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. The person who came was none other than Lu Hui, and the colonel leader beside him was named Fan Long, who was transferred over by an urgent transfer order from Lu Hui. When Fan Long asked about the purpose of this mission, Lu Hui only gave him a few words, to protect the Blood Wolf King's woman. At that moment, Fan Long was almost stunned, and his heart was even more honored. As a colonel leader, how could he not know what kind of existence the Blood Wolf King is? That is the god of war in the army, the model of all Jun_N. Chapter 91, People You Can't Afford to Offend. Chapter 92, The People You Can't Afford to Offend. This was the brotherly bond between him and Knight Fengwu. He could die, but he would definitely die before Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan was also startled and disorganized by the battle in front of him. Pop. Therefore, he merely stood in place without speaking, and that disdainful aura had already caused Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin to break out in a cold sweat. "Leader, I don't know what your business is," Qin Guangnan said stiffly. The timid and fearful Qin Ji and Yang Yu couple, even more shivering at the back of the stand, they looked at each other, as if asking, "These people, also because of Qinghan? Is it to help Qinghan or another intention? If it's here to help Chenghan, who exactly is the person behind it?" Lu Hui's knife-sharpened face was ice-cold and unusual as he looked down at Qin Guangnan and said, "I heard that you're forcing an arranged marriage. Is there such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Qin Guangnan dared not admit it and hastily shook his head. "Leader, are you mistaken? Misunderstanding?" Lu Hui gave a cold smile, then turned his head to Jiang Hao, who was protecting Qin Qinghan next to him, and said, "Brother, is there such a thing?" Jiang Hao was a bit bewildered, as this major officer seemed to have a friendly tone towards himself, and then, Jiang Hao nodded and said, "Leader, my sister-in-law already has a husband, and this old boy kidnapped my sister-in-law's daughter in an attempt to threaten my sister-in-law into marrying someone she doesn't like, so I personally think this is a typical arranged marriage." Hearing Jiang Hao's words, cold sweat broke out on the faces of that Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin, and even Zhang Ge, who was hiding behind Zhang Yulin, was trembling with fear. A touch of coldness rose in Lu Hui's eyes before he turned to look behind Zhang Yulin and said, "Who is Zhang Ge?" In an instant, that Zhang Ge was trembling with fear and trembling, almost being scared down by Lu Hui's neutral voice. Without the need for Zhang Gu to answer, Lu Hui could already tell who he was from his pale face. So, Lu Hui said in a cold voice, "Does she like you?" Lu Hui was obviously talking about Qin Xinghan. Nowadays, everyone did not know what the purpose of these Jun_N was, so all of them were looking on with some trepidation, fearing that a wrong word would cause the wrath of this dreadful officer. Zhang Gu coyly trembled. "I love him, I will give her happiness." "Damn, I'm asking you, does she like you?" Lu Hui's face changed and he cursed angrily. This angry cry caused Zhang Ji's body to tremble fiercely in fear. On the side, the duo of Zhang Yulin and Lu Mei, seeing their son's difficult appearance, were both flooded with intense tension. Zhang Gu is a rich second generation, in the city of Haiwa to make trouble. I do not know how many good women to play with. Where he goes is the focus of all eyes, just because he has a father that others envy. And now, facing these dragon-like Jun_N, Zhang Ji's previous condescension and untouchability were all gone, and now he was like a chick seeking shelter from a hen. Zhang Yulin was worried about his son, so he hurriedly licked his smiling face and said, "Chief, I'm Zhang Yulin, the chairman of Zhang's group, and this is my son. If there's anything he doesn't know about etiquette, I still hope that the chief will have more tolerance." Zhang Yulin attempted to use his identity as the chairman of the group to make Lu Hui feel a hint of pressure. After all, the Jun_N's vocation was to protect the country, not to bully the common people. "Get lost." Lu Hui spat out a word towards Zhang Yulin in a cold tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulin's face turned ugly as he said with a sullen face, "Leader, you are Jun_N, not police officers. Even if we are really in an arranged marriage, it's not your business, right?" Zhang Yulin's words were reasonable, and even Qin Guangnan, who was on the side, couldn't help but straighten his back. Lu Hui lightly grunted, and suddenly he was shouting, "Captain Fan, what did you become a soldier for?" "Protect the family and defend the country." Fan Long drank without hesitation. "What about you guys?" Lu Hui turned to look at the young faces behind him that were tender but had a rigidity to them. "Protect the country and make the people happy in peace." Everyone looked at the young officer and wondered what he intended to do. A cold smile spread in Lu Hui's eyes and he once again shouted towards all the soldiers, "We spend our youth and throw our blood and sweat just to make this country stronger and safer. And if the person we want to protect is this kind of black sheep who is a scourge to the women of good families, what should we do?" This earth-shattering morale instantly just stunned Qin Guangnan, Zhang Yulin and Zhang Gu. "Wow! Ah!" Zhang Yulin screamed miserably as he was smashed to the ground. The entire corner of his eye was dripping with crimson blood. On the side, Lu Mei and Zhang Gu were both stunned as they rushed to assist Zhang Yulin. At this time, Jiang Hao shouted angrily, "Damn! I worship Jun_N the most in my life. How dare you threaten Jun_N? Give me a beating, beat me to death." With Jiang Hao's furious shout, the dozen or so juniors behind him immediately went up together, and their fists and feet all greeted Zhang Yulin, Lu Mei, and Zhang Ji's family of three. In an instant, there were three miserable pleas for mercy coming from the crowd. The Jun_N might not care to beat them up, but Jiang Hao didn't have any qualms about it, and even if he killed them, he still had a way to get out. After Jiang Hao's minions dispersed in a flurry, Zhang Yulin's family of three was instantly presented in front of everyone's eyes. Only, their noses and faces were not to mention how miserable they looked. Once upon a time, how could Zhang Yulin have ever thought that he would be in charge of a large group and that there would be a day when he would be beaten up so miserably? Lu Hui and Fan Long stood on the sidelines, but they didn't stop Jiang Hao's men in the slightest, because this was exactly the result they wanted. If he didn't want to expose the instructor's identity, he would want to sweep these people up in a single pike right now. In their eyes, the duty of the Jun_N was to protect the family and defend the country, but they had no idea what kind of existence the instructor was, daring to coerce the Blood Wolf King's woman. Even if they were court-martialed, the only thing they would be guilty of would be execution by firing squad. Qin Guangnan had completely despaired, and looking at the situation in front of him, it was all for Qin Xinghan, all for the sake of protecting Qin Xinghan. At this moment, Qin Guangnan seemed to have aged a few more points, and that stooped waist bent a few points once again. He looked at Jiang Hao and Lu Hui, and said with eyes full of despair, "What kind of person has my Qin family? Offended?" Lu Hui didn't say anything, but Jiang Hao grunted coldly, "Someone you can't afford to offend." Qin Guangnan laughed self-deprecatingly. "So, from the moment the Qin family signed the contract with you, Feng Hao Real Estate, you were already prepared to break my Qin family?" This was something Qin Guangnan had never dared to ask. Jiang Hao, however, laughed coldly. "Wrong, it was the day you dismissed your sister-in-law that your Qin family was doomed to extinction." As soon as the words fell, the self-mockery in Qin Guangnan's eyes was even thicker. His hunched body shook, as if he would lie down on the ground at any time, and after a long time, he finally sighed with remorse.
It turns out that the one I can't afford to offend the most is the one that makes me never look at my granddaughter. What is that, Nightwind Marshal? In the end, at this moment, Qin Guangnan vaguely felt that these June_in and Nightwind Marshal were related. Chapter 92, She is Mr. Qin. Chapter 93, She is Mr. Qin. By the fact that you're not qualified to know? Jiang Hao coldly replied back. In fact, even he himself was a bit in disbelief. This one regiment of troops, could it really be that they came over because of Wu? This was too unbelievable. Oh, Qin Guangnan despaired and laughed to himself. The Qin family is finished. Today, no one can shake Qin Shenghan. And Qin Shenghan's face was even more complicated. Until this moment, she finally understood one thing. That is, from the very first day she knew Night Fengwu, he had already started preparing to deal with the Qin family. Although he hadn't revealed a single word to himself, he had silently forced the Qin family into a place of no return. And it was all for himself. It turned out, he had done so much for himself. Among the crowd, there were two other people whose faces were extremely bitter, namely Qin Ji and Yang Yu couple. Yang Yu secretly tugged at the corner of Qin Ji's coat and whispered, I think we'd better go out and hide for a few days? Qin Ji said. Why? Yang Yu said with some anxiety, we were so buried in Night Fengwu back then. I even sold the ring he gave to Qin Han. If he really is Jiang Hao's big brother, how will he deal with us? Upon hearing this, Qin Ji also nodded with a palpitating heart. At this time, two middle-aged men in suits suddenly ran over. Both of them were sweating and panting. One of them was Li Fugua, the president of Zhongxia Bank. Li Fugua's car parked at the gate of the West Mountain Villa. All along the way are a heavily armed June_in. All the way jogging over, he was hanging his heart in his throat, fearing that he would mess with these sacred June_in. He had thought about going back halfway, but if he didn't do what Mr. Qin instructed him to do, he would most likely lose his position as bank president. At this juncture, Li Fugua's appearance baffled the uninformed. Li Fugua was the one who saw Qin Shenghan next to him at a glance, and then accompanied a smile towards Qin Shenghan, before he walked to Qin Guangnan's face with a serious face and opened the folder in his hand. Qin Family Master, this is the ultimatum given to you by the Central Summer Bank. Sign this transfer and from today onwards, your company and all the properties under your name, including this villa, will be owned by the bank. After Li Fugua finished speaking, the lawyer behind him also presented another legal document in front of Qin Guangnan. In an instant, Qin Guangnan felt that the sky above his head had collapsed. Li Fugua said without any emotion, the Qin family master can choose not to sign, but you know the consequences very well. With your body and bones, how many years of prison food can you eat? Qin Guangnan turned his helpless eyes to Zhang Yulin, who was lying on the ground with a swollen nose, and all Zhang Yulin gave him was a resentful look. If it wasn't because of the Qin family, how could his family have suffered like this? Qin Guangnan knew that the Qin family was finished, so he signed his name on the transfer with trembling hands. Li Fugua closed the document, and then turned around and came to Qin Shenghan's face, and under Qin Guangnan's shocked expression, he handed over that document transfer to Qin Shenghan's hands. Qin Shenghan just swept a glance. Although she sympathized with the Qin family, she also knew that this was the retribution they deserved. They shouldn't kidnap their own daughters for their own selfish desires. However, Li Fugua's handing over such an important transfer to Qin Shenghan was somewhat unexpected in the eyes of Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin. Even though Luo Hua Group had already taken the Qin Group from Li Fugua, where did she get this kind of power as a small staff member of Luo Hua Group? At this moment, Zhang Yulin got up with difficulty as he said towards Jiang Hao, Brother Hao, I shouldn't get involved in the Qin family's affairs. Right now, I have an appointment with the new president of Luo Hua Group. Can I leave first? Jiang Hao's brows furrowed as a smirk of shame spread across his eyes before he glanced behind him at Qin Shenghan. Qin Shenghan cupped the document in his hands, and then said towards Zhang Yulin, Dong Zhang, I don't see the need for our meeting to continue. Luo Huang Group has no interest in cooperating with Shang's group anymore. At those words, Zhang Yulin's face suddenly changed drastically, and Qin Guangnan, who was on the side, was also shocked to the point that his old face went pale. What do you mean? Is the executive president of Luo Hua Group that Zhang Yulin is going to meet today Qin Shenghan? Is she the new president of Luo Hua Group? How is this possible? Li Fugua smiled politely towards Qin Shenghan. Mr. Qin, if there is nothing else, Mr. Li will leave first. Qin Shenghan nodded and said with the same politeness, I'm troubling Governor Li today. Should. Li Fugua, how dare he say trouble? With a complimentary look, when Li Fugua left, Zhang Yulin's entire body was just frozen in place. It was over. Zhang's group was completely finished. From the way Governor Li addressed and complimented Qin Shenghan was bound to be the new president of Luo Hua Group. Not only was Zhang Yulin unable to accept it for a moment, even Qin Guangnan was shocked beyond words.
How could he have imagined that his granddaughter would leap to become the executive president of the largest conglomerate in the city of Haiwa after leaving the Qin family? If he had treated Qin Xinghan better, the Qin family would never have come to this point. But where in the world were the ifs? The face of Zhang Ge, who was on the ground attempting to find the few teeth he had knocked out, was also filled with shock after hearing that Qin Xinghan was the executive president of Luohua Group, whom even his father had to respect a great deal. He even wanted to shamelessly marry the executive president of Luohua Group into his family. Where did he get the qualification? Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Zhang Yulin almost wanted to kneel down to Qin Xinghan, because Zhang's group was able to walk today, relying on Luohua Group. Once he lost the cooperation with Luohua Group, his company's business would fall to pieces, and even other companies would no longer cooperate with him halfway, because no one would be willing to cooperate with a company that was abandoned by Luohua Group. At this moment, on top of the roof of a villa halfway up the mountainside, two delicate silhouettes were overlooking a scene at the Qin family villa. Luo Dong. This is too unimaginable. Who can mobilize a regiment of troops? This at least requires an order from the military region. Lin Yu was holding a looking glass in her hand. She couldn't help the surprise in her heart and said towards Luo Yihuang, who was at the side. Luo Yihuang was wearing a blue trenchcoat jacket and was likewise holding up binoculars to look down. Even if it was just standing still and not moving, the overwhelming grace that was displayed still made the scenery of the mountains pale in comparison. Luo Yihuang said indifferently, "It's Night Fingwu." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu covered her red lips in surprise and said, "It can't be possible. Although Night Fingwu is mysterious, he's just a forced annihilator who just got out of prison." Luo Yihuang lightly hummed. "Just because he's only a forced annihilator who just got out of prison. That's why I suspect it's him." Luo Yihuang had investigated Night Fingwu more than once, but the information was always just a few simple lines, coupled with his terrifying fighting ability, and his own unfathomable sister's affection for him, all of which indicated that Night Fingwu's identity was not simple. Therefore, the forced annihilator is nothing more than a disguise for his identity. He asked Zhang Hao on a regiment of soldiers to escort Qinghan, so I can see that he's building up Qinghan's momentum. It's just that he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Lin Yu was puzzled, but Luo Dong still guessed his identity. Luo Yihuang shook his head and frowned slightly, but I'm curious why he would add the infamous name of a forced annihilator to himself. If I'm not wrong, he should be a soldier king. King of soldiers. Lin Yu's eyes were astonished. She had worshipped Jun_in since she was a child, and it was hard to imagine that that kind of sacred profession would be added to the body of Night Wind Marshal. Who made her dislike it? Not much more than 8 or 9. Luo Yihuang placed the binoculars in front of his eyes, attempting to look for something down there. Luo Yihuang was smart enough to notice any abnormal things around her, and the one that struck her as the most bizarre was the Night Wind Marshal. Well, suddenly, the binoculars in Luo Yihuang's hand stopped, and the image in the lens was clearly the side of an armored vehicle, where there were two figures, one of which was none other than Nightwind Wu. At this moment, Night Fingwu was pointing at an officer carrying the rank of major on his shoulder and scolding him. Just by looking at his mouth you could tell that he was cursing, while that major officer's body stood straight, holding his head high and accepting Night Fingwu's angry scolding. At this moment, Luo Yihuang further implemented the speculation in her heart. She could already be sure that Night Fingwu was a Jun_in. However, such a young Jun_in, and where the power to mobilize a regiment of troops. At this time, Lin Yu let out a cry of surprise and seemed to have seen the figure of Night Fingwu as well. She said, "Luo Dong, do you still have any impression of that person who was scolded? He was one of the 3 people who stopped us at the airport." Chapter 93, Dumping. Chapter 94, Dumping the Pot. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang frowned, and finally got a good look at the appearance of that major officer, and without being able to help it, Luo Yihuang remembered the events of the other day. On that day, he was going to take a private jet to Jinhai City, but he was stopped at the airport by 3 men who claimed that he would be in danger, and after that the plane exploded, and if they hadn't been there to stop it, they would have died themselves. So it turns out that Night Fingwu and them were in cahoots all along. Luo Yihuang's heart was vaguely furious. So it seems that when he kidnapped himself on the train, it was all a play for the occasion. This bastard, he made himself eat all the verbal. And then, Luo Yihuang contemplated for a little while, and said towards Lin Yu, "Keep this matter quiet for now. Night Fingwu has the ability to mobilize a regiment, and he can also make a major colonel officer obey him. I'm afraid that his identity is even bigger than I imagined. I need to find a chance to ask him why he's concealing his identity to get close to Qinghan. I just asked you guys for some manpower. You brought me a regiment. Do you still think that my identity is not enough to be suspected?" Night Fingwu pointed at Yang Lu, who was standing straight in front of him, and cursed. Yang Lu muttered, "Instructor, our brothers didn't know you were planning this."
Lu Hui had planned to transfer that army from the provinces. I'm going to you. Night Fingwu kicked Yang Lu's body, causing Yang Lu to flip over in an extremely wretched manner, and after getting up, he still had a lewd smile on his face. Well, suddenly, Night Fingwu's brows furrowed and he raised his eyes to the upper right, where two blurry silhouettes were looking in his direction from afar. Damn it, discovered by that woman. Night Fingwu's eyesight was far beyond normal, and with a single glance, he recognized the people on the top floor of that villa as Luo Yihuan and Lin Yu. With that woman's intelligence, I'm afraid she has already begun to suspect herself. It seems, it's time to find a chance to give her a good knock. What Night Fingwu was most worried about was that Luo Yihuan would tell Qin Xinghan about herself. After all, their relationship seemed to be very unusual. Yang Lu didn't see Luo Yihuan and Lin Yu and licked a face and smiled. Instructor, I do have a way to keep people from suspecting your identity. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu glared at Yang Lu and asked, what solution? Yang Lu smiled in a mysterious manner. Dump, I'll go and clarify in person that I'm my sister-in-law's distant cousin. Night Fingwu slapped on Yang Lu's head and scolded. Can you be any more of an idiot? There are all Qin family members there. Which of Qinghan's 3 nuns and 6 grandmothers they don't know? Upon hearing this, Yang Lu scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, having forgotten about it. Night Fingwu hesitated for a moment before saying, this method isn't unavoidable. Yang Lu was unsure and was just about to say something when he saw Night Fingwu striding towards the direction of the Qin family villa, and as he walked, he used a pair of bizarre gazes to look in the direction of the top floor of that villa in the distance, the entrance to the Qin family villa. Qin Guangnan knows that the Qin family is finished. Zhang Yulin family also knows that Zhang's group from now on will gradually step into the downhill, not far from bankruptcy. But at this moment, there was a doubt in everyone's mind, and that was, whose people were this whole regiment, and who had such a great right to mobilize a regiment. The one who was most flattered was Qin Xinghan. She had to wonder if this Jun_DUI was related to Night Fingwu because he was always unexpected, mysterious, powerful, and it seemed like there was always a secret in him that he couldn't guess or see through. Slacker, slacker. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in a neat Jun_DUI, followed closely by an extremely handsome man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. Upon seeing the visitor, Qin Xinghan's taut heartstrings instantly loosened up, and with him there, he seemed to be more at ease. As for Qin Guangnan's dry old face, after seeing Nightwind Wu, a touch of resentment also surged, as well as a strong touch of scorn. He had no doubt that the Qin family had been destroyed in the hands of this man. Who in the end was he? And how could an annihilator befriend such a great man as Zhang Hao? Night Fingwu's arrival caused all the surrounding soldiers to straighten their backs and stand even straighter. Even the two of them, Lu Hui and Fan Long, instinctively straightened their chests after seeing Night Fingwu, with a respectful look on their faces. Vu, Zhang Hao, Hyena, and Zhang Hao's group of juniors all shouted respectfully towards Night Fingwu. This scene caused the eyes of Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's family to widen in shock. At first, they were already surprised when Zhang Hao called Qin Xinghan his sister-in-law, but there was still a hint of a fluke in their hearts. But when they actually heard Zhang Hao call out to Nightwind Wuwu's brother with their own ears, the horror in their hearts was even more intense. What kind of existence has the Qin family? Actually offended Nightwind Marshal directly came to the side of Lu Hui and Fan Long, very warmly shook Lu Hui's hand, said, Chief, I am Luo Dong's bodyguard. I on behalf of Luo Dong thank the chief for our Luo Phoenix Group's Qin escort. Luo Dong said that he will certainly report to the military region. Personally to her that military chief's second uncle praise you. Really thank you. Night Fingwu's words caused both Lu Hui and Fan Long to be baffled for a moment, but immediately following, the two realized something, and then they were busy compensating for their smiles. Should be, Miss Luo is after all the little princess of our military region. Lu Hui's mind turned quickly, and in an instant was responding to Nightwind Wu. At this moment, everyone was suddenly enlightened, so it turned out that this entire Jun_DUI was found by the chairman of Luo Huang Group Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin had also heard that Luo Yuan's family background was very large, but to what extent it was large was unknown, so it turned out that she was the young princess of the military family compound. I'm afraid that this news will soon spread out, and although this act of Night Fingwu is letting Luo Yuan take the blame, it's also undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone, not only skimming off the crowd's suspicion of himself, but also indirectly deterring the small-minded people who want to assassinate Luo Yihuan. However, if Luo Yihuan knew about this, he wondered if he would find trouble with Night Fingwu. On the side, Qin Xinghan's delicate gaze was always fixed on Night Fingwu. Even her pair of willow eyebrows were slightly furrowed. For some reason, she always felt that Night Fingwu's smile was fake. However, I am afraid that the only person who can mobilize a Jun_DUI is a phoenix. Night Fingwu said again, two leaders, if there is nothing else, should you not leave? Although Night Fingwu's words seemed like he was being polite, He always felt like he was giving off a commanding tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Hui and Fan Long flinched for a moment before hastily nodding their heads. Withdrawal. Fan Long ordered towards the 2,000 soldiers. In an instant, 2,000 heavily armed Jun_N were boarding the trucks and armored vehicles in a neat and orderly manner. In just less than a few minutes, an entire regiment was leaving the West Mountain Villa area in great numbers. Qin Shinghan looked at the despairing Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's family with desperate faces, and finally shook his head before saying towards Nightwind Wu, "Let's go." They finally forced themselves to do the most unwilling thing. If it is not because they touched their own scales, Qin Shinghan may never deal with the Qin family. Nightwind Marshal then laughed. "There's no rush. The people haven't arrived yet." At those words, a flash of doubt flared up in Qin Shinghan's eyes, and that Qin Guangnan and Zhang Yulin's family's face is once again pale, and the heart is almost unbearable. Is it not over yet? Night Fingwu's words had just fallen, only to hear a succession of sirens ringing out, followed by 4 or 5 police cars stopping at the entrance of the Qin family villa. A dozen police officers descending from the police cars and coming straight towards the small courtyard of the Qin family villa. That leader was none other than Shen Nan, who had a hot body and was also extremely beautiful in appearance. After seeing the officer, Qin Guangnan subconsciously shrunk his body. Swish! Shen Nan presented a piece of paper in front of Qin Guangnan and said coldly, "Qin Guangnan, Qin Fei, this is an arrest warrant. You are suspected of kidnapping a child. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court. Take it away." As soon as the words fell, the 4 officers took out their handcuffs and directly handcuffed Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei. In an instant, this father and son were paralyzed. Finished, completely finished. Chen Nan once again walked to Zhang Yulin and Zhang Gu and grunted, "Zhang Yulin, Zhang Gu, I suspect that you are Qin Guangnan's accomplices and have a hand in the case of kidnapping the girl. Take them away together." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulin and Zhang Gu turned white with fear, and the former anxiously defended, wrongfully accused. "We didn't do anything. We just came to receive the bride." Chen Nan's eyes glowed with a touch of coldness. "Humming? Really? Forcing an arranged marriage? The crime is compounded. Enough for you to eat a few years in jail. Take it away." Chen Nan's aura was full of vigor and acted in a thunderous manner, causing the Night Fingwu on the side to be unable to resist applauding. But immediately following, Chen Nan's brows were furrowed as she looked around, seemingly searching for someone, before saying, "Where's authorized Qin? He's suspected of a case of coercing a young girl. Find him for me." Chapter 94, The Demise of the Qin Family. Chapter 95, The Demise of the Qin Family. After hearing that his favorite grandson was also affected, Qin Guangnan's heart was burning with anxiety. This is to force the Qin family to death. He begged bitterly towards Qin Shinghan. "Shinghan, you are also a member of the Qin family. A large part of my body has already entered the coffin. I can go to jail. I can go to my death. But your cousin Xinjuan is still young. You can't rush to the end of the world. I beg you to look at the fact that I'm still your grandfather's sake. Beg for a favor for your cousin." Looking at Qin Guangnan's old and tearful appearance, Qin Shinghan's heart could not bear it, and the tightly bitten red lips were also wanting to speak. Night Fingwu saw it in his eyes. He was the first to speak. "Qin Guangnan, you've really lived most of your life as a dog. What qualifications do you have to make Shinghan recognize you as his grandfather? I'd like to ask you, when Shinghan was being suppressed and coldly mocked in the Qin family, did anyone plead for him? When she was dismissed from the Qin family and bumped into walls everywhere she sought employment, did anyone care about her disheveled mood at the time? When you had Shizuku kidnapped, did you ever think of her alone on the street, desperate and helpless? She is simple and kind, working hard for the Qin family, but in exchange for endless oppression. She is wrong to grow up in a heartless and indifferent family. Take away." At the end of the day, Night Fingwu waved his hand fiercely towards Chen Nan, seemingly not wanting to look at Qin Guangnan one more time. In the face of Night Fingwu casually giving orders to himself, Chen Nan however glared fiercely at him before he said towards the few officers, "Take away." Seeing this, Qin Guangnan completely despaired. Yes, he had never given Shinghan anything. Now where was the face to ask her for any help? At this moment, Qin Guangnan finally realized his mistake. He had lived his whole life and had been indifferent his whole life. He had forgotten all about such things as humanity. On the side, Qin Ji's face was complicated. After all, Qin Guangnan was his father, and Qin Fei was after all his elder brother, so he was a little bit reluctant to do so. Yanya seemed to have seen Qin Ji's thoughts, hurriedly tugged at the corner of his coat, and chided in a low voice, "You stay honest with me. All these years, you know very well what your father has done, and how much Cheng Han has contributed to the Qin family. Without Cheng Han, your Qin family would have been finished long ago. He is good. He has spoiled that grandson of his to the skies, and my daughter, Qing Han's, is subjected to your Qin family's daily mockery and humiliation. If you open your mouth and beg for mercy, I'll divorce you."
Towards the end, Yang Yu's voice couldn't help but raise a few points, which caused both Qin Qinghan and Night Wind Wu's on the side to look over. Night Fing Wu said indifferently, "What Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei have violated is criminal liability. Uncle, do you think it's useful to plead for leniency? Or do you think that a single word from Changhan will allow Qin Guangnan's father and son to get away with kidnapping my daughter Jingxi?" At those words, Qin Ji's originally complicated face finally became bitter. Yes, he was really whimsical. From the tone of Night Fing Wu's voice, he could hear Night Fing Wu's suppressed hatred. He really hated the Qin family. It seemed that he really cared about Changhan, even if he was a horrible person in an underground organization. So what? As long as he could be good to Changhan, it was enough. At this moment, even Yang Yu's gaze towards Night Fing Wu was devoid of the previous vitriol. There was only a faint scorn, and a hint of satisfaction. With him around, who would dare to bully their daughter from now on? Qin Qinghan had been standing quietly on the side, but she had already roughly guessed everything that Night Fing Wu had done, as well as all of his plans. A dozen police officers escorted Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei to the police car, followed closely by 2 police officers walking out from the Qin family villa, and the one they were holding in the middle was none other than Qin Zhu, who had broken both his legs. "Grandpa! Dad! Save me! Save me!" Qin Zhuwei shouted with a terrified face, and in the police car, Qin Guangnan and Qin Fei closed their eyes powerlessly. They regretted spoiling the only male descendant of the Qin family into a useless waste. Eventually, Qin Zhu was also stuffed into the police car. Who called the police? At this moment, Chen Nan suddenly walked up to Night Wind Wu, that heroic gaze glaring at Night Wind Wu. Night Fing Wu absently looked at Jiang Hao on the side and pretended to be stupid. Who reported it to the police? A moment of suspicion flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, followed by a look at the hyena on the side, saying, "Who called the police?" Hyena looked to one of the sidekicks and said, "Did you call the police?" The little brother's face was full of bitterness, and under the pressure of one level, he could only nod bitterly. Chen Nan gritted his teeth and glared at Night Fing Wu as he grunted, "Get in the car and follow me to take a statement." How could Chen Nan not know who exactly called the police? But in the face of these ruffians, she could only endure the breath. After all, without Night Fing Wu to call the police, how could she help Qing Han to punish the Qin family? In the end, Chen Nan and Qin Qinghan exchanged a greeting before leaving, while Qin Qinghan was at the moment a mixed bag of flavors. How could she not know that it was Night Fing Wu who had called the police? He allowed himself to acquire the Qin family without fear. He knew that he might plead for mercy, so he reported to the police in advance. Once involved in a criminal case, even if he wanted to plead for mercy, it would not help. It can be seen that he very early in the past to eliminate the back of the Qin family. In less than a month's time, the once glorious Qin family was completely destroyed in his hands. Therefore, Qin Qinghan was even more skeptical of that speculation in her heart. Was he really just a forced annihilator? Which also made her even more determined to investigate Night Fing Wu's next move. In the end, the only people left in the Qin family villa were Night Fing Wu, Qin Qinghan, Mr. and Mrs. Qin Ji, as well as Jiang Hao and his group of minions. Even Zhang Yulin's wife, Lu Mei, was taken away by Chen Nan, and what awaited Zhang Yulin's family would be more than 5 years of imprisonment. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly said towards Qin Qinghan with some embarrassment, "Sister-in-law, there's something I want you to help my brother with." At those words, a touch of unnaturalness flared up in Qin Qinghan's delicate gaze. Even though Jiang Hao was exceptionally respectful, she still couldn't overcome her scruples towards this kind of person. So, Qin Qinghan pursed her red lips and said, You want the East Coast project, right?" After being broken by Qin Qinghan's thoughts in his heart, Jiang Hao was also a bit embarrassed. He hemmed and hawed and smiled with a naive look. In front of Qin Qinghan, where did he look like that East Dragon overlord who reigned over Haiwa City? The current Jiang Hao was really like a younger brother who asked his sister-in-law for help. Qin Qinghan's eyes flooded with a touch of difficulty. It had to be said that Jiang Hao had helped her a lot, and also dealt with a lot of trouble for her. But the East Coast project was so many huge projects. Developers from all over the country were scrambling to want to cooperate with Luo Huang Group, and even Lu Huang hadn't figured out exactly who she was going to give the project to yet. So, Qin Qinghan gently said, "I'll try my best to fight for you, but I can't guarantee that I'll convince Luo Dong." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's face was delighted and he hurriedly smiled. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Then, Jiang Hao truly regarded Qin Qinghan as his sister-in-law, simply because she was Night Fing Wu's woman, so he respected Qin Qinghan from the bottom of his heart. On the side, looking at the terrifying as hell Eastern Dragon Overlord respecting his own daughter so much, Qin Ji and Yang Yu had long been shocked out of their wits. Goodness, Qinghan had finally come to the end of his suffering, and from now on, no one would be able to bully Qinghan anymore. They also knew very well that it was all because of that cheap aunt who had once made them dislike and loathe her. And after that,
Jiang Hao left the West Mountain Villa with a group of minions in great numbers. Qin Xinghan walked up to Night Fingwu and asked in a soft voice, "I want to see Jing Si." Night Fingwu laughed. "Don't you want to deliver the transfer to Luo Yihuan's hands? I promise you that you will be able to see Jing Si when you get home from work." At those words, Qin Xinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded gently. Luo Hua Mansion. In Luo Yihuan's office, Luo Yihuan returned to Luo Hua Group one step ahead of Qin Xinghan. When she pushed open the door of the office, she saw Luo Bingqiao sitting on the sofa, and next to her was the well-behaved Jing Si. Seeing this, Luo Yihuan frowned and said, "Why did you bring Jing Si to the company?" Luo Bingqiao said with some annoyance, "The mission has come from above. I have to move immediately. The little girl will be temporarily handed over to you to take care of her for a while. In a moment her mother will come over to pick her up." Luo Yihuan liked Jing Si very much, so without hesitation he just nodded his head, not even bothering to ask who Jing Si's mom really was. Chapter 95, Luo Bingqiao leaves. Chapter 96, Luo Bingqiao leaves. Luo Bingchuan had a face of reluctance as she straightened out the tiny princess dress on Jing Si's body, and she could tell that the dress had just been bought. Jing Si's delicate little face also had a look of attachment. Her big watery eyes seemed to be drenched in tears. Although the two of them had been together for less than 2 days, Luo Bingqiao really liked this little girl, and since Jing Si grew up, apart from her mother and uncle, only this big sister in front of her was the best for her. "Jing Si, sister will definitely take you to a fun place when she comes next time." "Okay." Luo Bingchuan kissed Jing Si's small face and said softly. Jing Si flattened her lips and nodded before saying reluctantly, "When will sister come back again?" Luo Bingchuan laughed. "Soon, because there are people here that make sister hold her heart." Upon hearing this, Jing Si's little face had a trace of strangeness as she looked at Luo Bingbird and muttered in a small voice, "Is sister talking about uncle?" "But, uncle said he wants to be Jing Si's father." Although Jing Si was only 7 years old, her intelligence and observation seemed to be far beyond that of children of her age, and even more knowledgeable than many 13 and 14-year-olds. A touch of embarrassment flooded Luo Bingchuan's eyes as she laughed. "Sister won't be stealing a man from your mother. Sister is talking about you, the little witty one." As he said that, Luo Bingchuan even favored Jing Si with a nod on the tip of her nose. And then, Luo Bingchuan got up and came to Luo Yihuan's front, saying, "With Night Fingwu by your side, you'll be safe, but don't accidentally fall in love with him. That guy is a very charming man." Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuan frowned slightly and hummed, "Don't worry, this kind of thing can never happen." Compared to Luo Bingqiao's charming and touching, Luo Yihuan was more like a 10,000-year-old snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. Not only was she delicate, but her temperament was even colder than an iceberg. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to make this iceberg melt." The corner of Luo Bingchuan's mouth lifted slightly, and she smiled wryly. "The words cannot be said too full, otherwise, it will be very embarrassing." In the face of Luo Bingqiao's playful tone, Luo Yihuan but coldly hummed. She didn't like Luo Bingqiao's character, but compared to the other people in the family, this sister was the closest person to her. Luo Yihuan hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Can you tell me the true identity of Night Fingwu?" Upon hearing this, Luo Bingchuan smiled charmingly and said, "With your intelligence, you should have already sensed it, but don't tell anyone else, otherwise it will bring him trouble." After saying that, Luo Bingqiao glanced back at Jing Si, her eyes full of reluctance, but in the end, she left Luo Yihuan's office. Luo Bingchuan's words caused Luo Yihuan to once again fall into deep thought, murmuring in her heart, "Is he really a soldier king? It seems that there are too many secrets in this person." Luo Yihuan likewise liked the well-behaved and understanding Jing Si, so she put down her work and accompanied Jing Si to play for a while. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly knocked on the door and entered. She said with a serious look on her face, "Luo Dong, I've found out something." At those words, Luo Yihuan raised her eyes and said, "What is it?" Lin Yu said, "Mr. Qin's daughter was kidnapped yesterday. It should be done by Qin's family." Luo Yihuan's face instantly became a few points colder, pondering for a moment before she was saying, "No wonder Qin Han is worried today. I asked her to acquire the Qin family." Her attitude was also that firm. So it turns out, the Qin family has actually done such a heartless thing. Lin Yu continued, "The Qin family is finished, but Chief Qin's daughter still seems to be missing." Luo Yihuan hesitated for a moment. Suddenly she looked towards Jing Si who was sitting on her lap. She rubbed Jing Si's little head before saying, "Qin Han's character has always been delicate. It's easy for her to be indecisive. If she wasn't sure whether or not her own daughter was safe, she definitely wouldn't have been so adamant about acquiring the Qin family." At those words, Lin Yu also nodded thoughtfully. In fact, Luo Yihuan had already begun to suspecting that the little girl sitting on her lap could be Qin Han's daughter. At this time, Qin Xinghan returned to the company. When she pushed open the door of Luo Yihuan's office, a glance was to see Luo Yihuan sitting on the sofa.
On Luo Yawan's lap was sitting a petite figure. Who else could it be if not Jingxi? The two of them were talking and laughing in a very intimate manner. In an instant, Qin Qinghan was the one who covered her red lips in surprise. How could she think that Jingxi would appear in her own company and also be so close to Yi Huang? Luo Yi Huang smiled towards Qin Qinghan. Qinghan, let me introduce you to a little girl to recognize. Her name is Jingxi. Qin Qinghan looked at Jingxi and cried out in an agitated tone. Mom! Jingxi also saw Qin Qinghan, and then got down from Luo Yawan's lap, and with a cheerful face, she just pounced on Qin Qinghan. Qin Qinghan squatted down and embraced Jingxi in his arms, a pair of tearful eyes filled with worry and longing. Seeing this, Luo Yawan's words in mid-sentence also came to an abrupt end. And it was true. As things stood, how could she not guess that Luo Bingqiao had been hiding it from herself from the very beginning? If she hadn't guessed wrongly, Jingxi should have been entrusted to Luo Bingqiao by Night Fingwu. That fellow, he knew from the very beginning that Qin Qinghan would be merciful to the Qin family, so he obviously rescued Jingxi very early on. But instead of sending her back to Qin Qinghan, he chose to conceal her as a means of keeping the Qin family from having a single chance of survival. What a treacherous fellow! Qin Qinghan held Jingxi in his arms before he looked at Luo Yihuang and asked in surprise, Yihuang, how come Jingxi is by your side? Luo Yihuang's eyes flooded with a touch of strangeness and laughed. Since yesterday noon, the little girl has been in my house. It's my sister who has been taking care of Jingxi. If I'm not wrong, it should be someone who entrusted Jingxi to my sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Yihuang's eyes were astonished, but immediately following that was the thought of something, and at this moment, her heart was instantly bitter. And at this moment, Night Fingwu had already left the West Mountain Villa and was heading towards the villa where Luo Yihuang lived. He wanted to bring Jingxi to Qin Qinghan when she came home from work. When Night Fingwu had just gotten out of the cab, his cell phone was ringing, and the caller ID was someone named Goblin. After Night Fingwu pressed the answer button, inside came Luo Bingqiuan's charming and moving voice. Crazy man, people have a temporary mission. We're going to be separated for a while again. Although Luo Bingqiuan's voice was as flirtatious as a siren, from her tone, one could hear her unwillingness to let go of Night Fingwu. In response to this, Night Fingwu was helpless. Who made her identity special? So he asked, where's Jingxi? Luo Bingqiuan said, don't worry, your baby girl is fine. My sister is playing with her in the company. What? Night Fingwu's face changed. His voice was raised a few points, and he said sharply, how did you give Jingxi to Luo Yihuang? Luo Bingqiao let out a petulant laugh and said, it's hard not to think that my sister can still eat your daughter. Don't worry, she likes Jingxi very much. I want to give you a daughter too. After saying this, Luo Bingqiao hung up the phone. The demonic tone was full of bantering flavor. Obviously, Luo Bingqiao was intentional. Night Fingwu was instantly filled with black lines, and even his eyes became somewhat bitter. I'm afraid that Qin Qinghan has already arrived at the company. Once she realizes that Jingxi is at the company and inquires about it, Luo Yihuang will surely tell her the truth. If she lets Qin Qinghan know that Jingxi has already resided at Luo Yihuang's home for a day yesterday, with Qin Qinghan's intelligence, she must have been able to guess that she had rescued Jingxi a long time ago and had hidden her away, with the aim of filling her with resentment towards the Qin family, so that she could deal with the Qin family ruthlessly. Finished, Night Fingwu instantly got a headache, then called Lu Hui on the phone and opened his mouth to say, I'm going to sleep at your place today. Instructor, sister-in-law kicked you out again? Lu Hui said directly. After all, this was not the first time. Cut the crap. Night Fingwu gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. However, Night Fingwu had just hung up the phone when a call came in, and Night Fingwu looked down and realized that it was Qin Qinghan calling. Chapter 96, The Delicate Beauty. Chapter 97, The Delicate Beauty. Unable to help. The Night Wind martial arts actually some timid dare not answer. He has let the world scared of the Blood Wolf King, the mighty army god of war. Having been on countless missions over the years, he had never been fearless, even when he was in the middle of a hail of bullets. However, in the face of Qin Qinghan, Night Fingwu instinctively just somewhat conceded, not because of how afraid she was of Qin Qinghan. It was really because he loved Qin Qinghan too much, and the relationship between the two of them was already delicate, so any flaw could potentially destroy the relationship between the two of them today. After hesitating again and again, Night Fingwu finally pressed the answer button. Just die. Hey, Qinghan, I have some things to do today, so I might not go home and sleep, Night Fingwu said with a simple smile. At this moment, Night Fingwu's heart was hanging in his throat, and his greatest fear was that Qin Qinghan would hate him. Thanks for saving Jingxi. I was going to cook for you tonight. Since you're not coming back, then, Uncle, Mom is going to cook something delicious today. You have to come back for dinner. Soon enough, Qin Qinghan's gentle voice was heard on the phone, followed closely by Jingxi's voice. At those words, Night Thingwoo's originally tense expression suddenly froze. From Qin Shinghan's tone, he didn't hear any angry look at all. In that case, can one? Thus, Night Thingwoo's words changed, and he hurriedly said, "What's that? Shinghan, I'll be home in a while. I'll help you buy any dishes you need." Qin Shinghan said, "Don't you have something to do?" Night Thingwoo was dying of embarrassment in his heart, and cheekily explained, "It's like this, that friend had something to do temporarily, so the appointment was made for another day. In that case, then you buy a fish. I will go back to do it at night." Qin Shinghan said, his tone still so gentle. "Fine, I'll go buy it right now." Night Thingwoo hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Night Thingwoo was running towards the supermarket at fire speed. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the kitchen resounded punctually with the sound of Qin Shinghan cooking, and Night Thingwoo was on the side offering to wash the vegetables for Qin Shinghan. Night Thingwoo glanced at Qin Shinghan from time to time and didn't find that she had any look of resentment against herself, which made Night Thingwoo's tightly tensed heartstrings loosen up. But for some reason, he always felt that today's Qin Shinghan was extraordinarily gentle and touching. Although Qin Shinghan was cooking vegetables, how could she not notice that Night Thingwoo had been secretly looking at her, which made her face grow red with shame, but she didn't know how to speak up and ask him to stop continuing to stare at her. A plate of vegetables was finally cooked, and she had wanted to serve it out to temporarily avoid Night Thingwoo's gaze. However, as soon as she turned around, that's when she realized that the kitchen was too cramped, and if she wanted to go over there, she would have to stay close to Night Thingwoo's body. What made her even more helpless was that Night Thingwoo didn't even have the intention of avoiding or helping herself to bring out the dishes. Instead, he was looking at her face with that pair of blazing gazes. This made Qin Shinghan even more shy. She felt that her heartbeat was speeding up uncontrollably, and that drooping little face was on fire. You let me pass." Qin Shinghan lowered her head and said very shyly, her tone vaguely mixed with a touch of resentment. Night Thingwoo's hands were wet. He didn't dare to touch Qin Shinghan, but instead just stared at the stunningly beautiful face in front of him that was delicate from shyness. Qin Shinghan was so ashamed that she was on the verge of squeezing out tears, and this person was obviously blocking herself on purpose. "Then you serve it out." Qin Shinghan handed the cooked dishes in his hands to Night Thingwoo. Night Thingwoo smiled shamelessly, a pair of eyes never leaving Qin Shinghan's face, and laughed. "There's no rush. I'm not very hungry yet. Wife, I find you so beautiful today." Originally, Night Thingwoo thought that Qin Shinghan would blame herself for hiding Jingxi, but now it seemed that not only did she not blame herself for it, but instead, she looked at herself with eyes that were even more gentle than before. Night Thingwoo cannot really understand Qin Shinghan's mind. She did complain about Night Thingwoo, but she is not a woman who does not know what is good and bad. He knows that Night Thingwoo did everything for himself. What the Qin family had done was indeed unforgivable, so she had no qualifications to blame Night Thingwoo. The two stood face to face for nearly 2 minutes, and the shyness in Qin Shinghan's eyes gradually turned into anxiety. But Night Thingwoo never had the intention of getting out of the way. Qin Shinghan shook her head helplessly, as if she had made some sort of decision, and that delicate face became even more red. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Night Thingwoo on the cheek, followed by fleeing and squeezing past Night Thingwoo's side. Night Thingwoo clearly saw that Qin Shinghan's face had turned red as if it was a ripe apple. This made Night Thingwoo's heart very excited, although it was just a slapdash. But this was undoubtedly proof that Qin Shinghan had begun to truly accept himself. Soon, the family of 3 was sitting at the dining table, and Qin Shinghan's face was always flushed with a shy blush. Night Thingwoo really didn't expect Qin Shinghan's skin to be so thin. At this time, Jingxi was suddenly saying towards Qin Shinghan, "Mom, are you hot? Your face is so red?" Night Thingwoo laughed teasingly from the side and interjected, "Your mom is blushing because she's doing something shameful yet." Jingxi was very smart and seemed to have heard the meaning of Night Thingwoo's words and couldn't help but sneer. At those words, Qin Shinghan became even more shy as she glanced at Night Thingwoo with some grudges. Jingxi suddenly said, "Mom, the weekend after tomorrow, can we go to the zoo?" Night Thingwoo also laughed. "I promised Jingxi to accompany her to the zoo. Let's go together as a family." Upon hearing this, Qin Shinghan's face was a bit hesitant, and then apologetically said towards Jingxi, "Next time, okay? Mom has to go on a business trip the day after tomorrow." After hearing that Qin Shinghan wanted to travel, Night Thingwoo immediately froze, but immediately following that, his brows furrowed because he clearly saw that Qin Shinghan's eyes were a bit evasive after he finished those words. Qin Shinghan was not good at lying, so Night Thingwoo vaguely sensed something. Jingxi nodded, a little lost. "All right then." After seeing the loss in Jingxi's eyes, Qin Shinghan's heart had an intolerance. Jingxi has always wanted to go to the zoo, but he used to be too busy when he was in the Qin group, and even the opportunity to accompany her to the amusement park was rare. So, after hesitating for a moment, Qin Shinghan said, "Let Uncle and Auntie Shu Shi accompany you, okay?" Upon hearing this, Jingxi's delicate little face was instantly surprised as she said happily, "Is Auntie Shu coming? That's great. Well, your sister-in-law happens to be coming over the day after tomorrow." Qin Qinghan smiled gently. It was the first time that Night Fingwu had heard that Jingxi had a sister-in-law. At this time, Qin Qinghan looked at Night Fingwu with some embarrassment and softly said, "Can you help me pick up my cousin from the train station the day after tomorrow?" "Of course, there's no problem." Night Fingwu was still somewhat happy in his heart. After all, Qin Qinghan's willingness to hand Jingxi over to himself was already the greatest trust in himself, but immediately following that, Night Fingwu was asking, "Are you going on a business trip the day after tomorrow? Where are you going?" Qin Qinghan said softly with her gaze slightly downcast, It's a temporary business negotiation. Not too far, and if it goes well, she'll be able to come back in the evening." Night Fingwu always stared at Qin Qinghan's gaze. He knew that she was lying, but he didn't say anything. "It seems that she still hasn't died. My cousin's name is Yang Shushi. She's my uncle's daughter. She's attending college in Haiwa City. I'll tell her you'll go pick her up," Qin Qinghan said softly. "Guarantee to complete the mission." Night Fingwu agreed with alacrity. "Thank you." Qin Qinghan said a thank you before he lowered his head to eat. Chapter 97. Chapter 99 Request for Funds. At those words, Night Fingwu's face instantly just became tangled. This was something he had always been worried about. Once his own identity was exposed, with Qin Qinghan's mentality, he was afraid that he would completely break down. He couldn't even imagine how Qin Qinghan would hate himself. Unable to help it, Night Fingwu's face as he looked at Luo Yihuan also turned a few points colder as he grunted. "Are you threatening me? You can think so?" Luo Yihuan said faintly. Paging. As soon as Luo Yihuan's words fell, he could only see a flash of ferocity in Night Fingwu's eyes, and he fiercely got up, pouncing on Luo Yihuan like a fierce beast. Seeing this, Luo Yihuan was scared out of her wits. How she hadn't thought that Night Fingwu would become crazy because of these words, but how could she know just how important Qin Qinghan's position in Night Fingwu's heart was? The speed of the Night Wind martial arts was too fast. Luo Yihuan simply did not even have the reaction to dodge. The whole person is instantly by the Night Wind martial arts pressure. Feeling the rough and heavy manly scent of his body, Luo Yihuan's eyes were filled with disgust. She knew that Night Fingwu wouldn't kill her, but this guy was rude and overbearing. Who knew what he would do to himself? Therefore, Luo Yihuan vaguely regretted her words just now. "If you dare to tell Chung Han about this matter, I will definitely not let you off." Night Fingwu looked at the iceberg face in front of him that was close at hand and said through clenched teeth. He could even hear Luo Yihuan's rapidly beating heart. Luo Yihuan's hands were pressed down by Night Fingwu. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't move a single bit. And what was even more detestable was that his breath was sprayed on her face. Luo Yihuan closed her breath in extreme disgust, clenching her shell teeth and said, "You let go of me first." Night Fingwu coldly snorted. "You are a smart woman. You know that I am no threat to you. Without me, you would have died more than once. I've been given a mission to protect you, and all you have to do is cooperate with me not to get into trouble. And you keep your nose out of what's going on between me and Qinghan." Luo Yihuan knew that if he didn't give him a guarantee, God knows what abominable things he would do to himself. Thus, Luo Yihuan gritted her teeth and said, "It's not impossible for me to keep your secret for you. You can't be so disrespectful to me again." Upon hearing this, the anger in Night Fingwu's eyes instantly just disappeared without a trace, and with a subdued smile, he said, "Say it earlier." Saying that, Night Fingwu unhurriedly loosened Luo Yihuan's hands. However, he had just gotten up when he saw Luo Yihuan's kick had already gone up from under his legs. Night Fingwu seemed to have anticipated that Luo Yihuan would have this move, as he retreated on his feet and easily avoided it. Shameless man, Luo Yihuan knew that she couldn't do anything about Night Wind Martial, so she could only curse fiercely. Night Fingwu hemmed and hawed and said, "Does Luo Dong have any more orders?" "Roll." Luo Yihuan coldly hummed. She couldn't wait to directly kill Night Fingwu. Night Windwu knowingly walked toward the office door. It is better to go to see his wife, maybe even taste some sweetness in her office. However, Night Fingwu had just walked to the door, and seemed to have thought of something, and then turned around and folded back. At this time, Luo Yihuan had just gotten up to straighten and smooth out her clothes, an icy face full of anger. When she saw that Night Fingwu had suddenly returned, she instinctively just retreated a few steps. Night Windwu said, "So what? Can we branch out and get some funding?" "What did you say?" Luo Yihuan clearly didn't understand what Night Windwu meant. Night Fingwu said stiffly, "You also know that we're here to protect you, and it's hard for us to guarantee your safety without weapons and resources, so you should be the one to pay for this funding." Luo Yihuan was nearly infuriated by Night Fingwu's words as she grunted. "On what grounds? Is this your mission?" Luo Yihuan obviously didn't want to pay out this money. Night Fingwu was also anxious. He gritted his teeth and said, "My 3 brothers live in a 5-star hotel and eat instant noodles every day in order to protect you. And last time at the airport, one of them nearly died on duty because of you. and this is all because of your distrust. Shouldn't I ask for some funding? Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan's originally angry face would also be flooded with a touch of hesitation. Last time, those three people were indeed injured because of protecting themselves, and one of them was even fainted on the spot by those two killers. Still, Luo Yuan didn't forget to make a mocking remark, saying, staying in a 5-star hotel and eating noodles. Maybe they wouldn't have to be so strapped for cash if they switched to a cheap hotel. Night Fingwu said with a cold face, cut the crap, to give or not to give. Although Luo Yuan hated Night Fingwu, it didn't mean that she was hard-hearted. Night Fingwu didn't look like he was lying, and those three people did save her life. Thus, Luo Yuan faintly said, how much do you want? Night Fingwu said, 10 or so million will do. 10 to 10 million. Luo Yuan obviously didn't expect Night Fingwu to be so brazen and leonizing. She coldly grunted, do you think I run a bank? No. Night Fingwu also quit. He angrily said, $10 million you don't have. When you let my old man send you back, you promised to give me $1 billion. It's fine if you don't mention this, but when you do, the anger in Luo Yuan's eyes intensified, and she glared at Night Fingwu. Don't think that I don't know that you posed as a kidnapper in the first place and made me suffer. The purpose was to take out the anger for your three brothers, wasn't it? After being exposed by Luo Yuan, Night Fingwu didn't feel the slightest bit of embarrassment, but muttered, how could that be? That was the most perfect plan. Every time she remembered how she had suffered from Night Fingwu's rudeness and bullying, Luo Yuan's heart was just seething with rage. She gritted her teeth and grunted coldly, go to the finance and withdraw $1 million. $10 million. Night Fingwu refused to budge. 500,000. Luo Yuan grunted. 8 million. Night Fingwu was in a hurry and made a concession. 400,000. Luo Yuan returned to his office work and said without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu was immediately demoralized. Bargaining with this kind of woman, he was obviously losing the battle. Thus, Night Fingwu waved his hand, looking like he had been taken in by a loss, and said, forget it, 1 million is 1 million. Saying that, without waiting for Luo Yuan to open his mouth, Night Fingwu left the office as if he was fleeing, fearing that Luo Yuan would lower the price again. Bastard! Looking at the hasty escaping figure, Luo Yuan coldly cursed. She had already been lightly bullied by him more than once, but she knew that she had no means to threaten him other than his identity, and even that she needed him to protect her life. Night Fingwu smoothly withdrew $1 million from the finance, and then directly transferred it to Lin Chang, and with nothing to do, he was about to go to Qin Shinghan's office to flirt when he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing in front of Qin Shinghan's office. His face was tense and ashamed, and even the hand that wanted to knock on the office room door hung hesitantly in mid-air. That person seemed somewhat familiar, as if he was Liang Xinghua, the Liang general manager who questioned Qin Shinghan at the celebration banquet. Chapter 98 Liang Xinghua seeks help. Chapter 100 Liang Xinghua seeks help. After Liang Xinghua hesitated for half a day, he finally knocked on Qin Shinghan's room door. Qin Shinghan was in the process of organizing the information for the 9 o'clock meeting when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door, so she softly said, come in. The door opened. Liang Xinghua walked in with a nervous face, squeezing out a hard smile towards Qin Shinghan, and politely said, Mr. Qin, I came to accompany you. Qin Shinghan also did not expect the person who came in would be Liang Xinghua. Liang Xinghua is the vice president of the company, has done a lot of contribution to the company. If not himself, he will be the executive president of the right choice. And 2 days ago, he had also made his stance clear at the celebration banquet. But in the first place, he had been taught a lesson by Jiang Hao. Qin Shinghan hurriedly got up and said, Mr. Liang, let bygones be bygones. I still need Mr. Liang to take good care of my work in the future. Liang Xinghua was flattered, hastily waved his hand and said, don't joke, Mr. Qin, your strength is in our eyes. I am here today to make amends for what happened 2 days ago, and I hope that Mr. Qin will give me an opportunity to change my ways. Liang Xinghua's attitude was extremely flattering. Even his pair of eyes were covered in tangles. Qin Shinghan could see that Liang Xinghua didn't just come to apologize. He should have something else to ask for himself. But Qin Shinghan still smiled politely and said, Mr. Liang, don't put the past on your mind. The meeting is about to start. If Mr. Liang doesn't have anything else, we can go to the conference room now. Upon hearing this, Liang Xinghua admired Qin Shinghan's generosity in his heart, but he still looked like he wanted to say something, and his pair of gazes were even laced with a thick tangle. After a long time, he finally gritted his teeth, and under Qin Shinghan's astonished gaze, he suddenly knelt down towards her. Seeing this, Qin Shinghan hurriedly flashed to the side and said in a very puzzled manner, Mr. Liang, I really didn't take what happened 2 days ago to heart. Why do you have to be like this? Liang Xinghua did not feel how humiliating it was for him to kneel down. Instead, he became more and more nervous, and he lowered his head and begged, "General Manager Qin begs you to save my son." Just yesterday, when his son was out driving home, he was forcibly taken away by a group of people. Liang Xinghua knew who his son had offended, so if he did not do anything, his son would be dead. Qin Xinghan was immediately stunned as she frowned and asked, "Mr. Liang, what happened to your son?" Liang Xinghua said with old tears in his eyes, "Although my unfilial son was a bit naughty, he didn't do anything to hurt the world, so I've always listened to him. But, a few days ago, he drank too much at a bar and ended up messing with a guy from the road. Just last night, my son was taken captive by them, and if Mr. Qin doesn't help me, my son will definitely die." Towards the end, Liang Xinghua cried with even more grief. Qin Xinghan was originally soft-hearted, and after seeing Liang Xinghua in this state, her heart was also vaguely sympathetic. However, Qin Xinghan's face was extremely difficult as she bitterly said, "Mr. Liang, what makes you think I can help you?" Liang Xinghua cried, "Mr. Qin, everyone knows that even Donglong Overlord Zhang Hao has to call you sister-in-law. As long as you give Brother Hao a call, Brother Hao will definitely not care." At those words, Qin Xinghan's heart became even more bitter. Letting herself call Jiang Hao, how could she do it? It was too late for her to avoid those people. After all, those people had been helping themselves, and they owed them more and more, and she already had a Night Fingwu by her side. Did she really want to get herself involved with the people of the underground world? Just as Qin Xinghan was secretly in trouble, he saw Night Fingwu suddenly walk in. After seeing Night Wind Wu, Qin Xinghan instinctively felt that her mood was all soothed. With him there, she could always feel so at ease. Unable to help, Qin Xinghan turned his gaze for help to Night Fingwu. Night Wind armed as did not see Qin Xinghan's gaze for help, but a wry smile walked to Qin Xinghan's desk, very comfortable sitting on the swivel chair. Even more detestable is that he even put both feet on the desk. His body is a net of a gangster. Is he here to watch the fun? Is he here to see how he makes a fool of himself? Qin Xinghan was bitter in her heart, and she couldn't help but glance at Night Fingwu in a petulant manner. Liang Xinghua also saw Night Fingwu. He knew the terror of Night Fingwu and scorned this person from the bottom of his heart. Qin Xinghan shook his head helplessly, and then said towards Liang Xinghua, "Mr. Liang, why don't you beg him?" Qin Xinghan threw this burden onto Night Wind Wu. Upon hearing this, Night Fingwu was slightly stunned and couldn't help but blankly glance at Qin Xinghan, clearly not expecting Qin Xinghan to dump the pot on himself. Facing Night Fingwu's blank stare, Qin Xinghan could only lower her head pitifully. That delicate and moving appearance was extremely cute. Liang Xinghua raised his eyes to look at the Night Wind Wu, with a trace of scorn in his eyes. "Wu, please save my son. Liang Xinghua will do oxen and horses to repay you in the future." Liang Xinghua had heard Jiang Hao call out to Night Wind Wu brother, so he followed suit. Night Fingwu lit a cigarette for himself, spat out a smoke ring very lazily, and said unhurriedly, "I'm sorry, if my wife refuses to help, I'm even more incapable." Although Night Wind Wu didn't state the reason, it was obvious that he was unwilling to make the call. Seeing this, Liang Xinghua was immediately anxious and could not help but cast his pleading gaze to Qin Xinghan who was on the side. Qin Xinghan was filled with helplessness. How could she not know what Night Fingwu was thinking? He was forcing himself to make this call, forcing himself to take the initiative to contact those people. Qin Xinghan looked his bitter gaze toward Night Fingwu and softly said, "You, help Mr. Liang." Night Fingwu picked up the mouse on the table and found the Minesweeper minigame on the computer, playing the game while saying carelessly, "It's not that I don't help. It's that I don't have the means to open this mouth." Who knows what his son did? If he molested someone else's woman or humiliated someone else's youngest brother, it's hard to avoid falling into a corner of the population if I intervene. Qin Xinghan was anxious in his heart, and Night Fingwu was clearly just unwilling to help, unable to do anything about it. Qin Xinghan's eyes flared with determination before she walked over to Night Fingwu and pursed her red lips. "Then give me Jiang Hao's cell phone number and I'll call." Upon hearing this, the corners of Night Fingwu's mouth lifted up slightly, and only then did he pull out his cell phone without panicking, and pulled up Jiang Hao's cell phone number. Qin Xinghan picked up his cell phone and wanted to call, but Night Fingwu snatched it away. Qin Xinghan frowned and complained, "Didn't you tell me to fight?" Night Fingwu turned his head to look at the other cell phone on his desk and said without a trace of anger, "I'll read you the number. Use your own cell phone to call." At those words, Qin Xinghan really felt for the first time that Night Fingwu was so roguish that it made her want to go and berate him, but there was nothing one could do for him but pick up one's cell phone. And then Night Fingwu read out Jiang Hao's cell phone number with a sly face. Soon, the phone was connected, and Qin Xinghan's face was obviously a little nervous. "Who?" At that moment, Jiang Hao's thick and powerful voice rang out from the phone, his tone filled with dominance. Qin Xinghan's facial expression stiffened a bit as she nervously said, "Hey, I am Qin Xinghan.
sister-in-law. On the phone, Jiang Hao's tone was a bit surprised, obviously not expecting Qin Xinghan to call him. Qin Xinghan bit her red lips tightly and took a deep breath before she was saying, I want to ask you for one thing. Jiang Hao smiled. Sister-in-law, just ask. As long as Jiang Hao, can do it, I will definitely be obliged. Jiang Hao's tone had already made his position clear, and he didn't even bother to ask what was going on before agreeing in one breath. Chapter 99, Gaining an Inch. Getting a foot in the door. Chapter 101, Gaining an Inch of Ground. Qin Xinghan breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Thank you. In fact, it is our company's Liang Xinghua Liang vice president. His son was kidnapped yesterday. I want you to help find it. After all, it was the first time Qin Xinghan had dealt with someone like Jiang Hao, so for a moment, he simply didn't know how to express himself. Jiang Hao laughed. I've heard about this matter. That kid has nothing bad in his heart, just relying on his old man to have a few stinking dollars, pretending to show off everywhere. A few days ago, he messed with a person on the road in the bar. I guess he was taken by those guys. Qin Xinghan said, If he really didn't do anything excessive, isn't it possible to let him go? Jiang Hao laughed, since sister-in-law opened her mouth. Of course there's no problem with this matter. I'll make a call in a while. If the person is still alive, they should be able to go back in 2 hours. At those words, Qin Xinghan's heart tightened. This kind of person opened and closed his mouth with human life. He never thought that he would deal with this kind of person one day. And then, Qin Xinghan softly said, Then, thank you. After speaking, without waiting for Jiang Hao to reply, Qin Xinghan had already hung up the phone. At this moment, Liang Xinghua looked at Qin Xinghan with an expectant face, only hoping that Qin Xinghan would be able to give him a reassuring answer. Qin Xinghan was a little unsure. After all, just now Jiang Hao had said that he wasn't sure whether the person was dead or not, but Qin Xinghan didn't want to tell Liang Xinghua about this uncertainty. If the person was really fine, I'm afraid that this sentence would make Liang Xinghua collapse. Therefore, Qin Xinghan softly said, If there are no accidents, your son should return home within 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Liang Xinghua instantly was relieved, and then viciously snapped his head towards Qin Xinghan. Thank you. Thank you for General Qin's great kindness. I, Liang Xinghua, will definitely work as an ox and a horse to repay General Qin's kindness in the future. Qin Xinghan hurriedly hid to the side, and in his heart, he only hoped that Liang Xinghua's son would be able to return home safely. Only then did Liang Xinghua get up. He looked at Night Fingwu with evasive eyes before saying, Mr. Qin, I'll leave first. I won't bother you couple. With that, he turned around and left Qin Xinghan's office. Although Qin Xinghan's office wasn't as big as Luo Yawang's, it was still very spacious. Night Fingwu sat in his office chair, and the glass wall behind him could see the countless skyscrapers outside. Qin Xinghan looked at Night Fingwu, who was still playing the Minesweeper game, and a touch of resentment suddenly spread in her eyes. She looked at the clock. It was almost 9 o'clock, so she went straight to her desk, ready to take her papers with her to the meeting. However, her hand had just touched the documents on the desk, but she saw that Night Fingwu had grabbed her wrist, and then, under Qin Xinghan's astonished look, directly pulled her into her arms. Ah! Qin Xinghan was so frightened that her entire body was sitting on Night Fingwu's lap, and Night Fingwu tightly wrapped his arms around her soft waist. Don't be like this, you'll be seen. Qin Xinghan's face turned red with shame as she struggled to get off of Night Fingwu's lap, but Night Fingwu would not let go of this opportunity for intimacy. If it were in the past, Qin Xinghan was afraid that she would directly give him a slap, and right now, she's just extremely shy, not even in any kind of angry mood. Was this proof that Qin Xinghan had really accepted himself? Feeling the soft and delicate body in his arms, Night Fingwu smiled evilly and said, Wasn't yesterday's slapdash too perfunctory? At those words, Qin Xinghan was so ashamed that she was about to shed tears, and she anxiously stared at the door of the office room, fearing that someone would suddenly come in. She pleaded, I'm going to a meeting, will you let go of me? Night Fingwu laughed. It's not impossible to let go of you. It can't still be as perfunctory as it was yesterday. Qin Xinghan was so helpless in her heart that she twisted her head to look at Night Fingwu. How could she not know that he was playing a trick on her? Helplessly, she said bitterly, You didn't used to be such a scoundrel. Night Fingwu skimmed his lips and threw a wry smile towards Qin Xinghan. In the past, he was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on Qin Xinghan. Even if he had the heart of a thief, he didn't have the guts of a thief. And now, Qin Xinghan has put down his guard on himself, and has finally come to the point where the bitterness has come to an end. Qin Xinghan knew that if he didn't give him something sweet, he was afraid that he wouldn't let himself go. However, he saw Qin Xinghan's face turn even redder, and then he turned around and planted a kiss on Night Fingwu's lips, and although it was still a slapdash kiss, Qin Xinghan still ruthlessly buried her delicate face into her chest out of shyness. Is this okay? I'm really going to be late.
Delicate whispers that were like mosquitoes flying through the air came out from Qin Shinghan's mouth. She was nervous as hell in her mind, perhaps because of her shyness. This man, she had always challenged the bottom line of her reserve. Night Thingwu licked his lips with an unfulfilled look, and then smiled wryly. Looking at the cunningness in Night Thingwu's eyes, Qin Shinghan suddenly realized something, and a flash of panic immediately rose in her eyes, so she struggled even more vigorously, seemingly wanting to escape. Night Thingwu could not do as she wished, and then ruthlessly kissed the delicate red lips that he had been waiting for so long. It was only after a long time that Qin Shinghan escaped from Night Thingwu's clutches. She was panting heavily. In her eyes was a strong sense of shame and indignation. This had already exceeded her bottom line. Suddenly, she picked up the folder on the table and slapped it hard on Night Windwu's head, and without dodging, Night Windwu endured the folder slapping on his head. Pop! Loud voice resounded in the office. Qin Shinghan obviously did not expect that Night Thingwu would not dodge, which made her originally somewhat shy face, but also vaguely more than a trace of heartache. Unable to help it, Qin Shinghan stared at Night Thingwu with a desire to speak, but in the end, she shyly fled in a hasty manner, fearing that Night Thingwu would bully her again. Night Thingwu rubbed his head and muttered, "There really is a violent streak hidden in this girl." It wasn't the first time that Night Thingwu had enjoyed Qin Shinghan's violence for violating her. It's hard to imagine that such a delicate woman hides a violent heart nature. In the West Tiger Black Wind Shen Yuanzhong's villa, Shen Yuanzhong was sitting on the sofa in the hall with a gloomy face, and beside him stood the tall Cheng Xiong. Shen Yuanzhong said in a deep voice, "I can't imagine that Luo Yihuan would be able to mobilize an entire regiment of Jun_DUI to escort Qin Shinghan." Cheng Xiong also said, "Boss, Luo Yihuan's identity is not simple." Shen Yuanzhong said with some trepidation. Luckily, Qingfeng didn't get it. At this moment, Chen Yuanzhong had been vaguely glad that Qingfeng hadn't killed Luo Yihuan. Otherwise, he had incurred an unknown terrifying force. To be able to mobilize a regiment of troops, with such a family background, I'm afraid only those families in the capital can do it. Although the East Coast project is huge, compared to everything I've fought for all these years, don't want it. Chen Yuanzhong heaved a tired sigh as if he was a deflated ball. In response, Chang Xiong didn't say anything. He knew that the boss couldn't afford to mess with Luo Yihuan, giving up so easily. The West Tiger Black Wind is nothing more than that. Just then, a mocking laughter suddenly sounded in the villa's hall. Chapter 100, The Mystery Man. Chapter 102, The Mystery Man. This sudden sound caused Chen Yuanzhong and Chang Xiong to be startled, and when they turned their heads to look, they saw a man in a wide black trench coat standing right behind them. This person's gaze was like a sword. Even if he was standing still, the stern sharpness emanating from his body made Chen Yuanzhong and Chang Xiong feel like thorns in their backs, and they both looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Seek death. Chang Xiong, as Chen Yuanzhong's bodyguard, how could he tolerate an unidentified person threatening his boss's safety? So, the first thing he did was rush towards the man in the black cloak. Although Chang Xiong's stature was tall and robust, his speed was exceptionally agile, and in the blink of an eye he was throwing a punch towards the mysterious man. Boom! Followed by a heavy muffled sound, followed by a scene that made Chen Yuanzhong shocked appeared, but saw Chang Xiong's body of more than 200 pounds even flew backward like a ball, and ruthlessly crashed into the villa's walls, smashing down a large part of that wall skin. After landing, Cheng Xiong was unable to stand up in pain. To know, Cheng Xiong mixed in the underground boxing ring for nearly 10 years. No one enemy. His fighting strength is absolutely incomparable. But, facing this mysterious person, he even failed to even see how the other party is shot. Chen Yuanzhong slowly got up. He did not make a sound, much less open his mouth to shout, but quietly looked at the mysterious person. He could see the terror of the person in front of him. If he wanted to kill himself, he would have died a long time ago. And the fact that the other party didn't do it was undoubtedly proof that he didn't want to kill himself. Thus, Chen Yuanzhong said with some scorn, "Your Excellency, I, Chen Yuanzhong, may have a grudge against you." The mysterious man sneered, "Do you want to replace Luohua Group and become the largest economic group in Haiwa City?" At those words, Chen Yuanzhong's face became complicated. He is an old fox. How can he not hear the mysterious person's words of pulling together? Said pulling together has been considered good. To put it bluntly, this person seems to want to treat himself as a puppet. This is Chen Yuanzhong's feeling. It was only after a long time that Chen Yuanzhong was able to say, Luo Yihuang has an expert by her side, and moreover, her family background is far more than I expected. Chen Yuanzhong knew very well that even an expert of Changfeng's kind had returned with injuries, which was enough to see that the experts around Luo Yihuang were absolutely terrifying. Mystery slowly walked over to a mahogany table in front of Chen Yuanzhong, and then gently pressed that wide palm on it, saying, "An expert? How high?" Boom! As soon as the words fell, the mahogany table under the mysterious man's palm shattered, and for a moment, the entire ground was filled with broken wood shavings.
as if it had been cut by countless knives. In an instant, Chen Yuanzhong's gaze was fiercely frozen. In that instant just now, he clearly saw the countless green ons bursting out from under the mysterious man's palm. That kind of green aura was weird and sharp, causing his entire body to be wooden and stagnant, and his cold sweat was soaking the lapel behind him. Even Chang Xiong, who was lying on the ground and unable to get up, felt a strong sense of scorn, and he could say with certainty that if that person wanted to kill himself, he would already be dead. It was unthinkable that there was such a horrible person in this world. He had been mixing with the underground boxing ring for nearly 10 years and had never seen an enemy, but once he saw it today, he realized that he was out of his depth. The mysterious man said blandly, "I want Luo Yuan's person, while you want her company. Do you know what to do?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanzhong only then recovered from the shock he had just experienced. As the Western Tiger Black Wind who had reigned over Haiwa City for decades, he was actually shocked and lost his mind by this mysterious person. It was only after a long time that Chen Yuanzhong said in a difficult tone, "Your Excellency, with your strength, it should be very easy if you want to capture Luo Yuan. Why do you want to cooperate with me?" The mysterious man hummed softly, "Because of some reasons, I am not in a position to make a move. So consider yourself if you want to cooperate." After saying that, the mysterious person was looking at Chen Yuanzhong with that pair of blade glance, which made Chen Yuanzhong can't help but be in a cold sweat. He knows that if he refuses, this person is afraid that he will directly kill himself, and once he agrees to cooperate, then, he will truly become a puppet. But as the sophisticated West Tiger Black Wind, he knew very well that there was only one life, and even if he was a puppet, it was better than death. Thus, he nodded and said, "Your Excellency, what about the experts around Luo Yuan?" The mysterious man knew that Chen Yuanzhong had agreed. He sneered, "That person killed more than 20 of our members. I will arrange my own manpower to deal with him. All you have to do is to create trouble for him. I heard that there is someone called Qin Xinghan. I'll give you 2 days to get her under control." Chen Yuanzhong hesitated and frowned. Although that woman has some abilities, she is not enough to be feared. Chen Yuanzhong knew that Night Fingwu wasn't simple, but he didn't bother to suspect that he was the one who injured Qingfeng. The mysterious person, however, lightly grunted, "Not enough to be feared? By the way, I'll remind you that when you deal with Qin Xinghan, you'd better not slip up. Otherwise, that person's anger is definitely not something you want to see." After saying that, the mysterious man wanted to leave. Chen Yuanzhong was a bit puzzled, not understanding what the mysterious man's words meant, and then, he hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, since we're going to work together, you should always leave your name." The mysterious man's footsteps lurched, a touch of coldness vaguely flashed within that blade-like gaze, and he hummed, "Do what you need to do, and don't ever let me down." The mysterious person's tone was icy and unusual, vaguely exuding a thick chill that made Chen Yuanzhong's sweat hairs stand up. When Chen Yuanzhong raised his eyes again, the mysterious man had already disappeared without a trace. Only then did Cheng Xiong get up from the ground with great difficulty, and then slowly came to Chen Yuanzhong's side, saying, "Boss, what should we do?" Chen Yuanzhong said with a grave expression on his face, "Send people to spy on Qin Xinghan's every move, and it's also finally time to get rid of Night Fingwu and Zhang Hao, the Yi family of the Five Tigers sect in the capital." Green Dragon Marshal Yi Tiangang sat on a wide sandalwood chair with a grave expression, while in front of him stood a middle-aged man with good looks, who was none other than Green Dragon Marshal's candidate Yi Feng. Feng that brat even mobilized a regiment of June_DUI for the sake of a woman. Yi Tiangang's eyes would always give off an aura of non-irritation, so after these words were said, onlookers couldn't even hear if he was happy or angry. Yi Feng laughed bitterly, "It's a bit trivial, but it proves how much he values that girl." Alas, Yi Tiangang suddenly sighed and said heavily, "Back then, that woman was spoiled by him and lived a life of being mocked for 8 years, while my Yi family, but couldn't do anything." Yi Feng also said helplessly, "We only wanted to save him, but we neglected the girl who was hurt by him, so much so that she was left to raise my Yi family's offspring alone. Our Yi family owes them mother and daughter." Yi Tiangang said, "Feng it's time to find a way to compensate them." Yi Feng, however, shook his head. "This matter must not be rushed. Feng Wu has a sharp mind. No trace can escape his senses. Back then, when we sent him to the military camp, we had already made him suspicious." Yi Tiangong's majestic face slowly flushed with a touch of ruefulness as he sighed. "I just want to give their family of 3 some compensation." Yi Feng said bitterly, "Dad, it's a bit too late to compensate now. Back then, for the sake of the family's stability, they resolutely abandoned the only 1-month-old Night Fingwu, and after more than 20 years, he didn't even know the names of his real parents. One day if he found out the truth, I'm afraid that he would resent the Yi family fiercely." Yi Tiangong's face was also as heavy as it could be as he sighed. "You make the arrangements. Old me will one day receive the 3 of them back into the Yi family,
Yi Feng's face gradually became not so good looking as he frowned. A few days ago, he killed more than 20 assassins of the Death God Union, including 2 C-rank members. His future days will not be peaceful. Chapter 101, Qin Qinghan's Heart Knot. Chapter 103, Qin Qinghan's Heart Knot. Yi Tiangong's face was instantly grave. The Death God Union. That kind of powerful and mysterious organization. Even the Yi family could not shake them. After a long time, Yi Tiangang suddenly said in a deep voice, "It seems that it is necessary for me to make a trip to Haihua City." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's face was startled as he said, "Dad, this matter must not be rushed." Yi Tiangang, however, shook his head and said, "It's not him I'm doing it for, but that poor heavy granddaughter of mine. Back then, I gave her the town pressure talisman, and I'm afraid it's about to expire." Only then did Ji Feng come to a realization, but immediately followed by a sigh. "Dad, is it really impossible to restrain the spirit world ghost seal?" Yi Tiangang shook his head feebly and said, "I've turned to those old demons for help, but I only brought one township talisman." Yi Feng said anxiously, "But how did Feng Wu suppress the spirit realm ghost seal within his body that year?" Yi Tiangang frowned. It was said that a woman helped him. Woman? Yi Feng fell into a deep thought. Those eyes vaguely flooded with a touch of thick ruefulness. Murmured, "Is it you, Xu Wei?" Yi Tiangang said again, "Even if the spirit realm ghost seal in his body is suppressed, you and I both know that it can't be completely restrained, and I'm afraid that once he's on the brink of life and death, he'll still instinctively use that power." Yi Feng was also in a thick worry. He said, "Dad, do you think the power of hell will really exist in human beings?" Yi Tiangang sighed. "The wonders of this world are far beyond our imagination. Isn't his spirit realm ghost seal obvious enough?" The day passed in a hurry, and late at night, in the middle of Haihua City, Night Fingwu, Qin Qinghan and Jing Xi's family went to bed very early. Of course, Night Fingwu still slept on his own single bunk, which was exclusive to him. Today, he had fought for a different place to sleep from Qin Qinghan, but Qin Qinghan only gave him a sentence, "Let's talk about it later." It was early in the morning and the darkened room was quiet with only the sound of steady breathing. Suddenly, Night Fingwu opened his eyes, and then tiptoed into his clothes and came downstairs. He lit himself a cigarette and said toward some abnormally dark corner, "You've got all your problems solved, don't you?" In this dark night, Night Fingwu suddenly asked towards a place that gave people a feeling of scalp numbness, but immediately afterward, a light footstep sounded, and a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. Although he was unable to get a good look at this person, Night Fingwu knew that he was Qing Feng, the fist sword Qing Feng, resolved. Qing Feng's tone was cold. Not that he didn't respect Nightwind Marshal, but out of his nature. Night Fingwu nodded and said, "Will you be willing to follow me in my work?" Upon hearing this, Qing Feng suddenly knelt down on one knee towards Night Fingwu and respectfully said, "I am willing to serve the Blood Wolf King." Even though there wasn't a trace of astral energy in Night Fingwu's body, he was still the person Qing Feng admired the most, so it had always been his dream to serve him. Seeing this, Night Fingwu shook his head and said, "You don't have to be like this. However, it is necessary for me to remind you that once you decide to serve me, then there must not be any betrayal. If you are disloyal, no one will be able to protect you." Qing Feng bowed his head and said, "Subordinate wouldn't dare." Qing Feng was an assassin, and even more so, an astral martial artist, so by calling himself a subordinate, he was clearly lowering his stance. Nightwind Wu appreciated Qing Feng's character, so he was willing to take him under his wing. And then, Night Fingwu said again, "Since you work for me, then, if there is any trouble in the future, I will block it for you." This sentence caused a glint in Qing Feng's eyes, and he knew that he had done the right thing. Nightwind Wu threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground and stomped it out, then said, "I'll give you a temporary mission." By 7:30 the next morning, Qin Qinghan had already prepared breakfast for Night Fingwu and Jing Si. It was the weekend, and Nightwind Wu and Jing Si not only had to go to the train station to pick up their cousin Yang Shushi, but they also had to accompany them on a trip to the zoo. Qin Qinghan, on the other hand, had her own things to do, and she wasn't going on a business trip, but rather, she was going to a countryside called Hejiazwang, where there was something she wanted to find out. This matter of the heart made Qin Qinghan's entire morning unusually depressing, and she was hesitating whether to go and investigate clearly. After breakfast, Jing Si gave Qin Qinghan a hug and said nicely, "Mom, you have to be careful driving. Uncle and I are going to pick up my sister-in-law." Qin Qinghan squeezed out a smile at the corner of her mouth and softly said, "Well, listen to what uncle and sister-in-law say." And then, Qin Qinghan suddenly was looking at Night Fingwu and said, "Why don't I leave the car with you and I'll go borrow another car?" Night Fingwu laughed, "No need. I've already asked Jiang how to send a car over." Upon hearing this, Qin Qinghan nodded, and after that, Night Fingwu was bringing Jing Si downstairs. Looking at the closed door of the room, Qin Qinghan stood quietly alone in the living room. her eyes filled with the color of struggle. Suddenly, she picked up her cell phone and dialed Chen Nan's number.
Xinghan, why haven't you come to pick me up yet? Aren't you going to Heiji Aswang?
Chen Nan's voice rang out from the phone. Xinghan said with a complicated face.
Chen Nan, I don't want to go. Why?
Chen Nan's voice was a little surprised. Xinghan bit her red lips and said,
It's
just that she doesn't want to go.
In fact, since yesterday,
Xinghan had been dwelling on this matter. At first, she wanted to investigate the truth of this matter, undoubtedly because she saw that birthmark on the back of Night Fingwu. This made her suspect that the person who drugged herself back then was Night Fingwu. But all the information Chen Nan gave herself seemed to have nothing to do with Night Fingwu. Therefore, Xinghan wanted to personally make a trip to the Yi family village to confirm the truth of this matter. But she asked herself, what if the answer she found was really him, or not? Either outcome was something Xinghan did not wish to see. Night Fingwu had done a lot for himself. He loved Jingxi, and he even promised himself that he would restrain the bad luck on Jingxi. And one has to investigate him without his knowledge.
Hey, Xinghan, I know what you're suspecting. This is our only chance to find out the truth. We can't give up so easily, Chen Nan advised over the phone.
Xinghan's heart was mixed. She softly said, but I think he is very good. He treats Jingxi as his daughter. I can also feel that he cares about me, so I don't want to disrupt the current life.
Chen Nan was silent for a little while, then said, Xinghan, you have to think clearly. If you don't figure out the truth, this will be a knot in your heart forever. Are you really willing to do this in your heart?
At those words,
Xinghan instantly hesitated. Was she willing?
The answer was of course not willing. However, she was more afraid of losing what she had now. She was afraid that the truth would make her unable to control herself and drive Night Fingwu away from her side.
Chen Nan once again said, we can go and ask around, and if you really don't want to know the truth by then we'll return. Hearing this, Xinghan finally nodded his head and agreed, saying, then, well, I will go to pick you up. Chapter 102 Sister-in-law. Chapter 104 Sister-in-law. At 9 o'clock in the morning,
a train from Jinhai City stopped at the train station in Haiwa City. The moment the doors opened,
the crowd poured out one after another. In the crowd, 3 men and 3 women are particularly eye-catching. 6 people do not have much luggage. Look at their age. It seems to be 20 years old. Should be college students. Among them, the most striking belongs to the 3 girls walking in the front row, the 3 faces overflowing with youthfulness. The girl who is surrounded in the center is especially beautiful. The most eye-catching thing was the girl's straight and long legs. The girl's dress was not fashionable. A wide light-colored jacket on top and a pair of blue jeans underneath. And even though she was only wearing a pair of white flats on her feet, she still stood out extremely in the crowd. This girl's figure can only be paraphrased from an internet saying, all legs below the breasts. The 3 boys who were following the 3 girls, however, were all fixing those burning eyes on the legs of the girl in the center. Shu Shi, why aren't you happy?
The girl on the left suddenly said towards the girl in the center, her eyes filled with doubt. Yang Shushi's big clear eyes were hidden with a hard bitter smile.
Happy? How could she be happy?
She thought that the one who would pick her up would be her cousin Xinghan, but her cousin had a temporary commitment and told her that the one who would pick her up would be her cousin's husband. So far, she vaguely remembered the overbearing and scary man she met on the train back to Jinhai City a few days ago.
He's killed 24 people in just a few seconds and kidnapped a very pretty sister.
Although she had heard afterward that the 20 or so people were all killers. But what was the identity of that domineering man called Night Fingwu? And why did he kidnap that sister? Was he also a killer? If this brother-in-law was the domineering man he met on the train, he was afraid that he would be scared to tears. After all, that man killed 24 people in a few seconds, and he was so fierce. The 2 girls next to Yang Shushi were both her classmates and good girlfriends. The one on the left was called Zhangya and the one on the right was called Fu Hui. Yang Shushi reminded towards the duo in a serious tone, after seeing my brother-in-law in a while, you must not talk nonsense, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhangya and Fu Hui both looked at Yang Shushi with strange faces, and Zhangya laughed. My big schoolgirl, could your brother-in-law still be a cannibal? Look at your nervous face. Fu Hui also covered her mouth and laughed. On the train I realized that Shushi was a bit abnormal. Could it be that you're in love with your own brother-in-law? Giggle. Yang Shushi immediately made a big red face and pouted. What nonsense. Zhangya also smiled wryly. I always feel that the words brother-in-law and sister-in-law are not so innocent. It sounds like they have some kind of adulterous relationship. Giggle. Upon hearing this, Yang Shushi shook her head helplessly, only hoping that her brother-in-law wouldn't be the one she met on the train. Behind the 3 men always followed closely. 3 pairs of gazes never leaving Yang Shushi's pair of long legs. Among the 3, the boy in the middle was somewhat handsome and tall, and should be a sports student in the school. Su Jian.
All the students around us know that you like big school girl Young. When exactly will you take her in? The boy on the left suddenly laughed with a lewd face towards the boy in the center. The boys on the other side also said, Su Jian, if you still don't do it, the brothers will not be polite. Su Jian's pair of condescending eyes stared at the pair of long legs in front of him and hummed faintly. The more reserved a woman is, the more attractive she is as well. The more she whets my appetite, the more interested I am in her. Just wait, the only one who can chase after Yang Shushi is me. Su Jian, that's. Both boys chimed in with compliments. Who made it possible for someone to have a rich dad? Not only that, it was said that Su Jian had also used money to make friends with quite a few big brothers in the underground world of Haihua City, and in the entire Haihua University, there was almost no one who did not fear Su Jian. Therefore, even though there were many people drooling over Yang Shushi, no one dared to really take the initiative to pursue her. In front, Zhangya suddenly came up to Yang Shushi's face and asked, Shushi, I heard that your cousin is very pretty? Yang Shushi laughed. Yes, cousin is the prettiest, gentlest, and kindest woman I've ever seen, but unfortunately, she has a bad life. Towards the end, the smile on Yang Shushi's face dissipated and turned into incomparable sympathy. Fu Hui on the side didn't seem to see the loss in Yang Shushi's eyes, but laughed. How pretty is it? Is it even prettier than our Yang big school flower? Yang Shushi nodded affirmatively. Soon enough, the six were arriving at the pickup point. From afar, Yang Shushi was seeing a familiar petite figure with a pair of big snowy eyes that seemed to be able to make people forget all their troubles. This familiar petite figure was none other than Jingxi, who Yang Shushi missed so much, and at this moment, Jingxi's small hand was gently held by a broad palm. That person's stature was tall. His face was handsome. Moreover, the gaze he looked at Jingxi with was extremely soft. The image gives a very cozy feeling. However, when Yang Shushi saw the appearance of that tall figure, his footsteps were lurched and his entire body froze in place. It's really him. Yang Shushi was almost on the verge of crying. Seeing this, Zhang Ye and Fu Hui both looked puzzled, and the former said, What's wrong, Shushi? Yang Shushi said with a timid face, I want to go to the toilet. Fu Hui rolled her eyes, and said without any goodwill, It's alright you, this is all the way to the exit gate. Quick, show us what your brother-in-law looks like, handsome or not. With that, the two of them were pulling Yang Shushi towards the front. Night Fingwu didn't know Qin Qinghan's cousin, so he could only wait for Jingxi to confirm the passing crowd, and Jingxi was also very good at looking around with her big eyes. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she lifted her little finger and pointed in one direction and shouted, Auntie, we're here. A voice of sister-in-law made Night Fingwu also raise his eyes to look. When he saw the three girls not far away, his eyebrows suddenly frowned, because those three people are so strange. The girl in the middle seems to be very reluctant. A bit familiar. Where have I seen them before? Immediately after that, Night Fingwu's eyes changed, and he finally remembered where he had seen that girl. At this time, Yang Shushi finally arrived in front of Night Fingwu and Jingxi, and since she had already arrived here, she had no choice but to go over there. So, Yang Shushi squatted down in front of Jingxi, kissed her very affectionately on the cheek, and laughed. Jingxi, did you miss your sister-in-law? Jingxi's little face was filled with a bright smile. Nodding her little head was saying, I want to. Auntie hasn't come to see Jingxi for a long time. Behind Yang Shushi, Zhangya and Fu Hui ran over in surprise after seeing this Jingxi who was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Wow, what a pretty little girl, like a little elf. Zhangya couldn't help but pinch Jingxi's little face. Fu Hui also had a look of fondness on her face, and at a glance she was just amazed by Jingxi's delicacy. Although Jingxi didn't like people pinching her face, she still smiled politely and said, Hello two sisters, my name is Jingxi. Ooh, so polite and so beautiful. When she grows up, she must be much more beautiful than Yang de School Flower, Fu Hui said with some envy in her tone. At this time, Night Fingwu extended his hand towards Yang Shushi and smiled. Hello, my name is Night Fingwu. I should be your brother-in-law. Yang Shushi finally got up slowly, hanging a nervous little face, almost not daring to raise her eyes to look at Night Fingwu's eyes. Not only was she afraid of this person in her heart, but there was also a strong sense of shyness, because, at that time, when she was on the train, she even shamelessly took the initiative to talk to him, and she ended up being sprinkled with water by him, and now her cheeks are burning when she thinks about it. It's so humiliating. Only after a long time, Yang Shushi was stretching out that stiff little hand, her voice as weak as a mosquito, whispering, Sister, brother-in-law, I am Shushi. Chapter 103, A Moment of Coldness. Chapter 105, A Moment of Coldness. Night Fingwu just gently shook Yang Shushi's small hand and let go. Wow, Shushi, you're too much. You didn't even tell us that your brother-in-law is so handsome. Behind them,
Zhang Ye and Fu Hui looked at Night Wind Wu with a florid face, itching to throw themselves into their arms right away. Yang Shushi is about to cry in fear. He is very handsome, but you have never seen the picture of him killing people. That is more than 24 people's lives. Whether those people he killed are killers or not, he is a murderer. How did cousin marry him? Does not cousin know that he is a murderer? One must find a way to tell cousin. But remembering that she was going to be with him all day today, Yang Shushi felt her scalp tingling. He wouldn't kill anyone. This was the most worrying thing in Yang Shushi's mind. Those three boys all looked a little less comfortable after seeing Night Wind Wu, especially Su Jian, whose eyes were hidden with a touch of jealousy. It's not only girls who can be hostile to women who are prettier than they are. Even men can be jealous at times, and Night Wind Wu was much stronger than Su Jian, both in terms of stature and looks. Su Jian was suddenly stepping forward and smiled towards Yang Shushi. Shushi, my car is parked in the garage. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Upon hearing this, a flash of hesitation rose in Yang Shushi's eyes. She knew that Su Jian had been pursuing her, but she really didn't have any interest in him, so she had been politely avoiding him. But compared to the avoidance of Su Jian, she was more afraid of Night Wind Wu at this time, so she hesitated for a moment as to say, good. Seeing this, Night Wind Wu frowned slightly and said, what's that? I drove here as well, and besides, didn't your cousin say that you've already promised to accompany Jingxi on a trip to the zoo? Yang Shushi was immediately in a difficult position, and her face turned bitter. Jingxi beamed. Auntie, aren't you going to accompany Jingxi? After hearing Jingxi's pitiful voice, Yang Shushi's heart instantly softened, and finally nodded bitterly, saying, Then I'll go to the zoo. Seeing this, Su Jian's face didn't look too good, but he still smiled and said, going to the zoo? It just so happens that we don't have classes for the past few days. Let's go together, just as a distraction. Yeah, I've wanted to visit the zoo for a long time. The two of them, Zhang Ye and Fu Hui, were also somewhat cheerful. Then let's go together, Night Wind Wu said with a gentle face. Su Jian said, Shushi, take my car, it's in the garage. Yang Shushi hesitated at once. She looked at Jingxi. In fact, she wanted to hug Jingxi and sit in the car. However, she was more afraid of having a murderer around her. Just as Yang Shushi hesitated, Su Jian was suddenly saying again, Zhang Ye, Fu Hui, you guys come along too. Obviously, Su Jian wanted to rope in Yang Shushi's good friends and get them to convince Yang Shushi. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately looked happy. Zhang Ye pulled Yang Shushi's arm and begged bitterly, Shushi, let's take Su Jian's car. He drives a Land Rover. It's very spacious. In the eyes of Zhang Ye, Fu Hui, as well as Su Jian, several people, although the Night Wind martial arts tall and handsome, but that Zhongshan suit is really too old-fashioned. His car is at most a few tens of thousands of dollars. Right, sitting up must be uncomfortable. Yang Shushi is very clear about his cousin's financial conditions. This brother-in-law drives a car, perhaps cousin that a low-profile Chevrolet. Of course, Yang Shushi wasn't the kind of woman who loved vanity, and she didn't want to sit in Night Wind Wu's car for no other reason than out of fear of the man. Night Wind Wu smiled indifferently. Alright then. With that, he pulled up Jingxi and smiled. Jingxi, let's go then. How could Night Wind Wu not see that the boy liked Yang Shushi? But he was only here to pick her up and wouldn't interfere in her love life. Jingxi's little face was a bit unhappy. She looked at Yang Shushi pitifully and said, Auntie, can we sit in the same car? Jingxi has a lot to say to Auntie. At these words, Yang Shushi's eyes hesitated. Looking at Jingxi's pitifully big eyes, she bitterly nodded, then looked at Zhang Ye and Fu Hui, saying, let us take my brother-in-law's car. Zhang Ye and Fu Hui were obviously a little reluctant. The two of them were still thinking of experiencing the feeling of sitting on a Land Rover. However, since Yang Shushi didn't sit down, the two of them were embarrassed to sit down as well, and could only nod their heads reluctantly. On the other hand, Su Jian and those two boys were full of disappointment, and Su Jian's eyes that looked at Jingxi were also vaguely flushed with a touch of resentment. This flash of resentment was captured in the eyes of Night Wind Wu, and in an instant, a piercing coldness erupted from Night Wind Wu's body. Although it was only a momentary coldness, that Su Jian's body tightened fiercely, only to feel his entire body shiver. He looked around for a moment, as if wondering where the sudden chill had come from. In the end, Yang Shushi, Zhang Ye and Fu Hui followed Night Wind Wu towards the garage. Su Jian could only look at those backs filled with jealousy and resentment. One of the boys said, Su Jian, our brothers will definitely help you chase down big schoolgirl Yang. A flash of impatience flashed in Su Jian's eyes as he coldly grunted. I've asked her out countless times. She refuses to come out. She won't even agree to have a meal. Pretending to be noble in front of me. I'd like to see how long she can pretend to be. The other boy laughed wryly. It's my birthday at the end of the month next month, so I can take this opportunity to invite them.
and then I'll fill her up with a few more drinks, and we'll see if she's a Puritanora then. Upon hearing this, Su Jian's eyes instantly glowed with a smirk, but immediately afterward, he frowned. With Yang Shushi's character, I'm afraid she won't be attending that kind of banquet. That boy laughed. But we can start with the others. Isn't she on good terms with Zhangya? And Zhangya likes the classmate in the bunk above me, so as long as we get Zhangya to encourage her, Yang Shushi will definitely agree. The corner of Su Jian's mouth lifted slightly, which led to a wry smile. Let's go. If I can get Yang Shushi, there will definitely be no shortage of benefits for you guys in the future. In the underground parking lot, a black Land Rover roared out of the garage, and then parked on the side of the road. Su Jian's trio looked at the vehicles coming in and out of the garage without blinking, but they never saw Yang Shushi's people. The boy sitting in the passenger side is called Meng Lai, and the boy in the back is called Ho Yen. The two were also looking around. That Meng Lai impatiently said, 80% of the car is too broken to start it. Boom! At that moment, the sound of a roaring engine reached the trio's ears, followed by a luxurious silver and white Ferrari pulling out of the garage. In an instant, a strong look of envy rose in the eyes of the three of them. Looking at the Ferrari that was instantly as far away, Ho Yen couldn't help but envy. If I had this car, I would have to change to a different girl to play with every day. Meng Lai knocked Ho Yan's head and hummed mockingly. That car is the latest limited edition, with a market price of over $7 million, and although it's not a supercar, it can speed up 80 mph in an instant. This kind of car has a price. The people who can own this kind of car are all big shots. If you kid wants it, it's impossible in your next life. After being struck by Ho Yen, Meng Lai also just barked. Even that Su Jin's eyes are flooded with a touch of envy. Although his Land Rover is also worth 2 million, but compared with that Ferrari, it is too much difference. At that moment, Meng Lai's phone suddenly rang. Meng Lai took a look and muttered, "It's Zhangya calling. It can't really be that the car is too old and broke down. It's really troublesome." Chapter 104, Tiger Garden. Chapter 206, Tiger Garden. Meng Lai put his cell phone on speakerphone and laughed in a playful tone. "Did that uncle's car break down? Ha ha." He Yen laughed along with him from the sidelines. Immediately followed by the phone was Zhangya's voice. "What are you waiting for if you don't go? Aren't you going to the zoo?" Upon hearing this, Su Jin's trio were all a bit puzzled, and Meng Lai said towards his cell phone, "Waiting for you guys? Ah, we've been waiting for 5 minutes? Zhangya said, "We left the parking lot a long time ago, so hurry up and follow us." Meng Lai was puzzled. "What kind of car did you drive? Did you leave from another exit?" Zhangya said impatiently, "We passed right next to you guys. Silver and white Ferrari. You guys wouldn't be unimpressed, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk." As soon as Zhangya's words were finished, Meng Lai and He Yen were the two of them who grew their mouths in astonishment. Even Su Jian was surprised and stared in amazement. It turned out, they were on top of that Ferrari. How could this be possible? How could someone that old-fashioned be able to afford to drive a Ferrari? For a while, the three of them looked at each other. Meng Lai and He Yan's faces were especially embarrassed, while Su Jian's face was much uglier. Because of the weekend, there wasn't too much traffic on the road. Night Fingwu was driving the Ferrari, driving smoothly. Sitting in the co-pilot was Zhangya. Yang Shushi and Fu Hui were sitting in the back seat, and Jing Si was squeezed in the middle by them. Along the way, Zhangya and Fu Hui sneaked glances at Night Fingwu from time to time. Their eyes were glowing with infatuated smiles. Being in a Ferrari, they felt that this old-fashioned uncle was extraordinarily rich and handsome. Compared to Zhangya and Fu Hui's adoration for Nightwind Marshal, Yang Shushi's face was much more bitter. She was also not expecting this brother-in-law to pick her up in a Ferrari. Zhangya sat in the front row, touching here and there for a while, with indescribable envy in her eyes. Fu Hui said towards Yang Shushi with some reproach, "Big schoolgirl Yang, we know you keep a low profile, but your brother-in-law is so rich, how can you hide it from us?" Zhangya also chimed in, "That's right, you'll pay the bill when we go out to eat in the future." Yang Shushi's face became more and more bitter. She knew her cousin's financial ability very well, but where did her cousin's husband get the money to drive such a good car? Could it be that he was really a killer, earning money by killing people? Just thinking about this, Yang Shushi felt her scalp tingle. Yang Shushi's silence makes Zhangya and Fu Hui both feel strange. Zhangya twisted her body to the back, very puzzled. "Yang big school girl, you are so strange. Since seeing your brother-in-law, you don't even dare to say a word, do you?" Zhangya's eyes vaguely glowed with a touch of strangeness, and she couldn't help but glance over to Night Fingwu, who was driving quietly. Fu Hui also snickered. There must be a hidden agenda. In the past, Big School Flower Yang was lively and cute. She was the center of attention wherever she went. But now, it's as if Big School Flower Yang has turned into a gentle little daughter-in-law in front of her own brother-in-law. Seeing Zhangya and Fu Hui talking more and more excessively, Yang Shushi's heart was scared and ashamed.
She glanced at Night Fingwu with lowered eyebrows and found that Night Fingwu's face was still flat. Unable to help it, Yang Shushi pouted towards the duo. You guys talk less. At this time, Night Fingwu was suddenly speaking. Actually, this car is borrowed from a friend. At those words, the three of them, Yang Shushi, were all slightly stunned, but there was a faint trace of disbelief in their eyes. Fu Hui laughed. Uncle, there's nothing wrong with keeping a low profile, but there's no need to hide your wealth. Night Fingwu shook his head helplessly and said, it's really borrowed. Fu Hui laughed again. Then uncle, ask you something, does the guy who borrowed your car have a girlfriend? Night Fingwu laughed. I don't think so. Upon hearing this, Fu Hui suddenly plopped her upper body down on the front seat and stretched that one innocent and beautiful face in front of Night Fingwu, and then she hemmed and hawed and smiled and said, then uncle introduce me to it. Night Fingwu glanced back at Fu Hui and realized that although this girl wasn't as pretty as Yang Shushi, she was still considered a big beauty, so he smiled and said, good. I'll introduce you guys to get to know each other some other day if I have the chance. It's a deal, Fu Hui said with a serious face. It's a deal. Night Fingwu smiled and nodded. Yang Shushi had been secretly observing Night Fingwu, and found that his tone and eyes were kind, and he was very calm towards his friends, but it was really hard for her to imagine the image of him being able to kill more than 24 people in a few seconds. An hour later, Nightwind Vu parked the Ferrari in the parking lot of the zoo. As for Su Jian's Land Rover, it was a full 20 minutes or so behind them. Today is a weekend, so there are a lot of people who come to the zoo to play Nightwind martial arts. A few people bought a ticket. It is lined up to enter the park. This zoo was established at the foot of a mountainous area, and was said to cover an area of more than 5,000 acres, in which there were not only countless species of birds and beasts, but even many places where one could view the scenery. Night Fingwu held Jingxi's little hand like a loving father, while Jingxi had a bright smile on her face the whole time, and it was obvious that she was really happy. Su Jian and Meng Lai and He Yan followed behind Yang Shushi like three healers. Su Jian wanted to use his Land Rover to win the favor of the beauty, but he was groundless in front of Night Fingwu's Ferrari. He was unwilling to do so, but he was glad that Night Fingwu was not Yang Shushi's suitor, so he still had a chance and a time to perform. Night Fingwu took Jingxi to see the flamingos, Monkey Mountain as well as the orangutan pavilion, and even took a lot of pictures at the Swan Lake. During that time, Zhangya and Fu Hui scrambled to take a picture with Night Fingwu, and the one in charge of taking pictures was none other than Yang Shushi, who didn't dare to get close to Night Fingwu. As for the three Su Jian, they could only watch from afar with jealousy in their eyes. After having a simple lunch at the zoo, several people were ready to head to the next place to visit, which was the Tiger Park. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a few people just arrived at the Tiger Park. A few people came early, but the station where the tigers were visited was still full of people. The Tiger Park is not a huge wire cage, but an enclosure built 6 or 7 meters high on all sides. The Tiger Garden was built on the mountain, with many big thick trees, and at this moment, 2 tigers were napping under a tree, languidly but without losing the style of the king of the beasts. Visitors were raising their cell phones to take pictures, and many even lifted their children high in the air so that they could admire the tiger's kingly pose. Mom, I want to see it too. A tender voice suddenly rang out in the crowd, but a 4 or 5-year-old little girl tugged at the corner of a young woman's coat with an expectant look on her face. The young woman was holding up a selfie stick to take a picture when she said, somewhat impatiently, right away, right away. Saying that, the young woman posed a few poses one after another. Come on, go up and look. Mommy will take some pictures for you. The young woman picked up the little girl while placing her on the railing. The little girl was a bit scared. However, when she saw the tiger in the garden, a little face burst into joy, and the young woman was holding the little girl with one hand and a selfie stick in the other, attempting to find a good angle. The guardrail was so narrow that a number of people frowned and looked at it, as if they were afraid that the little girl would lose her footing and fall into the Tiger Park. At this time, Night Fingwu was also holding Jingxi to watch the tiger's style. On the side, Yang Shushi's gaze was tightly fixed on the little girl stepping on the railing. Her eyes seemed to be a little worried. After all, the guardrail was too narrow, not to mention that there were 2 of the most ferocious beasts on land underneath. The 6 or 7 meter high fence alone is a mortal danger. Unable to help it, Yang Shushi gently reminded, you shouldn't let the child stand so high. How dangerous. The young woman took a few pictures one after another, and after hearing someone talking about her own aside, she was obviously a little less than happy, but still squeezed out a hint of a smile as she said, it's fine, I'm holding it up. Saying that, the young woman also tightened her grip on the little girl's palm. This is the Tiger Park. Let's go check it out and take some pictures for me on the way. Just at this moment, 7 or 8 green young people were suddenly surging towards this side, without a trace of literacy as to squeeze into the crowd. Chapter 105, a scary scene. Chapter 207, a thrilling scene. For a while, the already crowded crowd also surged towards the parapet. Suddenly, the young woman who was holding the little girl with one hand and holding up the selfie stick with the other screamed, and her entire body was also slammed against the guardrail by the crowded crowd behind her. To top it off, she was holding her own daughter in her hands. This sudden scene caused the little girl on the guardrail to lose her balance and fall right off the guardrail. Yang Shushi also screamed. Her face was all white. Her instinct was to reach out and grab, but only touched the corner of the little girl's coat. My daughter. The young woman didn't realize what a stupid thing she had done until then, and with a flushed face she leaned over the guardrail and looked down, only to see that the little girl hadn't fallen into the tiger park, but had just been hung up by a wire below. Thumbs up. Suddenly, a tearing sound came from the little girl's clothes, but she saw that the clothes she was hanging by the wire were slowly tearing apart, and at any moment she might fall down. Quickly save my daughter. Quickly save her. The young woman threw the cell phone in her hand to the side as well, looking at the crowd with an anxious face. However, the little girl is still more than a meter high from the guardrail above. If you want to pull her up, you can only cross the guardrail, and there are almost no safety measures outside the guardrail that can be gripped and supported. Even if it is a strong athlete, there is a high risk of losing their footing and falling into the tiger park. And at this moment, those two tigers that were originally napping seemed to have heard the commotion here, and without being able to do so, the two tigers slowly got up, and then approached towards the enclosure. It was obvious that they had taken the hanging little girl as their prey. In the face of the young woman's cries and pleas, all of them hung their faces because it was too dangerous. If they went down to save the little girl, they might fall down together with the little girl. Quick, call the police and get security over here to help. Someone shouted from the crowd. Unable to help themselves, several people were taking out their cell phones in an attempt to find the number for the zoo's security office. The little girl could fall in at any moment, and the two leering beasts underneath were waiting for their prey. Call security now, and before they get here, I'm afraid the little girl will have become food in the tiger's mouth. On the other side, Night Wu also noticed the movement here. Just when he was about to make a move, he saw a tall silhouette suddenly crossing the guardrail, and it was precisely Yang Shushi who was the closest to the little girl. Seeing this, Night Wu's face changed. He didn't expect this sister-in-law to be so brave, but courage and strength weren't added to her body together. Shushi, it's dangerous, come back. Fu Hui and Zhangya were so scared that their faces turned pale. They knew that Yang Shushi was simple and kind, but what she was doing now was too dangerous. Once she lost her footing, not only would she not be able to save the little girl, instead, even she herself would become the tiger's prey. Su Jian and the other two boys also saw Yang Shushi's defiant behavior, and although they were worried, they didn't have the courage to go down and help. Give me your hand. Yang Shushi's feet could barely step on a place where she could tread. Her left hand barely grabbed onto a railing. Her other hand attempted to grab the little girl, but the little girl was still dozens of centimeters away from her, and she would have to let go of her left hand if she wanted to grab the little girl. The little girl could fall at any moment, and for a while, everyone looked down with a nervous face, just hoping for a miracle. Oh, mommy, I want my mommy. The little girl wailed in terror as she tried to reach for the big sister's hand, but her clothes were tearing and her body was slowly falling. Quickly grab my hand, Yang Shushi said with an anxious face. Her face was red. Her left hand gripping the guardrail had gradually lost its strength, and might let go at any time. The little girl, perhaps because she was too scared, kept her raised palm from reaching up. Thumbs up. Just then, the little girl's clothes hanging on the wire were suddenly completely torn. Many people screamed in horror, and the little girl's mom even turned white and directly fainted. Pop! Yang Shushi's body was suddenly slumped downwards fiercely, grabbing a handful of the little girl's clothes. Paging. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a burst of enthusiastic applause. Somebody help me. I can't catch a break. Suddenly, Yang Shushi outside the guardrail cried and prayed. Her left hand that was gripping the guardrail was slowly loosening. Her strength was already not very strong, plus her right hand was still gripping a little girl, which made her physical strength could not keep up anymore. However, outside the guardrail is a thick layer of glass. If you want to go down to help Yang Shushi, you have to jump over, and all the people standing, but no one dared to stand out. This cannot be described as human indifference, but only proves that not all human beings have enough courage to face life and death when they are confronted with it. Finally, Yang Shushi was still physically exhausted, and the whole person together with the little girl fell towards the tiger garden. Paging. At the bottom, the two long-awaited tigers, too, bent down, seeming to pounce on their prey with a single leap. Above, a number of people closed their eyes. Tears were falling from both Zhangya and Fu Hui's eyes. Swish! Suddenly, an athletic figure stepped over the meter-high guardrail and scurried towards the bottom like a swift cheetah. Boom! Under the dull sound, the figure stepped heavily on the ground of the tiger garden, and the bodies of the little girl and Yang Shushi were steadily caught in his arms. Yang Shushi knew that she was going to die. The moment she let go of her left rear, she knew that her life was over, but she regretted that she didn't save that little girl. Well, the ground doesn't seem that hard. Yang Shushi slowly opened her eyes, a touch of doubt hidden in her frightened eyes. After she saw the handsome face in front of her, her entire being became incredibly complicated. When did he come down? Yang Shushi muttered. At this moment, all the tourists who were on top of the platform were wide-eyed. That man was so heroic, but he was also so stupid. That pretty sister and little girl had already fallen, and no one could save them from the tiger's mouth until security came. But why would he want to die for nothing? What is this if not stupidity? Ta-da! At this time, extremely light footsteps sounded behind Night Wind Marshal, and faintly, a low roar could be heard. Sister, brother-in-law, will it hurt to be eaten by a tiger? Yang Shushi asked with a desperate face towards Night Wind Marshal. She had even forgotten that she was still being held horizontally by Night Fingwu. Night Fingwu laughed. I don't think so. Tigers are the fiercest killers. They can accurately find your aorta, and you should be unconscious before you feel any pain. Night Fengwu's words made Yang Shushi so scared that her tears were flowing down. She couldn't control herself and cried. Oh, you said it's so scary. People haven't been in love? They haven't kissed yet. Night Fengwu's face suddenly became strange. People were dying and all she could think of was this kind of thing. Chapter 106 Rescuing Beauty in the Tiger Garden. Chapter 108 Rescuing Beauty in the Tiger Garden. Night Fengwu is China's military god of war, the chief instructor of the entire Blood Wolf Special Forces, and the world's mercenaries even call him the Blood Wolf King. And at this moment, two real tigers were slowly approaching behind this Blood Wolf King. Tigers are the king of beasts, the top hunters on land. They are killers, with strong muscles, sharp claws and teeth, and the slightest slash is enough to disembowel a human. On the high platform, everyone is tense heartstrings, even dare not breathe heavily, seems to be afraid that it will anger the two fierce tigers. At this moment, Yang Shushi also seemed to be feeling something slowly approaching. She shivered and looked at Night Wind Wu, choking. Sister, brother-in-law, will we die? The little girl was held in Yang Shushi's arms, seemingly because of excessive shock. The whole person was frozen there like a fool, and even forgot to cry. Night Wind Wu laughed. Stand still. And then, Night Fengwu placed Yang Shushi and the little girl on the ground, making them lean tightly against the fence. When he turned around, he was met with two pairs of tiger eyes. These two tigers were both very strong. They should be 108 to 200 kilograms, and the well-defined muscle lines highlighted their terrifying strength. At this moment, the two tigers still seemed to be curious about the human that had suddenly come down. After all, this kind of prey didn't come down very often. Tigers had a monotonous way of thinking. They only had prey in their eyes, and Night Fengwu had clearly become the prey in their eyes. At this moment, Yang Shushi's mood was not only horrified, but more complicated. She never thought that she would fall into the tiger garden. She was even more surprised that this brother-in-law, whom she feared, would not hesitate to come down and save her. Looking at his magnificent back, Yang Shushi suddenly wet her eyes, and a complex mood was also hidden in the bottom of her heart. As the saying goes, love in times of trouble. Even two strangers will inevitably develop subtle feelings once they have experienced life and death. Night Fengwu's gaze was tightly fixed on the two tigers. He knew that the next moment they would pounce on him, and he couldn't hide because there was still Yang Shushi and the little girl behind him. Ta-da! The two tigers crouched low and once again took a few steps closer towards the to-be Night Wind martial arts. Night Fengwu had had the experience of fighting tigers in the mountains, and he knew that the two tigers had locked themselves in place and could pounce at any time. Behind her, Yang Shushi held the little girl in her arms tightly, not daring to breathe a single breath. At this time, with a burst of rapid footsteps, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Security is coming over! Security is coming over!" Immediately after that, two security guards appeared on the high platform, each holding a sniper rifle in their hands, and instead of having any relaxation just because security came over, Night Fengwu frowned. Click! The sound of bullets being loaded suddenly came into Night Wind Musum's ears. Don't shoot! Night Fengwu suddenly took a step forward, actually moving closer to the two tigers, and shouted facing the two security guards on the high platform. The sniper rifle was already aiming at the tiger, but Night Fengwu suddenly stepped forward just in time to block the sniper rifle's line of sight. One of the security guards shouted, "Duck! You don't want to die." Instead of moving, Night Fengwu said, "There's no need to kill them. I can handle it." The security guard was instantly anxious and shouted again, "Get out of the way. The tiger will take your lives at any moment." Zhangya and Fu Hui on the high platform were also anxious, and Fu Hui shouted towards Night Fengwu, "Uncle, you're crazy. They're using a tranquilizer gun. It won't kill the tiger." Night Fengwu shook his head in his heart. Anesthesia gun? How could it be possible? They were trying to subdue the most ferocious beasts on land. Even if they gave the tiger anesthetics, before the anesthesia took effect, the tiger would be enough to bite several people to death. And how can the zoo let this kind of out-of-human life happen? Once a human life, to the zoo caused by the loss of absolutely far more than the price of the 2 tigers, in front of the interests of mankind has never begrudged the life of any animal. What's more, when the bullet was loaded, Night Windwu could already hear that it was a live round. Tigers are animals. They don't have human minds. They don't understand good and evil. Hunting is just their nature. If they were hunted because of a human's mistake, it would be too much for them to die. Dude, get out of the way. Don't be a hero. You'll get the girl and the kid behind you killed. An old man around 60 years old suddenly advised towards Night Windwu, unable to help. More people have begun to speak kindly, but in their hearts they are cursing the Night Wind martial arts heroics do not understand the big picture. The tiger died on the death. Do you want to take 3 human life as not? Instead, that Su Jian coldly grunted. After he is eaten by the tiger, security will naturally shoot to save young Shushi. Playing the hero deserves your bad luck. Holler at. Suddenly, a low roar came from behind Night Windwu, only to see one of the tigers pounce on Night Windwu's back. That huge sharp tiger claw was directly slapping towards Night Wind Marshall's head. Everyone was in a state of shock, and the sniper rifles in the hands of the 2 security guards didn't know where to aim. Ah, brother-in-law, be careful. Yang Shushi shouted towards Night Windwu in terror. Night Windwu's face was frozen, and his figure was turned around in the blink of an eye. And at that moment, a large tiger claw had already slapped at Night Windwu's face. But Night Windwu still had no intention of dodging. But in the flash of lightning, he suddenly grabbed the tiger's front leg, and immediately after, under everyone's astonished gaze, he actually made an over-the-shoulder drop. Boom! Under the loud muffled sound, that tiger's 200-kilogram body was actually viciously dropped onto the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gosh! On the high platform, many people burst out in foul language due to shock, having never imagined that they would be able to see such thrilling and exciting images in their lifetime. A bare-knuckle human fighting a tiger and using an over-the-shoulder slam. How the hell does that look like a joke? Ouch! The tiger screamed miserably and rolled over, about to pounce and bite towards Night Windwu again. Boom! Night Windwu swung his fist and smashed it hard from top to bottom on top of that huge tiger's head. And with a muffled sound, the tiger's head hit the ground heavily, causing the tiger to shake its head miserably. Night Windwu's attacks had always been coherent and would not give anyone a break, not even the beasts. Therefore, when the tiger was beaten into a trance, he shortened his body, grabbed the fur on the back of the tiger's neck with one hand, grabbed the tiger's tail with the other, and directly threw it out a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Ouch! After landing, the tiger screamed miserably, a shrunken body, a pair of tiger eyes staring at the Night Wind martial arts. Seems to be in fear. More seems to say again, how this thing is so powerful. I do not want to face the king of the beasts. The other tiger was already short and ready to launch an attack towards Night Windwu. Well, Night Windwu's gaze was as fierce as a flooded beast, fiercely glaring at the other tiger, a pair of gazes that seemed to hide a hostility that was more furious than any fierce beast. In just a moment, an endless coldness filled the surroundings, and that tiger's body immediately shivered, and under everyone's shocked gazes, it actually turned around and ran. On the high platform, everyone was shocked with their mouths growing wide. Even the 2 security guards had forgotten that they were still holding a sniper rifle in their hands. This is a joke. Humans are able to hang the king of beasts. What did he just do? Why did he make that tiger run away in a hurry with a glare? We're not dreaming. Su Jin's eyes were similarly shocked beyond words, but after the shock, there was more jealousy in his heart. On the side, Meng came to look at Su Jian and said dumbfounded, "Is Su Jian this kind of thing possible?" Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, Meng Lai still couldn't believe that the human was able to face the 2 tigers with awe, and was able to easily fight them off. On the other side, Zhangye and Fu Hui were even looking at that back for a long time, unable to return to their senses, and in their eyes was a strong admiration. So handsome, so brave. Fu Hui, I realized I'm in love, Zhangye said with a florid face. In the tiger garden, Yang Shushi's heart was even more like a shocking wave. The whole person has been frozen in place. Sister, brother-in-law, is awesome. Only then did Night Windwu turn to Yang Shushi's face and said with a cold face, "Next time, don't be so impulsive." Yang Shushi was still unable to erase the image of that figure bravely fighting the tiger just now up to this point, and after hearing Night Windwu's words, she mumbled, "Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you for being willing to come to my rescue despite the danger." Night Windwu's face looked strange as he faintly said, "Your cousin asked me to pick you up, so I can't let anything happen to you, or else your cousin won't hate me for the rest of her life." Upon hearing this, a touch of loss suddenly flooded Yang Shushi's simple big eyes. Chapter 107, Heing. Chapter 109, Heing. At this time, the security lowered the rope and pulled all 3 of the Night Windwu people up. At this time, the young woman also finally awoke, and when she saw that her child was safe and sound, she immediately knelt down towards Night Fingwu and Yang Shushi to thank them. Yang Shushi helped the young woman up and said, "This sister, in the future, don't ever do something so dangerous again." The young woman nodded her head hastily. No more, no more. In today's information-rich world, where cell phones have become indispensable to mankind, how many parents are preoccupied with playing with their cell phones while ignoring their children's naughty hearts and weak safety awareness? Lost, stuck in escalators, and even pulling the wrong child in a crowded mall is a constant companion. At this moment, Night Fingwu carried Jing Si back from Zhang Yi's hands. Jing Si's eyes were also thick with admiration and pride as she smiled. "Uncle, you're great. You didn't let them kill those 2 tigers." Jing Si did not take pride in the fact that Night Fingwu fought with the tiger, but instead was happy because Night Fingwu saved the 2 tigers, which undoubtedly proves that Jing Si has a kind heart at a young age. At the same time, near a remote mountainous countryside 200 kilometers away from Haiwa City, a luxurious BMW was traveling on the not-so-wide road. Along the way, Qin Xinghan's face was always preoccupied, and on the side, Chen Nan looked at the navigation on his cell phone and suddenly said, "Xinghan, that village in front of us is Hejiazwang." At those words, Qin Xinghan's grip on the steering wheel was also tightened, but the gas pedal under his foot was loosened. After sensing Qin Xinghan's abnormality, Chen Nan's red lips were pursed up as she stared at Qin Xinghan's hesitant face and said without any good humor, "Xinghan, what kind of bewitching soup did that guy give you?" "Ah, what did you say?" Qin Xinghan turned her head and glanced at Chen Nan, somewhat at a loss for words. Chen Nan skimmed her lips and hummed, "Come on, you think I can't tell? Your heart is 80% captured by that bastard." Qin Xinghan didn't say anything, but an endless bitterness welled up in her beautiful eyes. Even she herself wasn't sure exactly how she felt about him. All she knew was that she was very relieved when he was around. In the past, when he bullied himself, he would be angry and furious, but now, he gradually lost his resistance to him. If he hadn't seen the birthmark on his back, he might never have investigated him himself. Even now, she still somewhat regretted coming here, and whatever outcome the He family village had, it was something she didn't want to know. Relying on the navigation, Qin Xinghan's car finally arrived at the village entrance of Hejiazwang. At that moment, a middle-aged woman on a trolley suddenly came face to face. Chen Nan said, "Xinghan parked the car, I'll go ask." With a nervous and complicated mood, Qin Xinghan parked the car on the side of the road. Chen Nan pushed out the door and stopped the middle-aged woman, asking politely, "Auntie, is this Hejiazwang?" The middle-aged woman glanced at the luxury car in front of her, her eyes filled with envy. At this time, Qin Xinghan also got down from the car and nodded politely towards the middle-aged woman. The woman sized up Chen Nan and then looked at Qin Xinghan. The surprise on her face became even more intense. She had lived most of her life and had never seen such a handsome girl, especially the one next to the car, who looked like a fairy. The middle-aged woman spoke a mouthful of country vernacular and said, "You two are from the city, aren't you? So handsome." Chen Nan smiled awkwardly and asked again, "Auntie, we're looking for a friend who lives in Hejiazwang." The middle-aged woman nodded and said, "This is Hejiazwang. Who are you looking for?" Chen Nan hesitated, but still said, "We're looking for Hiying. Does she live here?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman had a trace of doubt on her face as she said, "Hiying? I haven't heard of this person. You guys are sure she's from our village?" Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan were both slightly stunned. Chen Nan somewhat undeterred continued, "Auntie, you should have the impression. 8 years ago, Chen Nan." Qin Xinghan hurriedly came over and shouted at Chen Nan, signaling her to stop talking. Chen Nan then realized that he was in too much of a hurry. How could he just say that kind of thing? In case the people in the village didn't know about that matter, once he said it, wouldn't he cause more trouble for that girl? At this point, Qin Xinghan was clearly far more thoughtful than Chen Nan. Qin Xinghan said towards the middle-aged woman, "Thank you, Auntie." The middle-aged woman waved her hand while riding away on her trolley. Qin Xinghan said, "Chen Nan, let's go back." Upon hearing this, Chen Nan but said, "Having come, how can we go back? Let's go and ask again." Qin Xinghan had no choice but to get into the car and continue toward the inside of the village. After arriving at the entrance of the village, Chen Nan got off the car and looked for someone to ask. Qin Xinghan didn't get out of the car. Her eyes were still thick with nervousness, and her entire palms were sweaty. Soon, Chen Nan was back in the car. She frowned and said, "Strange, why haven't they heard of He Ying's name? Could it be that we're looking in the wrong place? It shouldn't be. The village on the information is here." At those words, Qin Xinghan's tense expression gradually became complicated. Chen Nan hummed, "Something's not quite right?" Chen Nan seemed to be beginning to suspect something. Knock knock. Suddenly, the window of the car next to Qin Xinghan was knocked, and the two of them turned their heads to look, but they saw a woman around 50 years old standing next to the car. Qin Xinghan lowered the window and politely said, "Hello, Auntie."
the middle-aged woman spoke. Are you looking for someone? Upon hearing this, the two of them, Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan, glanced at each other, and Chen Nan was busy asking, Auntie, we're looking for Ying, do you know her? The middle-aged woman's face looked strange, and then said, what are you looking for my daughter for? Daughter. Chen Nan and Qin Xinghan were flabbergasted for a split second, and the former laughed. Auntie, we're Ying's friends, visiting her from the city. How could the two expect to run into Ying's mother? The middle-aged woman's clothes were plain, not even neat, and it was obvious that she was not well off. There was a hint of caution in the woman's eyes, but she said, you guys come with me. Qin Xinghan hurriedly said, Auntie, get in the car, just show us the way. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman looked at the luxurious limousine, and then at her own not-so-clean clothes, and said with great embarrassment, forget it, my clothes are too dirty, and they'll make your car dirty. Qin Xinghan hurriedly got out of the car, and then opened the door and said very gently, Auntie, it's okay, go up. Saying that, Qin Xinghan even held the middle-aged woman's arm, not caring at all about the dirt on her clothes. The middle-aged woman then carefully got into the car. In the car, Chen Nan turned toward the middle-aged woman and asked, Auntie, where is Ying now? The middle-aged woman's eyes were glowing with a tinge of sadness, and tears were about to flow out as she sighed. Alas, my bitter girl. After seeing that the middle-aged woman's emotions were somewhat sad, Chen Nan was both embarrassed and sympathetic. The middle-aged woman wiped a handful of tears before saying, Xiaoying hasn't been out of the house for 8 years. She sits at home every day. She wasn't talkative when she was a child, and now the neighbors are about to forget about her. The more Ying's mom spoke, the more heartbroken she became, and the more tears kept falling. Even Qin Xinghan's eyes were crowded with tears. Chen Nan comforted, Auntie, we are Ying's friends. We are here to help her. Thank you guys. Thank you for remembering her as a friend. Ying's mom said with a grateful face, with Ying's mom pointing the way. Qin Xinghan's car gradually drove out of the village to the edge of the most village on the other side of the village. There, far away, they are to see a lone dilapidated house. The surrounding in addition to the woods, there is no house in a radius of 100 meters. It's as if they'd been deliberately isolated. The car stopped beside the tile house. The dilapidated courtyard walls were made of mud. Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan were not expecting that there were still such poor families around the city of Hanhwa. Two girls, come on in. Ying's mom pushed open the short, shabby door panel. Qin Xinghan had a height of 1.73 meters, and although she wore a pair of flat shoes today, she still had to keep her head down in order to pass through the courtyard gate. Even Chen Nan's 5'7" height required a slight bow of the head. The moment they entered the small courtyard, the duo's gazes were directed to a certain place. Outside the door of that dilapidated house, a young woman, dressed in plain clothes, was sitting quietly and staring. Her hair was disheveled, as if she hadn't combed it for days, and not even a hint of color could be seen in a pair of lowered gazes. Unable to help it, Qin Xinghan covered her red lips with a sour heart. Once upon a time, how could she not be in this state? But she had Jingxi to take care of and her parents to support, so she had to continue to stand up. And what about this poor woman, in whom it was as if he could see no hope for himself? Chapter 108, Deception. Chapter 110, Deception. Ying hung her face, and her messy hair was covering half of her cheeks. Even though it was impossible to see what she really looked like, just this bit of her side face was still able to tell that Ying was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Qin Xinghan didn't walk over, but stood by the side unable to hold back the sourness in his heart. The clothes on Ying's body were loose and dirty and tattered, as if they hadn't been washed for a long time, and to anyone, this woman looked like a mentally disturbed patient. Chen Nan also pursed his lips, and then squatted down in front of Ying's heel. Observing her from a close distance, Chen Nan realized that her skin wasn't so fair, but instead was a very light bronze color, giving people a very healthy feeling. Ying's gaze was lowered, and she didn't even bother to glance at Qin Xinghan or Chen Nan. Ying's mom said with some heartbreak, she doesn't even talk to me now. I'm afraid she doesn't recognize you guys anymore. As she said that, Ying's mom couldn't help but wipe her tears. Qin Xinghan wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, and then took out a small bag from her own bag and handed it to Ying's mom, softly saying, Auntie, we didn't bring anything with us? You take this money and spend it, and buy some new clothes for Ying, and also buy some furniture for the family. Ying's mom froze in shock, looking at the bulging pouch. If it was full of $100 bills, it should be 20 to 30,000. Unable to help it, Ying's mom shrunk back and said with great embarrassment, you guys coming to see Ying has already touched me. How can I accept your money? Qin Xinghan stepped forward and shoved the $30,000 in the bag into Ying's mother's hands, saying, we have a very good relationship with Ying, and she has helped me a lot in the past. This is what should be done, so you can take it. After all, Qin Xinghan was not good at lying.
He Ying's mom's gaze was always fixed on that bag, and it was obvious that she wanted the money as well. Under the insistence of Qin Xinghan, He Ying's mother finally put 30,000 yuan in her bosom, and the vicissitudes of her face was already full of tears. Chen Nan, let's go, Qin Xinghan said softly towards Chen Nan. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan frowned and walked over to Qin Xinghan, saying, He Ying is right in front of you. Aren't you interested at all? Qin Xinghan shook his head and said, I really don't want to know anything. Let's go. Isn't she pitiful enough? Why bother bringing up things she doesn't want to bring up? Qin Xinghan's purpose of coming here was to find out if He Ying was the girl that Night Fingwu had hurt or not. However, in the past few days, she had already thought about it a lot. If not, then it was very likely that Night Fingwu was hiding something from himself. All of his information could be false, and she didn't doubt that Night Fingwu was incapable of doing this kind of lustful thing. After all, he was really mysterious and seemed to be omnipotent in his own eyes. And the other result, if He Ying was really a girl who had been hurt by him, then by pursuing the matter himself, he would undoubtedly cause this poor girl to fall into tragic memories once again. After listening to Qin Xinghan's words, Chen Nan glanced back at He Ying, who was quietly fuming there, and finally sighed, saying, Alright then, however, you have to think clearly. I'm afraid that you'll never be able to get rid of Night Fingwu after we go back. At the words, Qin Xinghan closed his eyes with difficulty. Himself and him may be destined. Silly daughter, are you going crazy again? Suddenly, He Ying's mom on the side shouted towards He Ying with an anxious face. The two of them, Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan, also turned to look and instantly frowned. At this moment, He Ying's state seemed a bit off, her entire body panting heavily, a pair of eyes filled with fear. Suddenly, He Ying screamed like she was possessed, both hands frantically tearing her hair. Night Fingwu, that devil. I'm going to kill him. He Ying suddenly got up and lunged at her mother with her teeth and claws open. Seeing this, how could Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan not understand what had happened? He Ying must have heard Chen Nan's words just now. She had mentioned the name of Night Fingwu. At this moment, Qin Xinghan's heart was like a knife. Sure enough, he had really hurt this girl, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Qin Xinghan could not let He Ying get out of control. She and Chen Nan both rushed over and hugged He Ying. Qin Xinghan was weak, but Chen Nan was a practiced fighter proficient in fighting. But even though the two of them used their entire bodies, they still couldn't completely control He Ying, and God knows how she had so much strength. He Ying screamed like crazy, her eyes filled with fear and hatred. It's all in the past. He Ying, calm down. You still have your mom to take care of. You still have your own life to get through. Qin Xinghan hugged He Ying tightly and kept comforting her. Perhaps Qin Xinghan's comforting had taken effect. He Ying gradually quieted down, but that pair of eyes still had a strong color of panic. Qin Xinghan's face was full of tears, seemingly feeling sorry for this poor girl, and also seemed to be sympathizing with herself for having had the same experience as her. It's all in the past. There are still days to go in the future. Qin Xinghan let go of He Ying and straightened her messy clothes like a gentle sister. Because of the tugging and pulling in haste, He Ying's left shoulder was mostly exposed, and even the sleeves were all lifted up. Suddenly, Qin Xinghan's gaze stopped for a split second on He Ying's bare shoulder, and there was a strangely shaped scar. This caused a flash of suspicion to vaguely flash through Qin Xinghan's soft gaze, and when she lowered He Ying's sleeve as well, she found that her small arm likewise bore a scar very similar to the one on her shoulder. Pop! He Ying's gaze was dull as she knocked away Qin Xinghan's hand, before turning around and sitting in the doorway again, her pair of eyes also becoming dull and listless once more. On the contrary, Qin Xinghan's eyes were much more complicated, as if she was confused by something. Chen Nan didn't notice Qin Xinghan's perversity, but instead turned toward He Ying's mother with an apologetic face. Auntie, I'm sorry, it's all my fault for mentioning that name. We'll leave right now. Saying that, Chen Nan was pulling Qin Xinghan. The situation was now obvious. The culprit who hurt He Ying 8 years ago was bound to be Night Fingwu. I'll see you guys off. He Ying's mom's eyes glowed with a strange look before she followed Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan out of the courtyard, and at the entrance of the house, that originally lowered face was suddenly raised, revealing a very pretty face. Qin Xinghan walked to the front of her car. When she opened the door of the car the moment, but did not immediately get on the car, but after hesitating for a moment, towards He Ying mother asked, Aunt, He Ying has been injured before. I'm talking about physical injuries. Upon hearing this, He Ying's mom was obviously a bit stunned. She pondered for a while before she was waving her hands and said, No, He Ying didn't even dare to kill a chicken in the past, so how could she get hurt? Qin Xinghan nodded and said, In that case, I'm just casually asking. Let's go then. Bye, Auntie. Chen Nan waved his hand towards He Ying's mom before directly getting into the passenger side. After Qin Xinghan drove the BMW out of the village, Chen Nan suddenly was puzzled and said, Xinghan, you were so strange just now. Why did you ask that kind of redundant question? Qin Xinghan's eyes seemed to have something on her mind, and she fumed for a moment before she was saying, nothing, just casually asking. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan shook his head and no longer placed it on his mind, but Qin Xinghan's mind was far too entangled. Just now, she saw 2 scars from He Ying's body, the shape of which was the same as so many scars on Night Fingwu's body. She knew that it was left by bullet holes. Why would a girl who didn't even dare to kill a chicken have 2 bullet holes on her body? Qin Xinghan even suspected that she definitely had more than 2 scars on her body. Therefore, He Ying's mom is lying, and He Ying is definitely not the He Ying of his own imagination. If one's suspicions are correct, then this is all a hoax, and the person behind it all is. When he thought of this, Qin Xinghan's heart suddenly ached. 15 minutes after Qin Xinghan had left, in the middle of that dilapidated small courtyard, the original simple and honest He Ying's mother was sitting in the small courtyard counting money, her eyes full of joy. Ta-da! At this time, the closed door of the house was suddenly opened, and a tall silhouette wearing a black leather jacket and pants with an extremely proud figure came out from inside. Chapter 109, The Woman on the Motorcycle. Chapter 111, Woman on a Motorcycle. The woman was tall. Her skin wasn't exactly fair. Instead it had a slight hint of bronze, and that grandeur almost had a tendency to burst the opening of her chest. The legs beneath the waspish waist were slightly plump, not thick, but full of power. A head of black hair was combed into a high ponytail at the back of her head, and together with her unusually beautiful face, she gave off a valiant feeling. The woman's unsmiling face was vaguely heroic above. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? He Ying's mom arrived in front of the woman with a smile on her face. If the two of them, Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan, were still here, they would have been shocked, because this valiant woman was none other than the He Ying they had just seen, the poor woman who was delicate and powerless, with a face of despair. He Ying nodded with a cold face, and then handed the paper bag in her hand to He Ying's mom. He Ying's mom opened the bag and looked at it, instantly happy with a smile on her face. There was at least $50,000 inside. He Ying didn't say a word, but walked to a shack in the corner of the yard. Boom boom boom. It was followed by the roar of a motorcycle. On the other hand, Qin Xinghan drove his BMW with a heavy heart, speechless all the way. At this time, a roar suddenly sounded behind the car, followed by a black motorcycle as fast through. Just a moment as disappeared in the line of sight of Qin Xinghan and Chen Nan. Chen Nan said with a look of envy, "The one who drove just now seems to be a woman with a great body. I wish I had a motorcycle." Qin Xinghan's car wasn't fast, and it took half an hour before she gradually left the surrounding countryside. As she passed through a forest, Chen Nan's brows suddenly furrowed, because she clearly saw that there seemed to be two black vans in the forest. Strange, how did the car drive into the woods? Chen Nan muttered, but immediately following, her face changed once again, because, as the line of sight moved, a black motorcycle was actually slowly presented behind the van. The motorcycle was the same one that had passed in front of herself and Xinghan half an hour ago, and she had even caught a glimpse of a dimpled silhouette in a black leather jacket and pants, except that the distance was too great and the trees were in the way, so she couldn't get a good look at the woman. Only after Qin Xinghan's BMW left the woods did the bumpy silhouette hiding behind the van come out. At this time, in the back of the van, there are actually lying a dozen people, can also be said to be a dozen corpses, and this woman with a hot body was none other than He Ying. He Ying reinserted the tuame thorns in her hands into the holsters in her legs before she took out her cell phone with a bland expression. Things have been done. The dozen or so people who were following Qin Xinghan have also been resolved. He Ying's tone was icy and abnormal. Her icy coldness wasn't the kind of coldness that Luo Yihuang rejected. Instead, she gave off a piercing coldness. Even meeting her gaze, it was as if she would be frozen. A playful manly laugh came from the phone. "Ying, you won't take a shot at your sister-in-law." He Ying coldly grunted. "If I were to make a move, she would already be dead." In Haihua City, after experiencing the thrilling scene in the Tiger Garden, the Night Fingwu few people were not interested in going on any more excursions, so they took Yang Shushi back home. As for Zhangya, they all left on their own as well. At home, Night Fingwu was sitting on the sofa with Jingxi in his arms watching TV, while Yang Shushi on the side was very virtuous and went to wash a few fruits. At this moment, her vigilance towards Night Fingwu had vanished. Instead, she had a different kind of feeling. It felt as if she knew that the abyss of hell was ahead of her, but she still couldn't control her desire to get closer. "Brother-in-law, eat the fruit." Yang Shushi handed a washed apple to Night Fingwu. "Thanks." Night Fingwu broke it open and then shared half of it with Jingxi without even giving Yang Shushi a second glance. This made Yang Shushi's heart lose its mind once again. She wanted to find some topic to talk to Night Fengwu, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. This was after all her brother-in-law. How could she have a crooked mind? But she couldn't deceive her heart. So, Night Fengwu watched the TV. Yang Shushi looked at Night Fengwu, a pair of eyes full of complexity, clearly like a little girl in love. At this time, Night Fengwu's phone rang, and the caller was an unfamiliar number. Night Fengwu placed Jing Si on the sofa and ran to the balcony himself before pressing the answer button. Xingfeng, what's the situation? Xingfeng's cold tone came from the phone. Wolf King, there are a dozen people following sister-in-law. They are Chen Yuanzhong's men. Upon hearing this, a touch of icy killing intent slowly flooded into Night Fengwu's slightly amidst eyes before he faintly said, "Is it settled?" Xingfeng said, "Someone took care of them before me." Night Fengwu frowned, and his face became abnormal. Xingfeng was indeed sent by Night Fengwu to protect Qin Xinghan, and he knew that Qin Xinghan would definitely go to Hejiazwang to investigate himself. And the recent events had already put Qin Xinghan on the tip of the storm. He hadn't asked Xingfeng why he wanted to kill Luo Huang, nor had he pressed him to ask who had given him the task, because Night Fengwu had been able to lock onto one person, and that was Chen Yuanzhong. In Haihua City, the biggest threat to Chen Yuanzhong was not Zhang Hao, but the Luo Hua group, which occupied the economic lifeline of the entire Haihua City. Wanting to deal with Luo Huang, eliminating her right-hand man was also a necessary move. So as a precautionary measure, Night Fengwu had Xingfeng secretly protect Qin Xinghan. Chen Yuanzhong, it's time for you to pay the price. Night Fengwu hummed in an icy tone. Back then, he and Qin Xinghan had been drugged, thus causing the tragedy back then. And the culprits of all this were Chen Yuanzhong and his son Chen Shang. The reason why Night Fengwu didn't make a move against them was because he hadn't vacated his time yet. And it could even be said that Night Fengwu didn't even consider them as formidable enemies. Xingfeng said, "Wolf King, what I owe Chen Yuanzhong has already been paid back. Now, do you want me to kill him?" Night Windwu said, "No need for now. Chen Yuanzhong is an old fox. He was able to dare to be so unscrupulous after I created a momentum for Qinghan. I'm afraid that its back is not that simple. Maybe someone is backing him up." After Xingfeng was silent for a little while, he suddenly said, "Wolf King, are the people secretly protecting your sister-in-law arranged by you?" Night Windwu said, "What are their wounds like?" Xingfeng said, "Cold weapon, heart pierced, killed in one blow, an expert." Although Xingfeng's tone was concise, it was a single word that revealed all the mysteries. Night Fengwu's brows furrowed, and even his face became even more strange. "Alright, come back and continue to secretly protect Xinghan," Night Fengwu commanded and hung up the phone. And then, he dialed Lin Chang's cell phone number. "Xiangzi, how's the injury on your body?" Lin Chang laughed. "It's no longer a big deal, and in a few days we should be able to carry out our mission." Only then did Night Windwu nod his head. Immediately following, Lin Chang said again, "Instructor, sister-in-law should already be on her way back." Night Fengwu's speech turned and hummed. "Why is Xiaoying here?" After hearing Night Fengwu's somewhat displeased tone, Lin Chang smiled awkwardly. "Instructor, we can't be blamed for this. It was Xiaoying herself who applied for this mission. Even the plan to forge information to pretend to be the victim was all arranged by Xiaoying. We wouldn't dare to reject that girl." Although Lin Chang's words seemed like a joke, his tone clearly revealed a wave of scorn. Trouble in the heart of Night Windwu. He hummed, "That's it. Let Xiaoying stay at your place temporarily." Lin Chang laughed bitterly. "Instructor, don't joke. That girl will screw us over." While Lin Chang was screaming in agony, Night Fengwu had already hung up the phone. "He-ing, why is that little girl here too? What a nuisance." Remember, when he first led the team on a mission, he tied up that girl in the washroom, for which that girl had been looking for trouble from him for a long time. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Xinghan finally returned home. Only, her eyes were extraordinarily tired, and she didn't even bother to take a look at Night Fengwu. Chapter 110, The Obedient Man. Chapter 112, The Obedient Man. Seeing Qin Xinghan arrive home safely, Night Fengwu's heart was relieved, but her tired and complicated face was making Night Fengwu's heart bottomless. He was to go forward to help Qin Xinghan take off his jacket, and put slippers are placed under Qin Xinghan's feet. The gentle demeanor gives the impression of a sage. Qin Xinghan was a bit embarrassed, but she didn't know how to refuse. On the side, Yang Shushi looked in her eyes and actually felt some hidden jealousy. Her brother-in-law was so gentle, she was so good to her cousin. It was hard to imagine that he would be that domineering man who killed more than 20 people. In the face of Night Fengwu's sudden gentleness, Qin Xinghan's pouring face was also flushed with a touch of shyness, but her heart was even more complicated. She didn't dare to imagine if her suspicions were true, that the Hejiazwang was a hoax, and that it was he who was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Then, he is most likely Jingxi's real father, the man who almost destroyed himself. But Qin Xinghan couldn't be 100% sure. What if it was all a coincidence? Thinking of this, Qin Shinghan's heart was a mess. No matter how she was entangled, she was regretting traveling to Hejiazwang, because any result was not what she wanted to see. She didn't want to look at Night Thingwu's expression, but instead said towards Yang Shushi, "Shushi, when does school start?" Only then did Yang Shushi come back to her senses. She was busy as saying, "Next Wednesday, I'm going to be staying at your place for the next few days. Cousin won't mind me disturbing your family of 3. Yang Shushi's tone was obviously somewhat joking, but there was a faint trace of bitterness in his eyes. Qin Shinghan shook her head helplessly. She knew that this cousin liked to joke with herself, so she gently said, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Yang Shushi's eyes lit up and smiled. "Anything, cousin, you know, I love eating your cooking the most." Only then did Qin Shinghan look to the side at Night Thingwu, a hint of complexity in her eyes as she said, "Thank you for taking Jingxi out to play." Night Thingwu laughed. "Jingxi is my daughter. It's only natural for me to bring her to play." Jingxi also trotted to Qin Shenghan's front, and then said, "Mom, what about Uncle's fight with the tiger today?" "What?" Qin Shenghan's face changed, and a pair of complicated gazes surged with intense worry as she couldn't help but look towards Nightwind Marshal. Yang Shushi hurriedly explained, "Brother-in-law was trying to save me. That's why he jumped into the tiger garden and fought with the tiger. But brother-in-law was so powerful that he fought the tiger away." And then, Yang Shushi told Qin Shinghan everything that happened today. Qin Shinghan had a shocked look in her eyes, and she was very afraid of the aftermath toward Night Windwu. Why are you so impulsive?" Qin Shinghan's tone had a touch of thick anxiety in it, but how could this anxiety not be in fear for Night Thingwu and Yang Shushi? Night Thingwu scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "We can't let Shushi be eaten by a tiger, right? In that case, wouldn't you blame me for the rest of your life?" Qin Shinghan still had some fear in her heart. Even she didn't realize that she was so worried about Night Thingwu. However, there was one thing that confused Qin Shinghan in his mind, and that was the strange way his cousin was looking at Night Thingwu. Originally, she was worried that the two would not get along well. After all, her cousin had seen him kill and kidnap Luo Yifan on the train. Everything was so strange today, and Qin Shinghan felt more and more tired. She went out and bought groceries and made a nice dinner. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin Shinghan and Yang Shushi showered one after the other and then returned to the bedroom. As for Night Thingwu, he also entered the bathroom after the duo, with a pungent aroma wafting inside. After changing into loose clothes, Night Thingwu pushed open the door to Qin Shinghan's room. It was time to sleep. At this time, Qin Shinghan and Yang Shushi, two people, are lying on the bed and chatting. After seeing the Night Windwu, Qin Shinghan is a little embarrassed to say, "Why Don, you sleep in my parents' room?" Upon hearing this, Night Thingwu was obviously a bit less than happy as he looked at Yang Shushi and said, "Actually, your cousin can also sleep in your parents' room." Night Thingwu's words made Qin Shinghan suddenly speechless. In his heart he only sighed that this person's face skin was too thick. Couldn't he hear that he didn't want him to sleep here? Yang Shushi was also a bit embarrassed as she smiled. "Cousin, I'll go sleep in my aunt's room." Qin Shinghan pursed her lips and lowered her small face and said, Our sisters have a lot of things to talk about, so you just have to settle for a few days." At those words, Night Thingwu's face suddenly pulled down. The boss was not happy. He had willingly hit the ground. Now it's good. Because of a little girl, he didn't even have to sleep on the ground. Therefore, Night Thingwu had a great deal of prejudice against Yang Shushi, which was why he turned around and left in a sulky manner. But what he was more worried about in his heart was Qin Shinghan's tone. She had obviously added a trace of coldness to herself. Couldn't it be that he had sensed something wrong in Hejiazwang? It shouldn't be. Xiaoying was so thoughtful. Looking at Night Thingwu's lost departure, Yang Shushi nearly burst out laughing. She couldn't help but say in Qin Shinghan's ear, "Cousin, brother-in-law is so obedient. How do you discipline him?" Qin Shinghan was bitter in her heart. Where could she control him? Every time she talked to him, she was nervous as hell. At this time, Jingxi suddenly hooked his little head out from the comforter and laughed. "Actually, Uncle has always been quite afraid of Mommy. He's worried that she'll get angry." At those words, Qin Shinghan's mood became even more complicated. Yang Shushi, on the other hand, said with an envious look on her face, "Usually, a man is afraid of his wife not because he's really afraid, but because he cares about his woman. How many of those guys who yell at their wives from time to time are any good?" Yang Shushi is young, but what he said is quite reasonable. If a man can't even respect his own woman, then what is his moral bottom line worth pushing? Since the beginning of time, wife beating has not been an honorable thing to do, but rather a sign of incompetence. The next morning, Qin Shinghan made breakfast very early in the morning. While Night Thingwu, Yang Shushi, and Jingxi were preparing to wash up, she had already returned to her room to start organizing her bedding. As she was arranging the bedding for Night Windwu, she suddenly glanced at a hair on the pillow. Unable to help herself, she pinched the strand of hair and fell into deep thought. "That's right,"
She had that fleeting thought of wanting to do a DNA test on Jingxi and Night Fengwu to determine if they were related. But soon, she gave up the idea. Hair can indeed be used for DNA identification, but it requires hair with follicles, and at least 4 or 5 of them. She couldn't ask for it, much less manage to pull his hair. What the hell am I doing? Hasn't he given me enough? Why do I have to be so distrustful of him? Qin Xinghan sat on the edge of the bed and murmured with a self-deprecating face, perhaps, everything in He Jiazwang was too sensitive for him. And then she threw the hair in her hand into the trash can, which led her out of the bedroom. After breakfast, Qin Xinghan took Jingxi and Yang Shushi to the mall. As for Night Fengwu, he drove the Ferrari that Zhang Hao had sent to him and headed directly to the 5-star hotel where Ling Chang's trio was. The one who opened the door was Lu Hui, and when he saw Night Wind Wu, it was as if he had seen a savior, and he stole a glance at the only sleeping room that was tightly closed as if he were a thief, and only then did he say with a bitter look on his face, "Instructor, you should hurry up and get rid of this auntie." Chapter 111.